I merely said in the mental hospital. Seeing the Emperor. Why don't you kneel? Unexpectedly, it scared all the staff present. So much they trembled with fear. They all thought my schizophrenia was acting up again. So they sent me to the highest voltage room. But looking at these wires tied all over my body, I wasn't worried at all. Because I knew. So-called mental illness is just genius misunderstood by the world. As a powerful electric current ran through my body, the pain almost made me suffocate. Little did I know when I opened my eyes again. Around me appeared a vast scene filled with crowds of people. And a man kneeling before me shouting 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Only then did I realize I had traveled through time. And moreover, it matched perfectly with the plot in the book I had seen in the Genius Hospital. At this moment, a woman stepped forward, breaking my current thoughts. She was Morong Shue's sister, Morong Qinghuan. Emoli, I command you. Return apprentice brother Qin's treasure to him immediately. Then kneel down and apologize on the spot. Otherwise you will forever lose my sister's favor. Her matter-of-fact attitude looked exactly like a master scolding a dog. She firmly believed that once I heard these words, I would obediently kneel down and apologize under public gaze. Little did she know I extended 2 fingers with a face full of smiles, saying, 2 questions. When Morong Qinghuan heard this, she showed a puzzled expression. She felt I had become somewhat different, but couldn't say exactly what was different. Go ahead, what 2 questions? Who knew that when I uttered the first syllable, my body, suppressing excitement, could no longer hold back, and with lightning speed, summoned an extremely cold ice blade. In the next second, the white blade easily pierced Qin Yang's chest. The splashing bright red blood formed clusters of ice crystals due to the blade's cold. So you're called Qin Yang, right? I want to see if these so-called protagonists can actually be killed. After all, only practice reveals truth. Because I changed my face too quickly. Whether in plain sight, or those hidden in empty space, none reacted in time. They all thought I would reason with them. But instead I took direct action. At this moment, that mysterious person hiding in the void finally recovered from the brief shock. Then, a deafening angry shout suddenly rang out. Stop! Of course I could hear his volume. And when these classic scenes unfold, they often come with the protagonist's crisis being resolved. But what I chose was to push the long blade deeper. Who says you must stop when someone shouts to? It's fake, so I deliberately won't. At the same time, the extreme cold blade in Qin Yang's chest flashed with freezing light. Red ice crystals like wildly growing vines. Until they penetrated Qin Yang's red and white matter. Morong Qinghuan standing guard beside Qin Yang froze in shock. She could clearly feel the explosive spiritual power, causing slight pain on her body. She couldn't believe in any way that I really attacked. But obviously this wasn't enough. Just as she was pondering, another more violent rumbling sound directly echoed in her head. Because my other hand wasn't idle. Terrifying power gathered, and suddenly threw a punch at Morong Qinghuan's body. Since the two stood together, it was buy one get one free. Might as well finish her off too. With a boom, Morong Qinghuan flew like a speeding cannonball, blasting toward the distance. In the instant her body flew out. Her mind was full of disbelief. Isn't he my sister Morong Shue's suitor? I am Morong Shue's sister. But the pain from her body kept reminding her that Emoli really dared to deliver a deadly blow to her. In an instant, ripples shook through the void, and a pair of giant hands descended from the sky aimed to kill me. Seeing this, my eyes darkened. Immediately crimson blood covered my entire pupils. Blood energy surged up in an instant. My limbs and body flashed back to their original position. Ghost scheme eyes. The people of Xianyang Sacred Place exclaimed. At the moment the eye technique activated. Scarlet red enveloped everything. Everyone had a moment of sensing it. The original owner had achieved the throne of the champion. Because of this pair of eyes. After one palm strike, an old man calmly walked down from the void. He immediately fed Qin Yang a healing sacred medicine. One said to make even a near saint's white bones grow flesh. Seeing this, I wasn't surprised. Earlier I just wanted to see if I could finish off the so-called child of destiny with one strike, and be done with it all. But despite fully unleashing my extreme cold blade and wind meridian properties, there seemed to be a powerful life force in Qin Yang's body, preventing me from further ending his life. In the end, I only destroyed his spirit meridians. At this moment, old Xuan Mengzi examined Qin Yang's injuries. But as spiritual energy flowed in and returned information, his old face grew increasingly grim. Emoli, how vicious your heart is. Qin Yang's spirit meridians are completely ruined. He can never cultivate again. I looked at the fallen Qin Yang, thought for a moment, then replied mockingly. Thank you for your praise. But are you, Xuan Lingfeng, sure you want to protect him? Old Taoist Xuan Mengzi's words were heard clearly by almost everyone present. Yes. Today, We, Zuan Lingfeng, just cannot bear to see you, Emily, harm fellow disciples, and insist on protecting him. Since in Xianyang sacred place, there was a rule written like this. Openly challenging the champion, destroying spirit meridians, results in expulsion from the sacred place. So currently, with myself as the victim, I could completely request the law enforcement hall to implement the sect rules. I immediately beckoned, calling over a disciple who followed me, and instructed, go invite the masters from the law enforcement hall. If Qin Yang can still leave the sacred place alive today, I'll count it as my, Emily's, loss. The champions of various peaks, are all geniuses cultivated with all resources by Xianyang sacred place? All are seed candidates for the later path to emperor. So the champion's status in Xianyang sacred place is particularly noble. Old Taoist Zuan Mengzi was completely stunned after hearing this. Because he knew very clearly, if they really waited for the law enforcement hall to arrive, he might truly not be able to protect Qin Yang. Emily, do you really not give any face? Emily completely ignored Xian Mengzi's gaze, his meaning extremely obvious. Your face? Or the face of Xianling Peak? Emily. The word all barely left his lips, and in the next instant, Emily's demonic eyes erupted again, his entire body suddenly enveloped in a deep crimson blood aura, his figure blurred in an instant. What? Finish talking before making a move? That's impossible for me, Emily. You brat. You dare. Xian Mengzi shouted loudly, 8 celestial swords swirling around him, sword energy surging, ready to seal Emily's throat with a single strike. I said, Qin Yang must die. No one expected that just a second ago Emily was planning to call for the law enforcement hall's judgment, and the next moment he would strike again. That fearsome burst of energy completely didn't seem fake. Who? Emily's afterimage floated and appeared behind Qin Yang, hand raised as a blade fell, the edge aimed at Qin Yang's head, carrying a surging extreme cold ice explosion, causing the air around to suddenly freeze. Don't even think about succeeding. Clang. The crisp sound of weapons clashing sparked, the tip of the ice blade colliding with the sword edge, locked in a stalemate for a breath, the wild sword light tearing the air apart, the icy essence freezing the spiritual energy. On both sides, sharp-eyed observers could tell that Xian Mengzi was holding back. After all, Emily still held the crown, plus he had a shorter cultivation history. Emily, do you really not give even a shred of face? Otherwise. However, before Xian Mengzi could finish his warning, his expression suddenly darkened because the figure opposing him was gradually dissolving. Otherwise what? The source of the voice came from not far away. As everyone slowly turned their necks to look, they discovered Emily holding a blade that was as hot as lava, at a familiar angle and familiar position, piercing into the chest cavity. Yes, his target of attack was Morong Qinghuan. The disciple he wanted to protect was no match for Emily. When the fiery blade pierced into her abdomen, the surging heat exploded like a sea of fire, burning the spiritual veins inside Morong Qinghuan. After doing all this, Emily coldly withdrew the extreme fire blade and took out a handkerchief, carefully wiping away the blood on his hands, his movements elegant like a gentleman. I almost forgot about you, luckily relying on a secret treasure to escape death earlier. Now I want to see, does Morong Qinghuan die or not? What is there to act like a hero for? The only thing you can restrain me with is what you think is my affection for Morong Shui. The barking just now was really noisy, especially Morong Qinghuan, completely unable to see the situation, making him have a headache. Now it's better, the blade has firmly pierced through, leaving her utterly unable to make a sound. Chapter 4, Turning Point, System? At this moment, the smile on Mo Li's face gradually rose. Eliminating the noisy fly, Morong Qinghuan let him vent refreshingly. However, the next second, the situation changed in an instant. Before his smile could fade, a sudden palm directly pressed against his back. In an instant, Mo Li's hair stood on end, his heart racing wildly. Boom! In the next moment, Mo Li's body folded and flew back, silence stretching out endlessly. Mo Li's protector wanted to stop him, but don't forget, Mo Li's ruthlessness had now provoked 2 people. The elderly figure who saved Qin Yang decisively made a move, blocking Mo Li's protector. For a moment, the air froze. The accident happened too quickly, no one expected it. The one who ambushed Mo Li was an old woman, belonging to Morong Shui's protector, with grey hair, but her strength was enough to be deadly. She worriedly helped the unconscious Morong Qinghuan to sit up, and in a single movement, took out a cold spirit cleansing pill. The holy pill was fed into Morong Qinghuan's mouth, the cutting cold light bursting forth with a deep blue glow, swallowed by the radiance. The traces of burning within Morong Qinghuan's body were gradually erased, the deep blue glow acting as pure spiritual water, cleaning the remnants and clearing the spiritual energy that flowed into her nearly breathless body. You brat! What a ruthless heart! The spiritual veins burned. Even Holy Dan can only ease the trend of burning, but the damaged spiritual vein is hard to reshape. In the distance, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of a towering mountain. Emoli's guardian wanted to step forward to heal him, but he stopped him. Emoli held the fiery blade with one hand on the ground, still showing a bloodstained smile, looking at the old woman, and said calmly, "Thank you for your praise." Emoli wasn't angry. After all, the result after taking action was within his expectations. He could hurt others, and others wouldn't hesitate to strike back. Then, Emoli took out a healing pill and stuffed it into his stomach to ease his injuries. Now, the situation had become gradually clear. He made a move against both Qin Yang and Morong Qinghuan, and both had people protecting them. Now both sides were in a stalemate, with Emoli at a disadvantage. Of course, doing things always comes with a cost. He could have chosen to win hearts with words, but he was too lazy to waste his breath. If he could fight, he wouldn't talk. Fortunately, Emoli still had the identity of the crown head to rely on. At this time, he looked at the old woman. "You Xuan Miaopik also want to protect Morong Qinghuan, this inner disciple?" Emoli said lightly, particularly emphasizing the identity of inner disciple. "Brat, I can clearly tell you that Xuan Miaopik will protect Morong Qinghuan today." "Very well, then let's wait for the law enforcement hall to come." Emoli did not say much more. Soon, the elder from the law enforcement hall hurried over, and after roughly understanding the situation, showed a troubled expression. "How about we all step back a bit?" "Emoli, I refuse. They provoked first, and I have reason to exercise the right of the crown head and demand the abolition of the spiritual vein and expulsion from the Holy Land according to the Holy Land regulations." "Emo crown head, let's talk things over. After all, we are fellow disciples." The elder of the law enforcement hall was caught in a dilemma. Talk it out? Sure, 2 conditions. Saying that, Emoli raised 2 fingers again. This scene felt familiar. Just now, Emoli also raised 2 fingers and acted without reason. The crowd fell silent, staring at Emoli's movements. "What conditions?" Zuan Mengzi and the old woman asked Emoli. "Just give me a copy of your Xianling Peak's Xianhuang technique, and a copy of your Xuannia Peak's floating cloud shadow will do." "What Xianhuang technique? I've never heard of it, it's nonsense." Zuan Mengzi was the first to speak. Now, Emoli knew that these 2 couldn't kill him, so the best way was to collect some benefits. Since they wanted to protect, they had to pay something. However, just then, his soul inadvertently touched something, and a bright halo rose, showing a technological panel in his mind. Things seemed to take a turn for the better. Host, Emoli. Bone age, 25. Chapter 5, The Arrival of the Useless System. Host, Emoli. Bone age, 25. Realm, Unity Realm, Foundation destroyed. Cultivation method, Xiantian Decision, Great Wilderness Poem, Floating Cloud Shadow, Xianhuang Wood Technique. Secret Treasures, Flame Ice Dual Blades, Yin Demon Gourd, Dao Tian Sword, Ancient Copper Piece, Ghost Shadow Token. Physique, Emo Family Bloodline, Unawakened, Ghost Shadow Bloodline, Unawakened, Ghost Eye, 8th level. Villain Destiny Value, 1550. Function 1, Probe. Function 2, Intelligence. For a long time, Emoli thought things had turned for the better. But, nothing happened. Where's the mall? Where's the gift pack? Where are the tasks? Where's the signature dialogue? Nothing. This was not what Emoli expected. Even a madman would think this was absurd. It turned everything upside down. If only a reverse constitution suddenly appeared, showcasing his unique value, or if he could have a peak experience of power, with treasures to protect him and so on, he could instantly reverse the situation. After all the books Emoli read in his previous life said this. But Emoli didn't know how to describe it for a while. The good news is that he is a system villain. The bad news, the system is useless, no gift packs, no mall, no tasks, just a pure 3 no fake product. Emoli cursed in his heart, looking at the sea of people in the Taoist temple. He knew everything had to be planned carefully. In the end, he got what he wanted, though the process was rather dirty. Returning to the cave, he immediately activated the island's killing formation, isolating everyone outside. The urgent task was to heal his wounds while also figuring out what was going on with the system in his mind. Speaking of wounds, the old woman's palm nearly shattered him. Luckily, he had a treasure blocking it, an ancient tortoise shell, now cracked in pieces, probably capable of taking only one more deadly hit. But this made Emoli clear: if he dared to strike, why couldn't others? And why wouldn't they dare? However, the cause of his injury was more importantly due to Qin Yang. He wanted to know if this so-called favored child of destiny could be killed. Practice reveals truth, and he didn't believe in any protection from the Great Path. To directly kill upon crossing over saved him from the so-called suppression stage. If it were anyone else, they might not have the crazy determination Emoli had. Practice reveals truth, and the feedback he received was profound. The moment he pierced his blade into Qin Yang's flesh, an invisible power of the Tao struck down at his foundation. His foundation shattered like a broken mirror, appearing with ferocious cracks, completely shattered. It should not be the bullshit words of the heavenly Tao's protection, Emoli declared confidently. Because his knife truly inflicted deep damage to Qin Yang, and the backlash didn't come from the vast rules of the Heavenly Tao. If it were Heavenly Tao protection, a lightning strike from the Great Path would have struck him down long ago. Why bother with such trouble? He judged it was not Heavenly Tao protection. Additionally, there's something puzzling. When he attacked Qin Yang and Mu Rongqing Huan, his eyes received tremendous feedback, generating a new ability, which was that white illusory figure. At the same time, the villain value of the system also increased. But Emoli did not understand what exactly caused his ghostly eyes to evolve. Was it fortune? Or some kind of mysterious power? Emoli gazed at the villain value on the panel, falling into deep thought. He speculated that anyone who attacked those connected to Qin Yang would gain villain value. Emoli suspected that the villain value wasn't sufficient, failing to truly unlock the system. Thus, to obtain more value, he needed to kill those with a fate connection to Qin Yang. If this speculation held true, then Emoli must devise a long-term plan. The road to seizing the throne was rugged and long, those whose fates entwine with Qin Yang, like his generals, for instance. Should he eliminate Qin Yang's generals in advance, or perhaps subdue them? Would he also receive feedback? Subduing his generals in advance and then watching the two fight it out, he thought maybe that would also be good. But currently, with Emoli's strength, he couldn't kill Qin Yang, which was a pity. If the system suddenly granted a chaos body, stronger than Mu Rongshue's Linglong body. Or perhaps Emoli could just suppress him, using his words like flowers, not striking, using public opinion to bind the other party, maybe the result would be different. Now, hate had already formed an opposition, either he dies or Qin Yang dies. At night, taking advantage of the dark sky, Missouri left the Xianyang sacred ground. The urgent priority is to find a way to heal my shattered foundation. Emoli wasn't foolish, he knew that staying in the sacred ground was akin to a slow suicide. With no hope at all, he would still be killed by Qin Yang. If his memory served correctly, his head would roundly fall several years later in the sacred ground competition. As for the Xianyang sacred ground, I will return. Since he had come here, Emoli would not resign himself to the original ending. He did not plan to simply let it go. Although he was still the top seed of the Xianyang sacred ground at the moment, he didn't care much about that position. Using the top seed position to frame and suppress others was something Emoli was too lazy to do. If he could kill the opponent, why not resolve it in one knife after gaining strength? So the position of the top seed meant nothing to him. On the other side, in the vast middle continent, the ancient family, the Emo family. As a heavenly family that had existed for over 10,000 years, the Emo family. More than a dozen great emperors have emerged from this lineage, with the family bloodline at its core, and its history stretches far back in time, even traceable to the ancient, obscure eras. Tens of thousands of years ago, the emperor of the Emo family swept through the outstanding talents of his generation, leaving behind an immortal legend. However, all living beings know that this was not the limit, for the emperor of the Emo family had only opened 8 veins when he claimed his throne. There are rumors that when the Emo family gives birth to the 9-veined Prodigy, it will bring forth an entirely new and glorious world. And at that moment, on the Emo family's dojo, the bloodline stone that had stood for countless years seemed to respond to some kind of sensation, suddenly bursting forth with radiant light that could shatter the stars. The elder guarding the place stared in shock at the extreme beauty and dreamlike scene, his heart racing with fear. This fleeting light made him feel a surge of submissive instinct, the pressure of the bloodline shaking him like a tidal wave. The rumors have truly appeared. The Emo family has given birth to a 9-veined prodigy in this era. Such a splendid and dreamlike light of the bloodline could only be imagined at the limits of that legendary 9-veined child. It was at this moment that the Emo family's ancestral hall, the towering archways, began to tremble, as if also celebrating the birth of the 9-veined child. Whoosh! Suddenly, the clouds locked the sky, and the eruption of this phenomenon was concealed by the ancestral elder of the Emo family using his immense power. The 9-veined person is related to the glory of the Emo family, and it must not be leaked. Which family of our clan has given birth to a child today? The ancestral elder swept his divine sense over the vast territory of the clan, but found that no one in the Emo family had given birth to a child today. Could it be that we have a lost clansman outside who has given birth to a Qilin child? However, no one could have imagined that outside the clan territory, there truly was a descendant of the Emo family. But it was not a newborn, and in a sense, it could also be said to be reborn. Because at the moment when the bloodline stone burst forth with radiant light, it was exactly when Emoli was reincarnated and returned. Additionally, in the early part of this book, there will not be an exhilarating rampage. I repeat, it is not the kind of face-slapping story that the general public understands as unlimited map expansion. Be mentally prepared, otherwise, this book may not resonate with you. Chapter 6, The Method of Healing. Half a month later, Emoli arrived at Zhuque City. Zhuque Ancient City, a special large city. Legend has it that an ancient Zhuque once fell here, and its blazing flames scorched the earth, laying waste for several centuries. Due to the Yuchua's fiery flames, the fire particles are active, and the hot spiritual energy is perfect for alchemy. Therefore, many alchemists gather in Zhuque Ancient City. Also, because of its special geographical position connecting the East Wasteland, Central Continent, and Maritime region, the exchange of goods and medicines is not only a long journey but also extremely prosperous in trade. This was the place he thought he might gather information on restoring his foundation. There was no choice, the orb system in his mind had nothing, providing no help. Staying in the Xianyang Sacred Land would not offer any hope either. Not staying for long, after finding the place, Emily immediately set off. Zhuque Ancient City, Black Street, an underground market for the circulation of medicines. Shopkeeper, looking for medicine. Ah, honored guest, coming right up. The shopkeeper was a thin man, with a strange disc on his waist, seemingly an ancient stone plate carved into a bagua. Honored guest, may I ask what medicine you are looking to buy? This store can get you anything. Dao injury. As soon as he said this, the shopkeeper, who had just been smiling, suddenly froze. What did you say, honored guest? The shopkeeper doubted he had heard incorrectly. Dao injury, is there any medicine? Ha ha. This honored guest must be joking, right? Injuries of that kind, there are no medicines to heal. The shopkeeper waved his robe, thinking the other party was just trying to joke. Those old monsters buried in coffins who cannot heal from Dao injuries just pass away. To be honest with you, unless there is great fortune, Dao injuries are difficult to heal. As for how great the fortune must be, it would be equivalent to obtaining a holy medicine that even makes the old monsters in the coffin green with envy. Emoli, do you have holy medicine? The shopkeeper blinked, confirming from the other person's eyes that Emoli was truly not trying to make things difficult. He, the holy medicine. Guest, you think too highly of it. The holy medicine has a spirit, it will dodge the search of living beings. Every time there's news, it's a fierce battle of blood and storms. After all, a strand of holy medicine means the continuation of life, which is undoubtedly a fatal temptation for those who cannot die. Is there any other way besides the holy medicine? The shopkeeper thought for a moment, then shook his head. It is very rare for scars from the path to occur, but there are precedents. However, without exception, they all end in a complete dead end. The Lu family of Zhengzhou, have you heard of it? Emily nodded, a family with two emperors, glorious through two eras, an existence so formidable that ancient history would not dare to leave its name. In the last era, there emerged a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, whose talent was shockingly unparalleled, even surpassing the previous two young emperors. Many believed the Lu family was about to have three emperors, which would have been a radiant presence throughout ancient history. But no one knows why it seemed to have touched a taboo, resulting in a fall with scars from the path, leading to a dead end. Helpless, the Lu family could only seal its source. Hearing this, Emoli furrowed his brow. According to what you said, with the Lu family's strength, they should be able to find the holy medicine. But why seal its source? The shopkeeper smiled, his clever face looking like a conspiracy. There are two kinds of path scars, one is artificially inflicted, which the holy medicine can heal. The other kind, we call the scars of the great path. These scars belong to an unfathomable mysterious power, touching the taboos of taboos, leading to a complete dead end, with no possibility left. So, the great path scar in his body belongs to the power of taboo? Emoli speculated. The shopkeeper continued, that prodigy of the Lu family, who hasn't appeared in 10,000 years, has the scars of the great path, and no divine doctor can save him. As for his condition, the shopkeeper suddenly looked at Emoli with great interest and said, just like you, sharing the same scars of the great path. The moment those words fell, the air suddenly went silent, the empty shop was left with only the faint sound of Emoli's heartbeat echoing. Emoli instantly became vigilant, the other party seemed to have seen through his great path scars at a glance. Suddenly, it was the shopkeeper who broke the silence. Rest assured, there are rules in the Black Street, money does the talking. I am not interested in your identity, only your injuries matter to me. But these words did not make Emoli relax his tense nerves. If the other party made any move, he planned to strike down instantly. Who knows if the other party has ill intentions toward him? Young man, your great path scars are even worse than I expected, even the holy medicine cannot save you. Do you know the Desolate Emperor? He was the emperor of the last era, possessing the ancient sacred body, known for having a physique that could rival emperors. Unfortunately, he was not allowed by the world. When uniting with the path, he fell into the chains of the Great Path Order, and divine thunder further damaged his foundation, causing great path scars. Just when all living beings thought the ancient sacred body was abandoned by the era, that guy unexpectedly found a way to heal the great path scars. Emoli asked, what way? The shopkeeper's eyes rolled, his face blooming like a blossoming peach blossom. Want to know? Then he extended a finger. Spirit stone? Emoli asked in confusion. The shopkeeper shook his head with a faint smile. It seems like the guest is new to the Zhuque ancient city. In Zhuque city, there is only one kind of currency for trading, the jade disc. The jade disc is a special currency unique to the Zhuque ancient city. In other words, it is the chip for transactions within the ancient city. Jade discs are precious. To exchange them, one can only obtain corresponding chips through trading treasures. Spirit stones cannot be exchanged for jade discs. This also leads to an extremely frequent circulation of rare treasures in Zhuque ancient city. It seems like you don't have jade discs, young friend? No worries, you see, I am very understanding. Saying this, the shopkeeper cheerfully took out a contract. He seemed to handle it with great ease, as if he had done it many times before. This is a great path contract, preventing one party from being untrustworthy. Once signed, I will tell you the answer you want to know. Looking at the shopkeeper's excited demeanor, Mo couldn't help but frown. He glanced at the contract. The finger the shopkeeper had just pointed with spoke of 100 jade coins. 100 jade coins didn't seem like a lot. Moreover, there was no strange pit in the content of the contract. But, saying this, Mo signed his name and dripped his blood. From then on, the contract took effect. A mysterious force connected the two. Seeing this, the shopkeeper smiled even brighter, revealing his gap-toothed, yellowed smile, still showing the wind. Shopkeeper, the method is realm divisions: physical realm, divine hidden realm, spiritual sea realm, divine palace realm, true spirit realm, unification realm, Tao combining realm, rebirth realm, divine fire realm, respectable realm, quasi-saint, saint, great saint, saint king, quasi-emperor, great emperor. Chapter 7, Black Shop. The method is to dig someone's grave. Mo felt a dark line on his forehead. Digging someone's grave? What kind of method is this? The shopkeeper explained with a smile. Don't rush, this does sound unbelievable, but it is indeed true. Digging a grave, to be precise, is to excavate the grave of a great emperor. A great emperor's grave? Mo felt that either the shopkeeper was crazy or this world was so insane it was unimaginable. It can only be said that this guy is incredibly lucky. Even the eerie forbidden zone of the great emperor's grave allows him in. It is said he even opened the coffin, but surprisingly, there were no bones of the great emperor, only an immortal divine herb. An immortal divine herb? That thing is fought over by ancient beings until they're bloodied. The coffin left by the great emperor was thus stolen by that guy. As he said this, the shopkeeper appeared a bit wistful. An immortal divine herb, just hearing a hint of news about it is enough to drive the world mad. One divine herb, one lifetime of vitality. A holy herb can only prolong life, but cannot avoid the drying up of the life will and spiritual sea, merely delaying death. But a divine herb can make a withered life bloom anew, allowing them to live another lifetime. So, young man, I wish you good luck. Looking at the shrewd smile on the shopkeeper's face, Mo felt like he could squash a fly with his forehead. Immortal divine herb? Incredible luck? For a guy like him, just surviving is good enough. How could he wish for incredible luck? Is there no other method? Other methods, the shopkeeper thought for a moment, showing a pensive expression, then as if recalling something. There is one, but it is extremely dangerous. Mo's eyes flashed. What is it? At that moment, the shopkeeper showed a distinctive sly smile and raised one finger again. It will cost extra, that is a different price. After signing another contract, Mo's face turned dark. Damn it, old fox. He couldn't help but curse silently. The shopkeeper tucked away his smile and suddenly said seriously, do you know about the Nining burial ground? I know. The Nining burial ground, Mo was aware of. It was a forbidden area of life, a paradise for the dead. Some say the Nining burial ground is a gathering place for ghosts and monsters, and there are also rumors stating that the Nining burial ground is actually a part evolved from the reincarnation path. Whether it is true or not is unknown. So, you want me to reincarnate? Mo frowned. The concept of reincarnation has lasted several eras, and even traces back to the last epoch. Those beings with exhausted life will seek reincarnation in their later years. Even the great emperor sought the secrets of reincarnation, but after so many years, none of those who should be buried by the sands of history have escaped. The shopkeeper chuckled, laughing out loud. Rebirth through reincarnation, that only exists in legendary records, who knows if it is real? What I want to say is a very special ability of the Nining burial ground, from death to life. From death to life? Mo was confused. Yes, the Nining burial ground is an extremely strange forbidden area, a place of return for the dead. Buried within are the countless sages of past eras, including stunning princesses of dynasties and dazzling geniuses of history. Wherever they are buried, they all believe in one saying, from death to life. It is said that every 10,000 years, a river of souls will flow out from the depths of the Nining burial ground, spreading to an untraceable mysterious place, where it is said to be the origin of life. It is also said to be a place of rebirth for living beings. In short, you can give it a try when you are about to step into the coffin. Alright, I can recommend a good place to buy coffins. That guy has superior quality coffins, mosquito-proof and corrosion-resistant, fair to everyone. Here's the address. As he spoke, the shopkeeper threw over a note. Mention my name to that guy, and you can get a discount. Looking at the note in his hand, Mo's thoughts became chaotic for a moment. Dazed, he walked out of the shop and looked up, only to find there was no sign or name for the store. Behind him, the shopkeeper wore a reluctant expression. Come again whenever you like, as long as you pay a fair price, this shop has everything. Shopkeeper, where is your shop sign? Other stores had shining golden signs, like Treasure Pavilion and Xiao, but this store, which he found odd at first and entered with a try-it-out attitude, surprisingly left him owing 200 jade coins. The shopkeeper said, oh, you mean this? It was just taken down recently, I tossed it on the ground and haven't cared about it since. Following the direction the shopkeeper pointed, Emily saw a plain sign in a corner. The sign was brown, and the letters were unexpectedly black. Black, black. Emily read the name, but the last character seemed stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Black shop? Emily felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. The shopkeeper pressed his lips together and explained, this is Blackstreet, I didn't want to bother with a name back then, so I made it simple, just call it the Black Shop. Emily's smile froze, he didn't know how to walk out of the shop, only feeling unlucky. Behind him, the shopkeeper's smile faded, his eyes flickering, murmuring in confusion. Strange, why does the injury in his body carry the aura of that kid? A withered path's chance of life. Chapter 8, The Plan. After several inquiries, the answers he received were unexpectedly consistent, there was no cure. Emoli remained silent, not saying a word. He opened the panel. Host, Emoli. Bone age, 25. Realm, Unity Realm, Foundation destroyed. Cultivation methods, Shintian Decision, De Huangpong, Floating Cloud Shadow, Xin Huang with skill. Secret treasures, Flame Ice Twin Blades, Een Demon Gourd, Dao Tian Sword, Ancient Bronze Piece, Ghost Shadow Token. Physique, Emo Family Bloodline, not awakened, Ghost Shadow Bloodline, not awakened, Ghost Eye, 8th level. Villain Fate Value, 1550. Function 1, Exploration. Function 2, Information. To this day, the system still did not sell anything like a shopping mall, nor was there any gift pack. Then, his gaze turned to the information section of Function 2. He had never used the system function before, this was his first time using it. Even though he was unsure if he could obtain a recipe. I want information about recreating the foundation and healing the injury of the Great Path. Consume 1000 villain fate value, obtain the recipe for rebuilding pill. An ancient, hoarse voice echoed in his mind. Is there really? Emily showed a look of surprise as a sheepskin scroll full of writing appeared in his mind. Using the information for the first time, he did not expect that for a condition that required the immortal god medicine to heal, the system actually had the solution. Did that mean this pill was of equal value to the immortal god medicine? Was there another possibility? If his villain value was sufficient, could he obtain any information? Including the legendary immortal pattern texts? Even foresight? Thinking about this, Emily couldn't help but smile. But soon, his smile completely froze. Although he was not an alchemist and knew nothing about alchemy, he still recognized some herbs. 7-leaf grass, ghostface vine flower, 10,000-year willow pulp. These great herbs, some have long been lost, only recorded in ancient times, not to mention finding them, he might not have even heard of them. Even if luck was on his side and he happened to find someone selling them, how could he afford to buy them with his current poor situation? As his gaze gradually moved down, the steps recorded in the recipe were detailed to the temperature range of the spiritual fire, the time, and the techniques for alchemy. Until the last line, M.O. Lee's eyes gradually contracted as if he had discovered some unbelievable secret. Every word that just sparked hope suddenly extinguished. The last condition sealed off all escape routes. The ancient characters on the parchment read, whoever refines this pill, the thunder of the great road will destroy them. M.O. Lee, I'm finished, completely done for. In the evening, the last rays of the setting sun fell on the shoulders, and the lights of thousands of homes lit up as the night curtain descended. By the riverbank, someone stirred the winding water, gathering it into a vivid water dragon. In a distant tower palace, the moonlight fell like satin, and the brilliant stars, breathing in the scenery of the morning moon, attracted many gazes. After pondering all night, there was no result. Unable to refine pills. Destitute and hopeless. Furthermore, whoever refines this pill will be destroyed by the thunder of the great road, not to mention he couldn't refine pills, even if he could, the moment the pill was completed would also be the moment of death. What am I now? Not enough luck to be the protagonist, and not enough qualifications to be the villain. If the system had directly given him an invincible immortal body, or supreme bones, or other heavenly materials, would there be such trouble? As his thoughts wandered, the nearby brothel boat caught M.O. Lee's attention. The boat building was unique, towering like a grand ship, hung with bright red lanterns, warm orange light revealed, along with the reflections of stars and the moon, standing by the riverside, it had a special flavor. A master and a servant were talking. Young master, it's late, if the family head finds out, it will be disastrous. The old servant earnestly advised from the side. What are you afraid of? I, your young master, will stay here tonight. I heard that a few female disciples from the Hahuan sect have just arrived at the boat. I must savor the flavor tonight. The chubby boy held a folding fan, trying to strike a pose of a dashing young master, but being round in shape only made him a laughingstock. If my dad finds out, just say I'm cultivating. Dual cultivation is also cultivation, who says it isn't? Seeing this scene, Emily smiled slightly, finding it interesting. A teahouse attendant took advantage of pouring tea to explain, that is the young master of the Xiao family, Shaobao. Xiao family? Emily was surprised, he was quite sensitive to the surname Xiao. The store clerk smiled and said, that's the family that once produced an emperor of the imperial path, but this was many eras ago. With the passage of time, the Xiao family has gradually declined, now it's just a branch of the Xiao family in the Zhuque ancient city. Imperial path? Tell me more? Emily asked with great interest. Actually, a long time ago, the emperor of the Xiao family seized the position of emperor. Naturally, the Xiao family flourished for an era. When the Xiao emperor passed away, he left behind a special flame seed, and rumors say whoever controls this flame can wield 10,000 fires. But several eras have passed, and no one in the Xiao family has managed to control it. Wait, you said flame seed? Controlling fire, with the surname Xiao, this made Emily feel dazed, it sounded so familiar. The Xiao family can refine pills, right? The attendant suddenly looked at Emily with a strange gaze but still smiled to explain, of course they can refine pills. For several eras, the Xiao family has been known as a famous alchemy family, and the current master of the pill tower in Zhuque ancient city is also the elder head of the Xiao family. Really? Emily gently tapped his fingers on the tea table, producing a rhythmic sound. So what's the relationship between the master of the pill tower and that chubby boy? You mean young master Shaobao? The old tower master is his grandfather, and the old man dotes on this precious grandson, hardly letting him suffer any hardships. When encountering a bottleneck in cultivation, the old man personally refines medicines, so Shaobao cultivates as easily as drinking water, simply popping candy beans to break through. One last question. Emily withdrew his gaze, turning towards the boathouse's direction. How is the old head of the Xiao family's alchemy skill? Dear guest, you've asked the right person. The store clerk spoke eloquently, and it was not hard to see the pride and admiration on his face. The old master Xiao is the signature of our Zhuque ancient city. How many powerful figures have come seeking medicine only to return empty-handed? Even those from other states have come. His deeds could be told for 3 days and 3 nights without being excessive. Finally, Emily's fingers rhythmically tapped on the wooden table. He understood. The tower master of the Zhuque ancient city, that is the old master Xiao, was a top-notch alchemist, capable of refining holy pills at the quasi-saint level. Generally speaking, holy pills can only be refined by alchemists at the saint level, otherwise, they cannot withstand the power of the alchemic tribulations. It is clear that old master Xiao is indeed astonishing. Looking out at the shimmering river under the night sky, the stars shone brightly, and the silver moon reflected, with occasional charming laughter drifting through the air. Ghost Eye. In an instant, Emily activated the Ghost Eye, and the world in his eyes turned blood red, as the river was shrouded in a layer of blood mist. Oh! The child of destiny? Emily was astonished. Shaobao possessed incredible fortune, a luck so profound he had only seen in Qinyang. I don't recall this person in my memory? He remembered that there was no character named Shaobao in the storyline he had read. The night was silent, and Emily's fingers tapped out a rhythmic sound. At that moment, a plan slowly formed in Emily's heart. A crazy plan. If it succeeded, it would be a rebirth. If it failed, it would be buried here. Chapter 9, Preparation for the Plan. The next day, Emily donned a straw hat and headed to the Zhuque ancient city's library. He needed to look up the knowledge of the herbs for the rebirth pill, understanding the basic pharmacology and effects of the required materials to identify lower quality substitutes, so he could better implement the plan. In the quiet hallway, faint blue light fell from the ancient window panes, and beside the rows of slightly worn bookshelves, Emily frantically absorbed relevant ancient knowledge. The scrolls he read were all medical canons. He did not wish to become an alchemist, for he knew that alchemy required talent, which Emily clearly did not possess. What Emily was doing was simply trying to get a basic understanding of alchemical knowledge, knowing some fundamental effects of various herbs. Through the windows of the ancient books, he realized that herbs do not necessarily refer only to medicine. Anything that can nourish flesh and blood, refine the foundation and forge the soul can be called medicine. The definition of medicine is broad and complex. As knowledge flowed together like a fine stream, he gradually understood that alchemy is also a path. As he flipped open a tattered page, he was suddenly drawn to a line of text, unconsciously muttering aloud. The Divine Pharmacist's Canon? The Divine Pharmacist's Canon may seem worthless to other cultivators, but in the eyes of all alchemists, it is the supreme scripture, containing infinite pharmacology that could not be fully absorbed in a lifetime. The Supreme Canon authored by the Divine Pharmacist? Emily wondered. The Divine Pharmacist, an ancient and distant title, some records say the Divine Pharmacist is the embodiment of the path of medicine, while others claim that the Divine Pharmacist is actually an immortal who cultivated a divine elixir. Regarding the divine pharmacist, records about him can be traced back to the previous era, even to ancient and remote times of the wilderness. As time passed, Emily learned more about the pharmacology of herbs. Immortal divine medicines, holy fruits and medicines, the white flowers that bloom from the bones of corpses, the ephemeral phantom flowers that blossom under the starry sky, the stone egg fruits maturing over 1,000 years watered with blood, even the tears of mermaids, all can be called medicine. Time flowed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Emily had been in the library for over a month. Emily understood that the process would take a long time. After all, some herbs he had never even heard of. During this period, he was compelled to visit that black shop that made him gnash his teeth, to inquire about some hard-to-find herbs. The shopkeeper still smiled like a fox, especially when he saw the jade disc, his eyes gleaming, showing genuine affection for the disc. The rules of the black shop were simple: as long as the jade disc was offered, anything could be procured. Sometimes, Emily suspected the other party was just playing a cunning game, but he could not find any evidence. Finally, after over a month of sorting, Emily had finally clarified all the herbs for the rebirth pill and found the basic substitutes. All his efforts were for this crucial pill recipe. He could not refine pills, so, this pill can only be refined by someone else. Emily looked at the pill recipe in his hands, knowing that this recipe was the most important bargaining chip. For alchemists, a recipe that could heal the wounds of the Great Path was like a deadly poison, no one could refuse it. But to refine the reconstruction pill, one must be at least a saint-level alchemist, with extremely harsh conditions. Saint-level alchemists are rarer than saint herbs, and there isn't a single one in the entire eastern wilderness. However, in the fortress, Zhuque ancient city, where the three realms intersect, there just happens to be one, the master of the Alchemy Tower branch, the old head of the Xiao family. What he had to do was to give that incomplete recipe to old Master Xiao. Yet, those who refine this pill will be obliterated under the thunder of the Great Path, so it was absolutely impossible for Emoli to refine it himself. But based on the information he gathered, he felt there might be a chance for success in his plan. Chapter 10, The Mysterious Letter, Worm Valley. A few days later, Emoli disguised himself, reshaping his face into a new appearance, and his aura refreshed. Then he arrived beneath a towering, pitch-black tower. Alchemy Tower, a gathering place for alchemists, produces countless pills every year from here. For ordinary people to become alchemists, they must obtain certification from the Alchemy Tower. Due to the unique environment of Zhuque ancient city, the Alchemy Tower specially set up a branch here. The Alchemy Tower has 9 floors, each floor forming a unique strange space. Emoli stood in the lobby of the first floor, watching the flow of people coming and going. There were foreign merchants seeking pills and medicine, as well as noble young men and women dressed in finery. After a while, a girl with rabbit ears walked up to him with a fresh smile. "Hello, are you also here to register for the Alchemy Conference?" Alchemy Conference? Emoli suddenly remembered that the Alchemy Tower was holding the Triennial Alchemy Conference, attracting talented young alchemists from all sides. He heard that the prizes this year were extremely generous, and many cultivators were drooling over them. After thinking for a moment, the rabbit-eared girl smiled and said, "If you have no other needs, then I'll leave first." "Wait." The rabbit-eared girl asked, "Is there anything else you need?" Emoli replied, "I am looking for an old friend to deliver something to him." "Old friend?" The rabbit-eared girl was puzzled. "Yes, an old friend. His name is Xiao Wanshan. Perhaps you haven't heard this name, but you must know him, Old Tower Master Xiao." "Where is he?" At the top floor of the Alchemy Tower, greenish-blue vines climbed up the round bamboo window, and a faint golden incense burner was softly steaming, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. Xiao Wanshan sat before a vine chair, with a blank piece of letter paper presented to him by the rabbit-eared girl on the table. This type of letter paper was stained with blood from the mirage of the Western Sea, making it impossible to explore the content on the paper. Only by burning the letter would the characters appear in one's mind, arranged into passages of text. "He suddenly left and just asked me to deliver this letter to you. He said you would definitely be interested," the rabbit-eared girl said truthfully. Xiao Wanshan asked, "Did he say anything else?" The rabbit-eared girl thought for a moment and added, "He said that you know him, he is an old friend." She did not dare to be negligent. Perhaps this person was indeed some great power. After all, anyone who knew the Tower Master was not an ordinary figure. Master Xiao looked at the letter on the table, stroking his long white beard with one hand, frowning, struggling to remember who it could be. At that moment, a flicker of fire from the incense burner burned up magically, then swelled, growing limbs, gradually transforming into a human form. "All right, you can leave now," Old Master Xiao instructed. After the rabbit-eared girl left, the middle-aged man transformed from the flame showed an exhausted expression, starting with a line, "I can't control your grandson anymore." Old Master Xiao was taken aback and then quickly understood. "What do you mean your grandson?" "That is your son." "The old man can't manage his son, what do you want me for?" As soon as the flame man heard this, the flames on top of his head instantly flared up, and the temperature around suddenly rose. "Just ask you, do you manage or not?" Your grandson spends every day lingering in places of flowers and willow trees. What have you become? Xiao was surprisingly silent. He naturally knew that the floating boat was a big dying vat, and he understood his grandson Xiaobao's temperament well. But in the end, he was still his grandson, spoiled and naughty. His words of reprimand went in one ear and out the other. So he didn't bother to care. After all, Xiaobao still had his father to deal with him. It wasn't his turn to manage. Thinking of this, Xiao suddenly became bold, puffing out his chest a bit. You are Xiaobao's father. If the son does not learn, it is the father's fault. Upon hearing this, the flame man snorted, flames blazing and anger surging. But due to the presence of this person being his father, he couldn't help but stifle his rage. Do you really not know that Xiaobao often uses your name to defy? The flame man was bursting with anger. Relying on the old man Zhao's indulgence, Xiaobao became increasingly arrogant, having the attitude of, if you try to touch me, just see what happens? He didn't even put his own father in his eyes. Is that so? Old man Xiao stroked his beard, his gaze wandering, forcing a laugh. Father, you should advise Xiaobao properly. I have a feeling this era is extraordinary. There's news from the Zhengzhou main house. When talking about the blood and passion of the young talents competing for supremacy, he couldn't help but think of his useless son at home. Xiaobao had never experienced hardship. His cultivation level rose rapidly by smashing pills like drinking water, leading to a very weak foundation, stuck at the return to one realm for a long time. Yet as Xiaobao himself would say, cultivating is so hard, I just chose to eat a little less. Anyway, everyone will die, I choose to lie down and die in comfort. Sai, you should advise him. If he continues to decline and has no ambition, I will throw him into the Insect Valley, regardless of his life or death. This statement truly startled old man Xiao. The Insect Valley isn't just some ordinary dangerous place, it's a land of great evil. Legend has it that an ancient Zhuque battled against a toxic insect of unknown origin, and that battle turned the ground red for 1,000 miles, with poisonous fog swirling. In the end, it ended with both perishing. The place where the ancient Zhuque fell was where the Zhuque flames burned, and after the passage of time, the power of the flames gradually diminished, giving rise to the Zhuque ancient city. While in the place where the toxic insect perished, a sinister poisonous mist enveloped the entire valley, full of countless toxic insects. Ordinary cultivators who touched it would die instantly. There have been powerful beings who attempted to enter the Insect Valley in search of a special poisonous herb to serve as a crucial medicinal material, but the moment they stepped into the toxic mist, they never emerged again. All poisonous flowers and herbs are medicinal materials, and during that time, the Insect Valley constantly attracted a large number of cultivators, yet without exception, they all turned into skeletons, forever remaining inside. Alright, I will go persuade Xiaobao now. Old man Xiao made up his mind to first inform his precious grandson quietly. His son was indeed ruthless, willing to throw his grandson into the Insect Valley. He should have thrown him in there back then too. It seems like he really was thrown before he kicked him down. Wait a minute, he wouldn't still remember, would he? Xiao raised his eyes, secretly glancing at the flame man, like a guilty old man, only to find his son staring straight at him. Sure enough, he still remembers what happened back then. Xiao secretly murmured. Back then, his son was tricked into being kicked down to the Insect Valley for training, and this guy held a grudge for a long time. Ahem. Xiao pretended to clear his throat and said, got it, you go busy with your matters. Once the flame man disappeared, Xiao didn't even have time to look at the letter on the desk and hurried to find his grandson to inform him. If nothing else works, let Xiaobao leave home first and temporarily stay away from this ruthless and vicious father. Chapter 11, Generational Affection. Soon, as the night mist spread along the riverbank, the silver moon appeared, and the stars flickered, with a warm breeze that was intoxicating. In the distance, the painted boat was still warm red and enchanting, the fragrant wind entwined, mixed with the soft voices of women. Xiaobao arrived as promised, his chubby face beaming with a brilliant smile. Oh, young Master Xiao, why did you come so late? The girls have been waiting anxiously. Saying this, the half-aged madam threw a flower. With a flick of her charming eyes, Xiaobao's allure remained intact. I understand. As a seasoned veteran of the fireworks lane, Xiaobao squinted and whispered to the old madam. I've heard that recently, the noble ladies from the sects in the East Wilderness have been going missing. Is this true? Upon hearing this, the old madam immediately understood what this fellow was thinking. After spending so long in the world of mortals, it was clear as day whether the guests were easy or tough. Is that so? The East Wilderness has nothing to do with our Zhuque ancient city. We only know that recently, some delicate new girls have arrived at the painted boat tower. The old fox and the young fox exchanged a glance, the warm wind blowing through, and everything was silent yet understood. Good, then this young master will wait and see tonight, and have a taste. Xiaobao smiled brightly, revealing his white teeth. He closed his jade folding fan with a snap, and when he looked up, he found the old madam frozen in place, her smile stuck on her face, as if she had seen a ghost. Xiao. Xiaobao's face showed displeasure. Xiao what Xiao, even if the King of Heaven comes, it won't do any good. In Zhuque ancient city, whether one is a dragon or a horse, they must lie down for this young master. But suddenly, Xiaobao realized, his heart skipped a beat, his eyes blinking, cold sweat breaking out. In the glow of the lights, two shadows emerged from behind, one tall and one short. Could it be that the black-hearted old man has really come? Damn it, why didn't anyone warn me in advance? His father was always ruthless, not even sparing his only biological son. If he knew his son was deceiving him under the pretense of cultivating, spending every day in brothels seeking pleasure, wouldn't he be skinned alive? Thinking of this made Xiaobao very anxious, cold sweat in his palms, and he didn't dare to turn around to face the dripping black face. But suddenly he thought that he couldn't always be under Xiao Hei's thumb, so he gathered his courage. Xiao Hei, I warn you, if you dare to touch even a hair on me, I will report you to Grandpa. Saying you mistreated his only grandson. Xiao Hei was actually a nickname Xiaobao gave to his father because his father always had a dark face when he saw him. Behind him, the black line on the forehead of Master Xiao could crush a fly. This grandson of his talked nonsense and threatened casually. Master Xiao, really? Then he's dead for sure, I won't spare him. Xiaobao, exactly, Grandpa, you. Just as he got halfway through, Xiaobao suddenly felt something was off. The voice was very familiar, it was not Xiao Hei. It was. Xiaobao turned his chubby neck cautiously and turned around, Grandpa. Old Master Xiao frowned, and his face under the orange lamp looked quite dark. I heard that Xiao Hei mistreated you? You still want to report him to me? Xiaobao forced a smile, which looked worse than crying, Grandpa, that, you heard wrong. Really? Old Master Xiao narrowed his eyes. Xiaobao shivered, really, you really heard wrong. Xiaobao. The sudden angry yell made Xiaobao stiffen, like electricity coursing through him, raising goosebumps. Indeed, I've been too indulgent with you. Your father wants to throw you into the Insect Valley to fend for yourself. I couldn't bear to do that. I never expected you would dare to touch the kidnapping and sale of noble ladies from the East Wilderness. Do you know what kind of trouble this will cause? What? Before old Master Xiao finished, Xiaobao suddenly broke a note. He only heard the first half of the sentence. Xiao Hei wants to throw me into the Insect Valley? Xiaobao's eyes widened, his pupils filled with disbelief. What is the Insect Valley? A place that eats people without spitting out bones, a terrible place where he wouldn't survive a minute. Grandpa, Xiao Hei is truly vicious, this is simply abuse, yes, abuse. Xiaobao jumped anxiously, unable to imagine how dark and bleak life would be if he were thrown into the Insect Valley. Master Xiao didn't give a good face, as if he had made up his mind, if he continued to allow his grandson to be this absurd, who knows what kind of disaster would arise. By the riverside, a warm breeze swept through. Old Master Xiao angrily left, and seeing Xiaobao looking dejected, the old madam cautiously inquired. Xiao young master? What about tonight? Tonight? What tonight? Tonight, as usual, I will fight until dawn. Since death is inevitable, we might as well enjoy today. Xiaobao's expression was resolute, he quickly emerged from the blow and bit his teeth, cursing his old man madly. It must be Xiao Hei, that wicked guy can't stand seeing me live happily and carefree, that detestable Xiao Hei. In the distance, at the tea house, by the window, the bright moon cast colorful lights. Emily took a sip of the local fire mulberry tea, looking at the resolute figure of Shaobao stepping into the boat building, and couldn't help but chuckle. Although she couldn't hear what the grandfather and grandson said, it wasn't hard to guess the gist of the story from their reactions. Returning to the Dan Tower. Xiao Tower Master stood in front of the window covered with spiritual vines, the soft white moonlight poured down, he had a complex expression, thinking whether he had been too harsh on his grandson just now. Alas, I won't think about it anymore, my grandson has his father to take care of him. Though he said so, he couldn't help but worry about Xiaobao's safety after entering the Insect Valley. Years ago, Xiao Hei was known as the leading figure of that generation, his talent could match the new generation of prodigies from the Central State's main family. However, even as strong as Xiao Hei, after entering the Insect Valley, he faced life-threatening situations and nearly died. And his grandson Xiaobao's talent, relying heavily on pills to advance, was far from comparable to the likes of Xiao Hei at the same period. So there was that worry. Returning to the wicker chair, planning to lie down and close his eyes to rest, he suddenly caught sight of the letter on the wooden table. Just now, he seemed to remember that someone calling himself an acquaintance had given him this letter. With a thought, he gathered the fire, burning the letter, and instantly, the written words poured into his mind. Gradually, the change in Xiao Tower Master's eyes was dramatic, from initial shock to joy, astonishment, and finally suspicion. This alchemy recipe. As an alchemist, he could tell at a glance that this recipe was precious and extraordinary, even touching on forbidden ground. Rebirth pill? Can cultivation be restarted? He murmured to himself. If the effects of the rebirth pill were true to the recipe, it would be unprecedented, making him think of the Pharmacist God's Classic. Could it be that the sender had the inheritance of the Pharmacist God's Classic? It seemed that only the Pharmacist God's Classic could possess such an extraordinary alchemy recipe. No, the Pharmacist God's Classic has been lost for many years and has long disappeared without a trace. Looking at the ashes left by the burning letter on the ground, his gaze became slightly focused as he pondered something. The recipe seems to lack some medicinal materials, as if deliberately left unwritten. Currently, it's impossible to determine which few are missing. If the missing materials were key ingredients, even if he understood the alchemy steps, he would not be able to refine the pills. At that moment, he suddenly thought of his grandson. Rebirth pill? Foundation rebirth? Wait a minute, doesn't that mean Xiaobao's foundation has a chance to start over? Xiaobao's foundation was incredibly weak, relying almost entirely on pills for cultivation. This matter, to some extent, was also his grandfather's fault, almost to the point of spoiling Xiaobao, having a grandparent's affection and unwilling to let his grandson suffer even a little. But if there is the rebirth pill, his grandson can break the cocoon and start over. At least he would have a stronger foundation than now, if not a peerless genius. Xiao old man thought a lot. On one side was his grandson, and on the other, he felt that the person who sent the alchemy recipe seemed to be doing it on purpose. Poof, poof. He waved his sleeve, and a large amount of spiritual energy gathered into a ball. Then a cluster of crimson Zhuque fire rose in his palm, throwing it into the spiritual energy. Puff! The spiritual energy bathed in fire burned, and the brilliant flame surged into white mist. Open! Xiao old man flicked a drop of his blood from his fingertip, dropping it into the enveloping white mist. He wanted to find out who sent the alchemy recipe. Suddenly, the mist, like clouds breaking at dawn, revealed a mysterious corner, tracing the source. He saw a boy he had never seen before, with a gaunt and pale face, like a traveler from the desert, handing the letter to a girl with rabbit ears. Right after, he pushed aside the mist once more, wanting to trace back the footsteps of the youth. I actually can't break through the mist? He was puzzled. Another drop of essence blood fused into the void, the mist surged, and the light of dawn rose, but soon calmed down. Can't search for traces? Lord Xiao quietly pondered, his brows slightly furrowed, as if whispering softly, who exactly is hiding behind the scenes? Chapter 12, Exposing Oneself. Time flies, like the silent flowing river, without a sound. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. During these 2 months, Emily no longer went to the library pavilion but instead went to the fragrant and picturesque Windflower Hospital. During this time, Emily idled away the days, becoming astonishingly flirtatious, indulging in life amidst the dazzling nights and the scattered moonlight of song and wine. Brother Xiao, I raise a glass to you. Emily invited him to drink, seeming both drunk and sad. Damn those outstanding talents, I don't give a damn, it's exhausting, might as well enjoy this moment, enjoy life. Cheers! Shaobao, somewhat unsteady, stepped forward, pulling Emily's neck, calling him brother. Brother Mo, it's been Xiaobao seemed unable to handle the alcohol, belching. I don't even know when Xiao He will throw me into the insect valley, living one day at a time. Emily, that's right, drink today's wine and be drunk today, why worry about tomorrow? Ding! As the wine cups clinked, the two indulged in the dreamlike dance of wine and pleasure. Naturally, this had to start from 2 months ago. 2 months ago. Emily entered the deck boat, toasting and chatting joyfully with Xiaobao. Though Xiaobao was chubby, his mind was sharp. Among peers, few like him were immersed in wine and pleasure all day, making Emily's appearance catch his attention. But Xiaobao didn't reveal his thoughts, believing that his approach was mostly related to his grandfather, seeking elixirs and medicines, nothing more. He needed a companion anyway, and since he would soon enter the insect valley for training, approaching Emily directly was impractical. Surprisingly, they chatted very happily, as if there were endless topics to discuss. From the northern plateau to the forbidden burial ground, from the vast sea to the mysteries of life, Xiaobao increasingly felt, life is short, one should seize the moment for joy. Whenever they reached this point in conversation, Xiaobao always noticed a slightly sad look in Emily's eyes, as if he had deeply understood the hardships of life, strongly affirming his creed. Xiaobao was overjoyed. After so many years, finally, someone agreed with his creed and principles. After drinking, finding a kindred spirit, amidst the enchanting dance of the courtesans, the two drank a lot more. In the days that followed, every splendid night, Emily accompanied Xiaobao in seeking pleasure. Until one time after drinking, perhaps slightly inebriated, Xiaobao inadvertently revealed that he would soon enter the insect valley for training. He casually glanced at Emily, discovering that the other looked stunned, a fleeting look of disappointment in his eyes. Xiaobao fell silent, feeling a bit regretful at the thought of losing his companion in seeking pleasure. But unexpectedly, another night passed, and Emily came as promised. Xiaobao was slightly surprised. Brother Mo, why are you? Emily smiled brightly, as if seeing through the other's confusion. Why am I still here to accompany you? Saying this, he tossed over a gourd glistening with orange red, filled with fire wine, warm wind blowing, the hair at his temples scattering. I have stories to tell, taking advantage of the wine and time. At the tail of the boat, the two leaned against the wooden railing, the river water rippling below, scattering the thousands of stars in moonlight, leaving only flickering waves of light. To be honest, I come from Zhengzhou, from the Mo family. The Mo family, a great imperial family that has produced emperors, just like your Xiao family. Emily smiled, gazing at the broken stars in the river, his eyes pure and flawless. You also know, big families, especially imperial families, have thousands of clan members in fierce competition. Actually, sometimes I really envy Brother Xiao, as a branch of the Xiao family, rooted in the Vermilion Bird ancient city, unbound by the main family. Shaobao looked at him for a long time, and he was sure that envious look in Emily's eyes couldn't be mistaken. Once, I too had fiery blood. After all, countless talents exist in this world. There is always a place for me. But the truth is cruel. On the day of the Mo family's bloodline awakening ceremony, I couldn't awaken for a long time, and even now. As she spoke, Emily's internal energy surged, a subtle force stirred, and then intricate and profound patterns appeared on her forehead, resembling a lotus flower blooming with petals. It's no fear that you know, the sign of the Mo family's bloodline awakening is that golden petals appear on the forehead. As for me, he. Shaobao watched everything keenly, and he clearly saw that the petals on Emily's forehead only had a vague outline. Very useless, right? Emily smiled self-mockingly. But at that time, I did not believe in fate. I thought I could create my own path without relying on the Mo family's bloodline. So, I left Zhengzhou, having heard about the treasures in forbidden areas, so I went there alone. However, the truth proved I was wrong. I narrowly escaped with my life, but was already gravely injured. At this point, Shaobao narrowed his eyes, wanting to say something but was interrupted. Emily, I know what you want to say. After all, the Xiao family is a pill-refining family, and the level of Master Xiao is unmatched. But Emily did not continue, but stood up to show Shaobao the scars, as actions speak louder than words. This is you. Shock filled Shaobao's eyes. Dao injury? Emily shook her head, smiling sadly. A Dao injury still has hope, but what I have is more accurately called Great Dao Scar. The foundational trauma inflicted by a person, leaving indelible scars, is called a Dao injury. While damage inflicted by the rules of the Great Dao erases all hope for the future, this is the Great Dao Scar. A Dao injury may have a chance for survival if one has great fortune or opportunity, perhaps risking one's life to enter a life-restricted area to seek a glimmer of hope. But mine is a mark of the Great Dao. It is incurable, not even your grandfather can help. The path ahead is cut off, and I can only survive within the lifespan limited by the return to one realm. As for competing with the talents and the Emperor's position, none of it has anything to do with me. So, living one day at a time, drink today, and be happy. After finishing, Emily took a sip of wine. Shaobao remained silent, unable to speak for a long time. At that moment, a gentle breeze stirred, Emily's hair danced in the wind, and her eyes could hardly hold the vast starry sea. Brother Mo, that Shaobao hesitated to speak. Emily smiled generously. It's fine, after all, my approaching you cannot be ill-intended. Shaobao, what do you mean? Emily shook the wine gourd in her hand. There is no wine money left, even the jade coins for seeking pleasure are few. Upon hearing this, Shaobao laughed heartily. Count it as mine, from now on, it's all on me. Come, drink. We won't go back until we're drunk. We won't go back until we're drunk. Zhuque ancient city, Xiao family. Head of the family, we've found it. Speak. Xiao He had a serious expression, just as Shaobao described. His face was sour from beginning to end. The person playing with the young master is indeed a disciple of the Mo family in Zhengzhou. The lotus pattern exhibited by the Mo bloodline is unmistakable. Moreover, we have confirmed with the main family that there is indeed a Emily, as he said, has long left the Mo family to explore the world. After Emily recounted her story, the protectors secretly watching over Shaobao immediately began to verify and found it matched Emily's account without any discrepancy. Mo family? Xiao He pondered. You say he has a great Dao scar? Yes, my subordinate has personally experienced it. It is undoubtedly a great Dao scar. Xiao He did not speak further, unwilling to bother with Shaobao anymore. Thinking of that brat made him headache. Upon learning that his carefree days were about to end, he was living like a madman. He used to find some excuses to put him off, but now he was too lazy to even pretend. Forget it, let him be. We will talk after my father finishes refining the pills. He also didn't know why Master Xiao suddenly announced pill refining, saying he wants to wait for him to get out before letting Shaobao go to the Worm Valley for training. But somehow, he had an unsettling feeling about it. Chapter 13, Kidnapping. Daytime. Emily looked at the drunken Shaobao, bent down, and shook him. Shaobao opened his hazy eyelids. He had drunk too much last night and hadn't used spirit energy to sober up, lying on the ground like a pile of mud. Xiao brother, see, I told you that you can't hold your liquor. Xiaobao turned over, his belly up, burping, the smell of alcohol overwhelming. One more drink to rest, one more drink to rest. Emily smiled slightly, you look just like a pile of mud. Saying this, Emily propped up Xiaobao's arm and draped it over his shoulder. Let's go. The daytime boats and painted pleasure crafts are closed. If you want to sleep here, I have no objections. Thank you, Emo brother. Xiaobao grinned broadly. In the morning, the gentle sunlight floated, and Emily carried Xiaobao, walking on the somewhat chilly street. A night of drunkenness left both of them feeling tired. Hey, by the way, Xiao brother, you should lose some weight, you're heavy as a person can be. Hee, I call this being solid. They walked and helped each other, passing the familiar tavern with flags fluttering, unable to resist glancing inside. Xiao brother, can you still drink another cup? Fiery liquor or gentle fire mulberry wine, either one is fine. No more, hick, I can't drink anymore. Xiao brother, you can't say that. A prime minister's belly can hold a boat, that's called being able to drink, yours is just sinking. In the cheerful banter, they reached Zhao's residence. Emily threw his hand, dropped Xiaobao, and casually patted his butt and left. Xiao brother, the same time, the same place. Emily raised his hand behind him. Okay. Returning to the inn, the moment Emily touched the wooden bed, he fell asleep. This sleep lasted until evening, the lights in the Zhuque ancient city began to brighten, the night was shrouded, and a warm wind wrapped around the slightly restless spiritual energy, making one feel rejuvenated. Emily hurried to the drawing hall as promised. Descending the stairs, he heard the drinking patrons discussing. It's strange, according to the norm, the Xiao Tower Master should attend the 3-year Alchemy Conference, but for some reason, he hasn't appeared this year? I heard that a big figure asked the Xiao Tower Master to help refine pills, but it was reported that the Xiao Tower Master has been in seclusion for a long time. Seclusion? The Xiao Tower Master hasn't secluded himself for many years, right? Could it be that he is about to break through to a saint? Don't know, it could also be that he is refining some kind of ultimate pill. Someone saw that many precious herbs were purchased by the Dan Tower, perhaps the Xiao Tower Master really is refining a legendary pill. On the boat and painted pleasure craft, Shaobao had long been waiting. Emo brother, you're late. Shaobao raised the corner of his mouth, looking forward to the joy of the night. Here, for you. Emily tossed over a bottle of wine gourd, fiery liquor, just brewed, took a little time. Only someone who knows me would. Fiery liquor, also known as fiery blue, is brewed from the spring water flowing through the Zhuque ancient city, which holds Zhuque divine power. The moment it enters the mouth, it feels like being burned by intense fire, but after the brief spiciness, there is endless sweetness. Remember to reimburse me for the wine money. Got it. Shaobao took the wine gourd and hooked Emily's arm, strolling into the pleasure den. Days passed, day by day. Emily and Shaobao enjoyed themselves daily. It seemed they had been in the Zhuque ancient city for more than 3 months. During this time, he seemed to have forgotten the pain and set aside the scars of the Great Way. Another morning broke. Emily supported the drunken Shaobao, walking on the street. Passing the tavern they usually bought from, Emily spoke. Xiao brother, can you drink still? Another jug of fiery blue? In these days, Xiaobao's drinking capacity had greatly increased, a mere fiery blue was naturally nothing to worry about. Come on. Let's see who falls down first, who's afraid of who? Good, who's afraid of who? The two supported each other, swaying as they entered the tavern. But once inside, they never came out again. When Xiaobao's guardian realized something was wrong, it was already too late. The two had disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated, leaving not even a slight mark behind. Chapter 14, The Beginning and End of the Plan. On the other side, inside a dark and damp cave, Shaobao awoke to the sting of water drops from the stalactite. Awake? Emily's smile remained gentle. Brother Mo, what is this? Shaobao was confused, looking at the sealing chains on his body. Of course, it's a kidnapping. Emily said lightly. Brother Mo, don't joke, this is not funny at all. Shaobao tried to break free from the chains, but found that all his spiritual veins were sealed, leaving him unable to use any strength. Do you think I am joking? Emily spoke in a calm tone, and at that moment, seeing Emily's chillingly dark eyes, Shaobao realized that he was not joking at all. Why? Shaobao did not understand. Because I am injured, and I need a special elixir to cure it completely. What injury? I told you before, the scar of the Great Way. Impossible, the scar of the Great Way can never be healed unless you have the elixir of immortality. Emily smiled, but it was more obscure, like a flower blooming in the mist. Naturally, I do not have the elixir of immortality, but what I told you before is not fiction. It's just that there are bits of truth and bits of lies, only the parties involved know. Now, you are the most crucial part of my plan. Plan? What plan? Xiaobao still could not understand how his once lifelong friend had suddenly become like a different person. The plan began several months ago. On that day, after obtaining the formula for the remodeling pill through the system exchange, the light in Mo Li's eyes gradually extinguished after finishing the last segment of text. The text read, "Those who refine this pill will be struck down by the lightning of the Great Way." This meant that the moment the pill came into existence, it would summon a pill tribulation, which the alchemist would have to endure themselves. But that is the lightning of the Great Way. Since ancient times, records concerning the lightning of the Great Way have been few and far between. Great powers have sacrificed countless lives and used the strength of the entire domain to defy the heavens, breaking the shackles of lifespan, to live again. But the final outcome was always that the grand power perished with their path. Almost no one could withstand this order lightning that touched the root source. All alchemists inevitably died, and the defying divine pills turned to ashes in the pill tribulation. By the end, Mo Li's heart felt cold, half frozen. No one would be willing to sacrifice their life for a pill, and moreover, Mo Li couldn't find an alchemist capable of refining it. But he stumbled across information about Shaobao, and the master of the pill tower, Old Man Xiao. Thus, Mo Li saw hope. He learned from the tea-house waiter of the profound alchemical skills of Old Man Xiao, and also understood the old man's indulgence towards his grandson. Therefore, his target was set on Master Xiao. But there were several key problems: how to make the other party willingly refine the pill. Also, how to ensure that the other party could succeed on the first try to avoid any accidents. So, he turned his target to Shaobao. It could be said that this was a gamble. He was betting on whether Old Man Xiao would be willing to withstand the Great Way pill tribulation for his grandson, gambling that this familial bond would be strong enough. So, he needed to investigate. Fortunately, Mo Li saw hope once again. Whether it was Shaobao robbing the goods of the ancient city because it was fun or stepping on forces to oppress others, everything was handled by the Xiao family, the Old Man Xiao cleaning up after him. It could be said that Shaobao had become a treasure in the hands of Old Man Xiao. Thus, Mo Li was sure that this gamble had a chance of winning, and Shaobao had become the key to helping Old Man Xiao refine the pill. But as old problems were solved, new ones emerged one after another. How to get close to Shaobao? And how to stealthily kidnap him? In a powerful sect like the Xiao family, even if it was a branch, there would secretly be protectors following them, let alone the status of Shaobao as the young master. Mo Li admitted he could not completely kidnap someone in a single breath. After all, Shaobao's protectors only needed a moment to react. Moreover, although Shaobao was reckless, he was not a fool, he would resist. Mo Li and Shaobao were both in the Unity realm, but in a real fight, Mo Li might not be able to defeat Shaobao, as Shaobao had many treasures. Therefore, Mo Li changed his approach to get close to Shaobao. What kind of person can walk under the eyes of mighty beings without being noticed? Naturally, it is the weak, like ants, that can move freely without attracting attention because they are small and unable to stir much trouble. What do giant elephants ever care about the behavior of ants? Thus, Mo Li needed to show his weakness and reveal his purpose. The Mo family, the wounds of the Great Path, these were all the aspects Mo Li deliberately displayed. He was just a pathetic guy who could only be confined to the Unity realm for his whole life, posing no threat. Moreover, Mo Li and Shaobao mixed day and night. If he had bad intentions, he would have acted a long time ago. The repeated patterns of behavior had long been transparent, not just Shaobao was numb to it. Additionally, since Mo Li revealed his own roots, losing the mystery that once surrounded him, a transparent person is always inconspicuous. In the end, Mo Li succeeded. He deceived everyone, fooled Shaobao, even tricked the hidden guardian who watched over, and when entering the tavern, activated the pre-prepared array to shield the guardian's perception. All it took was a single breath, just one breath, to silently take Shaobao away. After all, they often went into this tavern, a familiar place. As for the last question, how to ensure that Master Xiao could successfully refine in one go? Because Mo Li only had one chance to kidnap Shaobao, the risk of accidents was already immense. He had no second chance to try again. So, Mo Li handed over the formula he had for the pill to Master Xiao, but it was not the complete formula. Mo Li knew the value of this formula. It was unprecedentedly precious, and it was impossible for the formula to remain in the Xiao family. Therefore, he thought of a compromise, omitting some key medicinal materials from the formula, while using the existing spiritual medicine that could be collected to replace those ancient materials that were long lost. To achieve this, he needed to have enough knowledge of herbal medicine. So, Mo Li spent nearly a month figuring out the substitutes for the ancient medicinal materials in the formula, deliberately omitting some key materials, and handed the incomplete formula to Master Xiao. During this time, he waited for Master Xiao to gain sufficient experience in refining pills, to ensure he could complete the subsequent materials and succeed in one attempt. Although Mo Li could not guarantee that Master Xiao would definitely refine the pills and accumulate experience, fortunately, because of his grandson Xiaobao's weak foundation, Master Xiao seemed particularly hardworking for his grandson. He listened to discussions in the crowd and gathered information from places like the auction to understand the demand and usage of medicinal materials, thus roughly judging which missing spiritual medicines old Master Xiao managed to replace. Emoli kept waiting. He waited for more than 3 months and finally waited for the right moment to arrive. Now, this plan was already half successful. The remaining half depended on how far old Master Xiao could go for his grandson. Of course, he still had a backup, the guardian who had never appeared, Mo Shang. Yes, Mo Shang was of the same clan as him, a guardian from the family. According to logic, the original bloodline had not yet been activated, so he should not have the qualifications for a guardian. This was also a point Emoli could not figure out. Though he couldn't understand, he indeed had it. In the damp and dark cave, the floating array shielded this place, while outside, there was also a misty great formation that concealed the traces. Emoli sealed every item on Shaobao, even taking off his robes and underwear to prevent him from using any special escape or communication methods. Locking the demon sealing chain, sealing the spiritual pulse, Shaobao was like a useless person. What's wrong, Shai? Just before, when you copulated with the Saintess, Brother Xiao was indeed very brave. Like a victorious general on the battlefield, sweeping the world with a single shot, causing the enemy to collapse and fall. Emoli teased as always. Shaobao remained silent, unexpectedly not cursing loudly. Actually, I really don't understand, even a fool like you can get such a good seed. Emoli patted Xiaobao's chubby face, laughter changing, and genuine mockery appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the cave echoed with the sound of footsteps, and then a man entered. It was Emoli's protector, Mo Shang. Emoli had not asked the protector to guard in secret before, showing a side of his weakness, also ordering him to do other things. Everything is ready. Mo Shang said plainly. Emoli raised a smile. Everything is in place, just waiting for the pill to be ready. To succeed means rebirth, to fail means to fall. Chapter 15, The Thief Strikes Rich. Inside the cave, Emoli opened Xiaobao's space ring, seemingly searching for something. Since he had bound the other party, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures belonged to him. Oh, Brother Xiao, there are quite a few spiritual treasures. Emoli rummaged through the dazzling treasures, finding a blood-red ginseng that radiated with crimson light, said to grow atop the bones of the vermilion bird, condensing its essence blood. There was also a long spear burning with crimson flames. Looking at the mysterious patterns on the spear's body, a faint dragon's roar echoed, as if a powerful master craftsman had forged the soul of a fire dragon within, making the fire spear even more formidable. Oh? A sacred pill? Emoli took out a deep blue pill, surrounded by water blue spiritual patterns, feeling a wave of comfort just by touching it, the water blue radiance enveloping him, cleansing the marred meridians within. Even before taking it, its effects were already evident. This was the sacred pill, an extremely precious pill. Pills that have undergone the sacred pill thunder tribulation contain traces of rule power, and this deep blue sacred pill, Emoli guessed, should be a healing type of pill. Wow, another sacred pill. Emoli again took out a bright red pill from the space ring. The surface of the red pill burned with gentle flames, the shape of the flames occasionally forming a red lotus, and at times transforming into the figure of a fierce beast with brown-red fur, its ghostly image still retaining the power of a king. A quasi-sacred level great demon? Could it be that this sacred pill is a fusion of a great demon's inner core and spiritual fire? Emoli felt his scalp tingle, unable to help but marvel at the alchemical skills of old Master Xiao. The so-called sacred pill refers to pills that possess the rules and resonance of a saint. If there are 100 saints, then there is only one who simultaneously holds the identity of an alchemist, making him truly unique. He had previously studied alchemy for a month, understanding the rigorous and challenging nature of alchemy. But such an extraordinary pill, the perfect fusion of demon power and spiritual energy, with their incredibly violent strengths being harmoniously balanced, could be called a miracle. This was the first time he had seen it. Is it possible that swallowing this pill would temporarily grant me a trace of quasi-saint or even saint's power? Emoli held the exquisite red pill in his hand, curling up a smirk, suddenly looking wickedly at the corner where Shaobao was. Brother Xiao, it's a pity you don't have the chance to swallow this pill. As facts would prove, Emoli's initial thought was correct. As long as Shaobao was given a moment to react, in the instant he swallowed the pill, it would be a different ending. Then, Emoli rummaged again and took out a small tower. The small tower was entirely an ancient bronze color, seemingly cast from some kind of mother metal, stained with the marks of time, looking ancient and worn. The top of the small tower was missing a corner. Emoli held it to his ear to listen. Can I really hear someone reciting scriptures? Is it an illusion? Emoli wondered. He listened again and found it was not a delusion. The ancient sound of scripture came from within a dilapidated old tower, the voice faint, as if coming from ancient times, and the obscure symbols left Emoli confused. Buddhist treasure? It sounds like it is saying something? Source, life. The vague and difficult language drilled into his mind. In an instant, a strange phenomenon occurred. Mo immediately covered his ears, his mind feeling as if stirred by some ancient power. Xiaobao looked at Mo's state, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. He's about to be enlightened. Mo cried, covering his head. Buddha! Buddha! Butcher's knife! At this moment, Mo's whole body transformed into sounds of mantras, golden characters swirling around him, and behind him, mysterious Buddhist radiant light filled the air, as if he had entered the Buddhist realm. The tower was strange, even Xiaobao had stumbled upon it accidentally, and even his father couldn't determine its rank. He too could hear the mysterious scriptures, but it felt extremely vague to him. He thought it was fun and pocketed it. Later, Xiaobao unexpectedly discovered that the mysterious voices inside the tower had different effects on different people. He witnessed a murderer who had killed over 10,000 cultivators instantly transformed upon hearing the Buddhist sounds, subsequently shaving his hair and returning to the Buddhist path. Yet, he felt nothing himself. Now, Xiaobao looked at the struggling Mo with shock. His reaction was particularly intense, as if he were fighting against the mysterious Buddhist sounds. Xiaobao watched coldly and noticed that Mo's eyes alternated between blood red and shining with golden light from the Buddha, wildly tearing between both. The treasures of the Buddhist realm are bizarre. You are merely at the unity realm, Xiaobao muttered to himself, but soon, Mo's struggles began to calm down, the golden light of the Buddha in his eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by his original clarity. Ha! Mo exhaled a breath of turbid air, wiping the virtual sweat from his forehead. This Buddhist stuff is very demonic. I almost got transformed. What a pity. Mo suddenly tilted his head like a freak who had broken his neck and looked at Xiaobao. I couldn't let you witness that day. Mo believed he was a pervert, his soul always in a state of repression, a state of hidden eruption. Compared to the madness of the pervert, the whispers from the Buddhist realm felt like childish songs bringing joy to the heart and mind. I didn't expect that Brother Xiao has such a backhand. I underestimated you, Mo. Mo smiled, his smile chilling. Although this couldn't be considered a tactic, it gave Xiaobao hope. However, this was one of his few chances. Now, the opportunity was gone. Mo carefully examined the tower in his hand, finding no additional anomalies, and stored it away. Then, Mo began to search Xiaobao's spatial ring again, but this time more cautiously. After all, he had almost stumbled into a trap just now. I thought Brother Xiao might be immensely wealthy, but I never expected that just the treasures and medicines in this spatial ring would far exceed expectations. Mo held a handful of spirit pills, and after exploring all of Xiaobao's treasures, he couldn't help but exclaim. This time, he had a clear and distinct concept of the word wealthy. Piles of spirit herbs, all of good rank, some even beyond Mo's imagination, including spirit pills, profound pills, and even sacred pills were all there. Among them, the large medicines dazzled the eyes, such as Ganoderma, 4-color daylilies, ghostly mist flowers, 5-flower grass, vermilion flame fruits, and ice crystal chill gems. Some spirit herbs could even sell for sky-high prices at auctions. Mo couldn't help but doubt that this guy must have cleaned out the Xiao family's treasury upon learning he was about to be thrown into the Bug Valley. As for the rare treasures and spiritual tools, to Mo's surprise, they were just as varied. He found a silver bronze mirror whose rank was indiscernible, as well as a small clay figure, lifelike, radiating waves that astonished Mo. Brother Xiao, you didn't really empty the Xiao family's treasury, did you? Mo took out 9 flags and examined them for a long time, as if they were objects of some formation. In the end, he walked towards the silent Xiaobao and pinched the other's chubby face. I know you, Brother Xiao, are afraid of death, but I didn't expect you to be this afraid, bold enough to take big risks. Brother Xiao, you can rest assured, our bond of friendship needs no more words. I will definitely leave your whole body intact. Mo called him Brother Xiao with such sincerity. For a moment, it really felt like a deep brotherhood, a plastic brotherhood. Saying this, without warning, Mo lifted the other's arm and took out a sharp ice blade that was freezing cold. What are you going to do? Until now, the place where his finger had been cut off still throbbed with pain. What am I going to do? Guess? Mo smiled sweetly, like a devil's grin, and under Xiaobao's terrified gaze, the cold light flashed, and the arm was cleanly severed. Naturally, it's to give your grandfather a little surprise. Chapter 16, The Familiar Faces Committing the Crime. On the other side. The disappearance of the biggest playboy in Zhuque ancient city drew attention. Especially with the big movements from the Xiao family, many cultivators felt something was off. They used ancient mirrors for reflection, secret magic for tracking, even summoned holy treasures to trace the source, seemingly in search of someone. Many people were discussing how the Xiao family had gone mad. The young master of the Xiao family has disappeared, seemingly abducted, disclosed a cultivator. I heard he vanished in a tavern, and the tavern owner had his soul searched but could not provide useful information. A disciple from a prominent family stated, actually, the place it was initially said to be was one of those soul-stirring locations, but Shaobao shockingly didn't show up, and the man who went with him recently also disappeared. Even the various courtesans are puzzled. Could it be that enemies have come knocking? After all, the tall tree attracts the wind, someone judged. At that time, in the Xiao family. Xiao Hei's face looked uglier than ever, as if it could drip with water. His son was lost right under his nose. Head of the family, we have searched Zhuque ancient city and found no trace, reported a dark guard. We've also looked into that tavern. The formation was completely destroyed after use, making it impossible to trace the teleportation site. Regarding that guy named Emoli, he seems a bit strange. Xiao Hei frowned, his gloomy gaze seeming to be shrouded by a layer of dark clouds. Speak. We confirmed again with the main family, there is indeed someone named Emoli in the Mo family of Zhengzhou. His identity is a bit special and awkward. According to him, after leaving the Mo family, he went to forbidden zones, where only the unimaginable and mysterious powers exist, capable of causing a person to suffer injuries from the Great Path. This coincides with his displayed situation. But according to reports, there is also a guy named Emoli in Dongwuan Xianyang Sacred Ground, who is said to have stirred up trouble with a big shot, has had bad luck, and escaped after being severely injured. The timing coincides with this Emoli suddenly appearing in Zhuque ancient city. Xiao Hei remained silent. So far, he still hadn't truly verified Emoli's identity. If it is the Emoli from Xianyang Sacred Ground, then the injuries from the Great Path cannot be explained, which is very strange. Injuries from the Great Path are widely known from the last era, when the Wild Emperor, in his youth, possessed the unparalleled body of the ancient sacred body, but was not accepted by heaven, and the Great Path thunder fell, which left him the marks of the Great Path. Could it be that Emoli is also a monstrous talent comparable to the young emperor, rejected by heaven? Xiao Hei wondered. But the verified information is that he is just a waste who hasn't even awakened the bloodline of the Mo family. They can be certain that Emoli comes from Zhengzhou's Mo family because the blood lotus on the forehead cannot be mistaken, that is the symbol of bloodline. Or could it be that someone else stands behind Emoli? How has the investigation into the tracks of this youth named Emoli after entering the ancient city progressed? Xiao Hei inquired. There are many secret methods in the world, and to truly find a person's historical traces, as long as they haven't erased their marks at all times, there should be clues to follow. Dark Guard, over 3 months ago, he entered the ancient city, and the first place he went was the Black Street. The Black Street is a special place, even the essence blood is difficult to break the dawn mist. Xiao Hei said little. The depths of the Black Street are unfathomable, and many shady deals happen inside that cannot be probed. We cannot know exactly what he did in the Black Street. It seems he reached some sort of deal. Some say he burned the grand contract. According to subsequent movements, he seems to have a purpose to completely heal the scar of the Grand Way. Unfortunately, the answers we got were all negative. Later, he went to the library pavilion, where my subordinates checked all the ancient book scrolls he browsed through, and found nothing unusual, just some ordinary ancient medical texts. 2 months ago, he suddenly went to the brothels, indulging in wine and lust, thus he had interactions with the young master. But there is one suspicious thing, and that was the night before he browsed the collection. Xiao Hei, speak. That night, he was at a tea house by the riverside, inquiring about the young master and the old master, and the location of the tea house was just right to overlook the distant brothel. And when the old master went to the brothel to find the young master, Emoli happened to be at the tea house as well. By the way, according to the news, this young man named Emoli also inquired about the matters of the kidnapped girls in the brothel. Xiao Hei remained silent, his heart was now very chaotic. But bad things always follow in such moments. At that moment, an old man hurriedly came to report. Head of the family, something is wrong. Xiao Hei, his face darkened, impatiently said, what is it? The treasure vault is empty. What? In an instant, Xiao Hei stood up abruptly, his tone breaking. The old servant just found out. As the two spoke, they rushed towards the treasure vault. When the door to the treasure vault opened, Xiao Hei's eyes darkened, nearly fainting. Who did this? Looking at the ground, cleaner than a dog could leave, Xiao Hei's heart bled. No, even if a dog came, it would not be that clean. The ground is gone. The old man stammered, only saying 2 words, family thief. Who? Xiao Hei's anger boiled. The old man, young master. Xiao Hei's eyes darkened again, his face bordering on a painting's vivid colors. Say that again, who? The old man quickly knelt, explaining, the old servant checked the footage, the young master has been entering the treasure vault since 2 months ago. He has an order medallion from the old master, so he can enter directly. After that, the young master repeatedly entered and exited the treasure vault. To prevent being discovered, he even disguised himself, using the shadow stone to reflect the treasure's original appearance as a distraction. Moreover, the young master took only precious items, and he was not in a hurry to touch the basic pills needed by the clan's disciples. It can be determined that this was a premeditated theft, with a crime span of 2 months, committing crimes multiple times. After all, Shaobao didn't know when he was thrown into the Bug Valley, so whatever he could take was a little better than nothing. Last month, the old servant routinely checked for anomalies in the treasure vault, and suddenly the young master appeared, bringing the old man. Recalling that day when Shaobao called grandfather nonstop, patting his back and showing concern, making the old man feel stunned, who would have thought? Saying this, the old man suddenly knelt down and bowed. It is all the old servant's fault, the old servant is willing to accept punishment. Xiao did not speak, looking at the treasure vault, whiter than a face, the last trace of paternal love completely vanished. He gritted his teeth, his tone almost seeping out from between his teeth. Unfilial son. Truly an unfilial son. How could he have thought that this guy would be so bold, daring to empty the treasure vault, leaving not even a drop of oil behind? Chapter 17, Withdrawn Swords. Meanwhile, at the Dan Tower. Xiao Tower Master looked at the half-black pill in front of him, his brows tightly knitted. 3 more medicinal materials are missing. What could it be? Since the formula is incomplete, he based on years of experience to judge which properties of similar spirit herbs were lacking, plus the endless experiments, he did not believe he couldn't refine the revitalization pill. Indeed, Xiao Tower Master's alchemy skills are unparalleled in the world, from the initial pile of medicine residue. A furnace explosion had occurred, and now the medicinal pill was half-black, with a hint of golden sheen. Success was just within reach. Now, only 3 final spiritual herbs were missing, and the moment of the pill's emergence was merely a matter of time. However, he struggled in vain to think of these 3 spiritual herbs without any result. At that moment, a secret message sounded from outside the alchemy room, appearing on the wall. This was a method used only for significant matters. Sure enough, at the instant he read the secret message, Master Xiao broke down the door. His grandson, Shaobao, had been kidnapped. As he stepped out of the secret chamber, the rabbit-eared girl handed another brand new letter to Elder Xiao. Who gave this to you? Master Xiao frowned deeply, his grandson's abduction made him feel anxious. Reporting to the master, it was given by a boy, very young, about 7 years old. According to the boy, an older brother told him to hand it to a rabbit-eared alchemist in the pill tower, with a reward of 10 jade coins. Looking at the letter on the wooden table, it seemed to be stuffed with something inside. Was it him? Master Xiao could almost be certain. All right, you may leave. Master Xiao slowly opened the envelope, and what met his eyes were vivid red characters. For some reason, his heartstrings instantly tightened. 3 days later at midnight, alone, or else Shaobao will not survive. The message was written in bright red letters, seemingly leaving a trace of movement. At the moment it caught his eye, the paper ignited without fire, and a vivid red message poured into his mind, clearly indicating the meeting place. As he slowly opened the letter, with a roll, a bloody, mangled finger tumbled out. In an instant, the old man's heart twitched. He knew all too well, this was Xiaobao's severed finger. Xiaobao. The old man trembled. In the end, Master Xiao realized something and wanted to do something, but suddenly discovered that the severed finger had been specially treated. A drop of blood could trace back time to find its owner, a finger could naturally find its path through the fog. But the severed finger was devoid of spirit, retaining only the most basic state of flesh and blood, entirely useless. Clearly, the other side was on guard. Elder Xiao was contemplating whether to inform Xiao, but Xiaobao's life was in the hands of the enemy. He hesitated. Soon, the agreed time would arrive. The breeze was warm, stirring uneasy feelings in the hearts of many. For the sake of caution, Master Xiao decided to send someone to hide in the void early. The night was slightly chilly, fireflies flickered, and the weak moonlight dripped onto the green-clad woods. The fresh soil mixed with the sharp mountain winds emitted a unique scent. Moonlight cast mottled shadows, and the path ahead was muddy from a light rain. In the green-clad woods, fireflies surrounded him, and he could faintly see a flickering orange light at the end of the path. Overcoming the cold and darkness, Elder Xiao reached his destination. A dilapidated wooden house, with the decorative flowers and grasses long wilted. Mushrooms had grown in the corners due to the rain. Xiaobao, are you there? Elder Xiao called out toward the wooden house. He could not determine if there was anyone inside the house. His senses suddenly became fuzzy when approaching the wooden house, as if shrouded in a thick fog, and he dared not pry too recklessly, fearing an extreme reaction from the other side. However, a strange silence answered him. I have arrived as promised. Where is Xiaobao? Elder Xiao guessed that the other side was likely observing from the shadows, yet even with his prescient perception repeatedly searching the surrounding area, he could not find any additional presence. Creak. At that moment, a chilling wind blew, and the small door of the wooden house gently opened, making a creaking sound from years of neglect. Elder Xiao stood still, his brow furrowed, not immediately approaching. The door of the wooden house was open, as if it was generously making a gesture of invitation. An invitation for a trap? Since the enemy dared to kidnap Xiaobao, they must be well prepared. Things were not that simple. Thus, after a standoff for a moment, Elder Xiao took a deep breath. In the end, he still decided to step into the wooden house. Inside, it was silent as ink, surprisingly devoid of any sound. Outside, crows circled, perching at the tips of the treetops. Time seemed to pass slowly, especially serene in the cold quiet of midnight. In the void, faint ripples of disturbance emerged. The lurking guards sensed something amiss, but without the instruction of old Master Xiao, they did not dare to act rashly. Finally, amidst the deathly atmosphere, fresh sounds broke the silence, the crispness of footsteps on the wooden planks. At the small door of the wooden house, old Master Xiao appeared in sight, wearing a moon-white robe. He waved his hand, signaling the hidden guards. Thus, in the corners of the void, under the shadows, even the crows circling the treetops all revealed their true forms. There were 3 of them, pillars of the Xiao family. He did not trust anyone else. "Sir, what is the situation?" One dark guard knelt on one knee. Old Master Xiao was silent for a long time, his eyes dark as the depths of the dense forest. "I'm sorry, for Xiaobao." Old Master Xiao closed his eyes, muttering this phrase incomprehensibly. In the moment he opened his eyes, the crows startled and scattered. Old Master Xiao suddenly struck, a palm piercing the guard's heart, flames consuming the remains. "Sir, what are you?" The remaining 2 reacted, instinctively dodging away. I'm sorry, old man is doing this for Xiaobao." The 2 dark guards exchanged glances. After entering the wooden house, old Master Xiao had undergone an unexpected change. In a daze, old Master Xiao struck again, but his movements were clearly much slower. However, what old Master Xiao never expected was that the dark guards did not dodge at all. Instead, they faced old Master Zhao's might, willingly accepting the blow. Boom! With a palm strike, the air rippled like the surface of water, and the ground exploded into a deep pit. Old Master Xiao stood frozen in place, knowing that these dark guards, whom he had personally trained, could have easily avoided this. He never thought they would not evade. Why didn't you dodge? These dark guards had followed him since their youth, companioned enough for over 100 years, some strong enough to match him, a master alchemist. 100 years, even a rock could become warm. He did not understand, did not comprehend why they did not dodge. However, all that remained to answer him was the silent stillness of death. The fallen dark guard had taken his own life. "Sir, is it for the young master?" The remaining dark guard spoke with obscure eyes. Old Master Xiao turned his back, remaining silent. "I understand now. Our lives were all saved by you, sir. We willingly meet death." "Wait." Old Master Xiao turned back, wanting to say something, but it was too late. With a thud, a body fell heavily from mid-air. Having taken their own life, with vitality cut off, even the holy medicine could not bring them back to life. Old Master Xiao watched all of this. In just a few breaths, all 3 were dead. He could not understand, nor could he accept it. Grief and regret intertwined in his heart. In the silent night, his throat felt heavy as if filled with lead. "I am sorry to you all, and to the Xiao family." His voice choked. Yes, there was no one inside the wooden house. What was there was only a high-level shielding formation, a recording stone, and Xiaobao's severed arm. The recording stone repeatedly played a cruel scene of Xiaobao reminiscent of dismemberment. This demon, Emoli, wielded a sharp blade, slicing back and forth on Xiaobao, then feeding him a spirit pill to restore his injuries, resuming the dismemberment. "Hey, old Xiao, I know you are not honest. Your grandson's severed arm is a greeting gift for you. If you still want your grandson to live, you must kill the 3 tails outside the wooden house. Remember, it's kill. Otherwise, the next gift won't be as simple as a severed arm." Emoli slid the knife down to Xiaobao's root. It could be a waste, or it could be a corpse. "If you think I need something from you, and wouldn't dare to kill Xiaobao, you can surely give it a try." Emoli smiled wickedly. At this point, the scene ended, and then the painful screams of Xiaobao being abused played repeatedly. Elder Xiao watched it over and over again, his grandson's sorrowful cries like a venomous snake, burrowing into his heart and biting down hard. He didn't know what to do, his heart was in turmoil. In the dark night, a bright red fire ignited. Elder Xiao buried the shadow guards he had trained with his own hands in the raging crimson sea, the fiery red flames consuming everything around. The phantom of the vermilion bird condensed in the firelight, its mournful cries echoing like the tears from the corners of Elder Xiao's eyes. To sacrifice 3 people for one, is it worth it? He wasn't sure, and he didn't want to know. Though the answer was obvious, he had no way back. In the dawn, the faint light fell, and the fire that burned all night was still raging. Chapter 18, The Pill is Formed, A Life is Lost. In the week that followed, Elder Xiao locked himself in a secret chamber, crazily refining pills. He wasn't like Emoli, unable to remain that cold-blooded. The more he experienced, the harder it was to let go. For in his heart, between power and family, he would unhesitatingly choose family. So he just wanted to numb himself, redirecting his attention. Time slowly passed in torment. Another night came, the same night, so familiar. Elder Xiao opened the stone door of the secret chamber and left quietly. This time, he did not inform anyone. In the Yunjin mountain range, the stars twinkled, and the mountain winds howled. The mountains were backed by the Insect Valley, a special environment located in a vast basin, with poisonous mist swirling year-round. For a long time, the poisonous insects adapted to the toxic gas and seldom ventured out. For Emoli, if the commotion caused by refining pills attracted many onlookers, it would be easier for him to escape. "Old Xiao, you finally made it. I thought you didn't even want your own grandson anymore?" Emoli patted Xiaobao's cheek. "I told you, your grandpa can't bear to part with you. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other, but Shaobao showed no excitement, his eyes devoid of the vivaciousness they once held. Don't worry, he won't die yet. How can I trust you? A week ago, Elder Xiao only found out that the mysterious person who gave him the pill formula was Emoli. Emoli smiled slightly, though I am cold-blooded and ruthless, I am very trustworthy. As he spoke, Emoli facing the sky boldly made a vow. If I obtain the pills I need, I will immediately release Shaobao, otherwise, I will die. As the vow fell, the clouds surged, a bright light flashed, and immediately, Emoli was bound by an overwhelming force. Is that satisfactory? Emoli smirked, charming like a flower. Oh right, to ensure old master you act suddenly, I specially made some precautions. Saying this, Emoli produced a purple six-legged mother insect from his sleeve, child and mother goo. The life of the one who was planted with the child goo is controlled by the mother goo. Guess where the child goo is? If I can't get the pill I need and die, then Shaobao will go down with me. Emoli laughed, looking like a madman. Elder Xiao said little, he looked at the man behind Emoli, who gave him the strongest sense of crisis. Let's begin, I'm sure you don't want Brother Xiao to suffer more, right? Elder Xiao remained silent, only quietly taking out his pill furnace, his fingertips igniting with crimson flames, while countless spiritual herbs floated in midair after a swipe of his sleeve, shining brilliantly like a river. It is truly an honor to witness the pill refining process of Master Xiao. By the way, I almost forgot to complete the incomplete pill formula. As he said this, Emoli transmitted a thought containing the complete pill formula, you only have one chance. Make sure to seize it. Elder Xiao received the pill formula, his eyes showing no surprise or amazement as before. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days went by, and on this day, dark clouds began to gather over the Emoyan mountain range, with brilliant divine light occasionally rippling. Fortunately, Emoli's troubles were prevented as he had specially asked Emoshang to set up a vast array before. The main purpose of this array was to reduce the exposure of anomalies, he did not wish to attract unnecessary troubles. On the 5th day, a king-level beast roar came from deep within the Emoyan mountain range, and more howling demonic beasts began to approach the direction of alchemy. On the 9th day, Emoli frowned, he could sense the people hiding both openly and secretly, and many had arrived, at least 100, including powerful beings in the Dao Fusion realm and Nirvana realm. These people were all much stronger than Emoli's Unity realm, and he was still severely harmed. On the 10th day, the dark clouds above grew thicker, anomalies occurred frequently, and a blurred reflection of a pool appeared above the clouds, even blood-red lightning emerged among the dark clouds, causing the vast array to disintegrate into dust the moment the blood lightning concentrated. The time had exceeded Emoli's expectations, and the gathering cultivators and fierce beasts became more abundant. With an increasing number of people, it was easier to lose control. Look! That seems like the legendary immortal pool. The clouds rolled, and through the haze, a miracle that only existed in legends was reflected. No, I see a massive ancient tree filled with chaotic energy, accompanied by dark thunder. Could it really be a miracle? As the elixir took form, the scenes above the dark clouds became ever more real. Could it be, this is an immortal pill? Someone exclaimed, and this cry spread to hundreds. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. They no longer cared who was refining the elixir. In such a spectacle, the lightning crackled from the dark clouds and extended branches, condensing into a gigantic tree of thunder, so utterly real. On the 15th day, Emoli frowned deeply, as time had already far exceeded his expectations. Watching the cultivators floating in the distance, he knew the balance was about to be broken. Emoshang secretly informed him that dangerous figures had arrived. Finally, on the 19th day, as the morning mist barely broke dawn, the grand purple skylight nearly shattered the heavens, and the lightning tree blossomed in an instant, showcasing its unique brilliance. Countless pairs of eyes popped with burning greed, fixating intently on the soon-to-be-formed divine pill. At a certain moment, the dark clouds above regathered, forming a heavy black shroud like dark lead. Crack! Boom! The lightning tree swayed as silver lightning crashed down, stopped by the protective array. But the heavenly tribulation for the pill would not cease. Old Master Xiao held on desperately. For his grandson's life, he had no choice but to bring out his ultimate treasure, the Xuanwu spirit shield, a 1,000-year-old turtle shell, a 1,000-year-old black ice, the projection of a divine spirit, using all means, just to protect the elixir. Boom! Boom! The 7th bolt of lightning fell, blood-red lightning transformed into humanoid guards, crashing down. Blood-red spears were thrown out, tearing through space, unbeatable. Old Master Xiao was severely injured, his spiritual treasures scattered, yet he kept insisting. Boom! The 8th bolt of lightning struck. At that moment, the lightning tree stopped swaying, a chaotic aura from ancient times began to rise. Sizzle, the chaotic divine thunder fell. Bang! This time, Old Master Xiao did not hesitate to self-detonate the alchemy furnace he had accompanied for many years. Explode! Boom! The precious furnace, forged from mother gold, erupted into the most brilliant glow under the dazzling golden divine light. The collision caused waves like the energy emitted from a solar flare, radiating across the starry universe. But this was barely enough to withstand the calamity. The old man felt a sweetness in his throat, blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, nearing serious injury. The ninth bolt of lightning struck. The chaotic energy of the lightning tree became even more intense, flickering with splendid purple clouds. Boom! Beyond any previous thunder, grey lightning contained a soul-destroying purple light, enough to obliterate living beings. Old Master Xiao stood beneath the vast sky, the fierce wind disheveled his white hair. At that moment, he swallowed a fire-red glowing pill. Cry! The crowd was horrified. They actually saw the ancient vermilion bird burning fiercely in an unending sea of fire. The old man's gaze was resolute. He must bear this thunder. Boom! The ancient vermilion bird, with scarlet flames rushing, soared into the sky, the void burned, and the earth dried up. That proud, clear cry, that massive burning body, was so dazzling and brilliant, deeply etched in the mind. Boom! Just when everyone thought it was over, the sky darkened again, gathering the 10th thunder, and everyone was stunned. There are at most 9 thunder tribulations. The more there are, the better the quality and grade, but 10 tribulations are unique. It has never been heard before. Above the sky, chaotic energy gathered, and in the changing clouds and winds, an eye opened. The moment the eye opened, all beings knelt in submission. That is the eye of the Great Way, someone exclaimed. Old Master Zhao's eyes showed determination. The moment the eye of the Great Way opened, he finally knew the complete formula for the elixir. The life of an alchemist is the final furnace fire. But he still decided to fight for a glimmer of hope. For his grandson. Burn! My remaining lifespan is few, he murmured, and his murky gaze suddenly shone with vigor. Roaring! From him, the fire of life soared and transformed, manifesting the extreme red feathers of the vermilion bird, the ancient vermilion bird, real and vivid, with every feather flowing with powerful strength, completely ignited and blossomed, its brilliant flames flooding half the sky. Boom! Without much reaction, the thunder of the Great Way fell. At that moment, time froze, and all was silent, the passage of time becoming incredibly long. No one knew how much time passed, only that in the moment of resistance, the front was dazzling, the head blank, as if time had stopped. Rumbling, the clouds dispersed, infinite divine light burst forth, and the clouds on the horizon were painted with golden divine light. The elixir is complete. Go! Whoever seizes it belongs. Someone shouted, and the hunters hiding in the dark all acted. In the last moment of life, old Master Xiao held the reconstruction pill, looking towards a certain place, his withered lips moved, as if saying, "Remember your promise." Suddenly, the elixir in his hand shone brightly and vanished in an instant, coming into Mo Li's hand. At this moment, his daring plan was finally realized, and the elixir in his hand felt extremely hot. With his shattered cultivation foundation, he achieved an astonishing feat that was hard for people to believe. Mo Li smiled and looked at the tearful Shaobao. "Don't worry, I value my promises." Saying this, he pushed Shaobao forward. Shaobao walked towards his grandfather in a daze, looking at the old man collapsed and motionless on the ground, and his heart suddenly broke into a big hole. Realizing the divine elixir was missing, everyone went crazy searching. Damn! Where is the divine elixir? Who did it? At this moment, a cultivator fixed his gaze on old Master Xiao. But suddenly, he was instantly consumed by a black flame. The head of the Xiao family, someone exclaimed. Because that black flame was too famous. Once touched, it was like an attached maggot, it could not be erased, only left to the domineering black flame to swallow flesh and blood. This was also the most famous technique of Xiao He. Xiao He stepped out from the void, his tone cold, his power domineering. "Let me see who dares to act." As soon as these words were spoken, no one dared to move. At this time, the disciples of the Xiao family rushed in, surrounding old Master Xiao in the middle. Xiao He said coldly, "Watch over Shaobao." Then, he disappeared from the spot. Chapter 19, Escape. Xiao He did not dare to look at the fallen old Master Xiao, as he feared he could not bear it. He didn't even dare to use his soul to probe the situation, though he wanted to deceive himself. No one could survive under the thunder of the Great Way. When the 8th thunder struck, he wanted to stop everything, but the old man seemed to notice him, as if warning him not to create chaos. Until the 9th thunder struck, he could hardly contain himself, but when he saw the vermilion bird igniting its soul, he stopped his actions. The old man succeeded, enduring the 9 tribulations of the elixir. But, far beyond everyone's expectations, the elixir tribulations actually had 10. This was truly unprecedented. When the thunder of the Great Tao fell, time stood still. He had no chance to stop it. In fact, he knew that old Master Xiao had personally or indirectly killed the shadow guards who had accompanied him for over 100 years. These shadow guards were personally adopted children of the old master. They had grown up in the Xiao family, and could be said to be the backbone of the Xiao family. He had witnessed all of this but did not stop it. He silently left amidst the morning fire. In truth, he also knew that Mo Li's target was the old master. Based on the reports from the shadow guards and various connections, he guessed the rough reason. But Mo Li was in the shadows, and the opponent was extremely cautious, making it impossible to find any trace. He wanted to assist in secret, but things exceeded his expectations. The guardian behind Mo Li held Xiaobao's life in his hands, the 10th heavenly thunder, everything left him powerless. Now, he had only one target, Mo Li. At that time, Mo Li, having received the elixir, stealthily retreated. He accelerated and rushed towards the direction of the insect valley. Half an hour later, the birds and beasts were silent, and there was no one behind him. Mo Li couldn't help but let out a long breath. Young friend, what courage! You must be the Mo Li who recently stirred up a lot of fuss in the Vermilion Bird Ancient City, right? Due to the kidnapping of the Xiao family's heir Shaobao, Mo Li's name had spread widely. Suddenly, Mo Li's nerves tightened. Someone was chasing him. Shang. Block him. As the words fell, Mo Shang's figure suddenly lunged towards the speaker. The opponent is very likely a quasi-saint, this is troublesome. Although he had mentally prepared from the beginning, when actually facing it, the bone-chilling terror of being targeted was undeniable. Roar! From the dense forest in the west, a roar rang out, and the shockwave knocked Mo Li flying. It seems that the monkey in the west has also set its sights on the elixir in your hand, the quasi-saint said without surprise. Mo Li's heartstrings were wildly vibrating, the pressure from the quasi-saint was too overwhelming for him, causing his soul to tremble violently. At that moment, he understood how dangerous it was to threaten a quasi-saint alchemist. Shang. No matter what method you use, hold them off. The moment the order was given, Mo Li swallowed a large bottle of spirit liquid, activated his ghostly eyes, and every bone in his body buzzed. He directly burned his essence blood, all of it, and in an instant, he achieved extreme elevation, temporarily breaking through to the harmony realm, with speed skyrocketing, his figure like the wind. Mo Shang did not hesitate either, he also burned his quasi-saint essence blood, awakening the incomplete Mo family bloodline, the patterns on his forehead shining brilliantly under divine light. A guardian, as the name implies, is one who can abandon himself to protect the seed in times of crisis. Kill. In a blur, Mo Shang appeared like a battle god, burning his lifespan as he charged at the two quasi-saints. At this moment, Mo Li was madly fleeing, with burning essence blood combined with the blood-red glow of his ghostly eyes. It was as if he ignited crimson flames, reaching his fastest speed, creating sonic booms, only wishing to escape the pursuit of the two quasi-saints. However, just as he was about to step into the bounds of the insect valley, a sudden finger shot out like lightning, piercing through his heart without him having a chance to react. Put. Black flames engulfed him without a trace of fire, accompanied by the wailing cries of the mother-child Gu. Xiao stepped forward slowly. At the same time, on the other side, in the east wilderness, Xianyang's sacred land. Xin Yang had fainted for over 3 months. Upon waking, he found himself on Xianling Peak, standing before the Peak Master. As Mo Li had said, Xin Yang was indeed accepted as a disciple by the Peak Master of Xianling Peak. I didn't expect that you were actually the primitive ancient body, the Peak Master of Xianling Peak said, his tone inevitably filled with surprise. It seems that there is some kind of defying treasure within you, it has preserved your spiritual root and allowed it to take root and sprout again. Your second rebirth will likely be even more terrifying than your original spiritual root. From now on, you can focus on cultivating at the Holy Spirit Peak. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask me. Listening to the Peak Master of Xianling Peak's explanation, he also understood his own changes. Master, how is Qinghuan? Xin Yang asked as if recalling something. That little girl, she won't die, and she's not simple. Or rather, both of them are not simple. Alright, on Xuantiang Peak, Mo Li has disappeared and has been silent for these past few months. As he spoke, the master of Xianling Peak observed Xin Yang's expression. Xuantiang Peak fights the hardest. If he doesn't return soon, the top position will eventually be taken by someone else. I hope you can focus on your training. With your qualifications, you're not necessarily worse than Morong Shui. Xin Yang lowered his gaze. I know, but this deep-rooted hatred, I will ask Mo Li to repay it on the spot. Chapter 20, Unable to Escape Disaster. The outskirts of the Insect Valley. The pitch-black flames devoured and burned Mo Li's flesh and blood. Without the flesh covering, the bones were exposed, half of his face was terrifying and ugly, like a living evil spirit. He exerted all his strength to try to rise, but the hole in his heart left him incredibly weak. With only one eye left, he glanced at the newcomer, unexpectedly not surprised. Master Xiao. Mo Li's words were barely audible. Also, your son, the debt of your father should naturally be counted on my head. Someone like me should go to hell after death, suffering forever. But Mo Li's tone shifted. The one who sends me to hell has not yet been born. You cannot, no one can. At that moment, Mo Li's remaining half of his face twisted into a menacing grin. Xiao flashed past, wanting to strangle the other party. But at that moment, a tremendous force erupted from Mo Li's body, the shockwave forced him to retreat. Crimson Lotus Demon Dan? Xiao narrowed his eyes. From the momentum Emoli unleashed, he sensed the aura of Crimson Lotus Demon Fire and Blood Shadow Mad Lion. The fiery red Crimson Lotus fire burned on Emoli, accompanied by a purple flame tail. The two strongest flames perfectly combined and burned on a single human, the crackling flames slowly peeling away Xiao's black lacquered fire. Soon, Emoli's flesh and blood regenerated, appearing in a brand new form. Is this the power of a quasi-saint? Emoli examined his palms, the immense power contained within shocked him. A pill shapes a quasi-saint, even though it's only temporary, it's still incredibly astonishing. Speaking of which, I have to thank Brother Xiao for his generous help. When searching through Xiaobao's belongings, he had gotten quite a few good things, including this pill. At that moment, the master of the Xiao family's face darkened, the 3 black lines on his forehead could squash a fly. That was his good son who emptied the family treasury. As a result, it fell into the hands of the enemy. Enough, less nonsense. Let me feel just how strong the prodigy from hundreds of years ago really is. Kill. Emoli released the long-hidden excitement, the surging power within him made him ecstatic. Whoosh. With a wave of his hand, purple-red demon fire spread across the land, the magnificent red flame gathered in Emoli's hand to form a fire spear, stabbing with all his might towards Master Xiao. Roaring flames. The dazzling purple-red tongues of fire consumed everything. At the center of the spear's collision, circles of fire wheels were stirred up. Crack. Emoli keenly heard a series of crisp sounds like ice crystals shattering. Inside the fire wheel, a storm of extreme cold swept through, wrapping the purple-red demon fire. Ice spikes froze the demon fire, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and Xiao emerged unscathed from the flames, his palm held a strange cold white flame, as if it could freeze souls. Emoli's eyelids twitched, he imagined the opponent would at least be a bit strained. Boy, you are too arrogant. Your current strength does not belong to you. Xiao walked step by step towards him, clearly only at the venerable realm, strength, lower than Emoli's, quasi-saint, after devouring the demon Dan, but the displayed power was as unshakable as a mountain. The situation was dire, and Emoli, realizing something was wrong, wanted to turn and escape. But suddenly, he found that the surrounding space had long been frozen. That cold white flame emitted a strange light, and wherever the light shone, everything froze and solidified, even the space was turning to ice. Good. Emoli, instead of being angry, laughed. I severely underestimated the monster from hundreds of years ago. As he spoke, Emoli slowly pulled out the long spear burning with crimson flames, the body of the spear engraved with extraordinary mysterious patterns, and a faint dragon's roar could be heard. The moment the priceless treasure was revealed, Xiao face darkened again. This crimson flame dragon spear also came from Zhao's treasury, and it took immense effort to forge it. Just the divine fire gold used for the spear body was extremely expensive, not to mention that the spear soul was the remnant soul of an ancient fire dragon. Thinking about that little brat silently taking everything away without a trace, and then generously gifting it away, Xiao couldn't help but want to kiss his son until he fell apart. Holding the treasured spear and feeling boundless power, Emoli couldn't help but smile. This spear doesn't seem so simple. Previously, seeing Xiao old man's flames was also crimson. The scene of the vermilion bird soaring to the sky is still shocking. I think this spear is the handiwork of Xiao old man, right? As he spoke, Emoli infused spiritual power into it, and suddenly, crimson flames surged from the spear's tip. The dazzling crimson, with its subdued power, was not the violent purple-red demon fire, but rather a soul-chilling brilliance. Kill. Without warning, Emoli stepped forward with the crimson flame dragon spear. At that moment, he resembled a war god. Ding! The spear tip erupted with a sound like a phoenix's cry, and then pierced through flesh and blood. Emoli could feel the sensation of the sharp weapon penetrating skin, he could even sense the pleasure of bones shattering. However, this feeling quickly ceased, as if something was suppressing it. Opening his eyes, Emoli found that the spear had indeed penetrated through the chest, but Xiao, with one hand, had seized the spear's body. He thought Xiao would at least dodge. Seeing the situation was bad, Emoli surged all his spiritual energy again. In an instant, the brilliant crimson flame soared and erupted towards the spear's tip, sending vast smoke and fire into the air. Die for me! Emoli shouted, wanting to withdraw the flame spear, but he found the spear was still motionless. Enduring the engulfing of the crimson flames at close range, Xiao still had the strength to grip the spear's body. At that moment, Emoli admitted he panicked, his scalp tingling. I am very familiar with my father's flames. This spear does not belong to you. Xiao tone remained as calm as always, yet he had clearly been pierced through the chest. Emoli noticed that the cold white flame in the head of the Xiao family was covering him, forming a protection to block the devouring of the crimson flame. However, what made his heart race even more was that he discovered the crimson flame dragon spear was gradually becoming uncontrollable. It was the dragon soul's problem. The dragon soul was awakening, and Xiao blood was unconsciously merging into the spear. Mo Li's heartstrings tightened, and in the next second, he decisively abandoned the dragon spear. Then he turned and fled, his speed skyrocketing, disappearing into the insect valley. Just now, Xiao used the cold white flames to resist one explosion of the dragon spear. Thus, the surrounding frozen boundary dissipated after the transfer of power. Can't bear the child, cannot escape the road. The moment he stepped into Insect Valley, the poisonous mist enveloped him, and Mo Li's figure vanished without a trace. Behind him, Xiao slowly pulled out the crimson flame dragon spear, gently stroking the patterns on its body. This spear was specially forged for him by the old man Xiao, accompanying him through the killing of his contemporaries. However, as his power increased, the dragon spear gradually became weak, and later he removed the binding, planning to keep it for Shaobao, yet unexpectedly, his son was a useless brat. If he had known this, he would have shot the spear into the wall. Old buddy, long time no see. The dragon spear hummed, as if responding to his words. Don't think that escaping into the Insect Valley means you can get away unscathed. No matter where you go, you will die. The moment he gripped the spear's body, Xiao entire being seemed to become extremely sharp, and without hesitation, he stepped into the Insect Valley. Insect Valley? He had been in there before. After saying this, he followed right in, charging into the Insect Valley. Realm, Body Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, Divine Palace Realm, True Spirit Realm, Unity Realm, Harmony Realm, Nirvana Realm, Venerable Realm, Quasi-Saint, Saint, Great Saint, Saint King, Quasi-Emperor, Great Emperor. Chapter 21, Only Not to Let You Down. Boom. 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 Continuous explosions blew away the poison mist, and the goo worms and poisonous insects scattered from the ground. Mo Li, you can't escape. Xiao held the scarlet flame dragon spear, the spear tip slicing through the ground, leaving a deep trench behind. Damn. I didn't expect him to really chase me in. Mo Li lay weakly behind a decaying tree root, with a bloody hole gaping in half of his abdomen, dripping with blood. Just then, Xiao swung his spear across the sky, the scarlet Zhuque flame devouring the swirling poison mist, and immediately a crimson ancient dragon soul bit down at Mo Li amidst the flames. Mo Li was startled, trying to dodge was already too late, and he could only barely avoid half of his body, while the other half vanished in the flames. Xiao timed his move perfectly. The moment he struck was the moment the effect of Mo Li's medicine wore off. Now, although the poison mist blocked spiritual perception, Mo Li knew he was at the end of his rope. If he ran deeper into the Insect Valley, it wouldn't be long before his body completely rotted away. The poison mist of the Insect Valley was not a joke. Moreover, he was only at the Unity Realm, his body couldn't withstand the erosion of the poison mist. Now, the remaining half of his body had begun to turn black, and the blood-bright spiritual light of his flesh gradually disappeared, replaced by a strange purple-black flowing through his limbs and bones. Originally, he thought that after escaping into the Insect Valley, his enemy would be deterred by the danger of this dreadfully ominous place and would hesitate to advance. So, he only planned to linger at the edge of the Insect Valley, waiting for the enemy to leave before going out. After all, the novels from his past life all wrote it that way. I forgot, that was the treatment reserved for the protagonist. Mo Li smiled bitterly at himself. As the footsteps from within the purple poison mist grew closer, it felt like a giant hammer, striking down on his heart again and again. But at least let me struggle a bit. Saying this, Mo Li swallowed a deep blue pill, and as the pill entered his body, a watery and soft light enveloped him. The icy power washed over his flesh and blood, and the broken half of his body began to mend under the gentle light, with the purple-black poison mist gradually expelled from his body, everything growing towards a better direction. However, just as Mo Li thought he still had a glimmer of hope, a sharp spear tip suddenly pierced through the decaying wooden stake, through flesh and blood, impaling his chest, lifting Mo Li up forcefully. Mo Li's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this happen? How could he? The game of cat and mouse is over. Now Xiao said expressionlessly, pronouncing the death sentence. With that, Mo Li was thrown to the ground, and Xiao leaped up, the scarlet and black flames roaring, forming a ring of fiery barrier. The dragon spear gathered strength in the air, the sound of the dragon's roar penetrating, causing a series of echoes. Die! Xiao coldly uttered the words. Swoosh! This shot, with the dragon soul attached to the spear, fire tongue swirling, the deadly spear tip aimed clearly at his head. Mo Li tried to dodge, but he had already been locked in, unable to resist without the quasi-saint power. But just as Mo Li closed his eyes, his chest suddenly burned hot, as something scorched him. Ding! The scarlet flame dragon spear fell, and the surrounding fire tongues spread out like a vortex, erupting. Ha! He didn't die? In midair, the void where Xiao was located rippled, and he leaned down to look, finding Mo Li perfectly unharmed. He retracted the dragon spear, and spiritual energy once again gathered, the spear tip sparking with fierce flames. This time, I don't believe you have such luck again. Xiao coldly spoke, his movement swift, not planning to give Mo Li a chance to breathe. On the ground, the tortoise shell on Mo Li's chest shattered into powder. This tortoise shell had been used to guard against deadly blows when Emoli, gravely injured by the old hag from the Xianyan Holy Land, returned to the floating island. Unexpectedly, it was used here. Anyway, it was already like this, and Emoli suddenly had red eyes. Since I am to die, then you won't have it easy either. With a wave of his sleeve, brilliant artifacts and vibrant spiritual herbs, everything acquired from Xiao's store, burst forth, dazzling light instantly filling the sky, forming a brilliant river. All of it. Give it to me. Explode. In an instant, the radiant white light illuminated the world, everything in sight was submerged. Time passed. 7 days had gone by since that earth-shattering alchemy event. Yet, rumors of that day still circulated in the ancient city of Zhuque. 10 waves of pill tribulation, the ancient Zhuque burning the skies, the divine pill completing yet mysteriously disappearing, 3 quasi-saints battling 1 against 2, shattering half the sky. The story of Emoli was also spreading in the alleys. Not only did he escape under the hands of 2 quasi-saints, but even Xiao, one of the 3 heroes from centuries ago, could match him. It should be noted that Emoli was just a return to Unity Realm, whose realm had collapsed. People marveled at the unparalleled alchemical skill of old Master Xiao, while also shocked by Emoli's audacity, a heavy sin. Such tactics could be described as wicked. Whenever discussing this, they inevitably touched upon Shaobao, and most simply sighed and moved on. In the evening, Shaobao wore mourning clothes, kneeling before his grandfather's coffin. It was the 7th day. Xiao lit a stick of incense, standing next to Shaobao, looking at the grey coffin with complex emotions in his eyes. The person your grandfather loved the most in his life was you. Xiao silently said beside him, his face carrying sorrow. The reason I haven't let you enter the Worm Valley to train is that your grandfather wanted to refine a reshaping pill, to rebuild your foundation before letting you train further. As he spoke, Xiao unexpectedly took out a broken pill and placed it before Shaobao. This is the reshaping pill. When he said this, Xiao's tone turned into a sigh. Your grandfather's alchemical skills are unmatched in the world. With a single holy herb, he could refine 2 pills, 1 true pill, and 1 fake pill. This was found in his arms, tightly held before he passed. Although it was a fake pill, it still endured the baptism of 10 bolts of thunder, just with less efficacy than the real pill. Shaobao looked at the broken pill before him. Slowly, his eyes became moist. His voice choked, wanting to say something, but it was useless. A person once dead cannot be resurrected. There was no point in saying anything. Although it is just a remnant pill, having endured the wash of the Great Tao's rules, it is equally priceless. Xiao raised his head, tears welling in his eyes but not falling. Now, with old Master Xiao dead, the method for refining the complete pill formula had also gone with the wind. Many sought information about the pill formula in secret. After all, the divine pill of 10 waves of pill tribulation was unheard of. Xiao erased all traces of the pill formula left by old Master Xiao. He didn't want any more trouble. Because this pill formula was a great disaster. Soon, the candlelight in the morning hall flickered. After Xiao replenished it, he intended to leave. As the family head, he had to deal with the troubles of the missing treasure vault and daily meetings. Shaobao remained kneeling before the coffin. Just before leaving, Xiao suddenly turned around and said, "Your grandfather wronged himself, wronged the Xiao family, but only. He did not wrong you." After speaking, everything fell into silence. At that moment, if Emoli had used his ghost eye again, he would have been astonished. Because Xiaobao's fortune, at a certain moment, surpassed the past, and good fortune soared to the skies. Chapter 22, Gu Immortal Sacrifice. Am I dead? Where is this? Hell? Yellow Springs? Emoli only felt a splitting headache, as if something was gnawing at his brain. Then, a red bug the size of a thumb actually crawled out of his skull. Oh no, senior sister. He's so strange. My soul-guiding worm can't find his divine soul. The ponytail girl put away the red bug, her chubby face full of surprise. Really? Let me take a look. In a hazy state, it felt like something was crawling on his face. Then, his eyelids were lifted, and he could clearly feel it burrowing inside. That thing was fast. In the blink of an eye, it crawled along the blood vessels to his skull, and then that familiar, intense pain struck again. His brain. It was being gnawed at. Strange, really not found? Could it be he's a dead man? Only a dead man's brain can't find a divine soul. But a dead man's flesh is dry and decayed, yet his flesh is clearly full. Oh no, does that mean my medicine man is gone? The ponytail girl pouted, her tone clearly filled with disappointment. It's so hard to find a living person, only to discover it cannot be used. Hey, senior sister, he seems to be waking up. Don't forget what I taught you before. The outside people have malicious thoughts, their bellies full of dirty water, be sure to be careful. Got it, senior sister. As she spoke, the ponytailed girl summoned a flying bug, pale yellow with a poisonous stinger on its tail, from who knows where. The bug flapped its wings and quickly jabbed its poison needle into Emoli's neck. Slowly, Emoli began to feel numbness below his neck, his body seemed no longer belonging to him. Hey, I'm asking you. Who are you? Where are you from? Why did you come into the Insect Valley? The girl placed her hands on her hips, her youthful face wearing an unnaturally mature expression. Emoli opened his eyes, his lips moved, but he was still weak in breath. Emoli, from the Vermilion Bird ancient city, escaping and entering this place. After saying this, Emoli fell silent, his mind pondering his situation. He only remembered that he had self-detonated all his treasures. In that situation, he should not have survived. But in his current condition, he was clearly still alive. What exactly happened during this time? Who saved him? Unable to figure it out, Emoli began to wonder where this place was. In his haze, he heard medicine man and bugs. Could this still be the Insect Valley? Or the depths of the Insect Valley? But are there really humans deep in the Insect Valley? He had never heard of this before. The Insect Valley was surrounded by toxic mist, and very few humans could withstand it for long. No one ventured deeper, let alone survive here. At that moment, the tent's entrance was pushed open, and a faint light shone in. Xiao, hurry up. The bug immortal sacrifice is about to start. If you're late, Grandma will definitely pull your ear. I know. The girl replied impatiently, seemingly finding the bug immortal sacrifice far less interesting than this outsider. Soon, the people left in silence. Emoli opened his eyes and began to survey everything around him. Just by turning his neck, he could only guess he was in an old tent. Not far away, there were medicine jars, and the air was filled with a rich herbal juice smell. Next to the medicine jars, there were a few broken fire-red leaves, and Emoli recognized they were leaves from the fire mulberry tree. Under the leaves, it seemed something was wriggling. As Emoli looked closely, he discovered it was several white wriggling worms, their bodies plump and soft, but when the bugs turned their heads, Emoli noticed they actually had 3 eyes, staring at him strangely for a moment before continuing to munch away. Lying on the grass bed made of stone, Emoli gazed at the top of the tent, his thoughts swirling. He had no idea why, but he found himself in a primitive tribe. Based on the 3-eyed worm he just saw, he was most likely in a tribe of the Insect Valley. Bug immortal? Emoli murmured these 2 words. He had stayed in the library of the Vermilion Bird ancient city for a month. According to historical records, in ancient times, the Vermilion Bird fought against a mysterious poisonous insect, and in the end, both perished. The place where the Vermilion Bird fell formed the Vermilion Bird ancient city, and the place where the poisonous insect fell should be where the Insect Valley was formed. The Guxian they mentioned, is it the poisonous insect recorded in the legends? After thinking for a moment, Emoli felt it was impossible. The ancient times were separated from now by countless ages, and no one can withstand the power of time. All will decay and turn to dust. However, the urgent thing now is to find a way to leave this place. But the problem is that he is now a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. His body below the neck still had no sensation, and he noticed that the greedy 3-eyed white fatworm seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally looking at him, feeling as if it was watching him. Just then, a series of strange bell sounds came from outside the tent. Emoli frowned, because the sound of the bells made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The deep sound felt like a heavy stone pressing down on his chest. The ritual has begun. The white fatworm on the ground slowly raised its upper body upon hearing the bells, its 3 eyes showing a serious expression, stretching out its short legs as if praying devoutly like a person. Emoli swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He realized that the Insect Valley was not simple. This fatworm could actually pray? What a joke! This shattered Emoli's understanding completely. Could it be that the goo insects here all possess intelligence? Emoli believed that demonic beasts had wisdom, but insects were different from demons. Besides, the long, white goo insect in front of him clearly seemed weak. Emoli felt he could easily crush it. Before Emoli's shock faded, the strange sound of the bells came again from afar. Accompanied by this were incomprehensible whispers, swirling in his mind. Source. Life. Emoli murmured, lost in a trance, his face full of struggle. This familiar phrase seemed to have been heard somewhere, the same obscure language, the same brain pain, like being stirred and torn apart. Destruction. Soul sea. Other shore. More and more whispers filled his mind. He was going crazy. Suddenly, Emoli's head tilted, and he fainted again. Chapter 23, The High Priestess. You are awake again? When he opened his eyes again, the familiar voice of the girl reached his ears. Again? How long have I been unconscious? Emoli felt dizzy and extremely weak. He instinctively pressed his hand against his temples but found that his body could move already. That strange bell sound made his head want to explode. It was the first time he fell into unconsciousness. Seeing Emoli's confusion, the girl explained, "You have been unconscious for 3 days, the toxin of the purple venom bee has been eliminated, and you can move freely now." Move freely? Yes, you are my medicine person now, so naturally you can move. As she spoke, the girl's voice gradually weakened. Although I don't really know if this counts as a medicine person. What is a medicine person? Emily asked in confusion. Oh, it's a medicine person. Those who are implanted with soul-influencing goo insects will become the medicine person of the goo master, controlled by them, and if the goo master dies, the medicine person will also die. Emily frowned. This was similar to the mother-child goo, but he didn't know if there was any difference. The mother-child goo is implanted when the fetus is still in the womb, heart connected with the mother, mother dies, child dies. Moreover, he didn't like this feeling of being controlled. So, my life is in your hands? That's right. The girl appeared especially happy, showing her bright teeth. You are my medicine person now, remember to protect me. Seeing that Emily still didn't quite understand, the girl stood up, took a stick, and acted like an elder, earnestly explaining. Our insect valley is divided into two major sections. One controls people with goo, while the other raises goo to kill people. For example, if I plant a life goo in you, you will be my medicine person and fight for me. The other one raises goo, using insects to unknowingly kill people. As the girl spoke, her demeanor was that of teaching a junior, seemingly enjoying the feeling. You are my first medicine person. Don't worry, I'm very strong. At this moment, she clenched her chubby fist, signaling that she was impressive. Emily directly ignored her eager performance and walked straight out of the tent. Hey! 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 You need to listen to me. I am your master now. The girl jumped anxiously behind him, but no matter how she shouted, Emily turned a deaf ear. He opened the tent, and before him was blue moonlight. Yes, it was a deep blue moonlight. Above him was an ancient giant tree, its dense leaves blocking the initial silvery moonlight, which was transformed layer by layer into a soft blue, slowly falling into circles of water pools below. The pools were shades of green and blue, some even bubbling with thick green foam. When the bubbles burst, they looked like nests breaking apart, revealing ugly worms crawling out. Emily looked around and found unknown poisonous insects everywhere, six-legged unicorn beetles with blue spotted wings, thousand-eyed spiders with eyes all over their abdomens, and the double-tailed poisonous scorpions that had hurried by. Moreover, the spiritual energy here was different from the outside world. What exactly was different, he couldn't quite say at the moment. Ah! Don't wander around, they are very obedient, just don't provoke them. The corner of Emily's mouth twitched. Very obedient? A yellow poison bee had paralyzed his lower body. What if a stronger poisonous insect came? Wouldn't he just collapse? Ha! Little junior sister? What are you doing here? A male voice came, and Emily looked over to find a male about his age, followed by a middle-aged man in a black robe. Senior brother? The girl exclaimed in surprise, look! This is my medicine man. Isn't he handsome? She hurriedly showed off, her eyes full of hope for her senior brother's praise. However, the boy's expression grew serious. He does not have the aura of the soul-holding goo. You used Fate goo? Soul-holding goo? Fate goo? This was the second time Emily had heard these terms. It seemed the two were significantly different. Nonsense! The boy suddenly scolded coldly. Fate goo is the last resort of goo masters. Once planted, all will perish together. If he dies, you too will die. Well, I've already planted it. I don't want to refine my elders into medicine men like you all. At this moment, the black-robed medicine man behind the boy suddenly opened his eyes. Through the faint light, Emily realized that the boy and the medicine man looked very much alike. Could they be father and son? So-called soul-holding goo is to refine the older generation into medicine men? Emily speculated. Just as the two were about to argue, the heavy sound of octagonal bells rang again. The ringing was like a blunt object, drilling into his head again and again, causing Emily to cover his ears in pain. What's going on? Why is the octagonal bell ringing again? In confusion, countless flying insects rose into the air, and more bubbles burst from the colorful pools, causing the entire bug valley to stir. The boy grabbed a white-eyed poison butterfly, and upon receiving the information, his brows furrowed deeply. Great priest, I'm afraid it won't hold up. How could this be? Didn't the great priest have a few hundred years left to live? The boy shook his head, unclear. It's likely something went wrong during the sacrificial ceremony for the goo immortal today, shortening the lifespan. Grandma is calling us over now. Let's put the matter of the fate goo aside for now, we need to hurry. But it seems your medicine man has a problem. The boy noticed Emily's unusual state and placed his hand on Emily's shoulder. Emily, right? Do you want to rest? The girl was full of concern, as this was her first medicine man, whom she valued highly. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. As the sound of the octagonal bell gradually faded, his headache also subsided. Emily didn't understand why he had this reaction, while the boy and the black-robed medicine man showed no issues at all. Now, too many confusions lay heavy on his heart. How did he end up in the Bug Valley tribe? What was that strange sound of the octagonal bell? And what about the goo he had been planted with? He needed to find out. I'll go ahead, you should hurry too. The boy glanced at Emily before speaking. Soon, Emily and the girl arrived at the sacrificial hall. They navigated around the crowd. Emily also saw another faction of the Goo Master. Some held a colorful butterfly in their hands, and a clever connection formed between the butterfly and the Goo Master, unexpectedly growing a pair of the same wings on the Goo Master's shoulders. Others had a black beetle standing on their heads, while the back of the Goo Master also sprouted hard black armor, and even a clear horn emerged from his head. The girl held Emily's hand, weaving through the bustling crowd, finding a suitable spot and specifically placed her finger in the middle of her lips, making a shushing gesture. Xiao, the high priest says to remain quiet when speaking. The girl reminded beside him, but Emily's gaze was fixed on the high platform of the sacrificial hall, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. He didn't know how to describe the high priest they spoke of. Emily even thought he was hallucinating. Was the high priest a human or an insect? He couldn't tell. In his eyes, the high priest had the face of an old man, but his lower half, below the neck, was wriggling, with no arms or legs, like a maggot's body pieced together with the head, and his body was exceptionally large, comparable to a small mountain. This kind of creature was seen by Emily for the first time, sending chills down his spine. Chapter 24, The Flesh Vessel. The half-human, half-insect high priest lay on the high platform, his flesh already loose, with layers of piled wrinkles, entering a stage of flickering candlelight. From the recounting of others, Emily learned that the half-human, half-insect in front of him had lived for over 10,000 years. Over 10,000 years? Emily once doubted whether he had heard wrong. As for what the high priest said, it surprised him. I peer into the fog of heaven's secrets, part the obstructions, and discover my clan's future shrouded in a sea of scarlet flames. Scarlet flames? Could it be that the ancient Suzaku was not dead? Emily furrowed his brows, if what the high priest saw was correct. Of course, all of this had little to do with him. After the high priest finished speaking, the crowd began to stir, and murmurs rose and fell. Emily scanned around the sacrificial hall, supported by ancient stone pillars, with walls depicting several consecutive worn murals, seemingly a person chasing after a flickering spark ahead. Emily did not understand the meaning behind the mural's content. He quietly asked the girl. Oh, you're talking about the mural. That represents the human ancestor, who is pursuing the hope goo, which symbolizes hope. Hope goo? Emily still didn't understand what hope was. In his confusion, Emily noticed the man he had encountered earlier looking at him intentionally or unintentionally, then approaching an old woman to say something. For some reason, Emily felt uneasy. His intuition told him he needed to leave quickly. Hey, where are you going? Wait for me. The girl noticed Emily walking out of the crowd and hurriedly followed. Emily, is there any way to leave Insect Valley? The girl looked puzzled. Why would you want to leave Insect Valley? Emily couldn't explain to her, but he knew he needed to leave quickly. Feeling the little spiritual energy left in his body, to be honest, he didn't have much confidence. Emily discovered that, although this place was no different from the primitive tribes outside, strangely, he could not absorb even a hint of spiritual energy. It was like an independent little world, completely isolated from the outside. Have you ever been outside to see the world? Emily suddenly stopped, staring seriously into the girl's eyes. No. I haven't. The outside world is amazing. I don't belong here, and you don't belong here. Don't you want to go out and see? Indeed, the girl's age was always filled with the imaginative longing for the unknown, a passionate exploration of new things. Emily's words moved her. But we Goo Masters. Oh no, why are you bleeding from your nose? Just as he spoke halfway, the girl suddenly pointed at his nose. Emily furrowed his brows, instinctively wiping with his hand, but found that the blood flowing from his nose was black, filled with small white insect eggs. You are poisoned. When? Emily was shocked. He didn't even know when he was poisoned, completely unaware. His consciousness grew more and more blurred. With a thud, he fell completely. This was the third time he had fainted since entering the Insect Valley. However, this time he did not awaken for a long time. No, he is my medicine man. I don't agree. Yumeng, stop being willful. Planting the life worm itself is a mistake. I don't care, the life worm has already been planted. If he dies, I will die too, the girl said stubbornly. It's fine, the life worm was planted not long ago, it can be safely removed. The old woman was very calm. I don't want it. The girl desperately refused. Because she knew, those who had the soul-stirring worm planted were all people in the clan who were about to die, and if nothing unexpected happened, her medicine man should be the gentle grandmother before her. Turning her grandmother, who had raised her for decades, into an emotionless medicine man was something she could not accept. Even though at the moment of refining the medicine man, her worm power would undergo earth-shattering changes, she did not want such power. Yu Meng, stop messing around. He is too weak and not suitable to be refined into a medicine man. Besides, this is the Grand Priest's order, the Grand Priest needs his body. Grand Priest? But isn't the Grand Priest? The girl was confused, she remembered that the Grand Priest was dying. Yu Meng, Grandma knows he is your first medicine man, and you are reluctant. But his body is very special, there is actually no divine soul residing in it, like a living corpse, and this living corpse can allow the Grand Priest to live again. For the survival and continuity of our clan, please stop messing around, okay? The old woman did not get angry at the girl's unreasonable tantrum, still patiently persuading her. The girl fell silent. On one side was the continuation of the clan, and the importance of the Grand Priest was self-evident. On the other was the insignificant outsider, how to choose was also self-evident. Then, the girl severed the connection of the lifeworm with Emoli, and Emoli's body was then transported to a secret room. The girl took one last look at Emoli, who had been unconscious for a long time. She knew that soon Emoli would soak in poison, then be fed insect eggs. Under special conditions, his limbs would degenerate and his legs would merge, while profound changes would occur in his internal structure. Gradually, he would become like the Grand Priest, with a lower body resembling a fat, enormous mass of maggots, and only a human head remaining on top. Chapter 25, Half-Insect Assimilation. Time passed little by little. In the outside world, Emoli's name eventually spread from the Zhuque ancient city to the eastern wasteland, and even to the central continent. And the accompanying keyword was the fall of the holy level alchemist, the branch master of the Dan Tower. When people learned that the culprit was actually a guy with a mere cultivation of the unity stage, they all fell silent. There were heavenly talents who didn't believe it, while they only knew to compete for peerless superiority. That guy named Emoli had actually killed a quasi-holy figure through a shattered realm. The talents shouted that they could do it too, wasn't it just a threat? But as the story unfolded, Emoli's great road scars were also revealed. A guy suffering from great road scars managed to play countless strong men around? But there were still some stubborn young heirs who refused to accept it. They proclaimed that if they met Emoli, they would definitely beat him to a pulp. But some geniuses who participated in the Holy Dan competition stated that Emoli seemed to have survived amidst the pursuit of two quasi-holies, and they discovered traces of another battlefield at the edge of the Insect Valley, very likely battling against the head of the Xiao family. The head of the branch family of the Xiao family, Xiao Wuyan, known as Xiao Black, perhaps young cultivators did not recognize him, but the older generation could hardly forget. He had pressed them down to the point where they could not lift their heads, with unparalleled talent. So, Emoli survived at the hands of Xiao Wuyan? Some heavenly talents speculated. How could this be possible? They were unwilling to believe it. When mentioning this, the name Shaobao was always inevitably mentioned. Oh, that useless person. Someone said disdainfully. With just one person's strength, he harmed the entire family, which is also quite powerful in a way. No, I've heard that after the Divine Pill competition, the old patriarch of the Xiao family in Zhengzhou, even the ancestor who was buried in a coffin and on the brink of death, personally lowered himself to look for Shaobao. Why? Could it be because of old Master Xiao? It is rumored that the divine fire that the Xiao family has kept silent for tens of thousands of years has chosen Shaobao. What? The divine fire chose this useless person? Numerous cultivators expressed disbelief after hearing this. With someone like Shaobao, why should that be? A talented person lamented, wondering why he didn't have such luck. That is a treasure left by an emperor. For thousands of years, the Xiao family has had no genius who could gain the recognition of the divine fire, yet it happened to be Shaobao. It is said that whoever obtains this divine fire, their ascension to the emperor's throne is already destined. The other cultivators of the same era will become mere accessories. When the news of the Divine Pill competition reached the Xianyang Holy Land, Qin Yang frowned the entire time. Senior brother, do you really think someone can defeat a quasi-saint with the first realm? This is indeed too unbelievable. Zuan Mengzi thought for a moment and took a bite of the spirit fruit on the stone table. I heard that Shaobao took everything from the Xiao family treasury, but unexpectedly was captured by Emoli, and the Xiao family is good at alchemy, with some special pills that can temporarily give someone the power of a quasi-saint or even a saint. But why did he go to the Zhuque ancient city? Qin Yang didn't understand. Maybe the old hag from Xianin Peak was too brutal back then, injuring his foundation, leaving him no choice. You also know that in our Holy Land, Xiantian Peak fights the hardest. Emoli was injured and took advantage of his weakness to take his life. Qin Yang fell silent. He didn't know why he was intentionally or unintentionally concerned about Emoli's news. That feeling was like a fate's pull. All right, junior brother Qin. Do you remember that day when you said you wanted Emoli to give you 5 years? I remember. What's wrong, senior brother? Zuan Mengzi spat out the fruit pit and smiled. While you were in your coma, he said he wouldn't make such a boring bet with you and that he would kill you within 5 years. Junior brother Qin, you must be careful. That guy is extremely sinister, he's not joking. I understand. Xin Yang clenched his fists. In this destined confrontation, Mo Li must die. At the same time, the already notorious Mo Li was lying in a massive container. The container was filled with decayed soil, and warm air flowed from the ground, producing gray bubbles. As the bubbles burst, they released strands of light blue gas, all absorbed into Mo Li's body. In the damp and warm environment, it was a breeding ground for insect larvae. White larvae with heads resembling humans clung to Mo Li's flesh, breathing and enjoying the light blue gas that evaporated from the surface. Gradually, the entire secret chamber was enveloped in light blue mist. Judging by the color, it seemed somewhat similar to the toxic mist outside the insect valley, but this light blue mist was gentler and less corrosive. As the light blue mist filled the air, Mo Li's body was quietly undergoing changes. His flesh, once vibrant with a healthy color from blood flow, gradually turned white. Through the skin, one could see the blood and flesh were mixed red and white, occasionally interspersed with blue and purple hues. Time continued to flow slowly. A week had passed. In the breeding ground, visible changes had occurred to Mo Li within a week's time. His flesh was swelling, like a corpse bloating after death, his hands and feet had grown, and his belly was notably distended, resembling a pregnancy. No, more accurately, it was pregnant. His highly protruding belly contained numerous small moving things, and the swollen belly showcased a considerable quantity. Soon, a month had passed. The mist had thickened to the point that it was dripping with water beads. Rotting soil blended with blue mist, unexpectedly giving birth to stunning red flowers around. At this moment, Mo Li's condition was extremely bad. His body had become very large and was still stretching, with signs of his arms merging with the flesh. His two legs had partially merged, sinking in a little, evolving into the half-human, half-insect appearance of the high priest. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, Mo Li had disappeared for 2 months. Another night with the soothing moonlight. The red flowers in the secret chamber bloomed, their dazzling and beautiful colors resembling blood, like bright and striking red agate, bursting forth gloriously, captivating the soul. The petals of the red flowers opened, scattering glowing pollen like flying insects, infiltrating Mo Li's weak breaths into his nostrils, flowing out to his brain, spreading through his limbs and bones. Boom! Suddenly, an unexpected tremor interrupted the strange calmness in the secret chamber. Light shone in, revealing a bright red color. The one who broke in was the old woman that the girl spoke of. Hey, Mo Li, are you alright? Immediately after, a familiar voice came in. It was that girl with the dreamlike aura. Hey, Mo Li, what's wrong with you? The girl observed Mo Li's terrible condition, her bright eyes slightly wrinkled in worry. Not good, they are coming, we need to go now. Saying this, the girl released 2 brown beetles, which flapped their wings and pulled Mo Li's bulky body away. Boom boom boom. Continuous explosions shook the secret chamber, with a large number of hidden beetles exploding in the air, their green blood splattering and corroding the earth. Yun Meng, do you know what you are doing? The clan elder reprimanded sharply. I know what I am doing. He is my drug person, I cannot ignore him. The girl was especially firm, but facing so many shamanic masters, she still felt a bit frightened. The clan elders exchanged glances and then coldly said, take her down and lock her in the insect cave. Yes. In an instant, the shamanic masters pulled out their own insects, with someone holding a moon-colored insect in his hand, gathering true essence, and swish, swish, 3 powerful waves of light shot out like blades. There were also others sacrificing their copper-colored insects, instantly enveloping their bodies with a layer of hard bronze skin, paired with a flying odd insect with white wings. Their backs sprouted wings, and their speed skyrocketed in an instant, darting through space without a trace. Bang bang! Continuous explosions and battles shattered the void, collapsing the ancient shrine for sacrifices. The girl stood frozen in place, watching her drug person grandma display her might. 10 transformations into a celestial being, 9 into an emperor, 8 into a sage. The old woman actually reached half-step 8 transformations? No, it turns out she is actually at 8 transformations, but her strength regressed after being refined, becoming half-step. The elders were so shocked they couldn't speak. This was something they had never expected. They never imagined that the old woman had such a hand hidden. The strength of an 8 transformation shamanic master was something no one mentioned. This was the terrifying part of the drug person lineage. Once the soul-calling insect was planted, the drug person could greatly inherit the original power, reinforcing and accumulating the strength of the previous ancestors perfectly embodied in one person. However, there was also a downside. The inheritance of power depended on the quality and strength of the insect planter. The girl's strength was insufficient, she could only unleash less than half of the drug person's power. Elders, don't chase anymore. Watching the fallen clan members, his heart was very conflicted. Yun Meng swears, after I send him away, I will return and let you deal with it as you wish. She still couldn't bring herself to go all out, having to fight while retreating. Chapter 26, Insect Immortal. In the end, Yun Meng managed to escape the tribe with Mo Li. However, her condition was not good, she looked as if she had consumed a lot, her complexion pale. Emoli opened his eyes. In fact, he had woken up the moment the stone door was blasted open. But he couldn't understand why the girl wanted to save him. "Why did you save me?" Emoli asked. Leaving the eerie environment of the secret room, his body quickly returned to normal, occasionally wanting to vomit, and what came out was a white, sticky substance. "Because you are my medicine." "I told you, I'm very powerful," the girl said proudly. "Is that so? Then what will you do next? What about the high priest?" Too many questions tangled in Emoli's heart. He wanted to know the answers. "Oh, you don't need to worry, they wouldn't dare do anything to me, my grandma is very powerful. As for the high priest, well, I don't really know." Emoli's brows furrowed. He looked into the girl's eyes. The distance between them was not far, and he could see her face blush. All right, I admit it. Actually, I only learned about it after refining grandma into a medicine." The high priest was originally human, wanting to refine the legendary eternal life goo when his lifespan was coming to an end. But for some unknown reason, he failed, and in the end, could only merge with a worm to extend his lifespan. In the secret room you were in, what was placed underneath was the high priest himself. The method he used seems to be called soul transfer technique. Anyway, it's about putting his soul into your body, but it requires great compatibility. Anyway, I've never heard of soul transfer or anything. But the ritual was interrupted. What else? Emoli stared into the other person's eyes. What else? The girl lifted her little head, thought for a moment, and suddenly broke into a bright smile, revealing her white teeth. There's also that you need to go out for me to see this wonderful world. Emoli, what about you? Aren't you going out? The girl, actually, I can't go out. I believe you've also discovered that the Worm Valley is vastly different from the outside world. The foundation of our lives and survival is the unique spiritual energy of the Worm Valley, and this energy cannot be absorbed by creatures from the outside. In other words, creatures from the outside cannot enter, and we cannot go out. If we do go out, we will gradually be consumed. Oh, by the way, here's something for you. The girl suddenly tossed over a purple scripture and a pill. This book contains our Worm Valley's techniques for controlling insects, which are somewhat useful for external insects. Don't let the big insects bite you, otherwise, I would be embarrassed to say that you are my medicine. Emoli remained silent, saying nothing. It was the girl who had a complex expression. She pointed to a small path ahead. Take the pill I just gave you, it can temporarily resist the poisonous mist on the outskirts of the Worm Valley, hurry up. Emoli still stayed silent, swallowed the pill, and turned around. Remember, you are my medicine. Don't die. The girl said behind Emoli. Emoli stood with his back turned, suddenly raised his head, turned around, and stared into the girl's eyes again. His expression became serious. The air suddenly became tense, and the two gazed into each other's eyes. Time quietly passed in the silent valley. Actually, during the month I was trapped in the secret room, I was always awake. Being awake is a good thing, it allows me to think about many things. What are you talking about? I don't understand. The girl shook her head, her face filled with big confusion. I never believe anyone will suddenly be kind to me, nor do I believe in so-called feelings. And you, I can't find any reason for you to help me, just the reason that I was once your medicine is far from enough. Emoli himself felt that this reason was too absurd. Are there really such naive and innocent people in the world? Perhaps there are, but he believes they will not be found here. I have been thinking, who saved me when I was being chased? What do they want from me? I even suspect that someone is plotting everything behind the scenes, although I still don't know, but this feeling is extremely strong. So, I boldly guessed the hypotheses. Who could it be? Is it that man who called you senior brother before, or your senior sister, or that half-human, half-worm high priest, or you? Of course, I kept forgetting one person until just now. As he spoke, Emoli kept staring into the girl's pupils, wanting to find a trace of each other's heartbeat. Oh, what are you guessing randomly? But I'm still quite curious about who you're talking about. Someone who has never appeared, yet has always been there. Who is it? The girl widened her curious eyes. Emoli lightly uttered two words, Guxian. If the high priest saw a glimpse of the future, there is no doubt, it would be engulfed in a great fire, a scarlet flame. I think that must be the fire of Zhuque. I have seen its flames. Then, the return of Zhuque's flames to the world, does it mean that Zhuque is not dead? If Zhuque is not dead, then what about the poisonous insect that fought against it? The so-called Guxian, is it really dead? I think it won't be so easy to die. Then who is it? At this point, Emoli's gaze fell on the girl. Someone who seems unlikely to be Guxian, impossible in age and character. But the less likely, the more possible. Of course, I didn't have much evidence when I doubted you, until just now. Your medicine granny, the strength of an 8-turning Gu master, is equivalent to a saint. Your control in battle with medicine people, though extremely novice, is just right in every place, with a terrifying sense of familiarity in the clumsiness. With all these judgments, I suspect you are Gu Xian. As the words fell, the surrounding was dead silent. After half a stick of incense, what followed was a series of crisp applause. Clap. Clap. I have to say, I underestimated you. Emily was puzzled, but when he looked at the girl again, her eyes shimmered with a dark, enchanting blue. It's really surprising. Your name is Emily, right? I am increasingly looking forward to you. However, in some places, you guessed wrong. This girl is not me, I am merely residing in her body, secretly guiding, so her actions and thoughts are normal. Besides, the one who saved you that day is also me. Of course, you are very smart, but in the face of absolute strength, you are nothing. The girl transformed, her smile like a flower in the mist. Some of the things you guessed are correct. I can only say, saving you that day was just a spontaneous decision, mainly to remind that Xiao family boy of his promise. Xiao family? Xiao Wuyan, Xiao He? Promise? Could it be that Xiao He is also related to Gu Xian? But in that glimpse of the future, Chonggu was burned to ashes by Zhuque's fire, while the Xiao family is clearly very suitable for the inheritance of Zhuque's fire. This seems contradictory. Emily speculated silently. Stop thinking, you are not qualified to consider these things now. Perhaps when you become stronger, you will have the qualifications. Gu Xian said, looking at the current body, as if admiring. Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you. The life Gu planted that day was no joke. Once the life Gu is planted, all will prosper or suffer together. Suddenly, Emily seemed to think of something, gradually envisioning the answer in his mind. So, if the great fire in the future is true, then almost no one from Chengdu can escape, she will die, and if she dies, I will die too. If I don't want to die, I can only kill Zhuque. Because of Chengdu's reason, the Gu masters here can't get out at all, so we can only rely on outside power to break through. Clap. 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 Once again, the applause continued, as Gu Xian praised, smart, truly smart. However, whether Zhuque is dead or not, I do not know. What you see and guess is not the truth. This world is far more mysterious than you think. Alright, you should go now. I do not have any extra pills in hand. Once the effect passes, dying in the poison mist will be a huge joke. Remember, your life is connected to hers, don't die easily, or else she worked so hard to save you, will also die with you. Emily fell silent. Yes, he still had doubts, but they seemed unimportant now. Before leaving, he suddenly asked, what is her name? Yumeng, Guyu Yumeng. Watching Emily's figure gradually disappear from view, the Gu immortal smiled, extending his palm. This moment, a three-eyed white bug slid out from his robe. If Emily saw it, he would definitely be surprised. This plump bug was the same creature from the tent back then. But speaking of which, 3 eyes, can't you really see through him? The chubby bug seemed especially unhappy with the name 3 eyes, turning its little head and lifting it up, looking somewhat angry. Alright, esteemed fate bug, are you satisfied now? Only then did the chubby bug calm down and shook its head. Even you cannot see through this guy's fate, yet the octagon bell seems to be particularly sensitive to him. The octagon bell, a special treasure targeting souls, made Guyu Yumeng even more curious as to why Emily reacted so strongly. In her impression, the octagon bell could cleanse souls and strengthen them. If it caused harm, there were only a few possibilities. Outsider demons? Heart demons possessing? She wasn't sure, something was strange about Emily. Perhaps he could bring surprises? Of course, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Right, 3 eyes? Hey, why are you biting me, 3 eyes? The poisonous mist gradually enveloped everything, and everything returned to its original state. Chapter 27, Foundation Restructuring. Stepping out of the bug valley, it was already 2 days later. When the dense thicket disappeared, the clear blue sky and drifting white clouds appeared before him. Emily couldn't help but stretch his arms, taking a deep breath of fresh air mixed with the scent of earth. It was the taste of freedom. What Gu immortal, what vermilion bird, had nothing to do with him now, at least that was what he thought for the moment. Speaking of the Gu immortal, what truly made him sure that Guyu Yumeng had issues was an investigation he did once. Indeed, Emily's system had 2 functions, investigation and intelligence. The intelligence function had already been used before. He exchanged 1,000 villain destiny points for the recipe of restructuring pill. As for the remaining investigation function, it was used to perceive living beings. Based on previous patterns, Emily knew that the more defiant something was, the more taboos it involved, and thus the more villain destiny points it required. When Guyu Yumeng saved him, out of a vigilant instinct, he always felt something was off. A fate that should have fallen suddenly had a spark of life. He didn't believe in fate, nor did he believe in coincidences in this world. So, he chose to use investigation on Guyu Yumeng. But the system showed no response at all. This meant only one possibility: his remaining 550 villain destiny points couldn't investigate Guyu Yumeng's identity. Therefore, he was certain Guyu Yumeng might belong to a taboo, and he could only guess, leaning towards the worst assumptions. However, was the other party truly a Gu immortal? He had no way of knowing. Did the vermilion bird really still live? He hesitated. In this world, 10,000 years was the limit for living beings. No one could withstand the power of time, and the legend of the vermilion bird originated long ago. It should have turned to dust by now. In addition, there was that strange octagon bell and the whispers that seemed ancient. He was sure he was the only one to have a strong reaction. Why is this happening? Just as Emoli was lost in thought, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Emoli seemed to sense something, turning around, and upon seeing the visitor, revealed a long-lost radiant smile, showing his white teeth. Long time no see, Shang. Indeed, the visitor was Mo Shang. This guy remained indifferent as always, his expression unchanged, only tossing over a delicate wooden box. Emoli received the wooden box, and the moment he opened it, his smiling face became even brighter. Yes, the wooden box contained the complete, restructuring pill that old Master Xiao had refined. After receiving it, he didn't take it for himself but handed it to Emoli. Who would have thought that such a earth-shattering divine pill should have perished along with Emoli's fall into the Bug Valley, leading the world to believe that Emoli, who entered the Bug Valley, would destroy the divine pill before dying. Even if he didn't die, it would still be dire, and the divine pill would likely no longer belong to them. But the truth was, it was right on Mo Shang's body. Mo Shang even burned his essence blood at the cost, fighting against two like a guardian protecting seeds desperately. And the guardian is often the one who is easily overlooked. Hey, Shang, don't always keep that cold face. At least we succeeded. Smile a little, okay? Mo Shang remained expressionless. By the way, how is your injury? Mo Shang, fallen from the peak of the Supreme Being. How long will it take to recover to Quasi-Saint? Mo Shang, normally about 7 years. Though it said 7 years, the burned lifespan could not be recovered at all. In the best case, he could only restore the early strength of the Quasi-Saint, and his real combat power would probably be greatly discounted. While Emoli took a deep breath, Mo Shang's strength being greatly reduced was not good news for him. Shang, are you ready? Emoli estimated that he would need to hide for about a week after entering the Bug Valley, but unexpectedly it took him 2 months and almost turned into a half-human, half-bug monster. So, he instructed Mo Shang to find a place rich in spiritual energy and rarely seen by people during the time he was hiding. He needed to swallow the reshape pill for his cultivation's reshaping. Mo Shang still said nothing, his face cold, just efficiently getting things done. Soon, the two arrived at a big mountain where the spiritual energy was denser than usual, and with every breath, divine particles could be felt drifting. Shang, keep an eye on the surroundings, don't let low-level spiritual beasts intrude. Saying this, Emoli jumped into a spiritual pool, then unhesitatingly swallowed the reshape pill. Immediately, the aura fluctuations on Emoli began to gradually decline, meaning his previous Dao fruit was slowly disintegrating. What he did not expect was that after swallowing the reshape pill, there was no special feeling. It was like the soldier disintegrating and merging, the previous cultivation dissolving bit by bit, only the most primitive physical strength remained. The only change was the massive amount of pitch-black dirt expelled from his flesh, causing the once crystal-clear spiritual pool to be stained a thick black. At that moment, crystal-clear water droplets fell on him, seemingly dirty because Emoli's body, under the light spots, presented a kind of transparent purity. Is this the reshape pill? Carefully sensing the changes in his body, he realized that the potential of this fleshly body had been sublimated, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy far exceeded before. The spiritual veins had also been reshaped, becoming crystal clear and flawless. Moreover, he discovered a special ability. When absorbing spiritual energy, his flesh was in a state of purifying and expelling waste, absorbing pure spiritual energy, and the higher the quality of the spiritual energy, the more his divine abilities would improve. This is a bit similar to the legendary, immaculate immortal body. Emoli couldn't help but exclaim. He couldn't help but wonder if the original pill was refined without using substitute spiritual herbs, or even if the medicinal materials in the pill recipe were replaced with sacred medicines, would the legendary immortal medicine possibly achieve the immaculate immortal body, such an extraordinary physique? Feeling the vigorous vitality of his flesh, the biggest obstacle of the Tao's wounds was also dissolving in the reshaping of his cultivation, and now nothing could hinder his blatant actions. Qin Yang, I believe we will meet again soon. Xianyang Holy Land, I'm going back to see my lovely junior brothers and sisters. He never held grudges, he just felt that when his strength was sufficient, it was necessary to go back for a visit, to check on family. With my current qualifications, the speed of cultivation will be much faster than before. Now, Emoli's original Dao was dissolving under the effect of the pill, returning to the first realm of cultivation, fleshly realm, as if reborn. Before long, I will return to the peak. Just then, a worm-like creature with a human head and a worm body began to slowly awaken in his soul. Oh, awake? Emoli smiled slightly. He was particularly familiar with this creature with a human head and worm body. It was the high priest from the Bug Valley. Realm divisions: Fleshly Realm, Divine Hidden Realm, Spiritual Sea Realm, Divine Palace Realm, True Spirit Realm, Return One Realm, Harmonized Tao Realm. Nirvana Realm, Divine Fire Realm, Venerable Realm, Quasi-Saint, Saint, Saint, Great Saint, Saint King, Quasi-Emperor, Great Emperor. Chapter 28, Soul Binding. That day, Guyu Yumeng interrupted at just the right moment, right when the High Priest was about to succeed. Then, the High Priest's soul transfer technique was interrupted, but after all, he was an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years, so he still had some means. Unexpectedly, after entering Mo Li's soul space, the High Priest lay there in a corner as if he were dead. Until Mo Li swallowed the reconstruction pill, the mysterious power awakened the High Priest. After all, it was refined by the legendary 10 bolts of heavenly thunder, and the principles it contained surprisingly awakened the High Priest, and that decrepit appearance regained a bit of vitality, but he still looked like an old man, a creepy bug. "Hey, old man, awake?" The High Priest glanced at Mo Li but did not speak. "Not talking? Then it's fine." As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Li transformed his soul into a purple thin rope and strangled the High Priest. Seeing this, the High Priest panicked, wriggling his lower insect body, trying to evade, while yelling, "Wait! Oh? You're willing to talk now? If I don't show you some colors, you won't know your own situation? Tell me, why are you able to appear in my soul?" The High Priest gasped for breath, obviously struggling with the vigorous activity. "My technique was interrupted and should have died, but your soul is unusual, allowing me to remain here." Mo Li observed for a while, using his own soul, discovering that there were thin strands wrapping around the High Priest's body. After breaking one of the thin lines, the High Priest suddenly screamed in pain. "Your life is bound to my soul?" The High Priest gritted his teeth in pain, looking very unhappy. "The soul transfer technique is inherently against the heavens. This situation is unexpected. Do you think I wanted this?" At this point, the High Priest had no choice but to lower his tone. Being under someone else's roof, he had to change his attitude. "Very well." Mo Li smiled slightly, finding that binding this old fellow who had surpassed the limits of lifespan wasn't so bad after all. Moreover, he found that others actually could not detect the existence of the High Priest. It seemed that only he could see it. "Old man, let me ask you a question. Is there any way to remove the life bug in my body?" He still remembered that Guyu Yumeng had planted the life bug on him. He particularly disliked this feeling and had been remembering it all along. The High Priest was silent for a moment before speaking. "Your life bug is very special. I can't remove it." "Mo Li, can't remove it? Then what use do I have for you?" Immediately, his consciousness transformed into 2 fingers and, with a pop, flicked the High Priest away. You brat! My name is Mo Li, know your place, old man." As he spoke, he flicked the High Priest away again. "Mo Li, I never hold grudges, I just think it's fun. I even forgot that you wanted to occupy my body in the first place." Then, he flicked him once more. A month later. The reformed body displayed its terrifying talents, creating a gathering airflow between the mountains where spiritual energy was still abundant, with a radius of 100 miles forming a funnel-like suction, and at the center was Mo Li sitting cross-legged. "Have I reached the limit already?" he murmured to himself. In this month, he battled fiercely, using numerous wounds to push past the limits of his flesh and blood. Even the High Priest could see that this guy seemed to be fighting for his life. Barely at the flesh realm, Mo Li dared to cross over the divine concealment realm, challenging the spirit sea realm, early-stage black and white bears with pure flesh and blood strength. The 4 massive claw marks on his chest that injured his ribs and the bare paw beside him were the best witnesses. The process was extremely dangerous, and he almost died several times under the bear's claws. After all, the gap in realms was there. Fortunately, he used the floating cloud shadow technique and Xian Huangwut skill he got from Xian Miao Peak and Xian Ling Peak to drag the black and white bears to their end. The floating cloud shadow is a peak technique of Xian Miao Peak, rumored to be created by a female saint of Xianyang Holy Land long ago. If one reaches a profound realm, one can escape the perception of consciousness, allowing the body to blend into the void, transforming into nothingness. The Xianhuang wooden skill belongs to a special self-healing technique of Xianling Peak, whose main purpose is to heal injuries. In the initial stage, it can make the skin as hard as wood, with vibrant life energy, speeding up the recovery of injuries. In the middle stage, it accelerates the operation of spiritual energy through the meridian, forming a special flow of energy. In the later stage, it creates whirlpools of spiritual energy within the body, with life energy surging like the ocean. He has read the original book and knows that this fairly good technique will undergo earth-shattering changes in Qin Yang's hands. Because Qin Yang possesses one of the 9 types of spiritual roots in the world, while operating this technique, the spiritual root will assist him in recreating new meridian operations, taking root in the flesh and blood soil like tree roots, achieving the best and most suitable trajectory, forming an entirely new treasure secret technique. Mo Li understands how difficult it will be to kill Qin Yang at that time, tougher than a cockroach. Soon, after absorbing the spiritual energy from the surroundings, he stood up and clenched his fists. Now, within his clenched fist lies a tremendous power, nearly 90,000 pounds. In ancient times, the offspring of true dragons weighed only around 100,000 pounds, although there is still a gap. This is already his maximum limit. However, he feels he can be even stronger. Thus, a month passed, and every day he either fought fierce beasts or was on the way to battle. Like a madman, he showed no signs of fatigue, and the most he would get during bath times was the dried blood of his enemies. With a crack, after twisting off the head of a mid-stage blood demon wolf, Emoli began to operate the Xianhuang wooden skill to heal his injuries while dragging his broken body. Emoli sat cross-legged, continuously absorbing the energy of grass and wood from the mountains into his body, transforming it into exquisite life force to repair the claw marks that pierced through his chest. Have I reached the limit of my body? His physical body can no longer progress, with a strength limit of 95,000 pounds. In ancient times, the true monstrosities had a physical strength of 100,000 pounds as mere basics. He could also reach a physical strength of 100,000 pounds, but this requires immense fortune and vast resources. Currently, lacking resources, relying solely on his initial physical strength limit is quite remarkable. After a helpless sigh, he had no choice but to break through. Then, the overflowing cup of limits shattered, transforming into a river, leading him to the divine hidden realm. The so-called divine hidden realm is to temper the 5 organs, crafting a body akin to a divine being, laying the foundation for the subsequent realms. Throughout history, some have made shocking achievements in this realm. There have been unparalleled monsters who forged their 5 organs to the extreme, with each organ housing a divine being, shining like youth emperors, controlling an era. There are also monsters who forged their 5 organs corresponding to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with each organ containing infinite and mighty power, being called youthful celestial beings. He remembers that Qin Yang unexpectedly obtained a fragmentary spiritual root in the physical body realm, and soon the spiritual root took root and grew within him, using flesh and blood as fertile soil, branching out, with new meridians emerging, all while the spiritual root's shadow shone brightly under the glory of the 5 organs. When Qin Yang broke through the physical body realm, the number of lightning tribulations exceeded 9, reaching 10, with an unimaginably solid foundation, rivaling even the unparalleled monsters of ancient times. At this moment, Emoli is somewhat curious about how strong his own lightning tribulation will be. On the horizon, dark clouds gathered, lightning stretching for thousands of miles, and roaring thunder snakes emerged, moving wildly. Looking at the range of the thunderclouds, it seemed to be only about 90,000 miles. He felt a bit dissatisfied. True unparalleled monsters, those who suppressed an era, had lightning tribulations of 100,000 miles or even larger. Being close to 90,000 miles means he is still far behind the unparalleled monsters. He remembered that Qin Yang was at least 120,000 miles. The foundation was incredibly solid, unmatched in history, even stronger than that of the young emperor. Indeed, it's still lacking a lot. At that time, a massive thunder rumbled down like a waterfall. Emoli bathed in the thunder's light, his crystalline body shining brilliantly, his flesh displaying the properties of purging impurities and retaining essence, beginning to absorb the violent spiritual energy from the thunder waterfall. The first thunder tribulation was just a tickle. The second thunder tribulation was just a tickle. The 8th thunder tribulation, Emoli remained unfazed. The 9th thunder tribulation, Emoli felt the pressure, but after this one, it would disappear. Because in the world, there were at most 9 thunder tribulations within 100,000 miles, and the 10th thunder tribulation was a mark of monsters, which would bring down the small divine thunder of Xiao in the physical body realm. The silver lightning would then turn purple, and its power would be even greater, refining flesh and bones. However, Emoli's 9th thunderbolt still belonged to the silvery color. With the turbid energy exhaled, the 9th thunder ended. However, Emoli felt something was off and furrowed his brows. Because the thunderclouds in the sky had not dissipated for a long time, instead brewing something, and the silver lightning began to change color. Wait, what is that? What the heck, is this a thunder tribulation for the physical body realm? Emoli's mouth twitched, unable to believe. He saw the Xiao divine thunder? No, he saw the entirely purple Xiao divine thunder, tinged with a hint of light gold. That's the Xiao gold thunder. Emoli felt it was absurd. This thing completely should not appear in the physical body realm. No way, this isn't even the same level. Do I have to die? At that moment, Emoli felt his scalp tingle. The Xiao gold thunder hunts down the breakthrough challengers of the physical body realm, who would dare to believe it. Chapter 29, The Taiyin Divine Body. Boom! The Xiao gold thunder struck down, the sound of thunder exploded in his ears. The moment his arm touched the lightning, the flesh instantly dissolved, bones bursting with blood. Even half of his body was completely annihilated in the lightning, with the remnants showing blood and flesh inside. Boom! The gold lightning struck right down on his head. At that moment, Emoli saw his own skull being blown off, and his head was cracked open with a hole. Damn it! Emoli knew that now he could only fight for his life. The ghost eye opened, a blood-colored world covered his vision. In an instant, his blood energy boiled to its limits, and his flesh crazily absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, including the violent particles of lightning. At that moment, the ability of the ghost eye activated, and beside him, a shadow appeared that was exactly like him. Kill! Emoli shouted, then stepped into the air, all his energy converging into the only remaining arm. Boom! The last gold lightning struck down, but in the instant it fell, the lightning split in two, heading towards the shadow together. Bang! As expected, Emoli fell like a shooting star, crashing down and creating a deep pit. Soon, the thunderous tribulation receded, and the sky was clear. In the deep pit, there was no movement for a long time. The guardian of the path, Emo Shang, stood at the edge of the deep pit, looking at the center where Emoli's blood and flesh had turned to char. Dead? This was the first time Emo Shang conversed casually, but it sounded like a tease. Close enough. A weak voice came from the charred remains, ready to fade away at any moment. Emo Shang didn't continue to speak, just found a place nearby to sit cross-legged, guarding Emoli to prevent any sudden intrusion by spirit beasts. As the days turned, dusk colored the horizon, and there was still no movement beneath the deep pit. Night fell, dawn broke, and when a drop of dew from the leaves fell into the deep pit, the charred body showed a hint of movement. Thus, as the sun and moon cycled, the remaining spiritual energy in the mountains was continuously absorbed. Until 7 days later, the barren and burnt earth regrew, and the charred blood and flesh beneath the deep pit also showed signs of life. Russell. After a tremor, Emoli, who had been lying for a long time, stood up, the charred blood covering him falling off, revealing new and even more crystalline reborn flesh inside. Ha! After taking a long breath, Emoli entered the second realm of cultivation, Divine Concealment Realm. In the realm of Divine Hidden, known as the 5 realms of Divine Hidden, one must refine the 5 organs, reaching a point of perfection, allowing the flesh to transcend, detach from the mundane world, and open up the sea of spirit. He sat cross-legged, adapting to the surging power of blood and flesh. Then he pulled up the panel. Host, Emoli. Bone age, 25. Realm, Divine Hidden. Cultivation methods, soul-controlling Gu Classic, floating clouds and gliding shadows, mysterious Emperor Wood technique, mysterious sky decision, great wilderness palm. Secret treasures, flame ice dual blades, shadow demon gourd, Dao heaven sword, ancient bronze piece, ghost shadow token, 9-story Buddha tower. Physique, Mo family bloodline, awakened, ghost shadow bloodline, awakened, ghost eye, 8th level, celestial body trait. Villain destiny value, 550. Function 1, probe. Function 2, intelligence. In terms of realm, the scars of the Great Path have been repaired, and the shattered Unity realm has been remolded into the Divine Hidden realm. In terms of cultivation methods, the ancient Moonlit Dream, suspected to be a Gu immortal, gave him a classic for controlling Gu. Emoli glanced at this peculiar classic but hadn't had time to try it. In terms of secret treasures, he did not detonate everything he had captured from Xiaobao during his battle with Xiao Wuyan. At that time, he was startled by that strange Buddha tower and specially set it aside. The 9-story Buddha tower? Emoli took out the small tower and examined it again. This time he did not hear any strange sounds. In terms of physique, he gained a new celestial body trait, a benefit brought by the remolding pill. Though it was merely a trait, far from being a true celestial body, this trait alone has benefited him immensely. Who? He clenched his fist, and a trace of purple gold lightning flickered on his skin. That's right, at that time his flesh was split open by lightning, half of his body exploded, revealing the empty internal flesh. Thus, the purple gold lightning entered his body, roaming through the blood and flesh, the explosive energy singeing the 5 organs, causing his vital energy to wither. Because of this, after withstanding the lightning tribulation, the 5 organs regrew, and the energy of purple gold lightning infused into his limbs and bones. The refined 5 organs thus bore a trace of violent lightning power. He pondered the thought of refining all 5 organs into a divine hidden filled with surging lightning. Just how strong would that be? It should be enough to rival those monstrous beings, right? He was unsure. Because in the divine hidden realm, throughout the long river of time, there were countless prodigies who broke through. Some ancient disciples entered the forbidden zone of life, taking a gram of 5-colored soil as the source of earth, transforming it into the power of the 5 organs, then entered the sun's interior, turning the ever-living solar fire essence into the source of fire, balancing the 5 elements, overpowering their contemporaries. Some geniuses were not satisfied with just the 5 organs, wanting to carve out an entirely new divine hidden. Moreover, there were those who sought a different path, wanting to merge the power of the 5 organs into one, infusing it into the abdomen, hoping to open up a new secret realm like a black hole. After some thought, Emoli rejected this decision. Because the risk was too high, to use lightning tribulation to refine the 5 organs risked instantaneous death. However, to refine a special divine hidden was not without a way. Don't forget, Emoli had prior knowledge of some contents of the original book. Though he only glimpsed it half and gave up, and despite some secrets not being mentioned, such as the Insect Valley. Even if the trajectory of this world was gradually diverging from what he knew, he still had a chance. He recalled that there was a prince of an ancient dynasty who possessed the solar divine body, silently lingering in this realm for many years, wishing to find a woman with the lunar divine body, and when the time came, the combination of yin and yang could cultivate the divine hidden with the essence of yin-yang and create a perfect realm. Indeed, Emoli had also set his sights on the lunar body. This was currently the best plan. He planned for the lunar energy to enter his body, fusing with his own solar energy to forge a powerful new divine hidden. Calculating the time, that prince will soon find the lunar divine body, I must intercept him beforehand. Chapter 30, Provocation. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. Ancient Dragon Dynasty de One Royal Land. Emoli, dressed in a neat martial arts outfit, with a strong physique, smiled widely, showing bright white teeth, friendly as light. Is there anyone else who wishes to step forward and challenge? The martial arts academy beside him asked the practitioners below. In an instant, everyone looked at each other, quiet and silent. Under the round martial arts arena, there lay defeated souls crying out for their mothers. These people, without exception, were all struck down by Emoli's single punch. The concave chests, broken ribs, and collapsed walls all told the story of Emoli's cruelty. Is there anyone else who wants to come forward and challenge? The martial officer asked for the second time. I will. Saying this, the man in the black robe jumped up, his breath stirring, sending out thick waves of powerful energy. Early stage of Spirit Sea Realm. An audience member furrowed his brow. The black-robed man's aura was extremely formidable and not easy to handle. It's hard to say. After all, that guy named Emoli on stage is also very strange. His physical strength is fearsome. The black-robed man said, I am Nangong Cheng, here to seek guidance. He is a disciple of the Nangong family? Surprise filled the air. The Nangong family is a powerful clan in the Great One Kingdom, holding great authority in the royal court, so much so that even the royal family avoids them, wielding overwhelming power. Their family members' strength far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators. Ever since the royal family's ancestor fell, the Nangong family has become increasingly arrogant, almost making the entire Wangdi surname Nangong. Around them, people whispered, occasionally glancing towards the Nangong family, fearing to be seen. I've heard that your Nangong family members are very strong, so today I am here to test it. Emoli smiled brightly, showing no trace of nervousness. I fear you might not survive the test, said the black-robed man, his robes fluttering, spiritual energy swirling, gathering white light between his palms. The biggest difference between the divine concealed realm and the spirit sea realm is the use of spiritual energy. The former can only utilize pure physical strength, while the latter can cast various spells and divine abilities. The gap between the two is vast. It's the shaking heaven palm, a famed deadly move of the Nangong family, someone with sharp eyes noticed. The black-robed man's palm print glowed, and with a booming sound of spiritual energy, a massive palm print formed directly above Emoli, making his figure appear tiny in comparison. It's over. Nangong Cheng has refined the shaking heaven palm to perfection. This battle is very concerning for Emoli. But Emoli merely smiled casually and said, watch closely, this punch will be very strong. However, before his words were fully spoken, his figure suddenly blurred, his speed surpassing the sound barrier. Boom! Bang! Two consecutive sonic booms struck the hearts of the audience like meteors. Everyone was dumbfounded. The scene felt familiar. The unexpected punch came crashing down, completely without reason. Look fast, Nangong Cheng has been disfigured. A cry from the audience attracted many gazes. On the wall, Nangong Cheng, curled up like a cooked shrimp, was embedded inside, half of his face violently caved in, looking like a monster, with one eyeball even falling out. The Nangong family's shaking heaven palm is indeed as legendary as it claims. I almost lost. Emoli flashed a bright white smile, seriously exaggerating. But this friendly smile had a bit of a cheeky meaning to it. The disciples of the Nangong family had dark faces, and those who saw it wanted to laugh but had to hold it in. It was truly a slap in the face, hitting the Nangong family's face, making a big noise. You are very strong, but I am even stronger. So, is there anyone else who wants to challenge? Emoli looked towards the Nangong family's direction, raising an eyebrow, his intent clear. The disciples of the Nangong family were restless, nearly wanting to grind Emoli into the ground, yet no one stepped forward. They all looked towards Nangong Wentian, the current clan leader beside the host. At this moment, Emoli was not shy, continuing to stoke the flames. Surely, there can't be no one left? Are you all ants? Then, he turned and smiled brightly at the Nangong family. I didn't specifically name any family. I just said that the one called Nangong Cheng, the peerless monster, was just too strong and got blown away by my punch. So I am wondering, are members of a certain family all useless? Alas! Why so excited? I didn't point out any names. Why are you eager to jump out and admit it? Emoli recklessly angered the Nangong family. You brat! You will surely die today. One person from the Nangong family threatened angrily. I, the Nangong family, will avenge today's disgrace. Many people jumped up, swearing to shred Mo Li into pieces. Alright, I've heard your weak threats. Mo Li dug into his bloody ears, completely ignoring the shouts. A bunch of barking dogs, if you have guts, come up here. If I don't knock you out until you're dizzy, I won't be called Mo Li. No way? Do you all not have the guts? Not even daring to come up? You might as well go to the palace and become eunuchs. You. An elder could not bear this insult, feeling heavy in his chest, almost unable to breathe. Patriarch, I am willing to go up and teach this ignorant little brat a lesson. A disciple looked at Nangong Wentian, requesting permission. Nangong Wentian's face was dark, but he still appeared calm. Your Majesty, how about letting my young disciples take the stage? They are used to being arrogant, and it's time to teach them a lesson, to know there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond people. The king turned his gaze to Mo Li, showing concern. Young friend Mo, you fought so many rounds, aren't you tired? Why not choose another day to fight? He valued talent and thought Mo Li was a good seed. This match was originally meant to recruit talents for the royal family, but the Nangong family's intervention was clearly suppressing. With Mo Li's talent, he would surely be a mainstay of the royal family in the future, and the king didn't want him to be snuffed out by the Nangong family, so he specially found a way out for them. Mo Li, thank you, Your Majesty, but unless I beat that useless disciple of a certain family until he's searching for his teeth, I won't stop. The king looked worried, though he was also pleased to slap the Nangong family's face. Are you sure? Absolutely certain. Well then. The king had no choice but to see that Mo Li had made up his mind, and he casually took out a pill that emitted blue energy, tossing it to Mo Li. Young friend Mo has fought many battles and needs some time to recover his strength. The chancellor should have no objections, right? He looked at Nangong Wentian beside him. Naturally, no problem. Nangong Wentian said nothing, but his eyes already explained everything. Kill this arrogant guy Mo Li, so that the world knows the Nangong family's authority cannot be challenged. Mo Li took the pill, and though he didn't need it, he still pretended to act. Before long, the time of a stick of incense passed. Mo Li stood up from his meditative state, pointing in the direction of the Nangong family, making a pre-battle declaration. Are you ready? Useless ones. Let me feel if your so-called threats are as feeble as your strength. Chapter 31, Beating the Female Demon. Who dares to come? Mo Li shouted loudly. I will teach you a lesson. A woman in a purple robe leaped onto the stage. Oh. A woman? Mo Li showed great interest. I will make you understand the consequences of insulting the Nangong family. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, the woman displayed her might. Oh, you know I'm insulting your Nangong family? Then why have you waited until now to dare come up? If it were me, I would have jumped onto the stage directly, without needing to watch the face of some old guy. Sharp-tongued. The woman's gaze was fierce. Below the stage, many people whispered. Nangong Xueyan, a descendant of a certain elder of the Nangong family, heard she joined the ancient Dragon Dynasty's Ancient Dragon Academy long ago and recently broke through to the mid-spirit sea realm, a true genius, nothing like Nangong Cheng. Looks like the Nangong family is serious now. Mo Li is really in danger. Nangong Xueyan? Mo Li murmured that name, then raised his eyes to look at her, becoming sharp. A name that shares the character Shui with a certain old friend, sounds beautiful, but it will only make my actions more ruthless. Very ruthless, ha! Mo Li smirked, emphasizing it. Nangong Xueyan's expression was cold, ignoring Mo Li's warning, drew out a treasure sword engraved with ancient patterns from her back, infusing it with spiritual energy in her palm. The energy flowed into the sword. Instantly, a cold glare shot out, a dragon roar echoed through the martial arena. That is, the ancient dragon sword technique of the ancient dragon dynasty. The knowledgeable elder exclaimed. She did not use the magical techniques of the Nangong family, so the outcome of the battle is already decided. Humph, do you think the strength of Sister Xueyan from the Xueyan clan is something you dirt-covered ants can comprehend? The Nangong disciple said proudly. Sister Nangong, teach him a lesson. No need to go for a lethal strike, torture him slowly and let him know the cost of humiliating the family. A disciple shouted. Your Majesty, who do you think will win this match? Nangong Wentian suddenly asked. The king remained silent. He had thought it was just an ordinary junior from the Nangong family stepping onto the stage. He never expected it to be a prodigy from the ancient Dragon Academy. He worriedly looked towards Mo Li. However, Mo Li on the stage appeared relaxed and carefree. Oh, I didn't realize your fame was quite high. You really are a monster, aren't you? Then watch closely, Nangong monster. This punch will be brutal. Before the sound of his words even touched the ground, Mo Li's fist had already struck the opponent's abdomen. Yes, Mo Li wouldn't give the opponent time to prepare. If one is not careful, it could. Bang! This sound was the dull thud of a fist hitting flesh. Nangong Shuiyan did not react at all, not just her, but the crowd below also failed to notice. How could it be like this again? Did anyone see when he made his move? The Nangong disciples were almost going crazy, scared to blink lest they miss even the slightest detail. But despite this, they still did not see how Emoli actually made his move. History is always remarkably similar, tragedy always plays out in cycles. Boom! This sound arrived with a delay, the force pierced through Nangong Shuiyan's abdomen, shattering her insides and smashing through her back, ripping her clothes apart. After delivering the clean and swift punch, Emoli suddenly stepped back, generously giving her a chance to breathe. Hey, Nangong monster, are you okay? That was just one punch, you won't give up already, would you? Sister Shuiyan. Are you alright? While the crowd below was still in shock with their jaws dropped, they noticed that Nangong Shuiyan was half kneeling, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Nangong Shuiyan raised her incredulous eyes to look at the relaxed Emoli. That punch felt like the power of an ancient beast crashing down on her, making it hard for her to believe. This kind of flesh and blood power displayed in the Spirit Sun realm was rare even in the ancient Dragon Academy. Could it be that the opponent was really a monster? She couldn't help but doubt. Hey, Nangong monster, are you actually capable? Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're a woman. Let me tell you, I'm very cruel to women. Emoli raised his gigantic fist, boasting. You are strong. I have to admit, even in the ancient Dragon Academy, your strength ranks high. Nangong Shuiyan slowly stood up. At that moment, her gaze was no longer filled with initial disdain but was instead filled with respect for a prodigy. As she spoke, she cut her palm with her sword, letting the blood stain the precious sword. Roar! The treasured sword, absorbing the essence blood, soared with divine light, radiating a yellow glow, with the light like a rosy cloud as a fierce dragon head emerged, howling while it circled in the air before plunging towards the top of Nangong Shuiyan's head. That is the unity of man and sword. Nangong Shuiyan's aura shocked them all. Truly a genius from the ancient Dragon Academy. This aura completely surpasses the realm of spiritual sea. Oh, interesting. Emoli raised an eyebrow. Not enough, but I'm not lacking either, just watch. He raised that unreasonable, powerful fist again, purple golden arcs of electricity swirling around it. My fist can glow. It's very brutal. Chapter 32, Blood Flowers Bloom. History remains remarkably similar. The moves were still unclear, the same ancient beast-like violence and ferocity. The difference was, Nangong Shuiyan took to the air. This punch, from below upwards, smashed into Nangong Shuiyan's chin, the violent force shaking out a circle of air ripples, the fierce wind spreading out. Nangong Shuiyan flew like a cannonball. But this was not over. The blasted Nangong Yaojiu only momentarily flew towards the sky, and when she suddenly awoke, she ignored her broken jaw. At this moment, she only wanted to kill Emoli. She was the pride of the ancient Dragon Academy, repeatedly suppressed by a god-hidden realm guy. Her pride as a genius would not allow her to suffer such humiliation. Die for me. Ancient Dragon Sword Technique, Dragon Shadow Kill. Nangong Shuiyan gathered spiritual energy in the sky, then used the falling momentum to strike with a sword from mid-air. This sword, radiant and bright, had dragon shadows coiling around the sword edge, possessing the might to open the heavens and create the earth. Not good, it's the killing technique from the ancient Dragon Sword Technique. Dragon Shadow appears, life and death decision. On the stage, Emoli frowned and raised his hand to block the dazzling light. This unparalleled sword looks a bit familiar. But, sorry, you are just too handsome, it blinded my eyes. In murmurs, Emoli vanished again. Where is he? Shouted the Nangong clan members below, anxiously. Emoli's elusive figure cast a huge shadow over them, like a ghost, completely unclear. No, he is over there. Gasps sounded, and eyes shifted upward, all raised heads met the blinding light and astonishing sword shadow. Not good, cousin. He is. Some Nangong disciples wanted to warn, but the words got stuck in their throats, while their skin twitched in horror. What they saw came much faster than the sound, leaving no time to react. As Nangong Shuiyan unleashed her stunning sword, Emoli appeared behind her like a ghost, fists clenched together, then smashed down violently. Bang! The explosion of shattered spine mixed with the wave of air surged out again. Nangong Shuiyan's back was hit hard. That fierce force made her body fold directly, twisting into a V-shape in midair, spiraling down at high speed with the airflow. Many people widened their eyes, her recently closed jaw dislocated again. Nangong disciples all closed their eyes in unison, unable to bear seeing such a beautiful genius fall into a sorry state, and then, unexpectedly, a third explosive sound erupted. Boom! Just as Nangong Shuiyan was about to fall to the ground, Emoli had already prepared, his smile twisted like a madman, waiting for her with a shining fist. I told you, this punch will be very cruel. As the words fell, the punch struck out, purple gold lightning condensed into a beam, piercing through Nangong Shuiyan's body, the brilliant purple gold light shooting straight up to the sky. Everyone was stunned, shocked that Nangong Shuiyan had just died like that. Transforming into a brilliant blood flower that bloomed, in an instant, it was gone. Indeed, this looks good, bright red flowers, fleeting and lively, how beautiful. Emoli murmured to himself, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. He found he had developed a new hobby. Men turning to ashes, women blossoming in blood. Determined, Emoli decided to do away with his enemies this way in the future, letting them die with dignity. For a moment, the silence on the scene was deafening. Eyes gazed at the falling blood flower, lost in thought for a long time. Hey, you waste of a family, have you seen enough? Hurry up, send someone tougher to fight me. Emoli's provocative words broke the deathly silence. Many people stared at him, their eyes seemingly ready to kill him. Oh, you all, why are you staring at me? Did that unparalleled punch leave you dumbfounded? Or are you unable to resist adoring me because I'm too handsome? Emoli ignored their murderous gaze and smiled. Don't worship me, I'm just a legend. You. What about you, can you speak a bit more smoothly? Emoli dug at his blood-stained ear. You actually dare to kill in public? Where are the guards? Don't you take him down? Nangong disciples still couldn't understand how he had killed his own people. How many years has it been in the windy? No, what are you barking like a dog? As he spoke, Emoli turned around, putting away his wild expression, a smile on his face that was just the right amount of respectful. Your Majesty, if I remember correctly, this is the royal-hosted martial arts contest, right? The rules clearly state that on the martial arts stage, life and death do not matter. Emoli bowed respectfully, blinking his eyes, hinting at something. First, this is the royal family's territory. Second, here, the royal family has the final say. Third, the Nangong family broke the rules first. The king smiled, completely ignoring the black-faced Nangong clan leader beside him. Cough cough. The rules are indeed like that. If one accidentally falls, it can only be said they are not as skilled. Did you hear that, useless ones? With a turn, Emoli instantly changed to an arrogant face, truly illustrating what it means to change one's expression. Can't you take a loss? Wouldn't that make the world laugh their teeth out? You. The Nangong disciples still wanted to say something, but were pushed back by a glance from Nangong Wentian on the high platform. Alright, if you're weak, don't bark, it's really noisy. Can you send some powerful geniuses up? Otherwise, this is too boring, I can't muster any interest. However, after Emoli's arrogant provocation this time, no one from the Nangong family responded. Oh, why is it so silent, did you all lose your voice? Emoli wondered, how could they endure this? If uncle can endure, then aunt can endure, and the results are all about endurance. Come on, holding it in isn't good for your health. Don't you want to beat me up? Avenge your grievances? Emoli was standing over them, pulling their leg, he couldn't understand why they would still hold back. At this moment, Nangong Wentian on the high platform slowly stood up, his voice not too loud and not too soft, clear enough for everyone to hear. Your Majesty, I see that Imo Xiaoyu is quite interested, and his strength is indeed unparalleled among his peers. Unfortunately, the true geniuses of my Nangong family are not here, so I am afraid it cannot satisfy everyone. Why don't we wait a few days? My son Nangong Xianyuan just happens to be returning to Wangdi. At that time, Imo Xiaoyu will have a chance to really enjoy himself. The king did not respond directly but looked to Emoli, asking for his opinion. Imo Xiaoyu, what do you think? But his gaze was suggesting to Emoli to back down. Emoli smiled, revealing his dazzling white teeth. Good. I will wait for him. I won't leave until I beat him to the ground. As soon as these words came out, it caused a huge uproar. Ah, foolish guy. You don't think that after defeating Nangong Shuiyan, you are invincible in the world? This time, he is really doomed. He probably doesn't even know the terror of Nangong Xianyuan, right? The Nangong disciples were bursting with laughter inside. Truly a fool, they were worried that Emoli wouldn't dare to accept the challenge. There were also some who secretly reminded, Nangong Shuiyan is merely a pride of the Gulong Academy, but in the eyes of the geniuses of Gulong Academy, these supposed prides are just ants. Gulong Academy, Gulong Small Academy, just a slight difference in words, but a world of difference. What Gulong Academy recruits are the 1 in a million talents of the Gulong dynasty, elite candidates for the path to challenge, encompassing the entire area, even talents from outside the dynasty come seeking it. One could say that joining the Gulong Academy qualifies one to contend for the title of emperor. It is said that Nangong Xianyuan has made quite a name for himself in Gulong Academy, standing out among many elite geniuses. His strength is terrifying, even making the Dao ranking of the entire Dao province. Emoli listened, unable to hide his surprise. That name is really loud? Good, then who was it? Nangong Xianyuan, right? Tell that waste to get ready, I want to beat him. Whoever doesn't come is a dog. Mo Li shouted very arrogantly. Chapter 33, Zhang Li Yue. From then on, the martial arts contest came to a temporary pause, and a bigger drama would soon unfold. And with it ringing out, was Mo Li's fame. Daring to insult the Nangong family like this, he is the first. If he does not die, does that mean anyone can do whatever they want on Nangong's head? This is absolutely unacceptable to the Nangong family. You all say, who can win? This is hard to say, Mo Li is too evil. But Nangong Xianyuan is also very strong. That said, their realms are different, right? If Nangong Xianyuan suppresses his cultivation, I think it's doubtful. Hey, you guys probably don't know this. In fact, Nangong Xianyuan is terrifyingly strong in the Shinsong realm. It is said he shook the elders of the ancient Dragon Academy. In the Shinsong realm, usually, people cultivate the 5 organs, but Nangong Xianyuan is different. He has trained one of the 5 organs, the heart organ, to the extreme. This is a top-tier master. Even in the ancient Dragon dynasty, it's rare to find one. As for the legendary 5-tier master, who cultivates all 5 organs to a level never seen before, that probably only exists in history books. So when it comes to the Shinsong realm, in terms of strength, I believe Nangong Xianyuan is stronger. Instead of discussing who would win, some even started gambling. Within half an hour, the gathered bets exceeded expectations. Mo Li's odds were outrageous, with the chance to get rich overnight right in front of them. Many cultivators were inquiring about Mo Li's background. This mysterious guy was fierce as a beast, and many suspected he was a descendant of an ancient hidden sect. Of course, some speculated he possessed a mysterious inheritance, otherwise, how could he be so outrageous? Opinions varied widely on this matter. And the figure people spoke of was currently beside the king, completely lacking the arrogance of the martial arts arena. He wore a sharp martial arts outfit, his arm muscles bulging, full of vigorous blood, giving off a powerful sense of strength. However, Mo Li's hands were occasionally intertwined, movements restrained, appearing somewhat anxious. Your Majesty, I think it's better to forget it. I'm afraid the Princess Mo Li stammered, his expression very much like a shy lover's first meeting. You brat, this king allows you to make a request within your ability, and you say you want to see you what, are you getting cold feet now? King Zhang Tiancheng looked at Mo Li's awkward appearance and couldn't help but want to laugh. This kid had just been ferocious on stage, willing to use lethal force against someone as beautiful as Nangong Shuiyin. Unexpectedly, when it came to his daughter, he turned shy and red-faced. No, I'm afraid the princess. Afraid of what? As he spoke, Zhang Tiancheng had already taken Mo Li to the side hall. At that moment, a palace servant rushed in. Your Majesty, it's bad, the princess's condition is becoming harder to control. What? Quickly, lead the way. Without caring for Mo Li, Zhang Tiancheng took the lead. Outside the side hall, Mo Li sat by the lotus pond in the pavilion, bored yet nervously glancing at the inner palace from time to time. Zhang Tiancheng had already been inside for 2 hours. There were sometimes severe fluctuations from within, and he didn't know what was happening. Blessed safety, Mo Li murmured softly. At this moment, a guard pushed the door open and came out. Mo Li hurriedly stepped forward to ask, Sir, how is the princess? Is she okay? The guard smiled, looking as if the situation was good. She is out of danger now. The king wants you to go in. Mo Li's anxious heart completely relaxed, and then, under the guard's urging, he sluggishly entered the inner palace. Seeing Mo Li's appearance, Zhang Tiancheng was both angry and amused. This kid looked like a woman, without any semblance of a young talent. All right, father won't disturb you both. Zhang Tiancheng smiled as he left, not forgetting to remind the hidden guards in the shadows. Although Mo Li was only from the Shinsong realm, one must remain vigilant. He had only this one precious daughter, usually held in the palm of his hand for fear of breaking her. Mo Li bowed his head and cupped his hands. This lowly one has met the princess. You are the Mo Li that father mentioned? Zhang Liyue's voice was very nice, soft like a gentle spring flowing through the heart. Indeed, it's this lowly one. Mo Li's head was bowed deeply, but he couldn't help but sneak a glance. With father not present, don't be so nervous. Okay. Though he said that, his movements were still very stiff, which amused Zhang Liyue. Her giggles sounded like tinkling bells. All right, you can lift your head, don't be so nervous. Mo Li's strong body. A young man full of vigor and strength, yet shy like a maiden, the stark contrast made her unable to hold back her laughter. At your command. Saying this, Mo Li slowly raised his head. Oh, not bad looking at all, very, very handsome. Zhang Liyu thought Mo Li was worried about his appearance, but now, seeing him closely, he was indeed quite good looking. Even she was surprised, her tone suddenly stumbled. Your Highness, you are also very, very. After thinking for a long time, Mo Li forced out 2 words, perfect. Yes, Zhang Liyu, who bore the Taiyin divine body, was perfect. This beauty was a soft and harmonious pure beauty. She wasn't as sharp as Morong Shui and not as gentle yet strong as Nangong Shuiyin. Jiang Liu was a complete and soft beauty, like the full moon in the night sky. The silver dust was the clear brilliance of a smile, making people intoxicated. However, the moonlight now felt cold, the waning moon brought a chill, and Emily knew this was due to the backlash from suppressing the Taiyin divine body. This backlash could manifest in her appearance. Her complexion was cold and pale, and her body felt cold and damp. From the moment he entered the room, the temperature suddenly dropped, and from the temperature, Emily could roughly judge the other person's condition. "Thank you." Jiang Liu slightly smiled, like the dazzling bright moon in the sky. Even Emily couldn't help but smile foolishly. "I heard you wanted to see me specially?" Being able to see the princess again is worth dying for," Emily replied. "Again?" Jiang Liu keenly caught this word. Emily scratched his head, smiling foolishly, feeling embarrassed as if he had been seen through. "Your Highness is wise, I actually saw you a long time ago." "Oh? Do tell me?" Jiang Liu became interested. 13 years ago, in the city of Fushui in the royal land, I was still a little boy back then, surrounded by a group of people in a corner because of a spiritual medicine. This spiritual medicine was very important to me. I couldn't lose it, so I held onto it tightly and ended up being beaten and bruised. At that time, you passed through Fushui city. Although you didn't directly intervene, your identity caused those people to hesitate, so they didn't continue attacking. You could say, you saved my life that day. I see. Jiang Liu had indeed been to Fushui city, but she didn't expect to have saved someone through a twist of fate. Seeing how grateful Emily was, she felt a pang of guilt. After all, it wasn't intentional. "But why did you hold on to the spiritual medicine so tightly? If you lose it, there will still be other chances, but if a person..." Before she could finish her sentence, Emily suddenly replied, "Actually, that was my mother's life-saving medicine." In an instant, Jiang Liu fell silent. She wanted to find another topic to avoid this painful story. "With the spiritual medicine, your mother must have recovered, right? That's good news." "In the end, my mother still left me. She couldn't survive that cold winter." Suddenly, Jiang Liu felt as if she had a lump in her throat. She remembered her own mother, who also died in winter. "Actually, my mother was very happy before she left. She said it was my blessing to meet the princess and held my hand, saying I should be grateful." "And then?" Jiang Liu didn't know how to comfort him and could only continue to ask. "Then, after burying my mother, I left Fushui city to see the outside world. Speaking of which, I found the world is really big and fascinating, with all kinds of strange and wonderful things, and many things I don't know." In this way, Emily vividly shared his adventure stories. These stories were immensely captivating for Jiang Liu, who lived in the palace due to illness. Unknowingly, one was telling, and the other was listening. Bursts of laughter came from time to time, and soon the sun began to set. Jiang Liu found it hard to get enough of Emily's stories. She discovered that Emily was quite interesting. At first, she thought he was a big, foolish guy, but then she realized his face was quite angular, and when he quieted down, he seemed like a completely different person, like a refined scholar, especially when telling stories. The tone is gentle, always giving a wonderful sense of peace. Various characteristics gather on Emily, making her even more curious. "By the way, Your Highness, this is a gift for you, a fire jade bracelet. I hope you like it." As she spoke, Emily personally placed it on Jiang Liu's hand. Strangely, Jiang Liu didn't feel anything wrong. "What?" When Jiang Liu realized, her cheeks turned red. This was the first time a strange man had touched her, besides her father and brother. "You don't have to call me Your Highness, just call me Liu. Actually, we are about the same age." Hearing this, Emily smiled brightly, revealing white teeth. "Very handsome, okay, Liu." Jiang Liu's face turned even redder. Why was this guy smiling so happily? "By the way, princess." Realizing he had misspoken, he quickly corrected himself. "Liu, can I invite you to the Lantern Festival in 5 days?" Emily looked at her with hopeful eyes. Let me think about it." Then that's fine." Emily looked dejected. Perhaps out of pity, Jiang Liu explained, "I didn't say I wouldn't go, it's just that my father." She also wanted to go out and play, especially after hearing Emily's exciting stories, but her pressing illness was like a ticking time bomb, not knowing when it would explode. Although no one in the royal palace knew what kind of illness this was or what caused it, when it attacked, she felt as if she was falling into an ice cave and could only forcibly suppress it. Emily smiled widely. "Then it's settled. We'll meet and not part." "Wait, I heard you were going to duel with Nangong Xian Yuan, be careful." "I know. If I can't win, I'll admit defeat." "You said it, life is important." Emily turned around and reminded her before leaving, "It's a promise." Jiang Liu muttered softly, "It's a promise." Chapter 34, Wild Boar Tumbles Cabbage. Time passed in a flash. Starry night, Royal Palace. "Father, is it a letter from my brother?" Zhang Liu jumped into Zhang Tianshang's arms, her eyes sparkling. Zhang Tianshang rubbed her nose. It's your brother's letter, specifically telling you not to run around. Got it, got it. Zhang Liu broke free from her father's embrace and stuck out her tongue. In front of close relatives, she was like a lively lark, full of energy. By the way, father, is Mo Li's duel tomorrow? Why, do you want to go out? Don't forget what your brother reminded you. Zhang Tianshang pretended to be serious. No way, Liu is very obedient. Could it be that you miss that guy? Seeing the blush on his daughter's face, he couldn't help but tease. How could it be? That guy is so stupid, simply foolish. How could I miss him? These days, Mo Li was able to enter the palace and spend time with Zhang Liu, and their relationship grew closer. When talking about Mo Li, Zhang Liu didn't even realize her lips were turning up. That guy is both foolish and loves to boast, silly, but sometimes very handsome. Seeing his daughter in her youthful infatuation, Zhang Tianshang shook his head helplessly. Forget it, as long as his daughter was happy, let her be for now. These days, his daughter's laughter was more than ever, and as a father, he was also happy, only worried that his hard-raised daughter might fall for that kid, Mo Li. Soon, the day of the duel between Nangong Xianyuan and Mo Li arrived. At noon, the sun was glaring, and the martial arts arena was already packed with people. Many couldn't find a spot and had to hover in the air to watch. That must be Nangong Xianyuan, right? Seeing him for the first time today, he is indeed impressive with his striking demeanor. I heard he was favored by a big figure from Ancient Dragon Academy. Becoming a personal disciple, he will surely have a place among future prodigies. Yes, the Nangong family will surely shine under his hands. A cultivator sighed. What about that Mo Li? Why hasn't he shown up? I heard he is quite arrogant, boasting that Nangong Xianyuan is also trash. Truly lacks self-awareness. Not seen for so long, could he be scared? If I were him, I would choose to retreat, otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I would die. The crowd at the martial arts arena was buzzing with discussion. Many newcomers were very curious about Mo Li, especially his ruthless reputation. With one punch, he shattered Nangong Shuayan, not understanding how to cherish beauty, but instead turned the other person into a flower completely. Nangong Xianyuan sat cross-legged in the center of the martial arts arena, absorbing the power of the sun, constantly refining his body. Secretly, many elders wanted to probe his strength to see how far it had progressed, but the results were all the same, ultimately advising their own juniors, do not provoke him. At this moment, a person walked slowly into the entrance. Everyone turned to look. Is he Mo Li? But looking at his appearance, physique, and attired in brocade robes, he doesn't seem to fit the rumors of a fierce brow and vile character. A woman said, realizing this Mo Li was quite gallant. No, he is not Mo Li. Someone recognized the person's identity. Who is he? As they spoke, the man stepped onto the martial arts platform, and to everyone's surprise, Nangong Xianyuan actually stood up. The way they looked at each other was like friends. Nangong Xianyuan, it's good to see you well. Jiang Baixing, you too. Jiang Baixing? The Jiang family? Someone suddenly recalled something. More than 20 years ago, that prodigy who was born under a portentous sign. He seems to be a member of the Wang Di royal family, the current king's son. It is said he was taken under the wing of powerful beings outside, carefully cultivated. But he is extremely low-key, not many know about him. Amidst the discussions, Jiang Baixing raised the curved blade in his hand. Nangong Xianyuan, if you must cause trouble, I will accompany you. Others may fear your Gulong Academy, but I am not afraid. Nangong Xianyuan did not speak. He knew Jiang Baixing was backed by Daolu Academy, a huge force spread across 3,000 states, with branches in the Gulong dynasty, in opposition to Gulong Academy. This was also why the Nangong family was wary of the royal family, because Jiang Baixing was this heterodox, otherwise, the entire Wang Di would have changed dynasty long ago. Do you know Mo Li? Are you here to stand up for him? Nangong Xianyuan was not afraid, he simply did not want to waste time. No, I don't know him. It's just that your Nangong family is aggressive, I still carry the Jiang surname. Oh, then I advise you not to meddle. Daolu Academy is indeed powerful, but in the domain of the dynasty, it is not your place to make decisions. Is that so? Then I will really have to give it a try. Seeing the tension on the platform, on the verge of erupting into conflict. Suddenly, a sound like a clear spring, a beautiful celestial voice, entered everyone's ears. Brother! Why are you back? Everyone unanimously looked over, their movements astonishingly synchronized. In an instant, at the moment they saw the woman's face, it was a silent echo of stillness. Beautiful. So beautiful. This was the reflection of everyone's heart. God, did I see a fairy descend to the mortal realm? Someone excitedly could not speak, all words of praise seemed redundant in front of her. Li Yu? Why are you here? Jiang Baixing turned, catching sight of his beloved younger sister, his smile widening. I came to cheer for Emily. At once, Jiang Baixing's beaming eyebrows drooped, and a black line appeared on his forehead. His sister mentioned another man in her second sentence of their reunion. By the way, why hasn't Emily come yet? If you hadn't suddenly appeared, I would have had to disguise myself for a long time. As she spoke, Zhang Liyu wiped off the mask from her face, revealing a beauty so stunning that even the stars would shine for her. Yes, the previous shock was merely Zhang Liyu with a mask smeared. After cleaning it off, what was revealed was an attractiveness that charmed both men and women alike. Even her brother Jiang Baixing was momentarily stunned. Quick, put the mask back on. Once he came back to his senses, Jiang Baixing reprimanded. There is a kind of beauty that incites a primal urge of everyone wanting to compete for it. At the age of 20, Zhang Liyu had already displayed such qualities. Oh, fine. Zhang Liyu reluctantly put the mask back on, cooling the rising temperature around her. Did you sneak out? Does father know? As he spoke, Jiang Baixing looked up at Jiang Tianxing on the high platform, where the father and son exchanged glances. The eyes blinked. Thus, Jiang Baixing's forehead became even darker. His little sister, who he held in his hands, actually ran out for another man? Jiang Baixing was also filled with a sense of dread. He knew his sister's abnormal condition. Her illness seemed like some kind of cold poison, and also like a certain constitution. He had been secretly searching for a solution, until he flipped through an ancient book and saw a passage that read, extreme in body, weak and cold, unmatched beauty, makes an excellent furnace for dual cultivation. This matched Zhang Liyue's situation perfectly. Furnace. But when he saw these two words, Jiang Baixing's face turned pale. He knew very well that no matter what, his sister's condition could not be spread. Taiyin divine body, extreme in body, though they are only a word apart, the two are like heaven and earth different, their outward manifestations are extremely similar. Thus, Zhang Liyue was kept hidden in the deep palace, until recently, when Jiang Baixing sent a message back, saying he had made progress on his sister's condition. Yes, Jiang Baixing suspected he had judged wrongly, so he returned today to confirm his sister's constitution. At that time, when he learned that his daughter Zhang Liyue no longer needed to stay in the deep boudoir, as her father, Jiang Tiancheng naturally felt delighted, just as Emily had thoroughly slapped the Nangong family in the face. With joy upon joy, he didn't think too much, and allowed Emily to meet Zhang Liyue. After that, Jiang Tiancheng specifically checked the Yifushui city that Emily mentioned, and got news that was accurate. There indeed was such a person, and there were not too many doubts about his whereabouts. Therefore, Jiang Tiancheng didn't pay much attention. He found that when his daughter was with this kid Emily, they chatted and laughed, but as an old father, he was always afraid his daughter would be taken advantage of, but his daughter's happiness was real, so he just turned a blind eye. Unexpectedly, his daughter actually sneaked out behind his back to fool around. Though fooling around was an exaggeration, how could he dare to think his daughter deceived her old father for this kid Emily? Saying she would behave, it was all lies. Chapter 35, Standing Up Someone. At that time, the two men saw surprise in each other's eyes. It was obvious that Zhang Liyue had some high skills to be able to hide from the guard's secret watchman. As Zhang Liyue's beauty was once again covered, many sighed and withdrew their gazes. Even Nangong Shenyuan could hardly escape. With this appearance, Zhang Liyue's unmatched celestial face would probably spread quickly. Oh no, I can't talk to you anymore, it seems my father is coming to catch me. Saying this, Zhang Liyue, like a little rabbit, wanted to hide in the crowd again. But before she could take a few steps, a huge force directly pulled her back. How long do you plan to act recklessly? Jiang Baixing frowned. In his memory, his sister's character had always been very obedient. How had she suddenly turned so wild? Brother! Let go of me. If I get caught by father, I will have to stay in the palace again. I still want to cheer for Emily. Jiang Baixing's face turned as dark as could be, mentioning Emily again and again. Did she not see her own brother? You are coming with me. Saying this, Jiang Baixing unceremoniously dragged Zhang Liyue away. He originally intended to intimidate the Nangong family, making them weigh their actions, but unexpectedly, his sister suddenly popped up and disrupted everything. Thus, this little incident quickly came to an end. At noon, the blazing sun was high. Under the scorching light, many people were waiting. Some wanted to see what kind of person dared to provoke the Nangong family, while others were curious whether Emily's brutality was true or false. Jiang Baixing sat in the viewing platform. In front of him was the railing where Zhang Liyue was eagerly looking. He lowered his brows, his gaze dark enough to drip water. Alright, Emily, huh? He had to see who exactly had stolen his sister's soul. When the time comes, even if Nangong Shenyuan goes easy on him, he would still have to beat Emily to a pulp. His big brother-in-law was very angry. The consequences would be very serious. But after waiting for a long time, still no one appeared. Until a mysterious bird flew in from the clear blue sky. Wings fluttered as they stood on the railing, then the throat opened, and the voice of Emily came out. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. I truly apologize. There is a reason for this. I tried to come before sunset and then press Nangong Xianyuan to the ground. Everyone can rest assured, I, Emoli, keep my promises. Familiar words, reckless tone, one could almost be sure that the one delivering the message was indeed Emoli. Nangong Xianyuan said nothing, only took the battle letter that flew in from the foot of the Xiangu bird and glanced at it, frowning. The battle letter was written very crudely, full of arrogance. Nangong waste, get your ass ready, wait for me, I only aim for the ass. This was the first time he had seen such an arrogant person. In an era full of heroes, arrogant people generally do not live long. Alas, everyone could only continue to wait. After all, the contest of heroes that happens once in 100 years is always eagerly anticipated. Time passed in a flash. From the blazing sun to the desolate dusk, the last layer of yellow light fell, and sparkling golden rays burst forth, covering the martial arts arena. Ka! In anxious anticipation, the light blue Xiangu bird circled in the sky again, bringing news from Emoli. I assume everyone has been waiting for a long time. So I can clearly inform everyone, don't wait anymore, there will be no result, I will not come. As for the reason? Let me think, my stomach hurts so I can't come? No, that reason is too far-fetched. Oh, right, my mom called me back home for dinner. The Xiangu bird mimicked Emoli's tone, replicating what the guy said. In an instant, the crowd erupted. So? He's not coming? We waited here for a whole day for nothing? He knows the reason is far-fetched? Did he just make it up? Damn it, don't let me find him, or else I'll peel his skin. Various invectives and dirty words all attacked Emoli relentlessly. How could there be such a person? Lack of virtue in the 5 elements. I think he is just scared. However, as soon as these words came out, the Xiangu bird overhead once again relayed Emoli's cheeky tone. What? You all say I'm scared. I already guessed you would say that. I, Emoli, can clearly tell you here, yes, I, Emoli, am indeed scared. You all read people really accurately. In addition, I want to announce, I, Emoli, admit that I am not as good as Nangong Xianyuan, I admit defeat here. As soon as the words of the Xiangu bird fell, a vast silence ensued. Ah, I knew it, once Xianyuan brother appears, all those ghostly demons must retreat, shouted a disciple of Nangong, beaming with pride. Damn, what a coward. I actually thought highly of him. Thought he was a hero, someone said angrily. Hey, pulling back from the cliff, preserving one's life is a kind of wisdom. An elder quite admired Emoli. Suddenly, a panicked reaction attracted attention. It's over, it's over. Lost everything. Bankrupt. Immediately, wails spread like a virus, crying out from many people. Damn it. I shouldn't have trusted that guy Emoli, bet everything on him, now I've lost everything. Emoli's odds were very high, if he won, it would be an overnight fortune, so many seasoned gamblers planned to take a big gamble. And there were indeed quite a few people with this mindset. In the stands, Zhang Liyue's expression was a bit lonely, she had been waiting for a long time, her heart always felt empty. Brother, do you think he really ran into trouble? Jiang Baixing remained silent, he only patted his sister's shoulder. If Emoli truly fought bravely, even if he lost, he would spare the others' life and acknowledge them. But to back down at the last minute, with excuses so perfunctory, changed his impression of Emoli greatly, even to the point of dislike. I hope this silly sister can see through Emoli. At this moment, the light blue Xiangu bird flapped its wings and came to Zhang Liyue's side. Zhang Liyue carefully held it up, and the Xiangu bird pecked her palm and unexpectedly spit out a ruby-like fruit as bright as blood. Upon seeing this, Jiang Baixing immediately set up a barrier, isolating the surroundings to prevent eavesdropping. The Xiangu bird indeed opened its mouth and let out a sound resembling Emoli, but compared to its earlier arrogance, it now sounded like it was on the brink of death, extremely weak. I guessed it the moment I saw you, Liu, you must have come secretly. It's a pity, I can't go out there, cough cough. This red flame fruit will be very helpful to you, it should ease your condition. Roar. From the sound that Xiangu bird mimicked, it seemed like a fierce beast. Damn. It's just borrowing your stuff, right? It's not like I'm not going to return it. Stop chasing. In the mimicked voice, Emoli's breathing gradually became weaker, accompanied by the roar of mountains collapsing and the earth shattering. Liu, if I don't see you at the Lantern Festival, then I will really be gone. But don't worry, I'm tough. As he spoke, there was a sound of flapping wings. Hurry up, give the fruit to Liu. From then on, silence echoed like a final song, reverberating in the heart. Brother, Emoli, he won't be in trouble, right? Don't worry, he should be fine, that guy is tough. Jiang Baixing also couldn't make a certain claim, he knew about the red flame fruit, and that the guardian fierce beast was at least at the harmonized realm, while Emoli was only at the divine concealment realm. It was no different from sending him to death. Brother, can you save Emoli? Please. Facing his sister's almost tearful plea, Jiang Baixing just patted her shoulder, remaining silent. He knew, Mo Li was in great danger. I hope the other party really is tough. Chapter 36, Am I That Stupid? Soon, 2 days passed, and the Lantern Festival arrived as scheduled. Since that day when Mo Li was too nervous to perform, he never appeared again. Many people said that the Nangong family had secretly dealt with Mo Li, while others said Mo Li was afraid of retaliation and ran away early. But no matter how you say it, Mo Li's reputation was completely ruined. He had the guts to boast, but no guts to fight. Especially those cultivators who had bet on Mo Li and ended up losing everything. They were searching everywhere for him, cursing his 18 generations of ancestors, especially after hearing that Mo Li had won a huge sum by betting against Nangong Shenyuan in secret. They simply ground their teeth in anger. Damn, I was tricked. Some even suspected that this was a scheme made by Mo Li and the Nangong family together. Of course, Mo Li's reputation spread like a rotten stench, and the Nangong family undoubtedly added fuel to the fire, while in contrast, Jiang Liyu's exceptional beauty floated like the fragrance of flowers. Many believed her beauty resembled a celestial being, and once seen, it was hard to forget. In the palace, behind the courtyard, Jiang Liyu used spiritual objects to disguise her appearance, taking advantage of the night to sneak out. Stop! Suddenly, a sharp shout erupted from behind. Jiang Liyu's whole body went stiff as if electrocuted, then she awkwardly turned her neck like a puppet. What command does your highness have? Your highness? Jiang Baixing curled his lips, looking at his sneaky sister with great interest. Do you want to go out to find him? Jiang Liyu shamelessly replied, I don't know what your highness is talking about. Did father give his approval? Jiang Baixing suddenly straightened his face. Seeing that she couldn't hide it, Jiang Liyu's tone immediately softened, full of pleading. Brother, you know that Mo Li did it for me. Recently, he had still heard some rumors from the Wang Di, and the things said about Mo Li were as unpleasant as they could be. She felt heartache. Clearly, Mo Li did nothing wrong. Clearly, the challenge against the Nangong family was to protect the royal family, and in some way, it was to repay her. Clearly, his sudden retreat was not real, it was still for her. I know he did it for you, but you also know how famous your reputation is. It has even reached the ancient dragon palace, and your illness now has a solution. Brother, I beg you. Liyu has only asked you once in her life. I just want to know a certain message. Does father know? Jiang Baixing fixed his gaze on Jiang Liyu. Brother, I beg you. Beg me? Jiang Baixing became serious, his older brother demeanor exuding a strict aura. Jiang Baixing, you don't need to beg me. When have I ever not let you go out? Ah? Jiang Liyu's dazed little face opened its mouth wide. She couldn't quite grasp what her brother was thinking. What? I asked if your father knew you went out? Did he arrange for the hidden guards? Brother, can you say that again? I didn't hear clearly. Do you agree with me going out? Looking at his sister's surprised and foolish expression, his seriousness turned into teasing. I just said, your reputation has spread, and with a solution in place, you will no longer have to stay in the palace from now on. You can be a soaring phoenix, going wherever you wish. What, brother, can you say that again? Jiang Liyu jumped up and pounced into Jiang Baixing's arms, her smile radiant like the bright moon tonight. She gave her brother a kiss with a wave. Brother! I love you. All right, leave early and come back early, I'll talk to father. Brother, I love you. Important things said twice. Watching Jiang Liyu's departing figure, Jiang Baixing didn't return, but chose to quietly follow. He wanted to see what her lover looked like. If Mo Li hadn't died. Although his brother-in-law was gaining a bit of affection for him, it was still hard to accept the fact that the carefully nurtured cabbage had been eaten by someone else. At the Lantern Festival, the crowd was bustling, with various orange-red lanterns hanging. Tonight's moon was particularly clear, casting down specks of silver dust, hazy like a painting. Scholars held bamboo fans, drinking and reciting poetry. Family disciples gathered in groups, discussing vigorously. Whether they were cultivators or great powers, everyone wandered like ordinary folk. Jiang Liyu curiously looked at everything around. The bustling earth was something she particularly liked. Running all the way, she looked around, and soon she arrived at the place agreed with Mo Li. It was the Dulan River of the King's Land. The vast river's surface glimmered with waves, reflecting the starlight, all mixed together. In the distance, a few fishing lights twinkled softly, with wish lanterns floating on the water's surface, drifting away with the waves. Not here yet? Jiang Liyu's heart suddenly felt anxious. In fact, she had arrived early, but the best outcome would be that Mo Li was already waiting here. Let's wait. Saying this, her gaze turned to the end of the river, where the moon and river merged, and occasionally some cultivators condensed water into ice, inviting the bright moon together. Time flowed a bit at a time, just like the river, slowly crushing her heart. It's time. Why hasn't he come yet? Could it be? Did he really die? At this moment, how she wished someone would gently pat her shoulder from behind, how she wished that person was Emily. However, after continuing to wait for half an hour, with the street's festivities reaching their peak, he still hadn't arrived. In the distance, observing his sister's desolate expression, Zhang Baixing could only sigh lightly. Perhaps Zhang Liyue had waited too long. A fishing boat slowly rowed over from afar, and the fisherman asked, "Miss, are you waiting for someone?" Zhang Liyue nodded. "In this vast Dulin River, I see you have been stopped for a long time. It seems to be someone very important." Zhang Liyue's face flushed, unable to help but purse her lips into a crescent-like smile. "Can you tell me about your story with him? Since he hasn't come yet, waiting a bit longer wouldn't hurt." Saying this, the fisherman took out 2 jars of wine. "Miss, would you like to drink a little?" 1 jar of fiery wine, 1 jar of fiery mulberry wine, the former burns the throat, the latter is sweet and mellow. Then, under the fisherman's expectant gaze, Zhang Liyue chose the gentle fiery mulberry wine. Warm wine slid down her throat. Zhang Liyue was amazed to find this wine very good, carrying the fresh scent of fiery mulberry flowers, but it was too elegant to drink. "I can tell, miss, this is your first time drinking wine." The fisherman laughed heartily. The first time. Alright, under the moonlight, I want to hear about your story with him." Looking at the hazy moonlight, Zhang Liyue's eyes gradually misted up. "He is a very silly guy, sometimes he doesn't speak smoothly. He thinks he's so great, who cares about his red fruit? He just goes to the dangerous places without asking, and he's particularly annoying, his tone is so arrogant." Zhang Liyue said. She knew that when Emily faced her gaze, his words stumbled, he recklessly ran to pick the red fruit, and all his tenderness was given to her. By the river, not far away, Zhang Baixing's face darkened once again, his brows knitting into a line. "How long has it been?" With a blink of an eye, his sister is already flirting with another man? Laughing and talking together? Time flowed little by little. Soon, a jar of fire mulberry wine was finished, and Zhang Liyue's heart was not only not drunk, but rather more mellow. Maybe he will never come back. Zhang Liyu slowly stood up, the mist in her eyes forming into droplets, turning around, not wanting the fisherman to see. "Are you leaving?" Not going to wait any longer, the fisherman asked. "Thank you for the wine, I really have to go." Getting the answer, this lantern festival meant nothing to her anymore. "After listening to the story about him from the girl, I actually have a question." "What question?" The fisherman, "Am I really that foolish?" Chapter 37, Jealous? Am I really that foolish? At that time, the moonlight shone, the river was calm, and a gentle breeze brushed through her dress, everything looked so beautiful. Zhang Liyu, with tears and a smile, at the moment she turned back, the pieces in her gaze were all his shadow. "I worried you, Liyu." Emily revealed his bright white teeth, laughing heartily, the familiar taste still there. He took off his straw hat and raincoat, his body made popping sounds as his bones changed, and under a ray of rosy light, he wore a moon-white long robe, defined features, the corners of his mouth lifted in just the right amount of tenderness, like an immortal from the clouds. "Sorry, this is my original appearance." The muscular form at first was fake. Emily looked into Zhang Liyue's eyes, filled with tender affection. Realizing that she had been deceived all along, Zhang Liyu felt she had been tricked from the very beginning. You. What else are you hiding from me?" Zhang Liyue's little face puffed up, like an angry little cat. "Nothing else, I only hid this, otherwise, my reputation is so bad, many people have gone bankrupt looking for me to settle accounts, if discovered, it would be the end." "Well, you deserve it," Zhang Liyu said angrily. "Okay, I know I was wrong." Emily comforted her, gently scratching her nose. In the distance, the big brother's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Who is that man? Such a familiar action, and his sister didn't resist at all? Could it be that he is Emily? No, he remembers that the Emily spoken of by others is as strong as a bear, while the person in front of him is graceful like a gentleman, with outstanding temperament, completely doesn't match. For a moment, he even felt a pang of jealousy over the man's looks. Could he be a new flame? The big brother's thoughts flew far away. To be fair, Emily was once the crown of the sacred land, with looks and talent that are unquestionable. Especially after the refining of the reshaping pill, he was reborn, even better than before. "Don't cry, if you cry and ruin your pretty face, others will think I am bullying you." Emily gently wiped away the tears at the corner of Zhang Liyue's eyes, his smile bright. "Humph, you were just lying to me. You are bullying me. Then what should I do? How can I make it up to you?" Emily pretended to be distressed. This, I haven't thought of it yet, let's leave it for later." Zhang Liyue's mischievous eyes twinkled as she said cheerfully. "Then how about I compensate you by giving myself?" Suddenly, Jiang Liyu's beautiful face flushed, like she was drunk, turning her head away, not daring to look into Emily's burning gaze. "You are so foolish, I don't want you," she said, then added softly, just loud enough for her to hear, "Actually, it's not impossible." "Okay, it seems I can only." "Ah, what are you doing?" Jiang Liyu sensed a pair of long-boned fingers holding her palm, warm. "Tonight is a celebration, it's the perfect time for a beautiful evening, naturally, it's time for the Lantern Festival. Let's go, tonight you can enjoy yourself, I will pay the bill." Saying that, Emily took out a bulging cloth bag, filled with spirit stones. Not far away, the big brother's face turned as dark as ink as he saw something. Seeing the little sister he raised with his own hands being taken away hand in hand by someone else. That state of 10 fingers interlocked, impossible to separate. Although he just learned that the person was Emily, he still couldn't accept it. The two even talked about the topic of pledging their lives to each other. Uncle can endure, but big brother-in-law cannot endure. Look at them. Jiang Baixing's teeth were chattering, his voice seeping through the gaps. He wanted to see what tricks these two could pull. The more he thought, the angrier he got. With a loud slap, he casually flicked out a surge of spirit energy, and the river surface exploded. At both ends of the street, lanterns hung high, and oil paper umbrellas cast warm yellow shadows under the lanterns. Square lanterns, oval palace lanterns, painted with ink landscapes, as well as flowers, birds, fish, and insects. The street was bustling with voices, with many drinking and debating poetry. In the sky, colorful fish and dragons danced, and occasionally golden dragon and phoenix phantoms walked side by side, with brilliant fireworks spreading across the starry sky. Jiang Liyu looked left and right, like a curious and lovely little rabbit. "I want to eat this. And that. This one, I want to try them all." A caged goldfinch flew out, filled with enthusiasm for everything. "Emily, look, this is delicious." Emily smiled, bent down to take a bite of the skewer in her hand, chewed a few times, and frowned slightly. "Jiang Liyu, doesn't it taste good?" "Emily, it's okay, just feel like it's not as sweet as you." Now the blush that had just faded returned to her cheeks. "Oh, I'm not talking to you anymore, you're not serious." Emily laughed heartily at the thin-skinned Jiang Liyu. However, the big brother-in-law in the dark had another black line added to his forehead, feeling like he could crush a person. Not far away, the flower tower was filled with laughter and joy. The stage rested against the starry sky in the moonlight, a lush ancient tree blooming, graceful figures danced gently with the moon and the precious tree, to the sound of pipa music. "What are you looking at? Let's go." Jiang Liyu pulled Emily's hand, shouting. "What? Are you jealous?" "Jealous of what?" "They aren't as good looking as me." Jiang Liyu painted her makeup, but she was still quite confident in her looks. "Tell me, if a woman comes to invite me to dance, should I agree?" Emily laughed. He also noticed that wherever they went, various gazes were directed at him. Admiring, infatuated, jealousy from men, infatuation from women. Tonight he was too eye-catching, dressed in a moonlight robe like a person out of a painting, just like jade on a path, gentle and elegant. "You dare!" Jiang Liyu lifted her snow-white neck like a swan, not knowing why. She felt a little scared, afraid that Emily might be taken away. "I'm just joking, I'm all yours, I listen to you." That's better." Jiang Liyu was somewhat satisfied, but still a bit jealous. If not for the disguise, her appearance would be much different, otherwise, how could she compare with those flirtatious girls? "How about taking off the disguise on your face?" Jiang Liyu thought. Chapter 38, Phoenix Seeks Phoenix Under the Starry Sky. "Hello, young master, can you accompany this young lady for a dance?" At this moment, a graceful woman walked over, inviting Emily. "No way, he has someone." Jiang Liyu was like a protective cat, her fur bristling, speaking first. The woman's peach blossom brows flicked over, then she smiled lightly, ignoring Jiang Liyu's words. "This night is perfect, this young lady wants to form a bond with the young master." That teasing demeanor was like blatant contempt for Jiang Liyu. "Sorry, I'm already bound." Emily gently pulled the bristled Jiang Liyu into his arms. "Alright, then this young lady wishes you happiness." Before leaving, the woman glanced at Jiang Liyu again, looking confused as to why he would fancy her. Successfully protective, but Jiang Liyu still felt uncomfortable. Those women's gazes made it seem like she wasn't worthy of Emily. "Still angry?" "No." Jiang Liyu said angrily. "Then why are your cheeks puffing up?" Emily teased, pinching her cheek. "No." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She had never endured such grievances in her life. Jiang Liyu was raised deep in the palace, kept apart from the world, not understanding life, her cheeks puffed up as her anger was quite clear. How could she know how to endure? At this moment, she glanced around and saw the dazzling masks on the stalls. Suddenly, a brilliant idea popped into her mind, and she joyfully ran off, returning with 2 fox masks in her hands. Here you go. Zhang Liyue handed over the slightly larger mask. What? Are you suggesting? Emily glanced at the woman dancing gracefully under the moon, her enchanting movements drawing a crowd again and again. Can you dance? Emily chuckled lightly, a little. Then what do you know? Emily thought for a moment, smiled gently, and then transmitted the dance he knew into Zhang Liyue's mind. The Phoenix seeking Phoenix. Upon hearing the tune, Zhang Liyue's cheeks flushed. She naturally understood the meaning of Phoenix seeking Phoenix. Phoenix, oh Phoenix, return to your homeland, roaming the seas to seek your Phoenix. I wonder if Liyue can dance a song with me? Under the moonlight, Emily's gentle smile seemed to have a magical power, tugging at her nerves. Zhang Liyue responded with a moon-like smile, shedding her disguise and putting on the half-covered fox mask, taking Emily's hand and answering with just one word. Okay. At this moment, the warm breeze was gentle, and the moonlight was beautiful. Emily transformed into a spirit, one playing the zither, and the other blowing the flute. The zither's sound was pleasant, the flute's sound melodious. As the zither and flute resonated, a piece of enchanting celestial music flowed out. Phoenix, oh Phoenix, return to your homeland, roaming the seas to seek your Phoenix. In times of no encounter, where can I go? How can I understand the feelings that rise in my heart after coming here today? Phoenix bird, oh Phoenix bird, returning home, wandering with no fixed destination, traveling the world just to seek the Phoenix in my heart. Without meeting the Phoenix, I knew not where to go. How can I comprehend the feelings today after arriving? The heavenly music echoed, instantly capturing everyone's attention. At that moment, Zhang Liyue, free from all superficiality, returned to the heavenly realm, her feathered skirt resembling a fairy dancing on the silver moon, the fox mask obscuring her appearance, but just the side of her face was enough to overshadow everything, making her the most eye-catching existence under the starry sky. Caw! With a call, Zhang Liyue danced with the wind, her steps creating ripples, blooming pure lotus flowers wherever she tread, and behind her, an illusionary phoenix accompanied her, perfectly silencing the air. Caw! Another phoenix call came from afar, in a moon-white flowing robe, sleeves billowing under the night sky, also wearing a fox mask, with a sharply defined side profile equally dazzling under the stars. A long song flowed, with notes carried by the wind transforming into flowing water waves, drawing down the moonlight like satin. As they danced on the river of notes, under the light of the stars and moon, in the moment of the phoenix's cry, the two curled together for a spin. At this moment, the brilliance of countless stars could not compare to the gaze exchanged between them. Everyone was stunned, a dance under the starry sky condensed the gazes from miles around, the dusty songs of the stage became mere adornments, laughter from the streets abruptly stopped, the warmth at the tables froze at this moment, even the stars and moon dimmed. The sound of the zither quickened, the flute's tone rose, accompanied by celestial music, the speed of their dance became even more intense. Stars fell like dots of light, the moon cast out its bright glow, surrounding the two of them, amidst the beautiful scenery of clear winds and bright moons. Until the zither and flute slowed, one song came to an end. The two smiled at each other, and without a word, they removed their fox masks, their eyes filled with each other's images. As the music fell silent, their lips embraced, under the light of the wind and moon, marking the most beautiful ending. Not far away, the big brother-in-law had a dense black line on his forehead, capable of squashing 3, 4, 5, or 6, a swarm of flies. At the same time, in the palace, two distinguished guests arrived. One was an old man, representing the ancient dragon dynasty, and the other was an old woman, representing the hidden ancient teachings. You say the crown prince of the ancient dragon dynasty wants to take Liyue as his princess? And that the crown prince will arrive soon? The old man responded, yes, Miss Liyue is the one the prince has been waiting for all this time. Zhang Tianqing turned to look at the old woman. You say Liyue has the presence of a great emperor? Does she have what it takes to compete in this era? The presence of a great emperor. Since ancient times, there have been relatively few female emperors, but which one of them was not a significant presence in history? The ancient dragon dynasty, will also spare no effort in cultivating Miss Liyue. At that time, the moon and the sun will jointly rule and jointly become emperors, uniting the 8 desolates. This is a beautiful tale of millions of years. The old man became anxious. This old woman in front of him was clearly trying to steal someone. Jointly rule? Sounds nice. I have methods to open the path of the moon, and I can reach the highest peak without the power of the sun. What do you understand? The moon and the sun are one, yin and yang are united, unmatched in the world. The old woman said, Just you, ancient dragon dynasty? How many years has it been since the great emperor of the ancient dragon fell, and no great emperor has emerged since? The old man retorted, you say you are a hidden ancient sect? Who knows if you are just some nameless and faceless sect from a mountain hollow? You are talking nonsense. The luck of the ancient dragon dynasty is gradually declining. Do you think I don't know? What hidden ancient sect? Not even a single great emperor has emerged. Seeing the two arguing more intensely, Jiang Tiancheng rubbed his swollen forehead, feeling he could only patiently mediate. He couldn't offend either of them. How about this? Let's wait for Li Yue to come back and let her decide. Jiang Tiancheng felt quite happy upon learning that his daughter was the long-lost Moon Divine Body, and that the two top forces were fighting over her. He felt very gratified. Humph. Both of them crossed their arms in unison, brewing slanderous words that surged to their lips. Regardless of anything, let's first slander the other, ruining the goodwill. The old man thought, this old woman is not simple, her strength should not be underestimated. The old woman thought, this old man has deep energy, better be cautious. The two glared at each other, neither side willing to yield. Chapter 39, The Fusion of Yin and Yang. Beside the Lantern Festival, a song came to an end, the lingering sound gradually fading. Especially at the moment when the two removed their masks, the scene of them kissing under the starry sky coincided with fireworks blooming. It was dazzling, and time seemed to forever freeze like a painting. Holding hands, they descended together, step by step a lotus blossomed, rippling outward as they gracefully walked onto the stage. Facing the frozen gazes of the crowd, the two smiled lightly as they left the venue. The frozen time gradually melted in the warm breeze, and all that could be heard were the pounding heartbeats. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words, the lingering sound wrapped around the heart's beams. Hurry, while everyone hasn't realized yet. Zhang Liyue fumbled to take out the disguise mask. Wait. Mo Li suddenly called to a halt. Zhang Liyue confusedly asked, what's wrong? Liyue, you are so beautiful. Mo Li smiled lightly, bending down to gently kiss her forehead. Ah, what are you doing? This is inappropriate. Pushed away by Zhang Liyue, who appeared to be annoyed, but her lips were curled with a sweet smile. Here, for you. Zhang Liyue took out a new disguise treasure, indicating for Mo Li to dress up to look ugly. Thus, the two, fully transformed, rushed back into the crowd once again. However, the discussions in the thrones were all about the scene that had just etched itself in time. A pair of celestial lovers, simply too beautiful. I heard the girl is actually a princess, who would have thought she is even more beautiful than a fairy? Some couldn't help but feel envious. When a person becomes beautiful to a certain extent, jealousy makes one feel small-minded. Hearing this, Zhang Liyue raised her proud neck, listening to the praises aimed at her, feeling like she had been smeared with honey. But, with her keen senses, she quickly caught the scent drifting from a stall. Hurry, hurry, there's something delicious waiting for me. Mo Li followed behind, smiling indulgently. Thus, the two strolled, with warm winds, dust lights, and sweetness accompanying them. But beauty always has its farewell moments. The night had passed the halfway mark, and the lively streets gradually cooled down. It's time to go back, Li Yue. Mo Li suddenly stopped in her footsteps behind her. And you? Zhang Liyue looked back, asking reluctantly. Me. Mo Li did not provide a clear answer. Let's go, otherwise your family will be waiting anxiously. But. Zhang Liyue hesitated, wanting to say something. Don't worry, we will meet again. Zhang Liyue fell silent. Her brother said her illness would be cured soon, and when that time came, she would personally find Mo Li to give him a surprise. Watching Zhang Liyue get on the horse-drawn dragon carriage, slowly moving away. At this moment, the brother-in-law slowly walked out from the shadows. The first sentence upon meeting was. He sighed, let's go, the farther the better. After tonight, you will no longer belong to the same world. Indeed, it was those from the hidden sect who informed him of the news. With Zhang Liyue's talent, she would surely leap over the Dragon Gate, leaving this cramped realm behind and stepping onto a broader, more exciting stage that belonged to her. She would shine brightly on that stage, leaving her mark in history. As for the appearance of the ancient dragon dynasty, it was related to Nangong Xianyuan. The ancient Dragon Academy was affiliated with the dynasty, and the prince naturally intended to embark on the path to seize the throne. Nangong Xianyuan had long become one of his warriors. However, Mo Li couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth, looking at his brother-in-law with a playful expression. The smile was full of mischief, deeply meaningful, entirely different from his previous gentleness. What are you laughing at? His brother-in-law's temple throbbed violently. Mo Li's smile made his heart chill. He had a sense that something bad was looming. It's nothing. Mo Li said no more and simply walked forward, his figure fading from his brother-in-law's sight. At that moment, the dark guard tore through space, appearing with grave injuries. Your Highness, it's bad. The princess has been kidnapped. What did you say? It was as if a thunderbolt had struck from a clear sky, making Jiang Baixing's heart skip a beat. The echo of Mo Li's meaningful smile resonated in his mind. Damn it! Mo Li. His intuition told him this was linked to Mo Li, but he didn't know the reason. Clearly, Mo Li's feelings for Zhang Liyue were so genuine, he had seen it clearly from the shadows. But why put on such a performance? Could it be that Mo Li had an extremely strong desire for control? Was he a pervert? In this vast world, there were all kinds of oddities. He knew some ancient monsters who particularly favored young boys. No. The most urgent thing is to find my sister quickly. On the other side, in the palace. The news of Zhang Liyue being kidnapped eventually reached the ears of the two major powers. How bold! How dare the ancient dragon dynasty steal someone they favor? Hey, old man, what do you mean by someone you favor? I say Liyue is my Sect saintess. If even a saintess is taken, no old woman is spared. As they spoke, the two strong figures transformed into streams of light and flew towards the sky, eager to find the person before the other. But they did not forget to curse at each other. Old woman, don't follow me. Pa! Who's following you? With your pathetic skills, who knows when you will find someone? What did you say? I see you want to fight. Alright. I've long been displeased with your ancient dragon dynasty. Today I'm here to teach you a lesson. As they spoke, there was indeed a tendency for a great fight to break out. Boom! A violent humming sound echoed through the air, shaking the ground and mountains. Whoa! Old woman, you tricked me. Seeing the old lady suddenly turn and use a secret method to vanish quickly, the old man was anxious and jumped in place. Humph! Who's being wordy with you? The Taiyin divine body, my Sect's objectives must be achieved. This body type was enough to rival the Linglong heart. Later, they would find a way to capture the sun god body of the ancient dragon dynasty, to absorb yang and replenish yin. Then the Taiyin divine body would shine brilliantly in this era. She had already locked onto her direction and could soon rescue the person. There was no time to waste on the other party. Meanwhile, Zhang Liyue was thrown into a secret chamber by an ugly old man. Inside the chamber was a small world. The old man let out a cackling laugh, like a slimy worm that made one feel uncomfortable. Little fairy, have you heard of a furnace cauldron? Your physique is a Taiyin divine body, one that is rare for thousands of years. Today, Grandpa will share a moment in paradise with you. The old man laughed lewdly, his greed in his eyes seemingly about to overflow. You! Who are you? Get away! Zhang Liyue curled up in the corner like a frightened little rabbit, afraid to move. The ugly old man pinched her delicate foot, his breath quickening. Fragrant indeed, it is the divine body, the body fragrance is so enchanting. Don't worry, Grandpa will take good care of you. What a perfect furnace cauldron! Even if the joys of fish and water led to death, it would be worth it. As he spoke, he particularly took his time lighting an incense stick. Aphrodisiac incense, have you heard of it? Even the most passionate of women would turn into a puddle. The old man smiled, his smile lewd. Without giving Zhang Liyue a chance to react, the old man suddenly waved his hand, his outer robe turning to ashes, leaving only his inner clothes. You! Don't come over! Zhang Liyue shouted in terror, and at that moment, she realized everything was real. Little beauty, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, Grandpa is coming. As the shadow covered her, Zhang Liyue couldn't help but shed tears. The figure that floated in her mind was actually Emily. Chapter 40, Journey to Cloud Mountain. Boom! A loud roar broke the wonderful moment that was about to happen. Who dares to disturb this old man's good fortune? The old man picked up his shorts and angrily opened the stone door to the small world. However, the moment the stone door opened, Emily's figure appeared. Liyue! Emily shouted anxiously. Kid, how did you find this place? The old man smiled and closed the stone door. My small world is hidden by a formation, even a sage would find it difficult to locate. Emily ignored him and ran over to support Zhang Liyue, wrapping her in his outer robe, gently saying, It's okay, I'll take you out. Kid, just you alone? The old man was not in a hurry to break in, but raised his hand and shot out several flags, adding another layer of forbidden mist to the small world. At this moment, Emily finally turned his gaze to the lewd old man. Don't worry, leave it to me. He turned back and gave Zhang Liyue a bright smile. For some reason, when Zhang Liyue saw Emily, her panicked heart gradually calmed down, as if a magical force was soothing her tender heart. Emily faced the old man without saying much, his actions proving everything. Kid, there's something strange about you. The old man narrowed his eyes. In almost an instant, Emily's eyes suddenly became deep, his aura like a flood breaking its boundaries, reaching the same realm. No, you are not him? So it should be a remnant soul possessing a body. Humph, just a remnant soul. Emily's gaze was profound, and with a raised hand came an overwhelming power like a sea of stars. One move, let's decide the outcome. Then just as you wish. In the small world of the secret room. With one move, the dust settled, the small world shattered, and this place was completely locked down. No one could come in from the outside, and no one could leave from the inside. The conclusion fell with Emily heavily injured, the remnant soul residing in him fell into a deep coma due to exhaustion of power, and he likely would not wake up. The ugly old man was dead, his body lying at the edge. Emily, how are you? Zhang Liyue supported Emily, looking at his weak state. Her heart ached terribly. Last time, he suffered from the pursuit of fierce beasts for her. This time, he faced death for her. I'm fine. I have a strong life. Until this day, Emily still wore a bright smile. At least it didn't look that bad. Just rest for a while. Saying this, Emily closed his eyes in Zhang Liyue's arms. The night passed slowly like this. Outside, it was anxious like ants on a hot pan. Inside was a silent calm. However, in the latter half of the night, Zhang Liyue found Emily's body becoming increasingly hot, like a furnace. Aphrodisiac. She suddenly realized what to do. He will die. At that moment, Emily opened his eyes, his face pale from weakness. He struggled to rise, wanting to move away from Zhang Liyue. Don't come over. Don't get close to me. For the first time, Emily used a serious voice to admonish Zhang Liyue. Then, guilt appeared on his face, and his tone softened. I'm sorry, but please don't get close to me, okay? I'm afraid I can't help myself. I don't want to hurt you. Zhang Liyue stood there in shock, watching Emily stagger step by step away from her. Thus, the dark night flowed away, and dawn was approaching. This night seemed particularly difficult to endure. Zhang Liyue was also affected, but the Taiyin divine body was still able to suppress it. She wasn't sure if she could maintain her rationality afterward. When she looked at Emily again, Zhang Liyue couldn't help but shed tears. Emily had been fighting to maintain his rationality. He had scratched his own flesh until it was covered with scars, even collapsing his ribs, using blood and pain to suppress the primal desire within. Indeed, Zhang Liyue watched him all night, a full night. Every time Emily's flesh opened a new wound, she watched with her own eyes. The roar, the sounds of pain, the cries of agony, all echoed clearly in her ears. Zhang Liyue couldn't bear it. She stood up, but Emily roared like a wounded beast, his face twisted in anger. Don't come over. Liu, don't come over. I beg you. Promise me, okay? While rationality had not yet been drowned by the tide of desire, Emily used all his strength to stop her. But Zhang Liyue turned a deaf ear, tears sparkling and streaming down her face. There were no extra words, each word, each note came from her heart. Emily, I love you. Saying this, she rushed forward, and the two embraced tightly. Dry tinder met fierce fire, the sea of desire drowned everything. The following details are omitted, thousands of words describing the situation. Chapter 41, The Yin-Yang Divine Treasure. At that time, the two within the small world fused like water and milk, journeying to Mount Wu. As the gentle essence of the moon slowly merged into Emily's body, it combined with his yang energy to form yin-yang. Although not pure, it was already very good. The yin-yang energy tempered the 5 organs in his body, covering every part, causing astonishing changes to his flesh and blood. A faint, grayish and mysterious aura flowed out from his body, purifying the spirit while the remaining impurities fell to the ground. Emily passively accepted this. The effect of the aphrodisiac was not enough to trap him in a swamp of desire, but it was enough to awaken Zhang Liyue's passion while still maintaining her reason. Clearly, Zhang Liyue had been holding back. She knew about the cauldron concept and was willing to do anything for the man before her, even sacrificing her own purity. Feeling the nearly perfect blood and organs within him, Emily was pleasantly surprised to find that at the place where yin and yang converged, in his abdomen, a grayish vortex formed, containing a surging power like the sea, seemingly opening up the 6th organ. Is this the combination of yin and yang? Emily muttered in his heart. For ages, the moon and sun rarely manifested in the same era. If yin and yang combined, could it rival everything? He couldn't help but doubt. The moon and sun were children of heaven. He, a mere ordinary being, after receiving the nurturing of the moon, his flesh had sublimated, and he opened up what seemed to be the 6th organ miracle. Thus, Emily played the role of the receiver, aided by the aphrodisiac. He scarcely needed to do anything, everything happened naturally. And so, the 2nd day arrived. After a night of joy and passion, Emily's flesh had adapted to extreme cold and could endure the cleansing of the moon's power. Now, the roles reversed, from passive to active, he needed to seize the moon's power with even less restraint. Looking at the infatuated Zhang Liyue, reason had nearly faded away. Emily had calculated his timing perfectly. The aphrodisiac's evaporation allowed him to seize the moon's power while Zhang Liyue lost her mind. Thus, Emily no longer pretended to be deeply in love. For him, even the most beautiful woman was just a skeleton in red. Love and affection would only hinder his progress. At that moment, Emily took out a treasure ginseng completely covered in red mist. Yes, this treasure ginseng was the powerful medicine obtained when kidnapping Shaobao, rumored to grow where the blood of the vermilion bird fell. It contained the sizzling power of the vermilion bird. He had kept it all along, never expecting today it would come in handy. The power of the vermilion bird belonged to the sun, although it could not compare with the sun's power, at least it was denser than the yang energy within him. Taking a piece of the treasure ginseng, after all, the medicine was far too strong, he was still in the divine treasure realm, unable to bear it. Thus, when the fiery power of the vermilion bird merged into his body, transforming into scorching and thick yang essence, then combining with the ultimate moon force to form yin yang power, this back and forth greatly increased the speed of bodies shaping through yin yang. On the other side, the old woman and old man returned to the palace, cursing all the way. Damn, fooled. A distraction. It's all your fault, you old fool. Blame me? If it weren't for your sect snatching people, how could this happen? What a load of nonsense. Zhang Tianshang respectfully approached and anxiously asked, how are the two seniors? At this moment, the two scolding men became serious. The opponent's methods are extremely clever, with 81 flag formations obscuring the heaven secrets. Even I cannot find them all at once, it will take some time. The old man said, I have also tried, I cannot determine the 8 directions like Xian, Dui, Li, and Kansas. The opponent likely planned this long ago. This matter is of great importance, I need to consult with the sect. I also need to consult with the dynasty. The early light of dawn illuminated the towering palace walls, but no one was asleep. Rest assured, the dynasty attaches great importance to this. The prince will arrive tomorrow and will also bring the imperial sacred artifact, the ancient dragon mirror, the old man said. The prince arrives tomorrow? Zhang Tianqing frowned. The ancient dragon dynasty spans billions in territory, covering the seas. It would take at least 3 days to travel from the palace to this place. It seems that the ancient dragon prince values this matter greatly. Our sect also takes this seriously. We have already sent a descendant carrying the ancient artifact, the Xian Tian mirror. I believe we can certainly find Liu. The old woman was unwilling to back down. The sun god body had not appeared for tens of thousands of years and was related to a miraculous prophecy that could not afford to fail. Jiang Baixing remained particularly silent, his thoughts chaotic. He could almost determine that Jiang Liu's disappearance had a huge connection to Mo Li. But he could never understand why Mo Li had to abduct Liu. Could it be because of the sun god body? It must be said that Jiang Baixing's intuition was sharp, having thought of the key. But couldn't he just grab her directly? Why go through so much trouble to get close to his sister? This was a point Jiang Baixing could never understand. Of course, this point of confusion had to be traced back to more than a month ago. When Emoli decided to intercept the sun god body, he had to consider all sorts of needs. The power of the sun only balances out with the moon to form yin-yang energy. Emoli was not a sun body and could not withstand the extreme cold corrosion of the moon's power. So, he could only settle for second best and find another method. Without the integration of the sun, the moon's power could only fuse into yin-yang energy in a very slow and gentle manner. This required that the moon's person be extremely cautious, otherwise, one misstep could result in their explosive death. In this case, the other party must be willing. Threaten? Like last time using Shaobao to achieve his goals? This idea was rejected. Even if there was a faint fluctuation when the moon entered the body, triggered by unwilling emotions, it could directly cost him his life. So, what other methods are there? Mo Li's eyes darkened, revealing a faint smile. Chapter 42, The Emotionless Person. The next day. In the vast sky, 4 sub-dragons appeared, pulling an ancient wooden carriage with wheels burning fiercely beneath it. As the curtain of the carriage was lifted, a crimson sun shone brightly, and a ring of divine flame floated behind it, appearing as if it was divine. Even the talented Nangong Shenyuan could not help but kneel, respectfully addressing, Sir. The ancient dragon dynasty has arrived. The ancient dragon prince said nothing, viewing everything with a regal gaze, calmly accepting the worship from the masses. At that moment, a weak cough drifted from afar, breaking the silence. Cough cough, cough cough. It's Chile, I've caught a cold, sorry to embarrass everyone. Everyone's gaze shifted and found a frail man sitting in a wheelchair, his complexion pale, as if he was long ill. The ancient dragon prince narrowed his eyes, watching the frail man. His spiritual aura, when passing through the man, became unexpectedly soft and powerless, a very strange phenomenon. Oh right, I am Su Baizhu. As you can see, I am frail and sickly, I hope everyone can excuse me. Su Baizhu's delicate appearance resembled a weak scholar. I have heard that the ancient dragon prince possesses the sun god body and has accumulated in the divine hidden realm for many years. It seems you wish to walk the path of yin and yang. No need for more nonsense, it's all about skills. As the words fell, Su Baizhu raised a mysterious mirror, her movements calm and serene. Go. In an instant, the Xiantian mirror burst with radiant light, the glow appearing like a sea of clouds, illuminating the scene and clearing the misty haze. The clouds rolled and the radiant light flowed through the mist before gradually spreading out, although the process was somewhat slow. Humph. Your treasures are nothing special. Prince Kulong snorted coldly, and then with a flick of his golden sleeve, a mirror carved with a dragon's head shot into the sky. Open. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a distant ancient dragon's cry echoed in the heavens. The sculpted dragon head surprisingly came to life, spiraling around the mirror, its radiant golden eyes bursting with brilliant divine light, dispersing the clouds. At the same time, the mirror emitted a ripple, and within the ripple, the scene after the fog was cleared was reflected. Almost simultaneously, the two treasures trembled slightly, and the reflected images were gloriously magnificent. After the dazzling radiance, a stone cave's secret chamber appeared. Found it! At the same time, the old man used the Bagua technique, and the old woman was unwilling to be outdone, revealing her secret method. Southeast. The two spoke in unison, and then couldn't help but glare at each other. Old man, get lost. Bullshit. We of the Gulong dynasty found it first. As the tension thickened, Su Baiju's mouth twitched. This elder in her sect was famous for being gentle, but why did he look like he had taken medicine when facing this old man? Granny, senior, please stop arguing for now. The urgent matter is to find the person, and we can let Jiang Liyue decide when she returns. What do you think? Su Baizhu turned her gaze towards Prince Gulong. Fine. Prince Gulong replied with a simple word. I'm too lazy to debate with you. Saying this, the old man transformed into a streak of light heading towards the goal. Who cares? The old woman accelerated, chasing after the old man. On the other side, within a small world, the formation of yin and yang power had reached a climax. With the power of the moon no longer strong as before, Mo Li had completely taken the initiative. However, it would still take time to completely absorb it. At that moment, the ugly old man who should have died long ago suddenly stood up, tearing off his disguise, seemingly ignoring the yin and yang union, and simply said softly, "Someone is coming. Let's go." Mo Li said nothing else, quickly putting on his robe, decisive and neat, with no lingering feelings whatsoever. Although he couldn't perfectly absorb the power of the moon, he didn't want to take risks. The powerful people of the Gulong dynasty and the mysterious ancient sect would spell doom if they faced each other. Waiting another second would only increase the chances of an accident. What about her? Mo Chang reminded him. At that moment, Mo Li, who rarely fell silent, was complicated in his feelings. He knew the best way to eliminate future troubles with Jiang Liyue was to cut off all ties. On the ground, Jiang Liyue lay sideways, her perfect back as smooth as jade, showing no restraint, with silent tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. She had woken up, had long been awake. When was that? It was when Mo Li took control. She realized the power of the moon in her body was uncontrollably flowing towards Mo Li's flesh. The violent plunder terrified her. How had the man she was intimate with changed so much? But she had been silently enduring, her last shred of hope numbing herself. This is just an illusion, it's the effect of the aphrodisiac. But the ugly old man's sudden revival shattered her last bit of self-comfort. Today, she finally understood everything. It was a lie woven by Mo Li. A lie from beginning to end. Jiang Liyue curled up on the ground, like a beautiful flower on the verge of breaking. Her weak and tragic appearance was simply heart-wrenching. But in Mo Li's eyes, there was not a trace of compassion for Jiang Liyue, not even a fleeting moment. I know you are awake. But I am, as the rumors say, very cruel. You will die beautifully. I promise. I will make an exception to leave you with a whole corpse. Mo Li said expressionlessly. In this world where the strong are the only respected ones, he will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Even if it means melting away their souls. He knows that a person like him deserves to die. But since he has chosen this path, he can only move forward without hesitation. Love and brotherhood are merely the frost on the peaks of time. At this moment, Jiang Liyue suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with tears. Did you ever like me? She still cannot forget the laughter they shared, the drinking under the stars, the shocking performance of Phoenix seeking Phoenix. If it was merely exploitation, then this one-sided devotion is truly pitiful and extremely cruel to Jiang Liyue. She needs an answer, even if it is the heartless hesitation of Mo Li. But to her surprise, Mo Li almost blurted out, "No. I want you to look into my eyes and answer." Jiang Liyue insisted stubbornly, desperately holding back the tears swirling in her eyes. She sadly realized that she completely didn't understand the man before her, the man to whom she had given all her love. Mo Li turned around as she wished, their eyes locking. But in just a moment, Mo Li's cold gaze frozen to the bone told her the answer. The previous tenderness was not even 1 part in a million compared to the bone-chilling coldness at that moment. No. From then on, the same 2 words completely sealed off all paths. After speaking, Mo Li vanished, the two standing face to face. Only bright red liquid slowly flowed, staining the ground. Don't worry, I will definitely leave you intact. As the hand knife was drawn, what was revealed was Jiang Liyue's hollow heart. That beautiful, bright red heart was already gone. Smack! Jiang Liyue's flawless body fell to the ground, silent and motionless. The dazzling flower of the world thus fell and withered, and there would be no more Jiang Liyue in the world. Chapter 43, Breakthrough. Spirit Sea Realm. When the old man of the ancient dragon dynasty and the mysterious old woman of the ancient sect arrived, all that remained was Zhang Liu's warm body. The power of the Taiyin is almost exhausted. There's no hope for revival. The old man's divine sense scanned over and frowned. The old woman hurriedly took out a ball of sunflowerine water, attempting to fill the void in the heart. It's useless, even if the emperor descends, it can't be saved. The old man shook his head. The other side had been too ruthless, crushing the heart while damaging the body's spirit veins, extinguishing all life. Just as Emily said, she would die, but leave the body intact, at least it would appear unharmed except for the heart. Soon, Emily distanced himself from the ancient dragon dynasty, continuously erasing traces to prevent any tracking. He needed to find a quiet place to digest and merge the powers of yin and yang, refining the divine treasure to its peak, as well as the potential sixth treasure where the Dantian might be opened. Thus, time flew by, and more than a month passed. During this time, news of the Taiyin divine body spread through the ancient dragon dynasty, causing many old monsters to sigh upon learning of it. An unrivaled physique that hadn't appeared in 10,000 years. The last Taiyin divine body was hailed as the most beautiful star under the starry sky, and all the talented individuals from the 3,000 states went crazy for it. And Mo Li's name spread once again. Nearly 2 months apart, when hearing Mo Li's name again, it was unexpectedly related to the unmatched Taiyin divine body under the starry sky. Xin Yang clenched his fists, while Xiao gritted his teeth. Among them, the most furious was ancient dragon prince, who found his path to the summit, having achieved mastery over yin and yang, suddenly obstructed. He had nurtured the divine treasure for many years, only to be utterly destroyed by Mo Li, feeling like a massive joke. The woman he was interested in had been scooped up before him. How could he endure this? Mo Li. He practically ground his molars to say these 2 words. And someone else who muttered Mo Li's name was his brother-in-law, Zhang Baixing. Unlike ancient dragon prince's anger, he was filled with a desire to personally end Mo Li's life. A person's cultivation always requires a reason, and Zhang Baixing's current reason was to kill Mo Li with his own hands, avenging his sister. East Wilderness, Mountains. Feeling the surging power, Mo Li suddenly opened his eyes. The Yin-Yang Divine Sanctuary. It truly lives up to its name. The power of yin and yang flowed within him, providing an endless source of energy, while everything in his body tended toward balance, presenting a clever harmony. This balance was powerful, a strength forged from the joint refinement of the 5 organs, reaching the ultimate peak. He was just a step away from the 5 extremes, but this step was an unseen abyss. The 5 extremes, even in the long river of time, no trace could be found, not even the tiniest record. Heavenly talents hid in the divine sanctuary realm for hundreds of years, just to break through the legendary realm of the 5 organs, yet without exception, all failed. Since then, the world believed the realm of the 5 extremes did not exist. But does it really not exist? No, the 5 extremes truly exist. Mo Li knew that person was Qin Yang. Qin Yang's foundation was exceptionally deep, combined with heavenly fortune, everything was possible. You have reached the extremes of the 5 organs, but I, Mo Li, am not lacking either. As he spoke, the gray vortex at his dantian became faintly visible, resembling a 6th organ, shining brilliantly. This vortex could absorb external particle energy, refining it into the dual energies of yin and yang, continuously nourishing flesh and blood. With the heavenly fortune brought by the reshaping pill, the characteristics of the pure immortal body, and the absorption of the yin-yang vortex, cultivation became as easy as drinking water. However, the yin-yang vortex at his dantian was relatively small, appearing slightly insufficient compared to the other 5 organs, and the refined yin-yang dual energies were not as perfect and pure as before. What a pity! He guessed that since he was not the solar divine body, perhaps only the merging of the sun and moon could open a perfect, shockingly powerful 6th organ. Though it was a pity, he was already very satisfied to have refined to such a level. For this, the high priest, who dwelled in his soul, was surprised but more filled with sighs. As a witness throughout, he saw Mo Li's actions, which could be described as cruel and despicable. That girl with the lunar divine body had clearly become emotionally attached. At this moment, Mo Li murmured, "It's time to break through this spirit sea realm." He then instructed Mo Chang to clear the area and sat cross-legged. Soon, the twilight dimmed, and night quietly descended. At this time, his 5 organs buzzed, and a brilliant light broke through the sky, attracting dark clouds from all around. In the pitch-black night, the lightning danced. Is this just a 70,000-mile range of thunder tribulation? Not enough. At this moment, his spiritual energy surged wildly, his body shining with a crystalline luster, and the yin-yang vortex appeared, absorbing the starlight power from the night sky, transforming it into pure energy. Boom! The thunderclouds began to expand, stopping after reaching nearly 90,000 miles. Still unable to break through 100,000 miles? The larger the range of the thunderclouds, the stronger the tribulation, reflecting the depth of one's foundation. I remember when Qin Yang broke through the spirit sea realm, it was not just 100,000 miles, it also gave birth to a phenomenon, the bright moon rising over the sea, divine beings descending, and the phoenix of immortals dancing in the sky. Although no one in the sect knew, he remembered the original text well. Demon eye, open. In the next second, his eyelids opened wide, and the blood moon descended. At this moment, the thunderclouds rapidly expanded, breaking through the 90,000-mile range, directly approaching the 100,000-mile threshold. Before long, the thundercloud stopped expanding, just one step away from 100,000 miles. Sixth divine organ, open. In an instant, the thundercloud broke through 100,000 miles. Crash! A massive bolt of lightning struck down, causing the mountain to collapse. Of course, with past experience, this level of thunder tribulation was nothing to Mo Li. The second bolt of tribulation, nothing happened. The third bolt of tribulation, just a tickle. Until the ninth bolt of tribulation. But after the ninth bolt, something exaggerated happened. Within the thunderclouds, the 10th bolt of tribulation emerged, completely exceeding the limits. Boom! The thunderclouds rolled, a rich purple-golden color spread throughout. Last time it was just a small purple-golden thunder, this time it's real purple-golden divine thunder. Crackle! The dazzling purple light tore through the sky, seeming to split heaven and earth, striking directly at Mo Li's skull. The thunderclouds dissipated, and everything returned to silence. Then, Mo Li began to examine his changes. Spirit Sea Realm, the third realm of cultivation. In this realm, those with deep roots will exhibit extraordinary phenomena. In ancient times, there was a sacred body of the primordial era with a spirit sea as deep as an abyss. The 9 great phenomena shocked the world. Some witnessed the breathtaking sight of 2 moons in the same sky at the Spirit Sea Realm, while Mo Li's spirit sea had only a lonely blood moon hanging in the sky, with the surface of the sea showing a light golden flow. Aside from the blood moon and the slightly better quality of the seawater, is that all there is, he said somewhat unhappily. But then, he saw something and gazed intently at the white light spots beneath the spirit sea. What is that? When the ghost eye opened, he instantly saw through the essence beneath the seawater. At this moment, those white floating objects slowly began to rise from the seawater. Like spiritual bodies, white spiritual bodies, their faces clear, stunningly beautiful, and somewhat familiar. Wait. That's Nangong Shuayan. He would not be mistaken, this was the girl he had personally turned into a blood blossom. How could this be? Mo Li showed confusion, something was not right? How could someone clearly dead appear inside him? What on earth is going on? He had to figure everything out. He then began a repeated reenactment, all to understand what was happening. Hunting the spirit beasts between the mountains, employing the same methods, he turned the opposing forces into blood blossoms. No. The white spiritual body in the spirit sea did not increase. Could it be a problem with the realm? To replicate the scene at that time, Mo Li also used the leftover purple gold divine thunder when exploding the opponent. No. Not right. Could it be a matter of being a human, not a spirit beast? He guessed, but in the great wilderness mountain, he couldn't find any human figures for a time. Then what exactly is it? Subconsciously, Mo Li felt it was very important to understand the white spiritual body. The thing that appeared inexplicably inside him made him feel uneasy. Boom! Boom! Bang! A continuous explosion echoed through the mountains. 2 hours later, Mo Li opened his blood-red ghost eye and stared at the floating white spiritual body in front of him, while in his hand was the head of the spiritual body's physical form. He finally realized that all of this required the help of the ghost eye. When the corpse dispersed into a white soul body, he could use the ghost eye to freeze it, preventing it from scattering, and then absorb it. And the white spiritual body could possibly be the soul of the deceased, or it could be something unknown. He could confirm that the spiritual body within him was indeed Nangong Shuayan. This was concluded after he slaughtered the lives of the 2-hour spirit beasts. But why could he absorb the spiritual body? Could others see the white soul floating after death? He had asked Mo Shan whether he could see it. But strangely, Mo Shan remained silent on this, as if touching a certain taboo. You will understand later, but not now. Mo Shan rarely played games with riddles. When you go to the Middle Continent and return to the Mo family. Middle Continent, Mo family? Mo Li fell silent for a moment. He realized things were not simple. Could it be that the bloodline of the Mo family was related to these white spiritual bodies? But he clearly had not awakened any bloodline? Then, he shifted his gaze back to the spiritual bodies in the spirit sea. These spiritual bodies were all beings he had killed, numbering over 100. He moved closer to observe and found that the spiritual bodies generally lay dormant beneath the spirit sea, transforming into the source of his power. Now, with the anomalies of the spirit sea appearing, over 100 souls emerged like clusters of white spiritual fire, and upon closer inspection, one could find their terrifying, grim faces, twisted features entangled with their bodies. Emily floated above the sea surface. Those spiritual bodies seemed to see a warm bonfire, circling around, dancing, and getting closer to him. He tried to touch the spiritual bodies and found their spiritual energy was incredibly gentle, like obedient children, their actions perfectly executing his commands despite their gruesome faces. Then, he had an idea. Could he take the spiritual bodies out of the spirit sea as weapons? Gently touching the spirits he had killed and devoured was as tender as caressing a child. It seems. I need many more spirits, perhaps I should call them ghostly spirits. Chapter 44, Fireworks of Love. 7 days later, Emily arrived at the border of the Xianyang Sacred Land, a subordinate city of the Dechen dynasty. The territory of the Sacred Land is vast, managing hundreds of dynasties, with the Dechen dynasty being one of them. Thus, he chose a relatively safe method. Emily discovered that when he opened his ghostly eyes to devour souls and turn them into ghostly spirits, his strength would rise greatly. This was the conclusion he reached after devouring over 100 demonic beasts. Does this mean that as long as he kills enough lives and devours enough ghostly spirits, his strength could break through to become a sage, or even an emperor? Of course, this guess could not be concluded for now, he needed to verify it. So, let's start from now. Let's begin with slaughtering the city. By the way, what excuse should I use to start the killing? He rubbed his slightly helpless brows, as if caught in a dilemma. Emily felt that such a heinous act always needed some justification, even if it was an unreasonable reason, to at least ease his dwindling conscience. Sigh, I'm just a kind-hearted person. While he was troubled, a sound of horse hooves came from afar, getting closer and closer. Clear the way, clear the way. Don't blame me if you get knocked away. The coachman drove a hybrid beast, combining a unicorn and a fiery horse, galloping wildly. The street was in chaos, and many people cursed under their breath. Humph, what a big show. Do you really think you're invincible? Don't talk nonsense, do you know whose carriage that is? Whose? In this Luo city, who doesn't have to listen to the city lord? That is a disciple of the Gongsun family from the royal capital. In the Dechen dynasty, apart from the flourishing royal family, 4 major families were also renowned. The Gongsun family was one of them. How could the Gongsun family from the royal capital come to such a remote Luo city? I don't know, let's not provoke trouble, or we'll be in for it. Hearing this, Emily smiled faintly. Can't eat without carrying it? Isn't this a perfect excuse? Moreover, he just happened to want to pay a visit to this Gongsun family. There was someone he needed to deal with specifically. This person had all sorts of connections with Qin Yang and was one of his future strongest generals. Emily had not forgotten his plan to increase his villain points, obtaining a lot of villain points to exchange for celestial books and methods. But his current realm was too low, restricting his actions. At this moment, facing the charge of the fiery unicorn, Emily walked in the middle of the ancient road, indifferent to the coachman's shouts. Hey, get out of the way. Someone kindly advised. But Emily turned a deaf ear. Who is that person? Is he an idiot? Does he want to get knocked away? Maybe. There are plenty of people seeking death these days. Amid the murmurs, just as the fiery unicorn was about to collide with him, Emily paused, his fist gathering strength, crackling with arcs of electricity. Boom! With one punch, the unicorn's head was violently torn off, the carriage shook violently and collapsed to the ground. You brat, you dare to block the Gongsun family's carriage. As the dust settled, 2 elders from the true spirit realm suddenly appeared in midair, angrily scolding. Clearly, they were protectors. They had thought this man in front of them would be knocked away, they didn't expect him to break the carriage with one punch. It should be known that both fiery unicorns had reached the spirit sea realm, their impact was enough to shatter mountains. And yet, he had killed one with a single punch? At this moment, the horse lay on the ground, the overturned carriage curtain moved, and a veiled woman slowly walked out with the help of a maid. In an instant, the crowd was captivated by the woman's exquisite beauty, as if a beautiful swan had intruded into a flock of ducks, always drawing attention. This young man, are you somewhat dissatisfied? The woman's voice was clear and crisp, flowing like a melody to the heart. Despite wearing a veil, one could guess she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty just by her silhouette. She gestured for the actions of. No, Li's words were brief and to the point. But did I offend the young master? Not at all. Then what does the young master intend to do? Miss, the maid beside her wanted to say something, but was stopped by the warning glance from the young woman. Emily smiled lightly, looking exceptionally bright under the sunlight. Am I just simply looking for trouble? He simply wanted to slaughter the city, devour the spirits, and quickly increase his power. This thought was very simple, requiring just a little reasoning to soothe his few remaining feelings of conscience. The woman said, looking for trouble? I think the young master is joking. To dare to single-handedly block the Gongsun family's carriage means one is either an enemy or has a powerful ally to back them, acting so recklessly. She pondered who it could be. Surely not many people knew of this journey's true purpose? Could it be from her own family? Or perhaps one of the other 3 families in the capital? Emily looked at her, seeing her cautious and hesitant, and said lightly, "Stop thinking, I just simply want to cause trouble, very simply. To be honest, I can overlook what happened today. On the contrary, with the young master's strength and talent, why not join our Gongsun family?" The thought of recruiting him arose in her mind due to his strength. Really? I would be delighted. I have long heard of the Gongsun family's name and would indeed like to pay a visit. Oh, then the young master, the noblewoman wanted to say more. Before the woman could finish, Emily suddenly interrupted. His smile slowly grew, becoming more radiant, as he clenched his fist and absent-mindedly asked, "Have you ever seen fireworks?" Bang! His palms suddenly opened, mimicking the blossoming pose of fireworks. The young master is joking. I have of course seen them. There are fireworks blooming in the capital at night. She didn't understand why he suddenly brought up the topic of fireworks. Is that so? But the fireworks I'm talking about are a bit different from what you said. Please tell me more. The woman patiently inquired. This firework will be very beautiful. Very splendid. As soon as he finished speaking, Emily wasted no time. The full power of the spirit sea realm erupted with a deafening roar, his ghostly eyes opened, and the world turned from daylight to dark red blood night, power and speed rising geometrically. Fleeting clouds and shadows. Using the mystical movement from Xianyun Peak, Emily's figure instantly became blurry. "Miss, be careful." 2 elder guards just wanted to remind her, but it was as if the woman could not hear, her pupils dilated with terror. At that moment, Emily had already arrived beside her, his fist glowing with spirit light pressing against the woman's abdomen, leaning close to her ear, whispering like a gentle gentleman, "Don't be nervous, dizziness is normal, it'll be quick." As the last syllable fell, a surge of overwhelming force followed. Boom! In an instant, blood erupted, and fireworks blossomed in the air. The Gongsun family's noblewoman vanished without a trace. Ah! The first to react was the maid beside the woman, her face splattered with her young mistress's fresh blood, her voice cracking from fear. But just as the scream escaped, it vanished like a kite with its string cut. Boom! Another punch was unleashed, and covered in blood, Molly frowned, muttering, "No, this firework is lacking a lot." Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more splendid the fireworks, he said with some dissatisfaction. Chapter 45, Ghost Spirits Devour. You! How dare you kill my family's young mistress? Do you know who we are? Before the threatening words could finish, Emily pulled out the ice flame twin blades without hesitation. The fleeting cloud shadow activated, his ghostly figure becoming blurry to the naked eye. So much nonsense, let's see if you can kill me first. The voice seemed to come from behind the 2 elders of the Gongsun family in a blur. Kill. With one hand erupting with sharp blade light as hot as flames, and the other releasing a chilling ice soul, shimmering in a storm of spirit energy with enchanting hues. Seeing this, the 2 wanted to evade Emily's attack. But Emily had no hesitation as he directly threw out the extreme cold ice blade, then stepped in midair. The air rippled in waves, and the body twisted in a strange posture, straight pursuing one of the people. Tear. The extreme fire blade erupted with blazing flames as it sliced through the air, charging forward aggressively. Be careful. That kid is not right. Clearly possessing only the strength of the spirit sea realm, yet he made them, who were at the true spirit realm, feel a chill of fear. After the spirit sea realm comes the divine palace realm, and only after that is the true spirit realm. To make a move that surpasses a major stage, how could it not instill dread? In an instant, Emoli approached, gripping the extreme fire blade tightly, he swung his hand and sliced. Flame explosion. The extreme fire blade flashed red light, with blazing flames wrapping around a storm of spiritual energy, rampaging and erupting. Boom! Dust filled the air as the elder of the true spirit realm blocked the sharp strike with one arm. Upon closer inspection, one could see scales attached to that arm, faintly shimmering. Kid, you don't really think you can defeat those monsters with weakness? Suddenly, the elder's voice was interrupted, and he spat out blood, tasting sweetness and shock. Under his incredulous gaze, facing the attack, Emoli slowly melted away, but what appeared was Emoli with a cold blade plunged into his heart from behind. Yes, the upgraded ghost eye talent was activated. In the instant the ghost shadow emerged, his figure suddenly dissolved, changing into a state of void as the soul departs. In this state, he could appear in any space like a ghost, instantly become solid, and deliver a lethal strike. Those who were unaware of his power could hardly escape death. Hiss. Emoli swallowed the elder's dead soul, such a great supplement surprisingly caused his level to rise significantly. Indeed, in this world where strength reigns, killing is the fastest way to ascend. He licked his lips in a savoring manner and suddenly turned to focus on another elder of the true spirit realm. At that moment, the remaining elder's brows twitched. This kid was too strange. Though he saw the opponent's attack clearly, it suddenly emerged from behind like a ghost, leaving him utterly unresponsive. Most importantly, he couldn't capture or sense the opponent's aura. As Mo.Li's form dissolved, his aura disappeared too, just like someone who suddenly died, leaving only emptiness behind. Such means made the elder consider retreating. Young friend, how about we discuss this? I didn't see anything today. Mo.Li smiled, suddenly bursting forth with the extreme cold ice blade in hand, his figure blending with the floating clouds, becoming hazy and hard to capture. He didn't like idle chatter, those who liked to talk usually didn't end well. Die. Suddenly spinning, Mo.Li reappeared on the elder's left, extreme cold aura condensing, aiming for the opponent's head. Clang. Unexpectedly, the sound erupted like ice crystals clashing with a metallic tone, sparking fire. You brat. Just because a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm easy to handle? The elder's momentum exploded, his hair and beard flowing against the air, his breath rushing out with arcs of electricity flickering. Around him, a blue aura formed a protective barrier, the power of his scaly armor appearing around him. Kid, you still have time to submit to the law. Since he couldn't grasp Mo.Li's methods, he focused on protecting himself, waiting for the moment he revealed a flaw. He believed that the peak true spirit realm's dragon scale armor couldn't be broken by a kid from the spirit sea realm. At that time, Mo.Li stepped back, looking at the dragon scale armor on the elder, coldly saying, so much useless talk. Saying this, he squeezed out 2 drops of blood, dripping them onto the ice flame twin blades. Yes, with Mo.Li's current strength, he truly couldn't break that turtle shell, but after all, he once held the title. When it comes to foundation, he still had some. At this moment, the ice blade was slowly covered with ice crystals, the cold energy contracting and transforming into a more subdued chill, while the flame blade was filled with molten-like patterns. The fiery red shone brilliantly. Sizzle. In an instant, the atmosphere of the ice and fire double blades, after being unsealed, no longer felt wild, but rather suffocatingly sharp and soul-seizing. Mo.Li once again merged into the void, his ghostly eyes activated. As colors shifted in his world, the blood night descended, everything turned dark crimson. Swish. With one strike, as expected, it was again the back, piercing once more into the heart. How is this possible? But Mo.Li couldn't be bothered to listen, his arm swept upward, the blade effortlessly split the body in half, scorching fire and frozen frost corroding the flesh, flames and ice crystals bursting out from within. Gap after devouring the soul of the divine palace realm, his level rose once again. This efficiency, he himself couldn't believe. Now, the feast is about to begin. Mo.Li stood in the street, beside the headless blazing unicorn and 2 corpses, no black armored soldiers dared to step forward to attack. He smiled, if you don't dare to move, then I'm coming. As his voice fell, Mo.Li's figure vanished, and when he reappeared, it was amidst the scene of rolling heads. Kill. At this moment, in Mo.Li's eyes, there was only that blood-red bright moon. Quick. Run. We really. But before the words were finished, a thin line appeared between the head and neck. With a thud, the head rolled to the ground. Chapter 46, Unexpected. Standing in the center of the ancient path, Mo.Li threw away the blood-stained head, wiping off the splashed blood from his face. The Gongsun family is a famous big family in the Jide dynasty, and since he killed a member of the Gongsun family, naturally, a large number of cultivators would want to kill him in return. At this moment, Mo.Li's eyes were already bloodshot. Looking at the endless stream of cultivators, he became even more excited, the blood within him burning. As the devoured spirits transformed into enhanced ghostly beings, his power was also growing through slaughter. Come on. Today, either you die or I die. Kill. With a fierce roar, he erupted with full force again, every time going all out, as even holding back was cruel to himself. Go. Take him down. As long as we catch him, the bounty will double. The city lord encouraged with a foot in midair. Those loose cultivators or family disciples, seeing this, were also pumped up. After all, more people means more power, even if it drags on, they could exhaust him to death. Self-overestimating. Swish. Mo.Li's figure vanished, with a hand movement, he accurately cut off a head. This kid is too strange, as long as we bind his movements, we can take him down. As he spoke, some people cast secret techniques, and a large area of azure light enveloped, mixing into the air, causing the moisture to become thick and heavy. Before long, it started to rain in the city. But this rain was especially thick and sticky, dropping on the body felt a bit heavier. Moreover, the rainwater gathered on the ground was surprisingly sticky, like heavy resin, wrapping around the feet that stepped on the ground. Thud, thud. As Mo.Li's footsteps gradually slowed, he came to a stop. Look, his figure is slowing down. As he spoke, several dark yellow chains suddenly shot out from the void, binding one of Mo.Li's hands. It was the city lord who had made his move. The crowd cheered. However, the next second, the bound figure transformed into spots of light and gradually dissipated, corresponding to the nearby fallen bodies. With a hand movement, the blade fell, decisive and direct. Where the blade passed, bloodied souls were left behind. Ah, the refreshing sensation filling the cells. Emily laughed wildly, enjoying this romance that belonged to him. The blood color gradually dyed the clouds. Under the dusk, the setting sun cast a thick layer of dried blood. With the saint-level floating cloud shadow body technique, Emily moved freely. This level of magic could not confine him at all. Wherever the blade passed, corpses fell apart, whether pleading for mercy or resisting stubbornly, all must die, turning into his nourishment. As dusk deepened, the city gradually quieted down, but Emily's excitement continued. He couldn't control his hands. Those hands that trembled with excitement. He enjoyed the thrill of slaughter, relishing the hot moments when blood splashed out. He knew he was sick to the core. But the bloodthirsty rage brought by the wild gene was ingrained in his bones, only causing him to revel continuously. With emotion suppressing in the dark, in this small border town, under this bloody frenzy, he became the only protagonist. He did not know how many souls he had reaped. All Emily knew was that he was savoring the dishes he had made himself, the splattered blood flowing over his neck, a delicious thrill. Time flowed in silence, dusk deepened quietly, and the sun set in the west. At the tavern, the blood-stained banner fluttered wildly. Just then, a crisp step exited from the tavern, sounding oddly eerie in the empty, silent town. Kid, too much killing is not a good thing. An easygoing old man, holding a wine gourd, seemed drunk as he staggered out. The fading twilight shone on his face. He squinted his hazy eyelids, as if just waking up. Tonight's moon will probably be quite red. I thought you wouldn't come out. Mo Shang informed him that there was a very strong hidden aura in the town that needed attention. It turned out he meant this old man who was drinking. I didn't want to pay attention, but the blood aura was too strong. The wine went bad. Moreover, that girl you killed has a bit of a connection to me. Emily, the Gonsun family? The old man, sort of. After all, I haven't been back in a long time, used to living alone. The connection has faded. Are you seeking revenge? Emily squinted his eyes and asked. No, not related at all. I have no reason for revenge. These people have nothing to do with me. Saying this, he looked at the mountain of corpses, showing no interest whatsoever. But I am a bit interested in you. Speaking of which, those eyes of yours are quite enchanting. As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man's dazed gaze suddenly became sharp and focused. Bang! The old man struck fiercely with a palm, intending to capture Emily, but the massive shadow of the palm was abruptly cut off before it reached halfway. Shang, take him down. Unexpectedly, when the old man saw Mo Shang, he was not surprised but instead frowned. Quasi-saint? No, a seriously injured quasi-saint. On the contrary, Emily was surprised by the opponent's keen reaction. Just through a palm, he could tell that Mo Shang was injured. At that moment, Mo Shang and the old man began to entangle in combat, their figures blurring and difficult to capture with the naked eye, but the waves coming from the void were undeniable. A thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. Even though seriously injured, he was once a quasi-saint, firmly suppressing the old man. The battle was developing in a positive direction, yet Emily's heartstrings remained anxious. Investigate. At this moment, Emily decisively used the system's methods. Spend 50 villains' fate points to obtain character information. Character, Gonsun Shenjin. Bone age, 1034. Realm, Peak of the Honored Realm. Cultivation method, 10,000 sword decision, Ancient Temple 9 swords, fragment, Phantom sword technique, Drunken swordlight, secret method. Treasures, innate treasure gourd, damaged, sword gate token, peace sword, Gen koan lamp. Physique, sword heart, broken, sword eye, sword body, broken. Life, born into the Gonsun family, sword body descended. At 136 years, fate aligned, penetrated into danger to obtain the innate treasure gourd. At 256 years, defeated by Sword Gate's Jianningzi, sword heart shattered. At 594 years, wandered the mortal realm, accidentally encountered a secret realm, learned the ancient temple fragment. At 753 years, encountered Jianningzi again, could not defeat him, sword body shattered. Soon, Gongsun Xuanjian's life was vividly displayed before Emily's eyes in written form. After reading the information, Emily suddenly realized, Gongsun Xianjian was absolutely extraordinary. Swordgate, Jianningzi, these words were almost the resounding epics of the previous generation. A single person in sword suppressed how many talented prodigies. One could doubtlessly not match him if they weren't a prodigy. He should be the ancestor of the Gongsun family, and Gongsun Jianwu was his descendant. In an instant, as Emoli looked at the Gongsun ancestor, he had a new idea. Perhaps this was a formidable puppet, and the control of the puppet was the scripture technique he had just obtained, soul-controlling insect scripture. Thus, Gongsun Xianjian took an interest in Emoli's profound eyes, wanting to dig them out. And Emoli, on the other hand, was drawn to the opponent. He is heading to the Gongsun family, and Gongsun Xianjian is a very good guard. Shang, no matter what means, capture him for me. After saying this, Mo Li quickly retreated, leaving the battlefield to the protector. He did not intend to participate in the battle among the respected ones. The protector, after all, is meant to protect the way, his thoughts are his way. Gongsun Xianjian frowned, this guy is a bit sly. There was no time to think too much, he glanced in Mo Li's direction and coldly snorted, treasure gourd, go. Immediately, the wine gourd at his waist suddenly enlarged, green light swirling around the gourd, emanating a calm yet oppressive aura. Trap him. That little brat I will capture myself. Saying this, he did not intend to hide his strength, and with a wave of his hand, a fairy sword appeared, hovering behind him, while the magical gourd entangled with Mo Shang. Kid, you can't escape. Mo Shang desperately tried to block, but the innate treasure gourd shook, an invisible barrier stopped Mo Shang's movements. The innate treasure is ultimately an innate treasure, even if damaged, it possesses immense power. Watching Gongsun Xianjian dragging Mo Shang and attacking him, Mo Li's nerves were tense. At that moment, twilight descended, and Mo Li quickly dove into the dark forest. Damn! This guy plans to capture the king first to catch the thief. However, just as Mo Li was running wildly, his heartstrings trembled, and by muscle memory, he turned his body as much as he could. But everything was still too late, the transparent sword energy easily severed his left arm as if cutting tofu, which tumbled to the ground with a thud. It's over, kid. Saying this, Gongsun Xianjian decisively pinched the sword with one hand and coldly uttered a command like that of the Grim Reaper, go. The fairy sword suddenly shot out, its white brilliance sharp, slicing through space. Everything fell silent. Chapter 47, The Burning of Life. Gongsun Xianjian frowned. Because before him, Mo Li was transforming into ethereal pale smoke, gradually dissipating. That pair of eyes again. He expanded his divine sense, trying to catch Mo Li's aura. To this day, based solely on those strange eyes, he has crossed several realms, surviving under the hands of a venerable, which Gongsun Xianjian has never seen in thousands of years. In the next instant, a sharp sword energy sliced out again, mercilessly flattening an entire hill. You dodge pretty fast. But next time. Before the words fell, yet another shocking sword shadow flashed from the sky, its pale brilliance illuminating the dim night. On the other side, Mo Li was desperately dodging. By using his ghostly eyes to switch back and forth between real and illusory space, he barely delayed the time. But using the ghostly eyes too frequently was putting immense strain on him, blood flowed from his eye, and the red moon in the blood-eyed world was also bleeding, while red veins coiled around his eye sockets, clearly reaching the limit. Kid, is this the ability of your eyes? I can't even sense your aura. But it's coming to an end, right? Before he finished, Mo Li couldn't hold on any longer and his form became visible in the air. Go! In an instant, the fairy sword's light flickered, invisible against the dark night. Feeling the approaching footsteps, Mo Li's heartbeat quickened. In the perspective of his ghostly eyes, he could see the blood-shrouded sharp sword attacking his heart. The familiar position of his heart had always been the target when he killed. But the fairy sword was too fast, even if he could faintly sense it, he couldn't react at all, his body's movements lagging far behind. One sword down, and surely death, thoughts boiled over in an instant. Damn it! Mo Li gritted his teeth, the risk and reward were proportional, wanting to take down a respected strong person would require some cost. Put! A sword pierced through the heart, everywhere the white brilliance touched, it turned to ashes. As the dust settled, Gongsun Xianjian's frown deepened. He actually dodged, logically speaking that should have been his limit just now. While he pondered, the spiritual body pierced by the fairy sword slowly dissolved. Gongsun Xianjian was astonished to discover that the limit of switching between reality and illusion had extended, transforming into the time of a breath. Just as he thought the other party had intentionally hidden his strength earlier, after half a breath, Mo Li's figure reappeared, facing him directly. Kid, not running away? Gongsun Xianjian smiled, he understood how the kid had managed it. Just now, Mo Li had directly burned his life essence, the ability of the ghost eye breaking through limits and growing, but the price was his lifespan. The power gained by burning life is still not enough, you are too weak. But Mo Li did not pay attention to the other party, instead, he took out the demon gourd, pulled out the cork, and a large surge of black demon energy wildly spouted out, quickly covering everything within a 10-mile radius. Gongsun Xianjian tried to wave his immortal sword to cut through the demon mist, but was surprised to find that it had no effect at all. Moreover, the demon energy could rapidly corrode his immortal sword, and in just a moment, it had already emitted a hissing corrosive sound. In this area shrouded by demon energy, his divine sense and 5 senses were completely blocked, and the flow of spiritual power was clogged. He instantly lost track of Mo Li's position. He wanted to escape this demon mist, but it seemed to move, making it impossible to get out. However, a keen intuition led him to deduce that the limitation of that treasure meant that its holder could only maintain the demon mist within the mist's range. In other words, Mo Li needed to stay close to him. Kid, is this your last resort? Humph, then the old man can only say you are overestimating yourself. Gongsun Xianjian withdrew his immortal sword and then burst forth with boundless sword energy, swirling around him, slicing through the surrounding demon energy. Thus, he could stand invincible. At that moment, in the darkness, the bleeding ghost eye flickered with a blazing scarlet, a fire red like burning life. Emily took out the ice flame twin blades and surprisingly stabbed towards his own abdomen. Then, the ice flame twin blades blossomed with splendid light, revealing bizarre and intricate patterns, slowly merging together. The fire-red blade like lava and the ice-cold blade like deep ice slowly merged, forming a tie-dao shape primarily red, mixed with white, except at the hilt, where a ghost eye opened. That ghost eye sucked in Emily's blood, making the blade body increasingly crimson like blood. The ice flame ghost blade, with the assistance of the ghost eye, absorbed the host's blood after completing the third phase of fusion transformation, gaining a strange ability. At that moment, Emily's body began to wither, as that ghost eye had absorbed too much blood. He revealed a scarlet gaze, eerie like a blood moon, as if burning. Chapter 48, Either you die or I live. In an instant, Emoli activated the ghost eye, his figure darting through the illusion. At the moment he leaned close to Gongsun Xianjian, he fiercely struck with his blade. Swish! The blood-red blade light was aimed at the opponent's head. This strike was so fierce that for an ordinary cultivator, it would have meant death beneath the blade. But Gongsun Xianjian was a venerable. This strike only grazed his neck, causing a superficial wound and blood to flow. Swish! Consequently, in response was the rushing spiritual sword, which slashed at Emoli's neck, splitting his body in half. Unfortunately, it was not the real body. No, this blade is strange. Realizing this, Gongsun Xianjian noticed that years of experience had not allowed him to overlook this small injury. Although the blade light was not lethal, the wound kept bleeding. Moreover, the spiritual energy surprisingly could not heal the injury, leaving him with a numbing effect. Before Gongsun Xianjian could think any further, Emoli's blade light appeared again. Swish! One slash left a gaping wound on Gongsun Xianjian's arm. Swish! The blade light sparkled as Emoli's figure shattered into white smoke, yet it was another clone. Kid, with your power, you cannot kill me. Even if the hunting position is reversed, what then? I have my eyes set on yours. Gongsun Xianjian was increasingly terrified by Emoli's eyes. With those eyes, he could fight against the realm of the Honored One. How unbelievable is that? Who would believe it if told? Even the unparalleled prodigies buried by time could not achieve that, right? After all, the gap in strength is right there. Such a treasure, if placed in Gongsun Xianjian's eyes, with this unfathomable ability and his highly lethal swordsmanship, who in this world could rival him? Several hundred years ago, losing twice to Jian Ningzi from the Sword Gate had almost become his inner demons. But the appearance of Emoli made him see hope, the hope to break the inner demons. At that moment, Gongsun Xianjian formed a hand sign. He did not want to drag on with Emoli any longer. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. He planned to unleash an indiscriminate area-covering move. As soon as Emoli stepped out of the illusion, he would hit him. But he couldn't maintain this move for too long. At that time, all things buzzed, emitting sharp sword sounds. The sand and gravel on the ground, the fallen dry branches and leaves, the wild grass and petals were all trembling. Under the interference of the dark magic, although the reality could not be seen, the intense fluctuations inside could be clearly felt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword light continued to shine. Occasionally, a blood-colored blade light swung out, blocking the falling shadows of swords. In the blood-colored space of the ghost eye, Emoli had his single blade plunged into the ground, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. His body was already pierced with dozens of flying swords. Even a spiritual sword made of branch was stuck from his jaw to his head, and his whole body was soaked in blood, with countless wounds. The situation sank into difficulty. The continuous use of the ghost eye was nearing collapse, and Emoli estimated that if he used the illusion and reality pause one more time, his life would be exhausted. One last time, it's either you die or... Whoosh! Emoli reappeared. This blade struck Gongsun Xianjian's heart. Due to the accumulation of previous wounds, the paralyzing effect became increasingly obvious, and Gongsun Xianjian's reaction was noticeably slower. This blade was deeper than any time before. It was also the closest position to his heart. Unfortunately, Emoli ultimately lacked the strength. Kid, it's over. Whoosh! 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Swords howled and buzzed. Unexpectedly, Emoli did not activate the final jump, facing the pain of 10,000 swords penetrating his body directly. Suddenly, Gongsun Xianjian froze in place, as if his movements were stiffened. At that moment, in Gongsun Xianjian's soul, a giant worm was desperately biting. Yes. The high priest used a secret method to attack. Tied together with this kid Emoli, if he dies, he must die too. At that moment, Emoli's mouth slightly curled up. Victory or defeat was just an instant. Gongsun Xianjian missed the best chance to kill him. Behind Gongsun Xianjian was the figure of Mo Chang. He had pushed his limits, temporarily restoring his quasi-saint cultivation. He was waiting for this moment. I am waiting for a helper, what are you waiting for? In the last moment of unconsciousness, Mo struggled to reveal his dazzling white teeth. Innate treasures are indeed strong, but without the owner's control, how could they compete with Mo Chang? So he could only delay. Although the price was high, he won. In the end, he won. Chapter 49, The Demon Head Emerges, Refining Worms. Time flows slowly, and in a flash, 2 months have passed. Mo slowly awoke, opened his eyes, wanting to stand up, but found that his bones felt like they were falling apart. How long have I been lying? More than 2 months, Mo Chang replied coldly. More than 2 months? That's quite long. Mo looked up at the bright blue sky, fluffy white clouds, warm sunshine, and the ground covered with green grass nodding in the gentle breeze. Speaking of which, it's been almost half a year since leaving the Xianyang sacred land, right? Still 2 months short. I see, it took 3 months in the Zhuque ancient city, and then 2 months in the Lost Worm Valley, almost turning into a half-human half-worm monster, and then, the Taiyin divine body, drawing yin and supplementing yang. When it came to Jiang Linyu, he couldn't help but pause. Did he ever love? Mo Li's answer was affirmative, no. Did you ever have any feelings? Mo Li fell silent. Perhaps. Maybe it was during the pleasant conversation, or maybe it was the passionate kiss while dancing under the starry sky. But for him, feelings were merely a bit of hardship on the road ahead. At that moment, he noticed that Mo Shang had chosen a nice place to rest, with blue skies and white clouds, lush green grass, and rich spiritual energy. In the distance, a few mysterious birds were playing on the branches, so he casually placed his hands behind his head and leisurely watched the drifting clouds. Where is this? Mo Shang, a certain sect at the border of the Great Qian dynasty. Have you asked to use someone else's blessed ground? At this moment, Mo Shang rolled his eyes, his indifferent face showing a look of disdain, as if to say, people like you? Do you care about others' feelings? Ignoring Mo Shang's disdain, Mo Li continued to ask, what about you? How much power do you still have? Mo Shang had already sustained serious injuries during the Dual Saint War, and in the battle against Gongsun Xianjian, he had to push himself to the extreme, leaving deep-rooted scars. Mid-stage of the Venerable. Can you return to your former self? At most, peak Venerable, but I can't return to semi-saint. Is that so? Mo Li lay down on the grass and closed his eyes. The cost of victory in this battle far exceeded his imagination. At that time, the blue sky was vast, the gentle breeze was refreshing, and the sound of bubbling spring water nearby made everything feel so harmonious. After resting for a moment, Mo Li struggled to get up and came to the spring, adjusting his clothes. At that moment, through the reflection in the flowing spring water, he suddenly realized that his hair had turned completely white and even his skin had become withered. At this age, with a head full of white hair and wrinkled skin, he looked like an old monster lying in a coffin. The situation is even worse than I imagined. Mo Li chuckled. He couldn't remember how many times he had used his abilities during the battle with Gongsun Xianjian, he only knew he couldn't be struck by the sword shadows. At that time, his ghostly eyes throbbed in pain and bled, and he endured the enormous side effects, each second draining his lifespan. Let me count? How many years do I have left? Mo Li stretched out his palm, 1 year left, 2 years. He found he could count it on one hand without needing the other. Only 4 years left. Mo Li didn't feel much sadness, just a sigh. In life, one cultivates, and lifespan increases with the elevation of realms. However, the power obtained by Mo Li's draining of his lifespan couldn't be replenished by breaking through to higher realms, this was the cost. That is to say, even if Mo Li breaks through to a more powerful realm later, what he can gain is only strength, not lifespan. Calculating it, I had said I would kill Qin Yang within 5 years at the Xianyang sacred land, and now nearly a year has passed, leaving me only 4 years to live. Perfect. Mo Li thought that sometimes things were just this dramatic. Of course, the world isn't without great medicines that can extend life, but they cannot be acquired without fate. And coincidentally, Mo Li was allergic to this kind of fate. Naturally, there was another way, the system's intelligence ability, spending villain points to find the location of the life-extending medicine. Then, Mo Li took a rejuvenation pill, restoring his youthful appearance, his white hair turned back to black, making him look much younger, although the decay within his body couldn't be concealed. After doing all this, he instructed Mo Li to release Gongsun Xianjian. The moment they met, Gongsun Xianjian stared at Mo Li, his eyes filled only with resentment and humiliation. Being defeated by a junior of the spiritual sea realm was a tremendous disgrace for him. Don't worry, you will live. Looking at Gongsun Xianjian, Mo Li rested one hand under his jaw, pondering how to maximize Gongsun Xianjian's value. By the way, the soul-controlling insect scripture. He thought of a great idea. He had witnessed the medicine men in the insect valley. They were incredibly strange, controlling puppets with just one person and one insect. However, he only had a rough understanding of controlling insects, raising insects, and refining insects, having not yet learned it. He needed extensive practice and experience. But regarding the technique of controlling insects, there was someone who must know something. High Priest. By the way, Shan, where is this place? The Sect? Suddenly, Mo-Li's mouth curled into a smile. Was this not the perfect place? 3 days later, piercing screams echoed within the Sect. Compared to the intense impact of a punch that kills, the terror of parasitic worms breaking out of flesh is even harder to bear. Before long, the steps outside the Grand Hall were covered in countless bodies, various worms constantly crawling out from the flesh of the dead. The first-turn winged concealment worm can corrode flesh. The first-turn bone worm attaches to the bones of the dead, enhancing the power of flesh and growing bone blades. Mo-Li held a purple scripture, occasionally squatting down to examine the corpses, like an elegant hermit collecting long-awaited herbs, only this scene was bizarre with all the bodies lying around, dried blood covering the stone steps. Oh, found it! The first-turn brainworm can combine with the moon soulworm to refine a second-turn controlling soulworm. Mo-Li stepped on a corpse's skull, which cracked open like a watermelon, a white worm crawling out from inside. Want to run? Mo-Li grabbed the worm, holding it in his palm to observe. This little guy seemed particularly shy, constantly struggling to escape. After watching for a while, Mo-Li discovered it was completely snowy white, with special patterns growing on its abdomen. This guy grows by eating brain marrow, and shows no interest in other foods. He offered a piece of fire mulberry leaf but found it completely uninterested. Quite picky. It seems I need more nutrients to fatten you up. 2 days later, every sect, big or small, in the area suffered without exception. Their deaths were the same, each with a small hole in the back of their heads, their faces twisted in agony, seemingly undergoing severe torment before dying. Having eaten so many people, only reaching the peak of the second turn is a bit slow. Mo-Li frowned. The cultivation of worms is quite different from that of living beings. In the legend of the worm world, the 10th turn corresponds to immortality, while the second turn corresponds to the true spirit realm. Worms seemingly do not have the physical realm and divine concealment realm, they are born with spiritual power, thus surpassing the spirit sea realm, with the first turn worm corresponding to the divine palace realm. The divine palace realm involves tempering the soul, opening the heavenly eye in spiritual space, and thereafter forging a divine palace within the spiritual space to guard the soul from erosion. To refine worms, one needs to merge with the worm's spirit to achieve control over it. Through the controlling soul worm scripture, Mo-Li also learned about the worm immortal contract, used to sign worms exceeding one's strength. It seems there are almost no texts on controlling worms around Eastern Wilderness. He noticed this anomaly but was unsure if it was only in Eastern Wilderness or elsewhere, too. Indeed, second-turn worms are so difficult to cultivate, the food is far from enough, they might starve to death. Mo-Li glanced at the white worm in his hand. This little guy knew only to eat and sleep, like a pig. Right now, I still need to find Moon Soulworm. The two can reproduce and give birth to a special controlling soulworm. But there's a problem, can the second-turn controlling soulworm control the venerable realm Gong Sun Xianjian? The gap in realms is too vast, he felt it might be a bit difficult. Of course, after sacrificing so many living beings, Mo-Li wouldn't waste them, all the souls after death were devoured by him, transforming into ghost spirits. But soon after, he discovered a problem. Having reaped at least tens of thousands of lives, even if he continued to devour souls and transform them into ghost spirits, his strength no longer saw improvement. In his spirit sea, a blood moon hung high, casting its scarlet glow over the entire space. The spirit sea opened up by the 90,000 miles of thunderclouds was boundless. Below the spirit sea, silent ghostly spirits floated up, their faces twisted, swaying as they moved. The light of the blood moon spread out, creating a scene like 1,000 ghosts marching at night, grand yet eerie. Could it be that the range of the spirit sea is too small? Can't accommodate more ghosts? Mo-Li was confused. He wasn't sure if breaking through to the spirit palace realm would allow him to contain more ghosts. However, he made a strange discovery. The ghosts he had devoured felt a special sense of belonging to him. This sense of belonging was similar to that of a master and servant, where the servant firmly obeyed the master's commands. So, how do I release the ghosts beyond reality? For now, he only understood how to devour, but he couldn't release the ghosts. Could it be that my realm isn't high enough? Mo-Li wondered. The spirit palace realm involved the soul, while ghosts belonged to the realm of spirits. Looks like I need to hurry, time is running out. He had said he would go to the royal capital to find the Gongsun family, there was someone he needed to deal with. Thus, half a month later, news spread of a demon appearing in the border region. It slaughtered living beings wantonly, leaving a trail of corpses. The state of the bodies was extremely tragic, and the methods were incredibly cruel, everyone wanted it dead. Chapter 50, No Soul? Time passed again, half a month had gone by. During this time, with the help of the High Priest, Emily successfully found the Moon Soul Goo bug, a blue-purple glowing winged insect. Along the way, the High Priest had to admit Emily's talent and skills in the art of goo. This guy killed several beings of different sects to refine the goo, using their blood and flesh as a breeding ground for the bugs. Even the High Priest frowned at his methods. In their insect valley, they usually let multiple goo bugs kill each other, with the last one standing becoming the bug king, rarely slaughtering living beings. However, the way Emily did it produced bugs with even more spirituality. After cultivating the Moon Soul Goo bug to the pinnacle of the second transformation, he began to breed the two bugs together, aiming to produce the soul-controlling goo he desired. The birth of the soul-controlling goo needed time, so Emily shifted his focus to the ghosts. He always found it difficult to find any records about the mysterious ghosts. They were said to be the souls of the dead, yet they had no memories, resembling a purely spectral form. It was said they were spectre-like, yet the ghostly faces bore the appearances of the dead, which puzzled Emily. However, what puzzled him more was his own soul space. Not long ago, he broke through from the Spirit Sea realm to the Spirit Palace realm. In the Spirit Palace realm, cultivators need to open up a soul space and forge a Spirit Palace to suppress. The clearer the scenery displayed in the soul space, the stronger the soul becomes. But the most bizarre point was here. Emily's soul space was shrouded in chaotic energy, spreading deep into the forbidden zone of the soul. Generally, before entering the Spirit Palace realm, the soul space was enshrouded in mist, requiring continuous opening up of soul mist to expand one's own domain. As for the forbidden zone hidden deep in the mist, some beings had tried to explore it with an ancient bronze lamp. Once they entered the soul mist, they never returned. Powerful beings speculated that the end of the soul's forbidden zone hid the ultimate secrets of life, needing constant space expansion. One day, when the light of the Spirit Palace illuminated the entire forbidden zone, it would signify the ascension of life, eternal life. But Emily's soul space couldn't reflect any scenery nor forge a Spirit Palace to suppress. This made his scalp tingle. Could it be that there is something wrong with my soul? Or is it because I'm a traveler? Unable to open up a soul space? He recalled that strange octagonal bell from before. Could it be that the sound of the bell sealed my soul space? Or even destroyed it? Emily still remembered the excruciating pain, as if a stick had been poked into his head, stirring wildly inside, coupled with obscure murmurs constantly clamoring in his mind, threatening to explode. Not being able to open the soul space, does that mean I don't have a soul at all? Suddenly, Emily felt a chill down his back. He was terrified by his own guess, his spine felt icy cold. Could it be that I have already died? Did I die during electroshock therapy in my past life? Is everything just a fantasy before my death? Otherwise, how can I explain the fact that my soul space cannot be opened? Emily extended his palm, examining it carefully. Flesh and blood were plump, containing spiritual energy, too real to be more real. Or am I in a state of neither dead nor alive? He realized there was a huge problem with himself, a very big problem. A person without a soul is standing alive in the world. That's extremely bizarre. He had asked the Grand Priest. After all, the Grand Priest lived a long time and was still attached to his soul, perhaps understanding something. But the Grand Priest replied that his situation was also the first time he encountered it, otherwise he wouldn't have thought of occupying a physical body at all. Then, after many attempts, he tried to attack himself with soul attacks, but still had no result. Is it because of split personalities? In his past life in the mental hospital, he was diagnosed with schizophrenia by the doctors, but after coming here, his symptoms of schizophrenia improved a lot. Does that mean my soul is not normal? Incomplete? So I can't open my soul space? Emily thought about many things, but after thinking for a long time, he still found nothing. With his current knowledge and experience, he had no way to solve it. Helpless, Emily could only take it one step at a time. Time flowed slowly. At the border of the Great Qian dynasty, under the night sky, with countless stars, the fire pit illuminated Emily's face. After breaking through to the Divine Palace realm, the number of ghost spirits he could devour indeed continued to increase. Wherever he passed, only corpses remained. Now, he had truly become the devil that everyone wanted to kill. There was just one thing: he could never summon the ghost spirits from his spirit sea. It always feels like something is missing. The firelight reflected Emily's contemplative expression. The ghost spirits he devoured had a special sense of belonging to him, similar to a master and servant relationship. But this relationship was still one of respect and affection. He could guide the ghost spirits' actions, but he couldn't control them. So, what exactly is missing? Emily looked forward to the scene of all ghosts emerging. When the time came, the vast sky would be filled with swirling ghost spirits. Crack! At this moment, a subtle sound came from 500 feet away. In Emily's sensory perception, a few people were coming towards him. No, more precisely, they were acquaintances. Hello, fellow cultivator. We are looking for a devil. Do you have any information? Several people looked cautiously at Emily by the fire and inquired. Emoli slowly raised his head, the firelight illuminating his face, smiling, gentle and elegant. 3 men and 1 woman, he was exceedingly familiar with their clothing, the outer sect disciple uniform of Xianyang Holy Land. Only the woman was an inner sect disciple. The great Qin dynasty belonged to the Xianyang Holy Land. He was not surprised to encounter people from Xianyang Holy Land here. Moreover, half a month ago, he had personally killed 2 junior brothers who were roaming around. They should be called junior brothers, right? After all, he had not been expelled from Xianyang Holy Land yet. What is the devil's name? Perhaps I have heard of it? The group exchanged glances, and eventually, the woman stepped forward and uttered 2 words, Emoli. Chapter 51, The Gentle and Kind Gentleman. That name sounds a bit familiar? He pretended to have a familiar expression. Now, he had changed his appearance and, due to the abnormality of his soul, it was hard to judge based on his soul aura, so it's very difficult for anyone to discover him. After exchanging glances, they shook their heads helplessly. After probing Emoli's soul aura, they found it to be a very strange aura, realizing it wasn't the person they were looking for. To tell you the truth, Emoli was previously the top disciple of our Xianyang Holy Land, but due to oppression of fellow students and colluding with the demon sect, he was severely injured by the elders and fled the Holy Land. A while ago, he killed disciples of our Holy Land and has now been expelled and wanted by the Holy Land. Expelled? Emoli was somewhat surprised. He had just been told he had not been expelled, yet in a blink of an eye, that was wrong. Fellow cultivator, if you see him, please let me know about the Xianyang Sacred Land. Saying this, a bamboo slip was handed over, containing information about Emoli, including a unique spiritual aura. Wait. At that moment, Emoli stood up slowly by the fire, turning his back to everyone, his bones cracking like popping beans. I know where the person you are looking for is. Where? Several people were overjoyed, not expecting the other party to actually know Emoli's whereabouts, an effortless gain. Under the moonlight, Emoli slowly turned around, revealing that familiar face, a smile gracing his lips. What do you think? Still by that fire, the flames burned dry branches and leaves, crackling loudly. The warm light illuminated the faces of 5 people, 4 of them with their spiritual veins blocked, bound and sitting side by side, while Emoli sat alone on one side. It has been a long time since I chatted patiently and kindly with someone like tonight. Emoli took the lead in speaking. Emoli. You're current. But before the words could be fully spoken, Emoli flicked his finger, his movements graceful. White spiritual energy shot out, transforming into flying daggers, and in the blink of an eye, it severed the opponent's head. The remaining 3 stared at each other, their pupils filled with horror. Shoo! Emoli's index finger rested against his lips, like an elegant demon, speaking with a gentle sharpness. I really hate noise. If I find what you say is unnecessary, then the consequence will be similar to his. Now, let's begin the first conversation of this wonderful night. Now, it is my turn to ask you to answer. Emoli's words remained gentle. The first question, how is my situation in the Xianyang Sacred Land? The few exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, they saw retreat. Oh? No one? Then I will randomly pick one. You come, I see you eager to try. The man pointed and widened his eyes, eager to try? Who was eager to try? M.O. M.O. Brother M.O., your situation in the Sacred Land is not very good. He said, glancing at Emoli's expression. Emoli merely smiled, like a sickly madman carrying calm elegance. Without any reason, his spiritual energy flickered, severing the opponent's arm. Shoo! Don't scream. Endure the pain, I don't like noise. The man's face twisted in agony, but he clenched his teeth tightly, not daring to make a sound. This grudge, he would repay sooner or later. Very good, let me repeat, I sincerely hope that your words are not unnecessary, okay? The friendly greeting made a few swallow hard. Emoli's unpredictable moods filled them with fear. This guy is crazy, a complete madman. The few trembled in fear. Alright, you continue to answer my previous question. How is my situation in the Xianyang Sacred Land? The man bore the pain and reluctantly obeyed Emoli's rules. You were expelled from the Sacred Land 4 months ago and placed on the wanted list. 4 months ago, when he counted the time, he was still in the ancient Dragon Dynasty. As for the wanted list, Emoli also knew that the bounties were mostly for those who opposed the Sacred Land. Very good, the second question. He extended 2 fingers. How did you know my whereabouts? Emoli would try to conceal secrets even when killing, changing his appearance to avoid being tracked. He did not like being watched. But before answering this question, the difficulty of the game is upgraded. I will individually ask the other 2, if your answer is wrong, then the next one will be a corpse. On the contrary, if your answer is correct, then the dead will be one of the other 2. I will give you 30 seconds to think about the question. Time suddenly fell silent, only the moonlight scattered down, and the flames crackled. 1 2 3 30. Time's up. You come. Emoli smiled kindly, but reflected in the firelight, it appeared sinister and strange. He gently pointed with his finger, directing at the only woman. The female disciple hesitated for a moment, trembling as she said, "It's Morong Shui." It is rumored that after she left seclusion, she entered the Tao integration realm, and became the saintess of the sacred land. Upon learning that her younger sister is still in a coma from severe injuries, she used her saintess authority. You are removed from the list and placed on the wanted list. At the same time, we will use a sacred artifact to glimpse the heavenly secrets. You are in the Great Qian dynasty, because there are rumors of demons appearing in the border region, so we came here. Once discovered, we will use the token to inform the elders. After hearing this, Emoli learned 3 important pieces of information. First, Morong Qinghuan is actually not dead? Second, the sacred artifact can only vaguely glimpse his tracks, and cannot accurately lock in. This is relatively good news. Third, an elder from the Holy Land is here to capture him. Alright, now we have come to the most exciting verification session. After speaking, Emoli blew away 3 groups of mist, separating them. If the other 2 say they answered correctly, then one of them must die. If they say they answered incorrectly, then the one who dies will be the woman. It's a very interesting game. Emoli was curious about their answers. Her answer is wrong. Her answer is wrong. As expected, the remaining 2 spoke in unison. The woman was horrified, twisting her face, and shouted as she crawled to Emoli's legs, "I didn't answer incorrectly. I didn't answer incorrectly. Senior brother Mo, you have to believe me." I believe your words. Emoli agreed, but grabbed the woman's hair at the back of her head with one hand and dragged her away from the fire pit. No. No. Senior brother Mo, you have to believe me. Got it, I believe your words, but this has nothing to do with your ending. As soon as he finished speaking, Moli threw the woman's body into the air, his right hand clenched in a fist, gathering power, and smiled brightly. The fireworks are about to explode. Boom. With one punch, flesh and blood exploded, bones shattered, like red fireworks. The 2 behind were completely dumbfounded, they even doubted that this world had gone crazy. Emoli had gone crazy. A downright madman. The 2's fear peaked. After doing all this, Emoli returned to sit calmly next to the fire, took out a handkerchief, and gently wiped the bloodstains on his robe. Alright, we can continue our conversation. This must be a wonderful night, don't you think? He smiled gently, like a kind and gentle gentleman. Chapter 52, Controlling Soul Insect, Puppet of the Honored One. Time passed again for several days. After the wonderful seminar ended, Emoli's movements became more cautious. But there was also good news. The moon soul insect and brain insect had given birth to little ones. A small milk insect with 6 legs and 2 wings, with strange patterns growing on its blue abdomen. The controlling soul insect was not as powerful as imagined, its aura was surprisingly weak. Could it be because of my refining method? According to the records in the Controlling Soul Insect Classic, there are 3 methods to refine insects: artificial refinement, devouring evolution, and breeding intersection. The first method requires insect essence power, which he does not possess. The second method requires a lot of insect nourishment, but in this world, which is not suitable for insect growth, it is almost impossible to find. Under limited conditions, Emoli could only choose the third method, which is also the most uncontrollable one. Fortunately, he succeeded. But looking at the small creature in the palm of his hand, he was not sure if he could control Gongsun Xianjian. By the way, your food is actually the spirit. Of course, the food of the controlling soul insect is not only the spirit, it also includes soul-nourishing wood, red soul fruit, and red soul blood, which are treasures that can enhance spiritual power, all of which are its food. But spirits are just the cheapest food. Another killing is needed, there's really no way. Emoli rubbed his temples, like a young master who understood the dilemma. Let's go, not far away there's a wonderful place. When Emoli arrived, it was just at the hot stage of a battle between 2 armies, the wolf flag fluttering, and various magical powers dazzlingly exploding. He had been developing around the border of the Great Qian dynasty, and the neighboring kingdom, the Great Luo dynasty, was in battle. The Xianyang Holy Land would not interfere in the struggles between the kingdoms under its rule. Survival of the fittest is the law, but only the Holy Land can be at the very top. Little guy, having a feast right after birth, go ahead. After completing the refining and bonding with the soul-controlling bug, the little creature became exceptionally affectionate towards Emoli. Hearing Emoli's command, its round, little eyes sparkled with excitement, and it flapped its wings, rapidly flying towards the battlefield. Emoli found a corner to sit cross-legged and used the secret techniques from the bug scriptures to connect with the perspective of the soul-controlling bug. He discovered that this little creature could effortlessly enter the soul space of living beings, seemingly possessing a special ability to shield from spiritual perception. Facing the protection of the divine palace, the little creature began to show its true power, transforming from its small, cute appearance into a fierce, ugly giant, attacking the roots of the divine soul mercilessly. Oh, the little creature's saliva can actually dissolve the barrier of the divine palace? He was unsure if that was indeed the saliva of the soul-controlling bug or some special ability, but he knew that the liquid it spat out had a powerful corrosive effect on the soul. Relying on this special liquid, the soul-controlling bug easily tore through the soul protection and reached the most vulnerable center of the soul. A smooth soul body, radiant like a newborn, appeared before him. The little creature, drooling in its manifested shadow, opened its wide mouth and gulped it down. To it, this seemed like a delicacy beyond compare. Seeing the realm of life's soul, Emily felt puzzled. He once thought that the ghosts he devoured were the souls of the deceased, but that wasn't entirely true. After the soul-controlling bug consumed the soul, he opened his ghostly eyes and could still see the white spirit bodies floating upwards. However, these spirit bodies became more and more ethereal, gradually dissolving under the sunlight. Emily speculated that the ghosts should be related to the souls of the cultivators, but not entirely. To this day, he still could not figure out what exactly the ghosts were. "Alright, little one, it's time to go. If we don't leave now, we'll be discovered," Emily said to the bug, but it looked at the large group of delicacies before it, blinking its little eyes and reluctantly turned to fly back. "Not full?" The little creature returned to Emily's palm, showing a look of lingering desire. Sometimes, Emily couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of this life called a bug. So small, yet capable of making interesting actions like a human. He still remembers that bug with 3 eyes from the Bug Valley. "Don't worry, wait until the 2 armies take a breather, then you can sneak in." The intelligence of the bug is far inferior to that of a cultivator, although it has its own thoughts, it remains immature. And so, 5 days later, tales of a monster that devours souls spread through the military camps, with thousands slowly perishing. After consuming a large number of souls, the little creature broke through to the second transformation and entered the midstage of the third transformation. Seeing that the time was ripe, Emily released the Gongsun Xuanyu sword, planning to swallow and refine it in one go. Shang, suppress his soul. To ensure absolute safety, Emily instructed Emo Shang to suppress the Gongsun Xuanyu sword, and then let the soul-controlling bug enter to refine the opponent's soul. After all, the Gongsun Xuanyu sword is of the venerable realm, and the difference in realm is too significant. But fortunately, everything went smoothly. Even when there were some ripples and the Gongsun Xuanyu sword attempted to resist, it was suppressed by Emo Shang. After the soul-controlling bug swallowed the Gongsun Xuanyu sword's soul, it wondrously spit out a mini version of the soul. Then, the little creature stayed within the consciousness space of the Gongsun Xuanyu sword, beginning to repair the damaged divine palace. It seemed that the power of the Gongsun Xuanyu sword's soul was too overwhelming, causing the little creature to overindulge and lie motionless at the center of the soul realm, occupying the nest. A wisp of white smoke gradually rose from its body, then floated down, covering its plump body and forming a thick white cocoon. Asleep? Through his spiritual sense, Emily felt a faint fluctuation of breath from the little creature. Yet despite this, he could still control and command the Gongsun Xuanyu sword, and the miniature figure within its soul palace obeyed Emily's orders. A sword for myself. As the words fell, Gongsun Shenjian truly inserted his own Pingtian sword into his chest, decisively and neatly. Very good, excellent. But after refining, his power has decreased a lot, falling from peak of venerable to mid-stage of venerable. Emily sighed, but this was already the best result. After finishing all this, he began to digest the shards of Gongsun Xuanjian's soul. The soul-controlling goo worm can intercept some memories and insights when devouring and refining souls, allowing Emily to digest through the goo worm. Ancient Pagoda 9 Sword Fragment, 10,000 Sword Decision, Drunken Sword Flickering Light. Absorbing the other person's memory fragments, Emily learned swordsmanship bit by bit. Of course, more than this, what he cared about most was the broken, innate treasure gourd. As long as the master is not dead, this kind of innate treasure always resists stubbornly. Emily had tried several times to erase the marks of Gongsun Xianjian, but the innate treasure gourd acted extremely violently, eliminating the soul imprints with its power. Now, the broken gourd was under his control, and although it was broken, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Alright, it's time to set off for the royal capital. In the royal capital Gongsun family, there was someone he needed to deal with specially. The treasure gourd filled with hot, fire wine, hung at his waist, his appearance changed, carrying the Xian sword on his back. At this moment, where was the murderous devil he used to be? What was left was just a righteous and drunken sword cultivator. Chapter 53, The Gears of Destiny Begin to Turn. Not long after. When Emily appeared in the royal capital wearing a hat, it was dusk. The high platform not far away had already hung red lanterns, and the continued pavilions looked like rolling mountains, with no end in sight. Emily took off his hat, took the wine gourd from his waist, and had a sip in the twilight. At that moment, the twilight stretched his shadow, giving a sense of wandering through the mortal world. Many people turned to look. Mo Li's demeanor was outstanding, carrying a long sword, with an elder carrying a sword following him. It seemed he belonged to a certain sword cultivation force. Upon entering the city gate, the first thing Mo Li did was head to the royal capital's bounty stone tablet. "Excuse me, make way, make way." Passing through the crowd, Mo Li pressed his palm on the stone tablet, and the tablet immediately rippled, then emitted a white light that entered his mind. Bounty list. Top character, Mo Li. Realm strength, early stage of Divine Palace. Bounty reward, half a holy pill, essence blood of venerable. Crimes, colluding with the demon sect, slaughtering living beings, punishable by heaven. Along with it was the aura of Mo Li's soul. "Oh, not bad, I'm on the top." He laughed despite being wanted by the Holy Land. Upon entering the city gate, he noticed disciples of the Xianyang Holy Land were patrolling, looking quite serious. "The reward is good, quite generous, even I want to kill myself to claim the reward." Mo Li chuckled at himself. Saying this, he put his hat back on and walked into the city. Behind him, many observers fell into contemplation while looking at the bounty list. Who is this Mo Li? Even the Divine Palace realm can make the list? And he's on the top? I heard this is the Holy Land's order. What's going on? Tell me. Curious listeners gathered around, eagerly listening. This Mo Li, has a remarkable background. He used to be the crown head of the Holy Land. Do you know the crown head? The leading figure within the Holy Land, with exceptional talent. Under the hat, Mo Li smiled slightly. I didn't expect my name to spread in such a way. Soon, he arrived at a mansion covering hundreds of acres. The mansion resembled a small city, with clusters of buildings, cranes dancing, and sometimes divine lights shooting into the sky, sometimes flying swords cutting through the heavens. The spiritual energy was denser than the outside, quite impressive. Halt, this is the territory of the Gongsun family. Who are you? Mo Li lifted his head, revealing a chiseled face. I come to find an old friend. Familiar words, he had said the same when he met Old Master Xiao of the Dan Tower, and ultimately, Old Master Xiao fell. Who are you looking for? Mo Li, Gongsun Jianwu. What do you seek the young master for? That's right, I'm here to find Gongsun Jianwu, mainly to take something. What thing? His life. What? The guards were shocked that someone would be so reckless. In front of the gate of the Gongsun family, he spoke such words. Mo Li also said no more, taking out the Dao Tian sword, swinging his arm, the sword shadow flickered, and a head had already fallen to the ground. After doing all this, Mo Li put away his hat with one hand, and the sword was sheathed. Calculating the time, Qin Yang should be arriving soon. At the same time, at Xianyang Sacred Land, Xianling Peak. Is my junior brother here? The old man Xian Mingzi shouted outside Qin Yang's Fudian cave. Before long, Qin Yang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, the spiritual energy swirling and dissipating within him. Senior brother, what brings you here? Qin Yang stepped out to greet him. Of course, I have something to find you for. Do you think I want to walk a few extra steps? Xian Mengzi said with displeasure. Qin Yang chuckled awkwardly and hurriedly invited his senior brother into the residence. It has been almost half a year since joining Xianling Peak, and among the many peaks and caves, there are only a handful of people, each with different personalities. This senior brother in front of him is devoted to practicing Taoism and is quite lazy, mainly going with the flow. Little junior brother, your cave heaven is not bad, the spiritual energy is surprisingly rich, the master really favors you. Back in the day. Shen Mengzi walked with his hands behind his back, marveling. Suddenly, he sniffed, as if discovering something extraordinary. Something's not right, this spiritual energy seems to contain something remarkable. Hearing this, Qin Yang quickly smiled. Senior brother is joking. I usually like to raise some flowers and plants, perhaps it's the pollen from them mixing together, that's why it seems special. Shen Mengzi frowned and looked at Qin Yang seriously, saying, if I'm not mistaken, it should be one of the 9 great spiritual roots, right? Last time it was just a suspicion, this time it's confirmed. Seeing Qin Yang becoming vigilant, Shen Mengzi changed to a smiling face, patting his shoulder. Don't be nervous. When I was young, I saw from afar scenes of top experts fighting over spiritual roots, and I had unexpected encounters with them, so I'm quite sensitive to spiritual roots. You should keep this thing well, or it will bring great disaster. Spiritual roots have always been a mystery in the world. Legends say that the 9 great spiritual roots all come from above the 9 heavens, guiding one to distant lands. There are also claims that the 9 great spiritual roots are the immortal medicines sought after by the great emperors. There are even rumors that the meridian networks inside the human body share similarities with the growth paths of spiritual roots. Hence, it is suspected that the 9 great spiritual roots give birth to the spirit's meridians. Of course, all this is unverifiable, as the existence of the 9 great spiritual roots dates back too far beyond what ancient texts could record. Only a few scant notes exist, as if forbidden, making people reluctant to talk about it. Qin Yang didn't expect his senior brother to have no ulterior motives for his treasure. He scratched his head, indicating awkwardness. Sorry, senior brother, I thought you.
Xian Mengzi, you think I'm interested in your treasures? Don't worry, if it's not my fortune, I wouldn't bother trying to peek.
Qin Yang, actually, what I obtained is not a complete spiritual root. In other words, it's a broken branch of a true spiritual root. But before he could finish, Xian Mengzi immediately interrupted. Stop, junior brother, you don't need to say everything. Well, I came this time mainly to discuss some matters that the old ancestor instructed.
Qin Yang was puzzled. Old ancestor? The old ancestor of Xianyang's sacred land is also Qin Yang's grand ancestor. In fact, the peak masters of Xianyang are all disciples of the old ancestor.
The sage ancestor has a premonition that soon a significant secret realm will emerge, requiring each peak to send out their prodigies to compete for opportunities. And you can conveniently go to the Dechen dynasty to handle some matters.
Dechen dynasty? Emoli asked confusedly.
Yes, it's the Dechen dynasty where Emoli is.
Emoli. The mention of this name always reminded Qin Yang of the piercing pain from that day.
Chapter 54, Bringing the Ancestor Back to the Clan for Slaughter.
Emoli walked leisurely inside the Gongsun family.
Blood flowed on the ground from the Gongsun disciples, with heads rolling behind him.
Who are you?
How dare you act wildly in the Gongsun family?
Everyone, let's join forces to suppress him.
Facing such threats that he had long grown tired of.
Emoli simply smiled slightly.
As long as one has the strength to suppress, there is no need to buzz around like a fly. Instead, one should take real action. In the flickering sword light before our eyes, the sword tip gently sliced open the fragile skin of the neck, as lightly as cutting tofu. Thud, the head fell to the ground, the pupil in its last moments filled with the fear of resistance.
Did you see that?
Killing should be done this way, too much talk leads to a quicker death.
Whoosh!
With a flick of the finger, the bright red autumn maple leaves on the ground instantly transformed into sharp weapons that severed heads. In these days, after absorbing the remnants of Gongsun Xuanjian's memories, his sword skills have greatly increased. Turning the mundane into a sword, even a speck of dust or a leaf can become a lethal blade. This is the 10,000 sword technique. To be honest, such rapid progress in swordsmanship, achieving small success in just a few days, surprised even him. Could it be that I am a rare genius in swordsmanship? He chuckled self-mockingly. A cold flash of the sword, the head fell, indeed much faster than harvesting one by one.
Quick! Hurry! Report to the elder. A disciple anxiously lit the notification talisman. Emoli generously gave the other party time to report. 3 seconds later. Hey! Are you done reporting?
Emoli raised the sword tip, his smile warm. But everyone did not see his smile as friendly, it appeared more like a devil's false smile. You are dead meat, the elder is on the way, someone suddenly shouted boldly, as if he had gained some support.
Emoli coldly looked at that guy, suddenly smirking. Don't worry, you won't see them arrive.
Suddenly, the ghostly pupils opened wide, and the world fell into blood red.
Whoosh!
In the next second, Emoli stylishly twirled his sword flower, resembling a graceful swordsman sheathing his blade. Gurgle, gurgle.
Emoli stepped on the rolling head, putting on a warm smile again. I'm the kind of person who loves being threatened. The more you threaten, the more excited I become, the more I like it.
Soon, Emoli raised his head.
Oh, here they come. Following his gaze, a large group of figures was rushing over from the horizon. Bold brat!
How dare you commit murder in the Gongsun family? Seeing the bodies on the ground, the elder was stunned. I advise you to surrender, or I will make you taste the tortures of soul burning.
Emoli tilted his body, digging into his bloody ears. These people sure talk a lot.
Glancing at the newcomers, the elder of the Gongsun family wore elder garments. Based on the fluctuating spiritual energy, they were probably in the harmonization realm. Harmonization realm, he nearly stepped into harmonization realm when he killed Qin Yang with just a step away.
However,
in an instant, Emoli swung his sword, the sword radiance flickering.
Brat, do you dare to commit murder in public? The elder in the harmonization realm waved his large sleeves, not taking it too seriously. After all, Emoli was just in the divine palace realm, and the gap was right there. In fact, as he expected, the attacking Emoli was blown away by a sweep of his sleeve, crashing heavily into the wall. As one's realm increases, killing those of higher realms becomes increasingly difficult, but... The Gongsun elder was about to speak. Go, imprison him, a mere divine palace realm dares to be wild. Does he think he has the courage of a bear? The word courage hadn't even left his mouth before he found blood seeping from the corner of his lips. What? What do you want to say? What's with the bear?
Emoli held the ice flame ghost blade, shoving it brutally into the other's heart, immediately followed by the ghostly eye on the hilt opening, seeming to absorb the blood as if it were being siphoned. The other party's pupils widened, he clearly saw him being sent flying by a slap.
Old man, die. As he spoke, the ghost blade embedded in the heart twisted at his wrist, smashing the internal organs in the chest cavity. With a forceful thrust, the blade pierced through the front chest, killing him completely. At this moment, Emily inhaled, and the other party's soul was instantly absorbed into his body. Ha, so delicious. A soul from the harmonization realm is far more sumptuous than leftover scraps from the wild. Alright, I'm done playing with you, the greeting is over. Emily retracted the sword light, a smile hanging on his lips. At this time, the old man who had been following him slowly took off the hat from his head. Exposed face. I believe you are all familiar with him. Emily pointed at the Gongsun Shenjian behind him. He is your ancestor and also my protector, Gongsun Shenjian. Chapter 55, Separation of Soul and Spirit. After taking control of the Gongsun family with Gongsun Shenjian, Emily sat on the main seat, listening to the trembling reports of the Gongsun disciples while tapping his slender fingers on the armrest. You mean, Gongsun Jianwu has a younger sister? Yes, my lord. Her name is Gongsun Luowu, and she has been bedridden due to an unknown illness, but she is stunningly beautiful. Emily continued to tap on the armrest, pondering his strategy. Suddenly, it seemed he had made a decision. He rose from the main seat, and in flickers of shadows, he appeared behind the Gongsun disciple below. The sound of a sword sheath rang out, and he swiftly struck. Then, he activated his ghost eye, capturing the fading soul of the opponent, playing with it in his hand, examining it with great interest. The ghost eye can capture souls, turning the deceased spirit into a ghostly spirit, devouring and growing stronger. Although he still did not know what a ghostly spirit truly was, at that time, he thought about summoning it. Unfortunately, he struggled to realize this idea for a long time. However, just as he was on his way to the royal capital, an inspiration struck him. What if instead of absorbing the white soul, he tried to put it back into its flesh? Thus, he reached a terrifying conclusion. The ghost eye can put the ghost back into the original deceased body, turning it into an unconscious ghost slave that obeys only itself. This discovery astonished him, but the drawback was that the deceased body loaded with the deceased soul would greatly diminish in power. What if the soul was not dead? Or was in a state of not fully dead? Every experiment ended in failure without exception. Yet frequent trials also brought him new insights. To cross the sea to the other shore, the flesh is the boat, and the spirit is the oar. Suddenly, he thought of these words. Could it be that the physical body and spirit are completely bound together? Emily murmured to himself. Is it possible to place the spirit, even a ghostly spirit, into a new container? This question accompanied him to the royal capital. While waiting for Gongsun Jianwu to return, he began to test this idea. But creating a conscious ghost slave proved to be impossible. After the soul and spirit exchanged bodies, both parties would die. The existing residual souls were all attached to some kind of objects, or resided within the spiritual spaces of living beings. So, this world does not have the concept of taking over bodies? Emily seemed to have discovered a huge secret of this world. But thinking back, what was his situation? Unable to open a spiritual space? Countless questions arose, and Emily sorted through his thoughts. Firstly, with the frequent use of the ghost eye, he became more skilled. That space between reality and illusion could actually transcend the boundaries of life and death. In simple terms, the ghost eye can see the unknown spirits that scatter after death, and can also invade and capture the souls of those who are about to die. This discovery made his scalp tingle. If he could switch souls, could the methods derived from it mean immortality? During those days, he crazily slaughtered the disciples of the Gongsun family, using their souls for experiments, trying to fit them into new containers and bodies. But without exception, they all died completely, their souls disappeared. It was as if there existed an unknown forbidden domain between soul and body. No matter how he tried, he couldn't change that. Could it be that the strength of the soul is not sufficiently matched? Or is it due to the gap in strength? Emily pondered various reasons. So, he captured a pair of twins from the Gongsun family. Their powers were the same, their appearances matched, and even their souls were similar. This was a rare experimental material, and even when using the ghost eye to exchange their souls, Emily was particularly serious. As the souls of the twins entered each other's bodies, Emily watched the time carefully. 1 second, 2 seconds, until a stick of incense's time passed, the twins showed no changes. At this moment, Emily's lips curled slightly. Suddenly, just when he thought the experiment succeeded, with a bang, flesh shattered, souls twisted in painful screams, and completely died. Emily was obviously stunned for a moment, and then took out a handkerchief to wipe the bloodstains from his shoulder robe, his brows slightly furrowed, muttering to himself. The soul compatibility clearly differs by only a little. How could this happen? Could it be that the strength of the soul is insufficient? He speculated in his heart. Then, he raised his brows and made a decision. Shang. You come and try. Yes, even though Mo Shang's power had declined, his soul still belonged to the quasi-saint level, making him a ready research subject. Separate a wisp of your soul and enter the other's body, Emily commanded. At this moment, Mo Shang emerged from the darkness, unhesitatingly separating a wisp of pale golden soul and entering Gongsuan's disciple's body.
Mo Li began to time. 1 second, 2 seconds.
After a stick of incense passed, there was no explosion of the body.
Mo Li furrowed his brows and asked, "What do you feel?"
Mo Shang replied indifferently, "There's a strange pressure, starting off strong, then becoming even stronger, but I can quickly adapt and become immune. It's like a ghost orchid that has been uprooted and replanted in a new environment. At first, it shrinks and contracts, but after quickly adapting, it begins to flourish and spread." The ghost orchid, a flower commonly seen, is named for its petal shape resembling a ghost's face when it blooms, and has an extremely developed root system that crazily robs surrounding resources where it takes root.
Thus, seeing one ghost orchid means that the whole area will subsequently bloom with ghost orchids. Mo Li was stunned for a moment, a pleasant smile on his face.
He never expected this usually silent guy, Mo Shang, would use a metaphor like this.
But upon reflection, could it be that the reason for resisting that kind of pressure was the vast difference in the souls?
Saying this, he grabbed an elder from the Gongsun family from the Nirvana realm and used the Eye of the Ghost to swap his soul with a disciple from the body realm. In this way, the soul difference would be very large, perhaps able to withstand that kind of pressure.
1, 2, 3. Bang!
But when he thought that even if it failed, they could endure for a long time, within just 3 seconds, both exploded and died.
Mo Li frowned, the time they sustained was even less than the twins.
Could it be that upon touching the saint realm, even after quasi-saints, the soul has gained a qualitative leap, capable of withstanding inexplicable pressure? He speculated about the possibilities. To experience this pressure, Mo Li decided to tear out a wisp of his own soul and swap into a body realm's body.
1 second, 2 seconds, 1 stick of incense, 2 sticks of incense. Time grew longer, and yet Mo Li became increasingly silent.
He had thought his soul would explode, but in fact, as Mo Shang said, at first, a pressure that could not be defied surged in, and he almost dissipated, but upon reaching his limit, he strangely integrated into that pressure.
So, where exactly is the problem?
After experimenting thousands of times and causing thousands of deaths, only he and Mo Shang succeeded in the end.
Could it be that? He looked at Mo Shang and asked, "You awoke the Mo family bloodline, right?" Mo Shang nodded, "I awakened it, but it's incomplete."
At this moment, Mo Li fell silent again.
Clearly, it was not a problem of the Mo family's bloodline. Because his Mo family bloodline had not awakened at all.
After a long silence, Mo Li took a deep breath and found a body of a suitable realm. "Shang, split off a portion of your soul into his body, and then take this, quickly set up a simple teleportation array. After that, there's no need to return to the Gongsun family, just wait outside the royal capital for the right moment." The new discovery about souls made him abandon his original plans as a plan slowly formed in his mind. Saying this, Mo Li tossed over a storage bag filled with various rare treasures collected from the Gongsun family's treasury. Upon hearing this, Mo Shang unexpectedly did not hesitate to tear off. Even the extreme pain that tears the soul, as if stirring in the brain, could not be seen on his face.
"Alright, I need to visit Gongsun Jianwu's sister." Chapter 56, very smooth.
The moment he stepped into the boudoir, even Mo Li, whose heart had long been numb, was astonished by such a fair-skinned woman.
After seeing Zhang Liu's beauty, he thought his heart would never stir again. But unexpectedly, Gongsun Luo's beauty was another kind of awe.
She lay quietly on the bed, her delicate appearance as if weary of time. Her long black hair, pale face, even her hands and feet were unnaturally white, a tragic kind of white, like an exceptionally delicate flower, fragile enough to shatter with a touch. Mo Li slowly approached, such a tragic and fragile woman, so gentle by nature, no wonder Gongsun Jianwu was willing to sacrifice his life for her. It seemed Gongsun Luowu sensed his presence, struggling to open her eyes, but even this simple action already sent ripples through the air, breaking the mirror-like reflection in her gaze.
What a tragic and beautiful woman. Any man would be unable to resist cherishing and loving her.
Mo Li caressed her pale face, his eyes revealing pure admiration.
"You. Who are you? What do you want to do?"
Gongsun Luowo's pitiful expression was like a frightened rabbit, even the slight frown of terror was so fragile, it made one want to protect her. Mo Li continued to caress her face, his fingers slowly tracing down from her upper jaw to her sharp, pale collarbone. Her neck was so white, it was almost sickly pale, even whiter than a swan's neck, as if lacking blood.
Such a delicate and beautiful neck, how awe-inspiring it was. "Want to know what I want to do? Take a guess." Mo Li gave an evil smile.
Such a fragile woman, like a fine porcelain piece, would shatter into pieces the moment he entered. And the heartbreaking beauty of her broken pieces was irresistible. Gongsun Luowu was in panic, unable to move under Mo Li's grip, yet she could see a greedy desire in his eyes.
"You can't." She knew what Mo Li wanted to do.
In her terrified state, she tried to break free, but she had already been bound by magical forces. Mo Li only looked at her gently, his lips moving to speak the softest words he had ever spoken in his life, as light as feathers. Don't be afraid, it'll be over soon. It won't hurt. Emily moved closer, and Gonsun Luowu's pupils widened in fear. The thought of being defiled by this beast made her wish for death. But it was useless. The curtains gently fell, and the two figures intertwined. The delicate flower was completely shattered. After tasting the heartbreaking delicacy, Emily dressed slowly and stood up. The next second. Crack! The sound of bones breaking and twisting echoed like the final song of a nightingale, sharp and clear. Then the boudoir fell into an eerie silence, only the scent of incense lingering in the air. Dead, such a beautiful and luscious flower bloomed at its most beautiful moment, only to have its swan-like neck twisted and broken, dying completely. Then, Emily opened his ghostly eyes, wanting to capture her soul. After all, Gongsun Luowu was of great significance to Gongsun Jianwu. Swish! A blood-red world filled his sight. The soul, still as pale and tragic as before, emanated an astonishing fragile beauty. Emily reached out his hand, grabbing it, but it felt like he had grasped air, passing right through the soul and watching it vanish. Suddenly, Gongsun Luowu's soul unexpectedly opened her eyes. Such a reaction startled Emily. Based on his experience of killing tens of thousands of lives, souls after death always kept their eyes closed, never opening unless consumed by him to become a ghostly spirit. But here, Gongsun Luowu, when her eyes opened, the dark gaze, filled with resentment, locked onto Emily's, and it was unmistakable. For a long time, the boudoir was eerily silent, with only a beautiful porcelain-like corpse lying on the bed. He originally wanted to capture the soul of Gongsun Luowu as a means of threat, but due to the sudden turn of events, he could only reconsider. Before that, he re-examined the corpse of Gongsun Luowu, wanting to find some clues as to why the soul capture just now failed. After a while, Emily stared at the corpse on the bed, trying various methods but still unable to understand. Could it be that my ability is restricted? Or does the other party have a protective treasure? Unable to reach a conclusion, Emily looked at the corpse before him, furrowing his brow. Then, he endured the excruciating pain of splitting his soul, sending a part into Gongsun Luowu's body. This would be one of the ways to restrain Gongsun Jianwu. However, just as his consciousness entered the body, it completely lost connection with the external reality and was trapped inside a white cage. What is happening? The sudden change made Emily frown. I can't sense the split soul anymore? After thinking for a long time, still with no results, but he did not dare to rashly split his soul further. Helplessly, this strange situation was temporarily sealed, and the plan against Gongsun Jianwu had to continue. Stepping out of the boudoir, Emily inserted the bamboo slips in his hand one by one around the main hall, forming a forbidden space. He knew that Gongsun Jianwu was guarded by a sword spirit, but could a mere sword spirit create miracles? As long as Gongsun Jianwu dared to step into the main hall, he would be caught like a turtle in a jar. His backup plan was only to ensure absolute safety. In another unknown area, a vast fairy mist spread over a blessed earth cave. In the center of a golden bamboo forest, there was a transparent lake, and at the lake's edge stood a simple thatched cottage, where a seven-colored flower bloomed. As the last white petal withered, the entire seven-colored flower abruptly decayed, turning to ashes. At that moment, the woman on the jade bed opened her eyes, her pupils reflecting various scenes, eventually fixing on that familiar boudoir and that twisted face. 9 lifetimes, 9 turns in the red dust, becoming an immortal and crossing to the other side. I never expected the last step. The woman gritted her teeth. Those who disrupted her path to immortality must die. Saying this, she forced out a drop of essence blood, and the blood, bright red, instantly vanished into the void, creating a ripple. In the dark, there is a connection of cause and effect, peeling away the mist that covers fate, peeking at the roots. Swish! In an instant, the essence blood dissolved and disappeared, and the diffused mist gradually became clear. The woman leaned down to look, but then waved her hand violently, and the stars in the sky suddenly erupted. Damn it! On the rippling mirror, there was glaring emptiness. Chapter 57, Very Smooth, 2. In the Gongsun family hall, ancient patterns were carved on the suspended wooden pillars, and soft moonlight scattered, illuminating the dust into silvery brilliance. You finally returned. In the throne of the hall where the light did not reach, a young voice emerged. After waiting for a long time, the prey finally came. Who are you? Where are the other clan elders? From the moment Gongsun Jianwu entered the family, he sensed something was wrong. The entire Gongsun family was sealed and restrained, unable to send messages outside. Especially the gaze of the clan disciples when looking at him, filled with obscure hints. Could it be that a major change occurred in the family? Gongsun Jianwu wondered. Who I am is not important, what is important is that my target is you. Gongsun Jianwu. Emily said lightly from the throne. At just over 20 years old, you have awakened a sword soul that others might take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to obtain, and your physique is the supreme void sword body that hasn't appeared for tens of thousands of years, as if the sword path was made just for you. This is much better than your ancestor Gongsun Xuanquan. As a general under Qin Yang who opened up territories and one of the few who fought against Qin Yang, Gongsun Jianwu's talent was absolutely monstrous.
What are you talking about? I don't understand.
The pale moonlight shone on Gongsun Jianwu's face, a subtle panic flashed in his eyes. His constitution was a mystery even to his father, let alone the mysterious sword spirit elder.
Can't understand? No problem, let's switch to something you can understand.
Saying this, Emoli put his legs down from the throne and slowly descended. Behind him was a man moving like a puppet.
Father! In an instant, Gongsun Jianwu almost shouted out. He clenched his fist tightly and asked word by word, "Who are you? What do you want?" Emoli smiled lightly, he felt like he had seen this posture somewhere before.
Oh, that's right, you now look a lot like someone, his name is Shaobao, he was also wearing this expression back then. Yes, like this, fist clenched, hidden murderous intent in the depths of the eyes.
I said before, my target is you. As for your clan and family, sorry, they are all my bargaining chips.
When he said this, Emoli's face only held a tranquil smile, as if such an evil act was nothing to him.
What exactly do you want?
Emoli's eyes held a smile, your soul, to exchange your soul for the life of your clan members.
Impossible.
Whether it's the soul or the spirit, they are the essence of life. Without a soul, is he still considered a person?
Don't be in a hurry to deny it, you might still change your mind.
As soon as the words fell, Emoli changed his expression, drew the Dao Tian sword, and without saying a word, struck toward Gongsun Jianwu's father's legs. Blood immediately splattered in the pale moonlight.
Father!
Gongsun Jianwu shouted, wanting to rush forward to kill Emoli, but was stopped by a force from the dark.
Jianwu, stay calm, he's provoking you, whispered the soul of the sword hidden behind Gongsun Jianwu. Hey, old man, do you have anything to say to your son?
After all, losing your legs must really hurt. If you don't cry out, your son won't even know how painful it is.
Emoli looked at the clan leader of Gongsun and said.
But the clan leader of Gongsun remained silent, his eyes fixed on Gongsun Jianwu, filled with the most sincere hope, as if saying, hurry up, leave here. He knew that his son was not a mediocre being and would one day soar above the nine skies. Emoli raised his head and looked. It turned out they were in such a father-son affection moment.
Not bad, the feelings are rich.
However, Emoli's tone shifted, raising the Dao Tian sword again.
Gongsun Jianwu, wait. No.
You say, whatever I agree to. From the ruthless methods of the other party, it was clear that this guy could do anything. The only strategy now was to stabilize him first and find an opportunity. However, under Gongsun Jianwu's astonished gaze, the pupils in Emoli's eyes slowly widened, and the unbelievable pain began to flow out little by little.
Yes, Emoli was cruel and did not follow the rules at all. Waiting?
Bullshit, his sword never stops, once drawn, it sees blood. The sword light he unleashed directly struck Gongsun Jianwu's father beside him. The head fell, the body separated.
Time suddenly fell silent.
However, Emoli curled his lips, deliberately stepping on the rolling head and kicking it to Gongsun Jianwu's feet. Gongsun Jianwu stood frozen. At that moment it felt like 5 thunders struck, his mind fell completely blank.
Wasn't the other party threatening him? Was the bargaining chip just killed? Very cruel, right? But this world respects the strong anyway.
Actually, this is also the second time I have threatened someone. I hope you can understand that I'm just a bit handsy. Emoli spoke calmly as if he were an old friend, telling an interesting story. Meanwhile, Gongsun Jianwu held his father's corpse, wanting to cry, but no tears came out. It is said that when a person is truly hopeless, their mind is silent, so silent that they forget how to cry. His mother died when he was very young. He only had his father, who took care of him in every way, yet was often strict, eyes filled with expectation, often saying, Jianwu, you are the pride of my life, your mother would be comforted in heaven. But now, his father died right in front of him, wide-eyed.
Jianwu, calm down. He is provoking you to take action. And even if you borrow my power, you might not necessarily be able to kill him. I have sensed at least 2 people protecting him. One of them seems to possess an aura that could surpass a respected elder. I'm not confident either. Then what should I do? Master, tell me. He killed my father. The sword soul is communicating with Gongsun Jianwu. After half a stick of incense, Emoli slowly rose, nonchalantly saying, Hey, have you figured out how to kill me, or how to escape, after all this time?
After all, a gentleman seeks revenge, 10 years is not too late.
He knew Gongsun Jianwu had the sword spirit's help, but Gongsun Jianwu himself was a limitation. Even if the sword spirit possessed him, how much power could he truly unleash?
At this moment, Gongsun Jianwu slowly lifted his dark, abyss-like eyes, staring intently at Emoli. It seems you have made your decision, but before you take action, I want to quietly tell you something. Although I killed your father, there is a beautiful little sister, right? She seems to have a strange illness. Wasn't one of your goals in venturing out to find a cure? Now she is your only close relative.
Mo Li's words fell like pearls into the lake of his heart, stirring up waves and waves. In that moment, Gongsun Jianwu's gaze turned blood red and frenzied. Mo Li's words touched his almost collapsing nerves, and his current stress was like a wild beast.
What have you done to my sister?
His sister, Gongsun Luowu, was the softest and most fragile existence in his heart. That pure land held his most beautiful memories, filled with the girl who clung to him all day, sweetly calling him brother. Mo Li smiled slightly, licking his lips. 2 words.
Very moist. Chapter 58, One Sword to Slay the Emperor. In an instant, the fragile heartstring in Gongsun Jianwu's heart completely snapped.
He could not imagine how the sister he had cherished was ravaged by this guy. His sister, who he held in the palm of his hand, whose every move he treated delicately, like he was gently caressing clouds.
Ah! You are seeking death.
Gongsun Jianwu emerged like a fierce ghost from hell. The peak power of the Unity realm erupted fully, and a faint little sword with intricate ancient patterns appeared at his brow.
Die!
At that moment, emotion shattered the constraints of reason. Whether it was his father's death or his sister's demise, it was wearing down his last bit of sanity.
Oh, so you can't bear it. Indeed, emotions are the stumbling block on the path to the peak.
Facing the onslaught of Gongsun Jianwu, Mo Li remained calm as the wind, his ghostly eyes opened, a blood-red space enveloping the area, leaving behind a ghostly allure. At that time, Gongsun Jianwu's eyes burst with sharp brilliance. The sword in his hand accurately pierced the position of the heart, while the sword spirit on his forehead unhesitatingly entered the opponent's mind.
He wanted Mo Li to die. Not just physically, but in spirit, leaving no chance.
The ghostly form unsurprisingly transformed into white smoke, gradually dissipating. Gongsun Jianwu felt astonished. He clearly had, however, in Gongsun Jianwu's shock, Mo Li's voice floated from behind. At this time, Mo Li raised an eyebrow, a slightly helpless expression as if he had miscalculated. You really are heartless, even able to kill your own father.
Alright, congratulations, you really killed your father. Gongsun Jianwu held his sword, the tip pointing at Mo Li. What are you talking about? My father was clearly killed by you.
He saw with his own eyes as Mo Li cut off his father's head, and when he held his father's corpse in his arms, even his master told him it was hopeless. Mo Li was not in a hurry. Instead, he took out a handkerchief, wiping the blood lingering on his hands, the motion elegant like that of a noble. The body is not necessarily dead. If the spirit dies, fades away, then it is truly dead.
If you don't believe it, you can look back. Is that fading soul truly your father who loves you?
Listening to Mo Li's words, his heart felt as if it were struck heavily by a meteorite, his head creaking like a rusty machine slowly turning around. Under the bright moonlight, the ghost's form was gradually becoming thinner and more transparent. In the shining light, the ghost's face was so familiar, his lips moved subtly, and his eyes still held hope, the purest expectation for his son.
Jianwu, you are the pride of my life, your mother in the heavens will feel comforted.
Familiar words seemed to echo in his ears. With a clang, the sword fell to the ground. Gongsun Jianwu stared blankly at his pale hands.
I killed my own father. Ah. Why? Why?
The heart-wrenching scene of life and death separation brings the most tears. Mo Li sniffed, took out the blood-stained handkerchief, and symbolically wiped the corners of his eyes.
So touching.
I can't help but shed tears. The murderer behind him pretended to say such provocative words, perhaps it was too cruel.
Cruel?
Mo Li did not think so. In this world where the strong are respected, one can stop at nothing to achieve their goals. As long as he could succeed, he did not care how dirty or cruel his hands were.
Hey! Old man, are you really not coming out? I can barely keep this up.
Mo Li knew that behind Gongsun Jianwu, that sword had always concealed a sword spirit. He just did not expect the opponent to truly be able to endure.
Sai, when will grievances be settled? Why must you do this, my lord?
Finally, the sword wrapped in white cloth slowly rose, revealing a figure with a white beard, as if in sorrow, also in lament. Having lived endless years, I have seen countless grudges and battles. In the end.
Shoo!
Before the sword spirit elder could finish speaking, Mo Li made a shushing gesture, interrupting him.
You talk too much.
As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Li stretched out 5 fingers, gracefully making a motion as if taking something.
At this time, the peak of the venerable Gongsun Jianwu and the early quasi-saint Mo Shan walked out into the void.
The opponent was just a remnant soul, with 2 great powers stepping in to suppress. He only needed to wait for the result. Even if Gongsun Shanjian and Mo Shan died, that remnant soul would fall into a weakened state after bowing down. No matter what, the winner would be himself, even if it meant sacrificing his subordinates. Then, he strolled leisurely outside the Great Hall, while also activating the long-prepared void formation to prevent Gongsun Jianwu from escaping. He smiled at the bright moon in the sky, sighing, the moon tonight is truly beautiful. Inside the hall, the appearance of the 2 great powers made the sword spirit elder frown. If it were just one, perhaps he could maneuver and escape with Gongsun Jianwu, but with 2, and with the forbidden air formation blocking them, he felt somewhat challenged.
Looking at the heartbroken Gongsun Jianwu, the sword spirit elder sighed repeatedly. Timeliness, fate, I never wished for you to walk the same path as him, but unexpectedly, sigh, a calamity written in destiny. Oh well, how can life be smooth sailing? Jianwu, remember, as long as there is a trace of concern in your heart, you must not tread the merciless path of slaughter. As he spoke, the sword spirit elder merged into Gongsun Jianwu's body. At that moment, Gongsun Jianwu realized what was happening. Master, what are you doing? To clear the path for you. Remember what I just said. Now, the sword spirit elder planned to plant that hope. He transcended with all his might, leaving behind no life, for only then could he break the deadlock. After I dissipate, you can let your sister's soul become the new sword spirit. Now, I will bring her for you. Watch closely, this will be the last time I demonstrate the sword path for you. As the words fell, Gongsun Jianwu's body suddenly burst forth with radiant light. An ancient and vast sword intent slowly rose. That ancient aura, bringing the traces of time, enveloped the entire royal capital with this terrifying sword intent. The silver moon became even more unclear under the sword shadows. Snap! In an instant, the void seemed to open like the chaos at the beginning of time, the dark clouds of the sky forming a swirling, empty sword eye, above which one could glimpse the brilliant galaxy. This sword is named, Slay the Emperor. The distant voice was like an ancient whisper, rippling out in circles, as within that sword eye, countless spiritual energies surged like a whirlpool, the power of the starry sky pouring in like rivers returning to the sea into that sword eye. The sword in the void slowly solidified, its tip pointing down, directly at the hall of the Gongsun family. This force shook time and space, and under the sword's intent, the hall gradually crumbled into ashes. At that time, the ancient families of the eastern wilderness, the immortal powers all looked up at the sky, gazing in the same direction. Those ancient monsters buried beneath who knew how many years, opened their coffin lids and whispered in astonishment, this mightiest power? Could it be that an emperor has emerged? Chapter 59, Misjudgment. At this moment, Mo Li's eyelids were jumping wildly. The vast sword intent had not yet formed but already brought a tremendous pressure, that aura surpassing the heavens struck like a meteor, hitting everyone's hearts. The sword energy split the void, forming a larger sword formation that surrounded the prey within. What the hell? That sword spirit actually has such a move. He indeed knew that in the original book, Gongsun Jianwu had a sword spirit assisting her, but he did not yet know what identity the sword spirit held, as he had not read the entire book. In his expectations, the sword spirit was at most a saint. Moreover, even if it was a saint, it was just the remnant soul of a sword spirit, relying on the weak body of Gongsun Jianwu. How much power could it unleash? He had once thought of using the probe function, but the villain value was too precious for him at the moment, and after consideration, he felt that the opponent's chance of a comeback was slim. But judging by the current situation, the opponent was far from simple. Furthermore, exceeding Mo Li's expectations, the old sword spirit was actually willing to sacrifice its own life for a complete elevation, giving everything for a nebulous future, leaving hope only for Gongsun Jianwu. Was this worth it? Mo Li did not understand. In his concept, action and value walked hand in hand. The old sword spirit could clearly play a greater role but chose to bury itself for that glimmer of hope. Damn it! Mo Li tried to break through the sword formation's blockade, but before he even got close, he was already covered in wounds. This ancient and vast sword intent constantly sliced at his skin, completely on a different level than the Gongsun Xian sword. It was as if all swords had to bow before it. Mo Li was unwilling. He activated his ghostly eye, attempting to use the exchange between the virtual and the real to penetrate the sword formation. He needed to leave here quickly, otherwise, he had a premonition that when that emperor's sword in the sky formed and fell, not only Mo Shang, but even the entire manor, all living beings within the sword formation would turn to ashes. Suddenly, a blood-red world unfolded in his vision, even the sword formation turned into black and white. But as he approached the sword formation, something unbelievable happened. The sword formation actually began to seep into his scarlet space little by little, and the blood-red world in his vision was gradually shattering, collapsing. How could this be? The seemingly invincible move was tearing like a paper card. He could even use this move at the cost of burning his life to hold back a peak saint, but now that invincible concept was ruthlessly shattered. Damn it! With a gritted teeth, Mo Li initiated the technique of floating cloud shadow to try to pass through the sword formation with speed. But as soon as his figure moved, he fell to his knees on the ground. In the blood-red space, Mo Li watched the sword piercing through his body, his eyes widening in impossible disbelief. How is this possible? As soon as the words left his lips, the blood-red space shattered. A moment later, he painfully pulled out the sword from his chest and rose to his feet once more. At that time, Mo Shang and the puppet Gongsun Xian sword were still buying time. Mo Li seemed helpless here. At this moment, he understood that he was not cautious or decisive enough. He shouldn't have saved up the villain points and given up on the investigation. The mindset of saving whenever possible had caused the situation to change. One misstep leads to another. He also realized that the world would not develop as he had imagined. In human life, unexpected accidents always strike without warning. At this moment, Emoli opened the Demon Gourd, releasing a dark energy that could shield 5 senses and spiritual detection. He was still thinking about escaping the sword formation. Whoosh, whoosh. At the moment the dark energy spread, it was swiftly and completely cut down by the sword energy. Useless. He was unwilling, using the damaged innate treasure gourd. In an instant, purple mist surged out from the spout, crashing violently into one corner of the sword formation. Boom! The purple mist and sword energy war against each other, and unexpectedly, a small notch actually ground away. However, the moment the notch appeared, it was filled by other sword energy, but this had already made Emoli overjoyed. There's a chance. But before he could rejoice too long, he discovered a despairing fact: the mysterious purple mist that had just surged out of the innate treasure gourd had drained all his spiritual power. Now, he was exhausted and needed time to recover his energy. Looking at the solidified immortal sword hovering above, the taut string in his heart was crazily vibrating. Let's take a gamble. However, at that moment, a sudden flash of white light surged into his soul space, leaving him frozen in place. Chapter 60, Body Cage. Accidents always strike without warning, no one knows what will happen next. Even if Emoli vaguely knew the general development in advance, this was a living world. With changes in thought, developments would always deviate, and the chaos theory's changes were hard to predict. Now, he was all alone. Looking at the solidified immortal sword above, he gritted his teeth. I can only take a gamble. Gamble on what? Of course, he heard the sword spirit elder say he wanted to take Gongsun Luo's soul to make her the new sword spirit. This sharp-eyed old man must have sensed that Emoli might have the ability to see souls and suspected that Gongsun Luo's soul was in Emoli's hands. But the truth was, he didn't have Gongsun Luo's soul at all. So he could only gamble. He was betting that the other party wouldn't kill him after failing to find Gongsun Luo's soul. As long as he didn't die, there was still hope. At that moment, dazzling sword light devoured everything. In an instant, a soul sword shot through Emoli's forehead before he could even react, and then it vanished into him. Inside Emoli's soul space, the sword spirit elder, dressed in ancient robes and with disheveled white hair, gazed down upon the chaotic space, frowning. Yes, the sword spirit elder had entered Emoli's soul space. This kid is strange. His soul space is actually a vast chaos? The divine palace isn't even here. He guessed that the other party's soul space was different from ordinary people, but he did not expect it to be a void. The sword spirit elder frowned, casually tearing apart the space, creating a myriad of cracks. This kind of heavy damage would have killed an ordinary person long ago. But there was nothing in Emoli's soul space, so how could he talk about being harmed? Thus, the sword spirit elder turned and appeared to want to leave, but suddenly, he accelerated, plunging deep into the mist of the soul space, where it was an untouched area, a forbidden zone of life. The forbidden zone was dim, shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see the way forward. Occasionally, there were sounds like bubbling springs echoing, mixed with faint howls. These strange occurrences that should not have appeared made the sword spirit elder increasingly grave. Time quietly passed like this. The sword spirit elder felt as if he had roamed for thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years. Time completely lost its meaning in this space. Until he stopped before a brown-red rotten door, the door stained with black spots, as if some shadow had left a red handprint on it. Extremely bizarre. At the end of the soul's forbidden zone, this kid unexpectedly discovered a tall, strange red-brown stone gate. However, he didn't think much and attempted to push open the stone gate. He suspected that Emoli was hiding behind the stone gate. Yet, just as his hands touched the stone gate, it felt as if a shadow wrapped around him. His hands gradually turned gray, as if marked by corpse spots, slowly rotten. Without time to think about what was happening, the mottled brown-red stone gate actually began to slowly open, revealing an ocean behind it, with white lights rising from beneath the waves. This is the Spirit Sea. Could it be that the end of the living being's souls connects to the Spirit Sea space? Even the endless knowledge he had acquired over countless years created an illusion at this moment. The power of the soul spread out, and soon a vast will took control of Emoli's Spirit Sea space. Strange, where on earth has that kid's soul hidden? In shock, the old sword spirit suddenly realized that the hand he had touched the mottled stone gate with had already rotted away, and the decay had spread to his arm. He tried to chop off his arm, but the strange rot still coiled around him, and it was spreading faster and faster. The sword spirit elder, who was already slowly fading, suddenly found his soul's decay accelerating after coming into contact with the strange stone gate. He feared it wouldn't be long before he would completely decay. Without hesitating, he slashed into Emoli's Spirit Sea with his sword. As if struck by a fatal blow, the originally submerged points of light in the Spirit Sea abruptly surged up, transforming into ghostly spirits in a white smoke state, howling, clawing, and wrapping around the sword spirit elder, attempting to devour him. The sheer number was alarming, amounting to tens of thousands, overwhelming in their assault. The sword spirit elder snorted coldly, I didn't expect your soul to be hiding beneath the spirit sea. In just a brief glance, he saw Mo Li's hiding place. As for the wildly charging ghostly spirits, the sword spirit elder swung his sword, and the spirit sea cracked open again, obliterating tens of thousands of ghosts. At that moment, Mo Li, hiding underwater, realized he was done for. Not unexpectedly, he was caught in a large hand. Speak! Where is Gongsun Luowu's soul? He had just carefully scrutinized all the ghosts and had not detected Gongsun Luowu's aura. Mo Li replied, Do you think I am a fool? If I tell you, I will die. This was his only remaining bargaining chip. Once it was lost, it would hold no value. However, in Mo Li's wide eyes, the sword spirit elder effortlessly crushed Mo Li's soul, as simple as stepping on an ant. This old geezer, who had lived for a long time, acted decisively, never hesitating. He swung his sword again, striking at the entire spirit sea space. Boom! The spiritual energy rolled, cracks spreading out like a spider web. With each powerful strike, Mo Li's body would respond with injuries. Bang! This time, a large hole burst open in Mo Li's chest. Oh! Suddenly, the sword spirit elder noticed something. At the deepest part of the spirit sea, there was a very hidden point of light, its aura weak. Seeing the decay already spreading to his chest, the sword spirit elder had no time to think and plunged down to grab the weak ghost spirit in his hand. The ghost spirit slowly opened her eyes, her weak form made even her smoky body seem transparent. And her appearance was identical to Gongsun Luowu's. But strangely, the sword spirit elder did not take her away. Instead, he coldly said, I'll give you one last chance, or else your soul and body will perish. Seeing the old man's piercing gaze, the thinly cloaked soul no longer disguised herself and revealed Mo Li's face. Old man, I didn't expect that even in a state where my soul has waned to the point of having no aura, you could still recognize me. Mo Li resignedly closed his eyes, realizing that such a petty trick was indeed nothing in the eyes of this old monster. But, if you kill me, your disciple will probably. However, before Mo Li could finish his last bargaining chip, the sword spirit elder directly crushed the other's soul. I'm afraid Mo Li would never expect that the other party would be so decisive. From this moment on, Mo Li's spiritual sea space completely collapsed. I'm sorry, Jianwu, I have broken my promise. Looking at the scarred spiritual sea space, the elder sword spirit murmured. The traces of corruption spread toward his head, his soul body gradually turning to dust under the decaying power. After touching that stone door, the speed of dissipation accelerated. He originally had a little time for a final farewell. With your potential, Jianwu, as long as you endure this pain, you will surely break free and be reborn, just like he did. The elder sword spirit murmured, recalling everything, flickering in his mind like a revolving lantern. In the end, the elder sword spirit seemed to have completed his mission as he closed his eyes, his expression peaceful, letting out a sigh. At least, he had removed this enormous threat, Mo Li. Outside. The moment the elder sword spirit crushed the last thread of his soul, Mo Li opened his eyes as if returning to life, also showing a relaxed expression as if resigned to fate. At that moment, Mo Li knew he had lost his gamble. He lost to time, with not a single chance left. Perhaps, it really is over. As the words fell, everything was engulfed in white light. Chapter 61, An Unexpected Backup Plan. After the sword that opened the heavens, the dust settled, and the torn nights slowly gathered again. In the vast manor, only Gongsun Jianwu remained, alone and isolated, like a puppet, standing there in a daze, his expression filled with sadness, grief, and shock so much that it turned into numbness. In just one night, his father was brutally killed, his master dissipated his soul for him, the clan members were nearly all dead or injured, and even his beloved sister, whom he cherished and protected, was gone. He did not understand how it could come to this. Looking at the scarred ruins, the demon that had killed his entire family was dead, scattered flesh all around. But he could not feel happy. Gongsun Jianwu aimlessly walked through the ruins, guided by some unseen force. He arrived at his sister's boudoir, standing still, his eyes losing their brilliance. Luo Wu, it was your brother who couldn't protect you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I swear I will protect you well. As he spoke, his eyes grew moist, sparkling tears dripping from the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, the sparkling tears were reflected by a flash of white light. Gongsun Jianwu seemed to think of something and rushed toward that white light in a frantic crawl. Yes, he remembered his sister Gongsun Luo's pale complexion, which had grown even more sickly pale due to illness, white enough to break one's heart. Luo Wu. It really is you. At that moment, Gongsun Jianwu carefully embraced his sister, tears welling in his eyes. Only through loss do we learn to cherish. At this moment, he would not doubt how under the sword that opened the heavens, his sister's body could remain whole and unscathed. Gongsun Jianwu merely held her tightly, reluctant to let go. At night, after the clouds dispersed and the mist cleared, a gentle breeze blew, carrying the swirling dust. But Gongsun Jianwu's heart, once burning with joy, slowly turned cold with the night, reason returning bit by bit. How could this happen? How could
He could not feel his sister's breath, as if she were a cold corpse. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be a way to save her. Saying this, he took out various high-tier medicines he had collected during his adventures, pouring elixirs over 10,000 years old down his throat without blinking, as well as the colorful lotus flowers grown in the spirit pond, carefully removing the lotus seeds and feeding them to his sister. As the potent medicine entered her body, Gongsun Luo's body emitted a glowing light, the essence of extremely precious medicinal power. But as time passed, the bright light that had just ignited in Gongsun Jianwu's eyes dimmed once again. He could not accept the fact that his sister was dead. Clearly, he had given hope. Despair now felt cruel beyond measure. There must be a way, there must be, he mumbled to himself. Yes. The master said, sword spirit. A flash of brilliance came to mind. He quickly took out the divine sword from behind, thinking about how to turn his sister into a sword spirit. However, Gongsun Jianwu did not know. On that day, Emoli killed Gongsun Luowu and wanted to explore the reason why the soul could not be captured. Thus, he split a part of his soul into Gongsun Luowu's body. But as soon as his consciousness entered the body, he lost contact with the outside world completely and was trapped in a white cage. Emoli sensed that Gongsun Luowu was filled with strangeness but could not find a way and had to temporarily set it aside. Within the white cage, Emoli tried every possible way but could not break through this cage that used the body as a prison, so he helplessly gave up struggling and resigned himself to fate. Unexpectedly, a phantom of a sharp sword pierced through the white cage. Yes, the sword behind Gongsun Jianwu accidentally severed Gongsun Luowu's situation of using her body as a prison. In an instant, Emoli rushed out of the cage and, seeing Gongsun Jianwu, suddenly dove into the other's soul space. From then on, Gongsun Jianwu seemed to go crazy, shouting contradictory words. Ha, your body is mine. Impossible, you demon. Whether it is or not, it's not for you to decide. The two souls struggled in Gongsun Jianwu's soul space, as she had recently trained the sword soul, allowing her soul to turn into a sharp sword to slash. But Emoli was not weak either. Though only a small part of his soul was present, he could hold his own against Gongsun Jianwu thanks to his research and understanding of soul. I killed your father, and your clansmen fell under my hand. And your poor little sister. Face the reality. It's all you. Ah. It's all you. Why? Why? Gongsun Jianwu, in a mad state, seemed drunk, continuously swinging the divine sword in her hand, cleaving one ravine after another. Survival of the fittest, you can only blame yourself for being too weak. Oh, by the way, your master is dead too. Want to know how he died? To make way for you. He was willing to give up himself. What a great spirit of sacrifice. Emoli kept inciting Gongsun Jianwu's fragile nerves, and hearing these words pushed her even closer to the brink of collapse, making her even more frenzied, the movements of Sword Soul apparently slowing down. Ha, I can secretly tell you, that day I entered Gongsun Luowu's chambers, especially seeing her swan-like white neck. Gongsun Jianwu, enough. I said enough. Don't say it anymore. Emoli, she is such an exquisite porcelain vase, gently entering will still shatter her just like a bloodied, sorrowful, beautiful flower. As he spoke, Emoli's soul projected the details of the falling curtain. Because it was Gongsun Jianwu's soul space, he felt deeply connected. It was as if he had possessed Emoli, doing that kind of thing. That feeling drove Gongsun Jianwu mad. It became the last straw that broke the camel's back. While Emoli stirred up anger, he dodged the attacks of the sword soul. Ah. Enough. I said enough. The two fought fiercely for control of the body. In a dazed and staggering state, Gongsun Jianwu returned to the ruins of the main hall. Suddenly, Gongsun Jianwu fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. When he got up again, it was an empty silence, with only the sword intent filling the ravine telling everything. Chapter 62, The Last Victor. With a mighty sword, the entire manor was leveled, and the imperial capital was torn apart, creating a canyon that connected north and south. Everything was submerged in the shadows of the sword, and the remnants of imperial power still echoed in the canyon. Not long after. When all the dust settled and the smoke cleared, the only one alive was Gongsun Jianwu. He looked around at everything, and wherever his eyes landed, it was all reduced to ashes. Ha. He suddenly laughed maniacally, sounding so eerie in the silent ruins. With one sword, the Gongsun Xian sword, which had been controlled at great cost, was dead. Mo Shang also fell under this strike. As for Emoli himself, he glanced at the nearby remnants of flesh and broken limbs, feeling empty inside. Dead, beyond dead. He walked step by step on the rubble in cloth boots, the crisp echoes spreading until his footsteps halted before Emoli's corpse. So tragic. Fragile flesh. Gongsun Jianwu muttered to himself, the smile curling at the corner of his lips was so familiar. As he spoke, he grabbed Emoli's remains, picking up piece by piece of bloody flesh, gathering it all carefully.
At that moment, the eyes of the dismembered corpse suddenly opened wide, the blood-red ghostly eyes dazzling and enchanting, horror like a resurrection. Gulu gulu. Bright red eyeballs rolled onto the ground. Gongsun Jianwu smiled, stepping forward to pick up the eyeball. As the dust gradually settled, just when he bent down to pick up the eyeball on the ground, a figure slowly walked over in the distance, the sound of stepping on rubble echoing in his heart. Moonlight fell, and the face of the approaching person became clear. Mo Shang, the guardian of Mo Li. At that moment, their eyes met. Gongsun Jianwu raised the corner of his mouth. Shang, it's time to go. Saying this, Mo Shang glanced at the severed limbs and arms on the ground, falling into silence, as if feeling the lingering terror of the sword's intent. After simply gathering the flesh, the two hurried away, using celestial treasures to erase their traces. They continuously used the spatial formations to teleport, and with each teleportation, they destroyed the formation and its core. Finally, after days and nights of relentless escape, they arrived at the Flowing Cloud Mountain Range, a remote primal area. Watching the last Thundero would turn to ash, Gongsun Jianwu cautiously took out the innate treasure gourd to erase their traces, shrouding the secrets from being peered at. At this time, it was already deep night, and the primal mountain range was filled with various silent hunts and killings. He walked to the edge of the cliff. As the formation's core was placed inside a cave at the cliff, it was well hidden here. Watching the vast dense vegetation and the clear bright moon on the horizon, he spread his arms wide, welcoming the howling mountain wind, enjoying the feeling of being alive. Setting up a simple campfire, Mo Li controlled Gongsun Jianwu's body to sit by the firelight, his gaze reflecting the crackling flames. Actually, according to the original plan, he intended to directly eliminate Gongsun Jianwu, to crush one of Qin Yang's future generals. But while waiting for Gongsun Jianwu to return, he experimented with many disciples of the Gongsun family, discovering that he could control the opponent at the moment of their will's collapse, and plant his own mark within their spirit. This mark referenced the secret technique from the soul control insect scripture, using the abilities of the ghostly eyes to capture and seize the soul, forming a brand new soul control secret technique. Similar to the method of soul control insects, the former required insects as a medium, while the latter needed the ghostly eyes as a medium. Insects could control enemies multiple times stronger than themselves, but Mo Li's method could not, only able to control those of similar strength. But the advantage was that it could retain consciousness, unlike insects which created unconscious puppets. Thus, he changed his plan, intending to plant his secret method within Gongsun Jianwu's spirit, making him his own battle general. Mo Li named this secret method, Ghost Slave Mark. However, this method had a great possibility of failure, as those beings, even if alive after their will collapsed, were like walking corpses, living numbly. So, Mo Li devised a brilliant but cruel method. That is to kill all the things Gongsun Jianwu cherished, leaving his world filled only with hatred, endless hatred for Mo Li, thus igniting the drive to live and to cultivate. Therefore, he constantly provoked Gongsun Jianwu's fragile nerves, wanting to make the other parties will collapse. But an unexpected turn occurred, not anticipating that the spirit of the divine sword far exceeded his imagination, completely annihilating the main body. And unexpectedly, the remnant soul trapped within Gongsun Luo's corpse managed to evade the spirit's detection, and Gongsun Jianwu unexpectedly used the divine sword to tear open the white cage, freeing him. From then on, Mo Li grinned and said, "A centipede that still has 100 legs. Dead but not stiff." One can only say that the world is unpredictable. In this strange world, surprises always surpass expectations. Who could have imagined it? He originally wanted to kill Gongsun Jianwu to gain villain points. But Mo Li chose to immerse his world in darkness, slowly wearing away Gongsun Jianwu's hope. This was a much more thrilling path. He didn't know if this would change Gongsun Jianwu's fate of becoming General Qin Yang. Looking at the system, the villain points hadn't increased at all. He guessed that perhaps he needed to drag Gongsun Jianwu completely into darkness. After all, Gongsun Jianwu wasn't dead yet, fate hadn't been completely altered. The fire continued to burn, and Mo Li looked at the night sky beyond the cliff, his eyes deep as ink. A week later, Mo Li used all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures to reshape the originally tattered body. After all, he was still accustomed to his original body. But even after the body was reshaped, it still bore significant injuries. The properties of the immortal body were shattered and torn apart under the fierce sword intent. The efficiency and purity of energy absorption were no longer as good as before. Fortunately, the ghostly eyes were reborn. This was his most promising trump card. And the high priest, surprisingly, was still alive under these circumstances. This truly astonished Mo Li. It seems this old guy has hidden quite a few tricks. But the high priest seemed to have been wounded and had fallen into a deep slumber. No one knew when he would awaken. After that, Mo Li branded Gongsun Jianwu's soul with the Yi Ghost Slave Mark, truly becoming the master of Gongsun Jianwu. A single thought could reduce Gongsun Jianwu to ashes. "Do you hate me?" Mo Li suddenly asked. "If you want revenge, then you better train hard, otherwise, you will never have a chance." As he spoke, he tossed the divine sword in his hand, which clanged to the ground in front of Gongsun Jianwu. Emoli's talent in swordsmanship was decent, and the divine sword repelled him greatly. Conversely, Gongsun Jianwu, possessing the void sword body, was far more suited for it. Glancing at Gongsun Jianwu's dark, murderous gaze, Emoli let out a cold laugh. He knew that he had succeeded. He had successfully crafted a monster filled with hatred and chaos. This was his most perfect artwork, and also his sharpest blade. Though this double-edged sword didn't know when it would turn against him, Emoli relished the thrill of blood on the blade. But this success wasn't just that. Although the process had unexpected risks, nearly costing him his life, the outcome was developing in his direction. This outcome was not merely about enslaving Gongsun Jianwu, he wanted more than that, but it required time to bear fruit. At this moment, Emoli slowly walked out of the cave. It was already a bustling night, and the night of the Luyun mountain range was usually filled with the howls of predation throughout. He lifted his head, gazing at the distant cold moon, and said, "Speaking of which, the opening of the ruins is soon upon us. Qin Yang, I am very much looking forward to our second encounter." He and Qin Yang, since the time of the Xianyang Sacred Land, were in a battle to the death. And he had also said that he would return to the Xianyang Sacred Land. This grudge, he would retrieve himself. On the other side. The royal capital, Sword Intent Gorge. Qin Yang arrived late, looking at the crack that appeared out of thin air, severing north and south. He was in awe. A sword opened the river of heaven, a sword cut off eternity. That flowing sword intent was like a river made of solid substance, spreading in the broken mountains and rivers. Frightening sword path runes severed the probing of the river of time. Ancient monsters wishing to trace the past were all shattered by the sword intent. Qin Yang frowned. With such horrifying traces of swordsmanship, what exactly had happened? In the midst of it all, he felt that something was changing. Chapter 63, The Splendor of the Young Heroes. Time trickled by. News of the young heroes of the Xianyang Sacred Land emerging from the mountains finally spread. Of course, not only the Xianyang Sacred Land, but also the nearby Dian Sacred Land, the demon clan of Shishan, and the families of the Sea area, all sent their own young heroes to come. Many cultivators learned about the relics that were about to emerge. "I heard the sage has sensed it. This time the relics are connected to the legendary immortals," said a royal descendant excitedly. Regarding immortals, they are a mysterious and ethereal existence, a peak that ordinary people find hard to reach. Whenever there are words about immortals in the mortal world, it stirs up bloodshed and chaos. I heard many core disciples from the East Wilderness Holy Lands have come, and those ancient families and imperial dynasties have secretly sent people to compete for opportunities. I fear the opportunities available to us will be even fewer, someone revealed his worry. Whether ancient imperial dynasties or ancient families, they all far surpass the power of normal dynasties, and their disciples are all exceptional prodigies. Time flew by, and 5 days passed. The East Wilderness gradually became lively. On the ancient roads of the wilderness, one can often see strange beasts and exceptional horses, while under the sky, magnificent carriages paraded. Many outstanding talents began to shine, and those low-key geniuses no longer hid their skills. The whole East Wilderness became bustling because of the imminent emergence of the relics. Have you heard? The North Garden family has produced a renowned genius who, at the peak of the Returning One realm, challenged the Dao realm unbeaten. What's that? It's rumored that royal disciples from the Haotian dynasty have appeared. When the Haotian divine art is unleashed, who can match it? Royal disciples? Humph, it's said that the crown prince of the ancient dragon dynasty has decided to come in person. Who dares to rival his brilliance? The ancient dragon dynasty, that's a dynasty that has produced emperors. I've heard of an incredible prodigy born in this generation hoping to recreate the glory of the emperor. Speaking of which, the sword sect's sword-crazed disciple has also come down from the mountain. I heard many disciples want to compete. The sword sect's foundation is not to be underestimated, with a history even older than that of the ancient dragon dynasty. In addition, the Dian Holy Land is also making big moves. The ancient White family and the Xiao family both have prodigies emerging. Speaking of the Xiao family, not long ago, the main house made a grand effort to summon a clan member from a branch. It seems that little Fatty reacted to the divine fire of the main house. So terrifying? It's been years since anyone from the Xiao family reacted to the divine fire. After all, this is an ultimate imperial artifact left by the emperor of the Xiao family. Many imperial artifacts have lost their aura over time, but that divine fire is said to have existed since the beginning of the world, remaining in the Xiao family for countless eras. Many have tried to seize it, including emperors from later generations, but all have retreated in disappointment without exception. I heard that the little Fatty only has one request upon returning to the main house, and it seems to be related to someone named Emoli. Emoli? This name sounds a bit familiar. It seems the Xianyang Holy Land is also looking for this person? Could this person also be a genius? But I haven't heard much about them. At this time, the name Emoli was mentioned in discussions from various places. His reputation began to spread. Realm divisions: Body Realm, Divine Storage Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, Divine Palace Realm, True Spirit Realm, Returning One Realm, Tao Integration Realm, Nirvana Realm, Divine Fire Realm, Venerable Realm, Quasi-Saint, Saint, Saint, Great Saint, Saint King, Quasi-Emperor, Great Emperor. Chapter 64, The Nine Sounds of the Ancient Bell. Soon, half a month passed. As the time for the relics to open approached, the entire East Wilderness was filled with shocking unrest. Just when everyone thought this was an ordinary relic, they did not expect the prodigies sealed in the pages of history to emerge one by one. A young man broke through the ice-covered peaks of glaciers, and otherworldly light erupted from above his head, and the wind and snow danced as if he were a supreme young hero. He murmured, "In this life, at the peak of the path to immortality, I will claim my name." At the same time, a great demon from the demon earth howled at the sky, seemingly receiving a call from ancient bloodlines. When it focused its gaze, its profound eyes looked towards the direction of the relics emerging. "Our clan once had divine blood sealed within, awaken it, and we shall compete for the destiny of a lifetime." Further away, in an ancient sect full of immortal aura, a disciple held a treasure that reached to the heavens. With one strike, splendid light filled the sky, the scorching brilliance cut through space, and the mountains and stones evaporated. This time descending the mountain, one purpose is to gain the fragment of the immortal realm, and the other is to reach the questioning platform. This is the opening of the last era. At the peak of questioning the Tao, one can step into immortality. In the East Wilderness, this barren land suddenly welcomed many talented masters. The cultivators of the East Wilderness were shocked, and some discovered that the concentration of spiritual energy had increased significantly, and a mysterious power was pushing their cultivation upwards. With every breath, divine particles flowed from the air into their flesh, and divine light erupted, unexpectedly causing breakthroughs. Local bumpkin, this is your first experience of the immortal atmosphere, such a barren land. I really don't understand how the Ruin Emperor could emerge from such desolate soil. Some disciples of a major sect scoffed dismissively. But before the words were finished, an elder of the sect shot a sharp glare at the disciple. "Words can bring disaster, mind your mouth, forbidden topics should not be discussed by us." More and more disciples from the outside sects poured in, but strangely, they all shared a condescending attitude towards the local cultivators of the East Wilderness, their expressions akin to looking at ants. Some East Wilderness cultivators were dissatisfied and wanted to challenge the disciples from the outside Tao province, but one simple palm print suppressed the so-called geniuses of the East Wilderness to the ground. "Humph, a bunch of ants from the East Wilderness, the outside world is vast beyond your imagination, how could you mere mudfish from the soil reach such heights? If it weren't for the ruins of the immortal realm opening in the East Wilderness, who would come to such a barren place?" Disciples from the outside spoke with contempt in both words and attitudes towards the natives of the East Wilderness. Yes, to them, the cultivators of the East Wilderness were merely natives. Thus, it was inevitable that some East Wilderness geniuses lamented, "Is it true that there are no talented prodigies in the East Wilderness?" Meanwhile, in Tianyun City, Emoli, wearing a bamboo hat, moved through the crowd. Occasionally looking up, he saw the majestic three-headed young dragon pulling a chariot, heading towards Tianyun Academy. The chariot adorned with jewels and treasures was even more dazzling than the blazing sun above, attracting everyone's attention. After more than half a month of recovery, having gathered all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, his injuries had improved significantly. The reason for returning to the East Wilderness from the ancient Dragon Dynasty was to participate in this extraordinary immortal contention. The matter with Gongsun Jianwu was just a side task. Coincidentally, he could become a powerful support within the ruins of the immortal realm after being enslaved. "Look! That seems to be the young dragon mount of the Great Pan Dynasty. I heard the Prince Guqian of the Great Pan Dynasty has also come. His strength cannot be underestimated," a cultivator exclaimed while looking at the majestic mount in the sky. It is said that Guqian, inheriting the fortune of the dynasty, was protected by a golden dragon at birth, and his cultivation has been as effortless as drinking water. He should have long been able to break through to the harmonized Tao realm, but for some reason, he has not taken that step. He must be waiting for the opening of the ruins. Emoli cast a glance, then lowered his bamboo hat, with Gongsun Jianwu following behind him. He was naturally aware of the emergence of the fragments of the secret realm of the immortal world. At the peak of questioning the Tao, one can step into immortality. This phrase, passed down for 10 centuries, has become the faith of countless sons of heaven. To question the Tao is to ask about Tao fruit, to inquire about the depth of one's foundation, and to seek the heart for the Tao. Since the emergence of the fragments of the secret realm, every era has seen countless talents rushing in, attempting to seize the opportunity for great fortune, standing at the unique realm of harmonized Tao, to compete with the monstrous prodigies of past and present. In the previous life, the man who stood at the peak of the questioning platform and suppressed an era was the Ruin Emperor, who emerged from the barren East Wilderness. Rumors said he carried immense fortune and had already established his own path in his youth with a powerful Tao fruit, unmatched in the world. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, the grand bell rang, its sound spreading like ripples. The airwaves surged, carrying an irresistible fierce force, echoing in one's heart. An elder of the sect stopped abruptly. As if thinking of something, he suddenly looked up, counting the number of times the bell tolled in his heart. That is actually the Desolate Bell, the supreme treasure of the Heavenly Fate Academy, and someone can resonate and strike it. The Desolate Bell, as the supreme treasure of the Desolate Emperor, was forged from the primal essence within the Bronze Ancient Palace, one of the 9 forbidden places, containing unparalleled Tao rhythm and rumored to grant the legacy of the Emperor to whoever strikes it. Since the disappearance of the Desolate Emperor, no one has been able to shake the treasures left in the Academy even a bit. Even if there were, the sound of the bell would be faint, far from the resounding clarity of the moment. Could it be that the Desolate Emperor has returned, an old monster suspected, for such a miraculous treasure could hardly be shaken by anyone else, and to strike 5 times? No, absolutely impossible, the Desolate Emperor has long fallen, someone who knew the secret denied. Who is it? Who has resonated with the Emperor's supreme treasure? Numerous old monsters were astonished and began to transmit messages to their disciples. The loud ringing of the bell was also heard by Emoli. If his guess was correct, the one who struck the Desolate Bell was Qin Yang. A month ago, Qin Yang went to the Great Qian dynasty, but there was only a vast rift of sword energy left, and Emoli's trace had completely vanished. As if arranged by fate, Qin Yang entered the Heavenly Fate Academy and came into contact with the Emperor's legacy, the Desolate Bell. Dong! 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 The ancient sound of the bell echoed like a mighty wave, resonating in the hearts of countless people. They were all counting the tolls, 6, 7, 8. At the Heavenly Fate Academy, there has always been a legend. 9 tolls, the Emperor appears. 5 tolls, the limit of the proud. 6 tolls, the ranks of the monstrous geniuses. 7 tolls, the extraordinary geniuses of unmatched caliber. 8 tolls, the dazzling existences recorded through the ages. Now, the 8 tolls have already sounded, and the beating hearts at this moment stopped. Can that being truly reach the legend? Countless cultivators held their breath, waiting. Dong! The final toll resounded as if to open up heaven and earth, stirring the runes of the great Tao, attracting the resonance of the void, as if crossing the limitations of time and space. People saw the towering figure after the mist. Emoli pressed down his hat and hurried in the direction of the crowd towards the source of the bell's sound, the Heavenly Fate Academy. Indeed, your chance and destiny cannot be taken by anyone. Emoli knew that the Desolate Bell concealed a remnant soul of the Desolate Emperor, and only specific individuals could strike the 9 tolls. He, Emoli, could not shake it no matter what. Hey, do you want to know who struck the Desolate Bell? Emoli smiled lightly, looking at Gongsun Jianwu beside him. At this moment, Gongsun Jianwu raised her eerie gaze towards Emoli, the killing intent in her eyes suppressed. Your target is him. Oh, right. Emoli walked to Gongsun Jianwu's side, patted her shoulder, and smiled. I know you really want to kill me, but before that, you need to hide your hatred well. Otherwise, Emoli did not continue and instead proceeded forward. Now, he needed to find a person, a fellow with the same nature as his, or rather, a stepping stone on Qin Yang's path. Both belonged to the factions of villains. Chapter 65, Qianwu, the 9 Extinction Emperor. Heavenly Fate City, Heavenly Fate Academy, the most famous academy in the Eastern Wilderness, because the Desolate Emperor emerged from the academy in the last era. And its supreme treasure remained in the Heavenly Fate Academy, during the crossing the sea, becoming the academy's imperial weapon. The crowd was surging, some beings rode on strange flatboats towards the Heavenly Fate Academy, while others rode on celestial cranes to get there. However, Emoli was not in a hurry, instead waiting for the crowd to gradually disperse. Hello, I'm looking for someone, can you notify me? The disciples of the academy looked at Emoli, clad in plain cotton and hemp robes, seeing no sign of remarkable traits, their eyes gradually filled with disdain. In recent days, many prodigies have emerged, but the Heavenly Fate Academy has also trained a top sect that produced a great emperor, so for a scatterer like Emoli, who seemed to have no affiliation, naturally there was no good face. You're looking for senior brother Qin Yang? He is currently in seclusion and comprehending, and does not meet anyone. It directly shook the headmaster of the Tao Academy. Speaking of the headmaster of the Tao Academy, he is respectfully called the second saint by the world, and his fame spans 2 eras. Yes, he is an old monster who lived through 2 ages. In the previous era, the wild emperor stepped out of the eastern wilderness under his guidance and reached the peak. In this era, Qin Yang has also joined his sect. Could another emperor be born from this? The more people thought about it, the more terrified they became. 2 emperors from 1 sect, spanning 2 eras, how hopeless this was. No, I'm not looking for him. The person I'm looking for is named Qianwu. Emoli smiled faintly, warm and friendly. Brother Qianwu? The guarding disciple furrowed his brows. What do you want with brother Qianwu? Qianwu, along with Gongsun Jianwu, came from the same small kingdom, the Great Qian dynasty. Qianwu was praised as the most brilliant genius of the Tianyun Tao Academy in nearly 1,000 years, and many great figures had their eyes on him. But with Qin Yang's appearance, Qianwu's name had been spoken less and less in recent days. Just tell him these 4 words, 9 Extermination Sutra. Soon, by the moonly river, Emily sat at the bow of a lonely boat, drinking wine, resting against the wind, watching the reflection of the starry river.
Are you the one looking for me?
At the stern, Xianwu, dressed in white, lightly tapped one foot and let his robe fall slowly, his movements graceful and elegant.
Emily smiled faintly. Yes.
Xianwu furrowed his brows. He had checked this person, but there was nothing particularly special about him. The only thing that could be called good was his wood spirit body. If it were some hidden, unparalleled monster, or a great being looking for him, he would understand.
But Emily, are you curious about how I know the 9 Extermination Sutra?
Of course, besides that, I also know about the 9 Extermination Emperor. I know this taboo among taboos, and I even know that her scriptures were obtained by you. As soon as the words fell, a dark red-purple light suddenly burst forth, its speed too fast for the eye to track, and directly created a large hole in Emily's chest. As expected, ruthless and merciless. Emily's figure transformed into white smoke, stepping on the surface of the water. Xianwu was very strong, but the key was his patience. He never exposed his identity until the last moment, because the name of the 9 Extermination Emperor terrified all living beings. Her inheritance, everything about her, should not exist in this world. But now Emily casually spoke of it, making Xianwu's heart cold with fear.
I want to ask you for a favor.
Emily smiled faintly, his tone gentle.
What favor? Why do you think I will help you?
Because Emily suddenly licked his dry lips and looked at Xianwu with bloodshot eyes, making Xianwu feel an indescribable unease.
Because we are the same kind of people.
Saying this, Emily threw a bag of fragrant pouches, just rub the powder inside on Qin Yang, and I believe you can do it. The pouch flew through the air in an arc, and Xianwu caught it, but his gaze remained fixed on Emily, trying to detect any clues.
I didn't expect your target to be him. Emily didn't deny it.
Instead, he sneered.
Isn't your target him as well? After all, your purpose for joining the Tianyun Dao Academy was for the Wild Bell? Oh no, it should be the Wild Emperor's inheritance. It's a pity, that opportunity doesn't belong to you, and you cannot take it. Who exactly are you?
Xianwu felt a chill in his heart.
How could this person know his thoughts? It was as if he knew everything. This feeling of being out of control made him feel uneasy and frightened. Who I am is not important, what matters is.
Before Emily could finish his words, a towering Buddhist tower descended from the sky, with a grand Buddhist sound forming a boundary.
The golden Buddhist scripture characters twisted and spun, and with a thunderous crash, the Buddha tower pressed down. What matters is, I'm really curious about your identity.
Xianwu completed Emily's sentence. Inside the Buddha tower, Emily remained unusually calm, surrounded by the lingering Buddhist sounds as if they were trying to transform him.
At that moment, Emily grinned. Don't worry, we will meet again.
As the words fell, Emily, trapped in the tower, suddenly collapsed. His gaze, once like a dying flame, instantly lost all its spark.
In Tianyun City, an inn. Emily opened his eyes, waking up from his meditative state.
He didn't care about losing a puppet, there were plenty of them, after all. The key was that when a puppet died, its accompanying spirit would vanish too, which could greatly mislead the heavenly machine.
Everything is ready, just waiting for the right moment.
Emily knew he couldn't miss the secret realm, because the rare treasures inside were key to closing the gap between him and those ancient cult monsters.
Chapter 66, The Exciting Scene.
As time approached, the emergence of the fragmented immortal realm brought a surge of immortal energy, raising the environment of the eastern wilderness a notch. Many people roared with excitement, breaking through boundaries they hadn't touched in a long time. Under the rich and vibrant spiritual energy, Emily also made continuous breakthroughs, crossing from the Divine Palace realm to the True Spirit realm, reaching the stage he had at the Xianyang Holy Land, the Unified Realm.
Is this the aura of the immortal realm? Emily couldn't help but be shocked. Just the external opening, and the spreading immortal aura was already so incredible.
Above the secret realm, a transparent flower bud was gradually solidifying, and the moment its petals bloomed was when the secret realm would open. Some quasi-saint old monsters were madly capturing the fleeting immortal laws, unexpectedly gaining sudden insight and attracting the divine thunder of the celestial sky, coming down with a thunderous might that drew countless gazes. This was even more shocking, just the ancient fragments left by the immortal realm still contained such profound laws after several eras.
Didn't that mean there were defying treasures inside?
Hundreds of thousands of cultivators were stirred, with some prodigies who had already broken through to the harmonizing Tao realm even willing to self-destruct their cultivation to enter the secret realm and fight for opportunities and fortunes. Time continued to brew, like a jar of fine old wine, waiting for the moment of opening.
During this time, the bustling scene in Tianyun City even surpassed the glory of the Emperor of Desolation's lifetime.
Massive information flowed, some hidden ancient sect heirs showed their talents in the era's competition, and there were rumors that the Five-Crown King, Lu Xian, had re-emerged from his snowy seal. 5-Crown King, this was a title for someone who had reached the top of the Dao platform, successfully competing for supremacy in 5 eras. 5 eras? Peak of Dao? Doesn't that mean he at least has the foundation of 5 Dao fruits? Some beings gasped. Such an era-crossing prodigy, having settled over several epochs and willingly remaining hidden for the pursuit of ultimate breakthroughs, his foundation was beyond imagination, and from a certain perspective, he was even stronger than the Emperor in his youth. The remains of the immortal realm, even those ancient monsters sleeping underground go mad for them. After all, the immortal realm is a distant and unreachable legend, but unfortunately, there are significant restrictions to entering the secret realm. In the midst of the discussions, a few young people with sheathed swords passed by, asking, "Do you know about the vast heaven sword intent that happened in the Dechen dynasty recently? Are you disciples of the Sword Sect?" People looked at the others' attire in surprise. The name Sword Sect spread throughout the eastern wilderness and even stood out among the 3,000 Dao provinces. It was a holy land in the hearts of many sword cultivators. Its glorious period was marked by the emergence of a sword god who looked down upon the world tens of thousands of years ago. The name Sword God resonated in every corner of later generations. Because the sword god never became an emperor, yet possessed the ability to slay emperors. The sword god's unparalleled sword path could even make emperors avoid its brilliance. In that era, he became a dazzling existence above them, recorded as unique in the annals of history. And the sword disciples inherited the merged sacred arts of their predecessors. With their unmatched sword path, they possessed the strength to fight beyond their realm, meaning that every disciple of the Sword Sect had strength that belied their realm. "Let's go." The Sword Sect disciple at the front of the group said. "Remember this mission, find a cultivator named Gongsun Jianwu." Recently, that shocking sword intent, once condensed, had compelled the old monsters in the Sword Sect to emerge, sensing the overwhelming sword intent subtly echoing from an unknown direction. The ancient monster who had lived for thousands of years now danced like a child. Sword Master. It's the Sword Master's sword technique. One sword opens the Milky Way, the starry sky shines brightly for it. Then, they combined their spiritual power to probe the incredible heavenly sword's exact direction, searching for its trace. Because, at the moment the heavenly sword fell, it ripped apart time and space, severing the causal connection. They could only glimpse the blurry scene after Emoli occupied Gongsun Jianwu's body as they traced back in time. At night, the vast starlight flowed down from the starry sky like great rivers, dazzling lights brightened Tianyun City, and the phenomena caused by the talented geniuses' cultivation were brilliant. Some had thunder light bursting from their chests, their breaths resonating with the sounds of the great Tao, seemingly akin to some ancient supreme breathing secret. There were also those whose 5 organs opened fully, with 5 deities residing within their bodies. When the deities opened their eyes, they held the weight of time within their gaze, a sight ordinary cultivators could hardly look up to. This was the wondrous scene possessed by the divine song realm. Even more were beings inhaling and exhaling starlight and moonlight, the vast power of the starlight surging like a vortex into their bodies, causing their forms to shine with light spots, connecting into veins, as if their small flesh contained an endless sea of stars. Upon witnessing this scene, some exclaimed, "Is this the star body?" His way of cultivation is completely different from ordinary people, the veins between them are thick with starlight. His body seems to harbor a sea of stars. Could it be that in this life he will forge a completely new path in cultivation? An ancient monster marveled that with the star body emerging, the curtain of this era seemed to be more splendid than any before. Some great demons shouted, claiming they would capture several human geniuses for battle. Many cultivators were furious, but they were pressed down by their elders' hands on their heads. That is a celestial demon. Those with the title celestial among their peers are the best among the demon race. To approach is to seek death. As time brewed, more and more names of prodigies were mentioned, and the ancient ship filled with cultivators from other states created a bustling atmosphere. Chapter 67, Waiting for Whom? Emoli quietly awaited the opening of the secret realm. Nowadays, he had to stay very low-key. The Xianyang Holy Land was hunting him, the Sword Sect disciples were seeking him, Xin Yang wanted revenge, and that little fatty Shaobao from the Xiao family also wanted to take revenge for his grandfather against Emoli. It's really annoying. Emoli shook his head helplessly. Watching the frequent phenomena in the city, sometimes chaos opened Azure Lotus, sometimes Kunping leapt across the 9 states, and even the strange sight of dual moons in the sky. Yet, the fragmentary secret realm of the celestial realm had yet to open, and the unusual occurrences were similarly unsettling his nerves. Emoli always felt he had forgotten something important, but he couldn't find any clues for now. This left Emoli with an uneasy worry in his heart. Some cultivators wondered, why hasn't this celestial realm fragment secret realm opened for so long? Is it because of the last lifetime? There were also prodigies sneering with disdain. The spiritual energy of the eastern wilderness is probably insufficient to support the opening of the secret realm. I don't know why it suddenly emerged in such a place, it's simply a waste of time. Perhaps there are miraculous opportunities brewing in the secret realm? Hence, the time to open has been extended? Many cultivators debated fervently, several ancient monsters frowned, also feeling that something was amiss, yet struggled to speak. Because of the delay of the secret realm, cultivators from distant other states had ample time to traverse mountains and rivers to arrive. Based on the current situation, there were over 1 million cultivators. The final bloom of the secret realm's last lifetime was far more splendid than the previous 9 lifetimes. The waiting wind continued, and the longer time dragged on, the stronger Mo Li's unease became. 3 days later, nearing the midnight hour, night fell thickly. The density of the essence of the immortal path almost enveloped a vast area. Under the enchantment of the immortal aura, many suppressed prodigies broke through helplessly, losing their chance to enter the secret realm right in front of their eyes. The conditions to enter the secret realm were also ironclad rules: bone age under 25. Below the realm of unity of Tao. Suddenly, a flower of infinite Tao charm wafted its fragrance in the void, and an ethereal ancient sound echoed, washing over the listener's meridians and body like a cleansing rain. A creature roared comfortably, expelling dark impurities from its entire being, and without noticing, broke through right where it stood. Look quickly, the petals of the immortal flower are about to bloom. With 10 lifetimes of nurturing, this bloom is the most complete and most magnificent. The rules of Tao contained within will also be perfect. A creature exclaimed, eager to try its luck. Everyone wished to seize fortune, to rise in the grand world, and become the dazzling wave in ancient history. At this moment, a strange scene broke open above the Tianyun Tao Academy. Amidst the chaos of creation, a blue sky lotus swayed gracefully in the vast spiritual sea, and at the edge of the water's glow, a bright moon slowly rose, its light pouring down, transforming the golden spiritual sea into a fairyland, rippling with azure waves. That is, in the direction of the Tianyun Tao Academy, someone noticed the oddity. Because a single image actually contains several strange phenomena. A bright moon rises over the sea. A chaotic seed blue lotus. A golden spiritual sea. The more they counted, the more others were horrified. One strange phenomenon was already enough to be called a monster, yet now 3 had appeared. The simultaneous appearance of 3 phenomena could only indicate one situation, especially the vast golden spiritual sea, which was easy to recognize. The ancient sacred body. Someone exclaimed. The fully realized ancient sacred body is enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with emperors. This has been recorded in history and is unique. Only the ancient sacred body can achieve this. A leader infused with mighty spiritual energy, wishing to clear the fog of destiny and glimpse who possessed such talent. But within the mirror, the fog remained shrouded, difficult to disperse. The ancient sect leader frowned, forcing out a drop of sacred blood, trying to stir the ripples on the lake's surface. Even a glimpse of a scene would suffice. Yet suddenly, the ancient sect leader seemed to suffer some invisible blow, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Someone is secretly casting spells, blocking the way to see. The old monster frowned, looking towards the direction of the Tianyun Tao Academy. If I'm not mistaken, it should be him. The subsaint has made a move. According to the earlier hidden battle, their strength is unfathomable. Surely, the one who drew such a phenomenon is subsaint's recently accepted disciple, Qin Yang. Someone keenly sensed something. After all, not many affairs could trouble the subsaint to action. At that moment, Qin Yang opened his eyes. After just a short time of realization, he seemed reborn, surrounded by an indescribable divine charm. Boom! At this instant, the hour of the rat passed. The secret realm opened without warning. It was as if the opening of the secret realm was waiting for someone. 10 petals of the immortal flower completely bloomed, countless crystalline divine particles scattered like pollen. Someone inhaled deeply, and suddenly divine light burst from their chest, the mysterious substance within granting an unexpected breakthrough. At the same time, Emoli stared at the scene before him, where a crazy torrent rushed into the secret realm, yet he stood dazed, out of place with his surroundings. Once the hour passed, his uneasy feelings fully erupted. At this moment, he finally understood what the delay in the secret realm's opening was waiting for. On his panel, one section had undergone a fatal change. Host, Emoli. Bone age, 26. Realm, early stage of unity. Techniques: soul-controlling insect scripture, myriad sword technique, ancient temple 9 swords, fragment, drunken sword lighting, divine skill, phantom sword technique, floating cloud shadow, mysterious emperor wood technique. Treasure: innate treasure gourd, damaged, flame and ice dual blades, demon shadow gourd, Dao sky sword, divine sword, ancient copper plate, ghost shadow token, Buddha's 9 towers, Qian koan lantern. Physique: immortal body traits, Mo family bloodline, awakening pending, ghost shadow bloodline, awakening pending, ghost eye of vision, 8th layer. Villain value, 500. Function 1, probe. Function 2, intelligence. Chapter 68, a fateful encounter. Entering the secret realm has only 2 rules. First, cultivation below, unity of Tao. Second, bone age under 25. Just now, when the clock struck the hour of the rat, his bone age silently jumped from 25 to 26. This means he has completely lost the chance to enter the secret realm of the fragments of the immortal world. The opportunities of fate slipped away. Looking at the rushing stream of cultivators, he was like a stubborn stone against the current, completely out of place with those competing for the chances of fate. Interesting, truly interesting. Emoli suddenly lifted his head, gazing at the distant and dark night, laughing heartily. Good, very good. Slowly, his laughter grew more manic, covering his face with his hands like a madman. Indeed, I have been too naive, too foolish. I should have thought of this earlier. At this moment, standing in the surging crowd, Emoli truly realized that the gears of destiny had long begun to turn, completely deviating from their original path. He suspected that someone was secretly targeting him. Or perhaps this world was filled with malice towards him? He even doubted whether his own existence was part of some plan? Destiny? Or a guided trajectory? What a pity, I do not believe in fate. Originally, at the Xianyang sacred ground, he had acted recklessly to break everything, since replacing meant he could not follow a predetermined path. He wanted to become absolutely strong, to possess the absolute power to break the shackles, and then trample everything underfoot. The unexpected encounter did not discourage Emoli. On the contrary, his sickly inner state made him feel that since he was not having a good time, everyone should suffer along with him in madness. Suddenly, Emoli's gaze became indifferent, activating the floating clouds and passing shadows technique, his figure blurring in an instant. At the entrance of the secret realm, a prodigy was braving the lightning tribulation, firmly suppressing the imminent breakthrough while bathing in the lightning light and stepping into the secret realm. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, raising his robe at incredible speed, shocking many who turned to seek his figure. Ghostly eyes, open. As he approached the entrance of the secret realm, Emoli activated his ghostly eyes, instantly tinting his view of the world a blood red. Amidst the mottled scenery, he separated reality from illusion, aiming to slip through in the fleeting gaps of falsehood. Bang! Suddenly, brilliant metallic rays exploded amidst the ripples, and a person was violently ejected from the smoke. This sudden turn of events attracted the attention of those competing to enter the realm. They halted, turned back, utterly uninterested in the struggle of an ant. Humph, another fool who doesn't know their limits. In the past 10 lives, how many sought to break the rules and enter the secret realm, yet none succeeded? A pitiful soul. An elder from a great sect, stroking his beard, sighed leisurely upon seeing the scene. Losing this opportunity is destined to have nothing to do with the brilliance of this world, someone sneered, drawing conclusions. As the smoke cleared, Emoli knelt on one knee, his brows tightly knitted, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the secret realm. Damn it! He cursed quietly. Mysterious and complicated scriptures faintly emerged around the secret realm, this protective measure blocking his steps, far beyond his capability. Is there really no way? His gaze burned fiercely, his thoughts racing at high speed in an instant. No, perhaps there's still a chance. Saying this, his figure flickered and vanished again, his speed surging once more. The chance is now. Before him, a cultivator had half of their body entering the secret realm. Instantly, he drew out his dual blades, combining their speed with the force of inertia, the blade gleaming like a ray, directly cleaving that cultivator's body in half. At that moment, Emoli surged through the corpse he had just split in two, wanting to disguise himself to slip across unnoticed. Who? As half of Emoli's body stepped into the secret realm, he suddenly activated his ghostly eyes, switching between the void and reality. Yes, as long as half of his body stepped into the territory, he had a chance. Bang! 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 Once again, golden rays exploded continuously, broken pathways gathered and condensed into a radiant rule chain, forcibly pulling Emoli from the secret realm, then mercilessly throwing him out of the boundary. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of most cultivators. Did I just see someone who broke the rules trying to enter? Is it really just the Unity realm? Someone rubbed their eyes, unable to believe it. For 10 generations, powerful beings tried to forcibly enter the secret realm, but no matter what method they used, they could not counter the principles contained within the breakthrough of the secret realm. Until an ancient sect leader, nearing the end of his life, used a forbidden technique to elevate himself, seeking only to enter the secret realm to find a life-extending elixir. In the end, he really broke in, but before the laughter had even spread for a few seconds, he was pulled out of the realm by the order chains formed from fragments of rules. That was the sect leader of the ancient sect, a being of immense power who even sacrificed the little time he had left to achieve this, and yet, in the end, he never set foot inside. How did that kid get in? And even got pulled out by the order chains? An elder of the sect narrowed his eyes, as even they, with sharp eyesight, had not seen what happened in that moment. It seems like some kind of special force that can seemingly block the perception of the secret realm in an instant, someone speculated. As the smoke dispersed again, many people's gazes turned towards Emoli, curious about who had caused the earlier commotion. But before the smoke had fully settled, voices filled with different emotions rang out. It's you! Emoli, exclaimed the disciple of Xianyang Sacred Land. Xianyang clenched his fists, Emoli. Prince Gulong gritted his teeth, Emoli. Jiang Baixing, the big brother-in-law, had eyes sharp enough to tear a person apart, Emoli. And there was Shaobao from the Xiao family, his anger boiling, Emoli, you will die today. Emily did not expect that their next meeting would be in such a scene. Chapter 69, The Name Emily. Oh, everyone is here. Long time no see, Brother Xiao. More than half a year ago, Emily had killed this person's grandfather, so their plastic brotherhood had naturally turned to ashes. But looking at him, he seemed completely unconcerned, his tone frivolous. In the crowd, Chen frowned slightly, looking at Emily in surprise, learning his name for the first time from others. Xiaobao's spirit surged, stepping into the air as if burning with flames, the terrifying heat melting space and creating a sense of haze. Whoosh! Suddenly, Xiaobao's spiritual light burst forth, a white ghostly flame appearing in his palm, his eyes fixed on Emily, wishing he could tear him apart. Go! Burn him! As the words fell, that cold ghostly flame roared toward Emily. At this moment, informed cultivators looked at Xiaobao and said, could it be that he is the rumored genius from the Xiao family who can resonate with the divine fire a while back? Xiao family's divine fire? Didn't they say no one could resonate with it for tens of thousands of years? There are rumors that the divine fire left by the emperor of the Xiao family was born in the primordial chaos, even capable of burning through principles. For tens of thousands of years, only the Xiao emperor could resonate with it. Could this kid be the reincarnation of the Xiao emperor? Or perhaps, he is the emperor's offspring, awakened in this world after sealing his source? Many knowledgeable cultivators discussed, truly the name of the Xiao family's divine fire was too great. In history, even emperors tried to seize the divine fire, but all returned empty-handed, even being repelled by flames. The Xiao family might hope to continue the glory of the emperor in this generation. Just the power of the divine fire was enough for the Xiao family to continue their legacy for tens of thousands of years without decline. If someone could master the divine fire, it was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Emily had dodged the explosion of the ghostly flame, though his face was not pleasing, with slight scorch marks on his robe and temples. Looking at the now towering Shaobao, Emily curled his lips, as indifferent as when he had killed his grandfather. Actually, I regret not dealing with you back then, but who told me to keep my word? Although Emily's character was a bit cruel, he still had the good moral quality of keeping promises, having truly freed people after his alchemy was completed. Perhaps the events from back then had hurt Shaobao too deeply. Hearing Emily's indifferent words, he could no longer suppress his inner rage. Ah! You must die. You must die. At this moment, Xiaobao's entire being ignited with a grayish flame shadow. His blood also began to boil. As this flame phantom appeared, the spiritual treasure in his hand showed signs of melting, and that terrifying might instantly raise the temperature around them above 100 degrees, and it kept rising. Xiaobao, no. You still can't control the divine fire. The elder of the Xiao family hurriedly stopped him. I don't care, I want him dead. Saying this, Xiaobao ignored the elder's advice and resolutely ignited the scattered divine fire within his body. Once the divine fire appeared, everything was burned to ashes. Though it was merely a residual phantom, at the moment it was locked onto him, Emily felt his blood suddenly ignite, moisture quickly evaporating, and the temperature soaring over 100 degrees. Boom! In the blink of an eye, flames engulfed Emily's entire body. He tried to use his spiritual energy to suppress it, but the energy only fueled the flames. The blazing fire completely devoured him. Bang! Suddenly, the burning body exploded, rising into white smoke. The crowd was puzzled, they clearly saw Emily consumed by the fierce flames. At that moment, a familiar voice came from the distance. Looking back, it was actually Emily. Many hidden old monsters furrowed their brows, they didn't even notice how he had escaped, as there were no signs of disturbance in space. Emily smiled, the teleportation array beneath his feet about to activate. Want to kill me for revenge? Sorry, Brother Xiao isn't qualified yet. And you, Qin Yang. Emily specially glanced at him and said calmly, don't worry, we will meet again. As soon as his voice fell, the aura surged, and Emily's figure disappeared without a trace. Xiaobao gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure the pressure after using the divine fire, and said, kill him. As long as you kill him, I will return to the main family to accept the emperor's inheritance. In the past, Xiaobao under his grandfather's protection only wanted to live happily, as for the fight for destiny, he had no interest at all. But since his grandfather was threatened by Emily with his life and taken to concoct medicine, his nightmare began, and from then on, all that filled his eyes was revenge. To gain power, he reluctantly accepted the main family's inheritance, which also meant he would bear the heavy burden of the family's rise and fall. On the road of being carefree, Xiaobao was drifting further away. On the other side, standing at the entrance of the secret realm, Qin Yang wanted to loosen his tightly clenched fists, but he couldn't forget the humiliation he suffered back then, and Mu Rongqinghuan still lay unconscious because of him. All of this was because of Emily. At that moment, many people were astonished. Who exactly was this Emily? Why did he have enmity with the heir who appeared to be the reincarnation of the Xiao emperor? Even the words he said before leaving, when observing Qin Yang's attitude, seemed to suggest hatred as well.
One was suspected to be the reincarnation of the Xiao Emperor, and the other was an ancient holy body, accepted as a disciple by the subsaint, ringing the imperial bell, a recent sensation, and it turned out that the one called Emoli also had enmity? But as the news spread, people realized that the guy named Emoli was far more than that and became increasingly shocked. Chapter 70, Foolish Bird. Light and shadow surged, and a dazzling white light appeared in the thatched house on the outskirts. Without time to explain, after reuniting with Emo Shang, Emoli suddenly patted Gongsun Jianwu's shoulder and smiled leisurely. I have two good pieces of news to tell you, I'm sure you will be very interested. First, my bone age is over 25, and I was rejected at the entrance of the secret realm. Second, I am now being hunted, possibly by a quasi-saint, or even a saint. I could die at any moment. When saying this, Emoli appeared light and carefree, completely unconcerned about his situation. Gongsun Jianwu listened and a fleeting glimmer of joy appeared in his dark eyes but was quickly concealed. Though he was Emoli's ghost servant, obeying all of Emoli's commands, he still preserved his own thoughts and ideas. So, I now order you to enter the secret realm and enhance yourself at any cost. If I still survive, maybe you can kill me when you come out of the secret realm? Emoli smiled lightly, like a ghostly face in the mist. Shang, we are leaving. Said this, Emoli abandoned Gongsun Jianwu and used the prepared teleportation to leave again. Before leaving, he tried to erase all traces. He knew that those hunting him would definitely use secret techniques and treasures to trace his footsteps. As long as he remained in motion, the traces left behind could only be detected back to before the moment he concealed them in the mist. A dazzling white light surged once more, and Emoli's figure was swallowed within it. With the thunderwood beneath turning to charcoal, marking the floor with mottled traces of the formation, Emoli disappeared once again. Gongsun Jianwu glanced over, drew the divine sword, and slashed at the void, cutting off the causal line that connected them, while simultaneously erasing the traces left on the floor. Although he did not want to do this, he was a ghost slave, and Emoli's life and orders were his requirements to follow. Moreover, Emoli unexpectedly handed him that unknown divine sword, which was indeed surprising. This divine sword seemed to hide secrets from the ancient times, sleeping with terrifying power, capable of cutting through causation and shielding against trace detection. Every time he held it, Gongsun Jianwu could feel a chill of anxiety, especially after the sword spirit master sacrificed himself to clear the path. The anxiety grew stronger, often leading him to hallucinations of ancient demons whispering in his ears. It was as if something was slowly awakening. Perhaps, this was an opportunity to kill Emoli. He brewed his thoughts, contemplating deeply. After doing all of this, Gongsun Jianwu adjusted his robe, his gaze dimming, stepping out of the thatched house, looking up at the brilliantly colorful world. Suddenly, his eyes caught a glimpse of something. Behind a large tree not far away, a pair of clear eyes hid like a frightened little beast, terrified and curling up, praying not to be discovered. Gongsun Jianwu realized with shock that someone had seen him, leaving traces behind. With a ruthless gaze, he curled his fingers and swished. The flying sword sliced through the wind, piercing through the trunk in an instant. After clearing the traces, he composed himself and flew in the direction where the ruins had opened. Behind the tree stump, the little girl's terrified gaze gradually lost focus. Just now, that sword, with its tip nearing her forehead, if it had penetrated even a little, could have pierced her brain. But for some reason, the blade seemed stuck in the tree stump, halted and unable to advance. When she came back to her senses, she found that the man had already flown away on his sword, and she seemed to have saved her little life. The excitement of surviving the ordeal surged in her heart, but before she could exhale, her neck was gripped with a tremendous force, twisting and breaking her skull, which fell to the ground. Behind her, Emoli, with an amused expression, slowly appeared, looking in the direction Gongsun Jianwu had left, speaking with great interest. Sure enough, you couldn't bring yourself to act? It seems the old sword spirit has a deep influence on you. Even though the world is submerged and engulfed by darkness, a beam of light still persists. This won't do. Compassion is reserved for the weak, not suitable in this world. He needed Gongsun Jianwu to become even more numb. Thinking this, he took out the demon gourd, releasing the aura of the dark demon, consuming all traces within a 10-mile radius, and casually set a fire. Emoli discovered that the dark demon aura could not only shield spiritual perception and obstruct the circulation of spiritual energy but also consume and wear away the traces left behind, truly a good tool for killing, setting fires, and destroying evidence. After finishing all this, he concealed his form, leaving behind a little surprise before he left. He understood well that those who wished to kill him were not just one. Soon after, several great-robed elders from the Xiao family stepped out from the void, looking down at the sea of fire with puzzled expressions. Strange, that kid's aura has abruptly stopped here. With a wave of their sleeves, the vast sea of fire was extinguished in an instant. Look! What is that? After the flames extinguished, traces of the burning remained on the ground, and the elders stared at the strange characters with confusion. The crooked notes resembled some kind of writing. Stupid, stupid, stupid bird. Finally, someone unconsciously read it aloud. At the moment of export, time suddenly fell silent. Foolish bird?
Who is the foolish bird? Damn it, you little brats. How dare you insult us? When they came to their senses, they realized that the so-called foolish bird was indeed them. A few of them were so angry, they were having heart attacks. Emily expected the first ones to arrive would be from the Xiao family, and the Xiao family's fire suppression technique is renowned worldwide, capable of extinguishing flames with a mere wave, thus leaving a surprise on purpose appeared before them. Following closely, the people from Xinyang's sacred land hurried over, looking at the two crooked big characters on the ground, their foreheads wrinkling into the shape of the character 3, which could crush a fly to death. With an air of anger, they were disheveled by the wind, cursing Emily in their hearts. Chapter 71, Forcefully Entering the Ruins. The Remnants of the Shattered Fairy Realm. At this moment, disciples from various families were steadily entering, but the main force had long been competing for miraculous opportunities inside. Dear friends, let us combine our powers and pour our mana to glimpse a corner of the secret realm. A renowned elder spoke. After all, the opening of the last era, especially the place for enlightenment, had a special expectation. Was there a peerless monster surpassing the sages of old in this final era? Boom! In the distant border, the master offered magnificent power, igniting the land in an instant, its brilliant divine light illuminating all, merging into the barriers of the secret realm like a comet. Fairy petals swayed, dew droplets fell, and in an instant, a rain of light poured down, while time and space rippled. After being washed clean by the light rain, various strange glimmers slowly revealed the many scenes within the secret realm. Look quickly, that being is dazzling with starlight all over, stardust bursting forth, each strike containing the power of thousands of stars, almost piercing everything. That should be the genius Xing Ruhai of the Xing family bearing the stellar body. It is said that when he was born, billions of stars shone forth, lighting up the starry night. An informed elder said. Amidst the changing lights and shadows, someone saw a giant sky-swallowing python revealing its true form, coiled upon the mountain peak. And a man with a horn on his head looked excitedly at such a fierce beast, shouting that he wanted to tame it as his mount. Is that the demon race? Has the demon race sent a young supreme being to enter? Someone noticed the anomaly. The area opened by the ruins is vast, and it's not just this entrance. It is said that during this era, a formidable figure from the demon race has awakened ancient bloodlines. We don't know if it's true. Oh, isn't that a disciple of Swordgate? It seems they are contending with someone and actually lost. The divine light shone brightly, and in the hazy glow, Emily saw the genius opposing the Swordgate disciple. It was Gongsun Jianwu. After the extermination of his clan, Gongsun Jianwu's sword path became sharp as frost and cold, his sword techniques ruthless, with blood staining the blade upon unsheathing. I heard that Swordgate came down this time not only for their disciples to enter the fairy realm's shattered secret but also because of that astonishing sword that shocked the entire eastern wilderness some time ago. Afterward, many big figures secretly investigated, but that sword severed cause and effect, interfering with time, making it impossible to trace back its roots. In the end, they only found out that after the sword rhyme dissipated, the Gongsun family was exterminated, but strangely, the Gongsun family was just a small family within the Great Qian dynasty. How could it get involved with such overwhelming power that transcends the mundane world? An elder of a sect whispered conspiratorially. In the outer world, Emoli turned back after taking a look and left quietly. He quickly moved around the area enveloped by the secret realm fragments, looking for the weakest part. Yes, he still wanted to enter inside. Because he understood how important the miraculous treasures inside were for him. If he lost this opportunity, he would lose the qualification to compete. Host, Emoli. Bone age, 26. Realm, early stage of unity. Cultivation methods, soul controlling Gu scripture, 10,000 sword technique, ancient temple 9 swords, fragment, drunken sword lantern, divine ability, phantom sword technique, floating cloud flickering shadow, Xin Huang wooden skill. Secret treasures, innate treasure gourd, damaged, flame ice twin blades, demonine gourd, Dao heaven sword, divine sword. Ancient bronze pieces, ghostly tokens, 9 towers of the Buddha, the lantern of universe. Physique, immortal body characteristics, Mo family's bloodline, not awakened, ghostly shadow bloodline, not awakened, ghostly eye, 8th level. Villain value, 500. Function 1, exploration. Function 2, intelligence. Opening the system panel, the Bone Age column is so dazzling, like a thorn piercing through a beating heart. There is still a chance, I can only take this gamble. Emoli murmured to himself. Use function, exploration. Discover the weakest boundary of the secret realm ruins. Immediately, a map appeared in his mind. Already found and marked the location. Emoli was overjoyed. Sometimes he felt that the function of the flawed system was almost useless, and he unintentionally always overlooked it. But now, he remained astonished by the capability of the system. Intelligence function, he had used, spending 1,000 villain fate points to obtain the Reform Dan recipe, refining pills with frightening characteristics of the immortal body. Now the exploration function could also find the weak points of the immortal realm fragments, which surprised him a bit. After all, that was something related to the legendary immortal realm, with many great taboos. Function completed, deducting 500 villain fate points, remaining villain fate points, 0. Looking at the naked numbers on the panel, Emoli closed his eyes and said nothing. Opening his eyes again, determined to go all in, Emoli quickly headed towards the weak area marked by the system. However, after more than half an hour, in the wild mountains and fields, Emoli's miserable screams scared away the birds and beasts in the forest. Ha, am I really being played with? I can't get in. Absolutely can't get in. Even at the weakest point of the ruins, he found he still could not enter. Opening the ghostly eye, wanting to force his way in, but the chains formed by the immortal runes would lock him up and throw him out ruthlessly. He wanted to break the rules and create an opening, but Emoli found that it was indeed a ridiculous thought. The immortal realm fragments contained rules that he simply could not break. Really foolish, over 10 centuries, how could I be the only one with such an idea? Emoli covered his face and laughed long, as if he were crazy. Perhaps over the past 10 centuries, some extraordinary beings had indeed wanted to find the weak point of the secret realm, holding sacred treasures to break a passage inside. But until now, there has been not a single clue or rumor. Is it fate? Emoli murmured to himself. No, I do not believe in fate. Want to stop me from entering the secret realm? Then I must enter. Through the cracks of his fingers, Emoli revealed his fierce pupils, with madness swirling in his eyes. Chapter 72, Explosion of the Supreme Treasure. At this moment, Emoli was uncharacteristically calm. He slowly took out the broken innate treasure gourd, a sharp curve formed at the corner of his mouth. He planned to forcibly open a gap using the power of the innate supreme treasure. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse, after all, it's an innate supreme treasure, possessing immense power. Go! Emoli slowly pushed the innate treasure gourd forward. When the gourd approached the weak area, he suddenly retreated. Yes, he never intended to infuse spiritual power into the gourd, for he understood that it was absolutely impossible. The so-called borrowing power was both right and wrong. At this moment, the chains formed by great path runes bound the innate treasure gourd. From afar, Emoli's face suddenly became ferocious, blood vessels bulging like worms on his face. He had only this last chance left. The final chance. Innate treasure gourd. Emoli's gaze fixed on the emerging crack ahead, ready and prepared. Explode. As he uttered the last word, the entire world was pierced by dazzling white light. All that could be seen was the quiet eternity. Yes, Emoli decisively self-destructed the innate supreme treasure. Don't let him in? Then he must enter. A white mushroom cloud erupted in the sky. The ripple of the explosion swept everything around like a tsunami, uprooting and destroying everything. The enormous tremor was noticed by the cultivators at the entrance of the secret realm. What happened? What a huge disturbance. Could it be that a powerful being is fighting? No. That place is the edge of the secret realm. An old man immediately sensed the problem. Someone wants to forcibly open a crack to enter the secret realm of the fragments of the immortal world. Almost in every era, whenever the fragments of the secret realm appeared, someone tried to break through forcibly. What's going on? Where did the ancestor go? The disciples left behind were still puzzled about who had caused such a huge commotion when their elder quietly disappeared without a word. Almost at the same time, those old monsters, as if they had communicated beforehand, quickly rushed towards the explosion site in perfect synchrony. No! These old guys want to enter the secret realm too. Finally, a disciple reacted. But when they looked back, they sadly discovered that those old guys had long vanished. Elder! You didn't take me with you. I'm your favorite child. A disciple wailed, but their feet didn't slow down. Some even conjured spirit boats, transforming into beams of light and disappearing in an instant. Fragments of the immortal world. They say it's the trial ground for the younger generation, but that is something the old generation cannot touch. If they could touch it, the younger generation wouldn't even get a sip. On the other side, at the edge of the secret realm. When the white light pierced through everything, Emoli immediately opened his ghostly eyes. He needed the power of the innate treasure gourd to tear open a gap, then using his ability to traverse between reality and illusion, to slip through in an instant. Although he wasn't sure if he could withstand the shock damage caused by the explosion, the opportunity was fleeting. Secret realm space, open for me. Emoli's face contorted in rage. Even if he hid in the illusory space, when he appeared in reality, the violent white light still melted his face, revealing his stark white bones. Moreover, the shockwave of the explosion crashed into him like a tsunami, significantly hindering his passage through reality. It was this minute delay, so small it could be measured in milliseconds, that, in Emoli's peeled eyes, he saw that the crack was rapidly merging. He was already too late. No. Emoli was unwilling, he had already sacrificed so much. Go, Een Demon Gourd. He threw the remaining Een Demon Gourd without hesitation, his gaze resolute. Explode. Just explode for me. This time, Emily did not plan to retreat into the illusory space to evade the shockwave produced by the explosion. He was already mad. Whether he could survive the energy from the explosion was no longer something worth considering. He had no more chances, only hoping the demon gourd could truly delay the healing of the crack. A familiar scene occurred again. The power of the rules of the fragments of the immortal world bound the demon gourd, but as Emily's voice fell, the brilliant white light he imagined did not appear. Instead, the demon gourd trembled, and the gourd stopper popped out, releasing a surge of black demonic energy. ZZZZZ. ZZZZZ. When the demonic energy came into contact with the power of the rules, the two reacted like strong acid against gold and iron, hissing loudly. The power of the rules is actually being corroded. Emily could hardly believe it. This was something he had never heard of. In the brief moment of corrosion, Emily opened his ghostly eyes again and pushed his movement technique to the limit, slipping in an instant. At this moment, the old guys who had rushed over could hardly bear to witness this scene. Just arrived, and the entrance to the crack was about to close, almost giving them heart attacks. "Friend, help me!" A leader shouted and then raised a tattered mirror covered in strange soil. The ancient mirror consumed too much energy, one person alone could not activate it. The arriving old folks quickly summoned their powers, pouring in immense spiritual energy, and under the sunlight's reflection, the ancient mirror radiated a crimson light that destroyed space, as if igniting the heavens and earth, shining brilliantly, rushing toward the crack like a meteor. As long as the crack opened just a little bit more, even a little bit, these old monsters just passed through. However, Emily, who had broken into the secret realm, turned around and looked at the surging scarlet divine light, smiling brightly. But this smile was not very pretty, his skin had melted, leaving only bones. Yet those bright white teeth stood out sharply. "Goodbye, everyone." Saying this, Emily mischievously pulled out the demon gourd and collected it back. With the support of the demon energy gone, the exploded cracks completely closed. Boom! The scarlet divine light tore through space and crashed into the barrier of the secret realm. A crackling sound began to rise. The invisible barrier surprisingly appeared with cracks like a mirror, and the cracks became more numerous and gradually expanded. "It can't really get in, right?" Emily's scalp felt numb, he regretted speaking too soon. Crack crack. The scarlet divine light continued to tear at the barrier, but the cracks were repairing. Emily breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it couldn't get in, otherwise, the first one to be killed would be him. "It can't break through," said a leader of a large sect. "How about we learn from that kid and self-destruct the ancient mirror?" someone suddenly suggested. As soon as this was said, the one in charge of the ancient mirror immediately put away the treasure, holding it tightly, looking unfriendly at everyone. "Get lost. Whoever wants to enter this broken secret realm can do so, I'm not going in." Immediately, the one in charge of the ancient mirror left the place. Was he supposed to sacrifice his treasure? If it didn't break through the cracks, who would compensate for his loss? Seeing this, Emily's heart, which had been hanging, completely relaxed. He looked at the group of old folks outside, who were anxiously stamping their feet, and raised his smile again, his big white teeth dazzling. "Good luck to you all." At that moment, even the old folks who had experienced thousands of years saw Emily's provocation, their blood boiled, filled with an urge to kill. Chapter 73, The Forbidden One. Inside the Secret Realm. Emily breathed in the air he had always dreamed of. The rich particles of immortality floated here, the spiritual light of pollen, the sap of ancient trees, even the droplets on the lush green leaves contained a heart-stirring energy. Is this the fragment of the immortal world? Even after 10 eras had passed, under the constant erosion of time, the particles of immortality remained intoxicating. With each breath, the surging rosy light rushed into his nostrils, and the melted flesh quickly grew back in the green glow. At this moment, his immortal body's characteristics were working madly. But the spiritual energy here was unexpectedly pure, almost without the need to filter and condense, it could be absorbed directly. No wonder those old folks outside came rushing like they were chasing after fate. In this kind of environment, even a pig could become a saint. Emily couldn't help but sigh, spreading his arms to absorb the spiritual energy. He knew many prodigies were already searching for opportunities, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry. A little over a month ago, under the destruction sword of the Sword Spirit Elder, his flesh had been severely damaged. Even though his body was repaired, there were still significant injuries. Additionally, the shock from the explosion of the innate treasure almost melted his internal organs. His body had reached its limit. At this time, the dense mist-like spiritual energy swirled around Emily, and within the mist, gentle healing divine light shimmered. Nearby divine particles were being attracted in, the swaying ancient trees shone with green light, accompanied by the hazy mist, raining down brilliant light, along with the humming of the great way, as if it came from afar. Awesome! Emily's flesh radiated rosy light, this power washed over his wounds, and his limbs were filled with surging energy, he felt like he was about to ascend. Fragment of the immortal world. Just a piece left over from 10 eras ago, and the remaining energy is still so impressive. Once again shocked, Emoli was even more certain that his choice to abandon everything to enter was correct and beyond doubt. Outside. When the old folks returned, a disciple was about to step forward to inquire when he suddenly noticed that his ancestor's face was not looking good. Did someone really get in? The elders who hadn't gone were secretly exchanging information. How could that be? 10 eras, spanning tens of thousands of years, no one has been able to do it. How could someone suddenly appear? That outlaw doesn't know what means he used, but he actually found the weakest spot of this world's fairyland fragment hidden realm. Moreover, from the remnants of the explosion, the aura of a congenital treasure can be detected. A congenital treasure? How could he bear to part with it? When the old man heard the 4 words congenital treasure, his pupils were filled with disbelief, one hand pressed against his heart, and his face twisted in painful spasms. A congenital treasure, a treasure born from the chaos of the beginning, not only possesses the laws of the Great Path but also holds supreme power. Strong as they are, these Grand Master leaders have never even seen what a congenital treasure looks like. However, the congenital treasure that exploded seems to be damaged, the congenital laws are faint, and the divine aura does not shine, one leader sighed, full of regret. If the exploded congenital treasure were intact, the power it radiates could tear open a greater space fracture. And they are only a tiny bit short, just a tiny bit. It seems to be a gourd-like object? An ancient monster attempted to glimpse traces amidst the severed flow of time, but the thick mist was too much, he could only faintly see the silhouette of the treasure, resembling something familiar in his memory. Could it be a product of the first immortal vine? Someone realized it, indeed, the first immortal vine is too famous. The first immortal vine, known to the world as the foremost among the 9 spiritual roots. Legend has it that in a certain era, an emperor ventured deep into a desolate forbidden zone, at the end shrouded in chaotic energy, saw the shadow of the first immortal vine, surrounded by 5 colors of light, red, blue, white, black, and green, seemingly swallowing the chaotic light. Therefore, some say that the 5 colors of light represent the 5 supreme laws, or possibly 5 magical treasures. Regarding the first immortal vine, some even say it is the staircase connecting to the fairyland. But regardless of the speculation, it is only guesswork, after all, no one has truly seen the first immortal vine. By the way, has anyone found out who the outlaw who broke into the hidden realm is? An ancient sect master from a distant state lifted the jade-beaded curtain, from her fair fingers and soft voice, it was clear she was a powerful female cultivator. She half leant against the beaded curtain, her beautiful eyes slightly raised, holding a fan woven from a strange branch in her fingertip. I am curious, who has such decisiveness? Even willing to abandon a congenital treasure, I really don't know whether to praise him for being decisive or criticize him for being ignorant. The explosion severed the flow of time, making it impossible to trace the source. Whenever it involves a treasure, there will be a vast mist obscuring the heavenly secrets, making it hard to glimpse. Honestly, they also wanted to find out who did it. That outlaw crossed the bridge but selfishly cut off the way back. That anger. A millennium of cerebral thrombosis is almost going to erupt. Speaking of which, the outlaw has another strange gourd treasure in hand, which actually can slow the repair of the celestial laws. Their sharp eyes wouldn't miss any details. The gourd treasure spewed out black mist, possessing strong corrosiveness. It looks very much like demonic energy, an elder from the ancient sect spoke. Demon, this term is both unfamiliar yet familiar. It is an existence that even the Imperial Orthodox sect does not want to mention, a group of races from hell, deemed demonic by the world. Could it be that this race has risen again? It shouldn't, there is a chasm separating the 2 realms, they can't come over. The ancient sect's masters secretly discussed this matter when suddenly, the divine light of the celestial petals concentrated in the hidden realm erupted with divine brilliance, immeasurable spiritual energy gushing out like a volcanic eruption, and sparkling spirit rain showered across the sky. Someone's path to greatness resonates with the remnants of the fairyland fragment. Accompanied by the exclamations of the disciples outside, in the radiant projection, a prodigy was engulfed in immeasurable divine light, chaotic energy swirling around him, and the mist gathered above his head, pointing to a distant direction filled with grand ancient fairy fate. Wait, that is the celestial being pointing the way, an emperor couldn't help but exclaim. The celestial being pointing the way, a kind of treasure technique inherited from ancient times. To cultivate to the highest level is to break through illusions and directly point to the great path. He is searching for his own destined chance. The more dazzling the divine light of the destined chance, the more it defies the heavens. Which hidden ancient sect disciple is this? How can he possess such incredible powers? Ancient country disciples were astonished, as their master had not been seen since entering the area. There's no rush, the real prodigy hasn't appeared yet. An old man stroked his beard, appearing indifferent. We haven't seen any prodigies from the previous era, 5-crown King Lu Xian hasn't shown up either. Even more terrifying, it is said that a prodigy has been entering the fragment relics since 10 generations ago, quietly, without even stepping onto the questioning Dao platform, yet every time the secret realm opens, his footprints are left behind. So frightening? Someone couldn't help but twitch their lips. Such a person can't be judged by ordinary logic. In the 10 Generations secret realm, the battle for the 10 generations will erupt, all karma and preparations will completely explode. Just wait, the ultimate peak of questioning the Tao will surely give birth to an unparalleled prodigy. Chapter 74, Picking Soft Targets. Within the secret realm of the fairy world. While all the heroes were competing for fairy fate, Emoli was still repairing his broken body. He was inhaling the residual rules of the Great Path, and the fairy path symbols were shining brightly in his flesh and blood, with purple-gold lightning occasionally bursting forth from his breath. It's almost done. Suddenly, Emoli opened his eyes, and golden divine light erupted from his pupils, burning fiercely like the sun. The repair of his broken body had consumed too much time. With the opening of the last era, countless hidden fairy treasures would gush forth, and he needed to join this grand gathering. Putting on the fox mask taken from the ancient city festival and using transformation techniques to change his appearance, at this moment, who would still note he was Emoli? In the land of the primordial beginning. This was a long and ancient stone road, with each stone slab flowing with vibrant fairy essence and mixed with strands of chaotic energy. The road seemed endless, stretching upwards into unknown realms. Emoli walked on the stone road, and waves of pressure came, growing greater the further he walked. Halfway, Missouri saw tens of thousands of beings stopped here. This invisible pressure was like a mountain, blocking the cultivators from climbing higher. Many sat on the stone slabs lamenting. The fairy fate was right in front of them, yet they couldn't grasp it. There were also those whose flesh had been deformed by the pressing pressure but still wanted to climb upwards. The end of the stone road was the true secret realm, and the stone road was just a test for beings. For 10 generations, the mysterious ancient stone road had always been the first major barrier for beings entering the secret realm, at least for those with insufficient foundation. With insufficient foundation, they couldn't participate in the true grand stage of heroes, struggling outside the stone road. I'm not willing. We're just one step away. Fairy fate is so close, why? Tens of thousands of cultivators cried out in despair, unwilling to leave just like that. Before long, Emoli had crossed over 1,000 stone slabs and reached the end. He specifically counted, it was about 2,999 stone steps, if he didn't miscount. Standing at the end of the stone slabs, similar to a dirt slope, he looked back, and the long stone road shimmered with obscure blue light, chaos swirling around, the aura of the Great Path thick. At the end of the road was a colorful world. Wanting to use divine sense to probe the scenery inside, he was rebounded by an invisible force and could only see a blurry scene with his eyes. Many dreamlike bubbles, each bubble is a small world. After realizing what it was, Emoli didn't rush to touch the colorful bubbles. Although the main forces had already entered the bubbles to compete for fairy fate, he still decided to walk back. Huh? Why is that person going back? Cultivators who were stopped halfway saw that Emoli actually was not entering the dreamlike bubbles to compete for opportunities. Instead, he walked back, surprised in his heart. Could it be that he was foolish? They wanted to go up but couldn't. What is that guy doing? They discovered Emoli walking with a strange gait, his feet tapping on the stone path, making crisp sounds. He's lying on the ground. No wait, he's listening with his ears. He's actually digging the stone slab? A group of people stared in shock. Could he possibly think these stone slabs are treasures from the fairies? Or are there hidden treasures buried underneath? Ah, truly another oddball. Emoli's actions attracted a crowd of mockery, drawing attention from the outside world. Another foolish guy, a senior side. Over 10 generations, during nearly every era of the secret realm's opening, there have always been people willing to spend a lot of time on the stone path, trying to comprehend the principles of the Great Way. But without exception, they gained nothing and missed the best timing. When they turned back to enter the colorful world to seize opportunities, everything had already slipped away. On the stone path, mist swirled, and each stone slab seemed to carry a great way, 3,000 paths leading to the same endpoint. But Emoli was certain he had not miscounted. One slab was indeed missing among the 3,000. He suspected whether some fool really dug away the stone path? Otherwise, missing one slab felt very odd. He bent down, knocking on the stone slab with his hand, leaning his ear close to listen to the echo of the Great Way. Very strange, Emoli murmured. These stone slabs not only contained the patterns of the Great Way, but the echoes produced were like some kind of fairy sound. He could feel his hidden injuries recovering within the echoes. In other words, even sitting on the stone path, the higher the position, the better the benefits gained. Forget it, too lazy to think. The reason for studying the stone path was simply pure curiosity. Looking down at the tens of thousands of cultivators below, some relied on the pressure of the stone path to refine their flesh and blood bodies, glowing with a bright sheen, while others, out of boredom, also began to examine the stone slabs beneath their feet. Indeed, during these 10 generations, I'm not the only one who noticed the stone path. Emoli chuckled, abandoning the impractical idea of digging the strange stone path away. He slowly stepped down. With each step on a stone stair, faint celestial sounds echoed. Now, the true talents had entered the colorful world to compete for secret treasures. Those left here were the eliminated weaklings. No one knew what Mo Li intended to do. He walked up to a staircase, coming beside a cultivator. "Hello, friend." The person raised his head in confusion. Mo Li wore a fox mask and his soul aura was strange, making him completely unrecognizable. "Do we know each other?" "Perhaps we do, but that doesn't matter. I just want to say." The corners of Mo Li's mouth curled slightly beneath the mask. "Friend, please go to death." As soon as the words fell, the sword flew coldly, and the man's head followed suit, falling to the ground. Everyone was stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. The Xianyang Holy Land was also dumbfounded. The deceased was one of their disciples. Chapter 75, Targeting the Foundations. No one ever thought that someone would actually kill on the stone path. At least for the past 10 generations, very few had done so. Because it wasn't worth it, the 3,000 stone paths were merely the gateway to fragments of the fairy realm's secret, and the real killing, the real competition, happened in the colorful world. Mo Li seemed to break this unspoken rule. His hand raised and sword descended, burning the opponent to ashes, collecting only a jar of bone ash. His movements were smooth and clean, making the surrounding cultivators twitch at the corners of their mouths. What was the other party doing? Burying the dead after killing? A full-service package? After finishing with the ashes, Mo Li tucked away the grey jar, his smile warm and gentle. "Sorry for showing everyone a bloody scene. Actually, I am a gentle and kind person. Perhaps everyone is curious why I killed him. Deep enmity? Revenge for a wife? No, the reason is..." Before he finished speaking, Mo Li's figure vanished again. Swish. White light flickered, the sharp, directly targeting the enemy's head. Ding. The crisp sound of collision echoed. Turning to the side, Mo Li was engaged in battle with someone. The opponent held a black large umbrella, its surface adorned with brilliant and vast mountains and rivers, with ink-like colors that seemed to flow, mysterious and enchanting. "Who exactly are you? Why are you attacking?" Mo Li didn't answer but ignited his spiritual power, his boundless energy burning like the sun, summoning sword shadows in the void. "Your spiritual treasure is quite interesting, but how much power can it unleash now?" The cultivators lingering on the stone path were under tremendous pressure, a pressure that could override the protection of spiritual treasures. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword shadows surged forth, raining down like droplets of rain. The opponent gritted his teeth, resisting the immense pressure of the stone path while urging his treasure. The umbrella spun, with mountains and rivers flowing, to fend off the fierce attack. He had no idea why his foe was attacking, even abandoning the precious time to enter the colorful world to compete for heavenly fate to commit murder here. Put. In a moment of distraction, Mo Li's sword pierced through from behind, extinguishing life. Ahead, Mo Li formed a hand sign, dispersing the thousands of sword shadows, stepping casually like a stroll, picking up the opponent's red umbrella. "Nice treasure," he said, placing it in his palm and examining it closely. What do you want?" Having killed 2 people without restraint, did he not fear being hunted down by the sect after going outside? Mo Li smiled politely. "Isn't it obvious? I'm slaughtering my enemies." "Actually, you don't need to be so nervous. The only ones I'm targeting are the disciples of the Xianyang Holy Land." Suddenly, Mo Li raised his head, the crimson glow behind his fox mask. "I know you can see me." Outside, celestial petals bloomed, brilliant divine light igniting spiritual power, spreading halos that could glimpse the scene within the secret realm. The elders of the Xianyang Holy Land looked at the unfamiliar man on the stone path, their expressions dark and cloudy. But this is just the beginning. As for the disciples of the Xianyang Holy Land, any who enter the secret realm, I will not spare a single one. Mo Li was indeed quite vengeful. No, this was merely normal humanitarian concern, a regular test for his junior brothers. "Watch closely, elders and peak masters of the Xianyang Holy Land. I won't easily let go just because your disciples are weak." As he spoke, Mo Li's sword shadows wandered. On this stone path, he was the only true god, while everyone else was just a bunch of useless weeds. "Quick! Block him!" The disciples of the Xianyang Holy Land were going crazy. The opponent specifically targeted them, attacking with deadly force. Initially, they were already burdened by immense pressure from the stone path, and now they faced a ruthless hunter. In barely half a stick of incense's time, he had slaughtered dozens of fellow disciples. Being at the end of the saint's power, failing to enter the colorful world in search of destiny left them distressed. Now they faced disaster. What could they do? "Wait. Dao brother, let's talk. I'm willing to leave the Xianyang Holy Land. From now on, I want nothing to do with the Xianyang Holy Land." Seeing Mo Li's eyes turned red with killing intent, unable to resist, someone immediately backed down. "Oh, is that so?" Mo Li's sword hovered just a hair's breadth away from the man's forehead. Seeing it was effective, the man hurriedly said, "I swear an oath to the Tao." "Oath to the Tao?" Emoli smiled faintly. No, I don't need your oath, after all, I'm quite understanding. However, I just need you to do one small thing, and you can be spared from disaster. What is it? You say it, and I'll definitely do it. Compared to death, he'd gladly serve even as a mule or horse. One life for another. Emoli smiled lightly. The meaning is simple: kill the other people of the Xianyan Holy Land, and your life can be saved. But killing fellow disciples of the Xianyan Holy Land, after leaving the secret realm, he couldn't escape from the chase. Just as the opponent hesitated, Emoli didn't hesitate to swing down, crushing the head. Sorry, I can't stand hesitance. After speaking, Emoli's figure disappeared, only the sword shadows kept falling. On this stone path, after screening out the true talents, only the weak are left behind, some even at the body realm, honing their flesh on the stone path. Outside, the people of Xianyan Holy Land look like they have lost their loved ones, their faces showing not a hint of brightness. No way, are all of you from Xianyan Holy Land dead? Old rivals from Diyan Holy Land stand nearby, mocking coldly. The humiliation of Xianyan Holy Land brings them delight. Meanwhile, word spreads that someone is targeting the weak on the stone path. Many sects come to show concern, offering comforting words with great care. You guys from Xianyan Holy Land didn't send all the low-level disciples into the secret realm, did you? A noble lady sitting in a luxurious carriage smirks. Xianyan Holy Land remains silent, their expressions as pale as if they have lost their loved ones. Ah, I guessed it right. After hearing that a secret realm has opened, Xianyan Holy Land did send people to participate, but the first batch only consisted of elites like Qin Yang. However, once they learned it was a fragment of the immortal realm secret realm, Xianyan Holy Land could no longer remain calm. Adding to that, the opening of the secret realm was delayed compared to their expectations, prompting them to send a second batch of people. One Holy Land, over 100,000 cultivators. It can be said that, below the Dao integration realm, there were over 10,000 qualified individuals that had all come. Even though their numbers were insignificant compared to the million cultivators entering the secret realm, targeting the foundational disciples of a single sect for slaughter was still terrifying with that tens of thousands. Seeing their younger disciples about to be slaughtered, the elders of Xianyan Holy Land panicked completely. What can we do? Or should we use secret methods to send our Holy Land elites to hunt them down? Their own roots were about to vanish, tens of thousands, all because of one person. Their Holy Land would directly crack and fracture. That would be horrific. Oh, don't be anxious. This palace can secretly tell you that information can't be sent from outside to inside. Now that the secret realm is closed, life and death are determined by fate. A major sect leader chuckles, enjoying the chaos without any concern. In 10 generations of secret realm openings, what situations have they not seen? When a dog is cornered, it will jump over the wall to slaughter the weak disciples. Therefore, those sects have experience. Most of those entering the secret realm are elites, and those who cannot cross the stone path cannot enter, even if they wanted to. What a pity, this seems to be the first time Xianyan Holy Land is participating in the competition. The Eastern Wilderness, a barren land, lacks knowledge, and can be understood. But it's tragic, as foundational disciples are slaughtered entirely. Really ruthless. Someone furrows their brows, commenting on Emoli. Like cutting cabbage, one sword, one head. Hey, what's that person doing? Unknowingly, the deeds of Emoli, targeting the seeds of the Holy Land for slaughter, spread rapidly in the outside world. In the dazzling light, many within various forces begin to notice Emoli. What's in the jar he's holding? A recently attentive cultivator wonders. Oh, the jar? That's for holding ashes. What? Upon hearing this, many people were stunned. What kind of special niche hobby is this? However, there are also ancient sect masters stroking their beards, still finding Emoli quite to their liking. Not bad, this kid suits my taste, reminiscent of my youth. Since hatred cannot be resolved, why not do it ruthlessly? Back in the day, he also had enemies everywhere. Anyone who was his enemy, regardless of age, he held nothing back. But that kid's hobby is a bit perverse. The women turn into blossoms of blood, exploding in colorful bursts. The men cremate the bodies by burning them. Emoli holds a gray earthen jar, filled with ashes. A jar full of ashes. Starting from the very bottom of the 3,000 stone paths, he continues upward, scattering it all along the way, determined to let every step of the path be dyed with ashes. The perverts of the outside world furrow their brows at the sight. This bizarre hobby is just too twisted. Chapter 76, Morong Shua, Linglong Fruit. After scattering the ashes along this stone path, Emoli once again charges into another stone path. Yes, the stone path leading to the colorful world is not limited to one. Each one holds the younger disciples of Xianyan Holy Land. He needs to spend some time hunting them down. Greetings to you, fellow travelers on this stone road. I only target the disciples of the Xianyan Holy Land, others should not disturb. After walking on the 3,000 stone slabs, Emily noticed that the pressure on him was gradually lessening, and now he walked on it as if it were flat ground. Starting from the top and hunting down, a complete funeral and cremation. The disciples from other sects watched in horror. Who would scatter ashes for fun? Isn't that just bizarre? As they saw their own foundation gradually being annihilated, the elders of the Holy Land wore expressions not of losing loved ones, but of ash-gray despair. Damn it! Who the hell is it? How could someone sink so low as to prey on the weak? The younger generation couldn't withstand even 2 moves against this masked foxman, Emoli. The flash of the sword carried a cold light, and just like that, one person died, straightforward and clean. The elders were left with hearts bleeding. But this wasn't the worst part. The worst was that some disciples, in order to save themselves, really turned their blades toward their fellow brothers, dancing with the devil. Some elders, unwilling to accept it, forced out their essence blood and used their treasured ink, trying to draw the true appearance of the masked man. Ink opens, truth revealed. With a loud shout, the spiritual energy surged like the sea, the floating ink spreading in the air, unfolding a massive scroll. Show. He wanted to depict Emoli's true appearance on the ink scroll and find the true culprit behind this destruction. But at the moment the ink spread out, an unparalleled, vast power descended from the heavens. The elder who cast the spell exploded, dying on the spot. What's going on? At the moment when the vast power descended, everyone from the Xianyang Holy Land felt their hearts tremble. They didn't even have time to understand what happened before their elder was dead. Sigh, your Xianyang Holy Land really knows nothing. An ancient dynasty sighed. What a joke to think you can casually pry into the fragments of the celestial realm. What can we do? They were anxious. If they couldn't track down the true culprit, their younger generation was dying off one after another, almost leading to extinction. Actually, nothing is absolute. What method? An old woman slowly spoke. Some ancient traditions have secret methods to relay messages, but the cost is too great. Unless absolutely necessary, they don't use them lightly. Can you tell us which traditions? No matter the cost, our Xianyang Holy Land can afford it. Compared to the extinction of future generations, they felt there was no cost more tragic than that. But the old woman refused to talk, as if she touched a taboo, fearing it would bring disaster upon herself. Every tradition with such secret methods was, without exception, incredibly profound and powerful, looking down on the Xianyang Holy Land. The Xianyang Holy Land asked around, but everyone was silent, even avoiding it like a plague. Seeing no results, many elders looked ashen. It's over, really over. It was unimaginable, tens of thousands of younger disciples dying. Their Xianyang Holy Land would at least fall into a period of bleak silence for hundreds of years. At least in the next generation, there would be severe fractures, losing the chance to compete. At that moment, from within the purple gold carriage, an extraordinary power burst forth, startling everyone. This power was special. It was neither as domineering as blazing sun nor as tumultuous as waves, but rather an indescribable, natural essence that was profound, wonderful, and spiritual. The ethereal, profound power spread, and the petals of the immortal pathway suddenly shone brightly, overflowing with immeasurable divine light, as immortal runes flickered, seemingly resonating. Who is that? This power? An old monster frowned. Nearly spreading the aura could trigger a resonance with the secret realm. It was simply unbelievable. The Saintess. It's the Saintess. The disciples of the Xianyang Holy Land shouted. Seated in that purple gold treasure carriage is their Saintess of this generation, Morong Shui. Some opened their spiritual awareness, trying to peer into the person in the carriage. But before they could act, their eyes rolled back, their souls suffering severe trauma, becoming bodies without spirits. What is that? An old monster widened his eyes, looking toward the old woman beside the purple gold carriage. This person's breath is restrained, but beneath that restraint lies an unfathomable abyss. A familiar aura. Could it be that lineage has emerged? Or have they found a successor? That lineage refers to the Dao system established by the Linglong Emperor. This Dao system is particularly special, only recruiting women, and has remained silent since the fall of the Linglong Emperor. Some say they are hidden in the river of time, while others say they are waiting for the reincarnation of the Linglong Emperor. But is there really such a thing as reincarnation? Some leaders say it is absolutely impossible. Reincarnation, involving the soul, touches upon the distant and long-standing taboo, samsara. Samsara, an illusory fantasy, whether it exists is worth studying. And the emergence of this lineage, does it signify a horrifying truth? Does chaos really exist? Has the reincarnation of the Linglong Emperor returned? The old geezer lying on the coffin board could not sit still, wanting to investigate. If the speculation is true, this is incredibly astonishing. Humph. The old woman suppressed her voice, intimidating the prying consciousness. At this moment, Morong Shui stepped out from the purple gold chariot, her profound aura lingering around her, a head of snow-white hair, her chilly demeanor resembling a noble celestial maiden from the heavens, her eyes devoid of emotion and ethereal. Is she the reincarnation of the Linglong Emperor? Or perhaps a successor? Could the recent rumors be true that the Xianyang Holy Land has truly encountered the rarely seen 8 apertures Linglong Heart? The Linglong Heart is an extremely rare constitution, even in the vast river of time, it is scarce, even rarer than the Taiyin divine body. The aura and Tao principle she possesses, is that the path of the Linglong Emperor? Some old folk sensed that Morong Shui had already stepped into the Tao integration realm, embarking on her own path. No, it resembles the path of the Linglong Emperor, but is slightly different, it is a brand new road. Someone exclaimed. Anyone who can forge a brand new path is undoubtedly a taboo existence that has stepped beyond the confines of time. Morong Shui, expressionless, looked around and took out a white fruit like snow, pulsating like a heartbeat. The fruit had tiny holes, as if it could breathe, and emitted bursts of white-pink light. That is. It actually is. At the moment the fruit was revealed, those old monsters could no longer sit still, some even opened their coffin boards and instantly transmitted messages. Linglong fruit. The old geezer buried halfway in the ground had eyes glowing like the sun, fixating on the crystal fruit in Morong Shui's hand, even their breathing became hurried. The legend of the Linglong fruit only exists in historical records, but its effects are unparalleled. It is rumored that the growth of the Linglong fruit requires the heart's blood of the Linglong heart as nourishment. In the time of the Linglong Emperor, to combat the decaying forces of time, the Linglong Emperor used heart's blood as nourishment for the Linglong tree's growth, condensing fruits to help loved ones endure the ages. A single Linglong fruit is worth more than a life-renewing elixir. While this may sound exaggerated, it far exceeds holy medicines, enough to allow a withering life to live for another 100 years. That is actually a fruit nurtured during the time of the Linglong Emperor, preserved to this day. The old monster's keen eyes judged the fruit's origin from the emitted Tao principles. Although tens of thousands of years have passed and the energy has dissipated, its effects are beyond doubt. Moreover, there are rumors that consuming a Linglong fruit might even provide a chance to grow a Linglong heart. Though this opportunity is extremely slim, it still causes everyone to flock to it. I have only one request. If this can be done, this Linglong fruit is his. Facing the ravenous gazes flowing with greed, Morong Shui remained extraordinarily calm and said softly. What request? Send the information I need into the secret realm. Chapter 77, War God Hall, Message Delivery. The Xianyang Holy Land rejoices. As long as they can communicate the information inside, if the strong from the colorful world come out to stop them, their roots can be preserved. Is no one willing? Half a stick of incense as time passed, and only greedy gazes increased, yet no one agreed. Morong Shui glanced around, her eyes flickering. Since that's the case, then it's settled. Wait. Just as Morong Shui was about to retract the Linglong fruit, a hoarse voice came from afar. She narrowed her cold eyes, looking at the newcomer. The person's aura was restrained, but the overwhelming blood flames on him could not be hidden. Be careful, this guy is very strong. The guardian beside Morong Shui transmitted mentally. The old man walked through the air, a sinister scar crossed his forehead and half of his head, with one eye completely rolled back. I, the War God Hall, am willing to make this deal. War God Hall? When these 3 words floated in the air, it froze every breath. Everyone thought they had misheard. The War God Hall represents an ancient history, it represents a terrifying existence of the 5 emperors. That history is filled with thick bloodshed, spanning hundreds of thousands of years, and is still unfolding today. A lineage of 5 emperors, such a doctrinal power in history, is truly unique. In the eyes of the world, the War God Hall is a taboo of history, a doctrine that coexists with glory and bloodiness, its power is unquestionable. Girl, state your specific request, to whom, and what content? The scarred old man looked at Morong Shui, his pupils reflecting a thick murderous intent. Morong Shui said nothing, she lightly flicked her delicate finger, and the Linglong fruit flew into the other's hand. The scarred old man was surprised, this girl so easily gave it to him, which was somewhat unexpected. Are you not afraid I will take it and leave directly? He looked at the Linglong fruit in his hand and asked. You won't. Morong Shui said lightly, her tone as cold and certain as ice. Interesting. There's a bit of the Linglong Emperor's shadow. The old man laughed heartily. All right, tell me your request. Morong Shui closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, a mysterious brilliance burst forth. I want to send a message to Qin Yang. As for what message, I will say it personally. As soon as these words fell, everyone was stunned. Qin Yang? Wait, is it the Qin Yang who struck the wild bell before? They all seem to be disciples of the Xianyang Holy Land. Some outer domain disciples seem to have discovered something and suddenly exclaimed, Qin Yang, that prodigy with the ancient sacred body. The one accepted as a disciple by a demigod. As for Morong Shui, she possesses the Linglong heart, inheriting the Emperor's doctrine, which is even more terrifying. These two are actually both from the Xianyang Holy Land? They hadn't paid attention before, but with the name Qin Yang spoken, the world was shocked to realize how strange the Xianyang Holy Land was. A Holy Land actually produced 2 amazing physiques. Could it be that the Xianyang Holy Land is also an imperial lineage? Or has it been rooted here since ancient times? This eastern wilderness is truly bizarre. An elder who had lived for over 1,000 years narrowed his eyes, as if he glimpsed the truth beyond the fog. A barren land, yet it continues to emerge astonishing events. In the previous era, the man who came from the eastern wilderness, the ruined emperor, suppressed an entire generation, claiming the throne with a defiant posture. Now, the fragments of the immortal realm open in the eastern wilderness, and unexpectedly another ancient sacred body appears. 2 eras, the same place, the same kind of defiant physique appearing, unheard of. The reaction caused by the 9 strikes of the wild bell was too great. Every major force was extremely shocked about that man, as he was filled with mystery. Both are ancient sacred bodies. Could it be that Qin Yang is the son of the ruined emperor? A leader of a great teaching seemed to think of something and drew a surprising conjecture. Within the wild bell, is it actually a legacy left for his offspring by the ruined emperor? Many old monsters thought increasingly that it made sense. At that moment, the scarred old man smiled slightly and uttered one word, "Okay." After speaking, he summoned a tattered, blood-stained flag. The flag was unknown in what material it was woven, but the traces of damage on it were particularly conspicuous. Line. That is the 8 Immortals banner. The moment the banner appeared, the old monster who had been watching in the dark could no longer sit still. Their pupils widened, staring at the rising flag in disbelief. The artifact of the previous era is really in your hands. The 8 Immortals banner, its fame has been passed down from the last era to this day. An era and a period are completely different. An era may last only 10,000 years before it fades away. A period, however, spans hundreds of thousands to millions of years, summarizing a civilization in the river of history. In other words, the 8 Immortals banner has survived through countless years, reappearing in this world on this very day. The flag fluttered and rustled. A profound array expanded instantly centered around the banner. Azure light flowed, followed by blood-red divine light and deep purple hues that were as dark as the night. In 8 directions, 8 different clusters of light trembled slightly, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge violently. The beings beneath the array looked up at the scene, and the emanating spiritual pressure felt like a mountain pressing down on their shoulders, causing many to kneel directly. The spiritual light was hazy, and the burning Tao symbols erupted into the void, flames soaring into the sky, illuminating everything. The symbols seemed to resonate, colliding with the remaining Tao in the fragments of the immortal realm, and the ethereal immortal flower cores instantly bloomed, scattering a multitude of glowing rain, with surging spiritual energy and vibrant immortal aura. At the center of the flower cores, a divine light fell upon Morong Shui, like a holy beam from heaven guiding her, as she radiated an otherworldly glow at that moment. Morong Shui lightly touched with her jade fingers, and the immortal light responded with ripples, her thoughts drifting, and her spiritual body was projected into the secret realm. A colorful world, ancient ruins. Morong Shui discovered that she had entered the secret realm in a marvelous form, seemingly like a projection. In the distance was a glacier plateau, covered in vast white snow, with a piercing chill freezing flesh and blood. At that time, the powerful beings outside quickly ignited spiritual energy, using the halo of the immortal petals to see clearly within the colorful world's glacier plateau. In the halo, Morong Shui walked through the flying snow, where frozen corpses lay on the ground, along with flowing blood crystals. She saw that young man, gasping for breath, becoming the only victor in the icy wilderness. He fought desperately, whether against the fallen glacier beasts or the proud talents contending for fate, all were the best proof. Qin Yang. Morong Shui softly called out, her tone like the spring breeze in March, a warm flowing spring in this already cold world. The disciples and elders of the Xianyang Holy Land looked on in disbelief. Morong Shui's coolness was evident. During those years, no one, including Emoli, could even touch her sleeves. Now, this spring-like smile, could it be that the lotus on the snow mountain has bloomed? Gasping, Qin Yang turned around when he heard Morong Shui's voice. At that moment, the snowflakes in the sky became the best witnesses. Swear he barely breathed out, but was interrupted by Morong Shui's words stuck in his throat. She looked at Qin Yang, her eyes filled with affection, and said, "It seems he has entered, you need to be careful." As her words fell, her spiritual body dissipated like the falling snowflakes, vanishing from the glacier. Outside, the Xianyang Holy Land was dumbfounded. They thought the Saintess was calling the talents of the Holy Land to hunt down that fox-masked man to protect their foundation, but unexpectedly, it was just a meeting. More accurately, it felt like intimate whispers between a couple. A delicate fruit. It was just for a word of caution. Even those great sects had not anticipated this. The elders of the Xianyang Holy Land were filled with sorrow, feeling that the foundation of the Holy Land was finished. This time, many top talents entered the secret realm. The Xianyang Holy Land had 7 peaks, and each peak's talented individuals were qualified to enter. There were many talents stronger than Qin Yang's realm, and wasn't it more reliable to send someone who had reached the completion of Unification Realm to hunt down the Fox-Masked Man? Although Qin Yang has recently become famous, his true strength remains uncertain and unproven. Choosing Qin Yang, they still harbored doubts in their hearts. However, what left the Xianyang Holy Land even more astonished was that Morong Shui had no intention of calling Qin Yang to hunt the masked man. Different from the mournful wails of the Xianyang Holy Land, some noticed the he that Morong Shui mentioned. Who is he? Is it the man who slaughtered the foundation of the Holy Land on the stone path? At that moment, the 80 Mortals flag dimmed, as if it had suffered great loss. The scarred old man withdrew the flag and disappeared once more into the sea of people. Morong Shui returned to her original coldness, an ethereal and icy aura forming a barrier that warned others to stay away. Her eyes, through the reflection of the petals, gazed at the man on the stone path who was scattering ashes. Staring at his face, Morong Shui seemed to be trying to see through the illusion and uncover the truth beneath the fox mask. Emily, she murmured to herself. Looking at the other's elegance intertwined with perversion, she could not connect him to the previous Emily. Is this the real you? Although she was uncertain if it was him, Morong Shui had an instinct. A terrifying awareness from a woman. Chapter 78, The Red-Haired Man. Inside the Secret Realm. Emily stopped at the 10th step of a stone path. The pot of ashes was held in his hand, looking toward the red-haired man who was meditating not far away. This guy is extremely strange. Could someone really perceive the great Tao on the stone path? Is he truly defying the heavens? Emily's mouth twitched. Originally, he had just passed by unintentionally, but the other's contained aura made his heart tremble. It was as if the other was a hot furnace, using his physical body as the mold, with his spirit as the kindling, igniting the light of the great Tao. The soul that Emily touched was instantly burned, seeing the vast burning starry sky, with yin and yang and the universe being forged and tempered, as if the world was enveloped. What kind of technique is this? The other was very strong, extremely strong. Emily felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. In a vague sense, he seemed to see the physical body as a furnace, projecting a variety of complicated colors within. Moreover, the stone path on which the man sat resonated with him, the sound of the great Tao echoed within the physical furnace, resonating in the palace of his soul, making him feel like a young emperor, boiling and transforming. In the outside world, the stop Emily made attracted the attention of many. What is he looking at? Someone questioned, that person opposite is not a disciple of the Xianyang Holy Land, right? However, while the disciples were still guessing the origins of the unfamiliar man, the leaders of the great sects remained unusually silent. The pairs of eyes seemed like the radiance of the sun, trying to see through the man's miraculous scene. What a monster, an elder from a hidden sect exclaimed. The rumors are not false, there really is someone who has stepped into the secret realm of the immortal world perfectly every lifetime. His ambition is great, he seems to want to encompass the 3,000 great Taos. Inside the man's physical furnace, thousands of light spheres burned in the great fire, the spirit is kindling, controlling the amount of fire, the blood within sometimes dwindling and sometimes abundant. 3,000 great Taos, once melted together, the path he takes will surpass any previous genius. Even those fallen taboos and the emperors still exploring cannot compare to him. He had never thought someone would do this. Perhaps he had thought about it, but no one had carried it out as thoroughly as he did. Emily marveled, only now did he realize that real monsters do exist, he just had not encountered them, and now he saw a true monster in the literal sense. But he did not wish to cause trouble, planning to scatter the ashes along this stone path before entering the colorful world to compete. However, just as Emily turned and stepped away, his body felt as if it had been frozen, making his scalp tingle. Behind him, the red-haired man opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting the grand light of an entire world, his red hair flying, burning like a great fire. You are strong, why not become a general under me? In this lifetime, I will seize the destiny. Emily felt like he was being watched by a gigantic beast from ancient times, the pressure overwhelming. He slowly turned around, locking eyes with the majestic pupils of the red-haired man. Battle General? Sorry, I don't like being beneath others. On the contrary, I'm more interested in your soul and ashes. Emily's words seemed to anger the other man while successfully sparking his interest. An interesting prey. The red-haired man preferred genius who would resist, it was only in the hunt that his sense of conquest could be satisfied. You too, why not be my battle general? Emily smirked, compared to the red-haired man's aura, he seemed even more enigmatic. He didn't care whether he would anger the other, he just hated feeling like prey. Who is he? He is Emily, a madman who walked out of a mental hospital, acting solely on his instincts, disregarding consequences and any cost. You are very arrogant, the eyes behind that mask are quite unique. The red-haired man gradually stood up, staring directly at Emily. Thank you for the compliment. Saying he was arrogant, saying he was cruel, was like the best praise in the world. Emily remembered the last time he received a similar compliment was at the Xianyang Holy Land, after he stole a kill from Morong Qinghuan and received praise from the old woman who ambushed him. As he spoke, Emily wiped the blade of his sword. This was his first time facing a peer of great talent. Swish! The shadow of the sword flickered, silent yet piercing. Clink. The red-haired man lazily raised his hand, pinching the flying sword that was aimed directly at his forehead. With a strong grip, he broke the flying sword formed from spiritual energy, turning it into scattered specks of light dissipating into the air. There's no need for testing, right? If that's all you have, then you aren't worthy of being my battle general. The red-haired man's eyes blazed like fire, resembling a great sun, as the blood and energy within him boiled continuously. Every character was resonant like a great bell, as if a fierce beast had stepped out from an ancient world. I was underestimated. Emily frowned slightly, appearing helpless. Well then, let's get serious. 10,000 sword technique. Activate. In an instant, sharp icy light erupted from Emily's body. He seemed like a sword, even his eyes transforming into the most primal and purest sharpness. Outside, the colorful reflections in the blossoms left everyone astonished. Is he really a sword cultivator? Especially the sword sect disciples, their expressions contorted as if they had eaten something vile. What did they see in Emily? They saw the heart of the sword. The so-called heart of the sword requires the purest belief in the path of the sword, needing a mind free of distractions. I am the sword is me. Many sword cultivators could not achieve this. But someone like him, who butchered the weak, could cultivate a heart of the sword? Had they gone mad or had the world gone mad? It was simply unbelievable. Emily felt that his talent in the sword path was quite good, and indeed, it was true. From the moment he started practicing the sword path, it had been less than a year, and he had already cultivated a heart of the sword. He was even a half-baked practitioner, not starting from one move to another, but having embarked on the sword path by enslaving Gongsun Shenjian. All in all, it had been only about 6 months. If this reached the ears of talents from the outside world, wouldn't they commit suicide with their swords? And Emily was indeed focused on the sword path. Because in the sword path, killing was neat, it was a very simple idea. As for the heart of the sword, Emily felt having hands was enough. No, to be accurate, as long as his heart was still beating was sufficient. Chapter 79, The Cosmic Sword Body vs. The Divine King's Body. Inside the Secret Realm. Emily knelt on one knee, looking at the red-haired man in front of him, who seemed like a furnace. The other was very strong, the overwhelming pressure of a blazing sun annihilating everything. The power of turning all into swords was simply not enough to harm him. At that moment, the red-haired man's brows furrowed. He doubted whether he had misjudged. Was this man not a monstrous talent? Such a level of swordsmanship was merely child's play. Are you hiding your strength? The red-haired man stepped closer. With each step, the stone path rippled with a wave of Tao, as if heavenly music resonated. Behind him, a vast and limitless scene emerged. It was a vast cosmic starry sky, with thousands of stars, as the Milky Way swept across the darkness. The light is gradually rising. The stars are turning, as if they are unveiling the mist. One by one, the massive celestial bodies suddenly burst forth with brilliant light, illuminating the extraordinary scenery with universal brilliance. After the stars, like the sun rising for the first time, a figure standing at the edge of the heavens slowly emerges. If you only have this strength, then I take back what I said earlier. You are not qualified to be my general. Emily smiled faintly. How about a bet? The red-haired man furrowed his brows. What bet? Give it your all, no matter the cost. The losing side becomes the winning side's general. What do you think? You? It seems you are not even qualified for that. Looking at Emily half kneeling on the ground, the red-haired man coldly said. The simplest exchanges should be evenly matched, but now, with just a move and a half, he is already at a disadvantage. Not qualified? Emily smiled. Sometimes, he feels like a plaything of fate. This year's turmoil, whether through frequent surprises or the people he encounters, has far exceeded the boundaries of the current battle. If speaking of fighting beyond one's level, Emily could say he has gained rich experience. As the words fell, Emily gently clasped the fox mask on his face with one hand, then slowly removed it. The petals of immortal flowers outside shimmered, and many saw the scene. The man behind the fox mask was finally about to reveal his true face. Who exactly is this fierce person who dared to commit acts targeting the roots of slaughter? Morong Shui stared fixedly at the scene illuminated by the petal radiance, hoping her suspicion was wrong. As the mask gradually unveiled, the first to be shocked were the disciples of the Swordgate lineage. They were ecstatic, joy radiating from them like children. Found it. Found it. It's him. Quick. Inform the ancestor. We found him. Indeed, the face beneath the mask was not Emily. It was Gongsun Jianwu. If we talk about who Gongsun Jianwu is, the world does not know him. But if speaking of that earth-shattering sword that split time, cleaving an entire dynasty into canyon shores, then everyone would understand. The Swordgate lineage, aside from entering the secret realm to seek celestial fate and ascend the questioning platform, has one most important goal: to find the origin of the earth-shattering sword.
This concerns the ancient and eternal history of the Sword Gate's inheritance, related to a powerful figure. Within the secret realm, when the fox mask was removed, a vibrant will of the sword spread, the sharp, cold brilliance slicing through the red-haired man's oppressive aura. In his mind, Emoli wearing the Yen Gue mask began to gradually dissolve. I leave it to you, let the world witness the unparalleled, ancient sword body, Taisu sword body. Do not disappoint me, or you will forever lose the chance for revenge, because my side cannot accommodate waste. As Emoli spoke, he laughed foolishly. Previously, after entering the secret realm, he first called for Gongsun Jianwu. For Emoli, Gongsun Jianwu's hatred reached its peak in the dark. I know you hate me, but there's no need to be too obvious with your expression, you need to hide it a little. Emoli taught Gongsun Jianwu how to fight against himself, what timing to act was best. While speaking, he tossed over the fox mask, wear this, go to the stone path, and take some time to eliminate the roots of the Xianyang sacred ground. Afterwards, Emoli controlled Gongsun Jianwu's body to the stone path to slaughter rampantly. Not a single person from the Xianyang sacred ground was spared. As for the main body, after repairing the broken flesh, he first entered the colorful world. Outside, Morong Shui furrowed her brows. Could it be that she was truly mistaken? Looking at the face revealed by the petals, she always felt something was off, but her intuition told her it definitely had to do with Emoli. The head of the Xiao family, Xiaohe Xiao Woyan, shared the same doubts. He had fought with Emoli and knew the peculiarities of the other. But the figure beneath the fox mask was unknown to him. However, he had previously witnessed the act of scattering ashes and bleeding flowers, seeing the shadow of Emoli left behind, that kind of madness that penetrated to the bone. Because he was tricked like this. The memory from more than half a year ago is hard to forget. It seems unreasonable, not entering the colorful world to fight for chances but wasting time on the stone path, but it is indescribably strange. On the stone path, as Emoli's control dissipated, the shackles binding Gongsun Jianwu slowly untied, and the silent sword intent spread through the void. The cold sword light expressed a dark inner self. Devoured by despair, his pursuit of the sword path became extremely simple, no longer about protection, but revenge. Hatred is always one of the best motivators for living beings to move forward. Now, Gongsun Jianwu has lost the smile on his face, leaving only the dark and sharp sword soul. The red-haired man felt Gongsun Jianwu's astonishing change. The before and after comparison was like a rebirth from the ashes. No, to be precise, it seemed like a different person. He noticed that Gongsun Jianwu's gaze was wrong. Before it was a mad scarlet, now it was a plunge into silent darkness. You have the qualifications to be a warrior under my command. The red-haired man laughed loudly. Hunting demons was his interest, and satisfaction surged forth. I advise you to leave, you cannot defeat him. Unexpectedly, Gongsun Jianwu advised. Emoli cast a shadow over Gongsun Jianwu in almost every aspect. He had always been in fear. He thought he couldn't enter the secret realm, but Emoli did come in. Him? The red-haired man raised an eyebrow. He asked me to tell you, if you win, he will be your warrior under command, if you lose, you will be his ghost slave. In the end, Gongsun Jianwu added, like me. Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. Emoli's words made the red-haired man even more curious. He has 10 lifetimes of experience. In this life, he will suppress the geniuses of the world, invincible. He is confident he can defeat all enemies. Let's talk, come on, let me see how strong the so-called him is, the warrior under your command. As soon as the words fell, the extraordinary scene behind him suddenly burst forth with brilliance. The stars moved and rotated, and the figure standing at the end of the heavens suddenly opened its eyes, bursting forth with brilliant divine light. 3,000 stars surrounded the figure, and wherever it stepped, there was an endless universe filled with stars. Such a sight made an old man outside seem to remember something, screaming, that is. It's actually the Divine King body. The Divine King body only exists in history as a peerless talent, a domineering physique that reigns above all. Throughout history, it is even rarer than the Linglong body. Incredible, simply incredible. An elder saw the 2,000 stars surrounding the Divine King body, sighing in awe, his scalp tingling. He is truly going to merge the 3,000 Dao into himself. The Divine King body is already invincible in the world. If 3,000 Daos surround him, then on this path, he will be unmatched in the world. Whether those who have turned to dust or the descendants yet to come, they will all be unfathomable taboo existences. No, his opponent. At the same time, disciples of the Sword Sect, whether elders or the old monsters secretly observing, all waved their hands and spoke nonsense. Tai Su Sword Body. It's actually the Tai Su Sword Body. The supreme physique of the Sword Path. Finally appearing in this life. In the Sword Sect, there is a terrifying legend. Their legendary sword god ancestor, who could slay emperors without being an emperor, was actually just a sword-wielding boy of some taboo. And that taboo is suspected to be the Yi Tai Su sword body. Once this physique appears, the sword path will surely embark on a new brilliance. In the secret realm, Gongsun Jianwu and the red-haired man locked eyes. Suddenly, the battle began. Kill. Kill.
Chapter 80, Who Wins, Who Loses? One side is surrounded by almost 3,000 stars, the other side is the cold, slicing sword light, and the two turned into rainbow light, moving too fast for the naked eye to capture, only visible as flickering light clusters. Divine King Fist. With a roar, the red-haired man's overwhelming blood energy seemed to ignite the sky, the silent star sea illusion illuminated the world, and the Divine King Phantom raised its arm, unleashing supreme pressure that crashed down. Gongsun Jianwu's eyes were pitch black, the heartbeat of his sword heart echoed in the stone path. Behind him, the sword path transformed into waves of sword pools. I have a move, named Sky Connecting. 10,000 swords, return to origin. Unite! As the law stirred within my heart, the sword pools suddenly shattered, the sharp swords suspended in the void felt the call and burst open with a bang. But the shards did not scatter, instead, they gathered continuously, flowing like a small stream, converging into a rushing river of shards, the river carrying immense sword intent. Gongsun's sword dance pinched a seal with one hand, chanting in murmurs. In my name, summon the ancient sword intent, forge the sky-connecting sword. As the words fell, the stone slab road began to tremble, and the 3,000 avenues resonated, new cracks constantly opened in the void, the remnants of sword path insights left here for a century were awakened by Gongsun's sword dance. The shattered sword river, under Gongsun's sword dance's control, slowly condensed, forming a vast sword that spanned the starry sky. The vast sword's aura was overwhelming, its leaked edge enough to tear apart space, creating dark cracks. Many leaders outside twitched their lips at the sight. These two are both young supremes. One attempting to forge the 3,000 avenues, and the other actually able to awaken the remnants of the sword path. If they do not die, it could very well be another taboo in history. Boom! A sword swung out, the divine fist had arrived. In an instant, time stood still, under the white light, the star river exploded, and endless humming echoed in the ears. Who won in the end? Not just the outside, even the disciples on each stone slab road looked toward this duel, their hearts shaken. Is this truly a monster? Soon, as the dust settled, Gongsun's sword dance knelt on one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the red-haired man maintained the same shocking momentum he began with. The sword body lost? Seeing this result, some expressed regret. Both were remarkably gifted, but Gongsun's sword dance's foundation was clearly insufficient. Although the void sword body could contend with the red-haired man's path through ancient sword intent, still, the 10 generations foundation was exceptionally thick. You lost, the red-haired man looked at Gongsun's sword dance, said indifferently. Your foundation is far inferior to mine, and your path is still not formed. The red-haired man now was almost surrounded by 3,000 stars, just needing the last fusion to refine, he could infuse it all and achieve eternity. No, you lost. Gongsun's sword dance wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, taking a deep breath. Emoli told him that if he lost, he would be of no value. He firmly believed that Emoli would certainly erase him completely. If he were to die, he would kill Emoli first before dying. If that last move was your limit, or close to your limit, then in this battle, you lost. Gongsun's sword dance tore off the cloth binding a divine sword behind him. At this moment, he understood that ordinary means could no longer defeat the red-haired man. I have said before, regardless of methods, no matter the cost. If you can survive. At this point, Gongsun's sword dance smiled, hope you can survive. He wrapped the divine sword's cloth around his hand, inserting the sword into the stone slab road, his whole aura surged out fiercely, without holding back. Once, someone had demonstrated the supreme sword for him with their life. That sword was called Emperor Slaying. He could never forget, never forget. This sword, its realm could not be manifested without reaching it, but he was the void sword body, the strongest physique of the sword path. Now, he would inherit and absorb, carrying his master's will, and launch a sword that cuts through time once again. Opposite, the red-haired man for the first time in 10 generations felt death dancing anxiously in his heartstrings. The condensed sword intent had already surpassed the bounds of the secular, a sublime transcendence compared to the chaotic sword intent before. He wanted to interrupt Gongsun's sword dance's casting, but the sword intent had formed a circle surrounding him, trapping him within, creating a forbidden predicament. This move Emoli had tried before, even the phantom and reality switch of the ghost-eyed pupil could not escape out. After all, the ancient sword intent pierced through Emoli's blood-red space. The red-haired man's expression was serious, he finally understood what that mysterious he meant when he spoke of means. Such transcendent sword intent, completely not the path of Gongsun Jianwu himself, to be precise, it was that divine sword in his hand. Lose? Absolutely impossible. My divine king body will suppress all enemies in the world. The danger of death made his heart start to beat excitedly, as if the blood in his veins was boiling like a furnace, the crimson mist from his nostrils spread, and his flesh trembled violently, like the sound of thunder rumbling. All at once, the sound of massive heartbeats echoed, as the red-haired man forced the golden blood from his heart, merging it into the shadows in the heavens above. In an instant, the shadow burst forth with vibrant light, its body no longer dim but radiating rings of divine brilliance. The true form of the divine king. Descend. The red-haired man's veins bulged, his body gradually melting into the grand figure that stood between heaven and earth. Of course, he knew this was not enough. As he spoke, he took out a porcelain bottle, and when the dazzling golden blood inside was swallowed, in an instant, the grand true form of the Divine King opened its eyes, standing proudly against the heavens. Outside, many families and sects widened their eyes. That earth-shattering sword, it really is him. The sword intent of the Dacian dynasty stirred many old monsters inside their coffins, they were moved by this power. If they saw Gongsun Jianwu use the same means again, they could almost conclude that this person before them had much to do with the previous world-shaking sword. At the same time, the red-haired man's means astonished the old folks. That drop of golden blood, if not mistaken, was the true blood of some ancient supreme Divine King body. Merging it into the true form of the Divine King was akin to the return of an ancient Divine King to the world. Such means had long surpassed the limits of the unification realm. Inside the secret realm, the vast and ancient sword intent slowly rose, that eternal breath carried the traces of time, as the miraculous sight of the Divine King was constantly torn apart. Bang! Suddenly, the void was like chaos opening for the first time, the dark clouds of the sky formed a whirlpool, an empty sword eye, above the sword eye, one could glimpse the brilliant starry river, beneath the sword eye, the suspended immortal sword formed, pointing directly at the Divine King body. This sword is called, Slaying the Emperor. Gongsun Jianwu slowly began to speak. At that moment, the red-haired man went crazy. The instant the starry sky opened, it was the whisper of death in his ear. Not enough. Not enough. Far from enough. The red-haired man roared, the path he comprehended was madly refining, his blood burned like flames, hair flying back, a peculiar and indescribable mystery exploded in his heart. It was like a door, just a step away from fully passing through. Suddenly, the immortal sword condensed into form, and the oppressive force reached its peak. My Divine King body will suppress all enemies in the world. The limit of oppression was the eruption of potential. The red-haired man was filled with divine light, and he stepped through that door in the most extreme crisis. What came next was another sublimation of the Divine King body. That grand true form of the Divine King opened a heavenly eye from the center of its forehead, the Divine King eye. Kill. The red-haired man soared to the sky, his belief was enough to suppress everything. Boom. The last moment that his gaze lingered was the Divine King true form standing against the heavens, aiming to suppress the Xiantian immortal sword. Crack crack cracked. The manifestation of the immortal path petals appeared to be problematic, as if unable to reflect the grand battle scene. What's going on? Who won in the end? The scene that even the immortal path petals struggle to manifest is simply. They could no longer express the splendor of the battle in words. The two were truly peerless monsters of the age, one capable of executing earth-shattering means, the other breaking limits under pressure. Their strength was enough to rival that of the young emperor. 2 hours later. When time was reshaped, the shattered space was mended under the rules of the secret realm, the immortal path petals manifested once again. Who won in the end? Everyone craned their necks, eager to know the victor. But in the image, besides a ground full of blood and the unstable space, there was nothing else. There is nothing else. The red-haired man and Gongsun Jianwu seemed to have left, entering into the colorful world. Chapter 81, The People of the Mo family. In the colorful world. The blue waves of a clear sea, Emily sits cross-legged on a lotus leaf in the water, surrounded by vibrant green life, the yin and yang divine treasure hidden within is rotating and absorbing. This is a small world that has long been exhausted, or rather, the most valuable blue sky green lotus inside was taken away many eras ago. Now, this small world is filled with a dim atmosphere, the light emitted from the colorful bubbles is not strong. A colorful bubble represents a small world, the stronger the fierce divine light it emits, the more extraordinary the treasures inside. Emily chose this place because he knew some information in advance. Although the wheels of fate are turning and the trajectory is changing, there are still some things he is certain have not changed. For example, in this moment, the green lotus seed rooted and growing inside the yin and yang divine treasure. When the lotus flower blooms, it withers, the green lotus transforms into a lotus pod, and every seed stored within contains terrifying power. And this seed inside Emily's body is a remnant from an era when the proud ones fought for the lotus pod. He has searched for it for a very long time. Of course, the result did not disappoint. When the green lotus seed was swallowed into his body, it took root in the yin and yang divine treasure, absorbing the nourishment of yin and yang energy. The yin and yang divine treasure is already one of the sources of his power. Now Emily attempts to use the yin and yang power again and discovers that it also contains a vast essence of life. For this reason, he develops an idea. So he sits cross-legged, circulating the Xian Huangwood skill. This skill was exchanged a year ago at Xianyang Holy Land, at Xianling Peak to protect Xinyang. Why choose it, instead of other powerful life-saving treasures? It is for today. 1 year later, today. The Xian Huangwood skill, a relatively ordinary defensive and recovery skill of wood elemental energy. In the early stages, it can make the skin as hard as wood, with vibrant life energy, and accelerate the healing of wounds. In the mid-stage, it speeds up the operation of spiritual veins, forming a special microcirculation. In the later stages, it forms spirals of spiritual energy within the body, the life force surging like the sea. In the spiritual sea realm, it was still useful to him, but as his realm increased, the speed of recovery from injuries fell far behind the damage caused by opponents. Then it was put aside. But this seemingly ordinary skill shines with a different brilliance in Qin Yang's hands. One of the 9 spiritual roots, based on the growth of spiritual root networks for the operation of spiritual energy, integrating the mysteries of the skill, giving birth to a brand new operational trajectory. It can be said that to revive this skill, what is needed is a wonderful treasure to assist. And Emoli, at this moment, is holding the key to open the door. At this time, he is operating the Xian Huang with skill, his breath resonating with the green lotus seed rooted within the divine treasure. The seed grows rapidly, using Emoli's flesh and blood as the water body to take root, massive roots resembling blood vessels connecting to the azure sea. Behind him, the bright moon rises, a fantastic scene appears. Above the azure sea, a green lotus opens on the water surface, growing vigorously, a massive life force spreads, and in the distance, yin and yang energy entwines and rises. With a rustling sound, the blue sky green lotus sways its petals, scattering brilliant, sparkling light rain, instantly filling the mist, converging yin and yang. At this moment, Emoli seizes the opportunity, his body roaring as he operates the spiritual energy. The illusory green lotus taking root provides him with the best path. He just needs to break through the obstructing barriers to create a powerful skill. Break! With a command, the flesh and blood within him shone with a crystalline luster, and the obstructed paths were instantly cleared, linking together in a way far more numerous and complex than before. Like blood vessels supplying energy, the colossal life force serves as the nourishing transportation, capable of rapidly absorbing external spiritual energy, while also providing mutual sustenance. At that time, the stunning light halo behind Emoli blossomed. Under the bright moon, the azure sky lotus on the sea swayed and grew, dropping more brilliant light rain, shrouded in a hazy mist, faintly containing the nourishing power of yin and yang. Hu. Emoli exhaled a breath of turbid air, once again maintaining the Xian Huangwu technique, now in a completely new state. He felt as if his life had been sublimated, with an endless source of azure lotus life force being provided. As long as there was a drop of blood left, he could recover. But it seemed far more than that simple. He discovered the intertwined yin and yang energies within the mist, faintly undergoing some kind of transformation, but the time was too short for him to comprehend. This current state is already enough. He squeezed his powerfully surging fist. For the method of defense and recovery, he had the sublimated Xian Huangwu technique. Perhaps Emoli wanted to change its name to Xian Qingdaozang, a technique relying on roots planted in the 6th divine storehouse. For the body movement technique, he had floating cloud shadow, which he understood deeply, having used it countless times in desperate situations, already reaching perfection. The method of saints is truly wondrous. He couldn't help but exclaim. With deeper exploration, he found that floating cloud shadow had even broader space for improvement. Then, only the offensive treasures remained. His currently strongest offensive secret technique, besides the ghost eye, was only left with sword techniques. And when he was still at the top, the techniques he cultivated from the Xianyang Holy Land naturally could not cope with the current chaos of monstrous beings. It was clear that his methods of attacking were insufficient. What a headache! Unable to kill his enemies quickly, this troubled him. If only my Mo family bloodline awakened, it should be able to derive several powerful treasure techniques. What a pity! He suddenly thought of his bloodline, the bloodline of the Mo family in Zhengzhou. Such a top-tier lineage, especially the power of the family, places great value on bloodlines. And the treasure techniques derived from bloodlines are completely no worse than some ancient secrets. Offensive treasure techniques. Emoli rubbed his forehead. He currently couldn't think of any good treasure techniques, and even if he did, he couldn't obtain them. But since I can't get it, let's change my thinking. Emoli smiled lightly and stepped out of this colorful little world of azure sea and blue sky. After a bit of searching, he entered a desolate wilderness. Such a large place, it's a bit difficult. Looking at the boundless desert, Emoli's mouth twitched. Here, buried a fragment, a mysterious object from ancient times, reincarnation disc. He vaguely remembered that this fragment was picked up by some lucky guy, but who picked it up, he didn't know. Where it was found, he also didn't know. Just then, a figure walked out from the wind and sand. At that moment, the two exchanged glances. Entering the colorful world was nothing but to compete for treasures. Fighting was inevitable. Are you also a descendant of the Mo family? The man opposite spoke. The lotus pattern on his forehead was particularly obvious. Also? Emoli, wearing a ghostly mask, found this word amusing. But upon deeper understanding, he realized that a certain resonance was drawing them together. However, Emoli didn't pay attention to this but cast a glance at the mottled fragment in the other's hand. Indeed, coming early is not as good as coming by chance. Unexpected events often arise so suddenly, he thought he would have to search aimlessly for a long time, but unexpectedly, today was a lucky day for Emoli.
What's wrong? Are you interested in the thing in my hand? The man raised an eyebrow and looked at Emoli.
Emoli wore a ghostly mask, his spirit and breath were unique, making it impossible for the man to determine exactly which branch of the family he belonged to.
Guess?
He came precisely for this. He didn't expect that the lucky one would actually be a person from the Emo family in Zhengzhou.
Who on earth are you?
The man furrowed his brows. He knew all the talents of the Emo family who entered this secret realm in this generation, but he couldn't see through this guy at all.
But the resonance of their bloodline was undeniable.
Emoli did not respond to his words but instead chuckled. For the sake of being from the same clan,
I might just leave. But I have no kinship. Chapter 82, The Dead, 1.
As the words fell, the pupils of the ghostly mask flashed crimson, and a blood-red space enveloped him, his figure drifting between the void and reality. Facing the attack from Emoli, the man merely furrowed his brow.
The attack was ordinary, he didn't even have the desire to fight back.
But suddenly, his heart spasmed violently as a knife with ghostly eyes pierced through his chest, breaking through the skin on his front from his back.
This.
He didn't even have time to react. Emoli's appearance was like a ghost, even his consciousness couldn't capture it. Pulling out the blood-dripping blade, Emoli kicked the opponent down, licking the blood from the sharp tip, wanting to taste the flavor of the noble bloodline of the Emo family disciple. But at that moment, the fallen corpse shone brightly, transforming into a wooden puppet before Emoli's eyes.
Oh? A substitute technique? Emoli was astonished. The opponent even had such a marvelous treasure to save his life.
In the endless yellow sand, the Emo family disciple gradually came back to his senses from the previous terror. He, Emo Qianxiu, prided himself on being one of the best among the younger generation. Even top talents could be easily dealt with. However, just a moment ago, he didn't even know how he died. Supporting himself with one hand on the yellow sand, Emo Qianxiu slowly stood up, but the terror deep within his pupils had not yet receded.
Who exactly are you?
Emo Qianxiu was fully alert, his consciousness gathering to the maximum, not even willing to let the slightest movement in the swirling sand go unnoticed. Emoli stuck out his tongue, licking the blood left on the blade, as if savoring a delicious wine, smiling kindly, his expression enchanting.
Oh.
Then, the kindness and enchantment behind Emoli's mask turned into another surprise. Feeling surprise twice in a row from the same person was something he had never experienced before.
The blood in your body. Emoli shook his head, seeming to reminisce, then spat out 4 words, very beneficial.
He discovered that the opponent's blood actually made his flesh and blood cells rejoice. As if he had found the purest essence, merging it into his body. Emoli accurately found the source of the flesh's excitement, that power of bloodline he had never unlocked.
Could it be? Consuming the opponent's blood can activate my half-dead bloodline?
Emoli speculated, a glint of delight appearing in his crimson pupils.
If so, then things would get interesting.
Looking again at Emo Qianxiu, the bloodthirsty Hugh now held a teasing sense of hunting. At that moment, the yellow sand swirled all around, obscuring the vision. Clearly, the two were separated by a sand dune, yet Mo Qianxiu did not dare let his guard down at all.
The opponent was too strange, an alarm rang loudly in his heart. Hey! Let me ask you a question. Emoli suddenly spoke. Are you really from the Emo family? The Zhengzhou Emo family?
He wanted to confirm once again, to verify that the source which made his blood rejoice was from the Emo family's bloodline.
Emo Qianxiu, what do you want to say? Nothing, just asking.
As soon as his words fell, Emoli's figure suddenly disappeared amidst the flying yellow sand. Floating cloud's shadow, Emoli had mastered this technique. Even in such a desert, he could move quickly without disturbing the trajectory of the sand and dust.
Damn it!
Emo Qianxiu gritted his teeth, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy rose up, the petals on his forehead dyed with a brilliant red, a total of 6 petals shone vividly under the sunshine. In an instant, Emo Qianxiu seemed to transform into a different person, an indescribable momentum surrounded him, like a god looking down, his gaze sharp and boundless.
Ding!
Emo Qianxiu raised his hand to repel the spiritual sword that attacked from behind, his consciousness vigilantly scanning everything within 100 miles.
Found you!
Emo Qianxiu's expression stiffened. In that fleeting moment, he detected the fluctuations of Emoli traversing space, and it was this instant that presented him with an opportunity.
Heaven's lock! Chase!
With a raise of his hand, golden chains resembling tentacles emerged from under the yellow sand, piercing through the barriers of the void, pursuing the fleeing enemy.
I got you.
Emo Qianxiu was overjoyed, about to pull the other person out of the void, but his hand froze in place, unable to move. Behind him, in the same position, the same angle, the unchanged person, with the ghostly eye of the ghost knife, stabbed into his heart. The ghostly eye on the knife handle turned, greedily absorbing the other's blood, the bright red patterns on the blade becoming more and more dazzling. This knife had once been used when fighting against Gongsun Shenzhen. Back then, in order to cut through the flesh and blood of a supreme being, Emoli had no choice but to use his own blood as a feast for the ghost knife. But now, facing just a peak, return to unity, guy, the pressure was much less. He didn't even need to sacrifice his own blood, just consuming his opponent's blood was enough to make the ghost knife work. Sorry, you haven't caught me yet. Emoli, wearing the Yen Gue mask, spoke in a teasing tone. Honestly, you are the first true peerless talent I challenge, but how should I say this, you're still too weak. The God King body didn't count because that was just Emoli's soul manipulation, not his true self. And this time, in a battle with his real body, he ended up killing a fellow clan disciple first. He couldn't help but marvel at the fascinating and interesting nature of fate. Before, whether facing Gongsun Shenzhen or the Sword Spirit Elder, these old foxes who had lived for thousands of years had sharp eyes and could judge his strange dual pupils with just one move. Especially the Sword Spirit Elder, who saw that he possessed the special ability to manipulate soul spirits. One could only say that old monsters would ultimately remain old monsters, the young were still too tender. The ghost knife was stabbed in the heart but did not immediately cause death. On the contrary, the knife's ability to paralyze the nerves and soul could immediately trigger, and Mo Qianqiu sensed the gradual weakening of his strength and the fatigue of his soul. He realized it was over. Mo Qianqiu wanted to break free, but it was futile. But what terrified him more was that the ghost knife stabbed in his heart was continuously extracting his vital blood, and the six-petal auspicious flower on his forehead was gradually losing its luster as his blood dried up. This knife. It could actually absorb bloodline power. Mo Qianqiu panicked. The Mo family's bloodline was sacred and noble, it was great, and absolutely could not be absorbed. No. In his dazed sensing, he realized the source of the ghost knife was connected to the Emoli behind him. To be precise, it was Emoli who was devouring the bloodline. Who exactly are you? This was the third time Mo Qianqiu asked. To devour the Mo family bloodline, even if he searched through the ancient books of the clan, it was impossible. Who am I? Emoli smiled. Sometimes I don't even understand who I am. There's always another voice in my head telling me to put down the butcher knife and withdraw the killing intent. Perhaps, I could be a good person, or maybe a demon. As he spoke, Emoli slowly took off the Yen Gue mask on his face. It's you. It's actually you. Mo Qianqiu felt as if he had seen an unbelievable sight, his pupils widening in shock. Emoli. Seeing Mo Qianqiu's astonished pupils, Emoli frowned. Are you surprised to see me? He keenly sensed Mo Qianqiu's unusual reaction and immediately stopped the ghost knife's absorption of blood. I feel like you have a lot of information I want to know. I ask, you answer. If I'm satisfied, out of consideration for our clan, maybe I will let you go. Mo Qianqiu replied, why should I trust you? Upon hearing this, Emoli smiled savagely, his hand suddenly piercing into the side of his opponent's abdomen, grabbing the kidney inside and crushing it. Listen, I don't need you to trust me. You're not the only Mo family disciple who entered here, understand? Emoli had always hated bargaining, especially with fools who couldn't see the situation clearly. Mo Qianqiu's face twisted in pain, cold sweat dripping down. Now, being like fish on a cutting board, at the mercy of others, he had no choice. What do you want to know? Emoli smiled kindly, patted his cramped face, and spoke gently, that's more like it. First question, why were you surprised at my appearance? No, not surprised. It should be said, it's unbelievable. Logically, the matter of the Vermilion Bird ancient city should have spread to the central state, and his name should be known, but even if it appeared, it shouldn't be with that kind of expression. Mo Qianqiu, because, you are already dead. Dead? Emoli felt it was ridiculous. If he was dead, then who was standing here? What do you mean? Mo Qianqiu, your soul lamp in the clan has long been extinguished. So? Emoli guessed it might have gone out when he crossed over and devoured the remaining soul of the original body. But there was a strange contradiction. Logically, the original owner was the top of Shenyang Holy Land and had a soul lamp, but when he devoured the remaining soul, the soul lamp of Shenyang Holy Land was still burning. Wait. Suddenly, Emoli noticed what the other said. Long been extinguished? Exactly when? Mo Qianqiu thought for a moment and said a number that made Emoli's scalp tingle. More than 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago? Emoli himself found it unbelievable. His thoughts were in chaos, needing to be sorted out. More than 10 years ago, he died. No, it should be said the original owner died, and the soul lamp went out. Then who is the Emoli of Shenyang Holy Land? After all, the blood of the Mo family inside his body cannot be faked. He began to recall the original owner's soul memory, only some fragmented images, flashing scene by scene like a movie. The awakening ritual failed, life was dim, bullied by family disciples, went out seeking fate, arrived at the eastern wasteland, became the top of Shenyang Holy Land. A normal path, but something felt wrong. Once, based on the heavily broken memory of the original owner, when chatting about life with Shaobao, he said. At that time, I didn't believe in fate. I thought even without relying on the Mo family bloodline, I could walk my own path. So, I left the central state. I heard those desperate forbidden zones had heaven-defying treasures, and I went alone. But reality proved, I was wrong. I luckily survived, but I was already seriously injured. Emily said this at the time, basically accurate. These words were described from memory fragments, but exactly what happened, he couldn't grasp the details. If he really died more than 10 years ago, then it must have been during the time he left the Mo family. And during this time, Emily had a complete blank. How did I die? Or where did I die? Emily knew, for a big family like the Mo clan, even if a disciple died, they could reflect the death scene from the last moment the soul lamp extinguished. Mo Qianqiu, only know that you entered the range of a forbidden land and died inside. The death scene was interfered with by the forbidden land's rules and could not be seen. Which forbidden land? Mo Qianqiu paused, then spoke a place Emily never imagined. Nining burial ground. Here comes the twist, afraid you might overlook the details, let me explain. Those words in 1 appeared in chapter 12. Emily told his experience to gain trust. Nining burial ground, this place was also mentioned in chapter 7, the Black Shop. There was some description, just in case you missed it. Then about the Mo family, since Emily's bloodline hadn't awakened, he was considered a useless one in the clan. Even if something happened, he wasn't worth caring about, so the Mo clan never looked for him. But there is a contradiction. During the Vermilion Bird Ancient City incident, the Xiao family once verified with the central state. As for why they didn't say Emily was already dead, this contradiction will be explained in the next chapter. Chapter 84, To Emily's Nining burial ground? Hearing this life-forbidden place, Emily subconsciously froze. Because in Vermilion Bird Ancient City, he once heard of this name from a black-hearted shopkeeper. He heard that it was the final resting place of all living things, and some said it was the place to start life anew. But there's still a contradiction. If the original owner really died, then it's not worth being so surprised. After all, Emily was just a waste who hadn't even awakened his family bloodline. Dead is dead, nothing to be mourned. Then what? What happened after entering the Forbidden Land? Emily reached his hand into the other kidney, gently inquiring. Mo Qianqiu felt his kidneys being softly stroked, gradually tightening. Your soul lamp has gone out, but a year ago, it suddenly reignited. What? When did you say? Mo Qianqiu, a year ago. Listening to Mo Qianqiu's certain tone, Emily's thoughts became disordered again. In the original Emily, after leaving the Mo family, something strange must have happened, and these events were now a blank period he couldn't capture. The soul lamp reigniting might imply a possible explanation. A bizarre place like the Forbidden Zone not only blocks vitality, but is also the Nining burial ground, a place where the dead are buried, so it makes sense for the soul lamp to go out. So, in that case, piecing together the memories could lead to a dusty past. The original owner's bloodline ritual awakened unsuccessfully, unwilling to fall into obscurity in the glorious world, so they took a risk and entered the Forbidden Zone searching for opportunities. But it was unknown what bizarre events occurred in the secret realm that caused the soul lamp of the Mo family in Zhongzhou to extinguish. Until a year ago, the soul lamp reignited. But a year ago was precisely when Emily arrived in this world. It seems everything makes sense, but upon careful thought, there are countless flaws filled with the bizarre. At this moment, Emily came before Mo Qianqiu, who had lost much blood to the ghostly knife, his face withered like a skeleton. But Emily didn't mind. Instead, he lifted Mo Qianqiu's chin with his left hand and gently stroked his dry face with his right hand, a smile on his lips, tender like a lover. I feel like you're hiding something from me. Did you say that yourself? Or should I search your soul? Searching the soul means peering into the other's mental world. The process is like stirring a knife inside their head, causing an irreparable wound to the divine palace. Of course, I know your spiritual soul has restrictions, but I am quite knowledgeable about spirits. Even if I can't break the restrictions, shattering the divine palace and capturing some residual fragments is still possible. Emily smiled, kind-hearted and amiable. Breaking the divine palace means the soul disperses, left at the mercy of others. Of course, his current situation was also quite similar. Mo Qianqiu's mouth twitched. If I tell you, are you sure you will let me go? Emily smiled charmingly, squeezing the chin, and Mo Qianqiu's entire jaw instantly shattered, crackling fragments seeping out little by little. Say it again, you don't have the qualifications to bargain. Alright, I'll say it. Mo Qianqiu looked at Emily, his eyes filled with both hatred and a fleeting hint of confusion. Before you truly stepped into the Nining burial ground, you were already dead. Dead beyond any hope of revival. Emily, how do you know? Suddenly, Mo Qianqiu smiled strangely, because you were killed by me. I watched you take your last breath with my own eyes and personally cut off your head, right in the forbidden area of Heavenly Burial City.
To prevent you from being revived with some strange treasure, I specifically guarded your corpse for 3 days until news came from the family about your soul lamp extinguishing, then I erased all traces and left. Upon hearing this, Emoli furrowed his brows slightly, a mix of surprise and relief. If that's the case, the initial shock of the other party could be fully explained. A person killed by one's own hand comes back to life, glaring back in front of them, is simply impossible. But then again, this whole matter seemed to gradually become more bizarre. If the Emoli from Zhengzhou died over a decade ago, then who is this Emoli from Xianyang Sacred Land? Could it be that there are truly 2 Emolis? But the problem is, he indeed captured the original owner's fragmented memories, and there is only one person in possession of the Emo family bloodline named Emoli. Chapter 85, The Truth or the Mystery? What on earth is going on? Emoli realized he had a gigantic problem. Firstly, coming back from the dead. Secondly, the soul lamp of the original owner miraculously lights up after he devours it. Thirdly, he is unable to cultivate the divine palace. Thinking of this, Emoli's eyes sharpened again. Yes, about the question of my own soul. He once asked the guardian Emo Shang if the other could see the souls of the deceased floating after death. But Emo Shang was silent on this, only saying, "You will understand, but not now." Emo Shang rarely played the riddle. When will that be? When you get to Zhengzhou, when you return to the Emo family. Zhengzhou, Emo family? At that time, Emoli suspected this was due to the bloodline of the Emo family, that he could see the drifting souls of the deceased, because he and Emo Shang shared a common trait, both had the blood of the Emo family. But now, with a third person from the Emo family appearing, he needed to verify this matter. Thus, Emoli's figure disappeared in the yellow sand, and just half a second later, he was holding a yellow poison scorpion, a low-level spirit beast of the desert. Pay close attention to this scorpion. As he spoke, Emoli suddenly crushed the flesh of the scorpion, and green blood splattered everywhere. Did you see anything special? Emo Qianqiu was puzzled, asking, green blood? Obviously, this answer was not what Emoli wanted. So he released another desert worm. This worm had the strength of the God Palace realm, and possessed a soul. Use your bloodline power. Emoli commanded. Although Emo Qianqiu didn't know what Emoli was planning, he couldn't hesitate now. After all, a moment's hesitation could cause his own organs to burst. In an instant, Emo Qianqiu activated his weak bloodline power, and only 2 petals bloomed on his forehead. Swish! The spirit sword flashed, and the worm was split in 2. Did you see anything special? Blood? Blue blood? Emo Qianqiu was also uncertain. After all, that was all he saw. From then on, Emoli closed his eyes, his crimson pupils shut tight. He confirmed that the other could not see. Could not see the souls floating after life. Why? Why? Emoli felt an odd sensation surrounding him. Opening his eyes again, the flying yellow sand was still hazy. Second question. Emoli fixed his gaze on the other's eyes. In the Emo family, is there a person named Emo Shang? Emo Shang? Emo Qianqiu looked puzzled, as if recalling, and after half an hour, he uttered 3 words, not clear. The Emo family had thousands of descendants over several generations. Unless someone was part of the family lineage or a standout, who would know? Emoli, then let me ask another question. Has the Emo family arranged a guardian for me? Upon hearing this question, Emo Qianqiu looked at him as if he were a fool, unable to help but laugh. A guardian? If you had a guardian behind you, could I still kill you during the heavenly burial city? Ridiculous. Alright. As he spoke, Emoli stood up and looked at the vast expanse of yellow sand, dust swirling, like countless fine particles, or like a woven dream. At this moment, he even doubted whether he was truly crazy, losing his sanity. Or perhaps, all of this was just a delusion of a mentally ill person before death. If the guardian Emo Shang is fake, then what in this world is real? Seeing Emoli laugh, a wild laugh like a madman, Emo Qianqiu felt extremely strange. Suddenly, Emoli covered his face with one hand, turned around, and stared eerily at Emo Qianqiu. Third question, also the last question, why did you kill me back then? Emo Qianqiu was frightened, his face pale, already bloodless, now bearing even more frost. B. Because of the secret treasure on you. The 7th sequence had its eyes on your treasure, believing a waste did not deserve such a precious item. Although the family advocates competition, assassinations are strictly prohibited, so we had to act in a place where time cannot turn back. Is that all? Emoli curled his lips in a smile. That so-called 7th sequence didn't even erase you completely. It's a miracle that you're alive until now. I left a backup. Once I die, his actions will also be exposed because the fights within the family are particularly fierce. Emo Qianqiu said. Oh, didn't expect you to be quite clever. Emoli patted the other's withered cheek. He casually pulled out the ice flame ghost blade that pierced the heart. Alright, you can go now.
I said I would consider letting you off, and I keep my word. Mo Qianqiu knelt in the sand, unable to believe that the other party would really let him go. Of course, while I'm still considering, although I value honesty, I'm also unpredictable. Mo Li believed that he still had good character. Aside from being gentle and kind, the greatest virtue is honesty. Back in the Zhuque ancient city, he promised old Master Xiao that he would let Shaobao go once he got the divine pill. In the end, he fulfilled his promise. Shaobao could survive to this day entirely thanks to his virtuous honesty. In almost an instant, Mo Qianqiu dragged his broken body and turned into a flying rainbow of light, fleeing away. He wanted to leave this place, anywhere would do, as long as it was away from Mo Li. This guy is too eerie. Moreover, he realized a huge problem. This Mo Li in front of him seemed to have forgotten what happened before, not knowing who killed him. Could it be amnesia? Or did something strange happen in the forbidden area? In the desert, in the dusty yellow world, golden streams of light rushed away at high speed. But suddenly, as if struck by an unknown force, with a whoosh, he fell into the sand, and the howling wind buried the body. I am a person who values my word most in life. I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean others won't kill you. The voice floated with the yellow sand, and as the haze gradually cleared, two men approached not far away. One had striking red hair, like a boiling furnace. The other was cold and sharp, like a hidden sword's edge. Seeing the two, Mo Li smiled, then gradually raised his gaze to the dusty sky, spreading his arms to welcome the swirling winds and sands. Perhaps, the answer lies within the Mo family in the central continent. Or maybe, that is another mystery. 1. The words in the brackets have been mentioned in Chapter 43, Breakthrough, Spiritual Ocean Realm. Chapter 86, Mo Li's Two Great Generals. Dust was flying in the vast, boundless sandy world, everything seemed so small. Mo Li stepped through the sandpit, came to Mo Qianqiu's body, and after putting away the other's spatial bag, he ignited a spark of spiritual fire with his fingertip, crackling as it burned. In the dry environment, the flame quickly grew larger, soon engulfing the entire body. Even the undulating sand dunes seemed to catch fire, creating a magnificent sea of desert fire. After about half an incense stick of time, the body had turned to ashes. Mo Li took out a familiar earthen jar and placed the burnt bones inside. Seeing this scene, the red-haired man was certain that the one controlling the Taishu sword body from behind was him. This special hobby of scattering ashes could not be mistaken. After finishing everything, Mo Li put away the jar filled with ashes, a smile appearing on his face. I didn't expect that you actually kept this so-called gamble. This was beyond Mo Li's expectations. The red-haired man stared at Mo Li, as if to see through the flesh and blood to the spirit behind it. I lost, so I will naturally adhere to it. He was a monster, a rare talent accumulated over 10 eras, with proud dignity, his Dao heart and pride forbidding him from going back on his word. Mo Li assessed the red-haired man and said, actually, what you lost to was not him, but the sword in his hand. The power contained in this sword far exceeded the worldly. Sometimes, Mo Li had to marvel at the unexpected surprises. Before entering the secret realm, Mo Li specifically handed the divine sword to Gongsun Jianwu and instructed him to kill a person, Xin Yang. Because he knew that the sword spirit elder not only paved the way but also left behind a sharp offensive technique within the divine sword, everything was to clear the way for Gongsun Jianwu. However, this moving sacrifice ultimately became Mo Li's wedding dress. Thus, the offensive treasure technique within the divine sword was meant for Qin Yang, but the unexpected surprise was that there really was a monster comprehending 3,000 Dao principles on the stone path, and he had his eyes on him. Mo Li continued, you are not the first, I once died under that sword, killing the emperor. Recalling the past, that kind of despair was all-encompassing, surviving was purely an unexpected miracle. Because having walked through the gates of hell, I clearly understand how powerful the means left by the sword spirit elder truly are. You can survive, which shows that your life-preserving means are astonishing. But don't worry, after all, I won't live long, your days as a warrior won't last too long. As he said this, Mo Li looked relaxed, with no sadness at all on his face. Calculating the time, there are only about 3 years left to my life, he said without any concealment. Half a year ago, during the battle with Gongsun Xinjian, he had consumed his lifespan to use the ghost eye, barely delaying his death through the shuttles between illusion and reality. Although he won in the end, he was also on the brink of death. After that, he refined the soul-controlling bug using the soul control scripture, managing to control Gongsun Xinjian of the respect realm. This was also the best spoils of the battle. But who could have thought, just as the puppet was made, Gongsun Xinjian had not played a big role before being erased by the sword spirit elder. Upon hearing this, the red-haired man furrowed his brow. His divine sense swept over several times, even using a secret method to confirm. The result was that Mo Li's lifespan had truly diminished severely, and without holy medicines or fruits, he could hardly be saved. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Mo Li, he said, flashing a bright smile like a sunlit youth. 1. The red-haired man merely uttered one word coldly. Wang? Mo Li was taken aback. A single character was rare, and in this context, he chuckled. It suits you very well. By the way, the person I just fought was called Gongsun Jianwu. He is usually quite indifferent, but he wasn't always like this. Emily looked at Gongsun Jianwu, seemingly forgetting that he was the demon who had slaughtered his entire clan. What is your purpose? Wang suddenly asked, looking at Emily, his eyes like torches, piercing into his heart. In the world, cultivators are like koi crossing a river. The struggle for supremacy is nothing but the Supreme Emperor's fruit. But Wang discovered that Emily was different because he was dying. The little lifespan he had left could not support him in stepping up to a higher level. Purpose? My purpose is, of course, to enjoy a bloody bath, blooming and bursting in the magnificent blood flowers. Wang continued to stare into Emily's pupils, seeing extreme excitement in the flickering madness of the other. For me, joining this secret realm is all about feeling the joy of the hunt. The two fell silent, feeling that Emily was a complete madman. Half a stick of incense later, the wind and sand buried the traces on the sand dunes, and the three left this colorful world. Before leaving, Wang still reminded him, besides me, there are not just one but 3 people left from 10 eras ago. 3? Emily felt astonished. Wang, actually, there are also people left from the later eras, but originally there were only the 3 of us. As a warrior under Emily, he still had to fulfill his duties. Stronger than you? I don't know, Wang shook his head. For 10 eras, they had not disturbed each other. Wang's choice was to refine the 3,000 paths, gathering them into one to embark on an unparalleled journey. As for the other 2, he had only heard some rumors. Is that so? Emily smiled faintly, that makes it interesting. As he finished speaking, the 3 figures transformed into dots of light and slowly faded away. Wang needed to continue forging his invincible path, still missing the last 10 principles, then he could infuse the 3,000 paths into himself and traverse the ages in the form of a god king. And Gongsun Jianwu also needed to explore his sword path destiny, possessing a body of the great void sword. The sword path seemed to be born for him, truly a favored child of heaven. Emily was also quite curious about how high these 2 would ultimately reach. But for now, he temporarily had no use for either of them. As for Emily, he moved into the bubble shining brightly in the colorful world. The more brilliant the divine light emitted from the bubble, the more it represented the opportunities contained within that were extraordinary. Qin Yang, I'm coming. A year later, this would be their second meeting. Chapter 87, Black and Red Brick. A colorful world, divine light dazzling. From the outside, the light emitted by the bubbles is exceptionally brilliant compared to other worlds, like a kindled bonfire, boiling up a hazy and changing halo. Many cultivators have noticed the distinctive red light, like smoke and clouds rising to the sky, the immortal symbols contained within it burning fiercely. The immortal treasure has appeared. Many people judged that such intense auroras have never been seen before. Could it be that true immortal fate only reveals itself in the final life? They couldn't wait to jump into the brightly glowing red bubble. The halo was hazy. When they opened their eyes again, it was a vast and boundless ocean, the sea showing a strange golden red color, and the sky filled with burning red clouds, turning the entire dome red. That is actually the ancient phoenix tree. When the ancient phoenix tree emerged, what they saw was in the center of the golden red ocean, a thriving ancient tree. It was said to overshadow the heavens and block the sun. Its flourishing posture seemed to support this world. Caw! Suddenly, a crisp cry reverberated throughout the world. The cultivators who entered this place stared intently at the source of the sound. On the towering phoenix tree, the golden phoenix leaves rustled, as if they were flickering flames, and from afar, they gathered into a group of fire-red golden flames. Almost every leaf was burning. The surging golden red sea reflected the colorful brilliance, while above the towering phoenix tree, the illusory shadow of flames spiraled and cried out. That is the immortal phoenix. Some people rubbed their eyes, ensuring they weren't mistaken. It's actually the immortal phoenix. Heaven helps me! Someone excitedly shouted. It wasn't just the phoenix leaves that were burning, but their exhilarated hearts too. That is the immortal phoenix. An extinct supreme creature. In legends, the immortal phoenix has an innate powerful strength. They are synonymous with invincibility, inherited from the etched genes within their flesh, yet their movements are mysterious and impossible to catch. And yet, it appeared here. Wait, that is not a true immortal phoenix. Someone used secret methods to glimpse the wonders atop the towering phoenix tree. That is an immortal phoenix egg. The true immortal beast. This statement shattered the last thread of rationality. Countless cultivators' hearts raced, their breaths exhaling hot air. If they could obtain the immortal phoenix egg, nourishing it with their own blood before the immortal beast hatches and forming a contract, it would be an extraordinary opportunity. The immortal phoenix egg is mine. Some could no longer hold back. They transformed into streaks of light charging toward the center of the ocean and the giant phoenix tree. Centered around the towering phoenix tree and surrounded by the sea, at almost the same time, hundreds of thousands of cultivators charged toward the island. A mighty surge of countless beams of light converged. Everyone went mad, the legendary immortal phoenix egg appeared before them, even the old monsters buried underground were excitedly lifting their coffin lids. However, as countless beams of light rushed, with a loud boom, their bodies were like being struck by a hammer, falling into the red-golden ocean. That scene was like rain, one after another. As far as the eye could see, it was all splashes of water. Damn, there is a restriction here, we cannot fly. Even the void is difficult to tear apart. They discovered that this space was sturdier than any colorful world, the brilliant blaze of destruction was impossible to achieve. We can only walk over. Thus, a series of continuous sounds of stepping on waves resonated above the sea, the surrounding seas were the same. By the seaside, at the cliff. The moist sea breeze swept across Mo Lee's robe, rustling. He wore a ghost mask, his spirit felt new, gazing far, looking at the grand scene. I smell the scent of blood, mixed with the sea breeze, like a fine brew of time, rich and thick. Mo Lee closed his eyes, feeling the unique romance of blood red. The more people killed, the more familiar he became with the scent of blood. But the lingering taste here was too old, too heavy. It was like the flavor accumulated layer after layer over time, carrying the decay of history. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and leaped down from the cliff. He joined the massive army of hundreds of thousands fighting for the immortal fate. Ripples stirred on the surface of the sea. However, unlike others, he placed his right hand behind his back, as if holding something. As he approached a certain cultivator, he suddenly swung out, his movement quick and decisive, striking towards the back of the head. Bang! Like a thunderclap erupting, the unfortunate man struggled to turn his head, an incredible gaze falling upon the object in Mo Lee's hand. A square black stone block, as big as 2 palms, stained with red blood. What are you doing? The man struck by the black brick was confused and did not react in time. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward, Mo Lee did not expect that he couldn't knock him out. Logically, he should be adept at hitting with bricks, having done it often in his past life in the mental hospital, remembering the positions well, it shouldn't be a problem. Never mind, I hit the wrong person. You carry on, I'll be on my way. Suddenly, right after he spoke, Mo Lee activated his ghostly eyes, slipped through the illusion, and instantly appeared behind the other man, raising the dark, blood-smeared brick again. Bang! This time, it hit the same spot again. The difference was that brain matter splattered, making the scene horrific to behold. I was just saying, how could I not knock him out? When it comes to dealing with enemies, he is a professional. Ambushes, arson, scattering ashes, he is a master of the funeral craft. I must say, this stone is quite interesting. When he first arrived in this colorful world, he almost tripped over this very stone. You must know, it's nearly impossible to trip in the cultivator's world, the consciousness coverage can sense everything ahead. Yet this black stone could not be sensed by any spiritual awareness. At that time, he found it intriguing, studied it for a moment, weighed it in his hand, it was quite heavy, a cube, just right in length, resembling something good for hitting enemies on the head. After just a little trial, the feel was excellent. Mo Lee discovered that when he infused a bit of magic power into the stone just before hitting, it would damage the enemy's soul. The hardness was good, targeting the soul, Mo Lee couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I did this kind of thing, I'm a bit rusty. The first hit didn't knock him out. I need to practice. After devouring the unfortunate man's ghostly spirit, Mo Lee turned to look at the dense crowd of cultivators, a smile creeping at the corner of his mouth behind the ghostly mask. Chapter 88, Hitting with the Black Brick. In the blink of an eye, the technique of floating cloud shadow was activated, and Mo Lee's figure moved like a ghost. Holding the black brick, he aimed for the back of a cultivator's head for a direct strike. Bang! The wonderful booming sound was like the drumbeat of a symphony, striking the melody of life. That was how Mo Lee viewed it, that was how he thought. Compared to a clean cut to the throat, such an explosive sound was another kind of enjoyment for him. Especially the thrill of the recoil from striking the back of the head made his excited hands tremble with joy. Bang! 3 people were hit in succession, their skulls cracked open, blood flowing and merging into the ocean. The cracking sound of skulls drew attention. Many cultivators glanced over, some witnessing Mo Lee's attack process, their mouths twitching involuntarily. Who is that person? What is he doing? In everyone's eyes, Mo Lee, wearing the ghostly mask, had a fuzzy soul aura, holding a stone brick, specifically targeting the unfortunate individuals who were alone. A deadly attack. Wait a minute, is this person's soul abnormal? Instead of fighting for opportunities, he is. The elite from various sects became unsettled, their brows furrowing as if they could crush a fly. Going for a sneak attack. Has this person gone mad? Many elite beings dodged like they were avoiding a plague, keeping their distance from Mo Lee. This guy is too vicious. Swinging the stone brick, he smashed it towards the back of the head. Almost one hit, one person. The key was the ghostly-like method of movement, it was completely unclear how he approached. With just one blink, one could feel a gust of wind rushing towards the vulnerable back of the head. That sensation was exhilarating, like facing a ghost. But that was not the most important part. The crucial part was that this guy only targeted the cultivators who were alone. Whoever walks alone, whoever lasts to the end, will be targeted by the black hand wearing the ghostly mask of death. Cold and unfeeling like a brick, the mere half-stick of incense marks the passage of time, and dozens of naive corpses have already sunk to the bottom of the sea. After knocking so many down, none have been seen to withstand a second blow. There are proud talents who refuse to bow. Competing for opportunities relies solely on skill, yet someone dares to commit such heinous acts. It's an outright provocation. I must meet you. Amid the golden light, overwhelming spiritual energy surged. A young talent turned back, charging straight at the one committing the crimes, Emily. Oh, that person is actually from the demon clan. A female cultivator in purple squinted her eyes, noticing the young talent's abnormality in attacking the black hand. The explosive spiritual energy carried another obvious violent force, akin to demonic power, though not fully merged. From the opponent's methods, it must be inherited from some ancient race. They discovered that this demon man's abilities were slightly unusual, radiant divine light coalescing into a layer of golden protective aura, a powerful defense spell. I wonder if the black hand can withstand it. At this moment, Emily frowned, having noticed someone charging at him, gold aura enveloping him. Though he had expected someone to make a move, this guy was looking rather dim-witted. Demon clan? Emily's consciousness swept over, grasping the general identity of the opponent. Not only humans entered the fragments of the immortal realm, but there were also powerful demon clans. Before the secret realm opened, he had heard that some monstrous demon was clamoring to trample all human talents underfoot. Die, little brat. Amid his thoughts, the golden-eyed demon reached him, not slow in speed, and firmly believing he could crush him with one claw. Swish. The golden claw ripped through the air, stirring waves on the sea's surface, while Emily's figure was literally torn apart into fragments. Dead? That shouldn't be. I thought he was strong? The focused cultivators were evidently taken aback by such a conclusion. They thought they could at least exchange a blow or two. No, that is an afterimage. The sharp-eyed young talents noticed the anomaly. Over there. In less than a breath's time, the demon man's disdainful mood plummeted as he felt a gust of wind at the back of his head, suddenly falling into the abyss. Not good. The demon man wanted to fight back, but Emily gave no opportunity whatsoever. Boom. The dull thud struck the demon man's protective aura, splashing a large area of water beneath him. This should hold up. A young talent judged. The demon man's protective aura was somewhat similar to the methods of the Xian Turtle clan, boasting incredible defense. However, as the splashed water fell, the demon man remained standing there, motionless. What's going on? It clearly didn't hit his head. And there's no injury on his skull, indicating the golden aura indeed defended him. A young talent was surprised, feeling something was off. On the sea surface, Emily also felt it was somewhat absurd. That strike had indeed landed on the protective aura, and it hadn't completely shattered. Yet strangely, there was no damage to the physical body, and the opponent was still dead. White ghostly spirits rose, and Emily was certain. After devouring the ghostly spirit, Emily examined the body. He found that the demon man's divine palace was shattered, as if it had suffered the wrath of a great thunder calamity, the divine soul seated in the palace roaring and dissipating. Could it be that this strange stone slab has a miraculous effect on the divine soul? Able to penetrate spell defenses? Emily speculated. Initially, he had only been curious how this stone could evade detection by the divine soul, casually picking it up. Of course, this still needed to be tested. At this time, Emily sank the demon man's body to the seafloor, tightly gripping the dark, blood-stained stone slab in his hand, feeling even more exhilarated. You lot of useless trash. Just wait to be hunted down by me, Xing Yang. Emily shouted, his aura overwhelming, striking ruthlessly. Yes, he was indeed calling out Xing Yang's name. After all, wearing a mask, who could tell? Chapter 89, Diverting Disaster. At the other end of the Wutong Sea, Xing Yang was rushing towards the towering Wutong continent. He swept through the great talons, forcefully carving a way out among hundreds of thousands of cultivators. This caught the attention of those true prodigies. Achoo! For some reason, Xing Yang suddenly sneezed. Logically, cultivators rarely sneeze, as the refining of flesh and blood eliminates this possibility. Oh ho! Little Yang, could it be that someone was talking about you? The voice came from the side, a soft and delicate tone like a magical melody that could steal one's soul. Xing Yang shivered, almost swayed, cursing the demoness in his heart. This exceedingly beautiful woman met him in a colorful world, with unknown roots, like a ghostly flower in the mist, exuding an aura of mystery. Xing Yang couldn't see through her, nor could he shake her off, and thus she lingered by his side, attracting a crowd of infatuated cultivators. Which woman could it be that is whispering? In a daze, the enchanting woman quietly leaned close to Qin Yang's ear, whispering sweet nothings, with every word teasing his soul, plucking at his heartstrings. The woman was very beautiful, even having been intimate with the ethereal and cold Morong Shui. He had to admit that in terms of appearance, Dream Demoness was a pinnacle of a different style, belonging to the type that was bewitchingly charming, with every part of her radiating enchanting beauty.
Does little Yang have another woman and no longer love me? Humph, a heartless man who abandons at the end.
The soul-snatching words hooked onto the string deep within his heart. As Qin Yang struggled, he suddenly jerked back, like a gust of wind, carrying with it 7 parts resentment, and his tone shifted to sorrow, resembling a delicate red flower in the rain, bringing forth compassion. Qin Yang broke into a cold sweat, and it wasn't just him. The cultivators nearby were also losing control, their remaining rationality gradually wearing away under the soft whispers. This demoness, with every smile and frown, was seductive, as if sharp hooks were snagging at his fragile heart, threatening to shatter his resolve. He had already noticed the gluttonous gazes around him, like swords, ready to slice him to pieces. So, Qin Yang had practically fought his way out. God knows how many enchanted prodigies had jumped out to say they wanted to hunt him down. Alas, what should I do? Little Yang's heart is so cruel. The dream demoness' sorrowful expression resembled that of a scorned wife. With a twist, her bright red robe danced alluringly, like a blooming poppy in the heart, her fingertips lightly tapping, stirring waves in his heart, and then a sea of flower pollen scattered, intoxicating those who inhaled as if entering a dreamlike realm, submerged beneath the vivid petals.
Qin Yang's mouth twitched. This demoness was igniting the fire.
He broke into a cold sweat as she pointed the fire toward him, and those gluttonous gazes made him tremble within.
Is there any esteemed friend willing to give me enough warmth?
Upon hearing this, countless cultivators let out burning breaths, their inner blood surging uncontrollably.
Fairy, I'm coming.
One cultivator burst his clothing, revealing a strong chest, full of power. Wow, this brother's muscles are so big. The dream demoness lightly covered her lips, her eyes filled with envy.
But not as big as my little Yang's.
Once said, the dream demoness pulled gently, connecting with Qin Yang's eyes. This was undoubtedly a needle poked into the heart. Without comparisons, there was no harm, but without his size.
What was this implying? Oh no. I can't take it anymore. Qin Yang, you deserve to die.
You're unworthy of the fairy's favor. Qin Yang's eyelids twitched, the other side was already bewitched, swinging a burning blade, ready to cleave him in half.
No, I need to quickly find a way to shake off the demoness. As he gathered his surging power, he faced the enemy with his fists. The fists, crackling with lightning, produced a buzzing sound as they collided with the flaming blade.
His physical body is strange.
Those watching from the shadows noticed Qin Yang's peculiarity.
Resisting a treasure with just his physical body. This intensity is comparable to a demonic beast, but Qin Yang is just a human. His physical body is very strong. A talented being's eyes shone brightly, like a burning sun, as if seeing through Qin Yang's surging, ocean-like flesh and blood power. On the path of physical strength, his training has come very far, even comparable to the ancient true dragon's offspring.
Is he that strong? The talented beings observing in secret couldn't help but marvel.
And his methods are also very strange. Those fists brimming with thunder sparkled with arcs of electricity. Each punch was powerful enough to crush a hill, but if listened closely, one could hear a faint resonance. This resonance came from the heart, from the breath, and from every strike of the fist. The three resonated together, refining the body with each blow.
Not good.
He is sharpening his sword. The sharp-eyed talented being noticed something unusual. They came from other regions, well-informed, and quickly discerned Qin Yang's aim. With his flesh and blood body, aided by a special breathing secret technique, he is honing his physical strength in repeated battles, breaking through his limits. On the sea, the instigator, Meng Yamu, flashed a hint of purple light in her mesmerizing eyes, and couldn't help but curve her lips into a captivating smile. Very clever, she praised without realizing it. However, at that moment, suddenly a large group of cultivators charged from the other side of the sea. Their eyes burned with fury, wanting to tear him apart.
Who is Qin Yang? Where is Qin Yang? I want to kill him. Many were confused, even Meng Yamu was momentarily stunned. Wait, why is there another wave of people looking for Qin Yang? You killed my Sect's junior. Damn you. You took the life of my partner, I will never forgive you. And looking at the hatred of this group, it didn't seem fake. This was different from the jealousy provoked by Meng Yamu's charm. These people harbored genuine hatred. In particular, the one shouting about killing his wife was burning with rage, his power surging, his eyes drenched in crimson. Qin Yang's temples throbbed, not yet understanding what was going on. Those few people had already charged in, creating a situation of one against many. Meng Yamu frowned lightly, her pupils flickering with a purple glow. In an instant, her gaze shifted from Qin Yang to a man in black at the other end. When did this person appear? She felt surprised.
It was as if he had emerged from thin air, without a trace. If not for his distinctive eyes, he might have gone unnoticed. At that moment, the man in black turned his head and locked eyes with Meng Yaomu. His eyes were blood red, very eerie, and a smile hung at the corner of his mouth. The man raised a single finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. Then, he shifted his gaze to the battlefield and took out a strange knife. The knife's blade was covered in fiery blue patterns, extending to the hilt, where a ghostly eye was spinning wildly. Chapter 90, Breaking the Extreme Realm. At that time, on the battlefield, Qin Yang was surrounded and attacked by several top talents. He struggled to defend himself, his heart and breath resonating, with arcs of electricity emanating from his nostrils. Friends, I think there might be some misunderstanding. Qin Yang was certain that those who suddenly joined the attack against him were definitely not deceived by the demoness. Misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. We all know the face behind the ghost mask, even if it's turned to ash. Even if there is a misunderstanding, having the same face as him is a sin. Several people surged with power. From the erupting spirit energy, they were close to the level of demonic beings, and perhaps they had hidden secret techniques, undeniably strong. Many people in the shadows were puzzled about what had happened. That sea area has seen many deaths. What happened? Whispers arose in the void, and upon hearing it, the shock in their eyes grew more intense. You mean, not far from here in the sea, there's a man wearing a ghost mask who wields a black brick and has killed over 1,000 people? How is that possible? This must be madness. Those who stepped through the stone path into the colorful world were all exceptional talents, each one a standout among hundreds. The strength cannot be underestimated. Killing over 1,000 people, even the desolate emperor of the past era probably couldn't do the same at the same level. They only felt it was absurd, truly nonsensical. Whether you believe it or not, that guy is that strong. No, it should be said he is bizarre. He holds a fragment of a horn. Wherever the fragment radiates, any living being that comes into contact is strangely erased, turning into dust bit by bit. This. Silence suddenly flowed around. A fragment just like this easily buried over 1,000 lives? After that, the man arrogantly took off his mask, and the face that appeared was. As he spoke, many gazes turned towards the battling Qin Yang. He has caused great trouble for many sects involved in his killings. These sects' mainstay figures, upon hearing this, unanimously pursued Qin Yang. Can't trace the roots of the other party? Everyone could see this was shifting the blame, but very tacitly, with the scapegoat dead, the competition for the treasure here would have one less person. Good news. This secret realm has great limitations. The dense fog shrouding it cannot be broken, difficult to trace back. Someone shook their head, denying the claim of tracing roots. At that time, the battle on the sea became increasingly intense. Qin Yang fought against 5 people, with him at the center. Surging spiritual power stirred up circles of waves, his flesh glowing, shimmering divine particles exchanged in his breathing. Kill! Qin Yang roared, his figure like the wind, with his right fist condensing overwhelming power crashing down. Boom! The waves surged, thunder rolled. Swish! Qin Yang broke through the barrier of water, instantaneously arriving behind the demon pushed away. Boom! Another extremely violent punch, the thunder roared. Just as the onlookers thought this person would certainly die, a sudden starry light barrier blocked Qin Yang's attack. That is the star body. Shangruhai. Many people's breaths caught. Even he has come? Shangruhai, a seed contender at the peak of the path, comes from a top-tier sect. Many old-timers have high evaluations of him. How about stopping here? The first thing Shangruhai said was to mediate the fight. He didn't want to be used as a knife by others, nor did he want early conflicts to occur here, at least not now. But Saint's son, he killed. Before the words were finished, he was interrupted by Shangruhai. He didn't kill those people. I know. But I can't suppress this anger. They also knew Qin Yang didn't kill those people, they just needed a target to vent, that was the reason. You are just making him a sharpening stone. He is constantly breaking through his limits using you. Shangruhai's eyes flickered, staring at Qin Yang, wanting to see his differences. Long before the ruins opened, the name Qin Yang had resounded like thunder. The desolate bell chimed 9 times, accepted as a disciple by a semi-holy, suspected to be a stalwart ancient body. Was there anything that wasn't shocking? At their first meeting, Shangruhai couldn't help but marvel at the opponent's incredible foundation, especially the rumbling fleshly power. It surpassed even the monstrous ancient beasts. How many extremes did you break? He was curious how many extremes Qin Yang broke during the God's Tsang stage. 5 realms of God's Tsang, 3 extremes could be called a monster. Shangruhai estimated Qin Yang should be at 4 extremes. Qin Yang remained silent, not speaking. He was thinking about whether to continue fighting, his blood and flesh, on the verge of breaking through limits. The rising burning blood was gradually cooling. And he was about to break through the limit of the 6th realm of God's Tsang. He had a premonition that this unprecedented limit of the 6th realm would be a brand new door. In a corner of the sea, Emoli quietly watched everything. He sighed lightly, unable to help but exclaim. Qin Yang, you have become stronger, stronger than I imagined. He remembered that in the original book, Qin Yang was at most at 5 realms of extremes, but now, it seemed to have a trend that surpassed all monsters. Everything has changed, different from the content in his memory, the trajectory of fate has completely changed. However, putting on the ghost face mask again, Emoli held the ice flame ghost blade. Activate the ghostly eyes, that almost perverse vision technique, to travel between the boundaries of illusion and reality. Originally, I wanted to ambush at the critical point of Qin Yang's breakthrough because during a breakthrough, attention and perception fluctuate, making it the best moment to strike. Unfortunately, someone advised against it. So now, he decisively strikes. At the same time, Qin Yang's hair stands on end, as if death is staring at him, that fleeting tremble cannot be mistaken. Extreme Dao Heavenly Eye. Open. Qin Yang's figure retreats rapidly, a third eye emerges from his forehead. This eye is a technique born from the 5 extremes, capable of clearing fog and seeing through illusions. Over here. His Extreme Dao Heavenly Eye can detect subtle fluctuations in the changing illusions, but still cannot see the incoming person. Even so, that is already enough. As long as he can see the fluctuations, he can determine the location and find the opponent. He's behind you. At that moment, a charming voice drilled into Qin Yang's ear. But it was too late. Emoli's knife is always faster than the sound, the blade is only half a centimeter from his neck. This time, Emoli has learned his lesson. He still remembers that during the Xianyang Sacred Land, he only stabbed Qin Yang in the abdomen. This time, the target is his head. Chapter 91, Encounter, one of the 9 spiritual roots. Almost no time to think, regardless of the truth of the news, Qin Yang instinctively dodges. The ghostly knife's edge cuts through, the blade pierces the skin, tearing blood vessels, continuing on, wanting to completely sever the last of the cling. When that happens, what will fall is a head. Suddenly, an anomaly erupts. A splendid light of life bursts forth from within Qin Yang, blocking the trajectory of the knife. Then the essence of life spreads, a massive life aura akin to a newly born world, containing ancient surges of runes. Qin Yang seizes this moment of obstruction and dodges swiftly. So close. His head was almost relocated. At this moment, Qin Yang stands on the water's surface, cold sweat pouring down, as if he has returned from the gates of hell. His hot blood begins to cool, attention shifts to the attacker, the limit of the shattering mirror is slowly dissipating. When pressure exceeds the limit, what he can do is no longer continue to break through, but to dodge. The severed neck rapidly heals under the light of life, the Extreme Dao Heavenly Eye frantically searches, sensing the hopeful fluctuations in the void. Qin Yang cannot miss even the slightest bit. Not far away, Emoli slowly appears wearing the Grim Reaper's mask. After one failed strike, he does not plan to pursue. The opponent has become wary, making it harder to execute a kill, and just now, this enchanting woman seems to have seen through his actions. I'm sorry for interrupting your training. Emoli wipes the ghostly knife on his wrist, his tone like an old friend after many years apart, carrying a vague hoarseness. Of course, compared to Qin Yang, Emoli is even more curious about Meng Yaowu, the one who just reminded Qin Yang. It should be noted that among all the people Emoli has encountered, he cannot see any traces of her. Whether it's Gong Sun Xianjian or Chen Wu's guardian. Even Qin Yang can only vaguely sense, but there is a timing deviation in the perception. However, just now, this woman, as enchanting as poison, actually recognized his movements. Calling her poison, Emoli thinks is not an exaggeration. Compared to Jiang Liyu's purity and nobility like a fairy, Meng Yaowu resembles a poppy that enchants the world. Her beauty is a kind of poison. In his memory, Emoli begins to carefully search for information about Meng Yaowu, but cannot find anything at all. Whether it's the original owner's memory or the content of the original book, there is no mention of this beautiful woman named Meng Yaowu. Her appearance, like Xiaobao's, has changed the trajectory of events. Furthermore, this mysteriously entering woman seems to be on Qin Yang's side. What a fatal beauty. Emoli instead thinks this is a deliberate training arranged by her. Who exactly is she? A mesmerizing woman not recorded anywhere. Emoli is astonished. To tell the truth, Qin Yang, you are quite lucky. Last time, the Xianling Peak protected him. This time, although there was the reminder from the Dream Demon, the key point was that rich light of life. Who on earth are you? Qin Yang wanted to see the true face behind the mask, but what he saw was only a mist, not even a trace of spiritual energy could be captured. He could almost be certain that it was this person in front of him who had shifted the disaster eastward. However, Emoli ignored Qin Yang and looked at the Dream Demon with great interest. His gaze was pure, devoid of any distraction, as if he were admiring something wonderful. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. The last person who was as stunning as you is already dead. Oh? Is that so? The Dream Demon seemed to become interested as well, the corners of her red lips curling up like a blooming rose. You are very special. I believe when you explode, it will be the most beautiful firework in the world. The dream demon was taken aback? She couldn't keep up with Emily's train of thought. What explode? What firework? At this moment, Emily slowly sheathed his ghostly knife and turned to leave. Before leaving, he only left a single sentence. I am very much looking forward to our next meeting. By then, will you still be able to evade the calamity of fate? This is the intertwining of destiny and the arrangement of fate. But this time, Emily allowed Qin Yang time to react. It became difficult to attempt an assassination. Moreover, he wasn't sure of the dream demon's stance. This mysterious and enchanting woman posed the greatest threat to him. As soon as the words fell, Emily disappeared from sight. Seen your brother, he. A disciple looked at Xingruhai. That person just now was the one who had slaughtered 1,000 disciples. Could he just let him go so easily? Xingruhai looked in the direction the ghostly man had left, speaking lightly. You are not his opponents. Going would only be a futile death. Even someone as strong as him would stand on end against the obscured movements of that person. Are we just going to let him go? A disciple was unwilling. Xingruhai did not answer, his gaze deep. On the other side, the dream demon smiled with pursed lips, like a ghostly flower blooming in the mist, covered in a tempting fragrance. Little young brother, I just helped you. How will you thank me? Qin Yang, just recovering from the echoes of death, felt another headache. He had forgotten that there was another troublemaker by his side. From the situation just now, this beautiful but poisonous woman definitely had an extraordinary background. What do you want? Qin Yang asked helplessly. The dream demon had indeed reminded him. The dream demon moved closer to Qin Yang, getting very close, and slowly said, I just want your heart. Her fingers touched Qin Yang's beating chest, feeling the vibrant rhythm. This scene was extremely ambiguous, causing many practitioners to feel their blood surge. Actually, to capture a man's heart, I have other methods. Just like his secrets. As she spoke, the dream demon leaned in like a charming snake demon, curling her enchanting lips, whispering in a tone only Qin Yang could hear, using the gentlest words to convey the most penetrating 8 words. 9 great spiritual roots, ancient life tree. In that instant, Qin Yang's pupils shrank sharply. He felt that this woman before him was even more dangerous than that previous knife. Chapter 92, Could it be a treasure? Meanwhile, in a corner of the sea. Emily's eyebrows furrowed, as if dark clouds were piling up. Someone seemed to be able to see through his ghostly eyes. This was completely unexpected. Of course, what puzzled him the most was not this. Immediately, he touched the light orb in his mind, and information appeared. Host, Emily. Bone age, 26. Realm, Peak of the Unity Realm. Cultivation techniques, Soul Controlling Du Classic, 10,000 Swords Technique, Ancient Temple 9 Swords, Fragment, Drunken Sword Lighting, Divine Ability, Illusion Sword Technique, Floating Cloud Shadow, Xianqing Dao Collection. Secret Treasures, Flame Ice Ghost Blade, Demonine Gourd, Dao Tian Sword, Divine Sword, Ancient Bronze Piece, Ghost Shadow Token, Buddha Tower 9 Towers, Xian Koan Lamp. Physique, Immortal Body Characteristics, Emo Family Bloodline, Awakening Not Yet Realized, Ghost Shadow Bloodline, Awakening Not Yet Realized, Ghostly Eye, 8th Heavy. Villain Destiny Value, 0. Function 1, Detection. Once again seeing information about himself, Emily's confusion resurfaced from the depths of his heart. Before entering the secret realm, his cultivation level was preliminary stage of unity, and after entering the secret realm, there was an intense aura of spiritual energy, an overwhelming flow of celestial aura, and divine particles swirling around, making breakthroughs easy, thus he quickly reached peak of unity. In terms of skills, Xian Huangwu technique transformed into Xian Chang Daozong, a method unique to him, which also changed. Regarding the treasure, the innate gourd had exploded, but it did not reveal anything. It seemed that everything matched up, but what he didn't understand was that column, the so-called villain points. The lonely number, 0, was so glaring. Here, it was something he could not understand. From beginning to end, he had no clue what the change in value relied on. He thought that by suppressing Qin Yang and those around him, he could gain villain points. But it seemed not so. Logically, Morong Qinghuan was a person close to Qin Yang, so he had stabbed her twice. This theory should hold. However, the first moment he became suspicious was at the Gongsun family of the Daqian dynasty. If suppressing those around Qin Yang could earn villain points, then what about Gongsun Jianwu? Because according to his memory, Gongsun Jianwu was supposed to be a general under Qin Yang, playing an irreplaceable role. Yet, Emily slaughtered the Gongsun family and enslaved Gongsun Jianwu, and there was still no change in villain points. At that time, Emily felt something was off. Only until just now did he awake completely. If the assumption that suppressing people close to Qin Yang could yield villain points does not hold, then suppressing Qin Yang to gain villain points should work, right? Then, Emily acted. He logically cut off Qin Yang's chance to break through the 6th extreme, almost taking his life, so this should meet the conditions. Even so, the system's villain points still remained completely unmoved. Emoli couldn't help but doubt that his thoughts were just naive assumptions. Where exactly is the problem? He didn't understand and kept recalling the events at that time. At that moment, he had stabbed Qin Yang and then stabbed Morong Qinghuan 2 times. Is it only by killing someone that I can gain villain points? Emoli pondered but quickly abandoned this guess. Because Morong Qinghuan was still alive. About a few months ago, he had a meeting with 3 disciples from the Xianyang Sacred Land. It was a wonderful night, and that was when he learned that Morong Qinghuan was not dead. Since she was still alive? How did his villain points increase back then? And under what conditions did the ghost eye evolve? Thinking and thinking, he still could not reach a conclusion. Since a year ago, until now, the villain points have not increased, and the ghost eye has shown no change. What exactly is it? Once, he thought the evolution of the ghost eye required luck, but this past year, what he had done was, in some sense, also devouring luck. Zhuque Ancient City, he exhausted Mr. Zhao's vitality. Ancient Dragon Dynasty, he consumed the opportunity of the Ancient Dragon Prince, Zhang Liyue should have been with him. Daqian Dynasty, he intercepted Gongsun Jianwu's chance, and the Sword Spirit Elder perished. Yet, even so, the ghost eye remained unresponsive. Whether luck, this ethereal thing, truly exists, he did not know. Now, he even suspected that the glowing orb in his mind was not right. Because this so-called system only had 2 functions from beginning to end, inquiry and intelligence. And these 2 functions resembled some kind of powerful treasure that could trace back to the source. If this assumption is correct, then starting the treasure requires some kind of power, and he was currently uncertain about what that power was. So, what exactly are you? Emoli had too many questions in his heart: the resurrection from the Nining burial ground, the abnormalities of his soul. Speaking of the soul, there was always one confusion in his heart. It was when the Sword Spirit Elder invaded his soul realm. He wanted to rescue Gongsun Jianwu's sister. When he came out, it was his spiritual sea. But strangely, the Sword Spirit Elder was continuously decaying, rotting, like withered dust, gradually vanishing. But he did not understand what the Sword Spirit Elder encountered after entering his soul area, and what had happened. He could not cultivate his soul, so he could not develop his soul area, thus knowing nothing about his own soul domain, and was completely unaware. Emoli felt that something was wrong with him. Perhaps there was something strange in the soul forbidden zone that prevented him from cultivating his soul. Of course, all of this was just his speculation, entirely unprovable. Perhaps, it was also a guess he had made earlier. This was just a fantasy of a madman before death. This thought arose after encountering a series of inexplicable events, making him feel it was possible. Chapter 93, Purifying Blood Lotus. Retracting his thoughts, Emoli temporarily stopped thinking about so much. Currently, he needed to quickly enhance his strength, otherwise, relying solely on the eye of the ghost would likely be difficult to defend. He was also uncertain if there were other secret methods to see through his reality and the illusion of transience. After all, the world is vast, the marvelous methods are endless, and the talented and monstrous beings emerge one after another. The eye of the ghost is not omnipotent. Moreover, his eye of the ghost had a limited number of uses, a flaw that had been fully exposed during the battle with Qianwu's protector. After some rough contemplation, Emoli stood up and headed towards another direction in the sea area. In a colorful world, the towering phoenix trees had lush branches and leaves, each leaf seemed to be a golden flame, burning and dancing. The sea area was immense, surrounded on all sides, where the eye could see only vast sea mist, occasionally black reefs growing upwards. The closer he approached the center of the phoenix tree, which was also the center of this world, the more strands of mist appeared. The pulsating phoenix branches and trunks became a lighthouse in the fog, dispelling the rich spiritual energy that had congealed into mist. From the coast to the island where the phoenix tree rooted, Emoli spent a full 5 days to traverse this distance. He had thought it wouldn't be far, but the magnificent and vast sea was far broader than he imagined. As he drew nearer to the phoenix tree, the vibrant and spiraling spiritual energy was almost unbearable. When he looked up, a wide island filled his sight, expansive as a great nation. A world like phoenix tree rooted here, its roots twisted and tangled, almost endless to behold. The moment he stepped onto the island, Emoli took a deep breath, and endless divine particles surged into his body, blooming in his chest with intense radiance, enveloping his entire being, transforming him into a blazing light. After a long while, the light gradually faded. Emoli clenched his fist, electric arcs winding around it. The spiritual energy here is unexpectedly pure. His flesh and blood joyfully cheered, greedily thirsting to absorb the vibrant remnants of divine light. It should be known that Emoli was already at the peak of the unity realm. Taking one more step forward would mean entering the fusion realm. But whether the spiritual energy here, or the hazy mist entwined around them, possessed mysterious powers, his bones and flesh were still able to continue absorbing and enriching. Could it be that a true immortal really fell here? In a bloody battle, they landed on this continent, thus nurturing this phoenix tree? Emoli had heard this rumor. If there had been an immortal, it would be an unprecedented treasure trove. As Emoli walked, his consciousness continuously expanded outward. In the unknown domain, he was particularly cautious. Occasionally, he encountered several creatures of the fusion realm, with bizarre appearances, some with feathers of bright colors, like immortal birds, while others were just withered bones yet contained divine powers. Their bone feathers fluttered, instantly bringing forth scenes of destruction. This is a very strange place. Emoli cautiously explored. He had no memories of this phoenix world. It doesn't seem like a secret realm, it rather resembles a nest. Considering the earlier sight of the immortal phoenix soaring and the magnificent scene of colorful clouds. If it were a nest, then the possibility of the phoenix nest is extremely great. Could there really be a phoenix egg left in the world? The phoenix, such an ancient and supreme creature, is too mysterious. It is hard to imagine that a being long extinct still has bloodlines remaining in the world, or even its original form. As I journeyed alone deeper inside, the flying celestial beasts I encountered grew increasingly numerous. I even saw a prodigy holding a forbidden bone string battling against a grotesque bird with 3 heads. This grotesque bird, suspected to be a relic of the ancient times, with its skull center containing concentrated divine light, seemed like some sort of supreme treasure. The man's bone string beads radiated divine light, overflowing with incredible brilliance. Each bead contained a formidable rune, and every single one held a breathtaking treasure technique. Yet even so, that 3-headed grotesque bird remained fierce. With 3 long beaks, it opened its mouth and spat out blazing red flames in blue divine waters, blocking the divine light's might from the bone string. Most cultivators could only watch from afar, powerless to join the battle. Is this the young leader of the Mo family from the central continent? His every move showcases overwhelming magical power. I heard he has already unlocked 7 petals, and his bloodline power is astonishing. Oh? Is he from the Mo family of the central continent? Emoli paused, activating his bloodline sense. Sure enough, the faint resonance in his bloodline confirmed the other person's identity. The world is truly small. Emoli smiled brightly. At this moment, he noticed not only the powerful man battling the 3-headed grotesque bird, but also a few members of the Mo family among the onlookers. Kill! Emo Donli scattered the ancient string, with 7 beads bursting forth brilliant divine light, hovering in the air, falling down with the might of the 7 stars into a grand divine technique. Rainbow light pierced through everything, drowning the traces of the 3-headed grotesque bird. Is it dead? Did the ancient relic just die like that? How terrifying! Onlookers were astonished at the strength of the young generation of the Mo family, and Emo Donli hadn't even used his bloodline power. It is said that the Mo family's bloodline has a remarkable origin and involves taboos. In the last era, just unlocking the power of 8 petals gave a bloodline prodigy the ability to rival the Desolate Emperor. Emo Donli's 7 petals are enough to stand tall among heroes. No, it's possible he might be about to bloom the 8th petal. Following the line of sight, behind the smoke emerged a blood-colored pool, thick red forming swirling blood mist. Beneath the blood mist, glistening blood droplets hung from a patch of exquisite red leaves. That is... The surrounding breaths quickened, and they could see clearly the divine object at the center of the blood pool. Purifying Blood Lotus. It's the blooming purifying Blood Lotus. The purifying Blood Lotus, a divine object that had long since vanished. Its greatest purpose is to purify impurities in the bloodline, refining and condensing, maximizing the bloodline's potential. According to legend, someone once accidentally obtained the purifying Blood Lotus, and after consuming it, went through tremendous transformation. Their blood changed from bright red to radiant gold, with each drop weighing 1,000 pounds, shattering mountains, containing immense power to suppress a generation of talents. At this moment, Emoli quietly took out that black stone brick with flowing red lines from behind him. He marveled at the wonders of the world, praising the intertwining of fate. To encounter such a treasure right upon arrival, not to grab it would be failing to honor the gifts of fate. Outside world. In the central continent's Mo family, an old man with a long beard sat with his eyes closed, meditating. The scenery displayed by the celestial flower buds was hazy and chaotic, obscuring the truth. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes, the 6 petals on his forehead particularly striking. Calculating the time, Donli and the others should have succeeded. This celestial nest had been discovered by a prodigy of the Mo family 1,000 years ago, but the Blood Lotus had not yet matured. To protect this Blood Lotus, ensuring its roots grow securely, the Mo family spared no effort, even setting up an immense great formation to conceal it. Because the purifying Blood Lotus was far too important to the Mo family. In the Mo family, they believed their bloodline was noble, that it was sacred. The blossoming of each petal in the bloodline would generate a miraculous treasure technique, unique to each individual. It is important to know that even supreme bones, such as innate divine bones, could not match the Mo family's bloodline, 1 petal 1 treasure technique. In the last era, 8 petals were enough to compete with the Desolate Emperor for the position of the Great Emperor's fruit. If the pure pulse Blood Lotus is obtained and given to the most exceptional genius in the clan, along with the assistance of forbidden divine medicine, then a shocking prodigy with 9 petals will be born. This is unimaginable. At that time, the Mo family will step into a new brilliance. Boom! Suddenly, the immortal petals trembled and fell, and a shower of light rained down, shining brightly, with spiritual energy as dense as fog. Good, good, good. Inside the golden chariot, the leader of a grand sect exclaimed 3 times. He held an ancient bronze stove, its chaotic breath flowing, the aura thick like an abyss, akin to some forbidden being. The second phase of the secret realm has begun. Dear friends, follow me, let the immortal flower show the colorful world's scenery. An ancient being called out, and in an instant, the surrounding spacetime changed, and various beings moved in unison, pouring forth divine power like a galaxy into the immortal flower, as the halo flickered, erupting into a new round of dazzling light rain. Open! With a loud shout, the flower absorbed vast divine power, then, 3,000 petals shook together, dripping immortal dew from their leaves, and the cultivators below rushed forward frantically to compete. The 3,000 petals glowed brilliantly, resembling a colorful ancient mirror, with chaotic aura swirling around. Each petal's veins corresponded to a stone path, and each petal linked to a colorful world. On the petals, the immortal runes interwove intricately, ancient aura condensed, gathering in the misty divine light into drops of extraordinary dew. The dew was crystal clear, reflecting the wondrous scenes of the petal world. Among them, several petals emitted overwhelming divine light, overshadowing the other scenes, one of which was the world of phoenix trees where Qin Yang and Emoli were located. Quick, find the location of the pure pulse blood lotus, reflect the scenery. The elder of the Mo family urged. The pure pulse blood lotus was crucial to the Mo family. Chapter 94, Thirst for Bloodline. The colorful circle reflected the bubble world, revealing a space supported by the towering phoenix trees. Even with 10 lifetimes of experience, every time they saw this phoenix tree, the reaction it brought was a strange silence. No one understands the value of this towering phoenix tree more than these old monsters. In this world surrounded by the 4 seas, the roots of the phoenix tree dove deep into the earth's core, intertwining with the center, nurturing ancient life that grew under the protection of the phoenix wood. A single ancient tree accomplished a complete ancient world of rules, and the treasures within would make even those peak-old monsters feel astir. If it weren't for the constraints of the immortal rules, how could the younger generation even have a chance? Every time they encountered the astonishing treasures left behind in the secret realm, these old guys' hearts would convulse violently, like a knife stabbing into their chests. Once, an opportunity lay before them, but they couldn't seize it because a damned fell across the bridge and directly tore it down. At this moment, within the vast island covered by phoenix trees, a cry echoed from the smoke of 3 monster birds, and the head in the middle spat out a blue light that tore through space. Whoosh! A massive tornado contained fierce blue runes, the divine power surged, rippling through the space. It's it again! The 3-headed bird! Someone outside exclaimed, recalling something upon seeing this monster bird. Its shadow was discovered 5 centuries ago. It is rumored to be closely related to the mysterious race born when chaos was opened, the 9 calamity doves. It's also targeting the pure pulse blood lotus. If it really activates even a trace of ancient bloodline, it is unimaginable. Meanwhile, above the sea, the giant waves rolled beneath the man, each step causing flashes to flicker and stars to shift. In the world of phoenix trees shrouded by restrictions, this speed was shocking. The sea was restless, and many beings competing for treasures were stirred, all looking over. Oh my god, another big shot is coming, that is, the human king. It really is the human king. Looking at the plain linen garments, resembling a farmer from the fields, yet holding within a deep and vast aura like the starry sky, just a glance would create an impulse to kneel. This area was completely stirred. The appearance of the human king undoubtedly signified the opening of the era's curtain. The human king, crowned with the title king, belongs to the ancient Tao system of the 3000 Tao states, Human Emperor Hall. Human Emperor Hall, so ancient that it can be traced back to the last epoch, is rumored to be where the current age began, unveiling the era of the great emperors, with the first great emperor being the founder of Human Emperor Hall. The title Human Emperor initiated a new era, a pioneer of all living beings. But the most terrifying part is not this, it is that during the 2 subsequent eras, all great Emperor Dao fruits belong to Human Emperor Hall. In other words, since the beginning of the Human Emperor, 3 great emperors emerged in a row, and in the tens of thousands of years that followed, 2 more great emperors came forth. To this day, a total of 5 great emperors have originated from Human Emperor Hall. This is an unbelievable Dao lineage. However, for some unknown reason, the bloodline of the human emperor gradually thinned under the passage of time. Although extraordinary talents appeared, they were not enough to be called emperors. These prodigies only received the title of successor. Later, with the flourishing of various spells and the rise of many Dao lineages, the visibility of the human emperor hall in the human world faded, becoming mysterious. The power of time can corrupt everything, yet even after tens of thousands of years, the human emperor hall still stands at the pinnacle of the pyramid, unparalleled in ancient history. Until this era, the world was horrified to discover that the human king had appeared. In this life, is Human Emperor Hall also planning to compete for the destiny? It's over for everyone else. The talented individuals sighed, knowing the insiders clearly understood that Human Emperor Hall had an incredible hidden agenda, a hidden agenda that was the nightmare of all talents. Every human emperor who walked out of Human Emperor Hall was given the title Human King in their youth, and this title was only conferred upon these 5 figures in history. Now, the simple man appearing in this colorful world is the 6th one. It can be understood that those bestowed with the title of Human King by Human Emperor Hall have nearly 100% confidence that the position of Great Emperor in this life belongs to them. With the emergence of the Human King, this world's imperial position is already set. In today's time, when the bloodline has thinned, to be able to be given the name Human King of the 6th generation is hard to imagine just how stunning and extraordinary his talent must be. As the petals unfolded, the old folks from the outside became restless, twisting their mustaches, gritting their teeth in pain, and were sure they hadn't seen wrongly. It really is the Human King. The Human King wears white robes of plain cloth, his face ordinary, belonging to the type you couldn't find a trace of in a vast sea of people. But the mysterious golden lines on his forehead are the unique secret technique of Human Emperor Hall. Everyone fell silent. That terrifying saying has been circulating: when the Human King emerges, the imperial position is certain. Is the ending already predetermined? A prodigy wailed. The pressure brought by the Human King was too great, like an insurmountable peak. No. Perhaps someone can compete with him. Who? The 5-Crown King. Lu Xian. The moment this name was mentioned, it was like a rallying cry for the troops, their faces showing excitement. Right. I almost forgot about the 5-Crown King. Having reached the peak of 5 generations of inquiry, he is unwilling to combine Dao. He plans to walk a more dangerous and magnificent path. The title of 5-Crown King is a terrifying representation enough to be recorded in ancient books. With the foundation accumulated over 5 generations, many believe he can break the invincible myth of the Human King. Not good. At this moment, the elder of the Mo family was alarmed. The sea area where the Human King is heading is precisely the Pure Pulse Blood Lotus. Damn, how did the news of the Pure Pulse Blood Lotus leak out? They had been silent for centuries, using a tremendous array to conceal the location of the Blood Lotus, just to wait for the moment of ripeness. On the other side, Emoli hid among the crowd to observe the situation. He discovered that this 3-headed monstrous bird was shockingly powerful, able to survive under fierce attacks, and was accompanied by wisps of chaotic aura. 3 kinds of brilliant runes were burning fiercely. The battle was intensifying, with both man and beast vying for the long-lost sacred Pulse Blood Lotus. The outcome of this battle is already decided. A disciple of the Mo family sneered from the side. The 4th sequence's master hasn't even used his bloodline power. This strange bird is merely struggling in vain. Emoli listened, frowning. The 4th sequence, huh? In the desert world before, he had encountered a guy who told him that the Mo family had a total of 7 sequences, all competitors for the title of emperor. But the difference was that the Mo family sequence in front of him had an aura and depth far beyond ordinary Mo family members. Just the 5th petal blooming on their forehead, not yet at its peak, already made Emoli feel pressure. Moreover, the half-dead bloodline within him was being drawn by the explosive might of the 4th sequence. This feeling was wonderful, and Emoli couldn't describe it. If he had to, it was just 2 words: desire. Like the yearning for the celestial path's fortune and vibrant spirit when first entering the secret realm. Chapter 95, The Mo Family. Boom! The 3-colored storm swept everything away, and the mountains it touched cracked, creating massive fissures. It was hard to imagine if the attack formed by the 3-colored runes could be withstood by flesh and blood. Dust settled, and the desolate mountains lay silent like corpses. They were already far apart, but the spiritual tide formed by the storm still crashed against their chests like ocean waves, causing their internal meridians to be chaotic and breath to falter. Look, the 4th sequence of the Mo family. In the dust, Mo Dongli was covered by a golden halo, the most dazzling being the radiant petals on his forehead, blooming brilliantly with 6 petals. 1 petal, 1 bloodline treasure. The proud ones observing in secret had some understanding of the Mo family's situation. Is this the treasure of his 6th petal opening? The top-tier defense divine ability, the shield of the heavens. Emoli narrowed his eyes. The other party's shell only had a faint layer of golden glow covering it, yet it could withstand the 3-headed strange bird's 3-colored storm without harm. It's important to know that even when he faced the storm from the 3-headed strange bird, he might not be able to block it easily. Could it be that the Mo family's bloodline is really that strong? Emoli was puzzled because his bloodline had not awakened, and he had no clear insights. Caw! The 3-headed strange bird let out a simultaneous roar, its 6 eyes reflecting the shattered burning runes of the Great Path, while its bloodline resonated wildly, seeming extremely furious. Behind it, strands of chaotic aura surged, as if breaking the heavens. Stepping out from the thick darkness of the world, a gray foot of the bird beast appeared. In an instant, not just the 4th sequence but everyone present, including the world's supreme teachings, saw the blurred figure emerging from the initial chaotic mass and found it hard to believe. Impossible. How is this possible? How could this 3-headed strange bird summon an ancient being like the 9 Tribulations Crow? In legends, the 9 Tribulations Crow feeds on the Kuanping, with its essence containing the most primordial secrets from when the heavens and earth were opened. To summon the shadow of its ancestor, the required bloodline must be exceptionally thick. Could it be that this strange bird has already undergone 3 tribulations of death? No, this is the 4th tribulation. This 3 tribulation crow intends to revive amidst powerful pressure. As long as it can endure, it will become a 4 tribulation crow. A distinguished elder from a great sect's gaze was burning brightly, seeing clearly the purpose of the 3 tribulation crow. Recorded in ancient books, the secret scripture and bone texts of the ancient 9 tribulations crow were similar to the law manifestation of the phoenix lineage. The phoenix is born noble, its blood reborn in flames, while the 9 tribulations crow also revives in death, both paths being similar to a degree. However, in the records, the 9 tribulations crow was wild, and a pure-blooded crow could rival a fully grown Kuanping. At that time, the massive figure on the chaotic shore revealed only half a foot, enough to terrify all living beings. That feeling of being hunted like fish and shrimp overshadowed their hearts. It felt as if in the next second, they would be snatched away and swallowed whole. Run! This is not something we can handle. Someone shouted, fleeing at high speed. What was meant to be a mutual destruction to seize the treasure now seemed to be about saving their lives. In the swirling crowd of rushing water, Emily also began to retreat, turning back to see that the 4th sequence of the Mo family had not left. Is he planning to fight the 3 calamities alone? Faced with such a creature, even Emily wasn't sure he could win. No! Suddenly, Emily's brow twitched, a resonance in his blood boiling violently, as if wanting to break free from the constraints of flesh and blood. That is, the shadow of the great emperor. Outside, amidst gasps of amazement, they found that the 4th sequence of the Mo family seemed to have transformed into a different person, suspended in midair, long hair flying, gazing down at all living beings from above. Behind him, spiritual energy glowed with a mysterious light, under the vibrant and surging immortal symbols, weaving together a towering figure, also standing in the unfathomable area, gazing distant at the 9 calamities. The Mo family. That is the great emperor of the Mo family. No, has the Mo family gone mad? They would actually bring the emperor's divine weapon in. Top teaching institutions could not understand, as the divine weapons left by the emperor were the essence of various strengths, and each use diminished the retained emperor's rules. Is that rumor true? Inside a golden sedan chair, a graceful woman holding an ancient fan gazed enchantingly, lifting the coral curtain, her pink lips parting slightly, her voice flowing like water, stirring the sounds of the great Tao. What rumor? More than a decade ago, the Mo family had a natural phenomenon, purple gas surrounding thousands of miles, springs bursting forth, even attracting blessings from the heavenly Tao, with a vast rain of immortal lights falling non-stop for days. Blessings from the heavenly Tao, such immortal traces have not been heard in years, shocking the central continent for days. The Mo family covered it up well, but rumors still leaked out. I'm sure everyone present has heard this news and will be terrified. The palace-dressed woman smiled with her lips pressed together, as if a sacred immortal orchid. That is, the Mo family has given birth to a once-in-a-lifetime freak that has opened 9 petals, a demon. I estimate that the pure Blood Lotus is prepared for this hidden freak, as the Mo family wants to cultivate an unprecedented, defying demon with 10 petals. As her words fell, it was like an entity hitting the ground, bringing about a deathly silence, where even breathing felt excessive. Chapter 96, Talents Emerging, Golden Era. In the previous life, the Mo family's talent that opened 8 petals was enough to compete with the Emperor of the Wild for the status of the Emperor's Fruit, and was even listed as one of the most feared opponents by the Emperor of the Wild. Looking down through the ages, as a top family, the Mo family's highest emperor had only achieved 8 petals. But in this life, there were rumors of a freak that was born with 9 petals. Does this mean the position of the Emperor has already been reserved by the Mo family? Everyone present swallowed hard. The king of humans has emerged, the Mo family has given birth to a prehistoric freak, even the divine fire of the Xiao family resonates. The brilliance of this era far surpasses any previous generation, it will be resplendent. An old man could not help but sigh, his murky eyes seemed able to see through time, the changes of stars and years depicting the trajectory of the future. The golden era is about to begin. The brightest age may be right now. Visible or yet unborn, the demons will take the stage of this era, but the position of the emperor only has one. Countless troops, all in pursuit of that ultimate power, to achieve the singularity of ancient history. It is hard to imagine how spectacular and tragic the future starry sky will be. The petals of the immortal flower burst forth with misty immortal light, the hazy radiance stirring up waves of symbol resonances, with rain of light falling continually. In such a rich realm of immortal laws, many old figures deeply comprehended and began to break through their limits. Some even captured traces of the law fragments, their eyes like torches, entering a deep level of enlightenment, waves of mysterious and profound aura steaming and spreading. On the 3,000 petals, apart from the flower that glows with divine light, there are several others that burn with the same intensity as flames, fiercely blazing. This is a world of flames. No, to be precise, from a bird's eye view, it should be a land burning with flames, with crimson soil in the ravines, erupting volcanoes leaping, and hot, surging power spraying out, forming pillar after pillar of fire.
Here, it is simply not suitable for living creatures to settle, as the violent spiritual energy destroys everything. On the distant mountain peak, covered by mist, the sea of fire spreads downwards, and the source of the fire seems to have been poured out. This area. The endless sea of fire. It has already buried countless lives. Outside, living beings sigh, as that divine fire, which seems to have come from the heavens, has remained unexplored for 10 centuries. It is only known that the flames, spreading across the mountains and fields, can not only burn the blood and dry the flesh, but also have a strong deterrence on the soul. From the crimson basin, piles of sparkling white bones have stacked upon each other, and under the scorching heat of the flames, unexpectedly, they did not turn to ashes but instead changed from white to red, like the red of a branding iron, forming several ancient roads climbing upwards. In the last era, the genius of the Xiao family also stepped into this area, but none survived. The old man of the Xiao family closed his eyes and sighed. Even the imperial family, with a deep understanding of fire control, could not break through the barrier. In fact, from the earliest days of the secret realm's opening, they dedicated themselves to exploring this sea of fire. They suspected that at the end of the sea of fire, the source of the fire, there lay the legendary immortal fire. In order to uncover everything, the Xiao family even sent out the emperor's treasure 3 eras ago. The treasure, containing the emperor's Tao rules, was almost the limit of living beings' power, and they thought it would be safe. But just when the dawn was about to cover the mist, the source of the fire erupted with a forbidden power, even interfering with the outside world's attempts to spy. In the end, the emperor's treasure was burned black, and the rules dissipated. Even the emperor's treasure could not break through. The Xiao family felt disheartened, and for a time believed that no living being in the world could explore the forbidden core. But just over half a year ago, Shaobao triggered the family's divine fire resonance. This awakened those old fellows buried in the coffin, who, regardless of the erosion of time, wanted to see who was resonating with the divine fire in the remaining years of their lives. Since then, the name Shaobao began to appear in the public eye. Although the Xiao family had other talented geniuses who were not satisfied, there were old fellows holding them down. At this time, the Xiao family's old, skeletal, and emaciated fellows dragged themselves out of their coffins, squeezing out terrifying essence blood, stirring the space, reflecting the scene of immortal Tao petals. One step, just one step. Almost, just almost. The old monster of the Xiao family was more anxious than anyone else. In the rippling scene, Xiaobao's steps slowed down gradually, and the closer he got to the source of the fire, the fewer the bones on the ground, with explosive solar fire spirits jumping everywhere. Xiaobao stopped, wearing fire armor, bending over to look at the soil tablet standing next to the bones on the ground. Heavenly fire, burn everything, forbidden zone, death. These were the remains of a genius from a few eras ago, not from the Xiao family. From the remains, even though they had been burned by the flames for many years, the red bones still retained ancient inscriptions that had not faded. Shaobao observed the ancient text above, looking carefully. It seems to be a shocking treasure technique. The intense fire cannot burn it out, but it is seriously incomplete, only retaining the most primitive traces. Shaobao sighed. Along the way, these scenes were everywhere, dense with fiery red corpses. After gathering his thoughts, he continued on his journey. Further ahead, the solar fire spirits decreased, and from a distance, the mist appeared to be an explosion of brilliant, continuously surging red dawn. The red dawn surged like a tsunami, but it was all a sea of intense fire, with countless star-like sparks falling from the sky, like snowflakes drifting down, melting a little bit of the land's ravines. There were also fire trees and silver flowers growing in the sea of fire. A fire-red phoenix emerged from the branches, the mysterious Huang. Shaobao was dumbfounded, immersed in the scene reflected in the sea of fire. At the same time, the divine fire seed within him manifested, like a guiding lighthouse, opening up a fiery path. Shaobao, in a daze, found his body inexplicably moving forward, entering the mysterious red clouds. Outside, the Xiao family was in an uproar. He has entered. He really went in. Someone has truly stepped into that core area. This was a forbidden zone that hadn't been trodden for 10 centuries. Now, Shaobao would share the heavenly treasures inside. It's correct. Resonating with the divine fire is a must for entering the Red Cloud Forbidden Zone. The old man of the Xiao family was excited. Their family's divine fire was brought back by the Xiao family emperor, only saying it was incredibly mysterious, waiting for a fateful person, but not mentioning its functions. In this generation, our Xiao family has the capital to contend for the imperial fate. What kings, what Mo family's 9 bloodlines? Let them all be burned to ashes. An elder with red hair from the Xiao family laughed arrogantly. Their family hadn't produced an emperor for several generations, and now it was time for the world to see their true glory. However, before the laughter stopped, another petal suddenly burst forth with boundless divine light, lighting up the sky momentarily. Who is that? The yin and yang energies are so dense. The reflection of the petal startled many. When they saw the swirls of yin and yang energy, they gasped in awe. Incredible, it's like the grand scene when a new world is opened, yin and yang intertwining, and there are even sounds of dragon roars. The view is hazy, and it's hard to see who it is. Ha 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 ha.
That is our prince. Soon, someone recognized it as a person from the ancient dragon dynasty. I heard that the ancient dragon prince possesses the solar divine body, but the Yin power isn't suitable. Could it be that he has supplemented it with the purest Yin? Quickly, an old man with sharp eyes saw the jade fluid in the hands of the ancient dragon prince, exclaiming, "He has obtained the Yin divine liquid." The Yin divine liquid, a treasure of utmost coldness and negativity, touching it would instantly freeze a common person. For ordinary cultivators, its effect was scant, but for the Yin solar divine body, it was a coveted treasure. No. That's not right, he also obtained the Yin divine marrow, a treasure even more precious than the Yin divine liquid. Legend says that at the dawn of creation, the lower Yin turned turbid, and in it, turbid air transformed into divine liquid. After endless ages, it evolved into Yin divine marrow. Completing the missing Yin power, chaos began, playing out the way of Yin and Yang changes. This path is supreme. Meanwhile, 3,000 petals bloomed simultaneously. Every world resonated. In the blood-colored highlands, darkness enveloped, a blood-colored full moon and a silver-white full moon overlapped. Two moons in the sky, beneath the moon's shadow, a two-headed wolf demon emerged, and as its figure appeared, the demon race cheered. Their monstrous bloodline had returned to its roots, and the phenomenon of two moons in the sky held the aura of ancient great demons. At the same time, in another colorful world, within a tall forest, a monkey with 3 pairs of ears wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth. The ground was littered with corpses, both human and beast. It gazed not far away, 6 ears fluttering, speaking human words. Interesting, this life, there are finally opponents. In 3,000 worlds, from countless forces of 3,000 states, the number of those who entered reached millions. The final era of the scattered celestial realms revealed more cultivators than imagined, and nearly every colorful world birthed prodigies. At the same time, on the other side, in the legendary closed-off place of the ancient 10 fiends, there was a surging great river, formed from sword intents, merging the true interpretations of sword cultivators from all ages, flowing through the entire world, with no end in sight. There was also a towering stone wall, inscribed with ancient, difficult-to-understand true words, said to be the original secret of the sword path. The ancient 10 fiends left traces here. Gongsun Jianwu stood in front of the ancient stone wall, surrounded by sword cultivators. But space was limited, and the closer to the stone wall, the stronger the fluctuation of sword Dao mysteries, yet the closest positions were all taken by the sword sect people. He wore a fox mask, and the Taishu sword body vibrated and rang out in this world filled with sword intent. Gongsun Jianwu stared at the ancient, obscure characters on the stone wall. In his eyes, those characters turned into little figures, evolving with each move and stance. But he needed to get closer to comprehend it. At that moment, Gongsun Jianwu drew his own sword, a gift forged by the sword spirit elder, a sword named Reverse. Ever since the sword spirit master perished, he had never drawn it out. Now, behind the mask, Gongsun Jianwu's pupils were dark, like sword light in the abyss, cutting through the light. Kill. Chapter 97, Digging the Wall's Foundation. Sword light stirred ripples in space. In the flash of cold light, Gongsun Jianwu was like a sword out of its sheath, drawing a pale line. Who? Everyone was shocked, because the one whose head rolled was a disciple of the sword sect. Gongsun Jianwu said nothing. He had no obligation to answer anyone's questions. He only knew he needed the sword Dao scriptures imprinted on the stone wall. He had a strong feeling that inside this retreat place of the legendary 10 fiends, the Dao runes in the stone wall could help him complete a rebirth and transformation. Only in this way could he gain the means, with one sword, just one sword, to cut off Malicious' life source when he was unprepared. Day and night, he lived in pain and blame. Closing his eyes, his mind always recalled the desolate ruins under the bright full moon. Father, master, little sister, clansmen, everything he cherished, all destroyed by Moli. He needed power, overwhelming power. He had never wanted power so desperately as he did now. Gongsun Jianwu knew his path had already deviated from the original purity, from his first love for the sword Dao. So, when faced with those who blocked his way, he abandoned the attitude of persuading with reason and chose to kill. This point, he learned while staying beside Moli, day by day, ear and eye influenced. Kill. Gongsun Jianwu swung the blood-dripping sword again, ignoring the other's shout, placing the broken sword before his chest. Behind him, circles of terrifying sword chi formed like halos, cutting through time and space. Where did this petty villain come from? I'll deal with you. A sword sect disciple in a white and blue robe stood up and shouted in rage. He formed hand seals with both hands, a golden array spread on the ground, and countless immortal swords gathered within the golden light array. Then the sword tips turned and surged toward Gongsun Jianwu. It's the sword sect's golden light sword formation. They say it's a sword technique understood after comprehending the power of gunmetal, sharp sword chi, full of killing force. This guy dares to provoke the sword sect here? He's tired of living. For countless generations, very few dared to challenge the dignity of the sword sect. Everyone who did, ended up a corpse under the sword. Gongsun Jianwu was not the first, and he wouldn't be the last, many believed so. However, the outside world was buzzing with excitement at the sight of this scene. Yo, isn't this your sword sect's precious Taishu sword body? Why are you fighting? The ancient sect master sitting in the purple gold chariot squinted his eyes and mocked maliciously. The moment Gongsun Jin was struck the sword sect disciple, they noticed something was off. It didn't seem like before. Instead, there was a rift between Taishu's sword body and the sword sect. Your own people fighting your own people? Internal chaos? I'm laughing so hard my years-old stroke is about to act up. Or maybe he never recognized your sword sect at all? An old monster who had lived for 1,000 years mocked without holding back, giving no face at all. Back then when the Taishu sword body fought the Divine King body, they had all witnessed it. The massive momentum surpassed anything before. The moment the divine sword came out, all the old geezers from various sects couldn't sit still, their eyes bulging as if falling out. Even across the secret realm space, that defiant sword shocked even them. Even oppression. Freaks, monsters, cannot be expressed in words anymore. In contrast, the sword gate, like a victorious rooster, has people tearing up, saying that in their lifetime they can still witness the sword master techniques, dying without regrets. The so-called sword master is indeed a teacher who has guided two legendary taboo figures, one of which is a sword god who opposes the great emperor. It's certain that the Yi Taisu sword body is absolutely linked to the historic taboo figure sword master, and it is highly likely a master-disciple relationship. If so, does it mean that a new taboo figure opposing the great emperor is about to be born? Moreover, the sword master and the sword gate are intertwined. Almost everyone believes that this generation's Taisu sword body is destined to become the brightest monster of the sword gate. But the situation is unexpected. The Yi Taisu sword body has started to fight with the sword gate's pride. It seems that the Yi Taisu sword body has not joined any forces. Someone guessed something. At this moment, a voice of the great road rippled through the void, an ancient horse voice spread across the seas. The Taisu sword body has destiny with our sect. I have long established causal relations, you need not say more. As soon as this was said, it exploded like a bomb. Among them, the sword gate reacted the most. You old immortal, are you talking about causal relations so easily? Digging foundations in front of me? Old man, you must be tired of living. The old man wielding the sword, crawling out from the coffin, was furious. After living so many years, did it really come back to himself? With a hand raised, one sword cut through the heavens, discerning yin and yang. The power was immense. Humph. Others may fear your sword gate, but my ancient god sect is not afraid. Taisu sword body, I will claim it. The mighty magic power clashed with the sword light, shaking space. The remnants of the great road flowed out, exploding into brilliant waves. Those who wanted to join the fun were undeterred. People watched as the old men from two sects fought over a monster, a rare occurrence in many years. Everyone, let me say, regarding the theory of causal relations, my Buddhist sect is the most qualified to speak. The Buddha said, the sword body has a connection with our sect. Upon hearing this, many were dumbfounded. You dead bald donkey, what does it have to do with you? Go home and read your broken scriptures, don't come here to cause trouble. I say, the sword body has connections with my sect too. In an instant, even the demon clan joined in, and even the ancient sect that only accepted women shouted to take Taisu sword body as their first male disciple in thousands of years. Chapter 98, Swordgate, Swordqingzi. As the outside world was in an uproar. Inside the colorful world, the sword energy spread for 100,000 miles. The golden metal sword formation actually began to crumble little by little, the runes wilting and shattering. What's going on? You. What kind of demon magic is this? The fierce golden lightsword formation was a method of swordsmanship unmatched in killing. The golden spiritual sword surged forth, capable of cutting through space. But just now, the sword formation actually collapsed, the structured runes crumbling little by little, simply unbelievable. Gongsun Jianwu remained silent. Within him, the Taisu sword energy overflowed, ethereal and mysterious. In this world of sword Tao, he felt comfortable, as if in a warm nest. The surging ancient sword intent was the soil for his growth. Go! As the law followed the sound, the sword will light ring condensed behind him burst into cold light, yet no sword shadow was visible. By the time he reacted, he looked down to see a faint sword blade had grown in his abdomen without him knowing. This faint sword shadow is wrong. It is actually devouring spiritual energy, destroying the sword pulse. However, what terrified them even more was that the sword intent within this space was changing. The sharp golden sword energy began to fade, and the scorching black flame sword energy also gathered in the same direction. He wants to change all the sword intent here. Even the vast sword intent in the mighty sword river is gathering towards him. They frighteningly discovered this fact but could only watch helplessly. This is the Taisu sword body. Capable of forcefully imposing its will upon everything in the surrounding space, even the spiritual energy became ethereal and illusory, seeming real yet false. Together, let's suppress him. No longer letting Gongsun Jianwu accumulate momentum. This space will be controlled by him. At that time, they will be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Sword resonance. Thunder strike. A blue-robed cultivator shouted loudly, as the sharp sword left its sheath, violent purple lightning overflowed from the blade's edge. His eyes sparkled with electric arcs. The moment he gripped the sword hilt, thunder fell from the void, and the raging bolts of lightning poured forth. Swish! It was as if the lightning split the darkness, carving a fine white-purple crack. In an instant, billions of electric flowers illuminated the world. No! That's an afterimage. He is over there. Dry and Koan sword formation. Activate. Without leaving a moment of gap, the instant they discovered Gongsun Jianwu, a Taiji emblem sprang up beneath his feet, black and white energies circulated, locking away his movement. The sword gate cannot be insulted, die for me. As the voice fell, a fierce fire sword that materialized from the void rushed straight down with the momentum to sever everything. In an instant, the sword light and fierce fire drowned all, severing space. Outside, many people quietly watched the scene of the void sword body being encircled, their hearts surging. Sword cultivators, a special path that only trains in killing, their attacking momentum unmatched. As soon as they strike, it is a deadly move that is almost impossible to evade. Is the void sword body dead? Someone questioned. The entire process was fierce and decisive, completed in the blink of an eye. The Tao of the law was natural and seamless, almost invincible at the same level. No, he is not dead. Because the sword energy in this sword Tao space is still being tainted. What on earth is that? A great Sect's Prodigy did not understand this special sword energy. Most beings found it hard to control, and he had never heard of anyone being able to assimilate sword energy. Because this is the void sword body. An old monster from the sword gate cleared the confusion. His cloudy eyes burst with brilliance, like two ancient lamps. As he looked at the assimilated void sword energy, his heart was unable to contain the excitement, filled with supreme longing. There are very few descriptions of the void sword body in ancient texts, and the void sword energy is the special aura of the sword body. The so-called void is said to have ancient beings as its origin. Throughout history, there have only been two beings who possessed the void sword body. The last being became a taboo among taboos. Even ancient history recorded only a few glimpses of his shadow. And what we see here is the second. Outside, the crowd was shocked, while within the colorful world, there was panic. What on earth is this? They were going mad. All around, whether it was spiritual energy or sword energy, had been assimilated into that ethereal sword energy, and this sword energy was constantly devouring their blood energy, as if gradually desolating and exhausting them. Their faces turned pale. Clearly, they had witnessed the killing of the opponent, but everything had not stopped. With the thickening of the void sword energy, their souls felt a slight stinging and disorientation, as if they were sinking in. What kind of method is this? The crowd was terrified, attempting to cut through the gathered void energy with sword light. The strange sword energy made their hearts uneasy. Thud. Suddenly, in the silent space, someone fell down, completely unaware of what had happened. What happened? Where is he? They could not find Gongsun Jianwu at all. Even with their sword eyes open, there was no trace to be found, only the faint sword energy surrounding them. Thud. The next second, swords of ethereal light pierced out from within a sword gate disciple, filling this body, like thorns breaking out of a shell, the intestines already severed. Not good. Someone was about to say something, but an ethereal sword tip surged straight out from his head, splitting him in two. How could this happen? How could this happen? Some had prickling scalps. The invading void sword energy made them smell the scent of death. They thought that it was impossible to confront a group of sword Tao prodigies with one person's power, but reality lay bare before them, as if the opponent was toying with them. Run. Never mind this chance. Realizing something was wrong, some began to harbor thoughts of leaving this place. Run? In front of the stone wall, a man chuckled with his eyes closed, then slowly stood up from the mat. The sword domain has been established, no one can leave. His breath was empty and pure, blocking the chaos of the vast void outside. In his hand was a sheathed bronze ancient sword, giving an extremely pure feeling. Hidden beneath its humble appearance was a gaze sharper than the sword itself. Yes, a gaze more dangerous than the sword, making one feel as if they were being cut just by a glance. The moment he stepped out, it seemed as if there was an invisible force that could calm all agitated hearts. Sword Gate. Jin Chengzi. Chapter 99, Ancestral Origins. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the Tai Su sword body. Jian Chengzi raised his hand, thick with calluses, which didn't reveal clear finger bones, only countless scars. His fingers traced in the air, touching the ethereal force of the vast void. A very peculiar sword energy, vast, mysterious, like chaos, elusive and hard to grasp. He was comprehending, expressing, his sharp eyes dissecting the veins of the runes, but the more he understood, the more amazed he became. Now that the sword domain has been established, this unmatched treasure technique, in this world, perhaps only the Tai Su sword body can achieve it. He discovered a clue. Gongsun Jianwu had not vanished, but had always been present. Usually, arranging a sword domain requires overlapping sword formations, or the construction of magical scrolls and treasured flags. But the sword domain they faced was different.
Though the formation was wonderful, it was dead. However, the Taisu sword domain was alive. Because this treasure technique evolved from the Taisu sword body's path of the void, transforming into a domain, unrestricted and carefree. Those shrouded within the sword domain seemed as if they were within his body. You could say that Gongsun Jianwu was everywhere. Within the sword domain, he was the sky. Speaking of which, there is some origin between us. Jian Qingzi spoke emotionally, like an old friend often seen, his tone showing no signs of panic. Behind him were the Swordgate disciples falling one after another to death. Why is he unmoved? Someone outside didn't understand. Swordgate, Jian Qingzi, this name is well known even in other states. But a large part of the reason is because of his father, the last generation of the Central State's three heroes, Jianmingzi. The three heroes of the Central State, celebrated for being unparalleled geniuses, many old folks lament that they lived in an unfortunate time, clearly gifted but missing the era of destiny contention. Swordgate Jianmingzi, Xiao family's Xiao Wuyan, was one of the three heroes. With the extraordinary title of their fathers, their children must be exceptional, perhaps even comparable to the Taisu sword body? But Jian Shengzi allowed his fellow disciples to die one by one. Could it be that he had no feelings? No, those people cannot escape. This miraculous treasure technique far exceeds the limits of unification realm. In the face of transcendence, numbers mean nothing. Even Jian Shengzi, who appears calm, is actually resisting the erosion and assimilation of the Taisu energy. Could it be that Taisu sword body is truly invincible in the world? For the Taisu sword body, the most direct impression on the world was during the battle with the God King body, but in the end, it relied on external help to contend. Even though the Swordgate claimed the Taisu sword body was extraordinary, there was little to speak of. But now, they found themselves mistaken, utterly wrong. Transforming into the sword domain, Taisu energy permeating, it could also die and assimilate everything within the domain, endlessly providing nourishment. This method is nothing short of heaven-defying. I wonder if Jian Qingzi can withstand it. Concerned voices emerged from the outside, while within the colorful world, Jian Qingzi still maintained a calm demeanor. Jian Qingzi, if I remember correctly, from the Deqian dynasty, the Gongsun family has an ancestor named Gongsun Xianjian. You are his descendant, right, Gongsun Jianwu? What do you want to say? Within the sword domain, Gongsun Jianwu's voice was thick and distant, coming from all directions. It's just ancestral origins. Your ancestor, Gongsun Xianjian, was defeated at the hands of my father back then, twice. His sword heart shattered, the prodigy who exhausted resources thus disappeared, and the Gongsun family gradually fell into decline. I didn't expect that in your generation, the Gongsun family could actually rejuvenate. You've become such a void sword body. At that time, while tracking down the sword energy canyon that severed causality in the Great Qian dynasty, Jian Qingzi discovered this intriguing fact. Surrounded by the aura of the void, he felt as if he were trapped in a cage of sword intent, continuously tearing at his flesh and skin, yet he still had the leisure to smile and talk. It's a shame that the Gongsun family no longer exists. I am quite curious about what truly happened back then. The sword energy that cleaved through time was something even the old monsters of the sword sect could not probe. So what happened? Regarding this question, it was a nightmare that haunted Gongsun Jianwu for a lifetime. He encountered his ancestor, Gongsun Xianjian, but behind his ancestor stood a devil from the abyss. There was no joy in seeing his ancestor, no passing on of heritage from the old to the new, only endless nightmares. If you think that the grudges of the previous generation carry over to the next, then you are thinking too much. If there had been no appearance of Emoli, perhaps their animosity in battles would have had something to do with the previous generation. But now, Gongsun Jianwu had only one goal, a clear and resolute purpose, to kill Emoli. You blocked my path. Everyone must die. Before the words finished, countless void swords surged from all directions, rushing to stab at Jian Qingzi. The sword's momentum continued without end, one sword stabbed forth and another took form, like roaring waves crashing wildly, cold rays surging. Ding ding ding. The continuous sounds of clashing echoed, and Jian Qingzi's eyes sharpened even more. He did not use the ancient bronze sword in his hand, but instead stirred up his own sword intent, transforming it into a sword to collide with the void swords. The tides of two sword intents clashed together. In sight, there were no entities, only runes burning in the void. That was the overwhelming Dao intertwining and creating a spark of the ways. Something's off. Jian Qingzi's sword intent has actually not been assimilated by the void energy. It even has the momentum to break through. Those with keen eyes noticed the clue and wanted to find out the problem. His sword intent is very pale. Very pure. Like a perfect unblemished piece of jade, exuding a vibrant aura. It has preserved only the sharpness of the sword's edge, reaching the realm of returning to simplicity. An ancient being couldn't help but show appreciation. To some extent, his sword path attainment has even surpassed that of his father. Could it be that Jian Qingzi has already harmonized Dao? Or is he just hiding too deep?
In midair, a prominent figure in a jeweled carriage frowned, finding it hard to believe. Jian Qingzi's understanding of the sword path vastly exceeds that of his peers, entering a brand new realm. Or perhaps he has opened up a completely new domain. His sword intent is too pure, so pure that it cannot be assimilated, that is the manifestation of will. On this path, Jian Qingzi had already come too far.
Beings lamented. If you only have these means, then I am utterly disappointed.
Jian Qingzi withstood the void energy, having already adapted to this environment, easily countering the sword intent that strikes from every angle.
Is that so? Gongsun Jianwu's voice came from the heavens, then let this end in one strike.
As the words fell, the winds and clouds surged. The void energy that spread rapidly began to boil, divine light brilliant, covering the sky. In the divine light filling the sky, the profound void energy suddenly spread open, forming a river of stars, runes dazzling, with stars and moons flowing, silver dust shining brightly. First style, Starfall. Swish swish. The spread stars arranged into a 7-star formation, star brilliance surging, the flickering shadows were all deadly sword breaths.
But Gongsun Jianwu did not intend to hold back. Second style, Moonlight. Wow.
The transformed bright moon flickered with extreme white brilliance, the white light arcing like a crescent moon shockwave, tearing apart the void, and immense pressure made one's scalp tingle. Under the moon's trace, Jian Qingzi instead closed his eyes, his calloused palm gripping the ancient bronze sword handle tightly. He felt the opponent's strongest sword intent, opening up the river of stars, enough to reverse the universe. He was thrilled. The surrounding sword intent underwent a subtle change, becoming sharper, like a sharpened knife, just waiting for the final strike's sublimation. I sealed my sword for over 20 years without truly stepping out, because
I only know one move.
Jian Qingzi murmured to himself, enveloped by the mysterious intent of the sword, white light shimmering like flowers.
Unsheathing sword move.
From the moment he was born, Jian Qingzi only practiced one strike, the most basic move, unsheathing the sword. Even if he only knew this one move, he believed that this one sword could open the heavens. Swish. Moonlight exploded downward, the sword intent of starlight surged, and a pale white line, splitting the world, came to a standstill. Then, this white line shattered the moonlight, destroyed the falling stars, and even tore apart the domain formed by the void energy, as the ultimate sharpness showed that the void energy was like fragile paper, slowly being divided. This. The beings from the outside world were shocked. Under the sword domain, the falling stars and moonlight were almost unbeatable among their peers.
Yet Jian Qingzi seemed to break through with ease. Could this be a genius even more monstrous than the void sword body?
Many people couldn't believe it. Even Jian Mingzi, one of the 3 elites from years ago, had never been this outrageous.
Chapter 100, Great River Sword Intent vs. Extermination Sword Formation. Gongsun Jianwu bled fiercely.
The transformed sword domain cracked open, red blood flowed from the sky, all this indicated serious injury. You lost. Jian Qingzi sheathed his sword, like a true warrior, the movement was seamless.
You. Gongsun Jianwu wanted to say something more, but the words choked in his throat, unable to come out.
With that one sword, he saw the shadow of the simplest path, he also saw the past him. The him from before sought the most simple, the purest sword path, day after day unsheathing and wielding the sword. The sword spirit elder once taught, don't see the unsheathing sword move as the simplest technique, if mastered to perfection, it can break the stars. The master guided him, wanting him to walk a straightforward and correct path, but everything changed, and he seemed to be drifting further away on this road. The past words echoed in his ears, and now, his transformed star had truly been shattered.
You are strong. Above the sword way. But, I will not lose.
Those who block my path shall die.
Gongsun Jianwu's face reflected on the torn sky, faintly visible.
The surrounding void energy surged, flowing like a boundless sea, a chilling power was gathering. Jian Qingzi frowned, looking at the sword river that pierced through the world, understanding everything.
Is this the void sword body? What an enviable physique.
He had to admit, under the overwhelming sword river accumulated over centuries, Jian Qingzi felt he could not resist. Transforming the sword intent of the ancients into his own, especially in this world, where every corner was filled with sword path runes, Gongsun Jianwu stood invincible. There's no way to resist.
This is entirely against a whole world. Jian Qingzi's defeat is set, no, his death is set.
The fall of the prodigy often evokes deep sighs, many thought Jian Qingzi's path ended here.
No, what is he doing? Taking off his clothes?
In the reflected petals, Jian Qingzi slowly put away the bronze ancient sword, strangely retreating his outer robe.
In the way of the sword, no one understands better than me, you cannot do it, not even my father.
Since birth, Jian Qingzi grew under the halo of his father, a monstrous son more monstrous than his father was what people accepted.
But no one knew, he was just an ordinary person. That's right, an ordinary person.
No stunning sword body, no miraculous method, not even a chance treasure. His father Jian Mingzi even refused to acknowledge him as his ordinary son. What allowed him to reach this point relied solely on a sincere pursuit of the sword path, day after day of grinding. The unsheathing sword move, he practiced for over 20 years, creating calluses, wearing them down and growing anew. As he spoke, Jian Chengzi took off his shirt, revealing a strong upper body, though the flesh of that upper body was constantly tearing and healing. Within the torn flesh, one could clearly see intricate and complex paths spread across his body, moving back and forth in pain and repair.
What is that? What is imprinted in Jian Chengzi's body?
The ancient runes flowing in the flesh are so brilliant and mysterious, containing the most fundamental principles.
That's a sword formation. He has imprinted part of the sword formation into his own flesh. And that sword formation looks a bit familiar. The second fierce formation, an ancient being blurted out in the void.
The second fierce formation, also known as the Exterminate Immortals sword formation, is said to originate from the chaos of heaven and earth, possessing immeasurable powers, burying billions of beings, and even rumored to have been stained with the blood of immortals.
Is he crazy?
His flesh and blood cannot withstand the imprint of the sword formation. Such an ancient and fierce formation, even a part of it, cannot be borne by living beings. The outstanding figures outside are shocked, the other party's flesh and blood have already been torn apart. If they want to suppress the overflowing runes of the sword formation, they need to be exceptionally careful. But just now, Jian Chengzi was still battling the Tai Su sword body.
Is this person a monster?
He can still suppress the great fierce sword formation in such a situation.
But this is the Exterminate Immortals sword formation. Crazy, this world is crazy.
Of course, it's not just Jian Chengzi who is crazy, there is also Gongsun Jianwu. When the second fierce formation emerged, even though it was only a corner of the framework, it was enough to make the entire colorful world tremble, and the river of sword intent he controlled nearly collapsed.
No! I will never lose. Gongsun Jianwu roared. If he couldn't even overcome this obstacle of Jian Chengzi, how could he have the qualifications to seek revenge? Great River Sword. Condense. Exterminate Immortals sword formation. Activate.
On one side is the sword intent condensed from the entire world, and on the other is the fierce formation of chaos just emerging. When the two appear on the same battlefield, time and space create breaks, the reflection of celestial petals cloaks the mist, severing cause and effect, becoming blurred and unclear.
After a long time,
the whole world became tranquil. When the halo of petals reappeared, illuminating a scene of wreckage, all that could be seen was the desolate ground and the quietly flowing river of sword intent.
Who won? That is Jian Chengzi. The last one standing is actually him? Jian Chengzi's figure lay on the ground, breathing weakly. In this deadly situation, only one person could survive. And the disappearance of Gongsun Jianwu has already answered the question. That stone wall surprisingly did not perish. It remained intact amidst the aftermath of the second fierce formation and the great river sword intent. One being noted the state of the stone wall. Did the Tai Su sword body really die? No bones remain? The unparalleled genius who just dazzled the world has fallen like this? This was an outcome no one could have foreseen. But Jian Chengzi actually imprinted the second fierce formation in his flesh. Who would have thought of that? Chapter 101, Medicine King Valley, Luo Xiaoxi. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? Yin and Yang cut off time, as if being in a space of nothingness, losing all light. The buzzing noise in his ears was chaotic. You are trapped. Blinded by the flames of hatred, you have lost the direction to explore. Kid, what is it that you pursue, that your heart desires? Gongsun Jianwu is going crazy, every note rushes into his head, occupying every nerve, giving him a terrible headache. Shut up. The path I walk does not need your pointing. Yet, the mysterious noisy voice grew even more, mingled with ridicule. Ha ha ha, he is bound by himself, the path he pursues has long been severed. What a pity, the Tai Su sword body will fall before leaving its name in history. At this rate, you cannot take revenge. There were many voices, but Gongsun Jianwu only heard this one sentence, you cannot take revenge. Cannot take revenge? Gongsun Jianwu cannot accept it. His only meaning in living is revenge. In the dark world filled with extinguished light, the faint glow that remains to illuminate the path ahead only guides him towards revenge. In every moment, every second of being alive, his dwindling consciousness keeps telling himself. Your master sacrificed himself to pave the way for you. You are the pride of your father's entire life. Your sister was killed. Withers in the most beautiful years. This grudge, I must avenge, even if I have to drag Emily down to hell. He struggled, but the light in the world gradually faded away. He wanted to grasp this last bit of hope, even if he lost everything, he had to hold on tightly. Puff puff. Suddenly, he grasped that hint of hope, his closed eyes burst open, but what he saw was a hollow space where even light had been extinguished. Gradually, he seemed to accept his fate and closed his eyes again.
Possessing the body of a void sword, yet not even able to cross the threshold of sword formation, how could he talk about killing that madman Emoli? He lost, utterly lost, including in the sword path he once took pride in. But in the moment he shut his eyes, what appeared was the lively figure of his sister, Gongsun Luowu. Gongsun Luowu's lips parted slightly, as always encouraging, as if she were saying, "Brother, you are the best. Always will be." Sister. Gongsun Jianwu wanted to seize that last bit of fantasy, struggling to break free from the darkness and reaching out. As soon as he opened his eyes, the darkness vanished, fresh spiritual energy mixed with the fragrance of earth, blossoms fluttering, birds and beasts surrounding him. He lay in a patch of flowers, colorful butterflies all around. "Oh, you're awake? Don't move. Your wounds are still very serious." The girl in green quickly stopped Gongsun Jianwu. "Where am I?" he asked, lying in the flowers, looking at the unfamiliar girl before him. The girl was delicate, not like a fairy's cold stunning beauty, but like a quietly blooming green lotus in a clear garden. However, when she smiled, she was lively and sunny, like a spring breeze, gentle and delicate, giving the most sincere tenderness. "Why do you keep staring at me?" the girl asked, her elegant smile polite, not a hint of shyness. She was used to the gazes of patience after treating many injured. "Sorry." Instead, Gongsun Jianwu showed a bashful expression. "You. Just lie still. Don't move around." The girl examined Gongsun Jianwu's injuries, removing his tattered clothes, her delicate hands gliding over the bloodied scars. To be honest, this was the first time a girl had touched his body like this. It was a strange feeling, yet very relaxing. "The situation is very bad. You are a sword cultivator?" the girl suddenly asked while staring into Gongsun Jianwu's eyes. "Kind of." In fact, he didn't even know if he could still be considered a sword cultivator. It felt as if he had strayed onto a wrong path on the sword journey. Such severe injuries, with sword scars entailing an extremely powerful principle, gradually corroding your vitality. "I've never seen this kind of sword intent principle. So, will I die?" The girl glanced at him but didn't answer. "How much longer?" Just as he said, even if he were to die, he would drag Emoli down to hell with him. "I don't know, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, who knows? Your sword intent principle is very special. I haven't seen it even in the Medicine King Valley. It will take some time to study it." "You are a disciple of the Medicine King Valley?" Gongsun Jianwu obviously didn't expect that. As a special lineage for healing and saving lives, the Medicine King Valley has never participated in the conflicts for emperors, and most of its disciples are absorbed in alchemy and pharmacology. Rarely heard of anyone joining these kinds of elite contests. "What's wrong with the disciples of the Medicine King Valley?" "My methods are quite a lot. Poisoning them is an easy task." The girl raised her snow-white neck, her eyes filled with pride. "By the way, what do I call you?" "Luo Xiaoxi." "And you?" Gongsun Jianwu was taken aback, his expression hazy, repeating this name slowly. Luo Xiaoxi, just like his sister Gongsun Luowu, they both share the same character. Chapter 102, Encounter, Healing Wounds. His gaze blurred in the grass, memories drifting across the mountains and fields. Once Luowu gets better, she can protect father and brother. In his memory, the sunlight was bright. The spring breeze is warm. He strokes his sister's little head, smiling sweetly, like a beautiful and serene painting. "Good. Hey. Hey." Luo Xiaoxi cups Gongsun Jianwu's face with both hands, her eyes clear like a tranquil spring, staring into his shattered and darkened pupils. Awakening from memories, Gongsun Jianwu is at a loss. Time suddenly slows down, the breath in their gaze is anxious, turning Gongsun Jianwu's ears red. After gazing for a long time, Luo Xiaoxi seems to cut open his flesh and blood. Her pure and clear gaze terrifies Gongsun Jianwu. He fears that his despair will leave marks on the other person, even if it's just a tiny bit. He struggles to rise, leaning against the root of an ancient tree, avoiding her gaze. "Luo Xiaoxi, you are sick." Gongsun Jianwu, ah? These two words are indeed unexpected, yet can only be said by the pure and fairy-like girl in front of him. "Heart disease." Luo Xiaoxi playfully pouts, like a little cat that has caught its prey. She releases Gongsun Jianwu's face, the lingering warmth emitting a natural herbal fragrance, and for some reason, Gongsun Jianwu really likes the smell. "When I was at the King of Medicine Valley, my master treated many patients, but the hardest to heal were heart diseases." Luo Xiaoxi imitates her master, walking back and forth with her hands behind her back, pretending to be mature, looking like a knowledgeable medical expert. "Of course, it's not impossible to cure." "Tell me. What is your heart disease? Hurt by love?" Suddenly, Luo Xiaoxi leans in again, wanting to peek into a corner of the truth from Gongsun Jianwu's world of eyes, looking curiously like a curious baby. Gongsun Jianwu smiles bitterly. "Isn't it? If it were hurt by love, that would be easy to treat. My other master has developed the emotion ending pill, which, when taken, can make you forget emotional scars. It's very powerful." Just one precious herb is enough, she quietly adds, a hint of clever cunning in her brow. Gongsun Jianwu looks at the elf girl's immature cunning demeanor, and his eyes unexpectedly shine with a slight light. He wishes time could stop right here, just a little bit longer. Luo Xiaoxi resembles his sister so much, the sister who has recovered from illness, as vibrant and bright as he imagined. Could it be that you suffered from betrayal by a brother, the hatred of a stolen wife? No, the hatred of a stolen wife shouldn't look like this. It should be betrayal by a partner. Despair mixed with endless pain and reluctance. Gongsun Jianwu leans against the tree root, unknowingly lifting the corners of his mouth. He doesn't even realize it, his eyes filled with stars, only her star and moon. Luo Xiaoxi, like a lively nightingale, compares all the situations she has seen one by one. If my master can see the root of heart disease at a glance, then I can too. If one guess is not enough, then I will guess until I get it right. Don't reveal it, if I guess right, just nod. Gongsun Jianwu chuckles, can a doctor still guess when treating? He finds that Luo Xiaoxi seems to be a carefree and simple spirit, free and unburdened, but when it comes to healing, that lively curiosity is buried deep in her eyes, shining with the gentleness of a healer. In the end, Luo Xiaoxi surrenders, raising a white flag. All right, you speak. I can't guess anymore. The girl droops her expression, looking just like a down-and-out kitty. Gongsun Jianwu looks around. Not far away, a tranquil river flows gently, ancient trees intertwine, and natural divine light lingers in the mountains and fields, with grass growing, orioles flying, and colorful butterflies dancing, resembling a peach blossom paradise. He seems to forget to ask where this place is, and he also seems to forget to guard against the woman in front of him. But none of this mattered anymore. Because the moment he opened his eyes, his heart sank like this tranquil river, slowly sinking within, moving with the waves. Do you want to hear a story? 1. A tragic story. Sure. I love stories the most. The curious fire in Luo Xiaoxi's eyes burns fiercely. Every time her master treats a patient, especially for heart disease, she was always the one who listened the most attentively. The emotional history of those big figures, she was well versed in it, as if she knew it like the back of her hand. Luo Xiaoxi, wait, you haven't answered my previous question, what's your name? She suddenly remembered that she still didn't know this guy's name. Gongsun Jianwu. He suddenly smiled. Chapter 103, White Paper Boat. In a distant dynasty, a boy lost his mother when he was very young, never even seeing her face, only knowing from his father's description that his mother was as beautiful as a fairy in the sky, and to admire her even for a moment would be a sin of disrespect. The boy had asked about his mother more than once, but his father remained silent, sighing, only saying that meeting his mother was the greatest luck of his life. The boy also had a younger sister, but she was plagued with a strange illness, weak and frail. The boy swore to protect his sister, to find a way to make her live happily under the sun, growing strong. At this point, he couldn't help but glance at Luo Xiaoxi, who was focused, as if he saw the image of Gongsun Luowu, lively, agile, like a lark full of vitality, basking in the morning sun. The boy's ancestors had once been glorious, his forefather born 1,000 years ago, unmatched in swordsmanship, gifted beyond measure, regarded as the one to lead the family to its peak. But even such a gifted sword genius had his heart shattered twice, both times by the same person's hand, before vanishing without a trace. From then on, even before the sun could rise, the family's fortune had already ended. 1,000 years later, that is to say, now, the boy once again displayed an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship, even surpassing that of his ancestor. The family saw hope once more. His father was very strict with him, but the boy knew that the strictness contained the world's most passionate expectations. His father often said, "My son is no mere fish in a pond, one day, he will soar in the sky above." The boy was very lucky to meet a mentor who treated him very well, and even better. As Gongsun Jianwu told this story, each time he touched the darkest and most fragile part of his heart, especially the old sword spirit, his heart would convulse, as if a poisoned blade repeatedly pierced through. His mentor was like a father, guiding him like the stars in the night sky, lighting the boy's confused path, opening up a road that was the purest and simplest. The boy trudged forward on this road, occasionally facing winds and frosts, but also feeling content. Because he believed that if he kept walking down this road, reaching the distant shore, just gazing at the end would already be an accomplishment beyond what anyone before him could ever achieve. But when Gongsun Jianwu uttered these two words, the most beautiful scene in his eyes was quickly consumed by darkness, as if hell had opened its gates, completely burying his hope. All that remained was the blood-stained figure of that person. Disaster is always one step ahead of you, and the unexpected always surpasses imagination. The boy's ancestors returned. One night, the boy returned too. That night, the boy would never forget. The moon in the sky seemed to be bleeding, and the blood was that of his kin. The arrival of the demon caught the boy off guard. He manipulated the boy's ancestor to kill all of his clan. In the empty, silent hall, his father died, and the last sword that killed his father was struck by the boy's own hand. The swordsmanship he was proud of, the last swing of his sword, was actually aimed at his own kin. Isn't it laughable? Gongsun Jianwu paused for a moment, looking into Luo Xiaoxi's clear pupils, as if seeking an answer. Luo Xiaoxi remained silent, offering the greatest comfort she could. The boy's sister was also violated by the demon. Gongsun Jianwu couldn't bring himself to say the words of abuse. His sister's death had always been a memory he wanted to forget. In the most desperate moment, the boy's mentor gave up his own life, wiping out all threats, and paved the way for the boy once more. The shattered world, the bleeding moon, in the end, only the boy remained, standing alone in the ruins. But the demon is not dead. To this day, he cannot understand how Emoli survived that sword strike. He also cannot comprehend why, even though there are no grudges between him and Emoli, they act like strangers and yet, Emoli targets him. After following Emoli for a while, he still cannot explain it, not even a simple reason. If it is to suppress him, to force him to become a warrior on the path to becoming an emperor, there are countless ways to do so, and moreover, Emoli has only a few years left to live and cannot participate in the grand stage of the world. The demon did not kill him but kept him by his side, the young man cannot understand. He cannot guess Emoli's motives, cannot see through him, and his actions are unpredictable, making him feel afraid. From then on, killing the demon became the young man's obsession to survive. But he knows well that he has only one chance to kill the demon. He craves power, the power of revenge. In the dark world of revenge, the young man's realm progresses rapidly, until he encounters the arrangement of fate, wonderfully strange. The young man's ancestor, the last generation of monsters who defeated his Tao heart, meets the young man. In him, the young man sees a sword path that has not been tainted by darkness. Although the young man possesses extraordinary talent, he still loses, utterly defeated. From then on, the young man's Tao heart also began to bleed and crack. Gongsun Jianwu grips the broken sword at his waist. After telling the story, he shows a bitter smile. His sword path, the direction he pursued, the core spirit within it, has already completely dissipated, leaving not a trace of longing, merely a hollow shell. It's quite tragic. At some point, Luo Xiaoxi, holding a long-eared jade rabbit, gently strokes the rabbit's head. Look, the rabbit is nodding, it thinks it's quite tragic too. Gongsun Jianwu smiles lightly. Every time he sees the girl before him, he cannot help but smile, for everything about her, even subtle movements, can make him temporarily forget his pain. Thank you for telling this story. As a reward, let me heal your injuries. Okay. For some unknown reason, he instinctively replied with that word. To survive under the great sinister sword formation is a miracle in itself. His veins have long since shattered into shapelessness, flesh, and organs ripped apart by the sword's might, and within his shell, there is nothing but emptiness. Had it not been for his heart still beating faintly, he would doubt he was still alive. Of course, for him, being dead doesn't matter, he should have died that night along with it, living only adds to the pain. Perhaps subconsciously, he wanted to see the girl before him again, to see her bright sunshine, to see her lively and joyful. By the way, where is this place? The quirky Luo Xiaoxi releases the long-eared jade rabbit from her arms, turns around, and somehow picks a spiritual fruit to nibble on. The medicinal garden outside the ruins. Outside the ruins? Medicinal garden? He never thought that beyond the ruins, there would be such a beautiful place hidden away. Then how did I get here? You. The girl spits out the fruit pit and points to the vast river leading to the unknown. You were floating on the water, unsure of life or death. As for how you got here, I am not clear. Following the girl's gaze, he sees the surface of the river shimmering, light dancing above, but below the water is inky blackness, even his spiritual consciousness cannot perceive, flowing toward the pitch-black void, its direction untraceable. What is that? Amidst the flickering light, Gongsun Jianwu seems to see something white moving above the river. This. Luo Xiaoxi leaps up, skillfully retrieves a white paper boat, and places it before Gongsun Jianwu. I don't know who left this paper boat, drifting down from upstream of the river. In a colorful world, at the Phoenix Sea. Qin Yang pauses atop the sea surface, leans down, and picks up a piece of white paper boat. What is this, he wonders. Who knows, maybe someone was bored, treating it like a wish drift, leaving it in the sea. Meng Wuyao tidies her long hair behind her, her elegance fleeting. Just a casual move, it was as if the stars and the moon were sinking into her enchanting charm. Qin Yang carefully opened the paper boat, revealing a blank piece of paper with no writing to be found. Maybe it's a prank, Meng Wu said with a cunning smile, enchanting the galaxy. However, just as Qin Yang was folding the paper boat back, intending to place it again, a vague sound, seemingly from a realm not belonging to this time and space, echoed in his mind. Source, Life, Soul Sea. Chapter 104, The Path of Affection. Time flowed like a quiet river, slowly passing. Gongsun Jianwu had been here for half a month. During these 15 days, Gongsun Jianwu cut off the disputes of the outside world and temporarily shielded himself from hatred. In this world where the power of nature grew abundantly, his heart seemed to be purified, planting the seeds of light in his heart soil. Watching the busy woman in the distance, full of joy like a sparrow, Gong Sun Jianwu was convinced he had her image, down to the details of her eyelashes when she blinked, completely etched in his heart soil. He seemed to have fallen in love with Luo Xiaoxi, just like the heartbeat when they first met. Perhaps, this is fate? For the first time, Gong Sun Jianwu sighed at luck, at the elusive, intangible thing. Once upon a time, fate had played a joke on him, yet afterward, in the ruins, it granted him that precious light. He felt that from the moment he first laid eyes on her, he was convinced that in the vast world of mortals, she was his other half. In half a month, Gong Sun Jianwu found this answer and was sure of it. From meaning to knowing, from knowing to understanding, the story of these 15 days transformed into the water source of his heart's soil, nourishing the blooming of his heart's flowers. His path, his flowers, took root and sprouted after the darkness faded. Master, is this the path of affection you spoke of? Gong Sun Jianwu murmured to himself, the master's words echoing in his ears. He gazed at the shimmering river, lost in thought, as if sinking to the riverbed, his thoughts floating beneath the rippling water. Hey! Hey! Luo Xiaoxi waved her hand in front of Gong Sun Jianwu's eyes. Look, your broken sword has been reforged. Ding ding! Luo Xiaoxi proudly presented a brand new sword. The once broken sword was revitalized, the fractured part linked with vibrant green vines, created with verdant life celestial gold, tempered in blue flames, like newly born. Let me calculate for you, life celestial gold is very expensive, worth 3 precious herbs. She held out 3 clearly visible fingers. And the forging materials and losses add up to 2 more precious herbs. Suddenly, the girl thought for a moment, her expression seemingly struggling, bending one finger in pain. For the sake of our acquaintance, I'll let you off 1 precious herb. Seeing the girl's expression as she dropped her precious herbs, Gong Sun Jianwu couldn't help but smile. He had seen someone obsessed with money, but had never seen someone so enamored with precious herbs. Such deep love for precious herbs was truly one of a kind. He had asked Luo Xiaoxi why she was so obsessed with the celestial medicinal herbs, but she answered seriously, precious herbs are alive, I feel as if I can hear their breathing. If I lean in close, I can hear their whispers. Each precious herb has its own story, and it's very interesting. Gong Sun Jianwu couldn't understand, so he stopped asking. Holding the green vine sword in his hand, Gong Sun Jianwu began to drift upstream along the river. Before leaving, he suddenly looked back, meeting Luo Xiaoxi's bright eyes. Xiaoxi, wait for me to finish what I have to do, I will come find you. He cherished every moment spent with Luo Xiaoxi, though it was only half a month, it was enough to save her for a lifetime. Although I also don't know if I can survive. Based on his knowledge of Emoli, that madman, it was very likely he would drag him into hell together at the moment of death. After all, he was still Emoli's ghost slave, the other party only needed one thought to make him meet his end. So, he only had a brief moment of opportunity. For this chance, he had been waiting and enduring. You must stay alive. Luo Xiaoxi nodded firmly, otherwise, who will I ask for the precious medicine you owe me? Gong Sun Jianwu smiled helplessly, then showed a worried expression, you must be careful too. He realized Luo Xiaoxi's mysterious quality, she possessed a peculiar power, a purification force he had never seen before. This purification power could even remove the demons and chaotic thoughts from one's mind, and its healing effect was equally astonishing. Got it, who is as foolish as you? If you can't defeat me, how could you outrun me? If you can't outrun me, just poison them. With that, Gong Sun Jianwu simply smiled, turned, and left, his gaze gradually taking on a dim hue. He wanted to completely erase all memories of Luo Xiaoxi, leaving no trace behind, not even a fragment, not even a fleeting piece. He no longer wanted to experience the scene of witnessing a cherished one perish, becoming a nightmare that haunted him day and night. Emoli was very good at making threats. Goodbye, Xiaoxi. Perhaps, we will never meet again in this life. If fate were different, he definitely would not be this way, but rather a young encounter and understanding. As the words fell, Gong Sun Jianwu slung the blue vine sword onto his back, a warm flow pressed against his spine, the blue gleam subtly dim. Memories of this sword had also been altered for him. I found that everyone seems to dislike reading this kind of emotional buildup. But there's nothing to be done, without emotional buildup, the subsequent tragic events in the plot would lack any impact and persuasion. Chapter 105, The Sword That Escaped Imprisonment. Time has passed again, half a month. In the crack where chaotic space currents flowed, Gong Sun Jianwu searched for a long time for a way out. When he returned to the vibrant world filled with sword intent, a month had already passed since his last visit. The Taisu sword body did not die. Gong Sun Jianwu's appearance undoubtedly caused a great stir, the outside world almost staring in disbelief, mouths agape as if they could swallow eggs. How did he survive under the second fierce formation? Incredible! In the scene, after more than a month, Gong Sun Jianwu stood once again opposite Jianqingzi. The two exchanged silent glances, as if preparing for a fateful duel, the atmosphere subtle. Jianqingzi frowned, he noticed Gong Sun Jianwu had changed. In just over a month, that pair of still dark eyes had gained some color. What, do you want to fight again? Jian Qingzi held the sword sheath at his waist, a fleeting cold gleam flashed as he displayed impressive sword skills.
You cannot defeat me.
Facing Jian Qingzi again, he saw that the opponent not only had to endure the backlash of the second fierce formation but also resist the corrosion of the great river sword intent. To be alive, standing here, was already the end of his strength. You are seriously injured. I do not like winning without a fight. When Gongsun Jianwu spoke this line, Jian Qingzi's pupils contracted, his brows tightly fixed on him, as if piercing through flesh and blood, directly aiming at the soul.
You've changed. Can such a significant transformation occur in just a short month?
Jian Qingzi was puzzled. He saw unprecedented changes in Gongsun Jianwu, especially in the other's heart. The path ahead no longer a dark abyss. Ignoring Jian Qingzi, Gongsun Jianwu walked straight to the stone wall, gently tracing the time-worn marks with his fingers. The closer he got to the stone wall, the more he was shocked by the profound aura contained within. Once, he had engaged in slaughter to sense the sword path's intent up close, solely pursuing ultimate power. Now, as he carefully contemplated again, the sword path inscriptions were astonishingly clever, like blazing fire, like piercing ice, like a flying dragon, yet also like rock-hard resilience. Behind every mist of the sword path lay a passage leading to light. He was surrounded by endless sword path runes, as if immersed in a completely new world, where every capture led to the highest halls of the sword path. But this was not what he wanted.
The Tai Su sword body truly entered as well. In the outside world, the Lord of the Great Doctrine witnessed Gongsun Jianwu vanish into the Stonewall world, and it wasn't unexpected. To resonate with the Stonewall, looking across the ages, only those who have reached the peak of the sword art may enter.
If the Tai Su sword body cannot gain entry, then that would be a problem. Inside the world of the Stonewall, contrary to his expectations, the scene here is a mountain peak surrounded by many summits. Atop the mountain peak, the sword intent drifts, evolving into various wondrous sights. The Kunpeng leaps over the sea, and the Qilin gazes afar. Even purple golden heavenly thunder continuously strikes down.
Choose a mountain path and walk to the summit? A mountain path represents the extreme realm of sword art.
Some mountain paths are blizzards and snow, freezing the stone road, while others are deep and eerie, seemingly ordinary yet the most dangerous places. These phenomena, whether it be the wind and snow blowing down or the flowers and grasses quietly absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, are all transformed by the sword intent. Here, the rhythm of the sword seems to have vibrant life.
Gongsun Jianwu does not know which path he should take.
If there were an old sword spirit here, perhaps there wouldn't be so much internal struggle.
Then let's try one by one.
Since entering this space flowing with sword intent, all his emotions have been shattered by the rules of sword intent, leaving only the purest consciousness, a pursuit of sword art. Thus, Gongsun Jianwu began to attempt to climb one mountain peak after another, chasing that unreachable realm, until he finds the path that suits him. He walked one road after another, once witnessing a breathtaking figure cut the starry river with a single sword, also seeing a man carrying a coffin and the dead sword at his waist, along with a grass growing in chaotic lands, its tip dancing, cutting through chaos, splitting yin and yang. Their sword art, their sword rhythm, deeply imprinted in Gongsun Jianwu's mind. Even if the scenes in transformation were stunning fleeting glimpses, they were enough to shake the heart and bring a shocking tremor.
Gongsun Jianwu is still in pursuit, seeking the footprints of his predecessors.
Only he does not know, on the road to the peak, when frozen by the cold sword rhythm, when the phantom light breaks through the skin, when the formless sword intent pierces through flesh and blood, that flower of the path planted in his heart is growing, sprouting.
Time passed quickly.
He could not tell how long had actually passed, the concept of time completely blurred.
Perhaps a long time, or maybe just a moment.
Gradually, Gongsun Jianwu's footsteps came to a stop, resting beside an ancient stone tablet. The stone tablet bore mottled markings, seemingly only 2 characters were etched.
You. Nothing.
Gongsun Jianwu silently recited, frowning, unable to understand these 2 characters. However, when his hand touched the stone tablet, suddenly, 2 balls of light and shadow emerged, one black and one white, depicting a vision. The white light was like snow, depicting a white-clad man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, long hair flowing, sword intent dissipating, amidst the mountain peaks and clouds, like a celestial sword immortal. The black light was like ink, also depicting a man, but his gaze was a deep abyss like a black hole, wearing a black robe, exuding sword intent that wreaked havoc. Senior brother, your path is too extreme.
Extreme? Emotion is merely a stumbling block to the peak. You have too many ties to reach the summit. Sigh.
Accompanied by the white-clad man Sai, the image changed again, revealing a desolate land, now unrecognizable, covered with countless corpses.
Junior brother. You lost. Ha ha ha. The Emperor's position is mine.
Looking at the corpses on the ground, the black-robed man sneered, history is written by the victors, my path is not wrong.
Even the old immortal cannot stop me.
Immediately, the image changed once more, depicting a valley connecting to the clouds, a chasm of sword intent cutting through the entire mountain range.
Why? Why? I clearly have already become an emperor, why can't I defeat you?
The white-clad man gazed at his cruel senior brother. Immense sword intent began to converge. The path I uphold is for all spirits. Behind him, the disciples of the sect seemed to look towards him, an endless sea of sword art converging like a tsunami, the white-clad man's ultimate way elevated, bearing an incomparably heavy sword intent. A magnificent sword cut through time and space, and it also sliced through the blank soul of Gongsun Jianwu. He could not even describe what that sword looked like, only the scene was gradually collapsing. When he regained his senses, he found himself facing the lingering shadow of a man in a white robe appearing in his split soul. The man in white turned around, looking at Gongsun Jianwu with great interest, his gaze seeming to traverse time and space.
Are you the new junior disciple of our esteemed master? Gongsun Jianwu was stunned. You.
The man in white smiled slightly. Heaven had given him an exceptionally beautiful appearance, reaching a perfect balance between charm and softness. The divine sword in your space awakened my lingering consciousness. I never expected our master would actually give this sword to you, the man in white said in amazement.
Of course, you can call me second senior brother, or senior.
By the time we count, I, this senior brother, have already perished for several eras. The man in white sighed. Under the passage of time, all beings are equal. But it seems that your path has taken a wrong turn.
The man in white could see Gongsun Jianwu's problem at a glance.
Since it was our master who allowed you to enter this place, I will guide you as he showed. He seemed unbothered by Gongsun Jianwu's doubts and continued speaking to himself.
Junior brother, do you know what my sword path is? Gongsun Jianwu replied, the path of emotion?
Exactly. It seems our master has taken in a disciple with excellent talent in the later generations. The man in white continued, the word emotion is the hardest in the world to sever and the hardest to express. I have comprehended it throughout my life but have not reached the end. If there are still people or matters in your life worth remembering, then you can walk this path and continue forward. As his words fell, the man in white suddenly pointed a finger toward Gongsun Jianwu from afar, and a faint golden light instantaneously entered his brow. This is my comprehension of the scriptures, perhaps it will help you. Your path must be walked by yourself. My path can only serve as a reference. Lastly, let me lend you a sword as a meeting gift. This sword is named, Birth of Emotion. It arises from the changes of illusions, and whether the other party has feelings or not, it can still influence them. This sword, though not fatal, can break through dawn to welcome light. After giving this last sword, the man in white's figure seemed to dissipate into fragments due to the disappearance of his power.
Before completely vanishing, he couldn't help but ask, is our master well? Though deep down, he already knew the answer. Gongsun Jianwu remained silent.
This is his choice, perhaps he has seen this scene long ago, catching a glimpse of a corner of the future.
I believe he will not be mistaken.
At this moment, as the last note fell, the figure of the man in white completely disappeared.
Gongsun Jianwu still remained silent.
Earlier, the man in white reminded him of one person, the Sword Gate, the Sword God. That existence who slashed the Emperor in adversity, the eternal legend celebrated through time.
Was his appearance within the foresight of the Sword Spirit Elder? And was his arrival here also arranged by the Sword Spirit Elder? He was uncertain and did not want to think. He closed his eyes, and the illusion retreated. Beside him was still that stone tablet engraved with worn-out inscriptions. Gongsun Jianwu sat cross-legged, with the scriptures of the Path of Emotion presenting a series of great path runes before his eyes. The sword essence around him grew richer, nearly thick enough to not dissipate. At the same time, the path flower in his heart, which had been nourished, was blooming leaves of sword essence, ready to bloom. On the other side, Wutong Sea area. The battle for the pure pulse Blood Lotus. 3 strange birds summoned ancestral shadows, and the 4th sequence of the Mo family also brought out the Emperor's divine weapon. Emily looked at the summoned Emperor's phantom and couldn't help but marvel at the depth of the Mo family's heritage. Of course, this was momentarily unrelated to him. Now, he only wanted to verify one thing. That is, in the earlier desert world when he devoured the blood of the Mo family, the tremor from the incomplete bloodline had faint signs of revival. Chapter 106, Bloodline Activation. The shadow of the Mo family emperor stood tall in the starry river, the projection of the 9 tribulations crow gazing at its enemies amidst chaos, the duel of unparalleled strong beings, where merely releasing the pressure was enough to shatter the weak. At that moment, the talents present quickly retreated, as they did not want to be affected even a little, otherwise, it would lead to their own demise. Hidden among the crowd, Emily seized the opportunity, activating his ghostly eyes, his figure shuttling through the illusory space. At the moment he struck, the black-red brick in his hand was lifted high, his arm forming an extremely exaggerated and painful arc. Bang! This booming sound stunned over 100 cultivators, who hurriedly turned their heads to look. What they saw was blood splattering, the back of a skull caving in, the attacker choking the victim's neck, offering a slight smile in response to the incoming gazes. No, this person is sick, right? Everyone was moving away from the battlefield, but he was striking from the shadows. No, wait, the victim in his hand is from the Mo family.
Some cultivators reacted, recognizing the distinctive bloodline mark on the forehead of the Mo family. The scene froze for a second, minds racing wildly. Wait, this person dares to attack a Mo family disciple? In such a situation? No, did you not see the summoned Emperor's shadow? That is an Emperor's shadow. It has no deterrent force at all? That is the Mo family's Emperor's shadow? The person you attacked is indeed a disciple of the Mo family. Many people stared wide-eyed, thinking this guy was crazy. You all play, I won't disturb you, okay? After saying this, he stuffed the knocked-out Mo family disciple into a special storage space, then swiftly fled, his figure blurring and dashing away. This whole set of movements flowed like water, seamless and perfect as if rehearsed a million times. Externally, the big shots watching the scene furrowed their brows, feeling an ominous premonition rising within them. Previously, there had been a vicious character, wearing a fox mask, who specifically targeted low-level disciples on the stone path, employing cruel methods that severed people's foundations, wicked beyond belief. And the person before them, likewise wearing a mask, a ghostly mask, was also engaged in unspeakable deeds. This made them feel an unaccountable bad vibe every time they saw someone wearing a mask. Oh, the person just attacked is one of your Mo family disciples, right? It seems your Mo family's deterrent power isn't very impressive. The Lu family from the Central State, being part of the Imperial Sect, offered no face, seizing the opportunity to attack fiercely. What my Mo family does is not something you can spout nonsense about. Oh really? Look at your confident appearance, you don't think that this generation's Emperor's fruit will fall into your home, do you? Just because of that so-called nine-pulse monster? An elder from the Mo family furrowed his brows. What do you mean by that? The meaning is very clear, there are too many monsters in this world, not just your Mo family. Once the news of the nine-pulse monster spread, countless cultivators' admiration for the Mo family peaked. Many believed that this generation's Emperor's fruit would surely belong to the Mo family. As praises increased, the Mo family's tail almost shot to the sky, which made the Lu family very unhappy. Even if my Mo family is not the only one, it is not something your Lu family can challenge. A Mo family disciple scoffed. Oh, is that so? Then we shall see. As part of the imperial powers of Central State, the grievances between the two families had accumulated over 10,000 years, having long been unable to tolerate each other, a true clash of titans. However, the Lu family's disdainful attitude alerted the Mo family to something unusual. But this generation of the Lu family had not produced an outstanding disciple. Could it be that they were hidden too well? Not a single rumor leaked out? In the Wutong world, when everyone thought Emoli would swiftly escape after striking from the shadows, otherwise facing an onslaught would undoubtedly lead to death. What they saw was indeed the other party hurriedly fleeing in a panic after succeeding. This person is really sick, inexplicably attacking and then running away. I thought he had a grudge against the Mo family and wanted to take on many. To battle the Mo family's many talents alone? This joke is not funny at all. It must be some unknown wanderer who has provoked a family they shouldn't have. At the moment of laughter, an unexpected voice made everyone's hearts jerk again. As their gazes moved with difficulty, the smiles on everyone's faces slowly froze in the air. Bang! Again, the familiar sound of a head bursting rang out. It was still a disciple of the Mo family, the cracked skull spewing brilliant runes of light, but could not stop that strange black-red stone. Sorry to disturb your enjoyment again, this time, I really have to leave. Emoli's tone carried a casual teasing, one could imagine just how arrogant the expression behind the mask was. You all take your time chatting. I won't disturb you. His gaze froze in the dead air, this guy actually dared to come back. So arrogant. There was an urge to just beat him to death. But, they couldn't catch up. This guy's speed was like he had seen a ghost, disappearing from sight in an instant, ridiculously fast, and the most bizarre thing was that they could not capture any residual spiritual energy. Thus, the disheveled crowd watched in shock as Emoli took off with two members of the Mo family, darting away in a flash. Emoli easily shook off those pursuing members of the Mo family. The days of being hunted taught him refined escape techniques when he found himself in near-death situations time and again. Arriving at a deserted marshland, he sensed the surroundings with his spirit awareness, confirming there was no one else around. He took out a mist array that blocked spirit perception, inscribing an 8-directional array on the ground. As the mist rose, everything within 10 miles became blurred before he finally released his captive. Awake? Emoli greeted in a warm tone like an old friend, though he was stepping on ahead. You. Who exactly are you? Mo family. Mo family. Before the words finished, Emoli stepped down hard, embedding the other's head directly into the mud, their tone becoming stuttering and broken. Alright, no more talk about the Mo family, my ears are getting tainted. Let's talk about something practical. Do you want to live or die? Seeing the other person silent, Emoli smiled. In the face of life and death, family honor would waver. Emoli wasted no time, throwing out another half-dead disciple of the Mo family. Look at your clan member in front of you, look closely. If I don't get the information I want, your fate will be the same as his. As the words fell, the cold light in his hand vanished, and the shadow of the sword severed the head, blood gushing out. You! How dare you! The remaining Mo family disciple could hardly believe it. To act so decisively, was it not to force out the secrets of the 9 veins of the Mo family? The news of the 9 vein prodigies of the Mo family had been hidden for years, but there is no wall that does not let the wind through. The brilliant age is about to begin, and many have been searching for information on the 9 vein prodigies in recent years. Look closely at this dead guy, do you see anything abnormal? Mo Lee's words pulled him back to reality. Abnormal? He wondered, apart from the bright red blood in the rolling head, there was nothing unusual. Carefully meeting Mo Lee's eyes, he found the other's cold indifference, a gaze that could act upon whim. Can you be more specific? Mo Lee, the thing floating in midair. Upon closer inspection, he swallowed hard. It's over, I can't see anything. Is it smoke, haze? Hearing this answer, Mo Lee showed no surprise, his eyes calm. In an instant, the ice flame demon blade plunged into his abdomen, the demon eye on the hilt opened, greedily sucking the essence blood. Shoo! Don't talk, or you'll die faster. Emoli stopped the other's struggles, placing a finger on his lips and whispering softly. The demon blade's paralysis effect took hold, causing the other's body to grow weak. In that case, the answer is already obvious, Emoli murmured to himself. The people of the Mo family do not have the ability to spy on spiritual bodies. Previously, he had caught a prodigy of the Mo family in the world of yellow sand, but the conditions for verification were limited. Now, the situation is changed, but the answer remains the same. Then, next, I will verify my other guess. After a stick of incense. The corpse beneath my feet has dried into a skin bag, its essence completely drained, tossed aside. It shouldn't be. Clearly, I have devoured the bloodline of 3 outstanding members of the Mo family, logically enough to activate his half-dead bloodline. The resonance of the bloodline has also reached its peak, with an intense feeling bursting forth, but it seems something is blocking the flow of the bloodline. What on earth is going on? Is it that devouring the bloodline is still not thick enough, insufficient to activate that damned bloodline? Damn it! Mo Lee's gaze grew dim, and now his methods were not enough to suppress the masses, not even able to face Qin Yang head-on. Moreover, there was still a seductive woman who could see through his ghostly eyes. At this point, there is only one way. Purifying Blood Lotus. Chapter 107, Team Up, 2 against 1. Mo Lee stealthily returned again. This time, however, he was much more low-key, hidden in the dark, silencing his presence, as if merging with the darkness, lurking there. He wanted to obtain the purifying Blood Lotus, using its overwhelming power to break through the barriers of his own bloodline, and then his strength would soar to a higher level. In the distance, amidst the chaotic path domain, the shadow of the 9 calamity bird dimmed and lost all its former imperial charm, turning into a mottled rusted ordinary item. Who won? This was the question on everyone's mind. From the dust, a band of azure light burst forth, a wailing soul cry spread like waves, shaking the palace of divinity. The 3-headed bird won? No. The fragmented soul's wails of the 3-headed bird were too mournful, like the pain of a shattered soul, resembling a death knell at the end of life. In the end, is the Mo family still stronger? This was a rare ancient breed, whose fierce might once shook the world in ancient times. Yet, in the end, the Mo family sequence triumphed. As the dust slowly settled, countless gazes rushed forward, wanting to pierce through the haze of dust and see the scene beyond. However, what came into view was not the stance of the victor of the 4th sequence. On the contrary, he was half kneeling on the ground, one hand covering the hollow flesh of his chest, his gaze crimson, staring intently at that trembling figure. Indeed, amidst countless gazes, the tremor of the 4th sequence was magnified infinitely, the body gasping for breath, slightly trembling, even the pupils constricting, as if pierced by a needle filled with poison, ice-spilling shock. Caw! In the dust, the mournful cry of the 3-headed monster bird echoed in the sky, filling the silent air with sorrow. That is... In hailed words, the plain figure in sight walked out of the dust, like an ordinary mortal in the red dust, with no stunning appearance, dressed in coarse cloth, seemingly just another insignificant member of the common crowd. But it was this person, holding a bleeding head in hand, with a plain smile, that left the 4th sequence of the Mo family in shock. The Human King. When these 2 words, laden with infinite magical power, were spoken, the silent atmosphere grew cold, the air visibly solidified. He, the Human King, has appeared. This. How can that be possible? The Human King hasn't appeared for many eras. Impossible. It must be fake. Shock, disbelief, and confusion, tumultuous emotions drifted on the wind. With the appearance of the Human King, the imperial throne was set. A prophetic curse enveloped countless cultivators, like a nightmare that could not be shaken off. One could say, the emergence of the human king was the lament of an era, and also the tragedy of an era. The road to seizing the throne was already bleak, but if an insurmountable abyss appeared, severing the light and hope, it would extinguish all the ambitious dreams of the outstanding talents. On the battlefield, the emergence of the human king seemed to confirm the outcome. I give you a choice, submit to me, or perish. The human king, clad in coarse robes, looked at the three-headed bird that lay down with only a head remaining, and he walked slowly, each step seeming to tread upon fragile hearts. The three-headed monster bird struggled, its torn wings flapping, stirring wild winds and raising dust and fallen leaves. It is the noble descendant of the 9 calamities doves, whose roots can be traced back to the chaos of creation, and its proud head will not allow it to bow to humans. Oh? Don't want to? Then go die. The king of humans showed no mercy. With a lift of his hand, a vast golden palm pressed down from the air, covering a radius of 100 miles. The situation is set. On this stage, the king of humans sings solo. All the talented individuals lamented, they no longer had a chance. The mantis was catching the cicada while the oriole was behind, and the appearance of the king of humans turned even the oriole into prey. Suddenly, at this moment, a shadow of ethereal white rushed into the range of the giant palm. The king of humans' eyes narrowed. He didn't expect anyone would dare to come up and seek death at this time. Boom! The golden palm print fell down, the earth collapsed loudly, and a clear palm print reflected in his eyes. Die! Suddenly, a faint voice seemed to come from the sky, softly drifting to the ear, yet like a grim reaper's prophecy, shaking with white light that pierced through time and space. Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang like the cry of magpies. The white light of death broke out with a shocking arc, shattering the clouds and also shattering countless focused gazes. No! Someone really dared to attack the king of humans. However, before the shattered gazes could gather, the king of humans lifted his hand, wiping the blood that had spilled from the corner of his mouth. He hurt the king of humans. The fearful gazes scattered like glass shards. How could they dare to imagine what they were seeing? If this person did not die, he could become famous in the world for this moment. No, that guy looks a bit familiar. It's him. The Mask of Yama. It's him. After the shock eased, a new wave of astonishment followed. The one who struck seemed able to injure the king of humans? What kind of person was this? At this moment, Emily brought the remaining blood on the blade close to his mouth, as if he had seen something fascinating, sickly extending his tongue to devour the king of humans' blood along the edge of the blade. In the end, like savoring a delicacy, he closed his eyes and relished blue golden blood, extremely strange, but the taste is excellent. A human, who claims to be of royal blood, actually has blue golden blood, which is incredibly bizarre, making Emily unable to resist tasting it. The king of humans' expression revealed no abnormality. Even in that life-threatening moment, he showed no panic, only furrowing his brow and looking at Emily. Who are you? That blade just now, even he could not see when it appeared. Clearly, his divine sense had already covered it, yet it seemed to transcend time and space and appear in an instant. He took out a piece of a treasure mirror, gently stroking the cracked mirror's surface, his expression one of great regret. This divine object was considered scrapped. Who am I? It doesn't matter. What matters is, I also have my eyes on that pure blood Blood Lotus. As for you. Emily looked at the treasure mirror in the opponent's hand, as if he had long anticipated this outcome, just feeling helpless. He turned to the fourth sequence of the Mo family nearby, who was recovering from injuries. Hey, can you still move? 2 against 1, are you interested? Emily stated directly. If Emily did not make a move, the death of the fourth sequence would make it difficult for him to face the king of humans alone with any chance of victory. There was no choice. Some prodigies were born strong, their realms dreadfully profound, invincible among contemporaries. After all, the background was there. The current king of humans came from the human emperor's palace that had inherited for thousands of years, and Emily self-acknowledged that he was temporarily unable to compete. In this aspect, Emily was quite self-aware. All right. The fourth sequence slowly stood up, standing with Emily, looking at the powerful enemy, the king of humans. Charge! The fourth sequence shouted loudly, black hair rising without wind, 7 petals of bloodline flowers blooming red on the forehead, hazy divine light surrounding, blood boiling, evaporating into white smoke, like a multitude of divine kings. Chains of the celestial lock. As the words fell, fragments of runes in the void gathered and combined into golden chains, their imposing power rushing towards the king of humans. Emily had seen this move before. In the desert world, Mo Qianxiu had used it, and its power could even penetrate through the void. Now the fourth sequence cast the same move again. The number of chains surged, 5 in total, intertwining as if they were lively golden swimming snakes, squeezing and binding. Seeing this, the king of humans snorted coldly, making his rough cloth robe rustle. With a wave of his hand, the vast magical power transformed into a beautiful landscape, directly enveloping both of them within it. Ocean-turning seal. In an instant, the sky reversed, and the void flowed backward. An endless sea appeared at the top, swapping places with the earth, with layers of water curtains falling down to block the chain's assault. But it wasn't over. Ripples surged, flowing back from the endless sea above, forming a giant hand of waves that could overturn the heavens and the earth. The water roared like thunder, crashing down. Swish, Emily's blade light cut through, escaping from the giant hand of water.
So this is the king of humans?
Emily never expected that a simple strike from the opponent would be such a magnificent display that could overturn the universe, and the rain falling down from the sky felt wrong, very heavy. It crashed to the ground and blasted out deep holes.
This is the water of the mixed one level. One drop weighs 1,000 pounds, the fourth sequence reminded.
He frowned. The chains of heaven could penetrate even the void, but they couldn't penetrate the king of humans' water prison.
Hey, by the way, your MO family bloodline shouldn't be just these things, right? If it was only this much, then Emily felt that activating the bloodline might be a joke. What do you mean? The fourth sequence looked at Emily with a dissatisfied expression. The literal meaning.
If you still plan to test each other's strength, there's no need for that.
If this is all you have, then I think the MO family is just a name.
As they spoke, the giant watery hand surged again, while the sky sea undulated, sprouting spears of water, dark blue runes swirling at the spearheads, shining with a mesmerizing, soul-capturing light.
Not good, that's the dead water of the underworld. Even a little touch means death.
Countless water spears shot down, the oppressive feeling denser than spiritual rain, leaving people in despair. Shield of heaven, shouted the fourth sequence, as golden mystical energy enveloped him, resisting the corrosion of the dead water. In contrast, Emily didn't cast any defensive treasures but instead relied on his astonishing speed to dodge under the violent assault of the water spears.
Those behind him looked stunned. Was this guy a monster?
Dodging among the storm of water spears, his movements were graceful, as if he was leisurely strolling through a garden. In the air, he evaded while the falling water spears blasted the ground into pockmarked craters, black water corroding, sizzling ominously. Just watching made one's scalp tingle. Ignoring the astonishment, after dodging the water spears, the two had a moment to catch their breath. In contrast, the king of humans stepped on the waves, a faint smile on his lips, seemingly unconcerned about the two.
Hey, how capable is your MO family, really? I've heard that with 8 veins one can compete for supremacy. You're at least of the blood of 7 veins. Do you have to be this weak? Emily scoffed.
The fourth sequence frowned tightly. Being looked down upon by the king of humans might not matter, but being belittled by this unknown guy was extremely humiliating.
The king of humans is just an ant.
These words, once spoken, could scare a crowd to death.
The MO family is so arrogant? How dare they say the king of humans is just an ant? Crazy, really crazy.
Your Majesty, please slay this rude person from the MO family so that the world knows that the name of the king of humans cannot be offended. The followers of the king of humans shouted. In front of such a powerful being, submission was the only path. One side raised a hand, causing mountains and rivers to overturn, while the other struggled to respond. The power of the king of humans was evident.
Noisy.
The fourth sequence slowly turned his head, his eyes shooting out runic divine light, cracking the earth.
But the king of humans just waved his sleeve, like a refined gentleman, blocking the brilliant divine light.
The followers of the king of humans were startled. Cold sweat flowed down their spines. Had it not been for the intervention of the king of humans, he would have been utterly terrified.
Regaining his senses, their admiration for the king of humans reached an almost peak level. What is the MO family? In the era of the human king, even the true dragons of the imperial Dao sect had to bow down.
With one blow failing, the fourth sequence turned to look at the human king, meeting those deep-set eyes. The human king is indeed remarkable, but compared to the MO family, he falls far short.
Emily watched from the side, noticing that the disciples of the MO family possessed an inexplicable confidence in their bloodline.
He could not understand what was so proud about such a worthless bloodline. Just then, as the word pride just flickered into existence, an indescribable vast and powerful aura burst through the clouds, tearing apart the sea of the heavens.
Our clan's bloodline is not something you all can discuss.
The brilliance of the fourth sequence shone bright, with 7 petals of bloodline flowers on his forehead burning fiercely, emitting dazzling divine light. At this moment, he became the most radiant existence under the sky.
The Dao technique demonstrated earlier did not even reach half of my strength.
Accompanied by the roaring sounds of the great Dao, rhythmic beats echoed from the top of the heavens, sounding like a heartbeat. Amidst the heavy heartbeat, Emoli surprisingly found his own heartbeat resonating, as if a magical force was drawing him in, the pressure rising immensely. At this moment, on the chest of the fourth sequence, where the heart was wrapped, a brilliant light shone, releasing an ancient aura as vast as the sky, spilling forth runes that formed a celestial battle armor. Behind him divine light sword, breaking through the laws of the human king, majestic and mighty, like a king overseeing the world. Emoli was delighted. The changes in the fourth sequence were truly marvelous.
That overwhelming aura that looked down upon the world was simply suffocating. But the more it was like this, the more excited Emoli became. He increasingly looked forward to the moment he awakened his bloodline. Chapter 109, Repairing the Sky Technique, Becoming a General?
In the Mo family, the ranking of bloodlines has a strict natural suppression. The divide between the 6 veins and 7 veins is a huge watershed. Below 6 veins, they are like ants, while above 7 veins, they are qualified to compete for ranking. And between the 8 veins above and the 7 veins, there is a chasm of distance. The higher you go, the greater the disparity. Now, after the 4th sequence completely unleashed the power of his bloodline, blazing great Dao runes constructed a body of dark gold and brilliant armor, covered in densely packed rune imprints, with celestial light flowing, almost like a deity overseeing all things. Chains of the Heavenly Lock. The 4th sequence murmured indifferently, the void rippling, instantly drawing out dozens of dark gold and great Dao chains. This was his bloodline technique, a treasure that evolved and transcended after unleashing his bloodline. Dozens of chains, like fierce poisonous snakes, penetrated the veil of the void and wrapped around the human king from all directions. The human king sensed a terrible omen. The dark golden order runes for the first time made him feel a sense of crisis. Spear of stagnant water. Go! The human king's fingers curled, condensing a spearhead sticky with dead water, quickly colliding with the dark golden chains. Bang! 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 Continuous explosions created a misty spray of water. The black water dripped, corroding deep pits. Yet, this highly corrosive and strange water source had no effect on the chains of order. Not even the collision could halt the speed of the attack. This. Emoli clearly did not expect the difference after the 4th sequence completely unleashed his bloodline power to be so vast. The treasure technique was a complete transformation, as if reborn. Previously, he had met a disciple of the Mo family, Mo Qianxiu, who seemed to only possess 6 veins of power. The same technique, yet there was a world of difference. Was the chasm only due to a 1-vein difference? Emoli realized that the Mo family might be far more complex than he had imagined. Anyone who obstructs the Mo family must die. The 4th sequence stepped on the void, each step sprouting a dark golden lotus, walking a path that opened dark golden lotus flowers, the armor like celestial weapons, looking down upon the world. As the dark golden chains tangled around the human king's ankles, the 4th sequence decisively unleashed, the petal mark representing the family bloodline on his forehead bursting with enchanting light. At that moment, the heartbeat in the void became even clearer, an anxious feeling spreading. Even if you are the king of humans, you are nothing but an ant. Accept your judgment. At the moment the last note fell, the heavens churned, clouds and mist dispersed, chaotic fog began to spread, and the 4th sequence stood with one hand holding up the sky, shining with boundless divine light, becoming the only towering figure in the void. The souls of many young heroes trembled, that overwhelming pressure seemed to bind every heart, leaving no thought of resistance. At that moment, the sky turned red, resembling the end of a sunset. This sight was terrifying. Who among the younger generation could withstand such a heaven-defying force? Divine punishment. In an instant, the blood-red sky erupted with fierce red thunder, killing intent surged like tidal waves, billions of crimson lightning bolts fell like the end of the world. Kill! 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 Under the blood-colored sky, a haunting, murderous sound echoed. The overwhelming bloodthirst was not only to destroy flesh but also to shatter souls. By the time the king of humans realized this, it was too late. The thunder transformed from burning runes surged into his divine palace, launching a frenzied attack on his soul. He stood at the center of the thunderstorm, enduring the baptism of the lightning. His flesh exploded, and his attempts to recover could not keep up with the speed of destruction. Under divine punishment, all lives are equal. Even if you are the king of humans, there is only one end, death. The 4th sequence looked on with the indifference of a king. With a lift of a hand, several radiant divine lights surged into the storm, their power astonishing. But this was not the end. He planned to completely strangle the king of humans. To plunder the treasures of the Mo family, not even the emperor could save him. 7 arts of floating and sinking. Saying this, the 4th sequence placed the string of beads in the air, the 7 sinister skulls scattered apart, divine light illuminating half the sky. These all came from the top-tier monsters' innate magical arts, made into treasures after defeating them, the 7 beads strung together, containing supreme great powers and boundless magic. Boom! Dark as ink, the rosy light, fiery red flames, and the sacred radiance brighter than light, 7 most powerful sorceries swirled together, stirring the waves of the void, obliterating all beings in their path. Looking at the extraordinary and majestic power, the young heroes felt a sense of retreat. Even separated by a vast strait, terror was inevitable. So strong. The king of humans might perish in battle. Such magical arts and rules far exceeded the current realm's boundaries. Is this the Mo family? Just the 4th sequence, and they are already unparalleled in this generation. If the top 3 are from the Mo family, I can't even bear to imagine how astonishing they would be. Boom! 7 divine magic techniques burst forth with dazzling white light, colors swallowed whole, and even the sound seemed capable of devouring, drowning everything, as if entering a pale world. However, before the white light could dissipate, Mo Li's ghostly eyes activated in an instant, charging into the center of the white radiance. He seized the timing for the kill with near perfection. No need to wait for the dust to settle. What he needed was a deadly strike without allowing any breath. Ghost Blade. Kill. The ghostly eye on the handle twisted in fury, red veins sprouted, accumulating soul-stirring power at the blade's edge, blue chill, fiery red, and bloody edge, the three merged to the limit. Swish! The moment he stepped out of the blood-red world, with a swift swing of the blade, the cold radiance split the white light, all that could be seen was that one slash that could sever mountains. Your Majesty, the King of Humans! His followers shouted, rising to rush into the white light to block it. However, the fourth sequence merely glanced back, and infinite killing intent surrounded them. What? Do you also want to die a little earlier? Suddenly, the eagerness to protect their master was frozen by slaughter, their bodies stiffened in place. Impossible, the King of Humans cannot die. He is the only emperor in this world. No one can defeat him. It's all an illusion, an illusion. Some mourned, even weeping, as the faith that followed them began to crack. From the white light, Emoli slowly walked out. Upon seeing Emoli, their faith completely collapsed, bringing about a dead silence. Not just them, but also the old monsters from the outside, with their eyes bulging like copper bells, wishing they could pull their beards to confirm the truth. Because, they saw a human head, a complete human head, held in hand. This human head undoubtedly belonged to the human king. Dead? The human king is really dead? With the human king gone, the emperor determines, will this truth end completely in this lifetime? The Hall of the Human Emperor will probably suffer greatly. The old monster sighed at the disappearance of a rare genius. After all, the human king was still young, dying here truly should not have happened. At this moment, the white light gradually faded, as if drawing a perfect conclusion to everything. However, Emoli stopped in his tracks, and the head he held turned into pieces of white light, scattering bit by bit. I must say, you all truly amazed me. Behind him, the human king's head began to reassemble from the powdery fragments. He still wore a calm smile, his eyes deep, twisting the head that had died and come back to life. Everyone was astonished, they clearly saw the human king's head, how could it come back to life? Outside, silence was as still as the Dead Sea. In the quiet, an old man finally uttered 3 words, repairing the heavens. This generation of the human king is probably more abnormal than any previous one. The technique of repairing the heavens, repeating the cycle, possessing the amazing power to reverse time, this method cannot be comprehended by ordinary freaks. The ancestors of the great teaching were speechless, such magic, in a certain sense, transcended the great path, reversing life and death, deemed invincible. In the sea, the human king rarely found time to speak. The Emo family indeed has the qualification to rival me, but not you. The power of the 7 veins is still insufficient. This was his first time giving a barely commendable evaluation to the contemporary beings. That divine punishment just now was quite interesting, flesh, blood, and spirit combined, causing me to bleed, very good. The human king took out a simple handkerchief, spat out a mouthful of blue golden internal injury blood, his demeanor natural, as if the previous divine power was merely child's play. But it was only good, in my eyes, your threat is far less than him. As the human king's gaze shifted to Emoli. You once again made me feel the breath of death, that gorgeous and pure strike seemed born only for slaughter. With the human king's reminder, only then did everyone realize that this guy wearing the Yen Gue mask was the most deadly one. The previous sudden attack caused the human king to bleed. This time again, it was the perfect cut off the head. Thinking back carefully, one couldn't help but shiver. I'll give you a chance, surrender to me, to be my first general. The human king smiled as he spoke, his tone undeniable. General? Emoli slowly turned around, his eyes behind the mask dark as night. Then I'll give you a chance as well, surrender to me. So be it, may you all fall. After saying that, a faint regret flickered in the human king's eyes. The 5 elements transform the way, mountains and rivers perish. At this moment, not just the turbulent sea was morphing, but also the raging flames and the towering giant trees growing wildly. The 5 elements took shape, forming the framework of a world. Within this world, the human king embodied the heavenly way, wielding judgment over the human realm. You all perish in my world. A brilliant heavenly might, like a divine sound flooding the ears, carried the overwhelming momentum to suppress everything. Emoli and the 4th sequence exchanged glances. One more time, you hold him. 4th sequence, okay. As the words fell, the bloodline petals of the 4th sequence once again blossomed with divine light. Chains of the heavens. Break. Dark golden runes condensed into chains breaking through the air, trying to use the same trick again. He didn't believe that the heaven-defying technique of resurrection could be used twice in such a short time. However, the ever-successful order chains abruptly halted just as they were about to trap the human king, as if encountering an insurmountable barrier. I said, your strength is still inadequate. In my world, I am eternity. Looking at the gradually forming massive world, the 4th sequence understood that at the moment it was constructed, there was no escape for them. Without a doubt, death is certain. Divine punishment. The blood-red sky twisted, and slaughter began to spread. But this time, the blood-red thunder dimmed considerably, extinguished by the king's principles. It seemed, for him, in his world, no one could rival him. It's over, this time we are really done for. Emily looked at the sacred and glorious king, lamenting. The divine laws that build worlds. To walk this path, its ambition even exceeds that of past sages. Hey, the fourth sequence of the Mo family, do you have any hidden divine techniques left? Enough to break open the world. The fourth sequence fell silent. Before, there was an emperor's artifact that could summon the phantom of an emperor, but during the battle with the three-headed monstrous birds, the aura of the emperor dissipated. And it was precisely at that moment that the king struck, the timing perfect. Looking at your expression, it seems you don't have any left? Since that's the case, let's each save ourselves. Emoli sheathed his sword and shouted at the king, hey, I can be your warrior, but the premise is. The king frowned slightly, what is it? Chapter 110, The False Body, the Soul Victor? The premise is, to crush and kill him. The sudden betrayal caught the fourth sequence off guard. You need to show your strength, the kind that is enough to make me submit. And he is just the right opponent. Note, it is to crush him. Only with strength beyond the ordinary can one be a subject to my loyalty. Emily looked at the fourth sequence, a faint smile appearing on his lips, and in such a situation, the eyes behind the mask were cold and mocking. You. The fourth sequence felt his scalp tingle, the sight of the betrayal made him sick. Mo family, fourth sequence, let me see what kind of surprises you can give under such dire circumstances. Saying this, Emily's figure slowly retreated, leaving the battlefield to the king and the fourth sequence. In the previous second, they were working together to kill, and in the next second, they fell apart completely, a truly fragile alliance. At this moment, the fourth sequence was nearly grinding his rear teeth to dust. What he faced was not only the king's overwhelming attacks but also his insidious assassinations. The situation had completely fallen into absolute disadvantage. You want to see my strength? Then watch closely. The king stepped forward on the void, with each step looming the lotus of the great path. His momentum rose increasingly, majestic divine light breaking through the sky, tearing the clouds as if all things in the world were submissive beneath his feet. He had his own pride, the king's majesty overlooking mountains and rivers, even in simple linen garments. However, at this moment, he became the only one between heaven and earth. Since the opponent wanted to witness his strength, then let them see what it means to be a king. That's the 7 divine steps. Some beings discerned the king's steps were extraordinary. With each step, his power grew, making the hearts of onlookers tremble and shudder, as if witnessing a deity in the heavens. It is said that the emperor's palace encompasses all worldly divine techniques and treasures, millennia of accumulated foundation enough to drive people mad. Observe the world he constructed, all forged from marvelous and strange techniques, whether it is the towering ancient trees or the rising mountain peaks, the myriad transformations or all the flickering of rune principles. The sharp-eyed old creature saw through the essence of the king's principles. Even so, he couldn't help but marvel, even despair. The laws of building the world require vast divine techniques, and to fuse all techniques into balance, weaving a perfect creation scene. Perhaps, even a saint who has lived for thousands of years cannot accomplish this. Such a monstrous comprehension is enough to surpass all past kings. If his principles are completely perfected, it will be an existence that shocks the ages, not only surpassing the sages but also cutting off the future. An ancient monster that had lived for over 1,000 years gave the king a high evaluation. In this world, it should shine brilliantly. The continuous emergence of monstrous talents, the shocking heart never ceases. If placed in the past, each of these monstrous talents would be enough to be contenders for the emperor. In the Wutong Sea. Faced with the human king's assault, the fourth sequence felt fear in their heart. They kept dodging and escaping, but the human king moved leisurely, as if walking in a garden, with each movement causing resilient vines to erupt from the ground, along with a howling black wind of destruction and water spears formed from the turned-over sea. Shield of the heavens. The fourth sequence was drenched in blood, with continuous assaults offering almost no chance to breathe. Bang! Before they could even think, the falling black water spear pierced the dark golden shield, causing the runes to explode and tear apart. Surely the next strike would shatter it. Damn it! They still underestimated the human king. The all-black water spear was many times stronger than before. Combined with the tearing wind, their shield could not hold up at all. Crack! At that moment, a crack opened beneath their feet as the golden vines drilled through, and thorny tendrils instantly wrapped around the fourth sequence's thigh, followed by an increasing number of vines surging in. Not far away, the human king smiled indifferently. It's over. As he spoke, his hand reached out from his robe, pointing towards the sky. This was the largest motion he had made so far. His lips moved lightly, cold and indifferent as if declaring a death sentence. Starfall. With a tug of his arm, in an instant, the clouds in the sky dissipated, the covering sea disappeared, revealing a vast sea of stars. The sea of stars flickered, a light point drew closer, sending ripples of void in circles. The rapidly descending force caused the earth to shake. The fourth sequence of the Mo family is done for, withering and falling. Seeing this scene, many elders sighed. The starfall technique displayed by the human king was another ancient secret, utilizing the overwhelming power of the star river to strike the enemy. This technique was immensely powerful, but it had a deadly weakness: it was easy to escape from. But the human king was extraordinarily gifted. The world he crafted sealed off life. In his domain, no one could escape. Boom! The falling star hit the fourth sequence without surprise. Mountains collapsed, the ground caved in, and the area of impact extended for thousands of miles. Amidst the smoke, only an amorphous giant pit could be seen. The fourth sequence of the Mo family is dead? The same question flipped from the human king to the fourth sequence, but this time it was in a tone of certainty. That shocking scene made the blood within them surge. They kept swallowing saliva down their throats. In the silence as dust settled, they expected a miracle to arrive. Could it be that the human king is truly invincible? When the human king appears, the imperial position is assured. Some beings murmured this ancient saying as if in a dream. Is the fourth sequence weak? No, on the contrary, the fourth sequence was terrifyingly strong. The illusion of the sea of blood and divine punishment was vivid before their eyes. But even as strong as they were still no match for the human king. The more they witnessed everything, the greater the shock became, impossible to calm down. The gap was too vast, so vast that not a single thought of resistance could be born, not even a little bit. At this moment, countless talented individuals felt sorrow. They finally understood the poignant lament that the human king's appearance ensured the imperial position. It was a moment of silence belonging to the ordinary. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the dead lake water rippled with astonishing waves. Subtle fluctuations in the quiet air were so radiant. It's the fourth sequence. He's not dead, a disciple of the Mo family exclaimed with delight. Everyone was astonished. To survive such a catastrophic spell, he must be half destroyed, right? As the dust settled, guesses turned into reality. Half of the fourth sequence's body had exploded. Blood and flesh were a muddled mess. They looked completely unrecognizable, as if they could die at any moment. Human king. Human king. The fourth sequence muttered these two words, as if wanting to crush them. However, the next second, an unexpected event occurred. The fourth sequence plunged their remaining hand into their own chest, grasping that fragile, beating heart, their face twisted in rage. I sacrifice all my bloodline's heartblood to exchange for the forbidden power deep within my veins. Even if I die, I will drag you down to hell. I, the shining star of the Mo family, will not be insulted. Outside, many beings were moved. Having come to this point, could it be that the fourth sequence of the Mo family still had a trump card? The honor of the fourth sequence family was astonishing. For the glory of the family, was it really this crazy? In contrast, the Mo family remained silent, their indifference chilling, as if the value of the fourth sequence was only to uncover the methods of the human king. Thump, thump. Thump, 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 thump. The heartbeat sound in the void was like a drumbeat, growing stronger, as the fourth sequence crushed their own heart, with the power of blood reversing and surging. The person was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of blood, especially the radiant petals on the forehead, bright red and blinding. 8 flowers actually bloomed. In the Mo family, one petal was a world. The gap in bloodlines was like an insurmountable chasm. The power of 8 veins was the ultimate sublimation of life and a leap of strength. Human king. You must die. At that moment, the human king, standing in the void, felt the pressure from the changes in the fourth sequence. Throughout history, the power of 8 veins was enough to compete for the title of the Great Emperor, indicating a vast difference in strength between the 8 veins and the 7 veins, which made him focus. Power of 8 veins? Interesting. Then allow me to truly experience the true talents of the Mo family. At this moment, the fourth sequence was qualified to be taken seriously by him. The void rippled, and the gaze between the two monsters froze the airflow and froze time. Who would win or lose, was about to. But before the frozen thoughts could dissipate, an unexpected anomaly arose, something none of them could anticipate. They forgot about one person. Yes, the masked man, the Yama, who had once killed the human king. At this moment, from a distance, Emoli slowly vanished, transforming into a white shadow that melted away. Indeed, this was another treasure of the ghost eyes, creating an indistinguishable false body. He had used this false form at the Shenyang Holy Land, and it was employed during his escape as well. Even Gongsun Zhuanqian at the Venerable Realm could hardly tell the true from the false. Even when breaking through the Spirit Sea realm, he condensed a false body that confused the senses, diverting the heavenly tribulation's power. A false body that even the heavenly tribulation couldn't lock onto was truly heaven-defying. However, the enemies he encountered were beings far beyond what his realm could contend with. Whether it was the Sword Spirit Elder or the protector of the Qianwu, against such immense power, all false forms were merely extending the time of death. Thus, he rarely used this trick. But now, as the false body dissipated, where had the true body gone? Under everyone's gaze, disbelief settled, slowly solidifying.
They witnessed with their own eyes how the other, seemingly using some means, broke through the world's cage, as if strolling through a garden, and plucked up the pure vein Blood Lotus by hand, leisurely like a herbalist. He sniffed the unique fragrance of the blood-colored petals, a mocking smile creeping up the corner of his mouth behind the mask.
Emoli, sorry, this divine herb belongs to me now. Chapter 111, Shock, 10-Colored Bloodline.
Inconceivable gazes were cast. Emoli tilted his neck, his mouth curving into a smile like a misty illusion, eerie and unsettling. The next second, he directly tore the pure vein Blood Lotus into 3 pieces, swallowing one piece without any hesitation. He worried that the potency of the divine herb was too powerful, and with his current flesh unable to bear it, he chose a more cautious approach. As the divine herb entered his throat, the first roar that came surprisingly was not from Emoli.
You! Go to hell! The pure vein Blood Lotus is a divine item you can stain.
The 4th sequence's eyes were bloodshot. Their family's guarded divine item, waited for several eras, was actually swallowed by this scoundrel.
Even in a battle with the human king, both sides acknowledged one unchanging rule: the divine item belongs to the victor.
But this scoundrel, just like that. The human king turned around, looking at Emoli, his calm gaze flashing with a hint of rage. The skin on his face twitched. Though he was trying hard to suppress it, it was evident that the human king was experiencing unprecedented anger. He had been tricked. The so-called display of strength was merely an excuse to delay. This was the first time in his life he had been played for a fool. A calm heart began to ripple with waves. He wants to tie this person in front of him to the flaming cage and torture him endlessly. At this moment, the situation changed subtly once again. Because of Emoli's actions, he was targeted by 2 unparalleled monsters. Their hungry gazes were enough to drown him completely, to crush him into pieces.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. To consume such a divine medicine is simply wasteful. It would lose at least half its potency. The proud ones watching covered their chests and wailed. Emoli's crude beast-like behavior left them breathless, feeling the power of perfection destroyed before their eyes. It's over, this guy is just a madman. To offend 2 great monsters at once, even the young emperor wouldn't dare to do this. They realized that being reckless was no longer enough to describe the man with the mask of the king of hell. This was clearly the path to death. Meanwhile, Emoli, having swallowed the divine medicine, rolled his eyes, knelt on the ground, his body convulsing, veins bursting with blood and flesh, his face twisted, like a monster. He still underestimated the potency of the divine medicine. Just 1/3 sent his body ablaze, blood flowing in reverse, an unimaginable force tearing through his flesh. The king of humans frowned, but he would not give the opponent another chance. Die! With his words, the law spear formed from runes was sharp beyond measure, piercing the void, aiming for Emoli's head. At this moment, in Emoli's condition, he was utterly unable to dodge. If nothing unexpected happened, this would become his final song. But, an accident still occurred. Ding! A crisp collision sounded just as the law spear was about to pierce Emoli's forehead, sending a reverberating buzz back. You! The king of humans could never have imagined that the one who blocked his spell was actually from the 4th sequence. If you're going to block me too, then you will die together with him. The king of humans did not want to delve into the reasons, whether it was premeditated or caused by circumstances. The continuing changes stirred a storm of anger in his heart. On him, there is the breath of my clan's bloodline, the 4th sequence spoke. But this was not enough to justify blocking the king of humans. This reason left the 4th sequence shocked upon realizing. Because just now, his action was completely driven by instinct, a primal instinct from deep within the bloodline, a subconscious compel telling him he must stop it. This subconscious was like the instinct to protect a ruler, a subconscious obstruction. When his reaction returned, his heart could not settle for a long time. All right. Good MO family. The king of humans laughed out of anger. He originally thought these 2 did not know each other. He did not expect they were actually from the same clan. Before the king of humans could act, the 4th sequence explained. I don't know him. But compared to your killing intent, I'm more curious about who was behind the mask. Instantly, the 4th sequence pulled the chains of the void, striking towards the mask on Emoli's face. The fleeting fear of submission deep within his heart was undeniable. Absolutely undeniable. He suppressed this strange feeling, forcing himself to look directly at Emoli. But the distant disciples of the MO family could not resist it. Their bodies trembled, eyes filled with fear. The thought of submission overwhelmed their minds. Just as the rune chain was about to unveil Emoli's mask, his figure melted away, turning into nothingness and slipping into the blood-red space. When he reappeared, without hesitation, Emoli threw the last 2 remaining pieces of pure Blood Lotus in 2 different directions. Pure Blood Lotus. It's flying towards me. A masterless divine object, enough to drive all the proud ones into a frenzy. The capable shall have it. At this moment, whether it was the king of humans or even the emperor himself, they would have to tear a piece of flesh from their mouths. Emoli hunched over, watching the chaotic scene, a faint smile on his face. Will you choose to take back the divine medicine? Will you choose to kill me instead? You don't have much time left. What if another madman like me appears and directly swallows the Blood Lotus? Everyone knows the preciousness of the pure vein Blood Lotus. If perfectly utilized, it could elevate life itself. But in extreme situations, it does not prevent someone from directly swallowing it in desperation. Without any hesitation, the Emperor and the fourth sequence immediately turned and transformed into rainbow light, rushing towards the divine medicine. They could not accept a result where they would kill Emoli and end up empty-handed. You ants, dare to touch this thing. Die. The battle on both sides was almost devastating, even though there were devils lurking in the dark, but facing the fourth sequence with the power of the 8 meridians and the current human king, they were utterly helpless. Soon, the fighting subsided, bodies lay everywhere, and true blood was spilled. The process took less than half a stick of incense. When the two simultaneously obtained the incomplete pure vein Blood Lotus, an overwhelming power suddenly shook the heavens. This brilliant divine light tore the sky apart, the winds and clouds changed, time warped, and the outer light barrier once again shielded everything. A change occurred once more. At this moment, chaotic energy spread, the stars burst forth with the brightest light, as if ancient beings from mythos stepped into the world, causing the laws of the universe to tremble. Even the ancient phoenix tree, which had grown for countless years, trembled. The illusion of the celestial phoenix soared, a chorus of birds sang, and the sycamore leaves fell in a dazzling rain of fire. Especially that incomprehensible heartbeat, which instantly became the resonance of the world. The grand terrifying spectacle reflected in the void, and in an instant, creatures of the sycamore world looked on. On the other side of the strait, Qin Yang felt an ominous feeling. What's going on? The sycamore tree is shaking. Since entering this world, this was the first time the ancient sycamore tree had shown any sign of disturbance. The dream demon, Wu, with her purple eyes, looked at the torn sky, her eyes mingling with rules and intertwining, portraying countless scenes, as if seeking to uncover the truth. It has emerged, she gave a vague answer. What has emerged? Qin Yang was puzzled. He used the ultimate heavenly eye but could find no anomalies, only a dazzling array of strange phenomena. A monster. A terrifying monster. Who? Qin Yang exclaimed, taken aback. After days of interaction, the dream demon still resembled a bright red flower in the fog, full of mystery. But he could determine how high her vision was. He had never seen someone who could be called a monster and not a devil before. Moreover, she emphasized it twice. As always, her lazy and enchanting demeanor was rarely serious and solemn. I don't know. But what I do know is that Brother Qin Yang, you are in trouble. Her serious tone turned back into a seductive, enchanting voice. Even after a long time together, Qin Yang still felt his scalp tingle. One careless move, and his soul might melt away. On the other side, the strait. Emoli stood beneath the heavens, as if the highest god presiding over order. A charming smile blossomed on his lips. This feeling is absolutely wonderful. He stretched out his hand, savoring the unanticipated elevation of life itself. Under the heavens, there were countless unbelievable, dead eyes. In their eyes, it seemed they saw something more shocking than the resurrection of an emperor, a trembling that surpassed imagination. The light in their eyes reflected the bright red petals on Emoli's forehead, a mark that even the mask could not hide. 1, 2, 3. With each count of a petal, their weak hearts twitched fiercely. At this level, they even had to count. They suspected their soul's judgment had deceived them. 4, 5, 6, 7. Their hearts, unknowingly, resonated with the heartbeat in the void, and the fear from deep within their souls began to spread through their flesh as the numbers increased. 8. With each count, they began to doubt their own eyes. 8 petals bloomed, the aura belonging to the Mo family bloodline. A new monster capable of vying for the highest point on the stage of time was born. But this is not the end. As the featherlight numbers were spoken, everyone knew what it meant. 9. This number, throughout the Mo family, and across history, had never appeared. Even knowing this, the shock in their hearts was far beyond that. An unprecedented number, a thought too wild to entertain, flashed in their minds. The result counted again and again, if their eyes did not deceive them. But that number was like a hard, obscure stone, stuck in their throats, unable to let out a single note. 10. Everyone understood what that meant. Even the king of men stared, incredulous, at the scene before him. Under the vast sky, the masked forehead blossomed with 10 petals, radiating the most beautiful light in the world, as if in a dream. Chapter 112, King vs. King. No one could have imagined, and no one dared to imagine. The 10 petals shone across time and space as Mo family disciples knelt on the ground. Even someone as strong as the fourth sequence felt their legs tremble, their hearts in turmoil. All of this clearly indicated one thing: this belonged to the bloodline of the Mo family. A power that had never been born before, shocking both ancient and modern times. No, it should be said, it entirely severed past and present. His emergence cut off future paths. Gazing was frozen for a long time, until Emoli spoke, breaking the deadly silence. I admit, this indeed surpasses my imagination. He too hadn't expected such a change, he had only intended to break through the barriers of the bloodline. Emoli stepped through the void, golden lotus flowers blossoming, light rain like mist, creating a brilliant resonance with the rules of the Great Way. He examined his changes, with a simple rise of his hand, without needing to gather rune rules in advance, golden chains passed directly through his body. With a covering palm pressing down, the sky turned deep red, blood-colored thunderclouds filled the space, waving his hand, it instantly cleared to brightness, a deep blue as if washed. This power is truly fascinating. Having quickly adapted to the vastness within him, Emoli's smile grew even more radiant. Now, let's switch the position of the hunter. As if a divine being, Emoli stepped on the lotus of life, golden hazy divine light surrounded him, portraying countless wonders and phenomena, with seas of blood floating and stars falling. Suddenly, Emoli's eyes sparkled, complex and mysterious runes gathered deeply within his pupils, and then shot out a brilliant golden light. The divine light was so fast that they didn't even react before it exploded a patch of bare earth. King of Men, a follower shouted anxiously, the target of the ghostly man was none other than the King of Men. Although the King of Men was of extraordinary power, the opponent he faced exceeded comprehension. The power of 8 veins could capture an emperor, 10 veins of power, outrageous to imagine. The King of Men faced was a genuine monster, a freak. Clouds of dust rolled, obscuring vision, the surging spirit energy displayed chaotic fluctuations. The King of Men can't be dead, right? The proud observers watched with furrowed brows. Although this guess was unlikely, compared to the descent of 10 veins of power, they were more focused on Emoli's divine might. Boom boom, boom boom. The familiar pulse thudded, within the clouds of dust, like a new life emerging from a heavy cocoon. Unlike the heavenly might of Huangwu, this power carried a rich breath of life, feeling it closely brought unimaginable fear. As the dust slowly dissipated, the rhythm of life still echoed. People saw with their own eyes that, at some point, the position of the King of Men was being swallowed by a huge silk cocoon, surging waves within the cocoon pulsing. This is the celestial silk secret technique. The proud observers exclaimed, staring at the giant cocoon. Indeed, the celestial silk secret technique was far too famous. As soon as they saw the giant cocoon, they knew. In the ancient past, there once existed the celestial silk clan. In that era of competing stars and moons, countless divine bodies appeared, and phenomena raged. However, the one who ultimately seized the title of emperor was, unbelievably, a divine silkworm. And the celestial silk secret technique belonged to this clan's unique method, accumulating power when transforming from cocoon to butterfly. The outer cocoon is indestructible, once believed to be the strongest defensive treasure technique. How could humans possibly cultivate such astonishing magic? Isn't this something only the divine silkworm clan can use? The continuous exclamations made Emoli frown, even he was impressed by the methods of the human king. He saw 10 brilliant petals burning like fire on the human king's forehead, and at that moment, the bloodline memories within him awakened. At the top of the sky, runes blossomed, and an ancient figure materialized. It was unknown what creature it was, but it bore 6 wings, its feathers pure and holy, lightly flapping and stirring up a destruction like wind. Wind breath divine arrow. He softly uttered. Whoosh. The moment the words fell, it was as if a wild wind from ancient times rushed in, forming an arrow of ancient holy light, with a tip mixed with black decaying air, as if it had crossed through time to arrive. Swish. The fierce wind tore through the void, sending ripples through the azure waves. The sea water reversed and surged under the wind, opening a bloody path. Boom! The wind arrow precisely hit the giant cocoon. The so-called strongest defensive treasure technique in history let out a clear sound of ding, as the outer shell of the cocoon cracked like a mirror, forming lines of fractures. This scene made the group of extraordinary talents feel their scalps tingle. What exactly is that phantom? The arrow shot could actually break the divine silkworm technique. Is this the power of the 10 veins? However, as exclamations arose, hidden in the void was the being of some ancient tribe, and his heavenly eye light burst forth, seeing through the scene within the cocoon. No, to be precise, it's the human king breaking free. As those words fell, the giant cocoon bloomed with dazzling rosy light, rushing straight into the sky, shaking the heavens. The cocoon slowly cracked open, the outer cocoon shattering into countless white silk fragments on the ground. The human king stood up from within, his aura no longer blazing like the sun, but rather contained like a deep abyss, unfathomable. Indeed, this world is full of brilliant talents. I underestimated you. Emoli stood in mid-air, gazing at the human king. He had thought the world was full of extraordinary individuals, but there were few as strange as he. But what Emoli thought was merely what he thought. You are not bad yourself, daring to swallow the divine medicine in such a situation. The human king smiled lightly, just as before, wearing loose robes, calm and unhurried. It's a pity that the divine medicine only yielded 1/3, and the time to refine it was too short, unable to reach the ultimate sublimation. He sighed. Although the divine silkworm technique had unparalleled defense, his realm was still merely return to 1. Even if the treasure technique was astonishing, how long could it resist? But this fleeting time was already enough for the human king. That's right, like Emoli, he decisively swallowed that flawed divine medicine. Just as Emoli's 10-colored bloodline was about to complete its transformation, he did not hesitate to refine the divine medicine. Even though he knew that the greatest value of this heaven-defying divine medicine was to refine it into a pill, consuming it raw could only exert less than half of its efficacy. But they both straightforwardly chose the same method. At this moment, Emoli's gaze was drawn to the bloodstains on the remaining cocoon. It seemed that the previous wind arrow technique had indeed caused some impact, making it shed blood. However, that pool of blood was an odd blue. The human king smiled faintly, speaking of which, I don't know why my blood turned blue. The previous generation human king had golden blood, and the one before him had blue gold blood. All blue blood, among all the human kings throughout the ages, currently resided only in me. As the words fell, it shocked the soul with incredible disbelief. The human king's figure gradually ascended, standing at the same height as Emoli. In that moment, their locked gazes made the void tremble. There was nothing to be said, between kings, there was only one victor. Emoli, kill. Human king, kill. Chapter 113, The Ones of 10 Veins, a Stunning Revelation. Above the void, divine light blossomed, like splendid fireworks, with countless magical powers that left people in awe. Because besides admiration, only shocked silence remained. At this moment, as the resonance of the great Tao triggered by the activation of the 10-colored bloodline gradually calmed, the petal reflections in the outside world. The mist gradually dispersed, a hazy halo reflecting the scenes of time. Look! The scene has returned. The celestial flower petals shone brightly, and spiritual rain fell once more, gathering into larger dewdrops. But when the ancient monsters outside saw the two prodigies battling, their once silent hearts seemed to soar into the clouds, their murky eyes filled with shock like the watching talents in the secret realm. What is that? They didn't even know how to describe the scene before them, especially the man with the ghostly mask, whose forehead's 10 dazzling petals became the most eye-catching presence. The power of 10 veins. How is that possible? How can it be possible? When did the Mo family produce such a terrifying monster? A well-known elder who had lived for over 1,000 years looked at everything in terror, words failing to express the indescribable. They even suspected that the haziness shown by the celestial flower petals was a glimpse of an illusion. The Mo family. In an instant, countless powers and paths began to spy, and even ancient beings used heavenly forces to observe everything from distant time and space. However, not to mention them, even the Mo family members stood there in a daze. Looking at their expressions, they seemed completely unaware of the 10 veins matters. In fact, the waves of shock within them were fiercer than anyone else's. The power of 10 veins. When did they produce such a taboo prodigy? They couldn't even dare to think about it. Quick, report to the ancestor. In a moment, not only the Mo family, but other powers were also using secret methods to transmit information back to their families, awakening the nearly lifeless old fellows in their divine sources to resist the power of time. Instantly, the Mo family in Central State was targeted by terrifying auras, and many didn't even know what was happening. Are you crazy? Your already withered lifespan is now tainted with the filth of the red dust. How many days can you live? As he spoke, beneath the ancestral hall of the Mo family, a withered hand pushed through the soil, and a dark abyssal aura erupted, with runes burning fiercely, blossoming into the light of the great path. Old monster Mo, you are hiding deep enough. But the power of 10 veins, such a taboo, is better off buried forever. If the power of 10 veins were to grow freely, then this world would almost be set in stone. The ancestor of the Mo family frowned. What do you mean? Suddenly, the withered hand waved, and the lines of causality intertwined. He instantly understood the reason. The power of 10 veins. Using the perspective of the Mo family disciple outside the secret realm, he saw the true scene through distant time and space. The 10 dazzling petals on his forehead, the unique bloodline power and treasure art of the Mo family, could not be mistaken. Even the long-sealed heart of the Mo ancestor rippled at this moment. At this time, above the Mo family, the sky changed dramatically, winds rose, and clouds surged. A living being ignited divine fire, holding an ancient law mirror, divine light penetrating heaven and earth, surging magical power roaring. He wanted to use the power of the treasure to trace back and explore the truth behind the power of 10 veins. Those who could enter the fragments of the secret realm had a bone age of no more than 25, tracing back the history of these 25 years was relatively easy. Mist, open. The originally surging sea of mist twisted into a vortex, and in the center of the vortex, threads of glimmering causal lines intertwined. Although still very vague, it was enough to determine the birth of the power of 10 veins based on the reaction of the mist sea. Because such a taboo coming into the world would inevitably stir up wondrous phenomena. They eagerly wanted to know the true roots of the power of 10 veins. Because Emoli was within the secret realm, protected by the laws of the celestial realm, it was impossible to trace back its origin, and besides, he was wearing a mask. His spiritual aura was abnormal, like a wisp of mist. Suddenly, the vaguely causal mist sea burst forth in divine light, breaking through the thin strands of mist, its radiant glow illuminating the void.
It's him! 24 years ago!
Such a phenomenon could only be the power of 10 veins. Even when peering into the past through time, it was still so resplendent. Many people were delighted. The true face of the power of 10 veins was finally about to be revealed. Clap! Suddenly, a black hand of rules condensed in the void. A slap came down, smashing the mist that peered at the feet into smoke and clouds.
But
at once, the immense backlash force engulfed the old monster casting the spell, a saint, landing hard unexpectedly, his breath extinguished. A terrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. They knew the backlash from probing time was something no one could withstand. With the help of precious artifacts, one could scatter the backlash force, avoiding sudden death. But that pair of black hands was the most shocking. The Mo family is not a place where you can run wild. The voice of the great Tao reverberated in the void, and as this sound rang out, fear spread in all directions. Those ancient beings buried deep in the ground, the last protectors of the Tao lineage, opened their eyes one after another.
The Mo family, that old monster hasn't decayed with time. Did he not die a long time ago?
In the distant past, the Mo family had given birth to 2 kings, 2 supreme beings of the 8 veins of power, but it was said that in the end, only one seized the imperial throne, while the other supreme perished tragically. After all, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. In the conflict of dual kings, one must die.
Unexpectedly, that fallen supreme being has lived until now. Time is too long. Perhaps the world has forgotten the might of my Mo family. Then let it begin from this moment.
As the words fell, holy blood sprinkled across mountains and rivers.
All who violate the Mo family must die.
Swish! A white light that tore the starry sky flashed by, and immediately after, an arm protected by divine light suddenly fell, a saint stepping in blood. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm,
the disturbances in the Zhengzhou Mo family shocked the crowd.
As expected, a family that can persist for tens of thousands of years and yet decline, its foundation is astonishing. In the purple gold carriage, chaotic energy flowed, and a woman with an otherworldly beauty lifted the beaded curtain, her smile just right as she gazed at the Mo family. It has been a long time since a saint fell. It seems this upheaval in this life is enough to stir up a mighty wave in the river of time. Saints, powerful existences gifted by the heavens, do not reveal themselves easily.
With 10 veins of power, a saint has fallen, even their true form.
Saints are not foolish. Having lived many years, they know the general strength of a family. Then, the willingness to let saints fall just to probe the roots of 10 veins of power is indeed a great cost.
Thus, one cannot help but wonder who is pushing from behind.
The Mo family, having received the message, began to relay it. The ancestor has commanded, at any cost, to bring the 10-vein person back to the family.
If necessary, the ancestor will come in person. Chapter 114, King Against King, 2. In the Wutong Sea region, the fierce battle between the two unfolded.
The intertwining runes stirred up towering waves, the earth charred, radiant light swirling. In a flash of an unclear divine shadow's rainbow light, they collided and then separated, the thunderous power exploding within flesh and blood, breaths pouring forth radiant colors, divine particles bubbling fiercely.
Wind's breath god arrow.
The monstrous shadow behind Emily spread 6 white wings again, the fierce winds whipped up rolling waves. Seeing this, the king of men opened his arms wide, like a full moon bent into a bow, his eerie blue essence boiling, behind him also condensing a rule-like figure drawing back a bow. At the moment of seeing the figure, ancient sects outside the hazy light recognized the king's move, their pupils seemed to be pricked by needles, full of horror. Divine Child Palace, Divine Child Emperor. This taboo legend engraved in history, after endless ages, can only be found in fragments of old texts, yet its brilliance illuminated the entire ancient history. One person, one bow, the string drawn back, on the verge of unleashing, is a collapsing star river, that bow bent to shoot the golden crow's brilliance, passed down through the ages.
The human emperor's palace. How many stunning arts of the ages does it hold? An old man lamented.
But most shocking was that such astonishing techniques, an ordinary person never comprehended in their lifetime, yet the king of men had already mastered, and not just one. Whoosh! 2 arrows collided, bursting forth splendid light of the great Tao, like a raging sun exploding, spreading a white light enveloping the mortal world. Kill! Before anyone could catch their breath. The art of martial prowess returns.
5 elements divine light.
The human king gathers 5 dazzling and captivating rays of light around his body, metal gold, flaming red, deep blue, earthy yellow, and lush green.
With the merging of 5 supreme essences, it annihilates everything.
The divine light howls past, as if the void itself is being torn apart. Seeing this, Emoli raises one hand high, the marrow in his spine buzzing, and under the nourishment of blood, the hidden runic treasures within his flesh begin to manifest.
Heavenly calamity light. Fall.
The dark light source emerges like an overwhelming power from the forbidden, profound and unknown, yet exuding immense terror.
Boom!
The dark light in multicolored hues explode, giving rise to intense white brilliance that covers everything once more. Before the white light dissipates, a boiling killing intent surges and breaks through the skies. Secret art, battle. The human king, with azure blood, forges a floating secret character like flowing water, instantly merging into his brow. In that moment, the eerie blue blood transforms into strange sights, the sea of blood surging in drowning mountains and rivers. Another astonishing secret art. The endless methods of the human king even leave ancient practitioners, who have practiced for 1,000 years, with tingling scalps. Just how terrifying must one's comprehension be to master so many forbidden techniques at once? That seems to be the source character secret art, which shone brilliantly in the past era of destruction, imprinting the source character with azure blood, stirring the divine nature of blood, triggering resonance with the laws, and unleashing boundless magical power. But the source character secret art has a flaw. Once the blood nature extinguishes, one will enter a state of weakness. Such a secret art should not be used until one is cornered into a desperate situation. It seems the human king truly intends to unleash all his power. At the same time, azure blood permeates the sky, and the divine light of red clouds bursts forth, breaking through the mist. Heavenly divine armor, condense! Emoli shouts loudly, and the rules of the entire world begin to stir. The flames of the phoenix tree ignite, strands of crimson gold divine light whip out, wrapping around him like flowing silk, then intertwining and weaving, surging within the red divine fire, forging an armor of crimson gold. Flames swirl around the armor, and divine light in red fire turns half the sky crimson, resembling a god. Witnessing everything, the disciples of the Mo family are overjoyed, as the bloodline within them begins to stir and burn. This is the power of the 10 veins of the Mo family. It resonates with the power of world rules, even mobilizing the forces of those rules, forging a divine armor. It is known that stirring the world rules, even by just a thread, is enough to defy the heavens. Emoli, kill. Human king, kill. In an instant, the two tear through the remaining light of the feathered arrows, red and blue rays of divine light cutting through the yin and yang dawn, becoming the focal point of vision, stirring the winds and clouds. Boom! With divine abilities already insufficient to determine a victor, they revert to the most primal and purest battle. Two fists collide, sparking swirling energy, each punch creating ripples in space. At this time, Emoli's flesh sublimates and tempers in the divine light, his heartbeat thundering like drums, and within him, the sixth divine dwelling, the yin-yang divine dwelling, spins like a whirlpool, ceaseless power surging into his fists. From his nostrils, even purple gold divine lightning streams forth, wrapping around his brutal fists that have shattered numerous female cultivators, divine light radiant. Bang! The human king's punch, akin to a primordial fierce beast, strikes against his armor, creating a dent, the force penetrating like a mountain smashing a cow, exploding his ribs instantly. Emoli's eyes nearly burst as he sees the illusory shadow of a true dragon in that punch, roaring as it devours him. He is unwilling to be outdone. Equally powerful fists slam into the human king's abdomen, causing the human king to spurt blood. Bang! 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 Continuously interweaving divine light and rainbow shadows collide, as mountains on both sides of the strait are utterly destroyed, each resounding blow making the proud figures present tremble involuntarily. So strong. Absolutely outrageous. The techniques excel, and even the tempering of the physical body has reached an incredible level. The human king's 5 internal organs hum loudly, and the 5 sources of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth flicker within his flesh. Every organ has broken its limits. Even more terrifying is that the king of humans' 5 organs actually show signs of merging. He is about to step into an unprecedented realm. 5 organs united. 5 elements fused. In Emoli's situation is equally dazzling. He actually opened the legendary 6th organ. The power of yin and yang emerges, and faintly, a shadow of the azure lotus takes root on the sea surface, drawing the essence of the sun and moon. Kill. Kill. Chapter 115, Kings Against Kings, the winner is king. Time flows in the glorious battle. The terrain of the strait has long been changed. Above the sea, the battle seems to be nearing its end. The king of humans' simple clothes stained with a mix of red and blue blood, his breath weakened. Emoli is also in a bad state, his divine bloodline has been shattered, and his physical strength compared to the king of humans, who is exceptionally strong, has long been ravaged inside. You are strong. Among all the enemies I've encountered, you are at the top. So, I am even more curious about the face behind the mask. What does it look like? For the first time, the king of humans became interested, the Mo family of Zhengzhou. I am even more curious. Emoli did not respond. It seems everyone considers him to be from the Mo family. But he did not explain. This beautiful misunderstanding might be a good cover. Of course, he is indeed a disciple of the Mo family, but not entirely so, because he has long been dead. However, your bloodline seems to have issues. The king of humans' blue abnormal eyes flickered with a dim light, saying, "This is not your limit. Your bloodline strength seems to have not reached the power of 10 veins, at most 9 veins." The king of humans spoke with certainty. Moreover, that bloodline strength is still continuing to decline. During the battle, the King of Humans felt this strange change. The opponent's bloodline was actually unstable, the power was a huge barrier away from the true peak of 10 veins. It was as if separated by a force. But the 10 petals on his forehead cannot be mistaken. In such a contradictory situation, even the King of Humans, who has seen past and present, has never encountered such a bizarre circumstance. Emily did not deny it, just smiled lightly and looked at the King of Humans. Your secondary body is so strong, in this life, you wish to walk the path of dual fruit, your ambition is great. Facing Emily's insight, the King of Humans' calm gaze did not ripple at all. The King of Humans, when did you discover it? His method of primary and secondary bodies originates from a forbidden ancient land, feared by countless living beings because, on the day of merging primary and secondary bodies, no one can defeat them. Emily, when I drew a wisp of the world's power. During their conversation, both parties revealed each other's secrets, and they harmoniously isolated the surrounding space, sharing a smile. If the outside geniuses knew that this was not their most powerful strength, they would probably be stunned. At this moment, Emily's bloodline strength is slowly declining, already showing a trend of dropping to 9 veins of power. And the side effects brought by the King of Humans' source secret method are also starting to show. You are strong. At the peak of the way, let's decide the winner. Upon finishing the words, the King of Humans' figure transformed into a rainbow light intending to leave. Since neither side has the confidence to kill their opponent, it is better to set it aside for now, this is the best choice. But this is the theoretically best choice, yet Emily never thinks so. Kill. Emily's figure shifted, the blood-red gaze of the ghostly eye shrouded, the magnificent heavenly might gathered in thunder, the thunder array covered all directions. Are you crazy? The King of Humans turned around and looked at Emily in shock, for the first time his tone had such a drastic fluctuation. Thank you for your compliment. Emily smiled while licking his blood-stained lips. He has long gone mad, among the countless paths to the peak of the Great Way, he prefers the most perilous one. From the moment he recklessly stabbed Qin Yang, he had already abandoned calmness and walked towards a steep, tightrope-like path. Ghost Blade. Cut. The ghostly eye of the ice flame ghost blade was ferocious, blood threads entwining around the blade like patterns, Emily's palm gripped it, his own blood constantly surging with the sharpness of the ghost blade. This is the blood of 10 veins, the blade's radiance stained with brilliant crimson. The King of Humans trembled in his heart, cursing this madman. If this continues, the side effects of his source character secret technique will undoubtedly manifest, and Emily's bloodline power will also plummet. At that time, they will become targets for hunting. The alarm bells rang loudly in his heart, and he could not determine from which direction Emily would strike. That ghostly figure seemed to transcend the limits of time and space. Heavenly Silkworm Treasure Technique. The nearly extinguished vitality of the King of Humans stirred once more, strands of fiery aura transforming into intertwining silks, weaving into a cocoon that was indestructible. Ding! The scorching blade light, as hot as lava, sliced through the blue, shimmering cocoon, but only broke through the outer layers, and yet the cocoon flourished, swiftly repairing the severed parts. Indeed, still no good? Emily watched the scene before him, feeling it was troublesome. The combination of thunder and the sharp blade strike could not truly break through the cocoon's defense. The Heavenly Silkworm Treasure Technique was undoubtedly powerful, and Emily had to admit this fact. Forget it, you can go. At that moment, Emily, seeing no results, sheathed his sword. The King of Humans, at the peak of the treasure technique, was exceedingly difficult to kill. At that time, the cocoon slowly dissolved like spring rain, and the King of Humans furrowed his brow. He could not describe this guy. Without more words, the King of Humans planned to leave, not wanting to waste more time arguing with Emily. Wait. Suddenly, Emily called out. The King of Humans instinctively turned back, but suddenly, seeing Emily dissolve into white fragments in the distance, his tightened heartstrings snapped in an instant. This move. It felt familiar. So familiar. There was no time to invoke divine techniques. At the moment he turned, Emily stealthily struck like a ghost, the blade light locked onto his neck, leaving no space to evade. Your life. I shall take it. Chapter 116, Identity Exposure? Swish. The blade light was silent, leaving behind a white mark. Before this, the King of Humans had had his head cut off in such a manner. A familiar scene played out again, and even with precautions, he could hardly counter the opponent's bizarre abilities. A very peculiar secret technique, I've watched it several times but cannot find its source, someone outside commented from afar. All methods in the world come from some source, even original creations bear traces of predecessors. After all, later generations' methods are rooted in the accumulation of the ages. Does anyone remember the forbidden person who attempted to break into the secret realm before it opened? Suddenly, someone reminded them. The methods he used to break into the secret realm, as well as the techniques he employed to evade the Xia family's young descendants' virtual flames, are similar to the person before us wearing the ghost mask. Once these words fell, many people's brows furrowed. That forbidden person who attempted to break into the secret realm but failed, they vaguely remembered, as if named, Emoli, and had enmity with the group of outstanding talents.
Emoli, Emoli. They both had the same last name, Mo. Coincidentally, the power of the masked man came from the bloodline of the Mo family.
Immediately, a being took out a curious sacrificial incense, igniting it with blood fire. Purple smoke spiraled upwards, gathering into a mist, blurring the causal lines of time.
Everyone, does anyone have fragments of his soul aura, or remnants of his Tao?
To trace a being's roots, one requires their aura and Tao rhythm, using the divine power of time and space to follow their trail.
However, to accurately track down a specific position, their blood is needed.
Thus, many people intentionally or unintentionally erase their own traces to prevent being tracked. Upon hearing this, the crowd was stunned, glancing at one another. Before Emoli had touched the forbidden techniques of the 10 branches, they had not put it to heart.
Moreover, Emoli's soul was unusual, they could not capture his aura.
As for fragments of the Tao, before the treasured gourd exploded, Emoli always used it to erase his traces.
In an instant, the clues were cut off.
In a moment of despair, suddenly, a black fireball shot out. Within the pitch-black flames was stored a drop of bright red blood.
This is his blood.
Following the source of the sound, he suddenly discovered that it was
the Xiao family.
The source of the flames was actually the Xiao family from Zhangzhou. The black flames were so eye-catching, providing blood ties unexpectedly from the previous generation's 3 heroes of Zhangzhou, Xiao Woyan.
Xiao Woyan still wore a dark expression, and why did he have Emoli's blood?
Because when Emoli fled into the Insect Valley in the ancient city of Zhuque, Xiao Woyan had fought with Emoli. At that time, Emoli swallowed a sacred pill, gaining a hint of quasi-sane power, battling fiercely against him, but even after exhausting all efforts and self-detonating all his pills, he could not match Xiao He.
Xiao Woyan said coldly, the answer may lie within that.
A drop of blood contains too much information, enough to deduce unlimited information, sufficient to find after that ghostly mask, the true face.
Wutong Sea area.
At this moment, Emoli was unaware that his strange methods had already revealed traces to those sharp-eyed old folks.
He held the head of the king against king, the winner takes all.
But Emoli knew that this was not the strongest state of the king, he had only killed a clone. Then, under Emoli's gaze, the king's spiritual body shattered into pieces, dissipating bit by bit. With the two bodies uniting, perhaps by then, the king would surpass his peak. At that time, Emoli's condition was terrible, his internal organs exploded, and his meridians were shattered.
However, next, it's time to clear the aftermath.
Then, he turned around and focused his gaze on the proud talents watching from afar.
Now, the feast is about to begin, and this will be a one-sided hunt.
His bloodline was declining, but there was still a moment left. In the presence of absolute power, even a brief moment was enough. The sudden change caused everyone's faces to stiffen.
Wait, why did the spearhead suddenly point at them? Wait. My lord. We are willing to die following you, one of the talents shouted urgently.
This was the power of 10 veins. Comparable to a miracle, right in front of them. If there were no accidents, the position of the emperor in this life would be unmistakable. Following such a powerful being is also a wonderful choice.
Oh? To follow me?
Emoli laughed lightly, it was the first time he heard such a request. Because before, he was either being chased or on the road of being hunted, the word follow was somewhat distant for him.
Yes. We are willing to swear loyalty to you, my lord. Together, we will forge a glorious path to the emperor.
The sea breeze blew by, their robes fluttering, and they knelt on one knee, shouting in unison. A very smart group, very clever, but... Before the grand oath was finished, Emoli, whom they vowed to serve, gently pointed with his index finger, and a dense swarm of wind arrows shot out from behind him.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each wind arrow carried a deathly aura, shooting forth like a storm. My lord. We are willing to swear loyalty to you.
The aura of death oppressed their souls, even a casual attack was not something ordinary people could resist.
Emoli smiled wickedly like a ghost. Oh, I see. But why do you?
They did not understand, clearly, they had already sworn loyalty and become his followers, so why were they being targeted?
Emoli did not explain, he couldn't be bothered to explain.
In the blink of an eye, over 100 proud talents had fallen, bleeding to death.
Oh, you want to escape? Can you escape? Emoli noticed a few hidden rats who were quite decisive, realizing something was wrong, they immediately transformed into divine rainbows and fled. Too late.
At that moment, a piece of dark glowing fragment floated in Emoli's palm. The fragment seemed to possess magical power, emitting swirling gray ripples that froze time and space.
What is this? How is this possible? Why can't I move?
Not only were their bodies bound by an invisible force, but even their souls seemed to be frozen, a massive wave of dizziness enveloping them.
Yet, their fearful gazes could see clearly. That mysterious fragment unleashed a whirlpool-like circle, their eyes seemed to be pulled into it, struggling, quite bizarre.
This is a fragment of the Wheel of Reincarnation.
Emoli smiled slightly. Amidst the fearful gazes of the crowd, he turned his hand to unleash clouds. A blood-red thunder calamity quietly covered the sky, and a thick sense of slaughter spread outwards.
I remember there seems to be a move. What was it called? Oh, I remember now. Divine Punishment. As the voice fell, what engulfed the entire area was a sky full of blood and endless wails. After the thunderstorm, the entire sea area suddenly fell silent. The only ones who survived were the fourth sequence of the Mo family.
Sorry, it took a bit of time to deal with the small fry. Emoli joked with the fourth sequence like an old friend, while he walked on the charred corpses, devouring the souls that had died.
Among those deceased were also disciples of the Mo family.
Let's not forget, devouring the white ghosts was also one of his sources to increase power. Emoli dared not forget his roots, for those who could enter the colorful world were not weak, and the souls after death were exceptionally delicious. He had once slaughtered cities during the Great Chen dynasty and had killed many sect disciples. There was a significant difference in the taste of souls between proud heroes and ordinary beings. The better the qualifications, the more fragrant the taste. For him, the best followers were those who turned into nourishment, becoming a source of strength. The fourth sequence watched the scene, frowning tightly, feeling it was extremely strange. This guy seemed to be savoring something, sticking out a scarlet tongue to lick, constantly wiping his lips, his eyes filled with desire, a craving for food. But this empty, bloody space, apart from the blood on the ground, where was the food? On Emoli's body, he still could not describe how bizarre it was with words. Soon, after devouring the souls of the deceased beings, Emoli raised his hand and waved, causing the corpses to float in midair. Pfft, the flames of the void burned fiercely, and the sea of fire spread. Then, Emoli took out a soil jar he carried with him, pouring the sparkling ashes into it. Half an incense stick later, Emoli looked at the fourth sequence after the bloodline extinguished. Alright, it's your turn now. Meanwhile, outside. Clouds of purple smoke transformed into a starry sea. When the blood provided by Xiao Wuyan dripped into the vortex, a star suddenly shimmered brightly. The threads of fate's causality had already hooked together, illuminating the hidden place. Found it. Now, it could be determined whether the power of the 10 veins behind the Yama mask was indeed the Emoli spoken of by the outside world. Chapter 117, The Mysterious Mo Family. A vertically hanging fishing line dropped into the lake, creating rippling light, but in the flicker of a moment, it suddenly extinguished, leaving no trace. Rushing flames. The provided blood steamed and burned, as if boiling oil fire, disappearing after a flicker. It was only a moment in time, brief and swift, yet it was covered by another force, making it hard to glimpse the root. But this was enough. Not Kim. A big figure's eyes shone like a blazing sun, bursting with brilliant light as he spoke. The position where the causality line hooked did not lie within the range of the secret realm. On the contrary, that position was located in Zhengzhou. Zhengzhou, Mo family. Mo Shan walked slowly into a misty forbidden area, the gray sky, damp water vapor, and flowing dark-colored ghost river, with decayed soil nurturing stunningly bright red flowers. Bright red charm flowers bloomed throughout the area, as Mo Shan passed through the sea of flowers, as if on familiar ground, arriving under an ancient, peculiar old locust tree. The locust tree was withered, like an old man on his last breath, only dark leaves spread out, lifeless, and a black-feathered crow stood still, nearly statue-like. However, hung on the outstretched branches were dried human skins, tightly packed and of various kinds. Every so often, when the cold wind blew, the human skin sacks would sway, the creaking branch sounds resembling the whispers of ghosts. Suddenly, the black crow opened its blood-red pupils, reflecting within its world a round moon flowing with blood. Back again? The black crow surprisingly spoke human words. Mo Shan remained as silent as ever, gazing at the full branches of human skin. He reached out to pick something from the tree branch, just like collecting clothes, and then gently drew a sparkling line on the human skin. The air was silent, and the dark crows did not disturb Mo Shan's actions, just quietly watching and occasionally twisting their stiff necks. At that moment, the mist outside the forbidden area stirred. The blood-red eyes of the crows shone with light, and instantly, the corrosive mist opened a path. My lord, as you commanded. The newcomer was one of the 2 kings left from Mo family's history, and he was the one who could crush a saint with one hand, Mo Guchen. Mo Guchen slowly raised his head, even though every time he entered this place, he felt his vitality withering, the pervasive death energy constantly consuming his lifespan. Looking up, he still saw the ground covered with bright red flowers, unknown to him, but blooming eerily, as if they would never wither. The old locust tree still hung full of densely packed human skins. He dared not look at the skins on the tree, for even he found their source unnervingly chilling. However, today there was an additional stranger. Just then, Mo Shan had put on a fresh skin taken from the branch, and when he turned around, he met Mo Guchen's horrified gaze. Mo Guchen looked at this familiar figure, yes, familiar, from stranger to familiar in just a moment. Because the skin he wore was something he knew all too well. Thousands of years ago, in the Mo family, the 2 kings were born, and he was the defeated one, preserved for future generations.
The other supreme ruler seized the throne and then turned to dust under the power of time. But now, that supreme emperor, who should have long been dead, was alive and real before his eyes, more real than mere illusion. Even the aura was almost perfect. Just like it was thousands of years ago. My lord. This is Mo Guchen was stunned beyond measure, he couldn't even express it in words. Who is he? Is that really the skin of the emperor? The skin hung on the tree, with hollow eyes and desiccated flesh, completely indistinguishable from any other. But wearing it, it turned into a living person, it was so terrifying. He is the ancestor of the Mo family, but for millennia, the origins of the Mo family could not be traced, and while he could feel the bizarre and ancient traditions of the Mo family, he could not truly explore them. The dark crow stood on the branch, its tone mocking. Him? Just as you see, he is put on the skin of your former kin, but it is not from the time of the emperor. As for who he is, that question is interesting, perhaps you have seen him. Mo Guchen found it hard to believe, seen him? To fight against time, he had been sealed for thousands of years, and he remembered that era when the divine sources were exceptionally precious, allowing only himself to be preserved in existence. To say he had seen him, at least several thousands of years had to have passed, but that was absolutely impossible. At that moment, as Mo Shan put on another layer of skin and moved his limbs, he murmured, clothes dried for thousands of years, the power lost too much. Then his face changed, transforming into the visage of the guardian of the Xianyang sacred land. Suddenly, at this moment, a faint thread of connection pierced the boundaries of time and space, seemingly trying to capture Mo Shang. Who is it? Mo Guchen instinctively urged the laws, daring to trace back to the forbidden area of the Mo family, who was so audacious. Bang! The threading immediately broke, only for a moment. Just as Mo Guchen intended to reverse the laws and trace back through the connection, he was stopped by Mo Shang. Faced with this suddenly appeared, strange character, he could not describe or call out for a moment. Mo Shan walked up to Mo Guchen, smiled faintly. This one who was once one of the two kings of the Mo family had already grown old under the corrosion of time. I remember you, one of the two kings, Mo Shang spoke. Then, a wave of past memories surged into Mo Guchen's mind, and he saw his aging body tremble violently. It was as if he saw an incredible sight. Mo Guchen, it really is you. Chapter 118, Mantis? Yellow Sparrow? On the other side, in the secret realm of the shattered fairy world. Next, it's your turn. Mo Li looked at the fourth sequence after its bloodline had extinguished, his forehead's 8-pulse lotus fading in color, turning into a suffocating pale white. This meant that the fourth sequence's bloodline had completely faded away, never to use its bloodline power again. This was the cost of burning and sacrificing 7 veins of blood to exchange for the power of 8 veins. Originally, this power was meant to defend the honor of the Mo family, but Mo Li's sudden rise broke everything, making his sacrifice lose its meaning. But compared to his sacrifice, the emergence of 10 veins of power seemed far more important. What the fourth sequence did not understand was why he had to eliminate all his kin. They were all clan members. Some disciples of the Mo family even worshipped like deities after witnessing the power of 10 veins, willing to swear to follow to the death. Mo Li walked in front of the fourth sequence, looking down from a height, smiling. The outcome is always surprising, and you, for the family, for that illusory family honor, could go this far. It truly amazes me. However, what surprised me even more is that you didn't swallow that 1/3 portion of the pure vein Blood Lotus. Perhaps you could have achieved ultimate sublimation? Mo Li did not understand the other's thoughts, still foolishly protecting the remnants of the divine medicine. Who on earth are you? The fourth sequence stared intently at the eyes behind Mo Li's mask, as if trying to find the truth. Why kill your own kind? The fourth sequence thought that the birth of 10 veins of power was a miracle of the Mo family. He even planned that if Mo Li was unfortunate enough to be defeated, he would burn his life to rescue him at any cost. Mo Li broke into a light laugh. Who am I? That's not important. As for why I had to kill my own kind. Thinking carefully, there were indeed disciples of the Mo family among the souls he just devoured. Sorry, I have no feelings for the Mo family. For the Mo family, Mo Li felt an indescribable entangled relationship, like a tangle of threads. He even wanted to break free, but when did it all begin? It was from the moment he entered the secret realm and met a guy named Mo Xiao. When he learned that the original Mo Li had died and returned to life, when he realized that the Mo family had not arranged any guardian for him, when he discovered that he could activate the 10-colored bloodline. Everything was extremely strange, yet so vividly happened. I originally thought about enslaving you, making you a ghost slave under my command. Mo Li had this plan, then sent the fourth sequence back to the Mo family, secretly uncovering the Mo family's secrets. But after thinking it over, his little tricks were probably laughable in the eyes of true great powers. So now, I've changed my mind. You can rest easy on your journey. Swish. As the words fell, the knife light flickered, and the corpse separated. Swallowing the fourth sequence's ghost spirit, Mo Li licked his lips, seeming to savor the moment. He did not burn his body to ashes but refined his skeleton, merging it into a clay pot, to commemorate this truly, the first monster he had killed. After simply tidying up the treasures on the fourth sequence, at this moment, Mo Li's bloodline power was completely extinguished. He gazed afar at the center of the Wutong Sea, that towering Wutong divine tree, which seemed to hold a phoenix egg. This was the goal of his journey. Qin Yang, we will meet again soon. Time flowed slowly, as the remaining bloodstains on the ground submerged into the sea, the salty sea breeze blowing away the heavy blood smell. A cultivator stepped on the void, looking at the scars caused by the shocking battle around him, strangely amazed. King of men, the 10 veins of the Mo family. The young man's dark pupils were deep as ink, and a smile curved on his lips. Now, our positions have switched. You are in the light. I am in the dark. Mo Li. Saying this, the man walked to the place where the battle began. Bending down, he examined a body riddled with wounds. This body was the 3-headed monster bird from before. I know you are not dead. The descendant of the 9 calamity doves, this is your tribulation. Of course, I can help you complete this calamity and transform into the 4 calamity dove. The strange man murmured to the body, and then took out a transparent porcelain bottle, dropping a single drop of dazzling, gem-like, ancient blood filled with the weight of ages onto the corpse. The ancient blood was immediately absorbed by the body, and suddenly, overwhelming spiritual energy burst forth, divine light shooting into the sky, chaotic aura spreading, as if in the void, one could see the shocking 9 calamity dove once again. Ka! The 3-headed monster bird shattered and was reborn from the chaos, its wings slowly becoming full, its 3 heads merging into one, and its cry destroying mountains and seas. It looked at the man before it with bright eyes, the 4 divine feathers flowing with light atop its head particularly striking, a mark of stepping into the 4 calamity. Why, should you not thank me? The man smiled slightly, raising his hand, revealing the flowing essence of the rules. Speaking of which, the cultivation method I practice has deep connections with your 9 calamity dove clan. For the first time, the eyes of the 4 calamity dove revealed unimaginable shock. It never expected to see a 9 calamity power deeper than its own in a human one day. So, will you submit? At these words, the proud ancient creature, which even the human king had not tamed, surprisingly lowered its head, displaying the 4 bright feathers atop, allowing the man to admire them. Very good. The man patted the obedient head of the 4 calamity dove, his smile undiminished. Mo Li, we will meet again soon. If Mo Li were present, he would surely recognize this person. The brightest genius of the Heavenly Fate Tao Academy, in nearly 1,000 years, the inheritor of the 9 Extinction Emperor's legacy, the one who met Mo Li by the riverbank and gave him a sachet, Qianwu. At this moment, Qianwu looked towards the center of the Phoenix Tree Sea, murmuring, Mo Li, Mo family, the power of 10 veins. The true face behind the mask, I see it very clearly. Mo Li had once recklessly spoken of the 9 Extinction Emperor, which made him wary. Because the inheritance of the 9 Extinction Emperor should not remain in the world, it had been erased by many ancient powers, leaving only legends. Now, the positions had changed. I have also memorized all your methods. Whether it was the divine power of the 10 veins or that mysterious movement technique, Qianwu silently observed from the shadows. Even if Mo Li's bloodline had declined, he still hid in the dark, and sure enough, he saw again that bizarre, incomplete stone plate that could freeze space. Qianwu admired Mo Li's decisiveness. He would not act without a sure kill. He too, when he acted, Mo Li would surely die. Let's mention here, Qianwu, in fact, is a character that was mentioned back in chapter 65, with some build-up, so you can glance back at that. Thus, this character did not suddenly appear, he has a connection with Mo Li. Additionally, some previous characters will also make appearances, and some of them you probably won't guess. Chapter 119, Sudden Illness. On the path to the ancient phoenix tree, mist lingered and strange flowers were everywhere. The warm and gentle phoenix spirit nurtured countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, fiery herb ginseng, golden glowing fruits, various rare beasts in tree nests, white kites as pure as jade, and tiny, exquisite 3-tailed hummingbirds. It was like a gigantic nest. Mo Li moved through the mist, his speed sometimes fast and sometimes slow, as if in a dream, muttering to himself, and in the end crashed his head fiercely into a tree root. You should not have killed those people, this was not a wise choice. A harsh noise echoed in Mo Li's mind, chattering incessantly, like needles stabbing. Mo Li, what I do is none of your business. Saying this, he suddenly fixed his gaze on a patch of green leaves, his eyes fierce, his facial muscles twitching with anger. If even those of the same clan kill, then your return journey to the Mo family will likely be much more difficult. Moreover, relying on the power of the divine medicine to awaken your bloodline, when the medicine's effect fades, your bloodline will also return to normal. Poor fellow. Mo Li's expression twisted in anger. Get lost. The blade's light swung, and the white line surged and broke. The he in front of Mo Li turned into white smoke and vanished. But suddenly, the white smoke gathered again behind him, the blurred face whispering at his ear. Perhaps, you should change your method, such slaughter bears too heavy a consequence, you will die a miserable death. Mo Li stepped back, not saying a word, and the blade's light once again sliced through. At once, his ears became clear and peaceful. When he came to his senses, the hill broke apart, ancient trees snapped, and the thick mist scattered. To outsiders, his actions were extremely strange, swinging the blade at the air as if battling with someone. But around him, besides the mist, there were evidently no other beings, even the birds had been frightened away. Damn it, the illness has suddenly relapsed. Although this situation was anticipated long ago, he did not expect it to erupt at this moment. In other words, his symptoms had suddenly manifested after the activation of the 10 bloodlines. What symptoms? Mental illness. Emily had been diagnosed with symptoms of schizophrenia by his primary physician in his past life. At first, in the original world of Blue Star, his symptoms were quite obvious. But after dying and arriving here, it seemed his symptoms had healed, the condition of schizophrenia did not manifest, and he gradually forgot about it. However, after the unexpected activation of the Mo family's 10 bloodlines, he, who had been silent in his mind for so long, appeared again. The guy only Emily could see. He once thought his condition had long been cured, especially since he had not shown any abnormalities at the Xianyang sacred land, but unexpectedly, after the battle with the King of Men, the illness flared up, and his mental split became even more severe. In his past life, there was just a little person running around in his mind. Now, a vague white figure could manifest before his very eyes. When he ended the match with the King of Men, the white phantom whispered near his ear, "A mutual destruction is the worst outcome. You cannot keep the King of Men. Choosing to continue fighting in a moment of weakness with a weakened bloodline is incredibly unwise." But the more the white phantom said this, the more Emily did not believe in evil. At that moment, the blade light flashed, only to be blocked by the King of Men with the Heaven Silkworm treasure technique. Seeing this, the white phantom floated to his ear again, whispering, "I told you, you cannot kill him. But you can put on a show, don't you still have that trick? Leave a clone in place, and let the real body do the work." In the end, Emily once again beheaded the King of Men. Then, while clearing out the minor fish, the white phantom said, "If you kill so many Sect disciples, your cause and effect will be too heavy, those sects will not let you go." But Emily was stubborn in his ways. When the treasure technique blossomed, the blood-colored calamity quietly enveloped, and the rich scent of slaughter spread outward. The techniques used in the 4th series returned once again. Emily murmured to himself and spoke to himself. "I remember there seems to be such a move, what was it called again?" The white phantom reminded, "Divine Punishment." Emily, "Oh, I remembered. Emily, Divine Punishment." Not sure if it was his soul's problem or if his spirit was acting strangely again. But Emily could be certain that since the activation of the 10-colored bloodline, the guy from his past life who had been chattering in his mind appeared again. Taking a deep breath, Emily steadied his mind and continued deeper into the lair. On the other side of the lair, the ancient path led to a mysterious cave flowing with chaotic energy. The cave had been open for some time. From the outside, one could glimpse the vastness inside, brimming with celestial light, serene like an ancient place. "Ah, I'm late, Brother Jiang," Xin Yang said, slightly disappointed. "The treasures of the Wutong world are astonishing. Boundless divine light shoots straight into the sky, the appearance of divine beings stirs the heart. I believe the fortune here has already been taken." According to the news from others, when the mysterious cave appeared, it was accompanied by a shocking phenomenon. 9 blood moons appeared in the sky along with 3,000 miles of purple mist. While living, he was dying. Great misfortune was also great fortune. Zhang Baixing's gaze was darker than the cave itself. The treasure of the limitless cave sky, they cannot take it away. "Brother Jiang, how do you know?" Xin Yang looked at Zhang Baixing with curiosity. This companion, whom he met halfway, clearly knew the hidden truth. When they first met, what surprised him most was that Zhang Baixing seemed indifferent to the beauty of the dream demon, Meng Yawu. He just paused slightly, and his eyes turned pitch black again. Beside them, Meng Yawu also curiously assessed Zhang Baixing. A flash of purple light crossed her eyes, her mouth curling into a bewitching arc that could captivate anyone. If she remembered correctly, when Zhang Baixing first saw her, the expression on his face was not shock, but nostalgia. An interesting fellow. In terms of appearance, Meng Yawu considered herself unrivaled, yet this person actually ignored her completely. Of course, more than this, Meng Yawu was more curious about the causal thread on Zhang Baixing, one particularly thick and far-reaching, tracing back into the depths of darkness. This kind of causality, he had only seen in 2 people. Xin Yang, and previously that masked man. This chapter may be a bit vague, it mainly wants to express his split personality issue about mental illness. In the first chapter, I remember writing that he was suffering from a condition, you can understand it as being suppressed by some reason. And about Zhang Baixing, he is actually the brother of Zhang Liyue. Chapter 120, out of Wangchuan, the cycle appears? Brother Qin, do you still want to go in? Zhang Baixing stood outside the cave, a chaotic aura enveloping him, mysterious energy flowing out from within the cave sky. Xin Yang hesitated, he opened the extreme Dao heavenly eye on his forehead, his pupil saw that the hazy purple treasure light mixed with the dim dark death energy, but clearly, the death energy was more than the purple treasure light. This place is a treasure land, 9 deaths and 1 life. However, Jiang Baixing had no expression, the color in his eyes was deeper and darker than death itself. Death? There are things in this world more despairing than death, making every second you live a torment. It had been over half a year, the death of his sister was forever the wound lodged in his heart that could not heal, and that thorn causing the bleeding wound he could never forget. Even if Emily died at his hands, the scars could not be erased. He hated himself, hated his own powerlessness. Brother Jiang. Qin Yang wanted to say something comforting but found he didn't know how to start. He also had a thorn in his heart, the scars caused had yet to heal. Morong Qinghuan was in a coma because of him, although there was no danger to her life, her soul suffered unimaginable injuries, and the wounds of the soul were even harder to mend than those of flesh. He had promised Morong Shui that he would definitely find a way to heal Morong Qinghuan. In the Wutong Sea area, under the Wutong tree, in an environment nourished by the essence of sun and moon, absorbing the light of spiritual fire for many years, it was possible to produce a kind of soul treasure, Wutong soul flower. This flower has a bright red heart, and its leaves are crimson. When it blooms, it is accompanied by the sound of a phoenix, mirroring the extraordinary scene of a divine phoenix dancing, shocking gods and spirits. It is a miraculous medicine to heal the soul. This was one of Qin Yang's goals for this trip. Brother Jiang, I'll accompany you. Perhaps it was due to their having similar experiences, Qin Yang felt that Jiang Baixing had become much friendlier. Looking at the two of them, Meng Yawu laughed lightly, her voice sweet as rain, itching at the heart. Then, I wish you good luck. Aren't you coming? Qin Yang was puzzled. This mysterious and enchanting woman seemed to be shrouded in a layer of unfathomable mist. He didn't even dare to make eye contact, fearing to be sucked into a whirlpool of obsession. Now she was about to leave abruptly, without any hints. After all, before, she had deliberately clung to him, deeply understanding what a beauty's disaster could be. Meng Yawu smiled charmingly, the starlight immediately dimmed, the moonlight's afterglow lingered on the arc of her entrancing lips. She didn't say much. But instead, she turned around, leaving behind a curve of her silhouette that would be remembered for a lifetime in the lingering fairy light mist. In the world of Wutong, strange and fantastical sights frequently emerge. At night, the 9 sinister blood moons hung in the sky, like 9 red blood eyes, watching in the starless, vast night. At times, divine lights would soar to the heavens, shaking the cloud mist in a splendid sky. At times, flames burst forth, with the sounds of dragons roaring and tigers howling, as if powerful beings were battling. Meng Yawu weaved through the darkness, her stunning figure surrounded by a mist of indistinct fog, making it impossible to see her true appearance, causing everything around to become illusory. How can this be? It's completely different from the records. The brilliance of the blood moon fell, illuminating her fleeing path. Her eyes sparkled with enchanting purple light, deep as the dark night, as if she could see through the future's changes. Entrust the spirit, send it by paper boat to the world. This era has great strangeness. Meng Yawu's expression was rarely so serious, as an unknown river spanned the world, and floating above it were white paper boats, sending off and delivering the world. That river. There is a great problem. The reason she hadn't recalled it immediately was because her focus was entirely on Qin Yang back then. Now, as she thought carefully, she recalled the text inscribed on ancient bones. Wangchuan. That strange river carrying the white paper boats flowed towards an unknown time and space, prompting a terrifying conjecture. Wangchuan goes out, reincarnation reveals. But in her memory, reincarnation was an exceptionally ancient mystery that countless beings across time pursued, yet its ethereal traces were even harder to find than immortals. Some pinnacle beings also asserted that the concept of reincarnation did not exist at all. At their level, they could glimpse some ultimate mysteries. But Meng Yawu always felt something was wrong in this era. Meng Yawu wanted to find that strange river to explore its source. She suspected the source of the strange changes was related to this river. At this moment, Emily was traversing through the ancient center of the Wutong tree under the blood moon's night veil. Suddenly, standing on a mound, with moonlight pouring down, he saw a shimmering edge, like a blood-silver satin, flowing from the plains to the distant horizon. That is a river. In such a place, could a river actually appear? Where the river converged, there was a large area of sparkling light, like a lake. Emily was astonished, but a voice in his mind whispered softly, as if enticing him to explore. Meanwhile, Meng Yao's purple eyes sparkled, her figure seemed not to belong to this world as she moved swiftly between the illusory and reality. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was some kind of breathtaking means, as the region around her changed along with her. Meng Yawu found it. Chapter 121, The Strange Old Well. Above the mysterious river, many cultivators had already gathered. The shimmering river reflected the glow of the blood-red round moon, yet the bottom of the lake was an unfathomable deep darkness. White paper boats drifted fragmentarily upon it, coming from an unknown time and space, flowing further downstream. This well is strange. Someone reflected their figure in the bubbling mist rising from the chaotic well. Inside the well was an inky black unknown entity that even the probing of souls could not penetrate. Is that me in the image within the well water? A descendant of a noble felt incredulous. Merely by casting their figure onto the surface of the well water, the swirling black water produced waves, like a fragile black curtain being drawn back, revealing vague scenes. It was like a movie screen flashing through scenes from childhood, vibrant with divine light as they obtained treasures, then swiftly passing by, vast plains, cascading waterfalls, with each reflected image showing every path they had traveled. Could this strange well reveal scenes from the past? Every being's past was shrouded in the mist of history. To reflect the past, a powerful treasure is needed to break through the mist. And this well surprisingly reveals the history behind the overwhelming fog in such detail. Clearly, they thought of something. This is a supreme treasure. Immediately, someone tried to pull it out in one go, but after much effort, they achieved nothing. Some exceptional individuals entered the strange black river below, hoping to find the source of this well. To reflect scenes from the past is no ordinary treasure. For a moment, the atmosphere became as hot as fire. I am a disciple of the Qian Koan Gate, from Luo Tian Daozhou. The secret treasure was first discovered by our sect. Bullshit, Qian Koan Gate, never heard of it. The capable keep what they deserve. Let's see whose fists are stronger. The tension thickened, and a group of exceptional individuals was ready to strike. The magical artifacts hiding in their sleeves were already waiting. In this secret world, fierce battles seemed to be happening at every moment, with destiny right in front of them. How could they not fight? However, amidst the tension, a strange silence quietly spread. Many people sensed something was wrong, turning their gazes towards the ancient well. What they saw made the exceptional individual reflected in the ancient well tremble uncontrollably, as if witnessing an incredible scene of fear. In his eyes, he took in the image the well reflected. He saw the past, his past, real to the point of having no error whatsoever. But that wasn't what shocked him, as many ancient treasures held the ability to reveal such heavenly scenes. He saw a river, a group of exceptional individuals, all staring at a strange well. He realized that the image reflected by the ancient well was, in fact, the present. The expressions on everyone's faces, their positions, and even hidden movements were exactly the same. However, the chronological order between reality and the ancient well was that the sequence displayed by the well almost perfectly matched the real people's actions. He thought of a possibility: this well can not only reveal the past but also the future. As soon as this was said, the cold, silent air suddenly froze. A treasure that can reveal future scenes, does this really exist? Time passed second by second, and the silent river appeared unusually eerie. From the riverbed, fresh corpses slowly surfaced, those who had previously sunk to the bottom trying to find the source of the ancient well. Someone stepped forward to investigate but found that these inexplicably deceased exceptional individuals had no signs of harm. Even the innate bone patterns on their foreheads were shining brightly. Their divine palace is a void. What does that mean? Some exceptional individuals refuse to believe it. The divine palace is the place to nurture the soul, the seat of spirit. A void, doesn't that mean the other soul was annihilated? More and more people came forward to investigate, even employing soul secret arts, but the conclusions drawn left everyone present in silence. After sinking to the riverbed, these individuals had mysteriously died, almost without a sound, not even a single bubble rising from the water, and meeting again was only a bloodless corpse without a soul. This scene had also been preemptively reflected by the ancient well. However, the image from the well continued to evolve. The water's ripples gave way to a brand new scene. Is this my future? The exceptional individual reflected murmured as he saw the scene in the image, clearly not within the secret realm, but at his home, where a man in the seat looked much older and more worn than the present him, yet he could recognize who it was at a glance. I will inherit the position of the family head in the future. Ha ha ha. I will inherit the family head. Competitors of the family will be trampled underfoot by me. Having had the earlier revelations from the ancient well, many exceptional individuals were half believing and half doubting. If this ancient well truly could reflect the future, could it mean the ability to foresee? Get out of the way. Let me try. I want to see if this strange well is real. A burly man shouted. He was filled with fiery energy, as if he were a fierce demon beast emerging from the wild ancient world. Immediately after, the ancient well absorbed his figure, and with the ripples of the well water, a blurry primal jungle appeared, torches burning fiercely, and a baby was born under the ancient tribe's ritual. So he's the genius of the Stone Demon tribe, someone said after seeing the scene in the ancient well. The Stone Demon tribe, a primitive tribe coexisting with demon beasts, worshipped a powerful demon beast, the Stone Demon. The tribe was best known for its body forging techniques, where their physical strength was as vast as the sea, surging endlessly, and their flesh and blood power was comparable to ancient demon beasts. The image in the ancient well continued to evolve, and everyone stared intently. If this strange well could truly reveal the future, it would be an earth-shattering event. Soon, the man's life passed by in a hurry, until he stepped into the secret realm of this world. The well water suddenly fell into an eerie silence. What's going on? Why isn't it showing anymore? Clearly, they were about to see the future, and they needed more judgment to confirm the strange abilities of the ancient well. Splash! Suddenly, the man from the stone demon tribe collapsed without warning, lying motionless, no longer breathing. He's dead, someone shouted in terror. Countless eyes were watching, both openly and secretly, yet he died in such a strange way. His soul also vanished into nothingness. What? When these words were spoken, cold shivers ran down their spines, as an invisible force enveloped their hearts. The souls of those who had entered the depths of the water might have an explanation, for there were forbidden powers beneath the river that they did not understand. But the man from the stone demon tribe clearly hadn't entered the river. What is going on? The first person to attempt to manifest the future seemed fine. Now, the first person who tried to manifest the future appeared to be completely fine, with no abnormalities. After seeing his bright future, his blood boiled with excitement, and many young geniuses had already approached him to make connections. Amidst the noise, a voice suddenly rang out, causing the heated scene to instantly cool and become silent. Perhaps, this well requires a sacrifice. Only with a sacrifice can the energy needed to activate the ancient well be obtained. From a distance, Emily silently watched everything unfold. Can it reveal the past and the future? He muttered to himself, for if that were true, he also had a huge question in his heart. About the original owner, the former Emily, what had truly happened to him? The strangeness within himself, the inability to cultivate his soul, and the fact that his bloodline was the Mo family's 10 divine bloodline. All of this, perhaps, could be answered in the past scenes of the original owner. He needed the answer. Chapter 122, Emily's Future, 1. Above the river, the water rippled, scattering the bodies of the dead. They had figured out the method to activate the ancient well, offering the lives of creatures as sacrifices to glimpse a corner of the uncertain future. Some powerful beings saw themselves ruling vast regions, becoming great powers, while others saw their futures filled with nothingness, indicating they wouldn't live much longer. As the reflections of the future became more dazzling and diverse, the number of bodies floating on the river also increased, densely packed, with bright blood staining the river, spreading downstream, and the bodies flowing toward an unknown place. At this moment, Emily made his move. He watched for a long time and discovered that as long as one did not attempt to plunge into the deep, pitch-black bottom of the river, no danger would occur. Whoosh! The flash of a blade appeared, and another body was added to the river. No one cared. Too many people had died, and too many had created ethereal futures. Those who saw themselves holding great power in the future became the objects of admiration for many young geniuses. At this point, Emily's dark figure was noticed. Another person wanting to peer into the future. Many famous prodigies have shattered their Tao hearts after gazing into the future. I wonder who will be the next. But when their gaze fixed on that grim reaper mask, their pupils suddenly shrank, as if their eyes had been struck by a silver needle filled with venom. The nerve endings are emitting terrifying signals. The air is filled not only with the lingering smell of blood but also with a strange chill. He. The mask of the underworld. This mask is far too eye-catching. The Mo family. The Mo family. He is the one with 10 veins. The legend of the battle against the King of Humans has spread like a storm in just over half a month. When the King of Humans appears, the imperial position is secured. But in this era, a prodigy can actually rival the King of Humans, even beheading him twice. Such achievements are enough to be recorded in history, becoming a brilliant ripple in the river of time. Emily's reputation, unknowingly, has become a godlike existence throughout the fragmented realm of the immortal world. Does he also want to glimpse his own future? The future of the 10 veins of power? Then many people realized an issue. The person of the 10 veins from the Mo family is definitely one of the most dazzling geniuses of this era. His future will surely make him a contender for the imperial position. Perhaps from his future illusion, one can see who will be the final victor in this brilliant era. Oh, you want to see my future so badly? At this moment, Emily sets down the ghostly blade in his hand. He has already sacrificed enough lives, and countless eyes are staring at him. Even the talented people voluntarily step aside. The name of the 10 veins is not something they can match. Emily smiled. He hardly exerted any effort, yet someone actively made way for him, but the strange ancient well has only one. Hey, I still need a few more people over here. Who wants to volunteer? Emily smiled again. In fact, he had already completed the number of sacrifices. My lord, I have a few offerings here. I hope you will like them. Immediately, powerful talents casually selected a few from their followers and tossed them over. Emily, I remember you, a future powerhouse, ruling over a dynasty. The prince of the ancient kingdom was delighted. I didn't expect you to remember me. It is my honor. If you need more sacrifices, I will do my utmost to seek them for you. As soon as these words were spoken, someone immediately realized the prince of the ancient kingdom's purpose. If the future depicted by the ancient well is real and unchangeable, does that imply one thing? Since the ancient kingdom's prince can rule a dynasty in the future, he must have obtained a chance against the heavens during some crucial period. This opportunity might be a great medicine, or perhaps a heritage. Of course, there is another possibility: he became a follower of the great emperor, enjoying immense blessings under the emperor's protection. He is betting that the forbidden future of the 10 veins will lead to becoming a great emperor. By flattering the forbidden 10 veins, if he truly becomes a great emperor, then he will be the first follower to become a great emperor. Currently, it is said that the forbidden 10 veins still do not have any followers. My lord, we are also willing to serve you. Immediately, many powerful beings stepped forward, including family geniuses and royal princesses. Please be sure to accept these sacrificial lives. Crazy. They are all crazy. A disciple of a sect shouted while running. His senior brother actually wants to offer his head to the one of the 10 veins. They are from the same sect. Then, a new slaughter began. The red on the river's surface became even more enchanting under the moonlight. Emoli smiled, his face full of joy. Before this, he was like a family dog struggling to survive, seeking a glimmer of hope and repeated escapes. Who would have thought he would have such a situation today? When he was still choosing to slaughter cities and harvest souls, stepping forward with his own blade to increase his strength, perhaps, far away, the gifted and noble son only needed one command, and someone would offer everything. Is this the effect of power? Looking at one dying lamb after another being thrown to him by those wanting to become his followers, all he had to do was stab the ghostly blade into their hearts and enjoy the ghostly feast, just like a king savoring a meal, always having servants ready. Good intentions surged like waves, and Emoli smiled faintly. The freely given gifts, he accepted all. Half an hour later, Emoli licked his lips, as if savoring the moment. He walked to the ancient well, the calm water reflecting his figure. Since you all look forward to my future, then let it begin. As the words fell, the water rippled, constructing scenes one after another. Chapter 123, Emoli's Future, 2. In the central state, the Mo family. With a bright cry ringing out, Emoli was born. However, there were no wonders from the heavens, no grand sights of immortals bowing from afar. It was plain and ordinary, stirring no waves. On the day he awakened his bloodline, countless sharp gazes seemed to pierce through him on the vast, boundless dojo. Emoli, the power of the bloodline, none. As the ethereal voice fell, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The light echo had the weight of millions. Ha ha ha. Indeed, a waste. Born a waste, still a waste. Simply a disgrace to the Mo family. If it were me, I'd rather die. Laughter and doubt drowned him like a tsunami, not allowing him to catch a breath. There was no fall of a genius, nor a startling rise, and he seemed to think so too, believing he might just be a waste. Years later, his realm was far below that of his clansmen. He lived humbly, slowly cultivating with the resources given by the family. With poor aptitude, lacking resources, breakthroughs were simply impossible. Perhaps, I can walk my own path without relying on the Mo family's bloodline, he murmured. I heard there are heavenly treasures in the forbidden zones. Maybe this is the last chance. The scene shifted, the flowing water became much blurred. But in the place depicted, the sky was dark and gloomy, thick with death, as if it were hell. The final scene showed only a bloodstained stone slab and a pair of lifeless eyes. Looking at the past reflected, Emoli knew this was one of the forbidden places, the Nining burial ground. But Emoli understood, there are countless opportunities in the world, why choose the Nining burial ground? Soon, the ancient well's water surged and flickered. The sky was oppressive, and beneath was a sea of black people. Two individuals, one looked down from a height, while the other knelt on both knees, 10 fingers digging into his palms. The kneeling person said, Senior brother Mo, today you took my secret treasure and embarrassed my dignity. I submit willingly. Because you are stronger than me. But do you dare give me 5 years? A familiar scene, familiar words, just as it was back then, so clear and true, it made Emoli feel a little dazed. This moment was exactly a year ago, the beginning of everything. However, in the same situation, with the same question, the Emoli in the scene gave a different answer. The Emoli in the scene said, 5 years? You, like an ant, what waves can you make in 5 years? He said with a grim expression, overlooking Qin Yang from above. This treasure was originally obtained by him after facing death in the secret realm, then given to Morong Shui, but somehow ended up in Qin Yang's hands. It was clear what had happened. Thinking of the sweet rumors about Morong Shui and Qin Yang, his expression darkened further, the muscles on his face twitching slightly. He did not explain the origin of the treasure. The flames of anger burned his rationality. He only wanted to kill Qin Yang. If he couldn't have it, then no one else could. Enough. Emoli. That's enough. You want to establish your pathetic authority by targeting the outer disciples? Is it to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys? Following the source of the voice, the crowd discovered it was Morong Shui's younger sister, Morong Qinghuan. At the moment he saw Morong Qinghuan, the Emoli in the scene put away his sinister expression and forced himself to appear as friendly as possible. Morong Qinghuan said, Emoli, I order you to immediately return the secret treasure to junior brother Qin, then kneel and apologize on the spot, or you will lose my sister's favor forever. Qin Yang struggled to rise, beginning to meet Emoli's gaze head-on. Senior sister, no need. I, Qin Yang, have my own pride. He, brother Mo, can take my treasure, but he cannot take my talent. Today, this grudge, Qin Yang has noted down. He doesn't want to trouble Mu Rong Qinghuan. 5 years. As long as brother Mo gives me 5 years. Emoli sneered, just right, give him 5 years, let Mu Rong Shui see what a weak little ant he has chosen. He wants to trample Emoli beneath his foot, so he cannot raise his head. Good. I give you 5 years. 5 years later, during the Holy Sun selection, let the world see what Qin Yang truly has. An ant is still an ant. Once it clings to a dragon or a phoenix, does it still dare to dream of reaching the peak? At this point, the scene ended. This was his past, a past completely different from now. And the history in the scene made Emoli frown. Because this past, he seemed to have seen before. Next, the water rippled, unveiling a new scene. Brother Mo, Qin Yang has already gone to the secret realm. A disciple reported outside the cave. Find an opportunity to injure him. He is just an ant in the true spirit realm. Remember, be discreet, and don't let anyone discover it. The scene shifted. At Xianyang Sacred Ground, the Holy Sun selection. On the arena, watched by thousands, the showdown between Emoli and Qin Yang was about to be revealed. At that moment, Emoli was at the peak of the Tao Harmony realm, while Qin Yang was in the early stages of the Tao Harmony realm. Emoli, I never thought that a once insignificant ant could actually climb up. Qin Yang, all grievances, today we settle them together. In the last scene, as the sun set, shadows lengthened. Emoli's neck bled, and in the aftermath, he closed his eyes. Thud. The body separated, the head rolling to the corner. From then on, the ancient well quieted, and the surroundings fell into silence. Those proud geniuses were stunned. Absolutely stunned. This was completely different from what they imagined. What happened to achieving the Emperor Dao fruit position? He's dead? And this felt so out of touch with reality. However, before the surprise could fade, a strange phenomenon arose. The river seemed to have received some sort of stimulus. A continuous flow of river water began to reverse and rush back, pouring into the ancient well. Inside the well, chaotic energy erupted, a mysterious law exploded, shaking the heavens and earth, twisting space. Emoli's figure was reflected upon it, a phantom scene emerged, using the entire river's source as power, past moments shattered and reassembled, constructed anew. His future vision once again unfolded. Chapter 124, Emoli's Future, 3. The strange river gushed out from the ancient well, boiling like rain, forming a celestial scene above. Emoli seemed to be in a wondrous time and space illusion. The light screen before him flickered, each piece was a shard of the past. He did not understand why this was happening, but the unknown situation made him alert. The brilliant light screen began to take on a mysterious and ancient quality, as if it touched the traces of history. The breath of ancient times rushed forward, chaotic energy flowed out, dimly revealing only dots of light. Dong dong dong. The shocking bell sound stirred the heavens and earth, rippling through the space. Even the current world trembled, as if the fiery bell tolls resonated in his ears. What is this? Emoli wondered. It was a plateau, a brown, bare plateau, mountains fractured, the sky collapsed. The vast bell sound was like the lament of the dying, staining the battlefield with eerie blood. A banner fluttered in the wind amidst the sorrowful bell tolls, lifting many tall corpses, penetrating the limits of time and space, swiftly fleeing from this brown-red plateau. What is happening? Emoli was horrified. What does this have to do with his future? In the blood-drenched scene, he could not see himself at all, only that vast brown-red plateau. Everything plunged into silence. He only saw a terrifying, godlike body, with flames burning half the sky, collapsing rocks, and the vague chaotic energy obscured his view, intertwining chaos into threads of causation. Who is it? Suddenly, upon the blood-stained banner, a godlike figure opened its eyes. In an instant, divine light shot forth, as if piercing through the barrier of nothingness, crossing the limits of time, peering into the forbidden realm of Emoli. One glance, shocking the heavens and the earth. This kind of deterrence, merely conveyed through the horrific visuals, was enough to make Emoli break out in cold sweat, his scalp tingling, as if traversing the gates of hell. He knelt on the ground, the water curtain bursting open, as if unable to bear the divine power. What on earth is that? A god? Or the legendary immortal? On the other side of the image, a man furrowed his brows, chaotic rules entwining him. That feeling of being watched vanished in an instant. He opened his sleeve, pulling out a fat, chubby worm that seemed to be asleep. The moment it was shaken awake, it bared its teeth, as if in a bad mood. Three-eyed, find the causal thread from earlier. He suspected it wasn't an illusion, even though his divine awareness could sense nothing. The worm, upon hearing this, mumbled and reluctantly opened the third eye on its forehead, dark as the devil's night, as if it could see through illusions. An indescribable power began to spread.
Can't find it? The man's brow furrowed deeper. Too far apart, or does the opponent possess a divine artifact that can block even fate? Present time.
Emoli half-kneeled on the ground. The mysterious man's divine power exploded in his mind, still frightening him even across endless eons, making him feel the long-lost breath, the breath of death.
Is my future related to him? Or is it that I die at his hands?
Emoli was confused, and as the dizziness in his head subsided, he stood up again. At this moment, the water curtain reformed, the flow reversing, as the ancient well once again gushed forth. What came into view was a vast river of stars. Beyond the river of stars, a young boy stealthily took out a golden bamboo from his arms, grabbing a bit of grey, strange soil, but instead of placing it on the surface, put it into a black jar. Just then, the black jar began to tremble violently, the sudden action startling the boy. The jar seemed to want to fly away, glowing with obscure rules and order symbols.
Catch it! This is my jar!
The boy gritted his teeth and fiercely grabbed the black soil jar. How dare they have designs on his jar?
The grass on his grave isn't even tall enough yet. The black jar traversed the dark, vast sea of stars, carrying the boy. However, the scene froze here, the water curtain halting its flow. Boom!
A sudden rumbling, the water curtain exploded and scattered.
Above Emoli's head, thick dark thunder began to gather, the aura of the great path spreading, as if wanting to kill him.
At that moment, he sensed something was off.
This aura of thunder was exceptionally familiar.
Then, from the dark clouds, chaotic lightning slowly extended its branches, condensing and growing into a gigantic thunder tree, crossing across the void.
But it wasn't over yet.
The chaotic thunder tree burst forth with bright lightning that dazzled the whole world before suddenly disappearing, leaving behind a pale white. In this pale white, overpowering rules and order quietly descended, tearing open a corner of the void white world, transforming into an eye that gazed upon all things. Looking at this eye, Emoli's scalp stood on end. He still remembered the day he refined the reconstruction pill, when old Master Xiao perished. The last order thunder he faced was just like this.
That is the eye of the great path. Such a familiar feeling.
Back then, he witnessed it all with his own eyes. Gazing at the rule power above his head that had already locked onto him, Emoli realized he could not escape.
Even a saint burning his life could not resist it. How could he, a mere unified realm, dare to stand against it? Is this the consequence of peering into the forbidden?
The power of the eye of the great path continued to gather, but it seemed not as strong as when old Master Xiao faced it. It could be the rules of the fragments of the immortal realm blocking it.
But I can't worry about that anymore.
The sense of impending death spread in his heart, despairing emotions unfolded, just like when he faced the Sword Spirit Elder, feeling utterly powerless. He knew that a person like him deserved to die, but not now. Saying this, Emoli wanted to take out the 9-story Buddha tower to fight back. This strange object had been snatched from Shaobao, and to this day, he still did not know what it was.
Boom!
The divine punishment from the eye of the Tao fell, and the void fell silent, withering everything in its path.
In just an instant, the erupting divine might extinguished Emoli's faint hope. He knew he couldn't hold on any longer.
This feeling was very clear. Even the worry of the annihilating thunder striking against his flesh was enough to destroy everything. At that moment, a soft and enchanting voice entered his ears, and Emoli instinctively looked over, seeing someone he had never expected.
Mengyao Wu.
She stepped into the strange river, the part submerged in water already dark and decayed, her whole being like a rotting corpse resurrected from the riverbed, but that captivating face was still the most radiant existence under the starry sky.
You can't withstand the Order's thunder. Jump into the ancient well.
As the words fell, the eye of the heavenly Tao projected the Order's thunder once more, landing on her head. In an instant, Emoli's thoughts became a tangle of threads.
This woman who could see through his spells, was she trying to save him? But why save him?
Everyone knew that below this river, none of the talented individuals who had dived and came back alive, let alone the ancient well.
Perhaps the heavenly Tao's punishment could be endured, who knows?
This woman was on Qin Yang's side. It was uncertain if she wanted him dead.
However, just as everything was about to be annihilated, Emoli saw Mengyao Wu's lips move.
Her smile was as enchanting as the bright moon, without sound, only 2 silent notes falling from her lips, as if from an endless age.
Mengyao Wu XX. But in that moment, after figuring out those 2 words, Emoli's pupils constricted.
The silent notes hit his heart like a hammer, a thought he had never dared to imagine, stirring up monstrous waves.
Then, decisively, he jumped into the ancient well. Boom!
Mengyao Wu transformed into specks of white light and disappeared into the sea of thunder, along with the entire river, vanishing completely. In the last moment before entering the ancient well, waves surged, and Emoli saw the third scene.
It was a solitary tombstone. On the tombstone, he saw 2 words, Emoli. That was his tombstone.
Let me say a few things. First, what Emily saw in the previous chapter can be understood as a glimpse of a possible future. In this setting, it involves crossing into a book, where the story portrayed is a potential future. Then, this chapter serves as a setup and a foreshadowing. Why did Meng Yaowu save him? Is the scene shown true or false? Chapter 125, The Other Side of Wang Chuan. Where is this? Am I dead? The last scene in his mind was of a solitary tombstone in a desolate wild, engraved with his name. He wanted to open his eyes, the floating sensation in his body made him uneasy, as if lying on a cloud, slowly drifting toward the distance. Whoosh! His eyelids felt as if glued together, but he still struggled to break free. At that moment of opening his eyes, he saw a grayish flow sky, like the aurora scattered through the stream of light, surrounded by dark air, the eerie river quietly flowing far away. He was on a bamboo boat, the boat swaying gently, the sound of paddling particularly clear in the tranquil atmosphere. What is happening to me? Emily stretched out his hand, discovering his flesh and blood had vanished, replaced by a transparent shape resembling smoke. In this form, he seemed to have seen it somewhere before. Ghost spirit. Suddenly, a familiar term crossed his mind. Those who die become a white smoke-like form, which represents their total fall. So, I'm really dead? He then slowly turned and looked at the person rowing at the boat's stern. Clad in a black cloak, as if merging into this endless ink-like world, a dim yellow lantern illuminated the face under the cloak, so withered it hardly resembled a living person. Where is this? The old man remained silent, silently rowing the oars. Who are you? Still no answer. With that, Emily asked no more. Then, he looked at the dark river and tentatively stretched out his right hand. As his finger left the bamboo boat for just a moment, the steaming black water corroded him, and in an instant, a white, smoky arm was engulfed in black mist. Hiss. Emily frowned, the pain from the corrosive black water was unbearable for him, the infected part burned intensely. Time ticked away, and looking at his arm gradually turning black and withering, a pattern formed on his forehead, the pain of corrosion exceeded his imagination. Finally, his entire arm vanished in a daze. For a moment, Emily fell silent. At first, he had merely extended half a finger, but the mist of black water could corrode an entire arm. So, now I can do nothing. Of course, he could find something unusual about the old man in the black robe at the back of the boat, but facing the unknown, trying could invite disaster. From then on, Emily also became silent. At that moment, time seemed to be muted. Above the river, only the sound of the black water flowed gently. In a gray world, a bamboo boat drifted towards an unknown distant shore. Just like that, flowing with the water, the view gradually opened up. The shores were flat, crimson and pale white appeared in overlapping colors, like a giant palette. The black river intertwined and spread, and occasionally a ghostly green flashed in the sky. Gradually, ahead, a precious touch of twilight yellow appeared, and upon closer inspection, it was the same bamboo boat. On the bamboo boat, a wisp of pale white smoke, a solitary light, and an old man in a black robe. It looked exactly the same. In a vague sense, Emily guessed something. Perhaps I really died, and I am on the way to the return. What is the return, the destination after the death of living beings? Emily looked at the dim yellow light emitted by the solitary lamp on the bamboo boat ahead. The boat carried gently, and the water flowed without a trace. It seemed to have a magical power, and he became entranced. He shed all thoughts and sank into the boundless silence. Suddenly, familiar whispers rang in his dazed mind, as if drifting from an ancient, distant past. Source, living beings, soul sea, other shore. This time, the mysterious whispers were clearer. He suddenly woke up, opening his eyes, and before him, his pupils constricted sharply. Under the gray-blue sky, a mottled stone door stood between heaven and earth. Around the stone door was a sea. Endless, boundless sea. White spirits like him filled the area, marching mechanically towards the same place. Walking towards that strange, mottled stone door. Chapter 126, Spirit? Soul Body? Emily stood stunned in place. The stone door that spanned heaven and earth seemed to have an endless magical power. Brilliant white light squeezed out from the crack of the door, warm and gentle, like hope igniting the strongest and fiercest desire in a person. What is behind the stone door? At this moment, Emily actually felt a strong impulse, a calling from the depths of his soul, as he numbly approached the stone door. He stepped off the bamboo boat, but the seawater did not corrode his spirit body. In this peculiar sea where the rivers converged, the water was crystal clear, shimmering with golden points of light. Suddenly, just as he stepped into the water, all the white spirit bodies twisted their necks in unison, as if rehearsed 1,000 times, looking grotesquely at Emily. The world was silent, the silent stillness turned into deadly swords, piercing towards his eyes. Emily's pupils widened little by little under the pale light of the stone door, reflecting profound terror. Do people like him also feel panic and fear? Emily himself could not tell whether it was panic or fear. Because amidst the thousands of white spirits, he caught a glimpse of an incredible familiar figure. Referred to as a familiar person, but more accurately, it was someone he had beaten into a bloody mist. The long-dead old friend. Nangong Shuiyan. This proud talent, met in the ancient Dragon Dynasty, he sought to gain favor with Jiang Liu by suppressing the Nangong family, and was one of the prominent fighters at that time. Because the name contains the word snow and resembles a certain deceased acquaintance, he remembered this face and the scene of this living blood flower blooming. For a moment, Mo felt his scalp tingle. This strange place made his hair stand on end, and when those white ghostly spirits stared at him with their numb eyes, there was an unusual glimmer in their gaze. This glimmer he was all too familiar with. Hatred, naked and raw hatred. Mo scanned the thousands of spirits, and the astonishment in his eyes deepened. Apart from Nangong Shuiyan, he saw another familiar figure. A middle-aged man, somewhat similar to Gongsun Jianwu. To be precise, it was Gongsun Jianwu's father, the clan leader of the Gongsun family. At that time, to provoke Gongsun Jianwu's fragile nerves, Mo Li's methods were brutal and inhumane, but he could be certain, both Nangong Shuiyan and Gongsun Jianwu's father were dead beyond doubt. Then, in Mo Li's gaze, he saw more and more familiar faces. The souls of those slain sects for the purpose of refining controlling soul worms, the souls of the Gongsun family, the weak foundational disciples of the Xianyang sacred land slaughtered recklessly in this secret realm. These people, those he had killed, were all standing before him now, their pale and lifeless pupils reflecting only one emotion: kill. In an instant, all the ghostly spirits twisted their faces, like a wave of white crashing toward him. At this moment, facing this overwhelming force, Mo stood still, his eyes constantly searching for the most beautiful figure under the moonlight. These ghostly spirits were absolutely closely tied to him. He had thought the spirits would disappear, for when he subdued Gongsun Jianwu, he encountered an elder sword spirit within him. This terrifying deity charged straight into his spiritual sea and decimated the tens of thousands of ghostly spirits that had swallowed him whole with one sword. Among the extinguished spirits was Nangong Shuiyan. But the spirits he thought should have left no trace miraculously reappeared. If these ghostly spirits encompassed all the living beings he had ever slaughtered, then among them must be the most perfect figure under the starry sky, outshining even the stars and the moon. Jiang Liu. Chapter 127, Mo Li's daughter? However, he did not find Jiang Liu's figure. Is this real? Mo Li muttered, frowning, with only the last two words of Meng Yao Wu in his mind. That ghostly woman, radiating a bone-deep beauty, yet facing the obliteration of the heavenly lightning, walked into that strange river. He saw Meng Yao Wu clearly being eroded by the strange river, just as he had been when extending the ghostly spirit's body into the black river. The damage was irreversible. But why did she do this? Mo Li did not understand, could not comprehend. Until her lips curled into a smile, uttering two notes that shocked Mo Li's heart, stirring up waves in his inner being. Those two notes, separated by the strange river, seemed very close, yet felt like they spanned countless times. He could hear every rise and fall of the tones clearly, the curve of her lips perfectly matching those two words she spoke. Meng Yao Wu, father. Mo Li could hardly believe this was something he had never thought possible. Yes, if he remembered correctly. Even after arriving in this strange place, his mind was constantly replaying that scene. He wanted to prove that he had heard wrong, he would rather be imagining it. How could someone like him possibly have a daughter? Then he arrived at this golden glimmering ocean. From seeing Nangong Shuiyan, he continuously saw one familiar face after another. He suddenly realized something. If the dream demon Wu really was his daughter, then there was only one possibility: she was conceived by Jiang Liu. Because at that time, the fusion of yin and yang had been concluded. Mo Li was desperate to find Jiang Liu's shadow, to prove that the dream demon Wu was comparable to an illusory answer. Because the dream demon Wu's stunning posture under the starry sky had a hint of resemblance when recalled. She and Jiang Liu were both so beautiful, beautiful beyond the smoke and fire of the human world. However, amidst the overwhelming ghostly spirits, he did not find Jiang Liu's figure. Could it be that Jiang Liu really isn't dead? That woman, to whom he had once given everything, had been pierced in the heart by a cold blade after he took her Taiyin divine body's essence, ending her life. But that's absolutely impossible. Even if Jiang Liu were not dead, it had only been about a year apart. The skeletal age of the dream demon Wu was clearly far beyond that time limit. It couldn't be. So, he suspected that the mysterious woman was just messing around. At that moment, the vast white ghostly spirits surged forward like waves, as if wanting to drown him. In a moment of crisis, Mo Li's eyes changed drastically, the blood-red pupils shifting in color. Ghost Eye of the Demon. In an instant, the endless sea was shrouded in a faint crimson hue, and a blood moon slowly ascended, spreading its soft bloodlight when it reached the zenith of the sky. Indeed, I was right. Mo Li looked at the large expanse of ghostly spirits frozen in mid-air as he slowly walked through. From the moment he saw the sea of light and the ghostly spirits he had killed, he had already guessed something. Under the blood-red sky, the white waves seemed frozen, the entire ocean tinted with a light shade of red, while the weathered stone gate still spanned across the sea. Suddenly, the blood moon in the sky transformed into a bright red eye, looking down at the sea, and he discovered something unusual. You. How could it be you? Emoli's gaze fixed firmly on the peculiar ghostly spirit amidst the tide, which could move, and even though it disguised itself well, he still recognized it. Morong Qinghuan. This unexpected person actually appeared here. Chapter 128, What is a Villain? Emoli was incredibly certain that face, beautiful enough to topple a city, even in the distorted form of a ghost spirit, exuded a noble holiness standing at the pinnacle of celestial dust. In other words, that face was entirely the breathtaking beauty of Morong Qinghuan after her growth. Morong Qinghuan? Emoli called out, trying to get a response. He still remembered this woman, commanding him back at Xianyang's sacred land, her incessant chatter giving him a headache, and then he had stabbed her twice. But Emoli was also unsure of who this person was. Suddenly, Emoli's ghost eye activated, the blood moon in the sky spinning as time and space seemed to freeze, and he reached out his hand, trying to grab Morong Qinghuan. The white spirit showed no reaction, allowing Emoli's suddenly outstretched hand to sweep by, but it passed right through, as if it were a vague mist, creating pure white ripples. Can't grab hold? Emoli tried again, his palm rippling, transforming into a force hovering in midair, covering a large area. However, during the process of pressing down, he faced enormous resistance, unable to grasp hold, even being bounced back. Who exactly are you? The person before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Morong Qinghuan, but when Emoli looked into those pure and sacred eyes, filled with overwhelming pride, he was certain that this was not the Morong Qinghuan he knew. Who am I? The white ghost spirit softly murmured, her voice infused with ancient desolation, causing her eyes to momentarily blur and drift. Emoli was astonished. For the first time, he realized that she, like him, possessed self-awareness in this world. Moreover, her voice was as soothing as an ice spring, refreshing the heart, ethereal like the mist of fairies, a heavenly sound drifting from afar, intoxicating him. Emoli was even more astonished. If her beautiful appearance was a sacred flower that could only be admired from afar, then this person's voice. It is a woven illusion, and in the other's murmurs, Emoli seems to be immersed in it. Time is too far away. Memories have long been corroded by the years, leaving only scattered dust. Listening to the other person's murmurs, clearly the voice is very soft, yet it sweeps away Emoli's shock and gloom like a gentle brush. Who are you? Facing this mysterious person who resembles Morong Qinghuan, he is particularly vigilant. Who am I, haven't you already known? Emoli stares into the other's deep, abyss-like eyes, trying to find a moment of emotion. Morong Qinghuan? However, he is disappointed. The other person's emotions seem as calm as a starry sea, without a ripple. Maybe, you call me that too. The other's answer leaves Emoli silent. Because this answer is both reasonable and filled with absurdity. Emoli is certain that the spirits in this strange place are all dead. Yet, based on known information, Morong Qinghuan is not dead at all. At that time, he indeed wanted to kill Morong Qinghuan, but the other was saved by being fed a holy pill, and later he learned that Morong Qinghuan was only in a coma. Coma and death, there is an extremely clear distinction between these two. So, since Morong Qinghuan is not dead, then who is this person claiming to be Morong Qinghuan? No, you are not him. Who are you? Emoli has too many unknowns to uncover, and this person claiming to be Morong Qinghuan must be able to tell him something. Morong Qinghuan is not dead at all. Since he is not dead, then he cannot be a spirit. Spirit? Morong Qinghuan savors these two words. This unusual title makes her feel dazed. So you call them spirits? What do you mean? Emoli furrows his brows. Could it be that these wispy, unconscious souls have other names? He only knows that these spirits were devoured by him after living beings died, capable of enhancing his cultivation. As for what spirits truly are, he does not have a complete and exact explanation. It's nothing, just feels peculiar. Seeing this, and not obtaining useful information, Emoli activates his eye technique again, freezing the space, pressing his palms down, trying to capture the other. However, the result is still useless. Morong Qinghuan speaks leisurely, her voice is pleasant and soft as a mirage. Although this space is controlled by you, you are too weak. Seeing this, Emoli dispels his spell, takes a deep breath, and gazes at the other. How about we make a deal? Deal? Morong Qinghuan turns her head, not expecting him to say this. Tell me everything you know. Morong Qinghuan, reason? Emoli, I will let you go. Ah, this is the dumbest thing I have ever heard, you can't even protect yourself. Morong Qinghuan's voice ripples in the air, even her mocking tone sounds like a celestial melody. Emoli, this is my world, what do you think? As soon as his words fall, Morong Qinghuan's laughter fades, becoming distant. Did you notice? Emoli does not answer, instead staring into the other's pure yet deeply hidden proud eyes. Here is my sea of spirits. In other words, even if it's not my sea of spirits, it has a great relation to me. When Emoli broke through the spirit sea realm, he discovered his abnormality. When he devoured all the souls of living beings after their death, the same spirits would appear in the sea of spirits. Spirit bodies generally lie dormant beneath the sea of spirits, turning into sources of his power. When he entered this place and saw countless white souls drifting on the surface of the sea, he guessed something. It wasn't until he discovered that the eye of the spirit could be controlled here that he dared to confirm the anomaly of this place. Because devouring souls requires the transformation of the eye of the spirits here are all people he has killed. Time, in silence, lies still, and the blood moon casts its light over the entire sea. After a long while, it is finally Morong Qinghuan who speaks. One condition. Emoli furrows his brows, he dislikes when others talk terms with him. But he still asked, what are the conditions? Because he was eager to break through the mist that had shrouded him for so long. Help me regain my physical body, and before that, you must not use the stone door. Emoli, regain? This word is quite interesting. Reconstructing the body or reshaping the form he could understand, but the word regain gave it a whole new meaning. Moreover, Emoli looked at the model stone door standing under the sky, above the sea. It seemed the other party was especially fearful. Okay. I agree. Although Emoli had many means at his disposal, such as cautiously exploring the rules, or threatening, the initiative was in his hands, and he could disregard the other party's conditions. But time did not allow it. He had originally fallen into a strange well in the secret realm of the immortal world and had ended up here. He needed to return, to go back to the secret realm. I swear by the Tao. Good. Emoli didn't waste words, immediately swearing by the Tao. In an instant, a force entwined them from the void. Now, tell me everything you know. Morong Qinghuan's tone was calm, like a still lotus without wind, and did not show any joy or emotional fluctuation at Emoli's agreement. What do you want to know? Emoli, who are you? I don't remember clearly who I am, time has blurred everything. But if I must say who I am, before this, there was a short title, the Sound God. Sound God? This name was one Emoli had never heard before. Of course, this title is just a shadow in a severely fragmented memory. Perhaps, it's more appropriate for you to call me Morong Qinghuan. What do you mean? In other words, at this moment, I am the remnant soul of Morong Qinghuan. Emoli, remnant soul? Have you ever heard of one soul and two souls? So, you mean the part of Morong Qinghuan I devoured that day was just one of her souls? But she clearly did not die. Emoli remembered that only the dead could be devoured and turned into spirits. Sound God, no, she died. To be precise, I died. I died for her. You mean, I indeed killed her, but because of one soul and two souls, I was replaced by you after being devoured, and she survived? Sound God, you can understand it this way. So, what you mean by regain is to reclaim Morong Qinghuan's physical body? Sound God nodded. To regain Morong Qinghuan's flesh and blood body, one must know that he and Qin Yang were indeed enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and this was also the reason he agreed to the Sound God. Speaking of which, the Morong Qinghuan with one soul and two souls, and the Linglong body with the Emperor's inheritance all followed Qin Yang. His fortune was indeed substantial. After you regain your physical body, will Morong Qinghuan's divine soul dissipate? Sound God, I'm not sure, but it should. She had her divine soul power devoured by the stone door 3 times, making her extremely weak. To dominate the physical body, she needed to devour the other soul to turn it into nourishment. Good. Emoli smiled. He could hardly imagine how Qin Yang and Morong Shui would look when Morong Qinghuan woke up, only to find that the one she knew had become a different person. Thus, Emoli asked the second question. What is that big door? He looked at the strange stone door behind him. But the Sound God shook her head, seemingly very afraid, even unwilling to speak about it. I don't know either. Then let me change the question. What is behind the stone door? This strange stone door was the destination for countless spirits, with a slightly open passage revealing a shimmering white light, warm and gentle, evoking the strongest and most intense desire like hope. Emoli pressed down the source of the calling in his heart, restraining himself. Sound God, I also don't know. Perhaps what's behind the stone door is true death, or it could be an unknown airy-land, or perhaps reincarnation. Then why are you afraid? When asked this question, she hesitated for a moment, her pupils carrying obvious terror, as if imprinted with nightmares, and then slowly spoke. My power has been swallowed by this stone door 3 times. I clearly sense that if there is one more time, I will surely disperse. Emoli's eyes widened. It seemed like a line flashed through his mind, and he had to grasp something. You said the stone door swallowed power 3 times? What were the times? Inshen, I cannot determine the time. In the void and endless space for too long, I lost the concept of time. Then, Emoli snapped his fingers, connecting the other person's perception with his own real time. He heard Inshen slowly speak. According to your memory, the first time should be in the Zhuque ancient city. The second time was when you slaughtered the living beings of the Yi Dechen dynasty. During the scenes presented, you encountered Gongsun Xianjian. The third time was before you entered the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Emoli remained silent for a long time, but his heart was surging with waves. These 3 times all had a common feature, which was that he used the system in his mind. The first time, in Zhuque Ancient City, he used the information function and obtained the Formula 4 Rebirth pill. The second time, he encountered Gongsun Xianjian, sensing something was wrong, he used the system's probe function and got information about Gongsun Xianjian. The third time, to enter the secret realm, he made a desperate gamble, using the remaining villain destiny points to uncover the weakest point of the secret realm. These 3 uses of the system all coincided with the times when Yinshin's power was consumed. It was absolutely impossible for there to be such coincidences in the world. At that moment, the line in his mind quickly intertwined, and he felt he was about to piece together the truth of the fog. If the use of the system required so-called villain destiny points, in other words, it needed a special kind of energy. Then, this kind of energy was most likely the ghost spirits he had consumed. However, after more than a year, he had slaughtered at least tens of thousands of living beings, yet no matter what, the values in his mind had never changed. Even slightly increasing was impossible. He looked at Yinshin, gazing for a long time. Suddenly, he thought of something. Quality cannot be compensated by quantity. Yinshin's divine soul was too strong, even if swallowed 3 times, in this space he controlled, it still couldn't be dealt with, which was enough to explain everything. However, quantitative changes could lead to qualitative changes. The accumulation of numbers could eventually prompt changes, but how much quantity was needed, Emoli was not clear. But he knew that the more ghost spirits he consumed, the higher the quality, and the better it would be. And for him, devouring ghost spirits could elevate his realm. This was the conclusion he reached after consuming countless souls. So, I need more ghost spirits. This also meant that Emoli needed more and more living beings to sacrifice their lives. So, this path. At this very moment, Emoli suddenly burst out laughing. I understand. I understand. I finally understand. The so-called villain, its true meaning. The confusion that lasted for a long time was resolved, part of the fog was dispersed, allowing him to glimpse the true meaning. His path from the beginning was never about suppressing Qin Yang, nor was it that those who suppressed Qin Yang could obtain villain points. Suppress? No. Suppressing yields nothing. Emoli's previous guesses were all wrong, completely wrong. Even the belief that suppressing Qin Yang, including Qin Yang's friends, made the Ghost Eye evolve was wrong. Since so-called suppression yields nothing, then what prompted the Ghost Eye to evolve at that time had only one possibility: swallowing ghost spirits. Swallowing Yinshin's divine soul transformed into ghost spirits. Because at that time when he launched a sneak attack and finished off Murong Qinghuan, he activated the ability of the Ghost Eye. All along, the path he walked was, in a way, correct. From the start of city slaughter, to refining poison and slaughtering sects, to the destruction of the Gongsun family, and even later the tens of thousands of foundational disciples, and the countless talented souls in the Wutong world. This path, he had never strayed from but had simply misunderstood. At this moment, Emoli finally understood. After this path, he would have to face against billions of living beings. In other words, if Emoli wanted to become stronger, offering lives to transform into ghost spirits was an undeniable path he must tread. In order to obtain the villainous power of destiny. Then, this will be an unseen bottomless black hole. When his realm reaches its peak, if he wants to break through, the number of sacrificed living beings will be the entire world. Thus, the difficulties he encountered before, the prolonged opening of the secret realm, all have explanations. To stop his growth, to prevent him from achieving the position of the emperor, he will undoubtedly face a series of powerful talents, even confront the old generation of strong ones in advance. This is not the so-called test in tempering, but a real crisis, a constant crisis. A crisis that puts him on the brink of death. In other words, what he faces from the very beginning is the whole world. There is a saying, well, after so much build-up, the first puzzle also explained the answer, what his villainous role means, and the villainous value has also been clarified. Moreover, regarding the setting of the ghostly eye devouring ghost spirits, when killing Murong Qinghuan in Chapter 2, Emoli did indeed unlock it, he can go back and take a look. Then, when killing Jiang Liyue, he did not unlock the ghostly eye in Chapter 42, so he did not capture Jiang Liyue's ghost spirit. I remember this detail should not be written incorrectly. Chapter 129, The Truth Behind the Stone Door. Now, there is only one question left: how does he go back? Although he speculates that this land has a significant connection to him, this connection is not under his complete control. Immediately, Emoli looked around, the stone door quietly stood above the sea, blood-red moonlight fell, densely packed ghost spirits froze and solidified, the smoky figure was covered in a faint layer of bloodlight. He approached the mottled stone door, observing closely, he discovered that the door was reddish-brown, only under the similar color of the blood moon did it appear less obvious. Moreover, the stone door was rotting and decaying, as if carved by eons of time. On the door itself, there were actually some black specks, like dried-up black bloodstains. Within the stone door, there was pale white light, leaving only a narrow passage, yet for the smoky state of ghost spirits, it could still be passed through. Emily observed this reddish-brown stone door from top to bottom. He found that hidden in the heavy, mottled surface of the door seemed to be some kind of ancient text. Suddenly, the carved text on the door burst forth with dazzling brilliance, like swimming fish, dancing, and blooming. Each word contained the supreme truth of the Tao, more directly pointing to the root of the Great Way than the legendary immortal scriptures. Emily was stunned, his breathing grew more rapid. He could clearly feel that as long as he could understand these texts, he could possess the foundational scriptures, reaching the heights. Hadn't he come this far just to become stronger? Now, the opportunity lay right before him. Those profound and mysterious characters shone with the brilliance of the Great Way's runes. Emily widened his eyes, ignoring the burns caused by the burning runes. He could not stop for even a moment. Time passed slowly, blood streamed from his eyes, the blazing runic characters were bright as the noon sun. The burning feeling not only affected his eyes but also his heart. Suddenly, Emily became aware. How could his heart be in pain? Then, a divine voice called out in his ears. A heavenly sound began to pierce his soul, tearing open cracks in the illusion. Ah! Emily grimaced, his face twisted as the smoky figure merged. Upon regaining his senses, he discovered that half of his body had already squeezed into the reddish-brown, decaying stone door. He hurriedly retreated, half of his body was completely swallowed. In hindsight, Emily broke into a cold sweat. He clearly was just observing the profound runes. He did not expect almost to enter the back of the stone door. Touching the burn on his heart, he realized the source of the burn was a shard. To be precise, it was a fragment of the ancient reincarnation plate that had shattered. This shard was obtained when he snatched it from the Mo family in the desert world. It could bind time and space. With unpredictable powers, unexpectedly saved himself. At this moment, the sound deity was distant from Emily, afraid to approach. She realized there were too many bizarre things on Emily. Suddenly, as if bewitched, walking towards the stone door, regardless of how she called, there was no response. Moreover, as he walked towards the brown-red stone door, those scarlet eyes were wide open, bleeding, as if peeking at the scene behind the stone door. What did you see? The sound deity asked. What do you mean? This space with no known origin, or the thousands of ghosts? Emily replied, dodging the question. Sound deity, behind the stone door. If she wasn't mistaken, in the instant Emily came to himself, the blood-red eyes reflected a fleeting scene, though only for a moment, but it was captured by the sound deity. She was certain that Emily definitely saw the momentary scene behind the stone door. Emily smiled, twisting the white soul mist into ribbons, covering his own eyes. His eyes, due to severe burns, had now nearly reached blindness, but he could clearly feel that the mysterious runes that pointed towards the path in his illusion were not fake. Something was being nurtured at the roots of his eyes, the runes of the path winding and transforming into strange patterns. Behind the stone door? Emily smiled slightly. Behind the stone door is the truth. The sound deity urgently inquired, what truth? This seemed very important to her, but Emily turned around, not intending to tell her, let's go, it's time to return. He was not worried about the sound deity playing tricks, because now, she was merely a ghost spirit devoured after being killed by Emily. Behind, the sound deity calmed her emotions, although she really wanted to know what was hidden behind the stone door. An ancient hazy memory told her it was extremely important, related to the truth of this world. But she still held it back. Thus, the two boarded a bamboo boat, going upstream against the dark Death River. But this path was exceptionally long. Emily did not know how long they had been traveling, perhaps a month, perhaps half a year, perhaps even longer. His spirit was becoming increasingly fatigued, his perception more and more blurred, like sinking into an endless sea. The light in front gradually faded. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself floating in an unknown sea like a corpse. At that moment, he realized he had returned to the Phoenix world. A faint phoenix cry at his ears pulled him back to reality. I'm back. He slowly got up, tearing a piece of black cloth to cover his reborn eyes burned from the fire. Whether it was an illusion or reality, Emily found that his spirit seemed to have undergone a transformation through this battle, a feeling he couldn't explain. After probing the surroundings, after a stick of incense, Emily was astonished to find that since he jumped into that strange well, a whole year had already passed. Suddenly, the clear and crisp phoenix cry spread across the sky again, the towering phoenix tree swaying, light rain fell, spreading a group of bright red dawn. The immortal phoenix is about to be born. A single phoenix cry instantly attracted the attention of countless people. As the immortal phoenix descended, the phoenix flowers bloomed, and the ancient beasts that had slept for endless centuries were about to awaken. If they could drop blood to recognize their master, perhaps no one in the heavens and earth could stop them. Chapter 130, The Fall of the Ten Veins People? A strange encounter. After resting for a few days, Emily's injuries quickly healed under the rich aura of the immortal way, while he explored his own condition. He found that his spiritual ocean had become empty. The grand scene of thousands of ghosts floating on the sea surface was reduced to silent ripples. No, to be precise, there was one ghost spirit left, sound deity. The ghost spirits seem to have been devoured. What exactly is the mysterious place under the ancient well? Mo Li murmured. He found that his realm had clearly declined, falling from peak of Unity realm to mid-stage of Unity realm. Don't forget, part of his strength was built from the ghosts. The ghostly spirit disappeared, and his realm slightly dropped, but not by much. So, he has been recovering his realm these past few days. Fortunately, this place is a fragment of the immortal realm, rich in spiritual energy, and it won't be long before he returns to his peak. At the same time, Mo Li also discovered a lot of information. After all, a year has passed, and more talents in this world began to shine with extraordinary brilliance, in this golden age, where countless stars glimmered. It is said that a six-eared monkey emerged from the southern world, fierce and unmatched, no human could rival it. A two-headed blood wolf seemed to have awakened its ancestral bloodline. The phenomenon of two moons in the sky shocked its peers. In addition, the area of exotic fire, untouched for 10 centuries, suddenly went out, the burning Song Tian fire sea extinguished without a sound, leaving only a crimson basin. Even not long ago, the phenomenon of the infinite cave heaven erupted, that sky full of purple energy spewed forth magnificent rays, drifting for thousands of miles, accompanied by the sound of celestial music. Countless people concluded that the ultimate treasure of the infinite cave heaven had been claimed. But there was a piece of news that Mo Li didn't expect. The talents were all sighing. The people of the Mo family's 10 bloodlines, who bloomed like a night-blooming Sirius, vanished without a trace after jumping into a mysterious ancient well. It is highly probable that they have fallen, died. Those who had witnessed the unmatched grace of the 10 bloodline side, their achievements included slaying the human king. That terrible rumor of the human king appearing, and the imperial throne is assured had come true, as this era has produced individuals from the 10 bloodlines who were even more astounding than the human king. Sighs faded into the wind. After all, when the old kings fall, new shining stars rise. That is the law of the stage of time. At this moment, more and more geniuses were heading to the center of the Wutong world, where the ancient Wutong tree covered half the sky. I should also enter the depths of the immortal phoenix nest. Saying this, Mo Li stood up, used a method to change his appearance, creating a new look, with a black ribbon covering his eyes. There are countless methods in the world to change one's appearance, but only the soul cannot be changed, and Mo Li's soul is too mysterious. It is impossible to determine his identity based on his soul aura. Mo Li understood this, so he did not intend to overturn the rumors claiming he had died. The most notable piece of information about the Mo family's 10 bloodlines is that infernal mask on his face. Removing the mask, altering his appearance, blurring his soul, Mo Li takes on a brand new identity. This world is extremely vast, with the cycle of day and night alternating. In the daytime, the strange glow of rosy light is hazy and ever-changing. At night, the crimson flames appear like torches in the distance, guiding the ancient pathways. The paths leading to the inner nest intertwine and connect. Some paths lead to an endless sea of Wutong flames, while others lead to erupting volcanoes, mist rising from lakes, consuming without a trace, overgrown with thorns and secretive, dangerous poison flowers. Mo Li walked along, gazing at the blood moon and crimson sun that revolved in the sky. He had been on this ancient path for several days and nights but still had not reached the center of the nest. It was as if he were hitting a wall, turning around in place. Since this place forbids flight, he could not rise into the air to observe and judge. Could it be that we accidentally stumbled into a formation? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the ancient path beside him. This place not only forbids flight, but the pervasive Wutong spiritual light is also shielding soul probing. Be careful. Wait, Brother Jiang, there are people ahead. As the voice grew closer, after the two of them crossed through a shimmering halo, the three met. The three were Mo Li, Jiang Baixing, and Qin Yang. Chapter 131, Calling Each Other Brothers. The moment Jiang Baixing saw Mo Li, he immediately sensed something. He could guarantee that he had never seen this person before. Because Mo Li's soul was brand new. However, at the moment he saw Mo Li, Jiang Baixing's heart surged with an uncontrollable hatred. This hatred was unfathomable. Clearly, it was only their first meeting, yet he inexplicably loathed this person. Brother Jiang, what's wrong with you? Qin Yang noticed Jiang Baixing's unusual expression. It's nothing, let's go. Jiang Baixing shook his head, wanting to quickly distance himself from the man whose eyes were bound with black ribbons. Mo Li smiled and watched the other party leave. However, half an hour later, the three coincidentally met again. Why are you again? Qin Yang looked at Mo Li, his eyes slightly surprised. The road to the ancient phoenix's lair stretched infinitely, and behind every light curtain was a brand new path. It could be said that the passages intertwined in millions. To meet twice in such a short time was indeed surprising. Maybe it's fate, Mo Li said, then stepped ahead. However, as the sun and moon turned, a day later, the three met once more in a mysterious way. When Mo Li passed through the light curtain and arrived at a new territory, he saw the two slaying the lava-based Hadao realm fire snake king. This time, Mo Li's mouth twitched. Encountering them 3 times was somewhat absurd. He did not follow the two, although he also wanted to kill these two obstacles. But Mo Li's principle was, only act when confident. This confidence often came from ambush, crossing the river and tearing down the bridge, kicking someone when they were down, or mutual destruction. He never considered himself a good person. In the world where the strong are supreme, he did not care about dirty means. Under the lava, when Qin Yang took out the fire snake's gallbladder and lifted his head, he clearly froze when he saw Emoli. Again, it's you. As Qin Yang was momentarily dazed, he guessed whether the other was following him, but then thought again. During their second meeting, it was Emoli who left first, and they took a completely different path, so tracking didn't make sense. We truly have fate. Qin Yang smiled, conveying a friendly message. Meeting is fate. May I ask your name, friend? Emoli coldly uttered two words, Li Gu. Li Gu? The two repeated this name, feeling a flash of familiarity, yet it felt strange. But suddenly, Jiang Baixing's figure flashed as he surged forward, the palm of the heavens condensing, attacking as if fighting with his body. Brother Jiang? You? Qin Yang wanted to say something, but upon meeting Jiang Baixing's gaze, he immediately began to spread out the eightfold banners, sealing the surrounding space. Encountering them 3 times, coupled with Jiang Baixing's inexplicable disgust, especially upon hearing the name Li Gu, a line flashed through his mind, and he finally understood. This guy in front of him exuded a cold, disdainful aura that he loathed. He had seen this aura on someone named Emoli. The fact that both had the character Li made him even more disgusted. Half an hour later, the ground collapsed, magma overflowed, and the battlefield of the two exploded into a large pit. Emoli stood on the rock, his toes poised, the black ribbons around his eyes floating, holding a sharp sword, his breathing slightly hurried. Brother Jiang, what do you think? Qin Yang asked beside him. Jiang Baixing said, it's not him. The divine soul, skill, and physical body are different. They guessed that this person in front of them was Emoli, but he was entirely different from their perception of Emoli. Sorry, my friend. Brother Jiang is a bit sensitive, please understand. Qin Yang retracted the banner formation, smiling as he explained. He had been paying attention to Emoli's every move, but the other used sword techniques, and even had a sword heart. The precious techniques Emoli mastered did not appear. This is a fire spirit lotus seed. Li Gu, you should take it to heal your wounds first. As he spoke, Qin Yang generously offered the rare treasure protected by the fire snake. Emoli took the lotus seed, examined it for a moment, and smiled. The lotus seed was nourished by the Wutong earth fire, glowing with spiritual light. If put up for auction in the outside world, it would be quite valuable. Being generous was indeed commendable. If it were him, he would rather wrongly kill 1,000 than let one escape. Clearly, there was a significant difference between Emoli and Qin Yang. Brotherly, meeting is fate, why not venture into the Phoenix Lair together? Qin Yang extended an invitation. He remembered that the last person who called Emoli a brother, Shaobao, had died because of his grandfather's demise, a memory that lingered on. Call each other brothers? This bond is destined to sour. Emoli smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth. Okay. Brother Qin. Chapter 132, Werewolf Hunt, 1. On the way, the three encountered many strange beasts, gigantic serpents absorbing the essence of the blood moon, and fiery crimson cranes that looked like flames. Many proud talents were buried here. The ancient road leading to the depths of the lair was bizarre and deep, with ancient monsters also falling in blood, leaving only frostbitten skeletal remains. Suddenly, Jiang Baixing stopped in front of a desolate tree, staring at the corpse before him, standing still. What's wrong, Brother Jiang? Qin Yang asked, is there something unusual about this corpse? Jiang Baixing frowned. This is a true disciple of Daolu Academy, born with a Dao bone, taken as a disciple by the old guy in the academy since birth, with extremely powerful strength. I didn't expect him to die here. Dao bone? Qin Yang focused his gaze, and indeed found the skeleton to be different. Even though it had been drained of flesh and blood by some unknown force, the bones still retained a mysterious power. But the second and most extraordinary bone on his spine was missing, clearly dug out by someone. It should be the Dao bone. Powerful monsters with Dao bones can still fall. It seems the road ahead won't be simple. One should know that those with Dao bones, different eyes, and divine bodies are extraordinary talents. They possess heaven-defying qualifications and can birth extremely strong Dao spells through the accumulation of the sun and moon, rarely finding opponents in the same realm, plus their many life-saving methods, yet even so, they still died. Emoli remained as silent as ever, gazing towards the deep ancient road ahead. Afterwards, the three set off again. During this time, something interesting happened. The team heading to the Phoenix Nest was not just them, there were other talents from the Xianyang Holy Land. One must know, although thousands of foundational disciples from Xianyang Holy Land fell under Emoli's hands, many geniuses had also entered the colorful world. Xianyang Holy Land has 7 peaks, and this team was made up of a dozen scattered individuals, with disciples from various peaks. Emoli used to be the top disciple of Xiantian Peak in Xianyang Holy Land, so he was quite familiar with this. Among them, there were a few people who had been juniors from the same main peak to him, which could be considered particularly familiar. However, his gaze was drawn to a woman at the back of the team, somewhat surprised. This woman was named Gong Xiaoyu. She did not have many standout features, compared to Jiang Liyue, who dulled the stars under the starry sky, or Meng Yao, who was enchanting and captivating. She seemed as ordinary as a tiny speck of dust. He remembered her because when he was injured by the old crone in Xianyang Holy Land, she was the only one who risked everything to bring him a precious medicine. When the two teams met, someone immediately suggested exploring the path together. After all, having one more person meant more safety. Together? I think that's unnecessary. Who knows who will drag whom down? The speaker was the top disciple of Xianchang Peak, Xu Xiao. He was the youngest top disciple in the history of Xianyang Holy Land, only 19, yet he overshadowed others and seated himself on the throne of the peak's top disciple, showing his remarkable talent. Xu Xiao's gaze was vaguely directed at Qin Yang, and his attitude was obvious, full of hostility. Brother Qin, why not follow along with Brother Xu Xiao? He won't treat you poorly. The speaker was a voluptuous woman, with hidden weapons surging, and the distance between her and Xu Xiao seemed complicated. Emily stood aside, sensing the disharmony between both sides. This scene was so familiar. Of course, as the protagonist, Qin Yang, the only protagonist in the entire book, would face plenty of tests. At this moment, Xu Xiao once again pressed forward aggressively, jokingly saying, "I heard you have a relationship with that woman, Morong Shui? If even someone like you can have her, it seems she is not anything special." As soon as these words were spoken, not only the talented ones from Xianyang Holy Land but even Emily was caught off guard. At this rate, the pattern was clear. In the same matter, Xu Xiao chose to provoke, while Emily chose to act directly. It was clear that the provocation was extremely stimulating. Qin Yang clenched his fists, his veins bulging on his face. "You can insult me, but you cannot insult her." Her? Xu Xiao laughed loudly. Who knows what she did to get the position of the saintess? It is said that those old guys who have experienced it say it is delightful and unforgettable. Xu Xiao's words surged like waves, instantly drowning Qin Yang's reason. "You're asking for death." Qin Yang suddenly struck, and Xu Xiao refused to back down. Being the youngest champion in the history of the Xianyang Sacred Land, he had deep foundations. "Let me see, how much weight does the one who supposedly struck the Emperor's artifact, the Desolate Bell, Qin Yang, actually have?" Boom! In an instant, the aura of the spell burst forth, shaking the world, causing the ground to tremble. Emily watched silently from the side. If all went as expected, that guy named Xu Xiao was giving away experience, classic freebie. Sure enough, about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense later, Xu Xiao was kneeling on the ground, his eyes full of disbelief. Why? Why? I am the youngest genius in 1,000 years from the Sacred Land. What kind of monster are you? Beside them, Emily, though his eyes were covered with a blindfold, could almost tell without looking what was happening. Challenging Qin Yang, doubting Qin Yang, being suppressed by Qin Yang, the opponent showed an expression of disbelief. This whole process flowed smoothly, effortlessly. At the end of the encounter, Qin Yang did not kill the disrespectful Xu Xiao, considering he was a disciple of the Sacred Land, but if there was a next time, he would definitely kill him. In this regard, Qin Yang would not be indecisive. Those who provoked him, even those who just watched, would be turned into ghostly spirits and devoured. Soon, the two teams merged, and Qin Yang naturally became the leader of the team. Thus, this team continued to explore deeper into the lair. Until they entered a strange place. Compared to the vastness where they could still see the blood moon in the sky, here they were surrounded by thick fog that seemed to drip with moisture. The dense fog blocked spiritual sensing, visibility only extending a mere 3 zhang, which was extremely deadly, as reactions between life and death would come too late. In response, Emily chuckled softly. He had said that no one from the Xianyang Sacred Land would be spared. And in this place filled with fog, it would be quite normal for a few people to die, right? As for who did the killing, that's a guess. After all, Emily could use the techniques of Xianyang Sacred Land to kill his own people with his own techniques. To find the murderer, they could only play Werewolf Kill. Chapter 133, Werewolf Kill, 2. Everyone, be careful, this place is very strange, the fog conceals spiritual senses, and the path ahead is chaotic. Qin Yang took out a 7-star plate, infused it with spiritual power, and instantly, radiant light spread out, transforming into a starry sky where 7 dazzling stars flickered. But the 7 stars in the starry sky were in a disordered state, even constantly shifting positions amidst the twilight of stars. The 7-star plate cannot break through the confusion and guide the direction? Qin Yang frowned. The paths they had walked previously were all guided by the stars on the 7-star plate, and there had been no death traps encountered, yet, it was ineffective here. Then, he reminded again, everyone stay close together, do not step out of each other's spiritual sensing range. As soon as his voice fell, what responded to him was the empty silence. Oh no! Qin Yang turned around, and all that remained behind him was the thick fog. Can you hear me? His voice rang like a bell, resonating in his chest like a thunderous sound, seeming to be a powerful body tempering technique. The fog could block spiritual senses, but perhaps it couldn't block sound? He wanted to try. However, the response was still a dead silence. Yet suddenly, after the silence, the emptiness had a wave of undulation. "Senior brother Qin, I'm here." The voice was faint, but it brought great joy to Qin Yang. Since this place could transmit sound, then it would be easier. Ah! Suddenly, a scream spread through the fog, causing everyone to come to a sudden stop. What happened? The disciples of Xianyang's sacred land shouted anxiously towards the source of the scream. But all they received in reply was the blank silence after the scream. A few people rushed towards the source of the sound, but found nothing there. They shouted, trying to find the others, but the next second they discovered their voices eerily echoed back from behind. In an instant, the air fell into an unsettling silence. Ah! A sharp scream came again. It was a female disciple, her high-pitched tone mixed with fear and pain, sounding as if she had suffered some indescribable horror. Its senior sister Qinshi, several outstanding disciples from Xianyang's sacred land immediately recognized the victim's identity. Ah! Don't come over! Suddenly, senior sister Qinshi's terrified voice rang out once more. In the mist, Emoli cast the Xianyang sacred land's magical arts. Although he hadn't used them for a long time, it didn't hinder his decisiveness. Glancing at the gruesomely dead body, a faint smile appeared on Emoli's lips, and his figure slipped into the mist. Soon, a few more people were killed, their cries flashed by in an instant, leaving no room for response. Before long, someone found the body. As he looked at the bare wounds on the corpse, the familiar aura was simply impossible to ignore. The remnants of the sparkling yang spiritual energy on the body mixed with a special, mysterious aura, which could only be achieved with the Xianyang Sutra of Xianyang Sacred Land. The Xianyang Sutra is the most fundamental method of Xianyang Sacred Land. Basically, every disciple learns it, allowing the spiritual energy to form a unique aura within the body guided by the secret. Other methods find it hard to have the same nature. Thus, the matter became very clear: the person hunting them in the dark was one of their own from Xianyang Sacred Land. Immediately, someone shouted into the mist, "Everyone be careful, the murderer is one of our own. He can use the Xianyang Sutra." Alarmed words spread from all directions, they all heard it, and their desire to find companions was instantly extinguished. No one knew if the companion they encountered would suddenly stab them in the back. In the mist, Emoli's figure appeared once more. When the female disciple saw the blindfolded man, she breathed a sigh of relief. She seemed to see hope, running over with a slightly panicked charming face, like a frightened little deer, her voice sweet and shy, calling out, "Senior brotherly Gu! I'm so glad to see you. I'm so scared." Her strength barely matched that of the outstanding, and her survival here so far was largely thanks to the protection of Chu Xiao. With Chu Xiao's defeat, she decisively set her sights on Qin Yang. Unfortunately, Qin Yang had someone in his heart. So, she redirected her focus to Emoli, the sword-wielding prodigy, eyes covered with a black band, features sharply defined, making him very suitable as a temporary support. Watching the figure run towards her, the enchanting outfit exposed, the big white rabbit bouncing, even in the mist, it was blindingly white. Emoli smiled faintly, extremely charming. You must know, Emoli's talent for performance is exceedingly innate. He had once deceived the Xiao family of Zhuque ancient city, and even the perfect Jiang Liu, whether in friendship or love, he had deceived them all. Thump! The woman, filled with softness, plunged into Emoli's chest, like a little deer crashing into her heart, her tone intimate, "Senior brotherly Go, I'm so scared. Can you protect me?" Since the murderer is one of Xianyang's sacred land's own, then Li Go is very safe and reliable. Emoli didn't answer, he just held the woman's delicate body tighter, extremely fondly. "Emoli, don't worry, I will protect you." As he spoke, he placed his palm on the girl's back, gently stroking to comfort her. In the warm embrace, the girl couldn't help but sneer, "Men, aren't they all like this? With just a little trick, they can easily win over." However, that hand stroking her back quietly gathered spiritual light. "I'll secretly tell you a secret. Actually." The girl, looking like a delicate bird, twirled her finger in circles on Emoli's chest, softly and ambiguously, "Senior brotherly Gu, you just say it, I will agree to you." She believed that her charm was limitless, with countless male prodigies confessing their feelings to her. Even Chu Xiao was no exception, believing that Emoli was the same. Emoli chuckled lightly, using the gentlest tone, "Actually, I am the killer." As the words fell, the sound of a dark strike and the woman's scream echoed together. Thud. After a move, Emoli casually tossed the woman in front of her aside like garbage. "Sorry, I'm a bit cruel and don't understand tender affection. So, you might as well die." Chapter 134, Dark Hands and Pawns. However, just as Emoli vanished into the mist, Chu Xiao found the dead female apprentice. He stared at the dried corpse on the ground, this once living sister under him, lost in thought. Soon, the team of more than a dozen people was left with less than half. When the crowd regrouped, they looked at each other in confusion. They found a lantern herb that could disperse the mist, its dim yellow light illuminating a Tenjiang area.
At that moment, Xiao threw over a dry corpse, which was the dead apprentice. He glanced unkindly at Qin Yang. Speak, did you confess yourself, or did I force you to comply? Xiao, what does this mean? Qin Yang's face turned cold. Those who can use the Xianyang formula are not just me, I suspect you are the killer. Xiao sneered. You all take a good look at the residual spirit energy from the wounds on her back. As he spoke, a green light gathered in the palm of Xiao's hand, hazy and full of vitality. The crowd was stunned and then noticed that the residual Dao rhythm in the wounds was the same as the aura in Xiao's hand. He explained, each school of thought emits a different Dao rhythm. This is the specific Dao rhythm of the Xian Huangwut skill. And the Xian Huangwut skill belongs to the unique methods of Xian Ling Peak, requiring extremely special conditions to enter the library for study. Among the disciples of the Xian Tian Holy Land, I, Xiao, count as one, and guess who the other is? Xiao said with a cold smile. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned in unison towards Qin Yang. Because Qin Yang was indeed a disciple of Xian Ling Peak. Qin Yang did not speak but stared at the dried corpse on the ground. Jiang Baixing explained from the side, when I met Brother Qin, the killer was still committing murder, so it couldn't possibly be Brother Qin. You and he are in cahoots, maybe you both carried out the crime together. For a moment, the air fell silent. Until Qin Yang shifted his gaze from the corpse and locked his deep, restrained eyes on Xiao, making him momentarily stunned. Xiao suddenly recalled the pain he felt after being brutally beaten by Qin Yang not long ago. What do you want? Qin Yang's tone was serious, each word clear. First, I have no need to kill my own kind, and I am not familiar with them. Second, killing them brings me no benefits. Third, there is something strange about the corpse, all her vital blood and energy have been completely devoured. Logically speaking, the decay of flesh and blood cannot happen so fast. Before Qin Yang could finish, Xiao immediately retorted, maybe you want to frame someone. Frame? Frame who? Frame you, you fool? Do you have a reason for me to frame you? Then how do you explain the residual Dao rhythm of the Xian Huangwut skill? Qin Yang fell silent. As Xiao said, each technique shows a different Dao rhythm, and only the two of them could wield the Xian Huangwut skill. In fact, Qin Yang also suspected that the killer was Xiao, but he couldn't understand why. I have no explanation. If we must speak of reasons, then the one who killed the same sect members can only be one of us. Since you've said that, then everyone should make their stance clear. Will you continue to follow him or choose me? Xiao continued in an yin-yang tone, I will report this matter truthfully to the Holy Land. For those hypocrites who kill their fellow brothers, at some point, they might stab you in the back, so everyone must think carefully. For a time, the remaining few looked at each other, as no one wanted to be betrayed by a scoundrel. Suddenly, Oli stepped forward, the first to express his position. He looked at Xiao, his lips curving into a friendly smile. Instantly, Xiao was overjoyed. This Li Go, with his eyes covered, gave off a mysterious and powerful vibe. If he could befriend him, it would definitely be more than beneficial. Oli, sorry, I trust Brother Qin. As soon as the words fell, the frown on Xiao's face could crush a fly. He was unwilling and turned his gaze toward Jiang Baixing. But Jiang Baixing completely ignored him, standing beside Qin Yang. However, what shocked him even more was that the remaining disciples of the Holy Land exchanged glances and chose to stand behind Qin Yang. In an instant, Xiao's defenses crumbled, and his face gradually twisted into a grimace. Why? Why do you all choose Qin Yang? It was clearly he who killed. Why do you still believe him? Xiao was hysterical, and the spiritual energy around him erupted explosively, chaotic and disordered, stirring up mist. He was the youngest champion of the Xianyang Sacred Land in 1,000 years, with exceptional talent, a strong contender for the position of Holy Sun. But twice in a row, his proud ego had knelt before Qin Yang. He couldn't accept it, couldn't comprehend it, his mind becoming increasingly twisted. Oli watched from the side, observing Xiao's desperate appearance and the growing hatred in his eyes. Yes, it was hate. A wonderful emotion mixed with jealousy. Oli smiled slightly, seeing many shadows of people in Xiao. As for why everyone did not believe him, Oli probably knew best. After all, he was the one who killed. But the remnants of the technique on the corpse were not left by him. Coincidentally, Oli also mastered the Xian Huangwut technique. After stabbing Qin Yang, he used dirty means to acquire it from Xian Ling Peak, and later found a seed of the Baitian Qinglian in the colorful world, elevating the original technique into a brand new method, the Xian Cheng Daosong. He wasn't foolish enough to leave behind traces that would make his intentions too obvious. So, since it wasn't Oli, the remnants of the Xian Huangwut technique could only be attributed to Xiao himself tampering with the corpse a second time. The purpose, perhaps, was to frame Qin Yang, attempting to isolate him. But sadly, he failed. Because compared to the motive of framing, Xiao was even more suspicious. After all, he had just been defeated by Qin Yang, and what was the point of being the youngest champion? The remaining disciples of the Holy Land were not stupid, and with Qin Yang being stronger, it was clear whom they would choose.
Watching Chu Xiao teetering on the edge of jealousy, Emily felt a sense of appreciation. Meanwhile, Qin Yang was more focused on the vanished essence blood on the corpse. Along the way, he could hardly see any living being with a complete body, as if something had drained the blood from them. But he couldn't find out what kind of monster it was. Everyone be careful, this place is strange, watch your steps. As soon as the words were spoken, suddenly, a sharper phoenix call covered everything, even breaking a path through the mist leading to the ultimate location of the nest. Almost simultaneously, light rain fell, and countless talented cultivators saw the ethereal phoenix flying around the ancient phoenix tree. The phoenix is about to break out of its shell. Hurry! This kind of heavenly beast. If it recognizes a master, it will be invincible in the world. Qin Yang had no time to think further. The ancient path showed that the final battle was inside the nest, and being a moment late might mean missing the opportunity. They moved forward immediately, leaving only Chu Xiao standing in place, his gaze fiercely aimed at Qin Yang's back. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him, unwilling? Humiliated? The youngest champion is nothing more. Chu Xiao turned around, and to his utter disbelief, the person before him was Li Guo, or rather, Mo Li. But what shocked him even more was that a halo of light gathered in Mo Li's palm, not only carrying the aura of the Xin Yang technique but also the essence of the Xin Huangwu technique. Chu Xiao couldn't believe it. You. It's you. At this moment, he finally understood that the one who killed the disciples of the Xin Yang sacred land was him. That's right, it's me. From you, I see the rare hatred, the hatred towards Qin Yang. I give you two choices: 1, submit to me. 2, die. As he spoke, Emily looked down from above, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that was hard to resist. Behind him, reflected a sea of corpses and a mountain of blood. Seeing this scene, Chu Xiao still wanted to resist. But half a stick of incense later, Chu Xiao knelt on the ground, offering his soul. He looked at Emily and softly murmured, "Master." With that, Chu Xiao was branded with the mark of the ghost slave, becoming his loyal servant. Emily had said, not a single person from the Xianyang Holy Land would be spared. Chu Xiao, as the youngest champion in the history of the Holy Land, might be of great use. Chapter 135, The Clash of the Talented, Competing for Power. Deep in the lair, flames surged high into the sky. When Qin Yang and his group arrived, they saw various dazzling magical techniques. The runes burned intensely, the void was torn apart, scorching celestial light pierced through mountains and rivers. The fierce battle was chaotic and brutal. This. So terrifying, someone exclaimed from a distance, but didn't dare to get closer. Thousands of talented individuals, their eyes bloodshot, gathered in the central area of the lair. The unleashed magical lights could shatter half of the sky, all competing for the ancient medicine that grew beneath the phoenix tree. There were many medicines, relics opened once in an era, and with the nourishment of celestial energy, each one was a treasure that could cause a storm of bloodshed in the outside world. Moreover, the spiritual energy of the phoenix tree in this place was especially rich. Most of the treasures were enveloped in a light golden red color, their medicinal effects superior to those of the medicinal treasures outside. At this moment, someone noticed a white-haired man had charged into the core area of the battlefield. Not good. Stop him. Although there were plenty of treasures around the phoenix tree, if it was truly a supreme treasure, it must be in the core area. After all, there was a phoenix about to break free from its shell inside. Immediately, the demon clan's talents revealed their true forms, transforming into a 10-jang-tall crimson ape. He pounded his chest with both hands, his roar stirring the winds and clouds. That's a celestial demon of the spirit ape clan. Many talents frowned upon seeing this, hurriedly clearing a path. They didn't want to be targeted without cause. Celestial demon, in the demon clan, those who carried the title of celestial were truly brilliant individuals. No, that's a spirit ape possessing the bloodline of Zhuyan, a celestial demon. Watching the boiling blood of the spirit ape, a terrifying law image that seemed like a colossal mountain emerged behind him, creating a stifling pressure. Boom! The Zhuyan bloodline spirit ape used its terrifying physical strength to strike towards the barrier of the core area, stirring up ripples in the space. However, the barrier remained unmoving. How is that possible? Everyone couldn't believe it. The physical strength of the spirit ape clan was notoriously terrifying. Just a single punch would turn opponents into dust. The Zhuyan spirit ape, furious, his blood energy steaming, the ancient giant shadow behind him solidified, transforming into a towering Zhuyan that dominated the heavens. In ancient times, the purebred Zhuyan's power was comparable to that of true dragon offspring, tearing apart powerful creatures with their bare hands, shaking the heavens with their roar, extremely terrifying. Roar! The celestial demon spirit ape stirred his entire body's blood, forming a crimson vortex at his fist, the power of the bloodline's runes flickering. One could feel the overwhelming pressure from afar. Bang! Another punch down, the unleashed power made everyone's eyelids tremble. They could hardly imagine what such a punch would do to a living being's body. Many talents were observing the celestial demon spirit ape's every move. Even the battle for the ancient medicine diverted some of their attention. After all, the treasures in the core area were the top-tier ones. As the dust settled and the chaotic symbols of rules blended into the void, people were shocked to discover that the barrier of the core area remained still. How could this be? Even the celestial demon of Zhu Yan bloodline cannot break the barrier? Ridiculous, the barrier of the core area was constructed by the power of the world. To break the light barrier, you must destroy the entire Phoenix world. Do you have that power? The first white-haired man to enter teased with great interest, admiring the urgent expressions outside. How on earth did he get in? Damn it! Strong beings in the dark were fixated on the white-haired man in the core area, holding up a piece of tattered ancient armor, like the remnants of an ancient creature. As if sensing something unusual, someone immediately took action. Soon, everyone belatedly realized the key point. Oh? Have you found the key? Then you're not too dumb. The white-haired man stood behind the light barrier, not in a hurry to grab the core treasure, instead watching the fierce battles outside with a calm and graceful smile. On the other side, the situation grew increasingly chaotic. Those hidden in the dark, hoping to profit like fishermen, had to take action, because there were not many keys leading to the core area. Once the entrance tickets were gone, there would be no more chances. Brother Jiang, brotherly, what are your thoughts? Qin Yang looked back at the few people behind him and asked. Oli, do you want to go in? You should know that if the treasures of the core area were placed outside, the old fellows buried underneath would rush to grab them upon hearing any rumors. In a sense, battles in the core area are even fiercer than those outside. I must go in. Qin Yang asserted firmly. He needed the Phoenix Soul Flower to heal Morong Qinghuan's soul injury. This was a promise he made to Morong Shui, and he would surely accomplish it. Even if there was no Morong Shui, he would still do his utmost. Morong Qinghuan had indeed been killed by Oli, even devoured by ghostly spirits, yet, Morong Qinghuan possessed one soul and two souls, and now with only one soul remaining, she fell into a long-lasting coma. It was no different from being dead. The Phoenix Soul Flower was a miraculous medicine for healing souls. Nourished by the spirit energy of the phoenix tree, the flower's petals were bright red, and its leaves were crimson, blooming with the lingering sound of a phoenix and displaying the incredible sight of a divine phoenix dancing, containing the power of celestial phoenixes. Celestial phoenixes possess incredible powers of rebirth. The soul medicine would reshape and elevate the injured and incomplete souls. This was the only great medicine that could heal Morong Qinghuan. Qin Yang would never give up no matter what. Seeing Qin Yang's determined and resilient eyes, Oli seemed to be inspired. Brother Qin, I'll help you. With that, Oli patted Qin Yang on the shoulder, like a brother who had been through life and death together. Zhang Baixing said nothing but nodded to show his agreement. Good. Great kindness does not require thanks. Many powerful beings were fighting over the turtle shell keys, and there were even strange monsters that had been hidden for many years. They had many followers, and relying solely on Qin Yang's strength would be impossible to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Then let's go. Oli drew out the Dao Tian sword from his back, his aura surged, majestic like a swordlight, as the rules of swordsmanship wrapped around him, resembling an unmatched sharp sword. Kill. Oli led the charge into the battlefield. Seeing Oli's actions, Zhang Baixing and Qin Yang fell into silence. Yes, all along, they had never let their guard down against this guy named Li Gu. They felt that even if he wasn't Oli, he was definitely related to him. But no matter whether it was when Li Gu first stood up to face Chu Xiao or now risking his life to help them, even turning his back to them, it gradually erased their doubts. The two exchanged glances, saying nothing more, only feeling the surge of spiritual energy in their flesh and blood. They immediately charged into the chaotic battlefield, blocking the talented individuals from various sects and families, all to fight for the key. Chapter 136, The Battle for the Stone Armor, Unexpected Events. Ancient Temple 9 Swords, Cut and Sever. Oli charged into the battlefield, unleashing his fierce swordsmanship, and in an instant claimed 3 heads. His swordsmanship came from the Gongsun Xian sword, and after swallowing the soul with the controlling Soul Gu insect, he captured remnants of souls, which included his understanding of swordsmanship. And it must be admitted that Oli is indeed a genius of the sword path, having cultivated a sword heart in just 1 year, and using incomplete divine power to unleash complete techniques. Moreover, sword practitioners are naturally ferocious in attack, and their methods are unpredictable, fully sufficient to handle the current situation. However, the situation changes in an instant. The last piece of stone armor Qin Yang contended for became the desire of countless outstanding beings, and that group of strong creatures ended their battles too quickly, making their side a target. But a significant reason is that the monster Qin Yang is fighting is too strong, a stunning female demon, with a curvaceous figure, wearing a flowing water-patterned robe in water blue, and every motion of hers releases a fierce cold radiance, as if even time and space can freeze. Qin Yang's eyes grew increasingly anxious. He knew he couldn't delay, or the change would be too vast. At once, he solemnly stared at the female demon in the water blue dress, speaking every word clearly. "A friend, would you be willing to give up this piece of stone armor? I, Qin Yang, will certainly repay you generously." However, the woman pursed her lips and laughed lightly, looking down on him, a ridiculous suggestion.
Generous repayment? What kind of repayment could compare to the ultimate treasure in the core area? That is the immortal phoenix egg.
And the immortal phoenix technique, one of the 10 ancient ferocious techniques, shining brilliantly for countless epochs. There might be even more precious medicinal herbs here than outside, and perhaps even sacred herbs. One sacred herb is enough to allow an old monster with dried up lifeblood to live another 100 years. To them, nothing is more precious than lifespan.
Since that's the case, then don't blame me.
As his voice fell, the spiritual energy within 100 miles suddenly changed, flowing toward the same direction like a massive whirlpool, as if being sucked in by a great whale. Everyone was startled by this scene and turned to look. They saw Qin Yang surrounded by a blazing heat like a raging sun, traces appearing in the sky, countless runes and principles concentrating behind him, with golden Tao rhythm flowing, constructing, and growing a pair of dazzling wings. The moment the golden, flowing, and incredibly real wings unfurled, a phoenix cry resonated in the void. The lifelike feathers created by the runes burned with flames that tore apart space, and just the sight of it was shocking.
That is Kunpeng technique. One of the 10 ferocious techniques.
Some outstanding beings found it hard to believe. The 10 ferocious techniques are notoriously difficult to learn, and they originated from the innate divine powers of the bloodline, long buried in the sands of time. Unexpectedly, in this era, there are still sightings of 2 types of 10 ferocious techniques appearing together.
Kunpeng law, soaring for miles.
Kill. Qin Yang's expression turned fierce. This is the first time he revealed his trump card, and with the 10 ferocious technique on display, he knew he could never live in peace afterwards, as many monsters would surely eye him. But there's no choice, he must obtain the key to the core area, and the Wutong soul herb is a must. The woman in the water blue dress did not dare to be careless. Her opponent was extremely powerful, and she had to go all out. Immediately, the ice power within her burst forth like a flood that had been trapped for too long, sweeping across the land, causing everything around to seemingly freeze into frost, and snow began to fall from the sky.
Except the wrath of ice and snow.
The woman gently raised her icy arm, and with a snap of her fingers, countless ice spikes shot up like needles, freezing everything upon piercing. Qin Yang frowned. The drop in temperature did have some impact on his speed, but the Kunpeng is the ultimate speed in the world, and the ice spikes rising up could not block him in the slightest. Kill. In a moment of fleeting beauty, Qin Yang arrived in an instant, his palm gripping the gathering golden flames, and the flowing runes almost overflowed.
Boom! A punch smashed into the woman's back. But the anticipated shattering of flesh and blood did not occur.
The sound of ice crystals shattering echoed instead. When they regained their senses, everyone realized that Qin Yang had shattered a cold ice-built dummy, while the real body slowly emerged from the swirling blizzard, resembling the queen of ice and snow, captivating in posture.
Too strong.
Too terrifying, one of the proud talents exclaimed. They originally thought the Kunpeng technique was unbeatable, at least unmatched among peers, but the woman before them showed no signs of weakness.
Immediately, information about the water blue-dressed beauty flowed out.
She is the saintess of the Ice Cloud Heavenly Palace generation, possessing the Ice Soul divine body. The Ice Cloud Heavenly Palace only accepts women and is located in the Arctic ice field. Although this power has never produced a great emperor, it is rumored that its ancestor, the Ice Cloud Fairy, was the only beloved of the great Emperor Haotian. While they talked, the battle between Qin Yang and the Ice Cloud Saintess had entered a fever pitch. The Kunpeng technique was fast, but the opponent's Ice Cloud technique was elusive, shattering only ice spirit dummies and avoiding a direct confrontation.
Damn it!
Qin Yang gritted his teeth. If this continues, both of them will become the clam and the snipe in competition. Qin Yang not only had to deal with the Ice Cloud Saintess's attacks but also guard against the proud talents watching closely, making it difficult to escape. Now many were observing, and as long as they exhaust themselves in battle or find an opportunity, they would strike. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yang's gaze suddenly darkened, and wing runes blossomed. Kill. He chose to attack boldly. Seeing this, the Ice Cloud Saintess appeared as a foggy beauty stepping out of the snow and moon, her posture graceful, showing no panic. Childish, she lightly uttered 2 words, her voice crystallizing into ice in the wind and snow. The longer he stayed in her ice and snow realm, the more his inner spiritual veins would be frozen by the Ice Soul's chill, making it increasingly difficult to use his spiritual energy, and thus she would emerge as the ultimate victor. At this moment, Qin Yang suddenly appeared. The speed brought by the Kunpeng wings surpassed the perception of his soul. However, Qin Yang did not choose to kill but continued to move forward, flying at a speed that seemed to surpass spatial limits, time itself seemingly unable to keep up with his shadow, leaving behind afterimages. Not good. His target is the stone armor. He plans to directly bypass the Ice Cloud Saintess and seize the stone armor. Upon hearing this, the Ice Cloud Saintess's eyes suddenly became shrouded in a layer of ice mist, her ice blue pupils containing infinite cold light. Absolute freeze. This move was her divine art, birthed from her saint body. Previously, too much Ice Soul spiritual energy had poured into Qin Yang's body, and now she would condense it. Qin Yang's figure suddenly paused, his speed visibly slowing, the frozen spiritual energy within interfering with his Kunpeng technique. Damn it! In an instant, the Ice Cloud Saintess surpassed Qin Yang and arrived in front of the stone armor, within arm's reach. Everything happened too quickly. The proud talents secretly hoping to benefit did not even have the chance to act, only able to watch helplessly as the Ice Cloud Saintess seized the last piece of stone armor. However, just as the Ice Cloud Saintess's jade hand was about to touch the stone armor, an unexpected event occurred. Qin Yang reached her behind, the blazing wings of the giant rock suddenly flapping, then descending heavily, countless sharp feathers cascading down. The swirling wind combined with the shooting golden rune feathers made the Ice Cloud Saintess realize that if she took the stone armor, she would be pierced through. In that split second, she made a choice, swapping positions with a mysterious technique. And due to the surge of the storm, the stone armor was blown away. For a moment, everyone's eyes were ablaze, staring at that last piece of stone armor. Splat! The stone armor accurately fell into someone's hands. And the one who picked up the stone armor, quite coincidentally, was Emoli. Chapter 137, I am Emoli. For a moment, time seemed to freeze, and Emoli did not expect that this last piece of stone armor key would fall into his hands. Countless scorching gazes gathered, as if they wanted to burn a hole through him. Now, Emoli had two choices. First, he could take the key and enter the core area. This was also the best choice. As long as he enters the core area and seizes any treasure, it would be the best outcome. But, is such an outcome really the best? In a fleeting moment of brilliance, Emoli made a decision in his heart. Brother Qin. Catch. He decisively threw the turtle shell in his hand. Yes, Emoli chose the second option. He chose to throw the last turtle shell key to Qin Yang. Incredible as it sounds, this bizarre act truly happened to Emoli. Know this, there was an insurmountable hatred between him and Qin Yang. In an instant, the scorching gaze shifted along with the turtle shell's ascent. When the clam and the heron fight, the fisherman benefits. The brilliant figures in the dark knew the opportunity had come, just then. Almost no one shouted, everyone's movements were so synchronized, as if they had discussed it beforehand, their divine abilities erupted, shaking the space itself. Boom! Shadows surged in from all directions, the treasure of fate was right before them, if not now, then when? However, to everyone's surprise, a golden feather of light shot through time and space with unbelievable speed, seizing the stone armor from the air before anyone could react. Watching the figure in the sky even more splendid than before, countless people realized Qin Yang was unharmed. Yes, everything Qin Yang did was fake, all of it was an act. An act for whom? Of course it was for Emoli, in other words, it was for the person in front, Li Gu. How could the stone armor fall into Emoli's hands by mere coincidence? Why not into Jiang Baixing's hands? It just happened to be Emoli. Everything was a test from Qin Yang. He and Jiang Baixing had always been suspicious, doubting the connection between Li Gu and Emoli. But they couldn't find any link between Li Gu and Emoli, so to verify it, the best way was right now. With only one piece of stone armor left, if it fell into your hands, would you enjoy it alone or stand by your friendship? After all, just now, Emoli was the first to speak up to help Qin Yang. Of course, to prevent any mishaps, Qin Yang had to act. The Kunpeng law is said to be the ultimate speed method in this world. How could its speed be covered and slowed by mere ice and snow? When Kunpeng rides the wind, it rises, instantly soaring 9,000 miles. Of course, the second precaution was Jiang Baixing. He had been closely watching Emoli all along, preparing his divine ability early, ready to trap him at any unusual move. It must be said, facing such temptation, ordinary people would find it hard to resist. But Emoli was not normal to begin with. He naturally noticed Jiang Baixing's actions and knew Qin Yang was acting to some extent. However, at the moment the turtle shell key fell into his hand, he was confident that no one could take it away from him. Yet, what Emoli wanted was not this, he wanted that nearly perfect outcome. At this moment, Qin Yang completely erupted, his Kunpeng wings unfolded, blocking the sky, the dazzling light seemed to see the heroic shadow that shattered the heavens in the primeval era. With a gentle flap, the wind surged and the raging wind exploded, giving an invincible posture. Stunning the crowd of little devils, Qin Yang looked at the incredulous Emoli on the ground, smiling and somewhat embarrassedly explained. Sorry, brother Li, I owe you an apology. After this, Qin Yang was finally sure that Li Gu and Emoli had no connection at all. You all. Emoli turned around to look at the equally embarrassed Jiang Baixing, anger rising in his eyes. When it came to acting, Emoli had a born talent. Back then, he had deceived an entire Xiao family of the Vermilion Bird ancient city, he had even fooled love. Brotherly, this matter is my fault. We have a great vendetta against a certain guy, so we were cautious. Emoli, and then? Did I remove my doubts? If I had truly had other thoughts just now. Is it me who is dead? I foolishly took you all as companions. Qin Yang and Jiang Baixing fell silent. For this partner they met halfway, they had indeed gone too far. But there was no sadness. Xin Yang looked into Emily's eyes and said firmly, "Sorry, brotherly, I must go ahead into the core area. When I come out, I will give you an explanation." Saying this, Xin Yang fluttered his great wings and rushed into the core area to seize the heavenly connection. At that moment, Jiang Baixing stepped forward. Although he found it hard to accept the repelling aura around Li Go, after this battle, he felt much better and was no longer as uncomfortable. "Brotherly, I'm sorry. I owe you a favor. If you ever need anything, I, Jiang Baixing, will not hesitate. In this world, sometimes a favor is more precious than anything else. A single favor can revitalize a dying family, prolong a fading life, or even benefit future generations." "Anything can be done?" Emily suddenly asked. Out of guilt, Jiang Baixing replied, "Within my ability." "Alright, I would like to borrow something from you." This item happened to be within Jiang Baixing's capability. Seemingly to avoid suspicion, Emily took Jiang Baixing temporarily away from the nest center, to a secluded place. "What do you want to borrow? So mysterious?" Jiang Baixing guessed that the other side knew he possessed some kind of treasure. After all, secret treasures should not be exposed to the public eye. Since he had promised Emily, he must fulfill it. Emily slowly turned around, smiled enticingly, like a ghostly presence. That familiar smile brought back buried nightmares in Jiang Baixing's heart. At that time, the nightmare that killed his sister wore the same smile. Ghostly as a shadow, it pierced into the depths of his soul. "Emily, I borrow your life." The moment the words fell like stones, Jiang Baixing immediately reacted. But suddenly, a long spear ruthlessly pierced his heart. Emily acted in an instant, sealing his spiritual pulse. Everything happened so quickly. In the moment Jiang Baixing was lost, just that fleeting time was enough to kill. Emily's bones made a series of cracking sounds. The mask he had worn for a long time finally revealed his true self. "Actually, you guessed right. I am M.O. Li." Chapter 138, Ghost Slave, Divine Spirit. When he spoke these words, he had already gone through numerous twists and turns. Since entering the ruins, this name had been hidden. Because everyone knew that Mo Li's bone age exceeded the limit of the fragments of the secret realm, and he had many enemies, so he had to be extremely cautious. Now, he could openly tell Jiang Baixing this cruel truth. Years ago, he personally killed Jiang Liyue, and years later, his brother sought revenge, even once becoming brothers with the enemy. A sad, pitiful truth for Jiang Baixing. "Do you know? When I killed Jiang Liyue back then, the position I stabbed was the same as yours, right in the heart." Mo Li leaned down and whispered in Jiang Baixing's ear, like the whisper of a nightmare. Jiang Baixing's eyes went bloodshot. In extreme anger, he didn't even know how to speak. Any slander or critique couldn't express the hatred in his heart. He hated this demon to the core, his gaze almost lethal. "What? Do you hate me? The hatred in your eyes is so similar? I like your gaze." To this, Mo Li only smiled lightly, accepting the compliment. To prevent any counterattack from the other party, Mo Li not only sealed his spiritual pulse but also used a soul lock, sealing away both soul and spiritual energy. How could he turn the tables? Saying this, Mo Li pulled out the long spear from Jiang Baixing's back. The attacker was not him, but Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao had turned into Mo Li's ghost slave not long ago, now at Mo Li's command. At this moment, Chu Xiao retracted the spear and faded into the darkness to stay on guard. In this place, only Mo Li and Jiang Baixing are present. "Speaking of which, brother Jiang, you still owe me a personal favor." "Oh no, or perhaps a different title is more fitting, my brother-in-law, wouldn't you agree? If there were no accidents, if Mo Li still had feelings, then this title should be harmonious and affectionate." However, this title felt more like a thorn, deeply stabbing into Jiang Baixing's already broken heart. You should go to hell." Jiang Baixing's face twisted, like a dying evil spirit cursing Mo Li with the deepest malediction. To this, Mo Li gladly accepted. "Maybe you are right, someone like me should go to hell." Mo Li never claimed to be a good person. He knew well that his actions were cruel and ruthless. But this is who he is, this is the path he chose. Even if he ends up in hell, that is the result he deserves, and he complains not at all. Either rise to the peak, or die without a burial place. However, before that, I need Brother Jiang to repay the favor you owe me. Saying this, Mo Li entered Jiang Baixing's divine palace. Not to destroy, but to deliver a uniquely creative gift. What gift, you ask? It is the memories of Mo Li and Jiang Liu. Mo Li wants Jiang Baixing to become his ghost servant. But the ghost servant seal technique has a flaw. If the person resists, it is hard to succeed. Chu Xiao succeeded because he completely submitted. But Jiang Baixing has no chance of success at all. However, for someone like this, Mo Li has a method to forcibly plant the ghost seal, on the condition that the other party's spirit collapses. This method, Mo Li had experimented on one person, Gongsun Jianwu. At that time, he had put in a lot of effort and almost died under the sword of the Emperor Slayer. Now, he still intends to use the old method. He would fuse his own soul memories into the other's perception, making Jiang Baixing recall and feel those tragic scenes. Memories are a ruthless knife, containing the laws of time. For grief, every time this memory knife opens the scarred truth, the damage to the soul is greater. From the moment Emily pretended to be a fool standing in the martial arts arena, to the royal duel against the Shenyuan clan, to their initial acquaintance. Fragments of Emily's memories flashed through Jiang Baixing's mind, feeling as though he was experiencing it firsthand. He clearly knew this was Emily's method, but the fragment of his soul shattered like a mirror. He once again faced a nightmare, witnessing Emily holding his sister's hand at the Lantern Festival, amidst the crowd, a kiss, becoming the brightest presence under the moonlight. Memories flowed into Jiang Baixing's soul like a river, akin to a poison with strong corrosion, making him wish he were dead. You. I want you dead. Die. The anger and sorrow in Jiang Baixing's eyes were unprecedented. He would rather sacrifice his own life than not drag Emily down to hell with him. Die? I will die, but not now. Emily smiled, utterly unconcerned. Don't forget, a few years ago, he had fought against Gongsun Xianjian, consuming lifespan just to barely survive. Doing the math, he was close to the end now. To extend his lifespan, only sacred medicine or immortality elixir could help? But both of these are extremely rare, and since entering the secret realm, there hasn't been any news of sacred medicine at all. Now, it's time for your final gift. Saying this, Emily gently pointed, offering the last memory. The climax of their embrace and kiss is the hardest to cool down. Under the stars and moon, the passion between Emily and Zhangli gradually cooled in the evening breeze. However, before the heart could settle, Emily contemptibly snatched Zhangli away. That night, that entanglement, that shared moment amidst rain and clouds, all appeared vividly in Jiang Baixing's soul. Even after realizing she had been deceived, Zhangli still held on to hope, asking, "Did you ever like me?" A flash of white light, only the glint of a knife, pierced through that already deflated heart. Just as Emily said, the two siblings were hurt in the same place. As the knife of Emily pierced the heart of Zhangli, his most cherished sister, in that moment, not only was his sister's heart shattered, but so was his soul. In an instant, Emily's ghostly slave mark was planted. In a distant land, the starry sky was brilliant, and waterfalls sparkled under the glow of the silver moon. A sacred palace, as if from ancient times, stood majestically on the peak of the bright moon, holy and inviolable. The palace was vast, yet no figures could be seen, leaving only a ground full of shimmering silver dust. The empty hall of the pure moon was enough to overlook the entire landscape of mountains and stars. Moonlight poured down, and the starry wind gently brushed by, swaying the laurel tree in the courtyard. Under the laurel tree, a swing hung, and a fairy sat on it. No, to be precise, she couldn't simply be called a woman because her beauty made everything mundane fade away. She sat on the swing, her jade feet bare, her peerless face gazing at the silver moon on the other side of the galaxy. Why does my heart feel a moment of pain? An old woman served nearby, not daring to raise her head. At this moment, the sacred palace emitted a slight creaking sound, the sound of a wheelchair sliding. On the wheelchair sat a pale-faced man, and under the moonlight, his frailty seemed even more poignant. Your Highness, the ceremony is ready. What do you think? Oh, then let it be a few more days. For some reason, the woman felt a heaviness in her heart, as if she had forgotten something extremely important, yet she could not recall it. With those words, she radiated a purity and certitude like the moonlight. From then on, the old woman and the pale-faced man exited the palace, and on the way, the man seemed deep in thought. Grandmother, do you think we should tell Her Highness the truth? Tell her about her past? But the old woman had a serious face. To Her Highness, that is a painful memory. But one day she will know. Paper cannot wrap around fire forever. Then let's hide it one more day. Remember, after the ceremony, the cleansed princess will no longer be a mortal but a god. An invincible deity. Even if she knows, she will struggle to have feelings like a mortal. Chapter 139, The Lair of Disaster. After doing all this, Jiang Baixing knelt on both knees, his eyes filled with fierce intent as he looked at Emily. Emily chuckled lightly, as if mocking a devil, reaching out a hand to caress Jiang Baixing's cheek, making a voice almost as crimson as blood. Want to kill me? Then you only have one chance. Once, when he taught Gongsun Jianwu, he said the same thing: if you want to kill him, there is only one chance. So live on with endless anger and boundless hatred. Your motivation to survive is to kill me. If you want to die now, I can't stop you, but dragging me down with you before you die would be the perfect ending, wouldn't it? Emoli sounded like he was persuading, yet it was also a provocation. He actually treated his own life as a bargaining chip for his opponent to serve him, very sinister, and it wasn't the first time he did so. Jiang Baixing listened, his reason, drowned in hatred, was drawn to a glimmer of light by Emoli's words. This glimmer was called hope. Becoming Emoli's ghostly slave, offering his power, was something he couldn't accept. He would rather die. But if he dies, he won't be able to drag him into hell. Jiang Baixing fell silent. In the flow of time, he had to admit he was already surrounded and swallowed by this syrupy temptation. Yes. He wanted to kill Emoli. This strong desire became the only voice in his mind. But how to kill? How to kill? As a ghostly slave, all his thoughts and intentions would be easily seen through by the other party. To this day, Jiang Baixing didn't even know what Emoli cared about. A guy who could use even the memory of going to Wuyu Mountain together as a way to shatter souls, what else was there that he deserved to protect? What's wrong? Considering how to kill me? Emoli lightly laughed, effortlessly seeing through the other's thoughts. Saying this, Emoli took Jiang Baixing's storage ring. Since he had become his ghostly slave, then the treasures naturally belonged to him. After searching for a moment, Emoli pulled out a stone from within. After staring for a while, he asked, "What is this?" This stone, after a scan with his spiritual sense, surprisingly showed no reaction. He had encountered a similar thing when he first entered the Wutong world and had used it to strike at the back of his head. I don't know. Emoli held the stone in his hands. It emitted wisps of immeasurable aura, even containing the charm of the Tao. Putting the stone away, Emoli continued to search. This time, he pulled out an ancient and tough beast skin, his palm stroked over the beast skin, and an image of a wild ferocious beast instantly transformed in his mind, rushing towards him with the force to split the world, making him feel a chilling touch of fear. Ku-A Nyo. Emoli was astonished, looking at Jiang Baixing. He couldn't help but pat the other's face, praising, "I didn't expect you to have such a good thing." Ku-A Nyo, a divine beast that only existed in the wild times, resembled a cow, but its body was blue, its roar was deafening, like thunder, and every appearance was accompanied by fierce winds and torrential rains. There had once been an unparalleled Tao lineage that accidentally obtained a complete Ku-A Nyo skin, turning it into a war drum, and using the bones of thunder beasts as drumsticks. When the drum was struck, it gave rise to a sky full of thunder, the thunder like bullets, piercing the soul, instantly shattering 100,000 cultivators. It seems that Brother Jiang has no shortage of faithful opportunities. At this moment, Emoli realized that not just Jiang Baixing, but all the other talents who entered here were likely to possess accumulated foundations or treasures far beyond his imagination. Suddenly, a crazy idea sprouted in his mind. In this place, each talented individual was equivalent to a mobile treasure trove. Robbing them was far quicker than exploring. In the end, I still have to choose this path. But the current worry was that with their three people's strength, daring to oppose the countless monsters within the nest of the Wutong world was nonsense. Not to mention the tough one like the Ice Cloud Saintess, just this many monsters alone would be no less than 10, after all, the forces coming to the fragments of the secret realm were countless. Every time the realm opened, it was a feast for the talented. Brother Jiang, what do you think we should do? Emoli surprisingly asked Jiang Baixing for his opinion. But Jiang Baixing remained silent. He had the right to be silent. However, at that moment, an abnormality erupted. The whole world trembled greatly, the entire Wutong divine tree was shaking, burning Wutong divine leaves falling piece by piece, and the ground was instantaneously set ablaze. What's happening? Emoli was astonished. The change came too suddenly, and he sensed that something was amiss. Since entering the Wutong world, this was the first time the Wutong divine tree shook, as if it were about to fall. At this moment, Emoli grabbed a cultivator who wanted to escape from the depths of the nest, asking, "What happened inside?" The person was filled with terror, as if witnessing something unbelievable. "Run, it's a trap." All traps. What do you mean? Thousands of people have been killed. No, not just thousands, tens of thousands have been killed. This is a den of evil. Watching the other's anxious attempt to escape, Emoli felt an unsettling chord plucked in his heart. He immediately used the soul-searching technique, discovering in the creature's memory, in the areas shrouded by the Wutong divine tree deep within the nest, a terrifying disaster had occurred. Countless talented individuals bled out, their war armors exploding and crumbling, ancient artifacts losing their brilliance, as an overpowering rule destroyed everything. A dense mass of corpses gathered, tens of thousands of bodies covered the ground, like a scene from hell. It was a betrayal. At this moment, Emoli understood everything. Someone was manipulating all of it, and that person might be hiding in the core area of the den of evil. As for outside the den, there were over 100,000 cultivators, who would all become sacrifices. This world is no longer safe, staying here will only lead to sacrifice. Several teams escaped from within, including a group of talents from the top of the pyramid. Don't let me find him. Otherwise, I won't spare him. Damn guy. The opening of the last realm. He wants to bury everyone. The people fleeing cursed the guy who set this up. Who is he? Emoli became more and more curious, amazed that someone could hunt down over 100,000 proud warriors at once. The Five-Crown King, Lu Xian. This name, Emoli had heard before. In discussions among the powers of the outside world, it was synonymous with invincibility. In 5 eras, he had stepped onto the peak of the path of inquiry. Yet, in every era, he had given up his original fruits of the path, seeking an even stronger way. At this moment, as the crowd fled outward, wanting to escape this world, Emoli, however, swam against the current, entering the heart of the beast's nest. Plans always fall short of changes. There was no way his envisioned perfect ending encountered unexpected turmoil along the way.
Brother Jiang, shall we go together? Jiang Baixing looked at Emoli's serious expression, not understanding.
Clearly, countless proud warriors had already shed blood within the nest. Clearly, the dangers inside were tremendous, so why did he still want to go in? After all, Brother Qin is still inside. As brothers, how can I leave him behind?
Right? Brother Jiang.
Looking at Emoli's chilling smile, at that moment, Jiang Baixing knew that Emoli was an absolute madman.
Chapter 140, Brotherhood, in the Heart.
Since he called out Brother Qin, when a brother is in trouble, he must provide help. But before that, Brother Jiang, your body is under my control. To prevent Jiang Baixing from passing on information, Emoli needed to be fully prepared. Then, Emoli manipulated Jiang Baixing's body, summoned a heavenly map, and the starry river reflected in the heavenly map flowed, releasing boundless energy, gathering into a brilliant starry curtain that shielded against the scorching fire of the phoenix rain. Inside the beast's nest, the scenes became increasingly terrifying. 10 blood moons emerged in the heavens, the crimson light falling on the leaves of the phoenix tree, modeling the tree's shadows, and fell to the ground, a bloody halo. The sky had changed, becoming eerie. The expansive starry curtain held back the fiery rain, the explosive sounds echoed like thunder in a storm, the scorching flames igniting the entire nest. The great fire, a raging fire that devoured everything, like the end of the world.
The mass of fleeing cultivators watched Emoli and Jiang Baixing walk in, thinking they were crazy.
Friend, hurry and leave, someone kindly advised. Emoli's eyes were resolute. My dear friend Qin Yang is still inside, I must go save him.
Qin Yang? The one who masters the Kunping technique?
I remember now, the turtle shell key accidentally fell into your hands. At this moment, Emoli returned to his original appearance, displaying the spirit of a brother braving fire and water for his friend.
Friend, I'll go ahead, it's too terrifying inside. After saying this, the crowd scrambled desperately to flee. Dozens in the midst tragically fell victim to the true fire of the phoenix, ultimately turning to ash.
However, Emoli noticed their blood instantly dried up, flowing towards the center of the nest. Soon, Emoli and Jiang Baixing reached the interior of the nest. At this time, all the scenes had already changed dramatically, the core area's barrier shattered, the enveloping mist revealing the true secrets within their sight. Immense roots were deeply embedded in the soil, extending phoenix branches like agile fire serpents, continually devouring the remaining beings. What surprised Emoli the most was that a mass of phoenix leaves gently surrounded, cradling an ancient golden red egg like a mother's nurturing embrace, the egg emitting wisps of chaotic energy, golden light revealing the most beautiful life in the world.
A celestial phoenix. A real celestial phoenix.
Even the lingering shadows of light were so beautiful, so intoxicatingly lovely.
Brother Qin! Emoli shouted while dodging the murderous branches. At this moment, Qin Yang was battling the white-haired man from earlier. When the hazy glow before the white-haired man vanished, the technique concealing his face receded, everyone realized it was the five-crowned King Lu Xian. Why have you come back? Hurry and leave.
Qin Yang unleashed the Kunping technique, paired with a special body-refining secret method, with every breath like rolling thunder. In grand and fierce battles, fighting alongside the five-time champion Lu Xian.
Brother Qin, is there anything you need from us?
Emoli discovered that only Qin Yang was fighting here, all the prodigies who had entered the core area were gone. Most likely, they were dead, the first-tier prodigies had all perished.
You all quickly leave, this is a trap.
If not for Qin Yang's vigilance and the extreme speed of the Kunping method, he might have spilled blood here as well.
Leave? None of you can escape. Those who enter this world. No one can walk out.
With a punch, Lu Xian killed, splitting mountains and creating valleys, and the sound of a shattering dragon echoed. He sneered, as if watching prey. I will use your blood to forge the strongest foundation for all time. He had reached the pinnacle of enlightenment 6 times but was never satisfied. This lifetime was also the last chance.
At that moment, Emoli noticed the gathering pool of blood under the parasol tree. That is the blood of all beings.
Qin Yang explained, he wants to use the blood of all to achieve the supreme path. Looking at the bloody and sinister pool, the blood inside had condensed the essence of countless cultivators. No, to be precise, it was the essence of over 1 million cultivators from 6 eras who had entered this place. Lu Xian had plotted and planned for 6 eras. Previously, they saw a monster with a pathbone also fall here, that spine that nurtured the world had vanished, with its Tao rhythm absorbed completely. Thus, this pool of blood might be a heaven-defying object comparable to the immortal phoenix. Understanding all this, Emoli could not help but admire the ambition of the 5-time champion, respecting his spirit. In this world, prodigies are like koi crossing a river, but only those who can create ripples in time are true heroes. At this moment, Lu Xian waved his hand, and blood-colored monsters emerged from the ground, all at the level of the harmonious path. These were all his means of nurturing.
Although the prodigies had the strength to fight, they could not withstand the sheer numbers.
Brother Jiang, it's up to you.
At this time, Emily drew the sword from his back, passing through layers of fire rain, and aimed the sword light directly at Lu Xian. Jiang Baixing was busy clearing out the monsters that crawled out.
Brother Qin, I am here to help you.
Humph, you overestimate yourselves. Lu Xian sneered, facing their combined attack, he remained unfazed. He had experienced the evolution of 6 eras, faced the top prodigies in the river of history, and even feared the emperor of the previous era, the feral emperor, not at all during the same time.
Brother Qin, this person is too strong, we may not be able to take him down in a short while.
Emily spoke, and Qin Yang felt particularly uneasy about this. As Lu Xian's control over this place grew stronger, the longer they dragged it out, the worse it would be for them.
Brother Qin, let me hold him off, you take the chance to seize the treasure.
Qin Yang hesitated but soon set his gaze firmly, no, I will hold him off.
You go for the treasure.
Only Qin Yang was strong enough to contend with Lu Xian.
Brother Li, I owe you one, and now I may have to owe you another. But now I ask for one thing.
You say.
I will do my utmost to hold Lu Xian off, you fight for the treasure.
I only seek the Wutong Soul Flower, for the rest of the treasures, I will try to stall for you.
This was also the reason why Qin Yang was reluctant to leave.
Previously, some strange beings had also set their sights on the Wutong Soul Flower, igniting battles, but it was hard to decide the victor at the moment, and then changes occurred again.
All right. Mo Li replied.
The treasures here were not limited to the Wutong Soul Flower, there were also the fresh buds and leaves that had newly grown on the ancient tree. This parasol tree was the foundation of the world, and each tree was equivalent to a world, so every part of it was a treasure. Faintly, under the ancient wood, a golden soil accumulated, the light and mist emanated from the soil, mesmerizing to behold, it was definitely a divine treasure. In addition, there was an ancient book on the jade table made from some unknown beast, but just by looking at the surface, the book was not eroded by time, and the words inside radiated with the light of the great Tao, seemingly the true solution of primitive bone script. Of course, there was also the immortal phoenix egg wrapped and protected by the leaves of the tree, and if one dripped their blood into it to forge a life contract, that will be the greatest harvest. At this moment, Qin Yang handed Mo Li another treasure, saying, Brother Li, the Wutong Soul Flower can attack the soul, this is a protective item, so be careful. He was worried that Mo Li's soul strength was not enough to resist the burning of the soul flower. Mo Li took the treasure, nodded, and simply said one word.
Good. Being brothers, it's in the heart. No more words. Chapter 141, Son of the Great Emperor? Kill. Qin Yang spread his Kunpeng wings and struck first.
Golden gale surged at the tips of his wings, and the derived magical runes burned with spiritual energy, appearing like a flame of golden fire from afar. Qin Yang dared not be careless, this guy had slaughtered over 100,000 cultivators and was the toughest opponent he had ever encountered.
Seeing Qin Yang's fleeting figure exceeding the judgment of his divine sense, Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh.
The Ten Fiends' Law, Kunpeng, truly formidable.
With just this one method, even mastering the basics would qualify one to contend with the strongest monsters.
I will take your head to forge my foundation for eternity. Lu Xian laughed wildly, his white hair flying, spiritual energy surging. Behind him appeared the terrifying scene of a sea of blood and corpses. At the end of the corpses, Muran opened a pair of blood-colored eyes. Corresponding to this, Lu Xian's own eyes seemed to be stained with blood.
6 paths of reincarnation, sure a path.
In an instant, the aura of slaughter and brutality erupted forcefully, the malevolent energy drowning like the sea. Swish! The golden light and shadow vanished in an instant, and the runes-constructed Kunpeng wings severed Lu Xian's arm. Qin Yang wanted to take the chance to cleave off his opponent's head. However, a pair of scarlet hands suddenly grew out from Lu Xian's waist, unafraid of the holy flames burning from the wings, and grabbed Qin Yang's wings. Tear! The golden Kunpeng wings were forcibly torn off, blood splattering on the spot, a cry of pain rang out. Qin Yang winced in pain and hurriedly distanced himself. With the wings forcibly torn off, the runes collapsed, the brownish bloodstain contaminating his Tao method, and the reconstruction of the wings slowed down significantly. The power of the 6 paths burns all sins, and you, who have been soiled, will eventually turn to ashes. In each life, for him, each abandonment and new choice was a new beginning. The previous 5 lives at the peak were all for the completion of this 6th life. If the blood of all spirits paved the path to his enlightenment, he would surpass any immortal sage,
even transcending all eras. At this moment, Qin Yang was panting heavily and looked towards Mo Li.
Following Qin Yang's gaze, Lu Xian also caught a glimpse, discovering that Mo Li had come to the foot of the divine tree, collecting golden soil, grain by grain. Strangely, Lu Xian did not stop him, instead, he allowed him to pick at will.
As for Mo Li, he was also keenly observing the changes in the battle.
He noticed that Qin Yang seemed to be at a disadvantage against Lu Xian and was clearly struggling. However, thinking about it, although Qin Yang had great fortune, the foundation was difficult to contend with when only relying on the accumulation of 1 lifetime against Lu Xian's 6 lifetimes.
But Emily did not believe in such things. Because that person is Qin Yang. Sure enough, a moment later, a rich life force flowed from Qin Yang, washing away the dirt stained with brown-red blood, and the golden wings blossomed again to the sky's zenith. Where does the aura on you come from? Lu Xian naturally sensed the change in Qin Yang, surprised by the rich and pure life essence that seemed capable of purifying all worldly matters. Even a hint of greed appeared in Lu Xian's eyes. It has nothing to do with you, Qin Yang said coldly. What he needed to do now was to drag Lu Xian out with all his strength. To be honest, I'm more interested in you than in stopping that thief. Lu Xian extended his tongue, licking the corner of his mouth, revealing an anticipatory smile as if sampling delicious food. He realized that the treasures on Qin Yang were definitely not simple, whether it was the Kunping law or the emanating life energy, they fascinated him. Kill you, and everything on you will belong to me. As for that ant, no need to worry about it. Lu Xian increasingly anticipated the moment he would sever Qin Yang's head, and he was even afraid that Qin Yang might suddenly escape because, after all, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the Kunping technique. Without any wasted words, Qin Yang simply uttered a single word: kill. The joyful treasure collector, Emily, naturally heard someone affectionately call him an ant. But he did not care. What he cared about was everything here. If Qin Yang and Lu Xian fought to both be hurt, that would be the best outcome, and the final victor would also be him. So, what Emily had to do now was to buy time and let the battle between Qin Yang and Lu Xian drag on as long as possible. After collecting the golden, mysterious soil, Emily set his sights on the stone ancient jade book on the stone table. That book emitted a primal aura, repelling spiritual energy, and probing it brought shivers of fear. Since Qin Yang wanted the Wutong soul flower, he would drag it out, dragging it to the end and forcing Qin Yang to keep fighting. At this moment, on the battlefield, Qin Yang launched fierce attacks with great vigor. But he chose not to fight at close range. Instead, he used his dazzling golden wings as a weapon, stirring up a gust of bone-chilling wind, shooting out golden feathers all over the sky. Oh, you're not choosing to fight up close? The power from the Shura path grew stronger, bathed in blood, and Lu Xian was still thinking of tearing the golden-winged rock apart again. In that case, then, die. Lu Xian clasped his hands together, and the illusory scene suddenly burst open with blood mist, as a rolling sea of blood began to boil, and a supreme Shura holding a blood knife rose up bathed in blood. At the instant their eyes met, a chilling and violent bloodthirst froze the air, causing Qin Yang to shudder, momentarily dazed. But just this moment of daze was enough to decide victory or defeat for a master. Shura, blood knife slash. Lu Xian also held a blood-red blade. In that fleeting moment, he was already in front of Qin Yang. As he raised the blood knife glowing red, the Shura giant behind him also swung its arm in a world-opening posture. Slash. A single slash opened the heavens, a single slash cleared the sea of blood, the world was split into two in the blade's light as if it were an illusion. This move made even Emoli, who used a blade himself, unable to refrain from exclaiming in awe. In this earthly realm, vast and vague, countless heroes contended for the Emperor's Tao fruit. But there is always someone stronger. You will never know the enemy you face or how powerful they are. This feeling of reality made even Emoli unable to help but feel dazed. However, before that dazed emotion could dissipate, Qin Yang's figure appeared in the sky. He dodged the deadly slash and flew into the air. Qin Yang descended with the wind, his golden wings fluttering, and behind him in the sky, a gray, desolate palm emerged, pressing down. Boom! The giant palm pressed down, cracking the earth. The heavy soil formed a 100-mile palm print, and the escaping aura withered the vegetation around it, causing any spiritual plants that came into contact to wither rapidly. Lu Xian received this palm, or rather, he had cleaved the desolate palm with his knife. He could not escape at all because the range was engulfing him, along with Qin Yang seizing the perfect timing. In his palm, Lu Xian spat out blood. This palm had withered his essence, gnawing at his vitality, and the lingering power of the vast wilderness made him gradually burst into laughter. Ah, I can't believe it, I can't believe it. After an era, I can still see that person's method. You are his disciple? I've heard that he achieved the Emperor's fruit position in the last era. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang was slightly taken aback, and Emoli also did not expect it. Looking at your expression, it seems you're quite unfamiliar with this. Qin Yang, who are you talking about? He was eager to learn more. Lu Xian, him? He is the strongest opponent I have ever encountered, and to date, he is also the first person to defeat me. But back then my method wasn't yet complete, but his strength was enough to make me remember. Masters tend to admire each other, having experienced 6 eras. Lu Xian, who sought the peaks and once again sealed the. Especially remember the unique, brilliant monster from the previous era. Perhaps, with a different name, you should be familiar. He is also called by you all, the Desert Emperor. You seem to be called Qin Yang? You all share the surname Qin. Could it be that you are his descendant? Upon hearing these words, not only Qin Yang but even Emoli was in shock. He thought of a possibility. Qin Yang is the son of the great emperor. Although Emily had read a book that seemed to hint at fate, he had only looked at a bit at the time, and he couldn't judge what happened later. But this feeling was very strong. If Qin Yang is the son of the great emperor, then everything made sense. What made sense? Do you still remember the scars of the great path he had back then? Those belonged to the level of path wounds. Moreover, that was after he was stabbed by Qin Yang, causing his own foundation to shatter and leaving marks of the great path scars. If Qin Yang truly is the son of the great emperor, then it is normal for the desert emperor to leave his methods on his offspring. That breath that ruined my foundation, which belongs to the level of the great power, was none other than what Lu Xian spoke of as the desert emperor. So, in this world, there is no so-called protection of the great path, nor any so-called backlash of fortune. He was simply attacked by terrifying rules of power. At this moment, the fog that troubled Mo Li's heart was once again cleared. Many of his presumed guesses were gradually being answered over time. Chapter 142, The Praying Mantis catches the cicada, while the yellow bird is behind. The Desert Emperor is surnamed Qin. This was the first time Mo Li heard of it, for the remnants of the emperor are all taboo. At this moment, Lu Xian spoke again, the aura of the great wilderness, a familiar taste. I didn't expect to taste it once again on you. No matter if you are his disciple or descendant, in this life, you shall submit. Because in this life, Lu Xian will officially step out, no longer sealing his source, and he will use his 6 lifetimes of foundation to compete for the supreme path fruit. Playing house must come to an end. If this continues, we will miss the best opportunity. Lu Xian cracked his neck, speaking confidently. The best opportunity, of course, is when the phoenix breaks out of its shell. At this time, the phoenix egg is still absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, including the nourishing source from the entire Wutong divine tree. This colorful world is slowly collapsing, with the fallen dome bringing countless casualties, and the blood of the dead will flow and gather here, forging the blood pool of all spirits. Then let's decide the outcome. Qin Yang said coldly. Mo Li, who had put away the original ancient book, realized the change in the situation. At first, Qin Yang still thought of delaying Lu Xian, but now it was time to determine victory or defeat. This seemed unfavorable for him. But he could not think so much anymore. Mo Li then turned his gaze towards that Wutong soul flower, its petals bright red, the flower leaves scarlet, blooming while accompanied by the lingering sound of the phoenix, conjuring the miraculous scene of the divine phoenix dancing. The sound of the phoenix echoed, and those who heard it felt as if their souls had been cleansed by the immortal spring, washing away the filth, leaving only purity. Mo Li took out the treasure given by Qin Yang, wanting to pick the soul flower. At that moment, the soul flower swayed, seemingly sensing malice, the flower bud ignited, and the pollen scattered, condensing into a red, winged fairy shadow. At the moment he saw the fairy shadow, a single word surged in his mind, Phoenix. Mo Li seemed to be enchanted by the phantom of the phoenix, holding the divine soul treasure unmoving, while Qin Yang was constantly aware of Mo Li's movements during the battle. Li brother, be careful, he shouted, sincerity in his tone that was not false. However, Mo Li remained oblivious, as if he couldn't hear Qin Yang's call, not urging the treasure to defend, letting the burning phoenix phantom merge into his soul realm. It's over. At that moment, Qin Yang knew Mo Li was in grave danger. Even though he didn't understand why Mo Li wouldn't defend, his behavior was strange. It might also be the influence of the Wutong soul flower. He felt deep regret. If only he had known, he shouldn't have let him go. Li brother. Now Qin Yang's mood was terrible. He did not want this sincerely devoted brother to end up like this. Seeing this, Lu Xian smiled slightly. Now, it's just the two of us left. Oh no, there's also a struggling little ant. He looked at Jiang Baixing, who was in the distance, battered and bruised. Qin Yang fell silent. His brother had already died, and he absolutely would not let brother Jiang meet the same fate, but he also had to obtain the Wutong soul flower. This was his promise, a promise to Morong Shui. So, there was only one path ahead, to cross over Lu Xian's corpse. He had no other choice. At this moment, Qin Yang ignited his blood and energy, and the chaotic mist began to disperse, resembling the primal scene of opening the heavens and creating the earth. From the distant chaos, a Kuanping burst through the chaotic sea mist, soaring straight up 90,000 miles, while a golden spiritual ocean rose. A bright moon hung high in the sky, and the pure moonlight illuminated the azure sea, shining upon that brilliant blue lotus. The strange phenomenon continued to rise, the golden ocean, the chaos giving birth to the blue lotus, the Kuanping piercing the fog at dawn, the clear moon illuminating the heavens, 5 signs in total, all deeply related to Qin Yang's path. Kill. With the overwhelming momentum of 1,000 armies, Qin Yang fiercely charged forward. Seeing this scene, the long-extinguished blood of the five-crowned King Lu Xian once again ignited. He saw in Qin Yang the shadow of the past era, the one who had defeated him, an invincible figure. Ha ha ha. You truly have a great connection with him. I didn't expect that 2 eras in a row would see the emergence of the ancient saint body. Lu Xian laughed heartily. In the last era, the one who seized the imperial throne, the ancient emperor, was also the ancient saint body. But his actions did not pause. He quickly clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and in an instant, the mist behind him became hazy and eerie, as if from the underworld or a distant realm, hard to discern the source. Only that the aura around him became distorted and strange, constantly shifting. With my body, soul transported, the power of the six paths, all added to my being. Suddenly, the mist behind Lu Xian changed, the majestic way of heaven, the vast way of humanity, the violent and bloody way of the Azura. In total, 6 dazzling paths gathered into a circle, and at the moment they fused into Lu Xian's body, his momentum reached its peak, empowered by the 6 paths, the Crown King. Kill. Endless killing intent clashed together, tearing open the ground, distorting time and space. Even the fallen and pretending to be dead Mo Li couldn't help but gasp in awe. Is this the top-level monster? So terrifying. Mo Li lay there quietly, waiting for the outcome of the battle. About a stick of incense later, amidst the dust and mist, a clear and melodious voice echoed in his ears, rippling with the rhythm of the Tao. In response, only Lu Xian's incredulous words could be heard. You are not the ancient saint body, but the ancient Tao body. Just one word's difference brought about completely opposite effects. If the ancient saint body is something rare appearing only once in tens of thousands of years, the ancient Tao body is merely a legendary physique. The so-called ancient Tao body is a taboo born from the combination of the ancient saint body and the Tao body, not to mention the absurdity of 2 defiant physiques appearing in the same era. Even if they did appear, whether they could even be born is uncertain. After all, a physique like this cannot be inherited. Beings with incredible physiques often produce offspring who do not possess the same powerful physique as their parents. Such examples are plentiful. Listening to the echoes of the battle, Mo Li knew it was about to end. The immortal phoenix egg, everything of Qin Yang's, including Lu Xian, as the victor, he would have a long time to digest. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow sparrow is behind. He would be that yellow sparrow. Chapter 143, The Yellow Sparrow Wins? Qin Yan remained silent. The world believed he was the ancient saint body because he had shown signs before entering the secret realm. But in reality, he was the ancient Tao body, the path of the Tao, with resonances flowing, he just hadn't revealed it. He wasn't sure of his relationship with the ancient emperor, but he would find the answer. At this moment, Lu Xian knelt on one knee, the crown forged by the power of the 6 paths shattered, his white hair stained with blood, his body split open with a long crack. The situation seemed to be in Qin Yang's favor.